1-star potential, fluorescent butterfly. The cold pronouncement, through the loudspeaker, poured into Lu Yuan's ears. The entire place fell into complete silence for a moment. The next second, uncontrollable laughter, like a tidal wave, instantly drowned the figure on the high platform. Lu Yuan's hand was still pressed on the summoning stone in front of him. The last bit of light on the stone faded away. A butterfly the size of a palm, with tiny shimmering lights on its wings, timidly stopped at his fingertips. Fluorescent butterfly. The lowest 1-star potential. No combat power whatsoever. Not even qualified to advance to a higher rank. But. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. Fluorescent butterfly? Lu Yuan, what kind of thing did you summon? Is it your nightlight for the evening? A voice exploded from the crowd. Xin Xingyu pushed through the crowd, walking to the front, his face full of unabashed mockery and malice. Lu Yuan raised his head. His gaze, beyond the insignificant little life on his fingertips, locked onto Xin Xingyu's face, which was full of schadenfreude. He didn't speak. 18 years of waiting. Countless days and nights of longing. And this was the result? A mere existence, slightly better than those who failed to summon a beast and could not become Beastmasters? The teacher in charge of the summoning ritual looked at him, and the expression in their eyes had shifted from initial expectation to current regret. When the teacher had seen the light appear as Lu Yuan placed his hand on the summoning stone, they had eagerly hoped for the emergence of a new Beastmaster, but now, what appeared wasn't fully manifested. The teachers shook their head and made a note on the roster. In this world, not becoming a Beastmaster meant no chance to rise above, being a mere vassal at the bottom of society. And owning a 1-star beast only gave someone a title of useless, just above those who failed to summon a beast. The ridicule of friends. The regret of the teacher. The humiliation from peers. Countless gazes stabbed sharply at him. Just as Lu Yuan felt like the entire world had turned to ash, his vision shifted. Before him, beside the fluorescent butterfly perched on his fingertip, an ancient book suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The pages turned without wind. Lines of dazzling golden text unfolded clearly before his eyes. What is this? Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Beast, fluorescent butterfly. Potential, 1 star. Rank, low iron tier. Species skill, 1, light, emits a faint glow to illuminate the darkness. Data flowed past, finally stopping on a few lines that radiated with different lights. The Beastmaster has summoned the beast, and the unique talent Beastmaster's pictorial has awakened. The evolution route for fluorescent butterfly is being planned. The first evolution of fluorescent butterfly costs no resources. Route planning in progress. Route 1, normal fluorescent butterfly illusion butterfly, 2-star potential, toxic butterfly king, 3-star potential. Note, this route has a potential upper limit of 3 stars and is of no value. Route 2, rare fluorescent butterfly moonlight butterfly, 3-star potential, moon goddess butterfly, 4-star potential, star dome god butterfly, 5-star potential. Note, this route can evolve to 5-star potential, enough to become a dominant force. 5-star potential. Chaotic light god. Xin Xingyu saw Lu Yuan staring intently at his butterfly and thought he had gone mentally insane from the shock. The smile on his face grew even wider. Don't look anymore, trash paired with a useless pet, it's destiny. He took a step forward. His voice was full of boasting and cruel malice. By the way, let me tell you, the initial beast I summoned is a 3-star potential purgatory demon dog, mid-tier black iron. The teacher said, in 2 years, I will definitely become bronze. 3-star potential. Oh my god. It's the rare demon-type beast, the purgatory demon dog. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the looks in their eyes when they gazed at Xin Xingyu instantly filled with awe, envy, and flattery. Xin Xingyu savored this feeling of being the center of attention to the fullest. He looked down at Lu Yuan, and with every word, he pronounced, according to the academy's tradition, after summoning, new students can have a friendly spar. Lu Yuan, do you dare to accept? Or is it that your little lantern doesn't even have the courage to fight in front of my demon dog? With those words, the black summoning magic array under his feet erupted with a loud boom. A beast, half as tall as a human, with hellish black flames burning all over its body, looking like an evil wolf, roared into existence. The scorching air mixed with the stench of sulfur rushed toward them. Its blood-red beast eyes locked onto Lu Yuan, and the fragile glowing butterfly on his fingertip. The terrifying pressure of the mid-tier black iron made the surrounding students uncontrollably step back in fear. Everyone thought Lu Yuan would refuse. This was not a battle at all. This was a one-sided beating. That glowing butterfly had no qualification to even fit between the teeth in front of that purgatory demon dog. However, Lu Yuan slowly lifted his head. The confusion in his eyes had long since disappeared. What replaced it was a heart-stopping, deathly calm. It was as if looking into a bottomless abyss. He looked at Xinxingyu, then at the proud purgatory demon dog beneath his feet, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc. All right. 2 words. And the entire scene fell into dead silence once again. Has he gone mad? Xinxingyu was also stunned, but then he grinned maliciously. You've got guts. I promise, my demon dog will be very gentle. It will swallow your little lantern in one bite. Then I'll let Jin Shanshan know what kind of trash you are. Lu Yuan ignored all of his shouting. His entire focus had already sunk into the illusory illustrated book. His gaze fell upon the option glowing with supreme purple gold light. Would you like to choose Route 3, the only legend glowing butterfly light of the primordial dawn? Without any hesitation. Choose Route 3. Just as the chief judge stepped forward, ready to announce the start of this seemingly hopeless battle. A sound like a divine revelation exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Your glowing butterfly has selected the evolution route. First evolution, starting. Evolving into Light of the Primordial Dawn. Choose Route 3. The moment Lu Yuan's mind made the decision, the entire world seemed to be pressed on mute. The glowing butterfly, which had been regarded as a mere decorative pet on his fingertip, suddenly erupted with a light that could not be described in words. Buzz. Light. The ultimate, purest light, like the first light of creation when the universe and the world were born. The light was not a glaring white, but a purple gold color, containing supreme dignity, warm and sacred. The light spread like ripples, instantly enveloping the entire summoning hall. The hellish black flames of the purgatory demon dog under Xinxingyu's feet, proud and fierce, could not even utter a cry under the holy glow, disappearing completely. The scorching sulphurous air was completely purified. In its place, there was an aura of solemnity and holiness, originating from the ancient divine court. Ah! What is this? My eyes. I can't see. The light, is it coming from that glowing butterfly? The crowd's exclamations were crushed by the light, all of them instinctively raising their hands to shield their eyes, but the light could penetrate everything, reaching deep into their souls. It brought a kind of shudder and submission from the very core of life's instincts. The sinister grin on Xinxingyu's face completely froze. He was horrified to discover that his black iron mid-level infernal hellhound, which was supposed to be powerful, was trembling under the light, its limbs softening and collapsing onto the ground. It had lost even the courage to lift its head. This was the absolute crushing force from the life tier. Evolution. Evolution? The teacher hosting the ceremony gaped in shock, his eyes fixed on the center of the light, his voice trembling violently from excessive astonishment. On-site evolution? No. This is impossible. A Beastmaster with 1-star potential doesn't even have the qualification to break through the tier barriers. Below the high platform, in a corner of the crowd, a young girl with pigtails, her face as delicate as a doll, was desperately pushing through the crowd, anxiously trying to get forward. Let me through. Please let me through. She had planned to rush up and protect Lu Yuan before he could surrender, then teach that annoying Xinxingyu a lesson. But the scene in front of her made her bright, peach blossom eyes widen in shock. A Yuan's little butterfly? At that moment, in the center of the light, the outline of the fluorescent butterfly began to dissolve and disintegrate, turning into pure particles of light. Then, these particles, following an incomprehensible and mysterious path, began to reassemble, weave together, and reshape. The light slowly contracted. A divine being, about half a meter tall, made entirely of flowing light, quietly hovered at Lu Yuan's side. It had no facial features, no body, only a vague human-shaped outline, as if it were the embodiment of the very concept of light. Just its presence emitted a divine aura and majesty so powerful that no one dared to look directly at it. The entire arena was silent. Mockery, sarcasm, pity, gloating, all emotions vanished, leaving only shock. Lu Yuan's mind flipped through a fresh page in his bestiary. Evolution successful. Beastmaster, Primordial Light. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, Black Iron High Level. Species skills. 1. Sacred Radiance, existence is the domain, continuously purifying, dispersing, and suppressing all negative and dark energy. Can also emit light particles for purification. 2. Servants of Light, summons 3 Black Iron mid-level light elementals to fight together. The strength of light elementals is always one small tier lower than the primordial light. 3. Judgment of Light, maximizes the condensation of light energy into a 100-meter light spear, causing massive light damage, dealing double damage to dark-type targets. Pretending to be divine. A loud, threatening shout broke the silence. Xinxingyu's face turned a deep purplish red. He couldn't accept that the waste he had just trampled underfoot seconds ago now possessed such an extraordinary existence. It's just a facade. My hellhound is a black iron mid-level. He forced himself to rally and yelled at the infernal hellhound, which was starting to retreat. Trash. Get up. Bite it to pieces. Under its master's strong command, the infernal hellhound suppressed the fear deep in its bloodline, reigniting a faint black flame, turning into a shadow as it lunged toward Lu Yuan. "A Yuan, be careful!" Yun Shanxian screamed, instinctively about to summon her beast. However, Lu Yuan simply stood quietly. He watched the attacking hellhound with the same expression as one watching a moth flying into the fire. Through the soul contract, his will gave the first command to the primordial light beside him. 2 words. Purify. The outline of primordial light slightly shifted. There was no earth-shattering force, no world-destroying energy. It simply raised its arm made of light and lightly pointed at the charging hellhound. A tiny, grain-sized purple-gold light point shot out from its finger, flashing past in an instant. It was so fast, it was beyond belief. And so pure, it was beyond description. The light point accurately entered the center of the hellhound's forehead. There was no explosion. No screams. The infernal hellhound's forward charge suddenly stopped. The vicious light in its eyes quickly faded, replaced by a blank, pure expression, as though its soul had been completely cleansed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the last flicker of hellish black flame on its body completely extinguished. Woo! It let out a whimper like a little dog, tucked its tail, turned around, and ran, swiftly hiding behind Xinxingyu, its back facing the high platform, its entire body trembling like sifted flour. A strike. It couldn't even be called an attack. It was more like a purification. The black iron mid-level, known for its ferocity, the hellhound of the inferno, had its core hell and demon attributes completely wiped out. This. The judge stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. This had gone beyond his comprehension. Xinxingyu stood there, as if struck by lightning. He could feel it, his beast, it was ruined. My hellhound, my hellhound. What did you do to it? He pointed at Lu Yuan, his voice shrill, on the verge of breaking down. Lu Yuan didn't answer him. At this moment, Yun Shanxian had squeezed to his side, her peach blossom eyes scanning him from top to bottom. After confirming he was unharmed, she excitedly grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously. Ah, Yuan. You're just too cool. I knew it. I knew you'd definitely be the best. Her tone was filled with pride, as if she were sharing in his glory. Then, her face immediately turned serious. She turned to look at Xinxingyu, and her previously sweet voice turned as cold as ice. Mr. Shin, are you still going to fight? Should I bring out my Dark Ranger to have a friendly spar with you? Xinxingyu's face instantly turned whiter than paper. Yun Shanxian's Dark Ranger was a true 5-star potential, a black iron high-level existence. Lu Yuan finally made a move. He patted Yun Shanxian's little head, signaling her to calm down. Then, he took a step forward, his calm gaze landing on the dazed Xinxingyu. The entire hall's gaze focused solely on him. He looked at the other person, his calm voice sounding like the final words of judgment, reaching every spectator's ears. Is it bright enough now? Is it bright enough now? Lu Yuan's voice was light, yet it caused a massive wave of shock in the entire summoning hall. Bright enough? It wasn't just bright enough. The light was almost blinding everyone's eyes, burning their souls. The entire place, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Yuan and the sacred light and shadow beside him. That was no longer a simple night light for illumination. That was clearly a purple-gold sun, hanging there. Xinxingyu's body trembled violently, like sifted flour, the last bit of color draining from his face, disappearing at a visible speed, turning into a dead gray. His proud 3-star potential. His black iron mid-level rank. His fearsome hellhound. In this moment, all of it became a joke. Woo! A whimper full of extreme grievance broke the dead silence. The hellhound, completely purified, no longer had a trace of the hellish ferocity. It carefully rubbed against its master's pants, its big, watery eyes filled with childlike innocence and helplessness. It seemed to be asking, "Master, can we go home?" This whimper became the final straw that broke Xinxingyu's spirit. Aya! He screamed, his face twisted, pointing at Lu Yuan. Impossible! You cheated! Where did you hide the glow butterfly? This is not your summoned beast. He looked mad, his eyes red, and he truly wanted to rush up without a care. Enough! A stern, commanding shout rang out. The teacher hosting the ceremony finally snapped out of his shock, taking a step forward to block Xinxingyu. You lost, you lost. Throwing a tantrum in front of all the teachers and students, is this how one behaves? The teacher's aura was as imposing as a mountain. Xinxingyu was immediately struck by this force, like a balloon with a hole popped in it. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The teacher didn't spare him another glance. He turned around, his eyes filled with a complex mix of ecstatic confusion, and looked at Lu Yuan. He walked to the center of the high platform, took a deep breath, and through the amplification equipment, declared the result to the whole hall. The winner of this match is Lu Yuan. The voice fell, and the crowd was finally completely ignited from its daze. Won? Lu Yuan really won? With just one move? What kind of beast is that? I've gone through all the manuals, and I've never seen it. A 1-star glowing butterfly. What did it evolve into on the spot? So terrifying. When that light swept over, I felt like my soul was trembling. The students who had previously mocked Lu Yuan now felt their cheeks burning with pain. They didn't even dare to look up at the figure on the stage, each of them lowering their heads, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Meanwhile, another group of quicker reacting people had already ignited with passionate flames in their eyes. Lu Yuan. Congratulations, congratulations. I knew you were no ordinary person, a boy said with a face full of flattery, the first to rush forward. Yes, yes. Lu Yuan, that Xinxingyu was so arrogant just now, we've never liked him. You've really rid the world of a menace, so satisfying. Lu Yuan, are you free tonight? A new Beastmaster pavilion just opened nearby, would love to treat you to a meal, let's be friends. In an instant, countless attempts at flattery and ingratiation surrounded Lu Yuan, making it impossible for him to move. These people, just a moment ago, had treated him like the plague. The next moment, they wished they could kneel down and hug his leg. This is reality, just like that. Lu Yuan's expression never changed from beginning to end, and he was too lazy to bother with these fair-weather friends. His gaze passed through the bustling crowd, landing on Yun Xianxian, who was stomping her feet in frustration because she couldn't get through. Make way. Everyone, make way. Yun Xianxian, like a little tigress, used her seemingly small body to forcefully push through the crowd, creating a path, and finally squeezed her way to Lu Yuan's side. Without saying a word, she first checked Lu Yuan from head to toe, confirming that he was unharmed. Only then did she suddenly turn around, hands on her hips, and scolded the people around her. What are you doing? What's all this crowding around my Yuan for? Don't you see he just finished a battle and needs to rest? Everyone, go away. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes glared, and with her natural arrogance, plus her status as a 5-star potential Beastmaster, the surrounding students awkwardly laughed and actually took several steps back. After driving the crowd away, Yun Xianxian immediately changed her face. One moment, she was a protective little tigress, and the next, she was happily wrapping her arm around Lu Yuan's. She clung to him like a koala, her eyes full of adoration, sparkling with stars. Ah, Yuan. You were so cool just now. That primordial light, even the name sounds amazing. I knew it, you are definitely the strongest of them all. The unique fragrance and soft touch of the girl's presence clearly passed from her arm, making the heart that had been tense since the summoning of the beast quietly relax. He raised his hand and naturally ruffled Yun Xianxian's little head. Alright, we should go now. MHM. Yun Xianxian nodded heavily and obediently followed by his side. At that moment, the teacher who had been hosting the ceremony hurried over. Lu Yuan, please wait. He walked up to Lu Yuan. I'm the director of education at the academy, Wangjin. About your beast, the situation is truly extraordinary, it can be said to be unprecedented. The academy's higher-ups are paying great attention to this, and would like to invite you to come and discuss the situation in detail. Would that be convenient for you? He rubbed his hands, afraid that this newly risen prodigy might refuse. No joke, a glowing butterfly with 1-star potential evolving on the spot, this is beyond what the word genius can describe. This is a monster. A freak that can change the entire landscape of Dragon Country and even the Beastmaster world. Lu Yuan glanced at the glowing primordial light hovering quietly beside him, radiating a holy brilliance, and understood in his heart. With a thought, he retrieved the light of the primordial beginning. He nodded. Okay. With a confirmed response, Wang Jin's face immediately lit up with joy, and he hurriedly led the way in front of them, this way, this way. Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian followed behind. Wherever they passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way, all eyes filled with awe. As they walked, Yun Xianxian's excitement still hadn't subsided. She quietly leaned toward Lu Yuan's ear, lowered her voice, her tone carrying a small hint of uncontainable jealousy and a strong sense of pride. Ah, Yuan, you're famous now. In the future, a lot of girls will write you love letters. She shook Lu Yuan's arm and gave a soft hum. You mustn't pay attention to them. Lu Yuan looked at her typical, protecting my food expression. Somewhat amused, he asked in return, what about you? With your 5-star potential Dark Ranger, aren't there also people lining up from the school gate all the way to outside the city to chase you? That's different. Yun Xianxian immediately puffed out her small chest, speaking with certainty, I'm a girl. And I wouldn't care about those stinky boys. She paused for a moment, her voice suddenly becoming as faint as a mosquito's hum, almost inaudible. I only need my Yuan. Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly, but before he could say anything, Wang Jin in front had already stopped, pointing to a room with a sign saying Principal's Office. "We're here. The principal and several department heads are waiting for you inside." He turned around and gave a somewhat troubled glance at the ever-present Yun Qianqian. "Student Yun, you see, could you wait outside for a moment?" "Why?" Yun Qianqian immediately became unhappy. "I'm my Yuan's family. Wherever he goes, I go." "Family, family?" Wang Jin's expression instantly froze. Lu Yuan also felt a bit helpless. He softly said to Yun Qianqian, "You wait for me outside, I'll come out soon." "Oh." Yun Qianqian reluctantly nodded, but still, with concern, reminded him. "Then hurry up and come out. If they dare bully you, you just call me, and I'll have my dad tear down this building." Chapter 4, Qualification for the Secret Realm. The moment the office door was opened, Lu Yuan felt several gazes fall on him at the same time. The room was dimly lit, with no lights on. Behind a massive redwood desk sat an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor. He wore reading glasses on his nose, yet his eyes were sharp, not blurry at all. He was the principal of the North City Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, Lu Yuan. On both sides of the desk, 3 middle-aged individuals sat on sofas, their auras steady, likely the heads of various departments. The Dean of Education, Wang Jin, bent over and pulled out a chair for Lu Yuan. He then respectfully stood behind the principal. "Please sit." Principal Lu Yuan spoke. Lu Yuan sat down, calmly meeting the gaze of the highest authority in the academy. He showed no sign of nervousness or unease, his calmness secretly shocking the department heads present. This kid's psychological quality is too good. Student Lu Yuan, Principal Lu Yuan spoke first, removing his glasses and slowly wiping them with a cloth. "You must know why we invited you here." He paused, placed the glasses on the desk, and intertwined his fingers. "Your beast, that light. According to the Academy's records, what you summon should be a 1-star potential glowing butterfly. But 1 minute later, in front of everyone's eyes, it evolved into a completely new species we've never heard of. Not only did its potential increase, but its rank also rose significantly." Principal Lu Yuan asked, "Can you explain to us how this happened?" All eyes were now focused on Lu Yuan, waiting for his answer. Lu Yuan's eyelids lowered slightly, as if recalling the scene at the time. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his face showing just the right amount of fear and confusion. "Principal, all the directors. Actually, I don't really know exactly what happened." His voice was clear and calm as he spoke. "When I summoned the fluorescent butterfly and completed the contract with it, I could feel its weakness and despair. I thought that would be the end of my life." His words made the leaders present nod slightly. They had seen this kind of feeling too many times and could fully understand it. But then, at that moment, something strange happened. Lu Yuan's tone suddenly changed. The summoning stone, which should have already extinguished, flared up, becoming incredibly bright. I felt like my mental strength was being sucked away by a bottomless whirlpool, draining me in an instant. Everything went black, and I nearly fainted. He spread his hands, looking at his palm, as if the sensation from that moment still lingered there. When I regained consciousness, my fluorescent butterfly had already turned into the primordial light. The entire process, I couldn't control at all, not even understand. Rather than saying I made it evolve, it was more like it, in its desperate situation, chose another path on its own. A kind of unprecedented mutation. After saying this, Lu Yuan stopped speaking, leaving all the time for the big figures in front of him to digest. He didn't mention the Beastmaster's pictorial a single time. Mutation was the perfect excuse he had prepared for himself when he saw countless evolution paths in the pictorial. The world of Beastmasters was filled with the unknown. Mutation, though a 1 in a billion chance, was not impossible. It was the only explanation they could understand and accept. The office fell into a long silence. Lu Yuan and the directors exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw extreme shock. A slightly plump director couldn't help but speak up, on the spot awakening mutation. "I've only seen similar records in ancient texts. It said that the first-generation martial saint of Long Kingdom, his initial beast was a 1-star stone-armored turtle. In the moment of the contract, it underwent a positive mutation and eventually evolved into the black tortoise sacred beast that suppressed an entire era." "You mean?" Another director, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, spoke. "Lu Yuan's situation is like that martial saint? It's not impossible." Wang Jin excitedly added. "Lu Yuan's explanation is reasonable. Mental power being instantly drained is a normal phenomenon when a beast evolves and absorbs the Beastmaster's energy. And such an over-the-top evolution naturally requires an immense amount of energy. This makes perfect sense." Their discussion confirmed Lu Yuan's guess. Rather than believing in an illusory pictorial that can plan god-level evolution routes, they were more willing to believe that they had witnessed a 1 in a billion miracle. Another new martial saint was emerging in their own academy. Zhou Huayan took a deep breath. He looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes no longer examining, but looking at a rare gem. Good. Good. He said good twice, stood up from his seat, and walked personally to Lu Yuan, patting his shoulder heavily. Lu Yuan, you are amazing. The principal's attitude made a 180-degree turn. Wang Jun and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of smiles. Child, don't worry. The academy won't investigate your secrets. On the contrary, we will spare no effort to protect you and cultivate you. Zhou Huayan's voice was full of relief. Zhou Huayan returned to his desk and said, by the way, you defeated Xinxingyu on stage today, right? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. Xinxingyu's hellhound was the 5th most potential beast in this year's new summoning ceremony. According to the rules, the top 5 of the summoning ceremony every year are given the opportunity to enter the academy's primary secret realm. You defeated him, so naturally, you have taken his place. Secret realm? Yes. Wang Jun quickly stepped forward to explain. A secret realm is a subspace independent from our main world, with special environments that harbor many rare and magical treasures that have long disappeared from the outside world, even some peculiar beasts that can be tamed. The primary secret realm that is opening this time is called Moonlight Forest, and it holds great benefits for Beastmasters and beasts at the Black Iron tier. Especially for your Primordial Light, which belongs to the light attribute, while the core area of Moonlight Forest is rich in a type of energy crystal called Moonstone, which has amazing effects on the growth of light attribute beasts. Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Although his Primordial Light had an astonishing potential, its current tier was only high Black Iron. To improve quickly, he needed an enormous amount of resources. The Moonlight Forest had come at just the right time. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Very good. Zhou Huayan looked at him with satisfaction. The specific departure time is 3 days from now. Director Wang will inform you of all the details. For these 3 days, you should rest well and strengthen your bond with your new companion. When Lu Yuan stepped out of the office, he immediately saw Yun Qianqian standing at the door. Ah, Yuan. She grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and scanned him from head to toe. Did they make things difficult for you? Did they bully you? If they dare, I. No, Lu Yuan interrupted her chatter and rubbed her head. They gave me a spot to enter the secret realm. A secret realm? Is it Moonlight Forest? Yun Qianqian immediately said excitedly. That's great. My Dark Ranger is ranked first this time, and I already have a spot. I was just wondering how to bring you in. She shook Lu Yuan's arm, happily saying, now it's perfect. We can go together. The girl's smile was like a blooming flower, as if it could melt all the gloom in the world. Lu Yuan looked at her, his heart softening a little. Chapter 5, Evolution Conditions. At the academy entrance, a jet-black, streamlined floating car was silently hovering half an inch above the ground. On the side of the car, there was an emblem engraved, a family crest formed by clouds and a sword, luxurious and elegant. The surrounding students cast envious glances but dared not get too close. This was the Yun family's car. Ah, Yuan, hurry up. Yun Qianqian unceremoniously grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and dragged him directly into the spacious and comfortable car. The car door closed automatically, completely cutting off the noise from the outside world. Lu Yuan leaned back in the soft leather seat, the faint fragrance of the girl mixing with the aroma from the car's air freshener filling his nose. This smell, he had been familiar with for 17 years. Since he was 1 year old, when his parents entrusted him to the Yun family, he had grown up in this environment. His parents and Yun Qianqian's parents, Yun Jintian and his wife Suyu, were close friends from the top academy, the North Underworld Beastmaster Academy. After graduation, Yun Jintian and his wife chose to venture out, using their extraordinary strength and skills to create the now powerful Yun family in Dragon Country. As for his parents, they stayed at the North Underworld Academy. Until the year he was 1, when his parents appeared for the last time at the Yun family, carrying him in their arms. Yun Jintian and Suyu, Yun Qianqian's parents, treated him as their own, never once neglecting him. But Lu Yuan knew deep down that the Yun family was not his true home. He was just an orphan entrusted to their care. Yun Jintian and his wife had always told him that his parents were great beast masters, and they had gone on a very important secret mission. But Lu Yuan knew that was just a kind lie. On a deep night when he was 6 years old, he got up to drink water and accidentally overheard a conversation between Yun Jintian and Suyu in the study. It's been 5 years, yet there's still no news from the North Underworld. That team from back then, I'm afraid they... Yun Jintian's voice was filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Don't say it. Little Yuan is still young, we can't let him know. Suyu's voice trembled with tears. From that day on, Lu Yuan understood. His parents might no longer be alive. The so-called mission might be a road with no return. And the place they last appeared, the North Sea Beastmaster Academy, became his only obsession. He must become a powerful Beastmaster, he must enter the highest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, to find the clues his parents left behind. Even if there is only 1 in 10,000 chance, he must prove it with his own hands. This was the fundamental reason why he couldn't accept summoning the glowing butterfly, why he couldn't accept becoming an ordinary person. It wasn't just about his own future, it carried the only hope of finding the truth. Beside him, Yun Shanxian tilted her head like a lazy little cat, resting on his shoulder, her small mouth murmuring softly, as if she was still defending him even in her dreams. No one is allowed to bully my Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at the serene sleeping face of the girl, her always bright peach blossom eyes now closed quietly. The weight in his heart quietly softened a corner, becoming gentle. Perhaps, the Yun family to him, was no longer just a place to be fostered. He reached out his hand, gently adjusting Yun Shanxian's slightly slipping head, making her rest more comfortably. After doing all this, he slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank deep into his mind. That ancient, illusory book appeared, floating in his spiritual world. The ancient, illusory book appeared again. Beastmaster, Lu Yuan. Rank, high-level Black Iron Beastmaster. Talent, Beast Mastery Illustrated Guide, Unique. Contracted Beasts, 1. Beast, First Light of Chaos. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, high-level Black Iron. Earlier, in the summoning hall, the situation was urgent, and he only had time to choose the evolution route, with no time to look at it carefully. At this moment, the illustrated guide's pages automatically turned, stopping at a new page. In the center of this page, the sacred outline of the first light of chaos was depicted, and purple gold light flowed across the page, as if it had life. And below the illustration of first light of chaos, an evolution route was now crystal clear. Evolution route, unique legend first light of chaos radiant Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the conditions required for evolution. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast's rank reaches silver level. 2. Evolution material, Holy Crystal, Epic, times 1. 3. Evolution material, Angel's Feather, Epic, times 1. As expected. Lu Yuan understood in his heart. The illustrated guide had already made it clear, only the first choice route for a contracted beast has no consumption. Each subsequent evolution requires meeting certain conditions. Silver level. This meant that the first light of chaos needed to cross from its current high-level Black Iron rank, through the peak of the copper rank's low, mid, high, and peak levels, before finally reaching the threshold of silver. This was a considerable challenge in itself. And those two materials made his eyelids twitch slightly. Epic. The rank divisions for both beasts and beastmasters are Black Iron, Copper, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Epic, and King. Materials are the same, and the rarity of epic level materials is enough to make even a diamond level strong person envy. Wanting the first light of chaos to evolve into radiant Holy Spirit was quite difficult. If it were anyone else, seeing these two words, they would probably be left at a loss, not knowing where to start. But Lu Yuan's eyes, instead, gleamed with a sharp light. Having a goal is better than having no direction. No matter how difficult, there is always a chance to achieve it. His thoughts then turned toward the Moonlight Forest 3 days later. Director Wang Zhen had said that the Moonlight stones produced there were highly effective for the growth of light attribute beasts. That would be the first stepping stone he prepared to push the first light of chaos toward silver rank. As for the epic level materials, Lu Yuan couldn't help but compromise. Are you kidding me? The Yun family is famous in the Dragon Kingdom, getting some epic level materials is no problem at all. Although it might seem a bit like eating soft food, it's free food, so why not? With a clear plan and thought in mind, Lu Yuan slowly withdrew his consciousness. The purple gold data stream deep in his pupils quietly faded, becoming deep once again. The hover car passed through the bustling streets of the North City, finally driving into a lush, tree-lined, heavily guarded top-tier villa area. The car smoothly stopped in front of a villa with a huge garden and training ground. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, and beside him, Yun Shanxian was sleeping soundly, a tiny bit of drool even hanging from the corner of her mouth, clearly having a sweet dream. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. He didn't wake her up but carefully opened the car door and stepped out first. As soon as he stood firm, the villa's door was pushed open. Yun Jintian's tall and imposing figure appeared at the doorway. Chapter 6, The Yun Family. Yun Jintian stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was just wearing casual home clothes, the aura of someone who had long been in a high position was like a mountain, exuding authority without anger. He looked at Lu Yuan, and on that face, which was usually stern, a smile spread. You kid, you really didn't disappoint me and your aunt. We've already watched the video of the summoning ritual. Lu Yuan met Yun Jintian's gaze, showing the respect a younger person should have for an elder. Uncle Yun. Before he could finish his words, a beautiful woman with a lingering charm quickly walked out of the villa. It was Yun Chanxian's mother, Su Yuli. Her eyes were slightly red. She immediately grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and carefully examined him from head to toe. You child. You really scared Aunt Yuli. Su Yuli's voice carried a tone of reproach mixed with fear. But there was more pride and joy. When that glowing butterfly appeared, your Uncle Yun and I almost crushed the communicator. Yun Jintian, standing aside, casually added, then she threw the communicator away, saying she was going to school to beat up that kid named Xin Xingyu. Nonsense. Su Yuli's face turned red, and she hit Yun Jintian lightly. Then she turned back to Lu Yuan, saying, Xiao Yuan, don't listen to him spouting nonsense. But you did a good job. I've always disliked that kid from the Shin family, following Xianxian around like a fly, so annoying. Watching this scene, Lu Yuan completely relaxed. There was no judgment, no probing, only the pure care and joy of family. Alright, stop standing at the door, Yun Jintian waved his hand, come inside and talk. Wait, Su Yuli suddenly remembered something, where's Qianqian? Lu Yuan turned back and saw Yun Qianqian still comfortably asleep in her seat. Su Yuli was instantly both amused and angry, this girl, she's too carefree. Xiao Yuan, don't mind her, let her sleep in the car. Maybe she'll catch a cold and it'll do her good. As she said this, she had already turned to go get a blanket. Yun Jintian looked at Lu Yuan with great interest, looks like today at school, this girl wore you out. You were protecting her and cheering her on. He paused, then changed the subject, his gaze becoming slightly deeper. Yuan, what did you say about your beast taming at school? Lu Yuan's heart tightened, knowing that the serious topic had come. He succinctly repeated the explanation to the principal about the mutation he had given. Yun Jintian listened quietly, not commenting. When Lu Yuan finished speaking, he slowly nodded, an awakening-type mutation? This explanation should be enough to deal with those old scholars at the academy. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Yun Jintian continued, the beast realm is vast and endless, miracles happen every day. Whether it's a mutation or an adventure, it's your own chance. He stepped forward, and that hand, which had once lifted the young him above his head countless times, now heavily rested on his shoulder, warm and solid. Every strong person has their own secret. You don't need to explain to anyone, including us. Just remember one thing, Yun Jintian's gaze became extremely serious. The road must be walked by yourself. But home will always be here. The Yun family will always be your support. Boom. These words were like a warm current, instantly breaking down the dam of living under someone else's roof in Lu Yuan's heart. For 18 years, he enjoyed the Yun family's rich material conditions, but he could never shake off that subtle sense of alienation deep in his heart. He was an orphan entrusted to them, a guest of the Yun family. But it was only at this moment that he truly understood. In Yun Jintian and Su Yueli's hearts, he had never been an outsider. Did you hear that, Xiao Yuan? Su Yueli came back holding a thin blanket, just in time to hear her husband's words. She smiled and gently rubbed Lu Yuan's hair, her actions incredibly affectionate. From now on, if anyone dares to ask you about the origin of your beast, you just call me Auntie, my Rose Firefox hasn't been out to play for a while. I think it's fine. Yun Jintian nodded. Lu Yuan looked at them, his eyes starting to get a bit warm. 1,000 words got stuck in his throat, and in the end, they all turned into a heavy nod. Mum. This heavy trust and protection, he would respond with his entire life. Alright, look at that girl, she's almost drooling all over the place. Su Yueli pointed to the car, breaking the somewhat sentimental atmosphere. Lu Yuan turned his head and smiled helplessly. He walked over, leaned down, and gently patted Yun Qianqian's cheek. Qianqian, wake up, we're home. Mum. Don't mess with me. Yun Qianqian scrunched her nose, muttering in her sleep, a Yuan, mine, no stealing. After speaking, she even smacked her lips. Lu Yuan. Yun Jintian and his wife were laughing outside. This girl, I think she's hopeless. Yun Jintian shook his head, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. Lu Yuan helplessly extended his arms, carefully passing through her knees and back, and securely picked her up in a princess carry. The girl's body was light, carrying a unique fragrance, softly resting in his arms. Perhaps having found a more comfortable pillow, she even adjusted her position, rubbing her little head against his chest and falling into a deeper sleep. Lu Yuan held her and got out of the car. Su Yueli quickly came forward, wrapped her daughter in the blanket, and while wrapping her, she quietly complained to Lu Yuan, it's all your Uncle Yun's fault, raising her like a boy since she was little, she has no girlish manners at all. Who would want her in the future? Lu Yuan lowered his head and glanced at the peaceful sleeping face of the girl in his arms, without saying a word. Yun Jintian cleared his throat, hands behind his back, and stepped toward the villa. His voice came from ahead, by the way, Xiao Yuan. Your primordial light has infinite potential, but to make it grow quickly, it needs a massive amount of resources. Don't worry about the resources, I'll send you some more money to buy advancement materials. 10 billion should be enough for a black iron level beast. 10 billion? Even Lu Yuan, with his calm temperament, was momentarily stunned by this number. What's wrong, too little? Yun Jintian turned around, raised an eyebrow, then how about 20 billion? Shanxian's Dark Ranger training is also this amount, we can't be unfair. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, suddenly remembering the thoughts he had in the car about living off someone. This soft rice was a bit too hardcore. He held the culprit in his arms. The mystery left by his parents, the secret of the Beastmaster's guide, the road to becoming a future powerhouse. Thank you, Uncle Yun, thank you, Auntie. Lu Yuan's voice was soft, but very sincere. He held Yun Shanxian and followed Yun Jintian and his wife into the brightly lit villa. When the heavy door slowly closed behind them, completely cutting off the outside world, Lu Yuan's heart only had one thought. He was home. Chapter 7, The Journey to the Secret Realm. 3 days later, at the special teleportation square on the east side of the academy. For this journey to the secret realm, the academy had cleared out the entire square, leaving only 3 people. They were the top 4 freshmen in this summoning ritual, apart from Xin Xingyu. Each one came from an extraordinary family, their expressions proud. The beast that followed closely beside was far from ordinary. In the center of the square, a girl in fiery red armor, with a high ponytail, was complaining impatiently to the person beside her. Who exactly is that Lu Yuan? He managed to take Xin Xingyu's spot and now we have to wait for him here? The girl's name was Qinyu, and the beast she summoned was a flame witch with 4-star potential, ranking second among the new students. Beside her, a boy gruffly spoke up, who cares who he is? I heard he's just a 1-star glowing butterfly mutant who defeated Xin Xingyu. It was just luck. He was Shirlei, ranked 3rd, with a earth bear of 3-star potential, known for its defense. Another person did not speak, but the expression on their face clearly agreed with this viewpoint. In their eyes, Lu Yuan was nothing but a lucky fool, very different from them, the geniuses, who had risen to the top based on real potential. At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the square, walking side by side. A man and a woman, it was Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Lu Yuan still wore his simple black casual clothes, his hands in his pockets. Yun Shanxian, on the other hand, was like a cheerful little bird, chattering away about something. When Yun Shanxian noticed the unfriendly gazes from the group in the square, she immediately pouted and linked arms with Lu Yuan, making a silent declaration of possession. Humph, finally here, Qinyu snorted, crossing her arms. Lu Yuan didn't even glance at her for more than half a second. He simply ignored them and looked toward the area in the center of the square, which was enveloped by rune energy. There, the space was twisting like ripples on water, clearly the entrance to the secret realm. This complete disregard for her maid Qinyu's expression darkened immediately. Hey! Are you Lu Yuan? She couldn't help but step forward, raising her voice. Only then did Lu Yuan turn his head. Is there something? I'm Qinyu, she proudly said, puffing out her chest. My flame which is also a high-tier black iron. When we enter the secret realm, I hope your light doesn't just purify some useless little dog. Her words were full of a biting tone. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Shanxian already acted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur standing on end. What are you saying? Can't you speak properly? She stood in front of Lu Yuan. My Yuan's primordial light isn't just about purifying little dogs. It can even purify you, a fire-breathing tigress. You! Qinyu's face turned red with anger, and the petite flame which beside her also ignited with flames. Yun Shanxian wasn't backing down. What? You want to fight? Fine, let my Dark Ranger come out and play with your little fire sprite. Qinyu's anger froze for a moment. The Dark Ranger, 5-star potential. The crushing gap in potential was something no amount of skill could bridge. As the atmosphere grew tense, the teaching director Wang Jin hurriedly arrived. Alright, we're all classmates here. We'll be entering the secret realm together soon, we must stick together. He tried to mediate, sweat beading on his forehead. These were all precious students of the academy, any one of them could not be offended. He walked to the front of the group, cleared his throat, and began to explain the precautions. The Moonlight Forest is a very unique beginner-level secret realm, with an environment that leans toward moonlight and shadow attributes. It is relatively safe during the day, but at night, the power of moonlight peaks, and many summoned beasts will become highly aggressive. Your main goal is to gather moonlight stones. These energy crystals are of great benefit to your summoned beast's growth at this stage. In addition, there may be rare spiritual plants and herbs in the secret realm. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own abilities. Remember, in the secret realm, malicious actions toward classmates are prohibited, but sparring is allowed. If you encounter danger that you cannot resolve, immediately crush this teleportation talisman in your hand. It will send you out immediately. Wang Jin handed out several jade tokens that emitted a faint glow to everyone. The portal will stabilize in 10 minutes. You may make your final preparations. After saying this, Wang Jin stepped aside, leaving the remaining time for these proud talents. Qin Yu shot a fierce glare at Yun Qianqian before turning to check her gear. Shirley began feeding energy blocks to his earth bear. Yun Qianqian also pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars from her spatial bracelet and eagerly handed them to Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, this is a high-level healing spray, this is an antidote, this is a stamina recovery pill, and this one is a concentrated nutrition bar. One bar lasts 3 days without hunger. She stuffed the items into Lu Yuan's arms, still rummaging through her things. Let me find it, I remember Dad also gave me some defense scrolls. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly as he looked at the pile of supplies in his arms that was nearly forming a small mountain. Any one of these items would be quite expensive outside, but Yun Qianqian was handing them to him like candy. That's enough, I have my own. Lu Yuan pressed down on her hand, which was still searching. You have? Yun Qianqian blinked, looking suspicious. Lu Yuan smiled but didn't explain. The 20 billion that Jin Tian had given him had already been partially used. Through the Yun family's channels, he had purchased equipment far superior to what Yun Qianqian had. However, he had stored it all in his own space. Even if he lived off her, a man couldn't really rely on a girl for everything. Yun Qianqian saw that Lu Yuan wasn't joking, so she pouted, reluctantly took back her things. But she still warned him anxiously, stay close to me once you go in. Got it? If even one hair is missing, I'll take it up with them when I come out. While speaking, she shot a fierce look at the other three. Qin Yu and the others twitched their mouths and simply turned their heads, choosing to pretend they didn't see. Lu Yuan ruffled her head and turned his gaze back to the increasingly stable spatial vortex. What puzzled him was that the Beastmaster's bestiary had appeared. The bestiary turned to a new page. Secret Realm, Moonlight Forest. Attributes, Light, Dark, Wood. Core output, Moonstone, Rare, Shadow Grass, Rare, Starlight Wood, Epic, extremely low probability of appearing in core areas. Area Danger Level Assessment, Periphery, Low, Middle, Moderate, Core, High Risk. Bestiary hint, at the bottom of the Moonlight Lake in the core area of the Secret Realm, there is suspected to be a high-purity light energy source, which is of great benefit to primal light. High-purity light energy source. The Beastmaster's bestiary actually had this effect. Buzz. At that moment, the spatial vortex ahead suddenly trembled, stabilizing completely and transforming into a magnificent door, 10 meters tall. Behind the door was a completely different landscape, with towering ancient trees and flowing moonlight like water faintly visible. The entrance has opened. Duration is 7 days. Good luck. Wang Jin's voice rang in everyone's ears. Let's go. Qin Yu was the first to respond, without hesitation, leading her fiery witch through the portal. Her figure instantly disappeared. Shirley and the other person quickly followed, afraid that if they were a step too slow, someone else would snatch the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were left on the square. Let's go too, said Lu Yuan. Yun Qianqian nodded heavily, taking the initiative to hold Lu Yuan's hand. Ah Yuan, hold tight, we can't be separated. Lu Yuan grasped her hand in return. The two of them stood side by side and stepped into the portal. Chapter 8, Instant Kill. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over them, and the scenery before them changed rapidly. The next second, the feeling of solid ground returned, and the fresh scent of plants mixed with a touch of cool moonlight energy came rushing at them. They had already entered a vast forest. The trees here were exceptionally tall. The enormous tree canopy nearly blocked out the entire sky, with only slivers of silver moonlight falling through the gaps in the branches and leaves, creating dappled light spots on the forest floor. The entire world was quiet and beautiful, like a fairy tale wonderland. Wow, so beautiful. Yun Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim, curiously looking around. Lu Yuan, however, immediately spread out his spiritual power. His brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong, Ah Yuan? Yun Qianqian instantly sensed his unease. Others are not here. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. It seemed that this space had a random teleportation mechanism, and the 5 of them had been sent to different locations. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianqian, instead of becoming nervous, brightened up. She shook the hands tightly held between them and said with a grin. Isn't that better? This way, no one will disturb us. Her tone was full of the secret joy of a world shared by the 2 of them. However, just as her words fell. Rustle, rustle. A faint sound of friction came from the bushes behind them. A creature, its body covered in dark green scales, with a silver horn growing from its head, resembling a leopard, silently stepped out from the shadows. Its eerie green vertical pupils locked onto Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, filled with cold killing intent. Lu Yuan looked at the beast, and the Beastmaster encyclopedia suddenly flipped open to a page. Beastmaster, Moon Shadow Leopard. Potential, 2 stars. Tier, Black Iron Intermediate. Encyclopedia tip, extremely skilled in stealth and ambush, its horn can shoot moonlight blades, a common predator on the outskirts of the Moonlight Forest. Yun Qianqian's smile instantly vanished. Humph, you blind thing, perfect for warming up with the Dark Ranger you gave me. She was about to summon her beast, but Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop her. No need. Lu Yuan said flatly, looking at the Moon Shadow Leopard that had already begun to crouch, preparing to pounce. A creature like this doesn't need your ranger to deal with it. His thoughts stirred. A soft and sacred purple golden light gently appeared at his shoulder. Yun Qianqian, who had been about to summon her beast, paused in her movements. She turned her head, her sparkling peach blossom eyes filled with confusion and concern. Ah, Yuan? But the Moon Shadow Leopard's strength should be at the Black Iron Intermediate, and it's incredibly fast. She knew that Lu Yuan's primordial light was powerful, but it should also only be Black Iron Intermediate in strength. The reason he could instantly kill the Hellhound was that it was the same tier and had a weakness against his attributes. Although the Moon Shadow Leopard in front of them was also shadow-based, its speed was incredibly fast, and the primordial light might not defeat it so easily. Lu Yuan didn't explain much and gave her a reassuring glance. That glance seemed to carry magic. Yun Qianqian couldn't quite say the words that were on her tongue. For some reason, she swallowed them back and chose to trust him unconditionally. Roar! The Moon Shadow Leopard on the opposite side clearly didn't have so much patience. It regarded the exchanged looks between Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian as a disrespect to it, the top predator. It let out a low growl, its limbs suddenly exerting force, and its body instantly turned into a green-black blur. Slinking close to the ground, it pounced toward Lu Yuan's flank in a sharp, bizarre arc. Its figure flickered in and out of the dappled shadows of the forest, moving so fast that the human eye could barely follow. Be careful! Yun Qianqian's heart instantly rose to her throat. At the moment the Moon Shadow Leopard was about to leap out from the shadow of a giant tree, the purple golden light beside Lu Yuan's shoulder, called Primordial Light, only dimly flickered. Voo! There was no earth-shattering sound. An invisible ripple spread out from the Primordial Light, like a ripple on water. The sacred light, existing as a domain. In an instant, within 100 meters, all the shadows created by the canopy were as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand. Those dappled, dim corners. A warm and majestic purple gold light completely illuminated, penetrated, and purified. The whole world was bright as day. The Moon Shadow Leopard, about to launch a deadly attack using the shadows, suddenly froze, stumbling out of its swift stealth state, exposed to the unguarded light. The ferocity and cunning in its eyes were instantly replaced by a primal fear and confusion. Where is the shadow? Its stealthy talent, which it relied on to survive and take pride in, was of no use in this sacred realm of light. It felt like an assassin stripped of clothes, standing naked in front of the enemy, with every advantage gone. This Yun Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, covering her little mouth. She knew that light counters darkness, but she never imagined this counter would be so overwhelming. This was no longer a simple skill clash, it was a crushing of the laws. It directly stripped away the opponent's living environment. Roar! The Moon Shadow Leopard fell into complete panic, abandoning the thought of close-quarters combat, and suddenly opened its mouth, the silver horn on its head gleaming brightly. A crescent-shaped silver energy blade, with a piercing scream that ripped through the air, shot towards Lu Yuan's face. Moonlight Blade! The Moon Shadow Leopard's strongest ranged attack. Facing this deadly strike capable of cutting through steel plates. His thoughts, through the soul contract, issued a second command to the Primordial Light. Judgment of Light. The outline composed of light from the Primordial Light moved slightly, condensing into a spear, and threw it at the aggressive Moonlight Blade. It did not have the grand momentum of the Moonlight Blade, nor any energy fluctuations, but simply floated towards it. Under Yun Qianqian's tense gaze, the spear and the fierce Moonlight Blade collided violently in mid-air. The expected violent explosion did not occur. Puff! A soft sound like a bubble being popped. The Moonlight Blade began to dissolve rapidly upon contact with the purple gold light. And the spear, after purifying the Moonlight Blade, emitted no dimness, maintaining its speed, tracing a straight trajectory, and instantly pierced into the Moon Shadow Leopard's forehead. Woo! The Moon Shadow Leopard's body twitched violently, its forward momentum abruptly stopping. The fear and rage in its eyes quickly faded away. Then, its agile body began to disintegrate from the inside, turning into flickering silver specks of light, drifting in the wind. It took no more than a few seconds. A Black Iron mid-tier elite predator was completely erased. Only a silver horn, softly glowing, and a fist-sized dark green crystal, emitting weak energy fluctuations, remained in the spot. The entire forest returned to tranquility once again. Yun Shanshan stared blankly at this scene, and after several seconds, suddenly reacted. Wow! Ah, Yuan. You are so cool. The girl's exclamation broke the silence. Yun Shanshan rushed over and tightly hugged Lu Yuan's arm, shaking it vigorously. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with admiration and pride. That light! It instantly made all the shadows disappear. And that little light point, whoosh, puff, that big bad guy is gone. She gestured excitedly, her tone filled with more joy than if she had one herself. Lu Yuan let her hang on him, a helpless smile appearing on his face. He stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the horn and crystal from the ground. Moonshadow Leopard's horn, black iron, contains pure moonlight energy, can provide a small amount of energy for light attribute Beastmasters, or is a good material for crafting moonlight attribute wands or equipment. The harvest was quite good. Poof. At this moment, Lu Yuan heard a small grunt beside him. He turned his head to see Yun Shanshan puffing out her cheeks, looking at him with some dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked. I promised to protect you. In the end, I did nothing, and the battle is over, the girl complained. You make me, as your guard, feel very embarrassed. Lu Yuan was amused by her appearance and reached out to rub her head. Okay, next time, I will definitely let you take part. That's more like it. Yun Shanshan nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yuan casually stored the loot into his storage space, then looked up towards the depths of the forest. According to the map's hints, the Moonlight Lake should be in this direction. Let's go, the Moonlight stones here are too low in quality, not worth much, he said. Yun Shanshan was taken aback. Huh? Aren't we collecting Moonlight stones? Didn't Director Wang say this is very important? There are better things waiting for us. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful arc. He didn't explain much, just took Yun Shanshan's hand and walked deeper into the forest. Better things? What is it? Yun Shanshan asked curiously. Something that would make your Dark Ranger envious. Really? The girl's eyes instantly lit up. Let's go, let's hurry. The girl who had just complained about not getting a chance now tossed aside the thought of protecting Lu Yuan. Her mind was filled with treasures that would make her precious beast envious, and her steps pulling Lu Yuan became lighter. The two of them quickly disappeared into the quiet forest shrouded in moonlight. Not long after they left, Xin Yu's fiery red figure, accompanied by her flame sorceress, appeared in this clearing. She looked at the remaining purifying aura on the ground, still not completely dissipated, and the obvious energy residue belonging to the Moonshadow Leopard. Her brows furrowed tightly. Such a tyrannical energy presence, a battle just happened here. She crouched down, pinched a bit of soil, and sniffed it at her nose. It's the Moonshadow Leopard, and the battle ended very quickly, almost in an instant. To be able to kill the Black Iron mid-level Moonshadow Leopard in an instant, its strength must be at least Black Iron high-level, or even peak. Could it be that Yun Shanshan's Dark Ranger made a move? Xin Yu murmured. She couldn't think of any other possibilities. In her eyes, Lu Yuan's light mass, which mutated from a luminous butterfly, clearly didn't have this kind of power. Oof, relying on a woman. Xin Yu stood up, her face full of disdain. Chapter 9, Yun Shanshan takes action. In the depths of the moonlight forest, the light became increasingly dim. The towering ancient trees intertwined their branches and leaves. In the air, the concentration of energy clearly increased. Yuan, what exactly is that light mass of yours? What skill is it? Yun Shanshan, like a curious lark, followed closely beside Lu Yuan and had asked at least 10 times. The scene of annihilating the Moonshadow Leopard had left her immensely shocked. She knew Lu Yuan's beast was special, but she didn't expect it to be this absurdly powerful. Lu Yuan was somewhat overwhelmed by her questions, so he could only answer vaguely. It's a kind of domain suppression. Domain? So powerful? Does that mean that as long as your light mass is present, all the bad guys who play with shadows will be completely suppressed? Pretty much. Lu Yuan nodded. The Holy Light's purifying domain is indeed the absolute nemesis of all darkness, undead, curses, and other negative attributes. Hee, that's great. Yun Shanshan happily hooked her arm around Lu Yuan's. Now the two of us, one light and one dark, are simply invincible in the world. As she spoke, she suddenly let go, running ahead in a pretend manner. Shoo. Don't make a sound, I'll scout ahead. We agreed that the next fight is mine. Lu Yuan looked at her professional scouting posture and felt like laughing but still nodded in cooperation. He watched as Yun Shanshan crouched down, tiptoeing carefully to part a cluster of ferns that were half her height. A what? A fluffy, three-tailed little white fox was lying behind the ferns, sound asleep. Was startled by her, he suddenly raised his head and looked at her with sleepy eyes. One person and one fox, their eyes met. The air froze for a second. Ah! There's an ambush! Yun Shanshan let out a cute scream, reflexively jumping back a step and striking a fighting pose. The three-tailed little white fox was so frightened by her that it trembled all over, its three tails fluffed up, letting out a more aggrieved whoop before turning and vanishing into the forest like a white shadow. Lu Yuan stepped forward and patted her head with resignation, seeing Yun Qianqian still looking vigilant. That was a low-tier black iron beast, a three-tailed spirit fox, herbivorous, and its courage is smaller than a rabbit's. Yun Qianqian's pretty face instantly flushed, turning red from her ears down to her neck. Embarrassed, she lowered her hands and muttered softly, I was strategically retreating to figure out the enemy's details. Lu Yuan didn't expose her, only sweeping his gaze around, his expression gradually becoming serious. Alright, enough play. This time, something really is coming. As soon as his words fell. A whoa! Several fierce wolf howls erupted simultaneously from the shadows all around. 3 robust, completely black giant wolves with glowing green eyes silently stepped out of the shadows of the trees, surrounding the two. Each of their steps fell into the shadows, as if they had merged with the darkness. Lu Yuan's beast information automatically appeared. Beast, Shadow Wolf. Potential, 2 stars. Tier, mid-tier black iron. Information, a social creature, skilled at using shadows for cooperative hunting, with claws that carry shadow energy that can erode the life force of its prey. 3 mid-tier black iron. Yun Qianqian's expression turned serious, but her eyes were filled with eager excitement. She could finally show her skills. Yuan, step back and watch me. The girl's voice was clear and confident as she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lu Yuan. With a thought, she called out, "Come forth, Dark Ranger." A tall figure completely made of shadow energy slowly rose up. It was a humanoid creature matching an adult's height, cloaked in a robe woven from flowing shadows. Its face was obscured, only showing 2 points of crimson light from beneath the hood, like bloody stars in the night. In its hands were black short blades made of pure shadow energy, and it had a long bow slung across its back. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, high-tier black iron. Information, an ultimate shadow assassin, a natural king of the night. Go! Yun Qianqian commanded. The Dark Ranger's figure instantly melted into a patch of ground shadow, disappearing from view. The lead wolf seemed to sense the danger and let out a cautious howl to the sky. But it was already too late. Puff, Shadow Wolf shuddered as shadow suddenly rides behind it, the Dark Ranger's form materializing like a ghost. The blades in its hands became a blood-red cross, precisely slicing through the Shadow Wolf's neck. The massive wolf head flew into the air. Not even a scream escaped its mouth before its body crashed to the ground. 1 strike, 1 kill. The Dark Ranger's form once again sunk into the shadows as if it had never appeared. The remaining 2 shadow wolves immediately fell into a frenzy, howling wildly in the surroundings, attempting to locate the hidden enemy. But their proud shadow stealth was so clumsy in front of the Dark Ranger. Puff! Puff! Blood-red cold light continuously flashed within the shadows. With each flash, a shadow wolf would fall. The Dark Ranger's attacks were precise and lethal, without any unnecessary movements. It was like a top artist, using the lives of its enemies to portray the art of death. In less than 30 seconds, the 3 mid-tier black iron shadow wolves all perish. The whole process was smooth and flowing. The figure of the Dark Ranger reformed beside Yun Qianqian, kneeling on one knee, one hand on its chest, elegantly bowing to its master, then turned into light spots and returned to the contract space. Done. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands with pride. How was it? My Dark Ranger, isn't it super cool? However, the praise she anticipated did not come immediately. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the corpse of one of the shadow wolves, his brow slightly raised. He quickly walked forward, crouched down, and dug out a black crystal the size of a fingernail from the wolf's heart. Shadow Wolf King's crystal core, bronze. Only one Wolf King can be born among 1,000 shadow wolves, and its crystal core contains the purest source of shadow power, which can enhance the strength of shadow-type beast tamers or forge equipment. This was an unexpected joy. Yun Qianqian watched Lu Yuan concentrate on examining that piece of broken stone, completely ignoring her, and her face that sought praise instantly fell. She puffed her cheeks like a little pufferfish, walked over, and lightly kicked Lu Yuan's leg with her toes. Hoof. Lu Yuan looked up and saw her pouting expression. Only then did he realize he seemed to have neglected this great contributor. Are these dead wolves really more impressive than my wonderful performance? The girl's voice carried a hint of little grievance. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her look. He stood up and handed the crystal core to her, trying to please her. I was just thinking about what trophy to use to reward our brave and fearless hero Yun Qianqian. Yun Qianqian was stunned, looking at the crystal core that emitted pure energy. Her cheeks began to flush again. Is this for me? Of course, Lu Yuan stuffed the crystal core into her hand. Your Dark Ranger will surely love this gift. Yun Qianqian's small hand held the warm crystal core. Her momentary frustrations vanished, replaced by pure sweetness. She happily tucked the crystal core away. Then she couldn't help but move closer to Lu Yuan and quietly ask, "So, was my performance really very brave?" Lu Yuan looked at her eyes that had brightened again and seriously nodded. "Yes, very cool." These two words made the girl's smile shine brighter than the moonlight in the forest. "Then let's hurry. Let's find the next treasure that needs rescuing by this hero." Lu Yuan laughed and took her hand, continuing deeper into the forest. The two journeyed for about half an hour when the scenery ahead opened up. A vast lake appeared before their eyes. The lake water was entirely silver, and above the lake surface was a curtain of stars. The moonlight energy, rich to the point of near liquefaction, draped over the entire lake like a light veil, making everything here seem dreamlike. Moonlight Lake. They had finally reached the core area of this secret realm. And just as they stepped out of the forest, Lu Yuan saw that on the opposite shore of the lake, Xinyu and Shirley's two groups had also just arrived. Not only that, in the very center of the lake, on an island, a small tree radiating silver light, nourished by moonlight, was stretching its branches and leaves. On that small tree hung two fruit the size of fists. Chapter 10 Starfruit. Starfruit, epic, blooms for 100 years, bears fruit for 100 years, ripens for 100 years, after consumption, can enhance the potential of beasts below the golden rank, effective for any attribute beast. The little tree on the island was just over a meter tall, yet it seemed like the only one in the central lake. The two fruits hanging on the tree flowed with starlight. Epic-grade heavenly materials and treasures, Starfruit. A treasure that would make platinum-level powerhouses scream in agony was now laid out before them. Starfruit. A voice filled with greedy laughter broke the dead silence. Xinyu's eyes were now filled with burning desire. She licked her lips, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, as if she couldn't see them at all. Yun Shanshan, Lu Yuan, consider yourselves lucky to witness such a treasure. She raised her chin proudly. Now, leave immediately. These two starfruits are mine and Shirley's. Shirley beside her didn't speak, just took a step forward. The earth bear let out a low growl. You want them? Who do you think you are? Yun Shanshan erupted on the spot, directly shielding Lu Yuan behind her. Items in the secret realm belong to whoever gets them first. We discovered these first. Yun Shanshan, don't push your luck. Xinyu's expression darkened. I know your Dark Ranger has 5-star potential, but it's only a high-end black iron now. Do you really think you can gain an advantage against Shirley and me? Furthermore, Xinyu's gaze turned to Lu Yuan. You still have to carry such a burden. What can that light of his do besides shine? Say that again. Yun Shanshan's face turned red with anger. But Lu Yuan gently pressed her shoulder. Yun Shanshan was taken aback and looked back at him. Seeing Lu Yuan's face showed no tension, he even smiled at Yun Shanshan, signaling her to stay calm. This calm demeanor made Xinyu and Shirley on the opposite side feel inexplicably annoyed. What are you pretending for? Hey, Lu, hiding behind a woman isn't a skill. Shirley mocked. If you have guts, step out yourself. Sure, Lu Yuan replied, stepping out from behind Yun Shanshan. Since you want it so badly, go ahead and take it. What? Xinyu was stunned. Shirley frowned, not understanding what Lu Yuan was up to. What? Afraid? Lu Yuan's tone carried a taunt. An epic treasure right in front of you, easily within reach, you aren't scared, are you? Nonsense. I'm not afraid of anything. Xinyu was enraged by his attitude. She snorted coldly and ordered the flame witch beside her. Go! Bring me the fruit from that tree. The petite flame witch's body burst into flames, turning into a fire line, charging straight for the island in the lake. However, just as it was about to touch the silvery lake water. Hiss! The surface of the lake seemed to come alive, and silver chains made of energy shot out from the water, instantly binding the flame witch. Kia! The flame witch let out a piercing scream, its flames dimming and extinguishing the moment they touched the silver chains. How could this happen? Xinyu's face changed drastically. She could feel her beast's energy being crazily drained by the lake water. Come back, she ordered urgently. But the silver chains were incredibly strong, and no matter how the flame witch struggled, they wouldn't budge. Earth Bear, Rock Spike. Shirley reacted quickly, immediately commanding his beast to rescue. The Earth Bear stomped fiercely, and several sharp stone spikes rose from the ground near the lake, crashing violently into those chains. However, these spikes, capable of piercing steel plates, turned to dust as soon as they hit the chains. Useless. Lu Yuan's voice reached Xinyu and Shirley's ears at that moment. This Moonlight Lake is, in itself, a natural energy field. Any energy body that does not belong to the light attribute will be treated as an invader and suppressed and devoured once it approaches. The more violent your attack, the stronger the backlash will be. What Lu Yuan said was the answer given by the Beastmaster's manual. Xinyu and Shirley's faces turned extremely ugly. they finally understood that they had been played by Lu Yuan from the very beginning. You knew all along? Xinyu pointed at Lu Yuan, shaking with anger. I warned you earlier, you just wouldn't listen. Lu Yuan shrugged, looking innocent. Ha ha ha. Yun Qianqian beside finally couldn't hold back. Laughter broke out. Oh dear, some people are really simple-minded and not very developed in body. My Yuan asked her to go fetch it, and she actually went. You. Xinyu was so angry she almost spat out blood. Yuan, what should we do now? Yun Qianqian laughed enough and then leaned closer to Lu Yuan. Although she firmly believed that Lu Yuan must have a way, she still couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the side of his shoulder at the quietly floating light of primordial beginning. With his will, through the power of contract, he gave a command. In the next second, the outline of the light of primordial beginning moved slightly. Buzz. A soft purple-gold halo spread out from it. This halo caused ripples to dance on the silvery lake water. Then, miraculously, the once violent Moonlight Lake calmed down. The silver chains binding the flame which instantly loosened and gently retreated into the water. After the flame which was saved, she immediately returned to Qinyu's side, her flames now dim and almost non-existent. Before they could recover from their shock. On the calm lake surface, a small bridge made entirely of solidified moonlight extended straight from under Lu Yuan's feet to the island in the lake center. The entire process was filled with a sacred and harmonious beauty. How is this possible? Lei stammered. Xinyu stood frozen in place. Her flame which was seen as a mortal enemy. Yet Lu Yuan's light orb could make this lake bow down and willingly pave the way for him? What kind of Beastmaster is this? Lu Yuan did not look at them again. He took the hand of Yun Qianqian, who looked at him with admiration, and stepped onto the Moonlight Bridge. The two walked side by side, as if walking on solid ground, step by step moving toward the epic treasure within reach. On the lakeshore, Xinyu and Lei could only watch, even lacking the strength to feel jealous. In the face of absolute, incomprehensible power, any small thought seemed pale and ridiculous. Lu Yuan walked up to the star tree and reached out to pick two fruits. The fruits were warm to the touch, and a tremendous energy flowed in his palm. Without any hesitation, he casually handed one to Yun Qianqian beside him. For me? Yun Qianqian was momentarily stunned, instinctively waving her hand. No, this is what you got, I did nothing. Take it, your Dark Ranger will need it after the advancement. She looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, no longer able to utter any words of refusal, and obediently accepted the starfruit. Then, okay. The girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her little face slightly flushed. Thank you, Yuan. Silly. Lu Yuan patted her head and put away the remaining fruit. This one, he intended to give to the light of primordial beginning. After finishing all this, the two turned and walked back along the Moonlight Bridge. When they returned to the shore, the bridge quietly disappeared, and the Moonlight Lake returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian could hardly be bothered to look at the two again and headed straight in the direction of the forest. Yuan, where are we going now? To the bottom of the lake. Chapter 11 Heart of the Moonlight Lake. To the bottom of the lake. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but it left Yun Qianqian, who had just tucked away the starfruit, in shock. Go, to the bottom of the lake? Pointing at the shimmering lake that radiated a powerful energy suppression. How do we get there? The lake water is strange, Qinyu's flame which almost got swallowed just now. It won't hurt us. Lu Yuan said and pulled her to the lake's edge. Retreating into the forest, Xinyu and Lei watched as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian took away the epic starfruit, and now they were going to explore the Moonlight Lake, which they could not even get close to. This wasn't just a matter of strength difference. What kind of monster did he contract with? Xinyu's voice was dry. Lei remained silent for a long time. It seems we have messed with the wrong person. By the lake, Lu Yuan completely ignored the two people. His mind connected once again with the primordial light at his side. This time, he issued a command. Buzz. The purple-golden glow of the primordial light suddenly intensified, and invisible yet supreme pressure descended, like a king arriving, instantly enveloping the entire Moonlight Lake. The lake water began to surge violently. But this surge was not chaotic, rather it was a form of submission. In Yun Qianqian's shocked gaze, the lake water before them seemed to be split apart by an invisible sword. The silver lake water rose high to both sides, forming two towering walls of water several dozen meters high, as if bound by a mysterious force. Not a single drop fell. A path paved with colorful crystals from the lake bottom appeared under their feet, leading deeper into the heart of the lake. The entire scene was like a miracle. Oh my god, Yun Qianqian felt that the shocks she experienced today were more than the past 17 years combined. But Lu Yuan held her hand and walked onto the newly opened path. Stay close to me. Oh, oh. Yun Shanxian finally came to her senses. The two walked on the lake bottom that had been divided, with flowing silver water walls on both sides. They could even see clearly the various strange light elemental creatures swimming in the water, curiously observing the two visitors, but not daring to come closer. The deeper they walked into the lake, the more intense the energy of the light elements grew. After about 100 meters, Lu Yuan stopped. Before them, at the very center of the lake bottom, a heart-shaped crystal, about the size of a house, was embedded in the earth's veins. The crystal was entirely a pure glassy color. With each slight pulse, it caused the energy of the entire lake to ebb and flow. This was what the Beast Control Codex indicated, the high-purity light attribute energy source, the heart of Moonlight Lake. Wow! Yun Shanxian was once again stunned by the sight before her. Yuan, is this what you call something better? Lu Yuan nodded, releasing Yun Shanxian's hand. Wait for me here, don't come close. After saying that, he walked alone toward the giant crystal heart. As he approached, the light radiating from the primordial light grew even brighter, resonating with the heartbeat frequency of the lake's crystal, gradually reaching a mysterious harmony. Buzz! 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 When Lu Yuan's hand gently touched the surface of the crystal heart, an unexpected change occurred. The entire crystal heart illuminated brilliantly, a thick pure light beam shot into the sky, instantly enveloping Lu Yuan in the primordial light completely. Yuan! Yun Shanxian's heart jumped, her little face drained of color. Without thinking, she was about to summon the Dark Ranger to rush over. But a gentle yet irresistible force firmly held her back outside the light beam. Inside the beam, Lu Yuan remained calm. He could feel waves of vast energy pouring into the primordial light through his body like a raging sea. He was like a converter, a gate for energy. Beast Control, Primordial Light is absorbing high-purity energy source, heart of Moonlight Lake. Absorption progress, 10%, 30%, 70%. Warning! Energy too vast, Master's body has reached the limit. Lu Yuan groaned, feeling as if his entire body was about to burst, beads of blood even oozed from his skin. But his eyes remained resolute. He knew this was both an opportunity and a test. He still needed to go to Binding Academy to find his parents. How could he let this hold him back? Give me absorb! He roared in his heart. The primordial light seemed to sense its master's will and emitted a clear sound. The speed of absorption suddenly accelerated. Absorption progress, 100%. Primordial light, rank has been elevated. Iron Black High Tier, Iron Black Peak. Breaking through rank barriers, breakthrough successful. Primordial light, rank has been elevated. Bronze Low Tier. Boom! A presence far more sacred than before erupted from the beam. Lu Yuan also received the rewards of Beast Mastery advancement. The light beam slowly dissipated. Lu Yuan's figure reappeared. And beside his shoulder, the form of the primal light also underwent subtle changes. It was originally just a mass of purple gold light. But at this moment, a blurry human-shaped outline faintly formed in the center of the light mass. Behind it spread a pair of wings made entirely of light particles, slightly ethereal. Though still immature, the sense of holiness and majesty was already more than 10 times stronger than before. Beast Mastery, Primal Light. Potential, for stars, each major advancement will drop 1 star, cannot advance after reaching 1 star. Rank, Low Bronze. Newly understood skills, Light Wings, can fly at high speed for a short time. Holy Light Guardian, grants a shield to allies that can absorb damage. Yuan. Are you okay? Yun Shanxian rushed over at the first moment, and seeing the bloodstains on him, her eyes turned red instantly, her voice choked with tears. She hurriedly took out a high-grade healing spray from her space ring and sprayed it on Lu Yuan in a flurry. I'm fine. Lu Yuan grabbed her hand. He transferred a pure energy into her. This is... Yun Shanxian was stunned. She could feel that this energy was passing through her body and being delivered to the Dark Ranger in the contracted space. The Dark Ranger's power rapidly increased, with faint signs of breaking through to the peak of the Black Iron rank. This is the energy of the heart of Moonlight Lake, I'm giving you a bit. Lu Yuan smiled. Having absorbed such immense energy, the remaining part after the Primal Light's promotion was no longer needed. He directly handed a portion to Yun Shanxian to enhance her Dark Game's power. This is too unfair. Yun Shanxian felt the Dark Ranger's enhancement and became cheerful. Other people's Beast Masters are rewarded by their beasts. But with Lu Yuan, how did it turn into the master crazily feeding the beast? And could also feed others' beasts? Let's go, there's no need to stay here any longer. Lu Yuan glanced at the heart of Moonlight Lake, which had dimmed considerably, changing from a glazed color to ordinary crystal color, and turned to pull Yun Shanxian away. When they returned to the shore, the lake water that had been separated roared together, stirring up a sky full of water splashes. However, this lake had already lost its previous mysterious energy, turning into a body of weak capable water. The core power of this secret realm had been largely taken away by Lu Yuan. Yuan, where are we going now? Should we continue treasure hunting? Yun Shanxian's excitement hadn't faded. No. Lu Yuan shook his head, glancing at the teleportation jade symbol in his hand. It's time to leave. This trip to the secret realm had yielded far more than expected. The star fruit was in hand, the primal light had been promoted to bronze, and he had also grasped several useful functions of the Beast Mastery Handbook. Staying any longer wouldn't hold much significance. Oh, all right. Yun Shanxian obediently nodded. I will follow your lead. Lu Yuan smiled, crushing the jade symbol in his hand. The two figures were instantly enveloped by a white light, disappearing from their original spot. Chapter 12, Using the Starfruit. As the white light faded, the unique sensation of spatial distortion from the teleportation array slowly vanished. The cool and moist air of the Moonlight forest was replaced by the dry wind of the Academy Square. The noise of the real world echoed once again in their ears. We are back. Yun Shanxian blinked, looking at the familiar square. Lu Yuan's gaze immediately swept around, finding the square empty. He turned his head and whispered in Yun Shanxian's ear, in a voice only they could hear, do not mention the starfruit to anyone. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures can bring trouble. An epic-grade treasure is enough to make countless people envious. Yun Shanxian quickly understood. Her face was full of I understand expression. What Yuan said was all correct. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the edge of the square. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian. You guys are out so quickly. Wang Zhen ran over. How is it? Are you hurt? Was everything smooth in the secret realm? His gaze swept back and forth over the two of them. Director Wang, we are fine. Lu Yuan nodded calmly. This trip was very fruitful, thank you for the opportunity given by the Academy. Great, as long as you're okay. Wang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. You two are the future of our Academy, you can't have any accidents. He cautiously asked, so how did the harvest go? How was the collection of the Moonlight stones? Yun Shanxian wanted to show off, but at the tip of her tongue remembered Lu Yuan's reminder, showing an expression of what else is there to say. Lu Yuan smiled, we collected some Moonlight stones, and encountered some other opportunities. Overall, it was worth our while. Ha ha ha, good. As long as it was worth it. Wang Zhen felt relieved upon hearing this. If someone like Lu Yuan, with such a calm demeanor, said it was worth our while, then the harvest was definitely not small. He didn't ask more questions about the harvest and switched the topic. Since you're back, you should rest well. The secret realm trip takes a huge toll on your mind, and you need time to digest and settle your gains. By the way, how do you feel about your beasts? What he was most concerned about were the growth of these two great Buddha's beasts. Yun Shanxian finally found something to boast about. My Dark Ranger feels like it's about to break through to the Black Iron Peak. Oh? So fast. Wang Zhen's eyes brightened. He then turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not hide anything, after all, levels like this couldn't be concealed. My primordial light has fortunately broken through to the bronze level. Bronze level? It had only been a few days? From high-rank black iron, crossing the peak, directly breaking through the large-level barrier and rising to low-rank bronze? Even if it was a 5-star potential beast, with abundant resources, it couldn't be this fast, right? Mutation, it really is a mutation. He could only use this reason to explain everything in front of him. Good, very good. Wang Zhen appeared extremely excited. If the principal knows this news, he will definitely be very happy. Buzz. At this moment, the transmission array behind them lit up again. Two figures stumbled out of the light gate, and they were Qinyu and Shirley. At this moment, both of them had lost all the pride and sharpness they had when they entered. Qinyu's face was pale, her flame sorceress was also listless. Shirley fared no better, he and his earth bear were both looking downcast. As soon as they came out, they saw Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian chatting happily with Wang Zhen. Their eyes met. They were looking haggard, while the others looked radiant. They had little gains, while the others returned fully loaded. That feeling of being crushed to the point where even envy could not arise surged in their hearts. Xinyu bit her lip, silently recalled her beast, lowered her head, and quickly left the square from the other side. Shirley forced a smile at Wang Zhen and also quickly departed. Wang Zhen watched them leave and shook his head slightly, understanding in his heart. It seemed that the biggest winner of this secret realm trip was already without a doubt. Alright, you two should head back as well. Next, you need to focus on preparing for the National Joint Entrance Exam for Beast Academies in 2 months, that is your true stage. Thank you, Director, we understand. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian bid farewell to Wang Zhen and walked out of the square side by side. It was still that floating vehicle from the Yun family. The door closed, cutting off everything from the outside. Pooh ha ha. Yun Shanshan could no longer hold back her laughter and fell back on the soft seat, her two delicate legs kicking wildly in the air. Yuan, did you see Qin Yu's face just now? It was as black as a pot's bottom. So satisfying. She laughed until tears almost came out. Lu Yuan looked at her carefree demeanor and shook his head with a smile. After Yun Shanshan laughed enough, she scooted over and sat next to Lu Yuan like a little cat. Are we going to prepare for the exam next? Lu Yuan nodded. The National Beastmaster Academy Joint Admission Exam is the first leap for all Beastmasters. Passing the exam consists of score matches and arena matches, which determine which higher institution we can enter. And his goal, from the very beginning, has always been the same. Beiming Monster Tamer Academy. There, perhaps, are clues left by his parents. Then we must take the exam together. Yun Shanshan clenched her fist. I want to be classmates with a Yuan for a lifetime. All right. Lu Yuan rubbed her head. He opened his hand, and the star fruit that belonged to him lay quietly in his palm. Yun Shanshan also took out her own star fruit from her space bracelet. Yuan, do we really have to use this now? Yun Shanshan said reluctantly. This is an epic-level treasure, it feels wasteful to just eat it like this. A treasure is only a treasure when it is used. Lu Yuan said. Keeping it, it's just a fruit. Only by transforming it into strength can we stand at a higher starting point 2 months later. As he spoke, he handed over his star fruit to the Taichu light at his side. The outline of the illusory wings that Taichu light had just formed emitted a wave of joy, transforming into a stream of light that wrapped the star fruit completely. A tremendous energy erupted instantly, and it was absorbed entirely by Taichu light. Beast, Taichu light. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low bronze. Potential, from 4 stars, returned to 5 stars again. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the aura of Taichu light had solidified a lot, and the illusory light wings had become even clearer. Wow. Yun Shanshan watched the changes of Taichu light beside her. Yours can let the Dark Ranger advance to bronze when used, which can recover the 1-star potential lost by the Dark Ranger. Lu Yuan reminded. Oh, okay. Yun Shanshan replied, then took out the Shadow Wolf King crystal core and handed it to the Dark Ranger. Instantly, she could feel that her Dark Ranger had absorbed the Shadow Wolf King crystal core and had steadily stepped into the peak of black iron, just a step away from breaking through to the bronze rank. Great! The girl exclaimed excitedly. This way, I can protect you with more confidence. The hovercar drove smoothly, and the street view outside swiftly retreated. He leaned back in his seat, slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into his mind. The Beast Encyclopedia quietly floated. The pages turned to the page of Taichu light, and its next evolution route was clearly displayed before his eyes. Evolution route, unique legend Taichu light radiant sacred spirit. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast rank reaches silver level. 2. Evolution material, holy crystal, epic, ×1. 3. Evolution material, angel feather, epic, ×1. From bronze to silver, a significant leap in rank. And those 2 epic level materials. Chapter 13, Choice. The hovercar smoothly entered the villa area and finally stopped in front of the Yun family's villa. The car door opened, and Yun Shanshan almost bounced out. The smooth journey in the secret realm and the expression of Qin Yu looking defeated made her little face still glow with excitement. The living room was brightly lit. Yunjin Tian was sitting on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea, while Suyuli was trimming a bouquet of flowers beside him. Seeing the two return, Suyuli immediately put down the scissors and smiled as she came up. You're back. Come and sit down, Mom prepared a late-night snack for you. Thank you, Mom. Yun Shanshan cheered. She rushed over to hug her mother's arm, chattering about their heroic deeds in the secret realm. Of course, she cleverly omitted everything about the starfruit and what happened at the bottom of Moonlight Lake, only picking some fun stories about fighting the Shadow Wolf to tell. Yunjin Tian listened, but his gaze fell on Lu Yuan, who remained calm throughout. He put down the teacup, and his steady voice sounded, Yuan. You speak. Yun Shanshan's narration came to an abrupt halt. She stuck out her tongue and obediently sat aside. Lu Yuan did not hide either. He revealed the key gains from the secret realm, including the starfruit and the heart of Moonlight Lake, fully disclosing everything to Yunjin Tian. For this pair of elders who regarded him as their own, he chose to reciprocate with absolute trust. After listening to Lu Yuan's account, even Yunjin Tian showed an expression of astonishment. Suyuli covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Epic-level heavenly materials and treasures, capable of changing the energy source of a core secret realm. Good boy. Yunjin Tian began. Suyuli also returned to her senses, looking at Lu Yuan with a gaze that was both proud and fearful. You must not take such risks next time. Just listening is frightening. Lu Yuan smiled, then his expression turned serious as he looked at Yun Jintian. Uncle Yun, there is one more thing I would like to ask of you this time. Speak. Yun Jintian's tone became solemn. I need two materials. Lu Yuan paused, clearly enunciating a few words: epic level holy crystal, and epic level angel feather. The air seemed to stagnate at that moment. The living room fell silent. Yun Shanqian's eyes widened, not understanding why Lu Yuan needed such legendary items. Yun Jintian's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily in the air. He then took a sip of tea. Two epic-level materials. Each one was enough to prompt a typical epic-tier Beastmaster to take action to help. A young boy who had just awakened, yet he asked for two? He did not ask Lu Yuan what he needed these items for. Because Yun Jintian knew that Lu Yuan had never troubled the Yun family throughout his life, this time he spoke up. Surely it was of great use. I understand. Yun Jintian slowly spoke, placing the teacup back on the table with a light clink. Leave this matter to me. Without any hesitation, and without a single question asked. Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He knew he had won this trust. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Yun Jintian waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. He changed the subject, but the curiosity in his eyes grew stronger. How much mental power has been rewarded to you from your Taichu light ascending from black iron to bronze rank? What level is your Beastmaster rank now? Each improvement in a beast's strength brings a reward to the master. A breakthrough in the beast's higher tier brings about a qualitative leap in the master's mental power. I have just stabilized at the low bronze tier. Lu Yuan answered honestly. What? This time, the exclamation came from Su Yuli. She could no longer maintain the composure of a noblewoman. Yun Jintian's pupils also shrank suddenly. Low bronze tier. In 1 week. From an ordinary person with no beasts to a bronze-level Beastmaster in just 1 week. What does this mean? Even a Beastmaster like Yun Shanqian, who summoned a 5-star potential beast on her first try, would take at least a month. And that's under the condition of high potential beasts and exceptional innate talent. Lu Yuan had completely broken the common sense. Yun Jintian forcibly suppressed the tumult in his heart. He was silent for a long time, and the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Finally, he asked with a serious tone, Xiao Yuan, when a Beastmaster ascends to the bronze tier, they awaken a new contract position, and can contract a second beast. What are your plans for your second beast? Lu Yuan knew this was the core question of the night. Yun Jintian continued, nowadays, there are only 2 ways for Beastmasters to acquire beasts. First, like your Taichu light, through a summoning stone for a core summoning. The beasts summoned this way bond with your soul, are unwaveringly loyal, and become more powerful as you advance in rank. However, the deadly flaw is its high uncertainty. You never know what kind of beast the summoning stone will present you. Thus, more than 90% of Beastmasters. Everyone chooses the second way, to go into the wild or secret realm, to personally capture and contract. Although this method requires later training for the loyalty and cooperation of the beast, and the feedback will be a bit less, you can clearly see its race, rank, and potential. The initiative is in your own hands. He looked at Lu Yuan. Most people would rather pay a huge price to contract a visible 3-star potential beast than gamble on the highly uncertain summoning ritual. Xiao Yuan, your path should be chosen by yourself. In the living room, the gaze of the other 3 people focused on Lu Yuan. They were all looking forward to Lu Yuan's answer. Yun Shanqian also nervously clenched her hands. She certainly hoped Lu Yuan would choose the more stable second method. I choose the first method. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud but was incredibly clear in the ears of the 3. A Yuan. Yun Shanqian couldn't help but speak. Lu Yuan gave her a reassuring look, then continued to say to Yun Jintian, I choose to use the summoning stone. With the beast illustrated handbook, no beast could hide from him. Potential has never been a problem he needed to worry about. For him, the 100% loyalty of the summoning stone, the soul binding, and more feedback from the beasts is the most valuable. Yun Jintian stared at him, as if he wanted to see even a trace of hesitation on his face. But he failed. Lu Yuan's gaze was as firm as a rock. Good. Yun Jintian finally let out one word. Since you have decided, we will fully support you. You mentioned epic materials, I will search for them as soon as possible. As for the bronze-level summoning stone, our Yin family happens to have one of the best quality. In the next few days, you and Shanshan don't need to worry about anything, just focus on cultivating at home and consolidating your rank, preparing fully for the national exam in 2 months. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, remembering his earlier thoughts in the car about living off others. This soft life was not only hardcore but also satisfying. Thank you, Uncle Yun, thank you, Aunt. Chapter 14 Second Summoning. A few days later, on a morning in the private training ground behind Yun's villa. Whoosh! An arrow formed from pure shadow energy, with a screech that tore through the air, silently shot out from a patch of tree shadow, aiming straight at the purple-gold light cluster hovering in midair. Dark Ranger, well done. Shoot its wings. Yun Shanshan clenched her little fists, excitedly directing from the sidelines, her face flushed with excitement. However, before the arrow got close, a layer of gentle holy light coursed over the surface of the primordial light. A semi-transparent golden shield appeared, steadily blocking the shadow arrow, only causing a slight ripple. Holy Light Guardian, dot. Damn it! Yun Shanshan puffed out her cheeks, stomping her foot in frustration. Yuan, you're cheating. Your light cluster is already at bronze level and still has a shield. On the other side of the field, Lu Yuan was smiling as he watched all of this. Behind the primordial light, the illusory light wings gently flapped, and the entire light cluster instantly transformed into a stream of light. The primordial light drew a graceful arc in the air, quickly avoiding the continued attacks from the Dark Ranger while gathering clusters of divine light particles. Light wings, combined with divine radiance, dot. The Dark Ranger's figure became sluggish in the purification field of the primordial light. Its proud stealth ability was severely suppressed, forcing it to emerge from the shadows and dodge awkwardly. Wow! My Dark Ranger! Yuan, you're bullying! Yun Shanshan exclaimed. Although it was a spar, seeing her Dark Ranger being completely suppressed like this still made her heart ache. The Dark Ranger was indeed 5-star potential, but it was still stuck at the peak of black iron, and facing the already promoted bronze-level primordial light, which has attribute disadvantages, made it difficult to fight. Lu Yuan looked at the way she was pouting. Let the light of primordial beginning stop. You said it yourself, to help me test the practicality of my new skill. Yun Shanshan was suddenly speechless. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from not far away. Yun Jintian had somehow already stood at the edge of the training ground. He stood with arms behind his back, quietly observing everything in the arena. Lu Yuan showed such precise control over his summoned beast and his battle instructions. This kid not only amazed people with the speed at which he improved his summoned beasts, but his potential in tactical planning was also impressive. Uncle Yun. With a thought, Lu Yuan summoned the light of primordial beginning back to his shoulder. Dad. Yun Shanshan also recalled the Dark Ranger and happily ran over. Yun Jintian nodded at his daughter, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan. He walked over slowly, holding a box made of warm jade in his hands. I brought you what you wanted. The box opened, revealing a summoning stone that was entirely jade green, quietly lying within. Vast and pure spatial energy flowed out from it. The smile on Yun Shanshan's face vanished. She walked to Lu Yuan's side and tugged at his shirt nervously. Yuan, are you really sure? Her voice was soft, full of worry. What if what we summon turns out to be another useless 1-star summoned beast? It's actually fine to go contract in the wild, Dad can help you find the best. She knew Lu Yuan's determination, but as the moment approached, she couldn't help but worry. That uncertainty exclusive to summoning hung over all Beastmasters like the sword of Damocles. Lu Yuan turned his head, giving her a reassuring look just like before. Then, he turned back and received the jade box from Yun Jintian's hands. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Yun Jintian looked at him and didn't say anything more to persuade him, he just took a few steps back, leaving the space to him. Let's start. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, cradling the bronze summoning stone in his palm. He closed his eyes, pouring out his mental power like a tide, injecting it into the cool stone. Buzz. The summoning stone emitted brilliant light, and a blue glow soared into the sky, tearing open an unstable spatial rift in the air before Lu Yuan. Yun Shanshan held her breath nervously, her small hands tightly clasped together. Suyuli also appeared at the edge of the arena, equally tense as she watched. The spatial rift kept expanding. Typically, a roar of a summoned beast or a powerful wave of energy should be heard at this moment. But this time, there was complete silence in the formation. No sound, nor any presence of life. Yun Shanshan's heart sank. Could it be a failure? Yun Jintian's brows furrowed tightly, he had never heard of such a situation. Just when everyone thought the summoning was about to fail, something was slowly spit out from that spatial rift. Its form surprised everyone present. It was simply a mirror. A mirror about the size of a palm. What is this? Yun Shanshan asked. The summoning stone summoned a mirror? What does this count as? A summoned beast? Or a weapon? Yun Jintian and Suyuli also stood frozen in place. They had lived their lives, seen countless rare beasts, but had never heard of such a bizarre occurrence. Yun Jintian spoke up, this mirror has the aura of a summoned beast, it should be a tool-type summoned beast. Just as everyone was astonished, the floating bronze ancient mirror suddenly rippled on its surface. In the next second, it moved without any warning. It was so fast that even Yun Jintian couldn't react in time, appearing instantly before Lu Yuan. Yuan, be careful. Yun Qianqian screamed. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, but his body couldn't make any response. The mirror had no intention of attack, it merely tapped lightly on Lu Yuan's forehead. Buzz. The contract is established. No resistance, no struggle, and not even with Lu Yuan's consent. It was this mirror that completed the contract. After all this, the ancient bronze mirror's glow retracted, gently floating down, hovering just above Lu Yuan's palm. The surface of the mirror swayed slightly, as if it were coquettishly flirting with its new master. Yun Jintian and his wife were utterly speechless. Yun Qianqian's mouth was agape, looking at Lu Yuan, then at the mirror, her mind a chaotic mess. Ah Yuan, can it fight? Is it just for looking at faces? Lu Yuan ignored the shock from the outside world. At the moment the contract was established, that ancient illustration book in his mind turned a brand new page on its own. Lines of familiar purple and gold data streams began to speedily sketch themselves on the pages. Chapter 15, The Peeping Mirror Demon. Beastmaster, Mirror Spirit. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, low bronze. Race skills. 1. Mirror reflection, passively reflects 10% of physical damage, and has a chance to completely bounce light-related skills. 2. Weak reflection, can briefly record a black iron level skill, lasts 10 minutes, can only be used once during this period. All of Lu Yuan's focus was on that brand new page of the Beastmaster illustration book. 2-star potential, low bronze rank. The skill seemed ordinary, even a bit useless. If any Beastmaster were here, they might feel half defeated at this moment. A bronze-level summoning stone summoned such an ordinary beast, with only 2-star potential, destined to reach at most the silver rank. However, at the bottom of the illustration book, a familiar line of golden prompt text appeared. It made Lu Yuan start to feel excited. Mirror Spirit Evolution Route Planning, first evolution with no cost. Sure enough. The Beastmaster illustration book never let him down. Soon, 3 completely different evolution routes clearly emerged on the pages. Route 1, Ordinary Mirror Spirit Hardened Mirror Beast, 2-star potential, Prism Guardian, 3-star potential. Features, Defense Specialization, but low potential limit. Note, an ordinary mirror will always just be a tool. Route 2, Epic Mirror Spirit Phantom Mirror Servant, 3-star potential, Thousand-Faced Mirror Demon, 4-star potential, Void Mirror Dragon, 5-star potential. Features, can replicate enemy forms and skills, final form possesses spatial travel abilities. Note, those who reflect all things shall become the masters of all things. Route 3, Unique Legend Mirror Spirit Peeping Mirror Demon, 5-star potential, Deceitful Sky Demon Mirror, 5-star potential, Mirror Realm Ruler, 5-star potential. Features, reflects the myriad, can reflect rule-level skills, such as stopping time, causal attacks. Ultimate form can create a mirror universe, rewriting reality to some extent. Note, when a mirror can reflect the truth, it becomes the truth itself. Lu Yuan's gaze turned to the second and third routes. The second route, reflecting all things to become the master of all things, excited Lu Yuan greatly. But the third route, the unique legend. It could reflect rule-level skills, reflect the myriad, the truth itself. This ability surpassed the comprehension of ordinary beast masters and touched upon the fundamental laws of the world. Without hesitation, he focused his mind, using the no-cost evolution opportunity on this evolution route. Buzz. In the outside world, the ancient bronze mirror hovering above Lu Yuan's palm emitted a long, resonating hum. The once plain bronze frame began to reshape. The mottled patina faded away, replaced by an obsidian hue, which bore countless intricate silver patterns. The mirror's surface was no longer an ordinary bronze but transformed into a pitch-black abyss, reflecting no shadows of any person. A mysterious aura, as if able to glimpse into the heart of people, wafted from the mirror. Completely different from the previously ordinary mirror spirit. Another mutated evolution? By the training ground, the always silent Yun Jintian finally couldn't maintain his calm. The summoned beast mutated at the moment the contract was established. This kind of thing actually happened to Lu Yuan again. What Lu Yuan had said before about his glowing butterfly evolving into the primordial light was just like this. At that time, Yun Jintian had said that this was just an excuse to placate the school, but now he had no better explanation. A Yuan, it. Yun Qianqian looked worriedly at the ominous mirror and instinctively leaned closer to Lu Yuan. Su Yueli also nervously squeezed her husband's arm. Lu Yuan did not respond, only staring at the information refreshing on the Beastmaster Pokédex. Beast, Gazing Face Magic Mirror. Potential, 5 stars. Grade, Intermediate Bronze. Racial Skills. 1. Mirror Replication, choose one enemy or ally beast, perfectly replicate its form and skills, lasting 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of a higher grade than Gazing Face Magic Mirror. 2. Reverse Light, absorb and double the skill of one enemy beast. Current daily limit, 3 times. 3. Illusion mirror synchronization. Choose an ally beast and establish a mirror link, lasting 1 minute. During the link, damage received by all linked units is reduced by 20%, and the remaining damage is evenly distributed. Up to 5 units can be linked at this stage. Intermediate bronze. 5-star potential. 3 skills, each one astonishingly powerful. Especially the first skill, mirror replication, which is simply a tactical god tier ability. In team battles, it means that our side can instantly gain 1 powerful fighting force. The second skill is a terrifying single target counteract measure. The third skill is the core of survival and team fighting. The already evolved gazing face magic mirror cute and obediently fell into his palm, its touch icy cold, with dark light flowing in the mirror. Evolution route, unique legend gazing face magic mirror, 5-star potential, cheating sky demon mirror, 5-star potential. Evolution requirements. 1. Beast level reaches gold grade. 2. Evolution material, Jianhuan Liuli, epic, ×1. 3. Evolution material, synchronization crystal, epic, ×1. Again 2 pieces of epic level materials. Lu Yuan looked at the requirements on the Pokédex, not feeling any pressure at all, but rather felt it was only natural. Such a powerful beast is worth such a cost. Yuan, are you okay? This mirror. Yun Shanxian saw him snap back to reality and hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Lu Yuan put the gazing face magic mirror away. He looked at the 3 members of the Yun family. Yun Shanxian took a deep breath, not asking Lu Yuan why this mirror had such a strange change. That was Lu Yuan's own secret. As an elder, as the captain of a local force, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. He simply asked in a calm voice, how powerful is it? This question was the most critical. Intermediate bronze. Lu Yuan answered calmly. Just summoned, and it directly reached intermediate bronze? This already surpassed common sense. Yun Jintian's eyelid twitched. He continued to ask, what about potential? This was the question he cared most about. Abnormal evolution often comes with a leap in potential. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanxian, who was full of expectation, smiled, and uttered 2 words. 5 stars. The training ground fell into silence. One could hear a pin drop. Yun Jintian and his wife were obviously shocked. Another 5-star potential? Moreover, such an odd beast? What kind of monster is this kid? Wow, The silence was shattered by a scream. Yun Shanxian jumped up directly, hugging Lu Yuan's arm tightly, shaking it vigorously, her excitement and pride more intense than when she contracted a 5-star beast herself. 5 stars. Another 5 stars. Yuan, you are amazing. I knew it. I knew my Yuan is the best. The girl's eyes were filled with shining little stars. She would look at Lu Yuan, then look like she was peering into the position of the vanished magic mirror, murmuring to herself. Great, great, now you have 2 5-star beasts. Let's see who dares to bully you in the future. Yun Jintian looked at his daughter's silly face, full of honor. Looking at Lu Yuan, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had lived for half his life and believed he had seen countless storms, but what happened to Lu Yuan today still stirred up huge waves in his calm heart. Within a week, he had risen from an ordinary person to a bronze-tier Beastmaster. The first summon resulted in a mutated 5-star potential of the Primordial Light. The second summon once again mutated into a 5-star potential beast. Chapter 16, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. In the blink of an eye, a month quietly passed. Only 1 month remained until the National Beastmaster Academy joint recruitment exam. In the private training ground of the Yun family villa, the atmosphere was solemn. A tall figure moved through the shadows, as fast as a ghost, wielding dual blades that sliced through the air with a sharp screech. In front of it, a bronze-level training dummy was instantly covered in several cuts. Buzz. The figure of the Dark Ranger condensed beside Yun Shanxian. The aura emanating from it, made of pure shadow energy, had intensified several times compared to a month ago, and the crimson light under its hood had become even more profound. The peak bottleneck of black iron was finally broken through with the accumulation of massive resources. So great. Yun Shanxian felt a stronger power coming from the contract. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out the starfruit that Lu Yuan had given her from her space bracelet. Eat it. The Dark Ranger knelt on one knee, respectfully accepting the shimmering fruit and swallowing it whole. In an instant, an immense power of the stars erupted within its body, and the potential that had dropped due to breaking through a major tier returned to what it was before. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 5-star. Tier, Bronze Low Tier. So great. The potential is back. Yun Shanxian's peach blossom eyes were filled with joy. Her gaze turned to Lu Yuan, her face filled with determination. Yuan, I want to use the summoning stone too. This matter, she even told her father. Lu Yuan looked at her bright eyes and seemed to have already anticipated this answer, just smiling. Yun Jintian and his wife walked over from not far away and clearly heard their daughter's declaration. Su Yueli's face was filled with worry, and Yun Jintian, after experiencing Lu Yuan's unconventional summoning, appeared much calmer. Shanxian, have you thought it through? There's no. I've thought it through. Yun Shanxian interrupted her mother, running over to link her arm with hers, shaking it playfully. Dad, Mom, a Yuan's luck is my luck. If he can summon a 5-star, then I can too. Hearing Yun Shanxian's words, Lu Yuan quickly thought that this luck could not be relied upon. This unreasonable logic left Yun Jintian and his wife both laughing and crying. But looking at their daughter's determined appearance, they ultimately chose to compromise. Yun Jintian sighed, a look of doting on his face. He turned around to take another jade box, its value no less than the one he had given Lu Yuan before. Forget it, a daughter grows up and leaves. He handed the jade box to his daughter. Go, no matter the result, you will always be your dad and mom's pride. Thank you, Dad. Yun Shanxian cheered, taking the jade box and walking to the center of the training ground. She imitated Lu Yuan's previous stance, taking a deep breath, and held the bronze summoning stone in her palm, pouring her mental energy into it without reservation. Unlike the eerie silence during Lu Yuan's summoning. This time, the summoning stone reacted violently the moment it touched Yun Shanxian's mental energy. Boom! The air was not ripped apart but ignited directly. A towering red beam of light shot up into the sky, and a violent surge of fire elemental energy rushed towards them, sweeping the entire training ground. The temperature of the entire space rapidly soared. What an incredible energy fluctuation! Yun Jintian's pupils contracted, instinctively protecting his wife behind him. This imposing force was far more terrifying than an ordinary bronze-tier beast. In the center of the swirling flame magic array, a cry echoed through the Yun family training ground. Immediately, a giant bird engulfed in burning red flames soared out from the vortex of fire. Its wings spanned over 5 meters, each feather glistening with a fiery red sheen, flowing with a molten gold-like glow. The magnificent tail feathers trailed a long fiery tail, appearing incredibly noble. Its arrival raised the temperature of the training ground by several degrees. The red giant bird circled once in the air and landed beside the young girl in the field. There was no pressure, no intimidation. It reined in the overwhelming flames and gently rubbed its beak against the girl's cheek. The contract was established at that moment. Wow, Yun Shanxian reached out to touch the giant bird's red feathers, her eyes filled with wonder and affection. On the other side, Lu Yuan's Beast Mastery Encyclopedia flipped to a page, and golden data streams appeared rapidly. The Beast Mastery Encyclopedia had already provided the answer. Beast, Holy Flame Firebird. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-bronze. Another 5-star potential, and its starting rank is mid-bronze. Yun Jintian and his wife watched everything in amazement, their daughter's talent and fortune exceeding imagination. However, Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the bottom of the encyclopedia panel, on an additional special note that appeared. Special note, this beast possesses the Nirvana trait. When its potential drops below 2 stars due to external forces, it will automatically trigger Nirvana, evolving into the unique beast Flame Magnificent Phoenix, regaining 5-star potential and obtaining a new form and abilities. Lu Yuan stared at this note, feeling greatly shocked inside. Nirvana, evolving into Flame Magnificent Phoenix. This was no longer a simple issue of potential levels. This meant that Yun Shanxian's Holy Flame Firebird had a safety net mechanism. As long as it doesn't fall in the middle, its future is destined to enter that coveted king's rank that countless beast masters long for. If one says that his Beast Mastery Encyclopedia is a cheat that changes fate, then this girl, Yun Shanxian, is clearly a favored child of the world. Such luck is simply unreasonable. A Yuan. Come and look. The girl's excited shout pulled Lu Yuan back from his shock to reality. Yun Shanxian was stroking the Holy Flame Firebird, introducing her new companion to Lu Yuan. Its name is Holy Flame Firebird. It also has 5-star potential. And, it is mid-bronze right when it's summoned. Just like your mirror of insight. Lu Yuan looked at her cute appearance, and the shock in his heart turned into genuine smiles. This little girl probably still doesn't know what kind of incredible existence she has summoned. He didn't mention the Nirvana of the Holy Flame Firebird, just stepped forward, ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with approval and tenderness. Very impressive. These 3 simple words brought more satisfaction to Yun Shanxian than any flowery praise. She proudly raised her little chin and affectionately hugged the neck of the Holy Flame Firebird. Then she turned to Lu Yuan, her voice filled with infinite longing and confidence. Now I also have 2 5-star beasts. A Yuan has the same. We will definitely get into the same academy. Then, I will be more confident in protecting you. Chapter 17, 100-Strong Arena Competition. A month's time slipped by quietly, amidst day-to-day training and bonding. The morning sunlight shone through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Shanshan, Mom will tell you one last time, today is the final part of the big exam, it's the arena competition, a practical battle. You mustn't try to show off or fight recklessly, do you hear? Su Yueli carefully adjusted Yun Shanshan's collar while repeating her warnings. And Lu Yuan, you are calm, so you must keep an eye on Shanshan. She gets reckless when excited. Yun Shanshan felt a bit helpless. Mom, you said this all morning, my ears are going to get calluses. Don't worry, I'll team up with a Yuan, we are invincible. Lu Yuan stood to the side, watching the interaction between the mother and daughter, a smile on his lips. For the past month, such warm scenes had played out almost every day. Auntie, I will take good care of Shanshan, Lu Yuan said. Little Lu Yuan understands, Su Yueli nodded in satisfaction. All right, Yueli. Yun Jintian, who had been silently sitting on the sofa watching the news, finally spoke. He stood up, his gaze softly landing on the two children. Let them go, young eagles must leave the nest, a greenhouse cannot grow towering trees. Today is their stage to show the whole dragon country, we should believe in them. Su Yueli then stopped her words, but the worry in her eyes did not lessen. Yun Shanshan stuck out her tongue, grabbed Lu Yuan's hand, and ran outside. Mom and Dad, we are leaving. Wait for our good news. Oh dear, slow down. Su Yueli's voice rang from behind. The hovering car took off and quickly merged into the traffic heading towards the giant examination site in the city center. Ah Yuan, do you think we can get first place today? Yun Shanshan asked, turning her head. For this month, their beasts had both stabilized at the bronze mid-level. Her dark rogue and holy flame firebird, under Lu Yuan's training with the viewing mirror and primordial light, had become increasingly cooperative, their combat power far exceeding others of the same level. Do your best, Lu Yuan replied. His gaze fell outside the window. The Nest Capital Stadium in the city center was already in sight. The National Beastmaster Academy joint entrance examination lasted 3 days. The first 2 days were for individual points competitions, where all candidates were thrown into dozens of simulated secret realms to gain points by hunting magical beasts and collecting resources. And today was the final day, the most eye-catching day, the top 100 arena competition. The top 100 candidates by points would compete in this Nest Capital Stadium, which could hold 500,000 spectators, to determine the true rankings. The hovering car stopped, and the two got out, instantly feeling the wave of noise and heat hitting them. A gigantic electronic screen hovered above the stadium, continuously playing highlights from the previous day's points competitions. But what caught the most attention was another screen scrolling with real-time points rankings. First place, Lu Yuan, points, 128540. Second place, Yun Shanshan, points, 128500. Third place, Ji Xian, points, 98700. Fourth place, Zhao Hao, points, 95400. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's names stood at the top with a noticeable lead, far ahead of the third place by tens of thousands of points. Those two very close points clearly told everyone that these two were a team. Wow, Yuan, look, we are amazing. Yun Shanshan pointed at the screen. The two walked side by side towards the contestants' exclusive passage, and countless gazes focused on them along the way. Are they Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan? This is too exaggerated, their points together are more than the sums of those in third to fifth places. I heard they went into the Ghost Swamp secret realm, which had the highest danger level, so such scores are expected. Not just that, my friend said he saw Yun Shanshan's Firebird Beast defeat a bronze high-level swamp giant crocodile in one move. And when Lu Yuan's light shone, a group of wraiths instantly evaporated. Monsters, they are truly two monsters. Amidst the chatter, a discordant voice suddenly intruded. Humph, relying on mutated beasts, just got lucky. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan paused, turning to look in the direction of the voice. Xinyu stood not far away, her face looking a bit haggard, but the pride and resentment in her eyes were undiminished. Beside her, Shirley lowered his head, with a complex expression, as if he didn't dare to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. These two had somehow also squeezed into the top 100. Yun Shanshan immediately frowned, about to speak. But Lu Yuan reached out and gently pulled her, shaking his head. He didn't even bother to give Xinyu a glance. Pulling Yun Shanshan, he walked past her directly. This disregard was more hurtful than any mockery. You! Xinyu was so angry that her whole body trembled. She stared at Lu Yuan's back and said, Lu Yuan, don't be so smug. In the points competition, you only got such scores by relying on your beast's advantage. Today's arena match is real combat. At that time, I will let you know how weak that glowing thing of yours is in true battle. Her words silenced those around them a bit. However, Lu Yuan's footsteps still did not pause. Instead, Yun Shanshan turned her head back. A defeated opponent dares to boast? You better not be the first one to face us in the arena match, or else you won't even have the chance to show your real combat. How sad that would be. After saying this, she even made a funny face and then pulled Lu Yuan into the contestant lounge. Put. Among the crowd, someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. In the lounge, Yun Shanshan was still glowing with pride over her earlier words. Yuan, wasn't I super cool just now? One sentence made her lose her cool. Lu Yuan looked at her smug appearance and shook his head helplessly, casually picking up a bottle of water from the table and handing it to her. Save your energy, you'll have your turn later. At that moment, the big screen in the lounge lit up, and a voice rang through the entire venue via the broadcast. Dear contestants and viewers, welcome to this year's National Beastmaster Academy Joint Admissions Exam, the final battle, the Top 100 Arena Tournament. After 2 days of fierce competition, our best 100 geniuses have emerged. Now, I announce the rules for the final battle. This arena match will adopt the team survival mode. All contestants will be randomly divided into 20 teams, each with 5 members, and thrown into our carefully crafted simulated city battlefield. You can earn points by defeating beasts in the simulated city. The stronger the beasts, the more points you gain, and you can also attack other teams. In the battlefield, you can freely attack any contestants not on your team. For each opponent you eliminate, you will receive 50% of their points. Those who are eliminated will also lose 50% of their points. Please give your all to defeat your opponents. There is no need to worry about any injuries to yourself or your beasts during this period. We fully guarantee that everything happening in the simulated city is virtual. In the end, rankings will be determined based on the total points of the team and individual performance. There are also many scenes or treasures in the simulated city for you to discover, so observe carefully. Remember, this is a team battle. Trust or betrayal. Cooperation or plunder. Your choices will determine your future. Now, let's start the random team selection. On the big screen, 100 names and avatars began to scroll rapidly. Yun Shanshan nervously clutched Lu Yuan's shirt corner. Yuan, we have to be in the same team. Lu Yuan's gaze also fell on the rapidly changing big screen. The skills Mirrored Reflection from the Mirror Demon and Holy Light Guard from the Primordial Light can play an unparalleled terrifying role in team battles. No matter who the teammates are, as long as he is present, the entire team's survival ability will skyrocket to a shocking level. Finally, the names on the screen slowly came to a stop. Lu Yuan's eyes swept over and soon found his name on the roster of Team 7. Team 7. Members, Lu Yuan. Members, Yun Shanshan. Members, Wu Tian. Members, Shani. Members, Wo Linchuan. Seeing his and Yun Shanshan's names right next to each other, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 18, Wasteland Anon. Just as Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's names settled on Team 7. In the lounge, several gazes were cast over. A young man with silver hair looked at the list and was momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. He patted the calm companion next to him. Old Wu. We're in. We're in. We're on the same team as Lord Lu. The young man called Old Wu struggled to maintain his calm, but the slight curl of his lips betrayed him. Calm down, Shani D, watch your image, we are also top 100 contestants. Image my foot. That's Lu Yuan. The first on the leaderboard, Lu Yuan. Shani D shouted loudly, not hiding his excitement, pulling his companion towards Lu Yuan. The last person in the team, a sturdy young man, opened his eyes at that moment. His gaze lingered for a moment on the list on the screen and then on Lu Yuan, before he silently followed along. Lord Lu. Shani D approached Lu Yuan, a tall man standing at 1.8 meters, now acting like a fan seeing his idol. My name is Shani D, this is my brother Wu Tian, and that is Guo Linchuan. We are all from Team 7. As he spoke, he elbowed Wu Tian beside him. Wu Tian stepped forward, extending his hand towards Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. His tone was very sincere. Classmate Lu Yuan, classmate Yun Shanshan, I've long admired your names. I am Wu Tian, my summoned beast is Musing Forest Spirit at the pinnacle of Black Iron level, good at summoning nature's guardians and vine control. This is Guo Linchuan, his summoned beast is Mystic Ice Tortoise Snake, also at the pinnacle of Black Iron level, a standard heavy tank. That over there is Shani D, his summoned beast is Heavenly Punishment Shadow Wolf King, skilled in stealth and assassination, and also at the Black Iron pinnacle. With just a few words, he clearly introduced the positions and strengths of the 3 summoned beasts on his side. Lastly, Wu Tian said, from now on, Lord Lu, you will be the captain. In the upcoming battle, the 3 of us will fully follow your commands. Shani D pounded his chest saying, yes. Lord Lu, you tell us to go east, we won't go west. If you tell me to hit a wall, I will do it in any way you say. Guo Linchuan also nodded slightly to Lu Yuan, I'll listen to you. The few of them had no doubts about Lu Yuan, no tests, and not a hint of contesting command. Their attitude was very serious. The stark lead on the leaderboard was the strongest proof. In the eyes of these chosen ones who had fought their way out of the simulated secret realm, power was the only truth. And Lu Yuan was the synonym of truth. Yun Shanxian watched with a bright smile. Don't worry. Following my family Yuan, you guys are guaranteed to eat well and score plenty. She unceremoniously made a promise for Lu Yuan. That's right, that's right. Shen Di laughed, scratching his head. Lu Yuan looked at these three teammates, who had distinct personalities but all carried absolute trust in their eyes. He was not someone who liked complicated social interactions, this straightforward team suited him perfectly. Too polite, he nodded, responding, on the battlefield, just listen to my commands, that's all. As soon as his words fell, the entire lounge, along with the ground beneath, began to shine with dazzling white light. Warning! Transport will begin in 10 seconds. All candidates please get ready. Target battlefield, number 7 Simulation City, Ruin City Anan. Wishing everyone a prosperous future. The dignified broadcast voice dropped, and a beam of white light shot up into the sky, engulfing all 100 candidates. The dizzying sensation of distorted space flashed away. In the next second, Lu Yuan and the five appeared amidst a scene of ruined walls and broken structures. The air was filled with a rusted scent, the Gothic buildings had already collapsed halfway, and the cracked skyscrapers leaned dangerously as if they could topple at any moment. Underfoot was a cracked asphalt road, with abandoned vehicles scattered around, forming a steel graveyard. This place was the ruined city Anan. Oh my god, this place is too oppressive, Shen Di looked around, unable to help but click his tongue. Everyone be careful, this type of complex terrain is the easiest to get ambushed, Wu Tian immediately reminded. Yun Shanxian also summoned the sacred flame fire sparrow, the crimson sacred flame lit up the dim city. Like a warm campfire, it dispelled the surrounding chill. Everyone instinctively looked at Lu Yuan, waiting for the captain's first command. Lu Yuan did not speak immediately. The ability of the Beastmaster's pictorial book had already activated, quickly writing down the key strategic locations, possible resource refresh points, and subtle fluctuations of the energy fields in the entire city. The golden light in his pupils flashed and disappeared. Shen Di, let your heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King come out. Shen Di nodded, and a completely black wolf, majestic like a king, silently appeared. Buzz. In the mirror of the looking glass, a flash of light appeared. The next second, an identical heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King appeared beside Lu Yuan. Mirror replication. This. What is this? Wu Tian and Shen Di both widened their eyes. A black Iron Peak heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King appeared out of nowhere? What kind of divine skill is this? Let it lead the way, your heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King will follow us. Lu Yuan commanded. Guo Linchuan, summon the Shinbing Turtle Serpent to be in front, Shanshan and your Fire Sparrow will handle the side clearing, I will be in the middle with Wu Tian and Shen Di maintain formation, let's go. A series of commands were clear and decisive, with not a hint of hesitation. Understood. The four replied in unison, their voices devoid of any doubt, only full of absolute trust and excitement. With such a captain, what was there to fear about winning? The team immediately sprang into action, moving through the ruins at high speed in a nearly perfect tactical formation. Guo Linchuan's Shinbing Turtle Serpent moved like a mobile fortress, easily smashing through any debris that blocked its path. Yun Shanxian's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow acted like a janitor. Any dark corner where enemies might be hiding would be precisely ignited by a small burst of flame, forcing the mutated creatures inside to flee, before being silently harvested by Shen Di's Wolf King. The entire process was smooth and efficient, frighteningly high in efficiency. Wu Tian and the other three were deeply shocked. They were all top geniuses from their respective academies, believing they were well coordinated. But following Lu Yuan, they realized what true teamwork meant. Lu Yuan acted like a precise command hub, always issuing the most correct orders at the most opportune moments. Soon, the magnificent yet ruin-chanting cathedral was right in front of them. The heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King, copied by the looking glass, silently dissipated at the end of the path, completing its mission. Stop. Lu Yuan raised his hand again. Everyone halted, holding their breaths and concentrating. Yuan, what's wrong? Yun Shanxian asked quietly. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the dry fountain statue at the entrance of the cathedral. Chapter 19, Special Treatment for Various Disobediences. It was a statue of an angel embracing a child, severely weathered. Covered with moss and cracks, it looked unremarkable, one of the most common sights in this ruined city. Ambush? Where? Shen Di immediately summoned his heavenly punishment Shadow Wolf King to the front of the group. Cautiously scanning the surrounding high-rise ruins, is it from those windows? Wu Tian also frowned, as he had sensed no unusual life energy. The fountain. Lu Yuan said. The other four's gazes turned to the statue, looking for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Captain, isn't this just a broken stone statue? Shen Di scratched his head, not questioning, just genuinely confused. Guo Linchuan also showed a puzzled expression. His Xianbing turtle serpent's earth vein perception ability had also found nothing. Yun Shanxian, however, spoke differently. Yuan says what it is, be ready to act at any time. Lu Yuan did not explain. Through the analysis of the Beastmaster's pictorial book, the disguise of the statue was laid bare. Mimetic Stone Statue Demon. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, mid-tier bronze. Racial skills, rock mimicry, petrifying ray, group taunt, confusion soundwave. Status, lurking, any attacks on the core of the mimetic stone statue demon will be greatly weakened. A perfect trap. Using a beast with strong defense and control as bait. Luring the enemy into an ambush, and then letting other teammates launch a deadly strike from the shadows. Unfortunately, they encountered Lu Yuan. Qian. Lu Yuan turned his head. Here. The girl immediately replied. Holy Flame Phoenix, use the strongest single target attack to hit the right eyeball of that statue angel. Wu Tian and Xinyi both froze for a moment. Hit the eyeball? Why not smash the statue directly? But they didn't have time to think, as Yun Shanxian had already taken action. Got it. Holy Flame Phoenix, give it a hard hit. Caw. The Holy Flame Phoenix let out a high-pitched cry, flapping its wings, soaring into the sky. Its surrounding crimson holy flame suddenly shrank, gathering at the tip of its beak, condensing into a pure white fireball the size of a fist, shining like the sun. Holy Flame Explosive Orb. The fireball shot towards the right eye of the statue angel. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The scene of stone debris flying everywhere did not occur. At the moment of impact, the statue let out a howl unlike any human screams. Its entire body trembled violently, the hard rocky surface cracking inch by inch, revealing the grayish-white muscle tissue beneath. From the hit eye socket, what flowed out was not stone powder, but magma. Roar! The facade of the disguised stone statue demon was instantly exposed. It let out an angry roar, and an invisible sound wave spread out, trying to pull Lu Yuan and the others into chaos. At the same time, 5 figures suddenly leaped up from 5 ruins around the church. How is that possible? How did he discover us? The leader, a young man with a gloomy face, looked at his beast heavily injured with disbelief. He was Ji Xian, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. His team had been lying in wait here for a long time, relying on this tactic. They had already eliminated 2 teams and earned a ton of points. He wanted to give the number 1, Lu Yuan, a hard blow here, but unexpectedly, he was exposed. Forget it. Attack together, take down that fire bird. Ji Xian issued the attack command. 5 bronze-grade beasts with different attributes instantly launched their attacks. Energy beams, poison bone spurs, and howling tornadoes shot from all directions, focusing on the most conspicuous Holy Flame Phoenix in midair. They knew very well that this highly explosive flying beast was the top priority to deal with in a team battle. Faced with this kind of siege, Yun Shanxian just wanted to let the Holy Flame Phoenix evade. But Lu Yuan's calm voice echoed in each teammate's ears. Guo Linchuan, Ice Shell Turtle Snake, activate Mysterious Armor Guardian, go up front. Wu Tian, use Vine Cage to block the left side Windblade Mantis's movements. Xinyi, let your wolf cut through the Shadow Mouse at the right rear. Shanxian, don't worry about defense, keep attacking the stone demon. Guo Linchuan did not hesitate, making the Ice Shell Turtle Snake immediately activate Mysterious Armor Guardian, its massive body directly blocking in front of the Holy Flame Phoenix, a thick layer of icy blue armor instantly forming around it. At the same time, the illusion of the Eye of Insight flickered behind Lu Yuan. Illusion Mirror Synchronization. A nearly imperceptible illusory light chain instantly connected the initial light, Ice Shell Turtle Snake, Forest Spirit, Judgment Shadow Wolf King, and Holy Flame Phoenix together. Boom! 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 Countless attacks hit solidly against the turtle shell of the Ice Shell Turtle Snake. A smile appeared on Ji Xian's face. Even if you were a heavy tank, taking the concentrated fire of 5 beasts would definitely not feel good. However, as the dust settled, that Ice Shell Turtle Snake still stood firmly in place, even the icy armor on it showed no cracks. What? Ji Xian's smile froze on his face. His teammates were also dumbfounded. This defense is just too outrageous, isn't it? Under the effect of the illusion mirror symmetry, the damage was evenly distributed across the 5 beasts of Lu Yuan's team. The damage was reduced, and then further shared with the other beasts, leaving them with barely any damage. Just as they were stunned, Wu Tian's Forest Spirit and Xinyi's Wolf King had already accurately found their respective targets. Bastard! Don't panic! Hold your ground, keep attacking! Ji Xian shouted. His other beast, a bronze low-level Hell 3-headed dog, conjured 3 energy balls with different attributes from its 3 heads, hurling them towards Guo Linchuan. A trace of indifference flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The mirror of gaze appeared before him. In the mirror, faint light swirled, aiming at the 3 colored energy balls rushing towards him. Reverse light. Buzz. The 3 energy balls were completely consumed the moment they touched the mirror's surface. The next second, the mirror suddenly flashed brightly. A beam of energy, even stronger than the 3 energy balls combined, shot fiercely from the mirror. The target was the hell 3-headed dog, which hadn't even reacted yet. No! Ji Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! The beam pierced everything. The hell 3-headed dog didn't even have time to scream as its massive body was instantly torn into countless light particles, eliminated on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into a terrifying silence. Ji Xian's team members stared blankly at this scene, their courage to attack completely gone. A counterattack? And with double the power? What the hell kind of skill is this? I surrender. One of the team members immediately gave up. With one person leading, the others lost their will to fight and also chose to forfeit. In the blink of an eye, only Ji Xian and the mimic stone statue ghost, which was being pressed and beaten by the holy flame fire sparrow and was on the verge of death, remained. He stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with shock. You, who exactly are you? Lu Yuan hadn't spoken yet. Instead, Shen Yi withdrew his Wolf King, walked over to Lu Yuan's side, and grinned, showing his white teeth. Did your dog eyes go blind, and you don't even recognize our Lu God, he said proudly. Remember, we are Team 7, and we specialize in dealing with all who disobey. Ji Xian was so angry that he spat another mouthful of blood and chose to forfeit. With the forfeit of his team, a large amount of points flooded into each of Team 7's badges. Lu Yuan retracted the gaze mirror, his gaze shifting to the grand yet decaying chanting church. All right, the warm-up is over. He spoke calmly. Inside the church, there's the grand prize for our exam. Chapter 20, God's Perspective. Everyone's hearts tightened, immediately putting away all thoughts of joking. Under Lu Yuan's lead, they pushed open the 2 large oak doors of the church. Creak. The scene behind the door unfolded before their eyes. The interior of the church was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with a towering Gothic dome. Sunlight passed through the holes in the stained glass, casting beams of light. On both sides, stone pillars were carved with intricate murals, most of which had worn away and couldn't be seen clearly. Rows of benches were askew, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. The air was filled with the smell of old decay. It was eerily quiet here. This place doesn't feel like there are any living people. Shen Yi lowered his voice. Don't get distracted. Lu Yuan's voice came. He didn't even glance at the dusty benches or the collapsed altar. His gaze passed through the entire hall, locking onto the farthest wall of the church. The other 4 immediately followed, automatically forming the perfect defensive formation. Guo Linchuan's Shenbing turtle snake blocked their retreat, guarding the church's entrance. Shen Yi and Wu Tian stood on the left and right, guarding the most vulnerable flanks. Yun Chanxian closely followed behind Lu Yuan. Their trust, after the crushing battle just now, had already fully turned into muscle memory. Lu Yuan stopped in front of a massive mural. Lu God, is there something wrong with this wall? Shen Yi curiously asked. He could see that this broken wall held some mystery. Lu Yuan did not answer. He stretched out his hand, slowly feeling the cold rough wall. His fingers tugged at the left hand of the most inconspicuous angel statue in a corner of the mural. Crack! A crisp sound of a mechanism suddenly echoed in the church. The entire huge wall actually cracked open a gap in the middle, slowly moving apart silently to both sides. A pitch-black, deep passage revealed itself. A metallic feel with a sense of technology appeared before them from the passage, forming a sharp contrast with the ancient church. Wow! This can work? Wu Tian and Guo Linchuan were both dumbfounded. Only Yun Chanxian still had a face saying, "My Yuan is just this amazing." Lu Yuan ignored his teammates' shock. He was the first to step forward, walking into the dark passage. The passage was short, at the end was a heavy alloy door gleaming with metallic cold light. In the center of the door, there was a very complex energy groove, inside which a faint blue data stream seemed to be slowly rotating. Need energy supply? Wu Tian's brows furrowed. Now it's troublesome. This kind of energy supply requires at least 5 bronze-level Beastmasters to work together. Right now, we only have Lu Xin and Miss Yun Chanxian's 3 bronze-level beasts. Lu Yuan nodded. You're correct, it indeed needs at least 5, but that doesn't mean we don't have enough. The light of primordial illumination was summoned, and Yun Chanxian also called out the Dark Ranger. The light of primordial illumination, the mirror of insight, the Dark Ranger, and the holy flame fire sparrow, 4 bronze beasts appeared. They energized the groove, and Wu Tian and the other 2 were not idle, calling over their own beasts to release energy. But this was still not enough. In the next second, the mirror of insight's dark surface flashed mirror recursion. It copied the light of primordial illumination. Although the light of primordial illumination was only low-tier bronze, its energy was the most terrifying among the bronze beasts. Boom! The alloy door emitted a heavy rumble, slowly rising upwards. Behind the door was a huge round hall filled with futuristic technology. In the center of the hall, a massive cylindrical energy device was quietly floating. And below the device, there was a ring-shaped central control console, covered with countless twinkling virtual buttons and holographic screens. Here, surprisingly, was the monitoring room of the entire Wasteland Yan'an simulated battlefield. Wu Tian looked at the scene before him. He instantly understood what this place meant. Lu Yuan approached the console, stretched out his finger, and seemingly randomly tapped a few times on the main screen. Buzz! The cylindrical device in the center of the hall suddenly lit up, and a huge three-dimensional holographic screen unexpectedly unfolded. That was the real-time panoramic map of the entire Wasteland Yan'an. Tall buildings, streets, ruins, churches, every corner of the city, every piece of rubble was displayed. At this moment, on the map, there were 15 red dots of varying sizes, slowly moving. Each dot represented a participating team. Their real-time positions, movement directions, and even the number of remaining team members could be clearly seen on the map. God's perspective, we have truly obtained the real God's perspective. Wu Tian muttered. This exam, from this moment on, is no longer a survival competition in the arena. Yun Shanshan even jumped up with an ah, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's neck. Ah Yuan, you're so amazing. I knew it. I knew you were the best. Lu Yuan let the girl hang on him like a koala. His gaze explored that huge map. In front of this map, all tactics became jokes. All ambushes became foolish waits. All stealth became transparent performances. From now on, they are no longer the pieces on a chessboard. They are the chess players. Lu Yuan's gaze slowly swept across the map. Finally, it stopped at the light point of a 5-person team carefully moving nearby. Wu Tian. Here. Wu Tian immediately straightened up. Analyze this team's action route and predict where they will appear in 3 minutes at which intersection. Yes. Wu Tian immediately immersed himself in analysis, fingers striking a flurry of shadows on a virtual keyboard, rows of data streams appearing before his eyes. Lu Yuan then looked at Xin Yi and Guo Linchuan. You two, get ready. Received. The two responded in unison, their eyes brimming with battle intent, filled with a thirst for blood. Chapter 21 Next Target. Report, Captain. Wu Tian stood up straight from the console. Team 13, fully staffed with 5 members, with beast configurations of 2 close combat, 1 ranged, 1 support, and 1 scout, all at Black Iron High to Black Iron Peak strength. Based on their movement trajectory and speed in the past 15 minutes, they are searching along the main road towards the eastern commercial square. In 3 minutes, they will reach the intersection, which is the only way for them to enter the square. After finishing his report, the feeling of strategizing from far away and winning was simply amazing. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the 3-dimensional map. His finger pressed on the intersection, and the map instantly zoomed in, with surrounding building details and road structures clearly displayed. At the southeast corner of the intersection was an abandoned department store with a well-preserved billboard on the roof. The northwest corner had the entrance to the subway station, where the ground dipped down. Directly to the north was a bank with 2 stone lions at its entrance. We will set our ambush point here. Shun Yi. Here. Your Heaven's Punishment Shadow Wolf King will hide in the shadows of the department store and wait for my signal to immediately kill the opposing support beast. Guo Linchuan. The ice turtle snake will hide under the slope at the subway station entrance and use frost breath to block their retreat, pushing them towards the bank. Wu Tian. Captain, please speak. Your forest spirit will let the vines wrap around the 2 stone lions at the bank, making a trap. Once they get close, immediately activate parasitic strangulation. Qian. Got it. Yun Shanshan said without waiting for Lu Yuan to finish deploying the tactics. I will be behind the billboard on the rooftop of the department store with the fire sparrow, looking down and giving them a fire cleansing, right? Lu Yuan looked at her and nodded, acknowledging her plan. He finally looked at everyone. My primordial light will grant you the holy light protection, and the watchful mirror will replicate Guo Linchuan's ice turtle snake, serving as a second defense to block the west side of the intersection. The whole process must finish the battle within 30 seconds. Yes. The 3 responded in unison. Their voices were filled with uncontrollable excitement. This was no longer a battle, it was a dimensional strike using information advantage. Shinny could almost imagine the bewildered expressions on the faces of those 5 people humming a tune as they crashed into the trap. So exhilarating. Fighting alongside God's Lu was even better than securing first place. Let's go. With a command from Lu Yuan, the 5 quickly left the main control room. 3 minutes later. At the intersection of abandoned city Yan'an. Captain, why does this place feel so eerie? Do we really have to go through here? A thin young man rubbed his arms. His scout beast wind-seeking mouse anxiously paced at his feet. The burly young man called Captain glared at him. What are you afraid of? Wealth requires risk. The top 10 on the leaderboard are definitely crowding into the core area. Isn't it good for us to clear the area on the outskirts and steadily take a spot in the top 30? Exactly, away, you're just a coward. The only female member of the team chuckled. They had no idea that pairs of cold eyes around them had already locked onto them. On the rooftop of the department store, Yun Shanxian hid behind a giant billboard. She looked through the gaps of the billboard, watching the 5 unsuspecting people below, giving Lu Yuan an okay hand sign. Lu Yuan leaned against the support of the billboard, enjoying a play that had long been scripted. The target has entered the designated position. Guo Linchuan, do it. Roar. A roar suddenly burst from the entrance of the subway station. Before the team could react, they saw a vast ice blue breath sweeping through the street behind them in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. A thick layer of ice spread at a visible speed, sealing off their escape route in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack. There's an ambush. The captain reacted the quickest, immediately summoning his beast fire giant lizard, trying to use flames to melt the ice wall. But at that moment, Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. Shen Ed. I'm on it. The punishment shadow wolf king of Shen Ed pounced like a bolt of black lightning, suddenly emerging from the shadows on the first floor of the department store. Its target was the auxiliary beast Moonlight Rabbit, which was singing a healing spell among the opposing team. Not good. Protect Aya. The opposing team's melee beast hurried to defend, but everything was too late. The speed of the Wolf King was too fast, its claws shimmering with ghostly light. A single heavenly calamity claw directly tore through the faint protective shield the Moonlight Rabbit had hastily built, sending its petite body flying and instantly turning it into a point of light that vanished. One hit scored. Bastard. The opposing captain's eyes nearly burst with rage as he commanded the fire giant lizard to abandon breaking the ice and instead charge at the punishment shadow Wolf King. Wu Tian. The team instinctively moved toward the bank, trying to use the stone lions as cover. They stepped into the final trap. Buzz. The vines wrapped around the 2 stone lions suddenly came alive, binding their 2 melee beasts tightly. The thorns on the vines pierced into the beasts, crazily draining their stamina. Now, Qian Qian. Leave it to me. Yun Shenxian cheered and jumped up from behind the billboard. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Meteor Fire Rain. Caw. A high-pitched cry echoed across the sky. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow spread its wings, unleashing countless fist-sized white fireballs like a dense meteor shower, raining down on the helpless enemies below. Boom. 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 The explosive sounds connected into one, flames devouring everything. The entire process, from the first breath of frost to the last flicker of flame, took less than 20 seconds. The 5 people of the team stood dumbfounded, looking around at the emptiness beside them, not even fully realizing how their beasts disappeared. The captain opened his mouth, his face full of confusion and disbelief. What is this? Heavenly justice? Shen Di whistled as he walked out from the department store, followed by his majestic Wolf King. Guo Linchuan and Wu Tian also emerged from their respective ambush points, forming a triangle to surround the opponents. Brothers, don't just stand there. Is it dignity for yourselves, or should we help you maintain dignity? Shen Ed grinned. The captain looked at them, then looked up at their imposing figures looking down on him. We concede. A large amount of points surged into the badge as Lu Yuan led Yun Shenxian down from the rooftop. God Lu, this is too delightful. This is not fighting, this is harvesting. Shen Ed said excitedly. Wu Tian also came over, trying hard to seem calm, but his excited voice betrayed him. Perfect strategy, perfect execution, I would call it a textbook ambush. Guo Linchuan said nothing, just moved behind Lu Yuan, showing his stance through action. Yun Shenxian proudly huffed, hugging Lu Yuan's arm, her small head rubbing against his shoulder as if declaring sovereignty. This is just the beginning. He turned and looked towards the direction of the church. Let's go back, the next target. Chapter 22, Mirror Reflection of Absolute Kill. Let's go back, the next target. Lu Yuan's voice issued a new command. Wu Tian, Shen Ed, and Guo Linchuan immediately turned around to follow. Back to the main control room. On the huge 3D map, the light point representing Team 13 had completely disappeared, while Team 7's score had shot up significantly. So great. Such a battle is just too cool. Shen Ed kept talking, savoring the previous fight. Wu Tian appeared very calm. From a tactical perspective, this ambush can be called perfect. Luring the enemy, splitting, controlling, concentrating fire, clearing the field, all steps connected seamlessly. Yun Shanxian hummed a little tune and asked Lu Yuan. Yuan, who are we going to fight next? How about that one hiding in the sewer? Looks sneaky, Definitely not a good person. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the moving and stationary light points on the map, ignoring Yun Qianqian's suggestion. His finger finally landed on a 5-person team moving quickly on the east side of the map. There was the financial center of the ruined city, tall buildings lined up, wide streets, easy to attack but hard to defend. Team 4, Zhao, score, 95400. Target, Team 4. Upon hearing the target, the others had no doubts. Captain Wu Tian stepped forward. Zhao, last year's star examinee, repeating this year, has achieved 4th place in the score competition with strong strength. His beast is a bronze mid-level lava tyrant, a 4-star potential fire-type beast. According to surveillance, his team configuration is also 3 attackers, 1 support, and 1 tank, pushing through the city from the west with an extremely overbearing style. Overbearing? Then let them see what it means to be unreasonable. Lu Yuan laughed. He extended his finger and drew an interception line on the map, with the endpoint being a huge multi-level parking lot. Wu Tian, calculate the time they need to reach here and the possible entrances they might choose. Shinidi, Guolinchuan, you two go to the second basement of the parking lot and set up traps. Qianqian, you're on the top floor, get ready to clear the field. Yes. Received. No problem. The 3 had no doubts and immediately took their orders. Before she left, Yun Qianqian asked, Yuan, what about you? Lu Yuan looked at her and spoke his plan. Me? I'll be the bait. 10 minutes later. Brother Hao, we'll reach the central square soon. Those scaredy cats definitely didn't expect us to take the main road, a young man with yellow hair said, following Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, a tall figure, snorted coldly, a bunch of country bumpkins, do they deserve me to detour? Whoever dares to block my way in the arena, just crush them. Beside him, a giant beast, 6 meters tall, covered in dark red rock armor, continuously spewing sulfurous breath, let out a muffled low roar. It was Zhao Hao's lava tyrant. At that moment, a figure emerged from the corner ahead, blocking their path. The person was dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt, hands in pockets, appearing relaxed. As if strolling on the road, not in a life and death exam. Who are you? Get out of the way, the yellow-haired youth immediately shouted. Lu Yuan glanced at them and then made a move that stunned Zhao Hao's entire team. He pulled out an apple from his pocket and began to munch on it. The crisp crunch sound echoed clearly in the empty street. This was not just a provocation. This was blatant disregard. Looking for death. Zhao Hao's expression instantly darkened. He was too lazy to waste words and waved his hand directly. Lava tyrant, lava ray. Roar. The lava tyrant opened its massive mouth, and a dark red ray shot out, aiming straight at Lu Yuan. Zhao Hao's face revealed a victorious smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene where this guy was directly evaporated and eliminated by the ray. However, just as the ray was about to hit, the space before Lu Yuan suddenly rippled. A dark-colored mirror reflected a mysterious surface. Quietly emerging. The light of rebellion. The scorching lava ray, upon contact with the mirror, did not explode, but was completely swallowed. The entire process was silent. Zhao Hao's smile froze. His teammates all widened their eyes. In the next second, the dim mirror suddenly exploded with a dark red light, twice as intense as before. A thicker, more violent, and more terrifying lava ray shot out ferociously from the mirror. Using their own methods against them. And double the return. No. Zhao Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted the lava tyrant to dodge, but the beam was just too fast. Boom. The explosion echoed through the long street. The lava tyrant let out a painful wail, its rocky armor pierced by its own doubled attack. Its massive body crashed to the ground, and though it wasn't immediately eliminated, it was gravely injured. One strike took down the opponent's strongest beast. The entire 4th squad was petrified in place, their minds blank. Now, can we talk? Lu Yuan tossed aside a fruit core and clapped his hands. Behind him, a flicker of light flashed in the surface of the peering mirror. A beast that looked exactly like the fallen lava tyrant stepped out of the mirrored world with heavy steps. Mirrored duplication. 2 lava tyrants appeared before Zhao Hao, one injured and one unharmed, one real and one fake. At this moment, not only Zhao Hao's psychological defense crumbled, but also that of his teammates. What is that? The young man with yellow hair sat down on the ground. Zhao Hao stared at Lu Yuan, his expression filled with shock. He couldn't understand how there could be such unreasonable beasts in this world. Who exactly are you? He asked. Lu Yuan did not answer. Instead, from a distance in the parking garage, the voice of Shinidi echoed. Listen up. We are Team 7. Specializing in dealing with all sorts of disobedience. Chapter 23, the exam is over. Friend, do you accept defeat? Zhao Hao's lips moved. A single word except squeezed out from his mouth. He had lost before, but never in such an unbelievable way. From the start of the battle to the end, just one person and an eerie mirror had shattered his strongest beast and the morale of the whole team. This feeling left him deeply frustrated. We forfeit. When these 4 words came out of Zhao Hao's mouth, a flood of points surged into each member's badge in Team 7. In the parking garage, Sighed finally appeared, leaning against a pillar, whistling at Zhao Hao and the others across the street. Goodbye, everyone. Zhao Hao's teammates looked at the noisy Sighed, daring to be angry but unable to speak. Lu Yuan retracted the peering mirror and the duplicated lava tyrant. Let's go. Back in the control room, the huge 3-dimensional map showed that the light point representing Team 4 had disappeared. And the scores of the several members of Team 7 rose once again. Next. Lu God, who are we fighting next? How about those hiding in the underground warehouse of the shopping center? I see they haven't moved for half an hour, they must be growing mushrooms soon. Sighed pointed at a light spot on the map. From then on, the abandoned city of Yan'an completely became Team 7's private hunting ground. Lu God, Team 11, 3 people, their beasts are all at the peak of the Black Iron level, and they are currently huddled in the middle section of the city subway B7 line tunnel. They have set a large number of explosive traps, trying to hold their ground. They probably think the underground is the safest place. Wu Tian explained about Team 11's situation. Let's go, depart. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the map, his finger lightly tapping at the 2 exits of the tunnel. Xian, you and the Sacred Flame Sparrows go to the east exit, use Sacred Flame Breath to seal it off, but don't burn inside, leave them a little hope. Okay. Yun Xian responded. Guo Linchuan, the Xianbing tortoise snake goes to the west exit, use Absolute Zero to freeze it. Sighed. Let your Wolf King guard behind the ice wall at the western mouth, waiting for them to crash into it themselves. Received. Understood. So, just a few minutes later, Team 11, who was feeling proud of their cleverness in the tunnel, suddenly sensed extreme energy fluctuations coming from both ends. On one side was a terrifyingly high temperature, casting the tunnel entrance in a deep red glow, even the air began to twist. On the other side was a chilling cold, with the sound of ice spreading, a crackling noise. Oh crap! What's going on? Have we been discovered? Quick! Run to the west. There's ice over there, we can break through together. The 3 rushed toward the western mouth, hurrying to unleash their beast's full power to smash the ice wall. What they didn't expect was that this ice wall wasn't solid, it shattered easily after just a few attacks, wasting their beast's energy. Just when they thought they had escaped and could breathe fresh air, 2 wolf-shaped beasts appeared to block their way. Report to the captain. Wu Tian reported again. Team 9, 4 members, their beasts consist of 2 peak Black Iron level and 2 high Black Iron level. They occupy the top of the city's tallest building, the Twin Towers, and the 2 peak Black Iron level beasts are both ranged attackers, wind-chasing wolves and frost terror birds, which will attack any passing teams indiscriminately. Want to take aim? Lu Yuan spoke. He looked at Yun Xian. Do you want to fly? Yes. The girl's eyes instantly lit up. Buzz. The mirror of the eye appeared in front of Lu Yuan, the reflection showing the fleeting image of the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. In the next second, a Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow appeared at Lu Yuan's feet. Mirror replication. Wow. Yuan, your beast is too strong. Yun Xian said enviously. Let's go. Lu Yuan pulled Yun Xian, and the 2 simultaneously summoned the Primordial Light and the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. 3 flying units shot up from the church into the sky. At the top of the Twin Towers, Team 9's 4 members were having a blast. Ha, eliminated another one. This guy's score is too low. Captain is brilliant. This position is simply invincible. Just as they were feeling proud, one team member suddenly felt the sunlight overhead being blocked. He instinctively looked up. 3 figures were hovering above them, looking down with an imposing presence. Something's in the sky, that team member said quickly. What awaited them was the light of judgment from the Primordial Light and the flames from the 2 Sacred Flame Fire Sparrows. Time swiftly passed in yet another encirclement. In the main control room, Wu Tian was responsible for analysis, Lu Yuan was in charge of command, Xin was in charge of pre-battle taunting and post-battle mocking, Guo Linchuan was assigned to block paths and act as a guardian, and Yun Xian was responsible for being beautiful as a flower. A perfect assembly line was formed. Other teams in the desolate city of Yan'an had completely gone mad. They faced unprecedented terrifying events. No matter whether they hid in the deepest underground or in the highest rooftops, whether they formed a turtle shell formation for defense or moved rapidly for guerrilla tactics. The eliminated teams were discussing in the contestant waiting area. Team 7 could always find them precisely, then used a set of tactics they couldn't understand to instantly evaporate them. Is Team 7 a devil? We were found even hiding underground. Don't say that. When our team was eliminated, they didn't even have one person show up, just the two wolf-shaped beasts took us all down. I swear I saw Lu Yuan. He flew into the sky riding on the shadow of a firebird. He isn't human. Gradually, the red dots on the map were dwindling. The remaining teams had completely given up on the idea of scoring points. Their only thought was to find a corner to hide in, praying for the exam to end quickly, so their scores could be preserved. Finally, when Shinny again eagerly eliminated the last team that dared to resist, a broadcast echoed throughout the entire desolate city. Attention all candidates, the time for the top 100 arena competition has ended. The exam is officially over. The transmission will open in 10 seconds. Please prepare all candidates. In the main control room, 5 people exchanged glances. Shinny D opened his mouth. He had not yet shouted the habitual "Lu God is amazing" when he heard the broadcast. Wu Tian leaned against the console, his face full of prideful smiles. It's over. Yun Chanqian whispered, voluntarily releasing Lu Yuan's arm, her voice laced with fatigue. Lu Yuan looked at the huge three-dimensional map, then glanced at the girl beside him, as well as the 3 teammates in front of him who had already regarded him as their faith. He reached out and ruffled Yun Chanqian's hair. One word, but it was the most perfect summary of this exam that had lasted a whole day. White light shone brightly, engulfing the 5 people. Chapter 24, I represent the captain. As the white light faded, the blinding lights and the roar like a tsunami instantly engulfed the 5 people. From the deathly silence of the ruined city of Anan, to the Nest City Sports Stadium that accommodates 500,000 people. The huge contrast left Shinny D and the others momentarily dazed. They unconsciously gathered together, with Lu Yuan at the center. We're out. Wu Tian's voice was dry. Yuan, we should be first place, right? Yun Chanqian's voice carried exhaustion. Lu Yuan nodded, reaching out to smooth her hair. Just then, the lights in the entire stadium suddenly dimmed. All the beams of light concentrated on the huge electronic screen floating above. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue through the sound equipment. Ladies and gentlemen. All candidates. After a whole day of fierce fighting, the results of this year's National Beastmaster Academy Joint Enrollment Examination, the top 100 arena competition, are about to be revealed. Which team will win the crown and become the strongest this time? Let us wait and see. The data on the screen began to refresh rapidly. In the front row of the audience, Yun Jintian and Su Yueli also focused on the screen. Even as epic tier Beastmasters, Su Yueli's trembling fingertips revealed her inner tension. In the contestant waiting area, the eliminated candidates wore various expressions. Zhao Hao looked gray, he no longer cared about his ranking. He just wanted to know what kind of height the man who had completely defeated him with a mirror stood at. Ji Xian's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at the screen. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the final score ranking froze. Silence. A deathly silence. In the entire Nest City Sports Stadium, the breaths of 500,000 people seemed to be drawn out simultaneously at this moment. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the final ranking hanging in the air in disbelief. First place, Lu Yuan, score 785400, Team 7. Second place, Yun Chanqian, score 785000, Team 7. Third place, Wu Tian, score 512300, Team 7. Fourth place, Shinny D, score 512200, Team 7. Fifth place, Wolin Chuan, score 512100, Team 7. Sixth place, Ji Xian, score 115600, Team 3. On the list, the names of the top 5 occupied everyone's vision in an almost savage manner. And the scores of the top 5 left the 6th place far behind. The first place, Lu Yuan, with 780,000 points. This number was more than the combined scores of those ranked 6th to 20th. Even more terrifying was that all of the top 5 were from Team 7. They did not just win. They devoured the entire competition. After a full 3 seconds of silence, it was completely ignited. The entire Nest City Sports Stadium erupted into a terrifying wave of cheers and discussions from 500,000 people, almost toppling the dome of the stadium. My God! What am I seeing? 780,000 points? Did they wipe out all the other 19 teams? Insane. Absolutely insane. What kind of devilish team is Team 7? They have taken over the entire ruined city of Anan. Look, the top 5 scores are so high, and the 6th place fell off a cliff. This shows they have devoured all the teams they encountered. Who exactly is the person from Team 7? I've never heard of these characters before. The audience erupted in chaos, while the waiting area for the contestants was engulfed in silence. Zhao Hao looked at the number and suddenly smiled. The opponent was not even fighting him but was merely clearing out all the teams on a map. Ji Xian sat down on the ground, his eyes vacant. Impossible, this is impossible, Qin Yu murmured in disbelief as she looked at the familiar name at the top. Yet at the center of the storm, the 5 members of Team 7 reacted surprisingly calmly. Wu Tian analyzed, based on the points, we've eliminated at least 15 teams and obtained 50% of their total points, plus points from hunting high-level beasts. This number is within a reasonable range. Guo Linchuan silently gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Yin Shanshan jumped up joyfully, hanging onto him, her little head rubbing against his chest. A Yuan. We are first. Really first. Whoa. A loud shout finally broke the calm among the team. Shinny looked at the screen, then at Lu Yuan, then back at the screen, confirming several times back and forth. He suddenly jumped up, pointing to the screen with all his might, shouting to the 500,000 audience, "Do you see that? That's my captain. Lucian is awesome." This shout, through his contestant microphone, clearly echoed throughout every corner of the stadium. The entire place fell instantly silent. Countless gazes focused on the striking young man with silver hair. Puff, whoa. Wu Tian almost choked on his own saliva, struggling to breathe. He hurriedly covered Xin Yi's mouth. You crazy? Stay low-key. Mind your image. What image? Isn't what I'm saying the truth? Xin Yi replied defiantly. I speak for the captain. This sudden interaction made the entire audience burst into laughter. The oppressive feeling brought by the terrifying points was instantly diluted. In its place was a curious fascination with this team. In the VIP section, several top recruitment heads from the Beast Tamer Academy of Dragon Country had lost their usual composure. Tutor Qin, do you have any information on Lu Yuan from Longshao? Asked a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The head of Longshao Academy, addressed as Tutor Qin, glanced at the information in his hand and said, this Lu Yuan is the one who mutated from the fluorescent butterfly just 2 months ago. The girl next to him, Yun Shanshan, is the little princess of the Yun family. The little princess of the Yun family, the Mediterranean man's eyes narrowed. To win the trust of the little princess of the Yun family, and to be slightly behind in points, this Lu Yuan is probably not just a powerful beast tamer. He paused, looking at the young boy below. At almost the same time, representatives from various other academies and major forces present issued the same command. Go check. Immediately. I want all the information on Lu Yuan. And all the information on everyone in Team 7. The host's voice, somewhat out of tune due to excitement, finally sounded again. Let us give the warmest applause. Welcome this year's National Beast Tamer Academy Joint Recruitment Examination, the final top 5. Our rightful champion Team 7, to the stage. The spotlight suddenly shone down, enveloping the 5 members of Lu Yuan. Chapter 25, Scramble. With the host's passionate voice, several spotlights precisely locked onto Team 7's figures. Lu Yuan remained calm, while Yun Shanshan hugged his arm, her small face brimming with uncontainable joy. Wu Tian tried to maintain his composure, but his reddened ears betrayed him. Guo Linchuan remained silent, only tightening his steps. The only one with a different vibe was Shen Yi, who stood tall, facing the gaze of 500,000 people, his expression filled with look, this is the empire my captain has built. Just as they stepped onto the podium, the giant screen above suddenly switched its image. The bleak and gloomy scene of the ruined city of Anan appeared before everyone, accompanied by a background music that brought a sense of oppression. Dear audience. Now, let us review the shining moments of Team 7, the champion team, in this top 100 arena competition. The image froze on an unremarkable fountain statue in front of the chanting church. Lu Yuan merely glanced at the statue and then turned to Yin Shanshan to give an order. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, use your strongest single target attack to hit the angel's right eyeball on that statue. Precise, decisive, with no hint of hesitation. In the next moment, a pure white, holy flame explosive bullet whistled out and struck true. The disguise was instantly pierced, and the mimic gargoyle let out a roar. Holy crap! How did he figure that out? This observation, is he a monster? The audience gasped in awe, voices rising and falling like waves. Immediately, the 5 members of the Jixian team sprang from the ruins, their 5 summoned beasts launching a concentrated attack from all directions at the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. It was a seemingly certain death situation, causing many audience members to instinctively hold their breath. Yet, Lu Yuan on the screen didn't even raise an eyelid. Guo Linchuan, Xianbing Turtle Snake, activate Chuanjia Guardian, take the hit. Wu Tian, Vine Cage, block the movement of that Windblade Mantis on the left. Shen Yi, send your wolf to cut off the Shadow Mouse from the right back. Shanshan, don't worry about defense, continue attacking the gargoyle. A series of commands flowed from his mouth, the tactics crystal clear. Behind him, the mirror of observation connected all summoned beasts with a fleeting ethereal light chain. Boom! The concentrated damage was all absorbed by the Xianbing Turtle Snake. So that's how it is, everything is part of his plan. In the competitor waiting area, Ji Xian watched everything on the screen. They now understood what kind of monster they were facing. The scene shifted, revealing Ji Xian's hell three-headed dog launching an attack, 3 energy balls whistling away. Then, everyone witnessed a moment they would never forget. The mirror of observation quietly appeared, its mirror surface swirling with ghostly light. Light of rebound. The energy was devoured and then doubled in return. Boom! The hell three-headed dog was blown into countless glimmering particles by its own skill. In that moment, the entire stadium, with its 500,000 people, fell into a lasting 2-second vacuum of silence. Deathly quiet. Rebound attack? And double? What the hell kind of skill is this? That mirror is just too cheeky. If the first scene demonstrated Lu Yuan's command, this one showcased the unreasonable power of his summoned beasts. The screen switched again. This time, it showed the inside of the church. The audience watched in disbelief as Lu Yuan leisurely walked up to a wall, lightly pressing on an inconspicuous corner, and a secret passage to the central control room opened with a response. The camera shifted to the monitoring control room of the ruined city. When the audience saw Lu Yuan standing before a massive 3D map, overlooking the entire city and casually circling the next target on the map, everyone understood. They finally realized how that layered scoring system came about. God's perspective, they have the vision of the entire city. So that's it. They control the entire situation. No wonder. The mystery was unveiled, and all previous doubts about Team 7's scoring vanished in that moment. They weren't just lucky, they had opened God's perspective and were playing a hunting game. The next scenes turned into a one-sided massacre. At the intersection, Team 13 hummed a tune, only to crash into a trap, never even catching a glimpse of the enemy before being completely eliminated. In the subway tunnel, Team 11 thought themselves clever, only to find their exit blocked by icy flames, desperately charging into the waiting Wolf King. At the top of the Twin Towers, Team 9 tried to take the high ground to target practice, but found themselves mercilessly assaulted by 3 flying units. The person and the summoned beast were kicked off the rooftop. The entire scene was smooth and seamless, with a strong sense of rhythm, paired with passionate music. Rather than a battle highlight, it was more like a piece of art. An art directed by Lu Yuan, named Dimensional Strike. When at last, Lu Yuan stood alone, munching on an apple, blocking the way in front of Zhao Hao's lava tyrant, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Light of rebellion. Mirror replication. When 2 lava tyrants appeared simultaneously on the screen, Zhao Hao covered his face with both hands. He finally understood, the opponent was not provoking him. From the very beginning, they had never taken him seriously. Enough. Don't release anymore. A eliminated contestant shouted. This was not a highlight reel, it was clearly the 7th team publicly executing the other 80 or so proud sons of the heavens. In the VIP seats, the atmosphere had already become extremely tense. People in charge of admissions from several prestigious academies stared intently at the screen. The boy named Lu Yuan, the white-haired elder from the Holy Light Beast Academy, said, his voice dry. That ball of light he has is the purest light elemental energy I have ever seen. Also, the mirror he used at the end should be a beast-taming weapon, but the skill of rebounding and replicating is unheard of. I care more about him than the summoned beast. A middle-aged man in a blue robe from the Qingfeng Beast Academy said solemnly. Look at his command, every decision he makes and the strategies he employs are astonishing. The entire ruined capital of Yan'an is his chessboard. This kind of talent is a born tactical master. The admissions officer from the Longshao Beast Academy was a fiery and capable woman. She was Mentor Qin, and at this moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She did not join the discussion but directly took out a special communicator and dialed a number. Principal, it's me. Yes, at the exam site. I discovered someone, no, I should say, I found a rough gem that can become the cornerstone of our Longshao's future. Yes, it's that first-place student named Lu Yuan. I hope to be granted some authority, we need to bring this genius into our Longshao. As soon as she finished speaking, the admissions representative from Beiming Beast Academy, a woman in blue, immediately objected. Hey, Mentor Qin, that's not fair. Things should go in order, you shouldn't be too greedy. She spoke assertively, this student Lu Yuan is also highly regarded by our Beiming Beast Academy. Moreover, as far as I know, the young princess of the Yun family has parents from our Beiming Academy. The young princess will definitely come to Beiming, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing for this young couple to be in the same academy? She directly brought up Yun Shanshan, and the implication was clear, to win Lu Yuan, they had to consider the Yun family and Yun Shanshan's attitude. Sisters Liuli, don't use the Yun family to pressure us. Mentor Qin refused to back down. Geniuses belong to the world, not for dating. Our Longshao can provide him with the best resources, S-Class Secret Realm access, what can you Beiming offer him? Taking him for your discovered rift archaeology? Our Beiming's spatial rift project needs a talent like Lu Yuan. Nonsense. He is obviously more suitable for our Holy Lights Saint candidate training program. In an instant, the entire VIP section was in an uproar over a recently adult young man. Where was the usual composure and authority? At this moment, on the stage at the center of the storm, the spotlight and thunderous applause completely drowned out the 5 people. Wu Tian and Guo Linchuan were still a bit stiff. Shani was so excited that his face turned red, waving nonstop at the audience. Yun Chanshan's little head leaned tightly against Lu Yuan's shoulder, feeling that familiar breath. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the excited and adoring faces below. Finally, it landed on the slightly reddened earlobe of the girl beside him. He reached out his hand, gently squeezing her palm at an angle where no one could see. Don't be nervous, it's over. Chapter 26, Beasts Academy of North Ming. The spotlight dimmed, the applause and noise faded, but still echoed in the ears. The 5 of them walked down the high platform and were immediately guided by the waiting staff through a special passage. They avoided countless media representatives and various forces trying to rush up. Lu God! Did you hear that? 500,000 people. They are all shouting our names. Shuni said excitedly. As they passed through the passage, 2 familiar figures had already been waiting there. Yun Jintian wore a sharp black suit, but at this moment, the normally stern expression on his face was filled with warmth and pride. Beside him, Su Yueli wore a moonlight long dress, her eyes and brows filled with joy. Dad! Mom! Yun Chanshan cheered. She released Lu Yuan's arm and leaped into Su Yueli's embrace. We got first place. Yes, our Chanshan is the best. Su Yueli said with a smile, gently stroking her daughter's hair. Yun Jintian's gaze lingered on Lu Yuan, studying this young man he had watched grow up, his eyes reflecting mixed emotions. There was appreciation, approval, and even a sentiment he hadn't noticed himself. Once a silent boy, fostered in the Yun family, hiding all his thoughts inside. Unknowingly, he had grown to a height that made the entire Dragon Kingdom take notice. Well done. Yun Jintian spoke succinctly, but it was the highest affirmation from him. Lu Yuan met his gaze and greeted the couple, Uncle Yun, Aunt Su. Let's go, you must be starving. Aunt Su has booked the best private room for your celebration dinner. Su Yueli said with a smile. On the top floor of Nest City, in a private viewing room not open to the public. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the dazzling night view of the entire city, with flying cars weaving through the thousands of lights. Shani and the others tactfully didn't follow, as this was a moment for family. The dining table was full of delicious and fragrant dishes, but at this moment, no one moved their chopsticks. Yun Shanshan was animatedly describing how they hunted in the ruined city of Anan, gesturing excitedly, causing Su Yueli to laugh continuously. Yun Jintian listened quietly, glancing at Lu Yuan from time to time. Finally, when Yun Shanshan had talked herself dry and took a big gulp of juice, Yun Jintian put down his chopsticks. Now that the big exam is over, you two should think about your future schools. His voice instantly quieted the atmosphere in the room. This was the most important matter. I've thought about it long ago. Yun Chanshan immediately replied. Looking at Lu Yuan, she said, Yuan, let's go to the Beast Academy of Longshao in Central City. I've inquired, there's an S-level dragon nest secret realm behind Longshao Academy, filled with powerful dragon beasts and rare materials. Plus, it's close to home, it's perfect for us. She had everything planned perfectly. Longshao Academy was top-notch, close to home, and most importantly, she could be with Lu Yuan. Su Yueli also nodded with a smile. Longshao is indeed good. With your results this time, you can apply to any academy, and the enrollment teachers will certainly come to recruit you early with many offers. The other 3 watched Lu Yuan, who had not yet spoken, turning their gaze toward him. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment. He put down his utensils, raised his head, and his gaze was very firm. He first looked at Yun Shanshan, his eyes showing a hint of regret, then turned to Yun Jintian and his wife. I will go back to the Beasts Academy of North Ming. These 4 words were clearly spoken from his mouth. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that moment. Yun Shanshan's smile froze. Yuan, what are you saying? North Ming, it's so far and remote, why are we going there? What puzzled her more was her parents' reaction. In the instant her words fell, she clearly saw her father Yun Jintian's hand, holding the teacup, freeze in midair. But the gentle smile on Mother Su Yueli's face also disappeared, replaced by a complex emotion. The atmosphere was not right. Yun Jintian's gaze became sharp, staring intently at Lu Yuan. A thought appeared in his mind. Does little Yuan know something? Yuan, isn't it good to go to Longshao with me? Yun Shanshan tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, gently shaking it, carrying a hint of being spoiled. It's so fun there, let's go on an adventure together, let's grow stronger together. Don't you love finding materials for your beasts the most? There must be a lot in the S-level secret realm. Lu Yuan looked at the girl's eyes, full of grievance and confusion, feeling a slight softening in his heart. But he still resolutely pulled his sleeve away from her hand. I'm sorry, Xianqian. His voice was soft, yet filled with determination. I must go to Beastmaster Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Yun Zhantian and Su Yueli. Uncle Yun, Aunt Su. He raised his head, and in his pitch-black pupils, the countless lights outside the window were reflected, but at this moment, they were even deeper than the Starry River. Over the years, thank you for your nurturing grace. But this time, I have a reason I must go. This bow and this reason were like a key, completely unlocking the dusty door in Su Yueli's heart. Her eyes immediately turned red. Yes, how could she forget? That place was where they last received news from him. This child ultimately had to go seek an answer. Su Yueli reached out, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes but stubbornly refusing to fall. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze filled with heartache and reluctance. In the end, it transformed into support. Go. Her voice trembled. Little Yuan, go, search for the truth. She stood up, walked to Lu Yuan's side, gently straightened his collar, just like every time before he left. The Yun family will always be behind you. Yun Zhantian looked at his wife and Lu Yuan, the sharpness in his eyes faded, turning into a long sigh. He lifted his teacup and drank the lukewarm tea in one go. Go ahead. Yun Xianqian stared blankly at all of this. She looked at her mother's suddenly red eyes, at Lu Yuan's serious face, at her father's solemn demeanor. She wasn't foolish, she understood in an instant. Going to Beiming wasn't due to recklessness. There was something Yuan had to seek. A secret so important that he was willing to go against his own will, so important that it drew such expressions from his parents. What was that secret? Countless thoughts flashed through Yun Xianqian's mind, but in the end, they all transformed into an incredibly firm decision. She suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to Lu Yuan's side, and grasped his hand again. This time, she didn't act spoiled or inquire. She just looked at him, her peach blossom eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness now. Then I will go to Beiming with Yuan too. Chapter 27, Shearing the Sheep. After dinner, on the way back from the top of Chaodu to the Yun family's villa, the atmosphere was completely different from when they came. Inside the hover car, no one mentioned the heavy topic at the dinner table anymore, a silent understanding flowed between the four of them. Yun Xianqian no longer chirped like usual, just quietly leaned against Lu Yuan's side, lost in her thoughts. Upon returning to the villa, they each went to their rooms. Lu Yuan's room was as tidy as ever. He locked the door, pulled the curtains, and the entire space fell into a peaceful dimness. He sat cross-legged on the bed. That ancient book, ethereal and majestic, arose as he thought, the golden data flowing slowly on the cover. Beastmaster, Lu Yuan. Rank, mid-level bronze Beastmaster. Talent, Beastmaster Illustrated, Unique. Contracted Beasts, 2. Beasts, the Light of Primordial Beginning. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low-level bronze. Racial skills. 1. Holy Radiance, existence is the domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energy. It can also emit light particles for purification. Servant of Light, summon 3 light spirits whose rank is always 1 tier lower than the primordial light to fight together. Judgment of Light, gather light energy to form a 1-meter-long light spear for throwing, causing devastating light attribute damage and inflicting absolute suppression on dark targets. Wings of Light, enable high-speed flying for a short period of time. Holy Light Guardian, bestows a shield on allied units that can absorb damage. Evolution conditions, 1. The Beastmaster rank reaches silver level. 2. Evolution material, Holy Crystal, Epic, times 1-3. Evolution material, Angel Feather, Epic, times 1. Beast, Mirror of Observation. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-bronze. Racial skills, 1. Mirror replication, choose 1 enemy or friendly beast to perfectly replicate its form and skills, lasting 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of higher rank than the Mirror of Observation. 2. Reversal Light, absorb and double a skill returned from an enemy beast. 3 times a day at the current stage. 3. Mirror synchronization, choose a friendly beast to establish a mirror link with it, lasting 1 minute. During the link, all linked units will evenly distribute any damage taken. Currently, a maximum of 5 units can be linked. Evolution conditions, 1. The beast rank reaches golden level. 2. Evolution material, Illusory Glass, Epic, times 1-3. Evolution material, Synchronization Crystal, Epic, times 1. Looking at his panel and the beast panel, Lu Yuan focused his mind and closed the illustrated guide. Outside the window, the night was deep, he lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. This day was a huge drain on him, both mentally and emotionally. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, Lu Yuan had already finished washing up and walked into the living room. The air was filled with the aroma of toasted bread and milk. Click. Yun Qianqian's bedroom door was pushed open, and the girl, with her slightly messy hair, sleepily walked out in a cute pink pajama. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Lu Yuan and mumbled sleepily, Yuan, good morning. Good morning. Lu Yuan replied and handed her a cup of warm milk. Qianqian, hurry and wash up. Important guests are coming to the house today, don't lose your manners. Su Yueli said gently from the kitchen. Yun Qianqian responded with an "oh," took the milk, sipped it, and then drifted lazily to the washroom. Time soon came to 2 p.m. A long black hovering car smoothly stopped at the entrance of the villa. Yun Jintian was the first to get out, followed by 5 men and women with different auras. Some wore pure white robes, looking compassionate, others in loose azure robes, exuding a scholarly vibe, and there was also a curvy woman, seemingly searching for something. These 5 were the recruitment heads of the top 5 academies in Long Country. Inside the spacious reception room of the villa, the atmosphere became very subtle. Just as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were about to enter the reception room, Su Yueli pulled Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian aside, avoiding the 5 serious recruitment officials. Wait a moment, they will extend recruitment invitations to you. Su Yueli's voice was very low, but her eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning light. Though we have made up our minds, we must put on a good front. She glanced at Lu Yuan and her daughter. She continued, you can listen to the conditions they offer, and even put forward some of your own requests. These academies are all wealthy beyond measure, with hundreds of years of foundation. They are willing to give anything to compete for talents like you. Saying this, Su Yueli changed her tone, especially Beiming, although it seems more desolate than the other academies, its resources are notoriously rich. Though it's my and your Uncle Yun's alma mater, we must not miss out on any gains. Yun Qianqian's eyes instantly brightened. Mom! You're amazing! She lowered her voice, I know. This is called strategic negotiation. She felt like she had learned a new trick. Lu Yuan looked at the elegant and noble woman in front of him, who at this moment resembled a fox plotting how to store food for her little ones for the winter. He had thought that only Uncle Yun Jintian was an old fox, but unexpectedly, Aunt Su was the one hiding the deepest secrets. However, he liked it. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth also curved up slightly. He looked at the 5 enrollment officers who were being hosted by Yun Jintian, seemingly sipping tea but actually focusing all their attention on this side. When resources are offered, they should not be taken for granted. Especially for the North Ming Beastmaster Academy, since he had to go, he naturally wanted to secure the maximum benefits for himself. Su Yuli looked at the 2 children with their lightbulb moment expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, show your champion spirit. She entered the meeting room first and approached Yun Jintian, her face once again wearing a gentle and dignified smile. As if the person who had just urged the children to pull some wool was not her at all. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of excitement in the other's eyes. Chapter 28, Competing for Genius. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian had just arrived at the door of the meeting room. Before they could enter, several emotional voices from inside had already reached their ears. Instructor Qin, you can't say that, the choice of geniuses is free. Even though your Longshao Academy is close at hand, you can't monopolize, right? Exactly, our Holy Light Academy's Saint Sun training sequence is the most suitable for classmate Lu Yuan. Stop arguing. In my view, both students have their own considerations, and our Qingfeng Academy always respects the personal wishes of the students. Voices leaking through the crack of the door came back and forth, hiding sharpness within. A war without gunpowder had already begun. Yun Qianqian quietly said to Lu Yuan with her lips so intense. A smile flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he leaned closer to Yun Qianqian's ear mischievously. Later, you choose Longshao first. Ha? Okay, Yun Qianqian was momentarily stunned. In the end, look at my expression. Lu Yuan said with a wicked grin. Yun Qianqian immediately understood, nodding repeatedly, her eyes filled with anticipation for the upcoming play. Just then, Lu Yuan opened the door to the meeting room. Swish. Inside, it instantly fell silent. 5 scorching gazes all focused sharply on the 2 at the door. Yun Jintian sat in the main seat, holding a teacup, calm as if he were just a backdrop. Su Yuli cast an encouraging look at the 2 children. Yun Qianqian instinctively shrank back slightly behind Lu Yuan at this scene, perfectly playing the role of a shy little girl. But Lu Yuan remained calm, completely unaware of the pressure from those 5 gazes. He held Yun Qianqian's hand and walked to the furthest chair at the end, his actions unhurried and composed. Silence. The enrollment officers were all astute, and no one wanted to speak first, exposing their trump cards. Ultimately, it was the serious-looking instructor Qin from Longshao Academy, with a fiery figure, who could not hold back. She glanced at Yun Qianqian and then locked her gaze on Lu Yuan. Qianqian, Lu Yuan, I won't beat around the bush. Instructor Qin was quite straightforward. Our Longshao Academy is located in the central city, the most prosperous area of Long Country. Most importantly, our academy manages an S-class Dragon Nest secret realm. As long as you come, the secret realm will be open to you. Dragon-type Beastmasters, rare materials, everything is available. With her words, she directly revealed her trump card. The expressions of the other enrollment officers changed slightly. Lu Yuan gave Yun Xianxian a glance. Yun Xianxian immediately began her performance. First, her eyes brightened, then she hesitated and bit her lip, looking at Lu Yuan for help and then glancing at her parents. She revealed a conflicted yet excited expression. I think, Longshao Academy sounds really great. She said softly, her voice filled with uncertainty. As soon as she spoke, Mentor Qin's smile instantly blossomed. She proudly glanced at the other 4 colleagues, her eyes seemed to say, did you see that? We got it. Student Qianqian truly has an eye for talent. She stood up. Student Lu Yuan, a genius like you should progress together with student Qianqian. Our Longshao will welcome your arrival with the highest honors. She was almost certain that as long as she secured Yun Qianqian, Lu Yuan, this wife-protecting madman, wouldn't run away. However, Lu Yuan did not even spare a glance, directly ignoring Mentor Qin's victorious stance. He turned his head and looked at the admissions officer from the Qingfeng Beast Tamer Academy, who was dressed in a long green robe and had a scholarly demeanor. Excuse me, Qingfeng Academy, can you provide 2 epic-level materials? The Qingfeng mentor was clearly surprised that Lu Yuan would inquire under Longshao's conditions. The admissions officer from Qingfeng Academy was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, Student Lu Yuan, please go ahead. As long as our academy has it, we will do our best to satisfy you. Jianhuan Liuli, Tongdiao Shui Jing. Lu Yuan pronounced the 2 names clearly. As soon as he said this, the entire reception room fell silent for a moment. Epic-level materials. The admissions officer from Qingfeng Academy was pondering whether his academy had them or not. The elder from the Holy Light Beast Tamer Academy, dressed in a pure white robe, suddenly spoke up with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Student Lu Yuan. We can provide these 2 materials at our Holy Light Academy. His voice was very decisive. In our academy's sanctuary treasury, we just happen to have these 2 treasures. As long as you are willing to join the Holy Light Beast Tamer Academy, they will be yours. Cutting off the roots. Mentor Qin's expression blackened completely. However, upon hearing this, Lu Yuan merely nodded noncommittally. I understand. He neither accepted nor rejected, leaving the Holy Light Academy's offer hanging there. Like an auctioneer, waiting for a higher bid. The atmosphere became subtle once again. At this moment, everyone's gaze focused on the representative from the Beiming Beast Tamer Academy who had remained silent and was quietly sipping tea the whole time. She was a woman dressed in elegant blue, her demeanor cold as the moon, and her beauty stunning. She slowly set down her teacup, the cup clinking against the saucer, producing a crisp sound. Young friend Lu Yuan. She finally spoke. You have listened to their conditions but have yet to make a choice. You must be waiting for me to speak, right? Her words revealed Lu Yuan's thoughts. She looked at Lu Yuan, the corners of her mouth curling into a light smile. All right, let me express Beiming's sincerity. First, the 2 epic materials you just mentioned, Jianhuan Liuli and Tongdiao Shui Jing, Beiming can offer them to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the elder from the Holy Light Academy and the scholar from Qingfeng Academy frowned. Second, you want top-level secret realm resources. The S-class Dragon Nest secret realm that Longshao Academy takes pride in, Beiming can also grant you access. What? Mentor Qin could no longer sit still and suddenly stood up. Lioli. What do you mean by this? The Dragon Nest secret realm has been managed by our Longshao Academy since its establishment. Why should you say you can enter? The woman in blue, Lioli, paid no heed to Mentor Qin's outburst. She spoke softly, Sister Qin, why be so agitated? Although the Dragon Nest is managed by Longshao, you wouldn't have forgotten the 5 Academy Treaty from 100 years ago, right? Beiming has 3 entry slots each year. Is there a problem with giving one of those slots to our Beiming genius? Mentor Qin was left speechless. Only then did Lioli continue to state her 3rd condition. Third, and the most important point. We can include you in the Space Rift Project member list. Space Rift Project? As soon as this name was mentioned, the expressions of the other admissions officers turned peculiar. The Mentor Qin seemed to have caught a flaw, immediately retaliating, Lioli. You are harming our dragon country's talent. Who doesn't know that your North Mysterious Space Rift plan is a bottomless pit? High risk, zero return. What are you thinking letting Lu Yuan go to such a place? Really? Lioli's lips curled into a smile. She glanced around, her eyes sweeping over the faces of the other 4 admission officers. You only know part of the story, not the whole. Aren't you all curious why our North Mysterious Academy, located in the remote northern region, has resources that are never inferior to any of yours? Sometimes, we even surpass the total of all your resources? A word awakened the dreamers. The faces of the admission officers from the 4 top academies changed drastically, as if they simultaneously thought of something. Lioli stopped looking at them, her gaze returning to Lu Yuan. That's right, all our excess resources come from there. Join North Mysterious, join this plan, Lu Yuan, the resources you will have in the future will be inexhaustible and endless. Chapter 29, Joining North Mysterious. Inexhaustible and endless. Lioli's voice stirred up ripples in the reception room. The 4 admission officers from the top academies wore expressions filled with wonder. They knew about the North Mysterious Space Rift plan, but never thought that it, seen from the outside as high risk and zero return, was actually the true wealth code of North Mysterious Academy. For a moment, the entire reception room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Mentor Qin clenched her fist tightly. The Dragon Nest Secret Realm was her greatest trump card, yet it was casually unraveled by the opponent, even being turned against her. The elder from the Holy Light Academy stroked his beard, his expression serious. Everyone's gaze converged on Lu Yuan, waiting for his final decision. Lu Yuan met their gazes, his expression unchanged. He simply looked calmly at the Moonlight woman from North Mysterious Academy. I choose North Mysterious. 5 words, clear and decisive. The dust settled. Mentor Qin's body swayed slightly, the last trace of color fading from her face, filled with unwillingness and disappointment. The elder from the Holy Light Academy let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. They had lost in this battle for talent. Lioli from North Mysterious Academy finally blossomed with a stunning smile, like ice and snow melting. To enroll a genius like Lu Yuan held far more significance for North Mysterious than any resources. However, just when everyone thought this battle for talent had settled, Lu Yuan made an unexpected move. He turned his head to look at Yun Shanshan, who had been quiet beside him, in his eyes rare softness showed. I will go to Longshao to see you. His voice was not loud, and his tone very calm, like he was stating something very ordinary. But while speaking, he gave Yun Shanshan a look that only she could understand. The crowd in the reception room was momentarily stunned. It suddenly dawned on them that this pair, praised as a match made in heaven, was actually going to part ways? Mentor Qin abruptly raised her head, a flicker of hope reigniting in her dim eyes. Yun Shanshan blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, first revealing a hint of disbelief and grievance, her little mouth slightly pouting, as if accusing Lu Yuan of being heartless. But deep in her eyes, a mischievous light flashed by. She understood. The next moment, the girl instantly switched her emotions. She turned her head sharply, looking at Mentor Lioli from North Mysterious Academy, her big watery eyes filled with impulse and spontaneity. Mentor Lioli. Her voice carried a touch of urgency. If I also want to join North Mysterious, can you give me a secret realm slot in the same treatment as Yuan? In the end, the tone carried a hint of cautious probing, portraying a girl who temporarily changed her mind to follow her beloved perfectly. Lioli clearly did not expect happiness to come so suddenly, she was completely stunned. She originally thought that winning Lu Yuan was already a huge victory. On Yun Shanshan's side, she had already lost hope. But now, buy one get one free? No, this was simply a double jackpot hitting her right in the face. Yes. Of course. Lioli almost blurted out instinctively, fearing that if she hesitated, this little princess would change her mind. Shanshan, as long as you come, everything that Lu Yuan enjoys, you will have too. This was a huge profit. Receiving a positive answer, Yun Shanshan immediately turned around and politely bowed to the petrified Mentor Qin from Longshao Academy. Mentor Qin, I'm sorry. I want to be in the same school as Yuan. She lowered her head, her voice full of guilt, making it hard for anyone to blame her. Mentor Qin stared blankly at this scene, watching Yun Shanshan instantly change sides for Lu Yuan, then glancing at Lu Yuan, who remained calm throughout. She finally understood. From the very beginning, she had gone in the wrong direction. It wasn't Lu Yuan who wanted to follow Yun Shanshan, but the little princess from the Yun family, who was wholeheartedly following Lu Yuan. She had tried so hard to break through by targeting Yun Shanshan, yet the true core was that young man. All her efforts had been misplaced. Realizing this, Mentor Qin's feelings of unwillingness and loss vanished like smoke, replaced by a bittersweet sense of relief. She let out a long sigh, waved her hand at the two, and revealed a complicated smile. Well. I wish you both a bright future. After speaking, she stood up and slightly bowed to the couple, Yun Jintian and his wife, at the main seat. I have some urgent matters, so I'll take my leave now. Before her words faded, she turned around and left the reception room without looking back. The other 3 admissions officers, seeing this, realized the opportunity was lost and stood up to bid farewell. Soon, the large reception room was left with only the Yun family and the satisfied Lioli. Outside the villa door. Just as Mentor Qin stepped out, the lost expression on her face vanished without a trace. She looked around quickly and walked briskly to the corner of the courtyard. There, Su Yueli was leisurely leaning against a post, wearing a sly smile. "Qin Yan, you acted too well." Su Yueli teased, "If I hadn't known the inside story, even I would have been fooled by you." The Qin Yan, the mentor Qin just now who was the admissions officer from Longshao Academy, showed no sign of loss. She gave Su Yueli a side eye. "You say that, but these two little ones are dead set on going to Beiming. All I can do is help your son-in-law raise his worth a bit more." That's right, the battle for people in the reception room just now was entirely a grand show directed by Su Yueli and Qin Yan together. After learning about Lu Yuan and Shanshan's decision yesterday, Su Yueli immediately contacted her close friend, asking for her help in putting on this act. The purpose was to get Beiming Academy to show the greatest sincerity, allowing the two children to gain the maximum benefits. As for the reason. By the way, Yueli, Qin Yan suddenly thought of something, her face showing worry. Is it really okay for us to team up to trick Liuli like this? If she finds out, will she come rushing to Mid-City with a sword? Should it be fine? Su Yueli's expression also became somewhat awkward. Besides, if it weren't for that Liuli back then, Xiao Yuan's mother wouldn't. As the conversation hit a pause, both fell silent. Qin Yan, Su Yueli, the blue Liuli from Beiming, and Lu Yuan's mother were once the most dazzling four flowers of Beiming Academy, and they were inseparable best friends. Help my best friend's child fight for the best future. Don't worry, Su Yueli patted Qin Yan's shoulder, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. That guy Luli is very clever. By the time she figures it out, she'll know we're helping her keep a genius. She'll be grateful to us for it. My best friend's son, can he be used? No. But my best friend, can she be used? That must be possible. And it must be done thoroughly. Chapter 30, Meeting Gift. Qin Yan said goodbye to Su Yueli, claiming she still had a few good candidates to see if she could find any hidden gems, and then she gracefully stepped onto the hover car. In the corner of the courtyard, only Su Yueli remained. She watched the hover car disappear into the sky, and the sly smile she shared with her friend slowly faded, replaced by contemplation and anticipation for the future. In the reception room, as a few admissions officers left, the previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Yun Xintian exchanged meaningful glances with the satisfied Lu Li and then glanced at his two kids before standing up. You all chat, I'll handle some official business. He found an excuse to leave space for them. In the spacious reception room, only Lu Li and the two younger ones were left. Lu Li picked up a teacup and elegantly took a sip. Her cold gaze wandered between Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, a faint smile lingering on her lips. Welcome to both of you, to the Beiming Beastmaster Academy. Her voice was light. Though Beiming is located in the northern border and seems a bit remote, it's precisely because of this that it holds many opportunities and benefits that other places do not. After speaking, her gaze shifted to the curious Yun Shanshan, and she changed her tone. Little girl, do you know who I am? Yun Shanshan examined the Lu Li in front of her carefully, shaking her head. She only knew this mentor's name, but nothing else. Lu Li put down the teacup, slightly leaned forward, and her cold eyes sparkled with amusement. Speaking of which, you should call me godmother. Ah? Yun Shanshan's face displayed confusion and disbelief. Godmother? This information was too much, her little head seemed to crash for a moment. Just then, the door to the reception room was gently pushed open. Su Yueli entered carrying a plate of cut fruit and just happened to hear Lu Li's last few words. Lu Li, what nonsense are you talking about again? Su Yueli shot her an annoyed glance and placed the fruit plate on the table. But Lu Li only chuckled, looking at her old friend. What nonsense? Yu Li, do you take me for a fool? She spoke slowly. You think I can't tell that the earlier play was a collaboration between you and Qin Yan? Su Yueli paused while handing fruit to her daughter, a look of surprise crossed her face, but deep in her eyes, there was understanding. If Qin Yan really wants to grab these two little ones, Lu Li's voice was soft. Don't say it's me, even if you brought our Beiming principal from the northern border, she would still be dismissive. You all worry too much. She looked at Su Yueli, her gaze carrying helplessness. For Shanshan and little Yuan, even if you didn't put on this act, I would still offer Beiming's best treatment. Am I the kind of person who would treat my own kids poorly? Upon hearing this, Su Yueli completely lost her temper, only able to smile helplessly. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from this person. She thought it would take Lu Li a day or two to react, but unexpectedly, she was exposed on the spot. Lu Li no longer paid attention to Su Yueli, her gaze returning to Lu Yuan. This time, the coldness on her face completely melted away, replaced by a complex mix of warmth and heartache. You must be little Ya's son. You really resemble her, especially those eyes. She murmured softly, as if through Lu Yuan, she could see another face. Lu Yuan's heart trembled lightly. Little Ya. This was his first time hearing his mother's name from someone else's mouth. Lan Liuli quickly restrained her emotions, looking at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. I know what you want to do in Biming. So, I have directly included you in that Space Rift program list. She paused, her tone becoming more serious. However, that place is too dangerous for you right now. So, until your strength reaches the gold level, you can only enter some small space rifts that we have completely explored, to gain experience and collect resources. When your strength is sufficient, I will personally report and apply for you to enter deeper areas. Lu Yuan raised his head, meeting Lan Liuli's sincere gaze, and nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mentor Liuli. This gratitude came from the heart. You're welcome. Lan Liuli nodded slightly. She then turned her gaze to Yin Shanshan, her expression instantly softening as if she were looking at her own daughter. Little girl, it's your turn. Go ahead, what epic materials do you want? As long as we have it in the Biming treasury, feel free to choose. This question seemed to be something Yin Shanshan had thought of long ago. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Lu Yuan, her face full of expectation. Yuan, what materials do you still need? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at the girl's expression, which seemed so natural. He knew that Yin Shanshan was sharing this huge opportunity with him in her own way, adding bricks to his future path. Lu Yuan did not politely refuse. He understood that for Yin Shanshan, being able to help him was her happiest thing. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. There's no rush for now, let's talk about it when we get to school. Okay. Lan Liuli listened to the two little ones' conversation, her eyes filled with even more smiles. Then it's settled. The two materials that Lu Yuan needs will be delivered to you when you get to school. You have 2 months to prepare, and in 2 months, go directly to report to Biming Academy in the north. As she said this, it seemed she remembered something, flipping her wrist, and 2 shimmering black cards appeared in her hand. The cards were made of an unknown crystal, engraved with complex silver patterns, with the center depicting a fractured mirror. By the way, little Yuan, Shanshan, I can't come empty-handed for your first official meeting. This is a welcoming gift for you two little ones. She handed the 2 cards to them. These are 2 invitation cards for the secret realm, named Mirror Shadow Realm, which will open in a month. This secret realm is special, and its environment changes endlessly. Her gaze fell meaningfully on Lu Yuan. I think this secret realm will have significant gains for your special spirit beast, little Yuan. Lu Yuan took the card, feeling a cool touch from his fingertips. Mirror Shadow Realm. It seemed that Mentor Liuli's gift truly touched his heart. Alright, Lan Liuli stood up, stretching her body and revealing her perfect curves. Everything has been explained, you two little ones can go play now. I still have some secrets to discuss with Aunt Sue. She was clearly ushering them out. Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan exchanged a glance, understanding, and stood up to say their goodbyes, leaving space for these 2 old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Chapter 31, Double Improvement. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan spent almost all their time in the vast private training ground of the Yun family. It is worth mentioning that on the 3rd day after the big exam, Yin Jintian delivered the 2 materials he promised to Lu Yuan. One was a completely transparent stone, with what seemed to be holy light flowing inside, called the Holy Crystal. The other was a pure white feather, flawless and emitting a gentle glow, called the Angel Feather. At this point, the 2 core materials for the Primordial Light's evolution have been completely gathered. Now, everything is ready, all that is missing is the Primordial Light itself reaching the required level. In the training ground, the roar of energy echoed back and forth. A pure white sphere of light hovered in midair, it was the Primordial Light. Compared to a month ago, its radiance was more solid and its oppressive force even stronger. Behind it, 3 low-tier bronze light spirits danced and circled. Opposite it, a lithe dark shadow darted swiftly across the training ground, a longbow formed from shadow energy constantly opening and closing, shooting out sharp arrows. It was Yin Shanshan's Dark Ranger. Whoosh! A shadow arrow flew through the air, directly aimed at the Primordial Light. Lu Yuan remained motionless, only slightly shifting his thoughts. One of the light spirits in front of the Primordial Light instantly rushed up, its tiny body bursting with light, colliding with the shadow arrow, and both were annihilated. Shanshan, your Dark Ranger has good speed, but the attack power still needs a bit more. Lu Yuan's voice sounded calmly. Yuan, don't get too proud. Yin Shanshan huffed, her little face slightly flushed from concentration. My sacred flame fire sparrow hasn't appeared yet. As soon as her words fell, a clear bird song resounded across the training ground. A bird engulfed in flames descended from the sky, flapping its wings, and dense sacred flame explosive shells rained down like raindrops towards the Primordial Light. The scorching energy twisted the air itself. Facing this overwhelming attack, the Primordial Light did not dodge or evade. Sacred Light Guardian. A golden shield instantly expanded, enveloping the Primordial Light and Lu Yuan within. Boom! 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 The continuous sound of explosions filled the air as the entire training ground was shrouded in fire and holy light. But that golden shield remained steady, rippling gently. All right, no more fighting. Yun Chanxian stamped her foot, recalling her two beasts. A Yuan, your primordial light comes with 3 low-tier bronze beasts, how can I compete? She ran to Lu Yuan's side, looking up happily and said, but a Yuan. My sacred flame fire sparrow is very powerful too. It is now a high-tier bronze. As she spoke, she proudly puffed out her little chest. Due to the successive advancements of the sacred flame fire sparrow and the dark ranger, she herself also received a boost. Her mental strength significantly increased, successfully moving from being a mid-tier bronze Beastmaster to a high-tier bronze Beastmaster. Impressive. Lu Yuan looked at the girl with a radiant expression, a smile appearing on his lips as he reached out and ruffled her little head. The hard training of the past month had yielded remarkable results. The primordial light successfully advanced from low-tier bronze to mid-tier bronze. Yun Chanxian's 2 beasts, the Dark Ranger also smoothly entered mid-tier bronze, while the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow was the first to break through to high-tier bronze. The one whose progress was slightly slow was the Peering Mirror. Its level upgrade seemed much more challenging than ordinary beasts. Even with massive resources invested, it was only now advancing a step on the path to mid-tier bronze, still quite far from high-tier bronze. Just when the two took a short break, Su Yueli came over with 2 cups of chilled juice. Look at you both, all sweaty, have a drink first. She handed the juice to the two, her gaze filled with gentle smiles. Mom, how come you're here? Yun Chanxian took the juice and gulped down nearly half a cup. I came to tell you, Su Yueli set down the tray. The Mirror Shadow Secret Realm that Lioli gave you before is about to open. Hearing Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, both Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian perked up. Su Yueli sat down on a nearby resting chair and slowly spoke. This secret realm is very special. The internal space is divided into 3 layers, outer layer, middle layer, and core layer. The space is filled with a special creature called Mirror Beast. Mirror Beast? Yun Chanxian asked curiously. Yes, the Mirror Beast. Su Yueli nodded. They have various forms, no fixed appearance, and are very strange. They can turn into anything, a stone, a tree, or even your own contracted beasts. Lu Yuan's gaze tightened slightly. A creature that can mimic the form of contracted beasts made him immediately think of his Mirror of Insight. Perhaps, the secret realm could indeed greatly enhance the power of the Mirror of Insight. What countless Beastmasters long for is a special summoning stone produced in this Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Su Yueli dropped a heavy bombshell. It is like a normal summoning stone, used to summon contracted beasts to form a covenant. But its uniqueness lies in that the beasts summoned through it will only be the mirror beasts from the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. That's why countless people want to get this summoning stone, hoping to contract a mirror beast with boundless potential. However, this type of summoning stone only has a very small chance of appearing in the core layer of the secret realm. And to enter the core layer, not only strength is needed, but also a bit of luck. At this point, Su Yueli's gaze fell on Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian. You two little ones, I think most future contracted beasts will also need to be summoned with summoning stones. So, if you have the chance to enter the core layer, you must go seek it out. A powerful mirror beast will definitely be a partner that any Beastmaster dreams of. Yun Chanxian's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with eager excitement. Lu Yuan was calmer, he caught the seriousness in Su Yueli's words. Aunt Su, is this secret realm very dangerous? Su Yueli glanced at him with approval, her smile fading a little, and her tone became serious. Remember, the greatest danger in the secret realm does not come from those mimicking mirror beasts, but from the environment itself. The spatial laws of that secret realm are extremely chaotic, creating all kinds of illusions. Some illusions can even confuse the real from the fake. If you're not careful, it could be irreversible, and you won't even be able to defend yourself. Those with weak will, once confused by the illusions, may forever be lost inside and never come out. Her words instantly made the relaxed atmosphere in the training ground heavy. Yun Chanxian also set aside her excitement, her small face showing seriousness. Su Yueli looked at the two children's grave expressions, nodded with satisfaction, and then returned to her gentle demeanor, standing up. Alright, there's no need to be too nervous, it's always good to be prepared. She walked over to Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian, gently patting their shoulders. When the secret realm officially opens, I will personally take you there. Chapter 32, Yun Xiao Sky Falcon. Soon, the day of the opening of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm arrived. In the vast open space in front of the Yun family villa, Su Yueli stood in the center of the lawn, smiling gently at Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian. Are you ready? We're about to set off. As soon as her voice fell, her aura suddenly changed. A fierce wind rose out of nowhere, making Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian's clothes flutter loudly. With a piercing cry that shattered the clouds, a gigantic bird appeared beside her. A huge falcon with a wingspan of over 10 meters appeared before the three. It was covered entirely in blue feathers, the edges of the feathers shimmering with tiny electric lights, and its beak was made of obsidian. The powerful pressure made the air feel heavy. This was Lu Yuan's first time seeing Su Yuli's contracted beast up close. So far, Lu Yuan had only seen this Yunxiao Sky Falcon and another one, the Rose Firefox. At almost the same moment, his illusory ancient book opened silently, golden data flowing, and a brand new piece of information emerged. Contracted beast, Yunxiao Sky Falcon. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Platinum Peak. Racial skills. 1. Sky Dome Dive, dive from the clouds at supersonic speed, inflicting devastating wind and thunder mixed damage on enemies in a straight line. The storm calls, waving its wings, it summons a thunderstorm domain with a diameter of 100 meters, lasting 30 seconds. Within the domain, allies' flying speed is greatly increased, and enemies will be struck by a precise lightning strike every 3 seconds. Electric flicker, transforming into lightning over a short distance for instant movement, leaving behind a decoy trap made of electricity at the original position. Attackers of the trap will suffer strong lightning damage and fall into a state of paralysis for 1 second. Beak of Wind and Thunder, the beak is wrapped with high concentrations of wind elements and lightning, launching an unstoppable penetrating pack at the target. Heavenly Shadow Strike instantly creates 3 lightning afterimages that dive and sync with the main body, each afterimage capable of dealing 30% of the main body's damage. Wind and Thunder Resonance adds Wind's protection or Thunder's resonance to an ally's beast. Thunder's Resonance, attacks inflict an additional 10% splash lightning damage. Wind's protection increases movement speed by 40%. Looking at the panel with 1-star potential, Platinum Peak. If this cloud-soaring falcon didn't have a fortuitous encounter, then now is its limit. But no one knows when the cloud-soaring falcon was contracted by Su Yueli. Little Wind. Yun Shanshan cheered as she quickly rushed towards the cloud-soaring falcon. That imposing cloud-soaring falcon, upon seeing the girl, lost all sharpness in its eyes, transforming into an endless softness. It affectionately lowered its huge head, gently touching Yun Shanshan's little face with its beak, producing a series of soft chirps. Alright, Shanshan, stop making a fuss. Su Yueli laughed and waved her hand, come up. She, along with Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, lightly jumped onto the broad back of the cloud-soaring falcon. Let's go. The cloud-soaring falcon flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of blue lightning soaring into the sky, instantly disappearing into the clouds. On the falcon's back, an invisible barrier kept the raging airflow at bay. Yun Shanshan lay at the edge, her small face brushed by the mist. She turned back to Lu Yuan. Yuan, isn't Little Wind amazing? It was summoned by my mom when she was 18, using the summoning stone, and it's the first beast she summoned. This sentence shocked Lu Yuan greatly. The first beast must be summoned using a summoning stone, and its potential has great uncertainty. And Su Yueli's first beast is this cloud-soaring falcon. Then this means the cloud-soaring falcon was originally a beast with 5-star potential. Since being cultivated by Su Yueli, it has now reached its limit. Lu Yuan's gaze became complex. Since he can remember, he has been fostered in the Yun family. Due to his sensitive identity, he has always kept a deliberate distance from this family. He locked himself away in a small world. He never took the initiative to inquire about Uncle Yun and Aunt Su's affairs, so he knows almost nothing about these 2 closest elders. He always felt like an outsider. So from childhood to adulthood, he has understood very little about Yun Jintian and Su Yueli's beasts. As a child, he only saw the 2 summoning beasts from afar. At that time, he only felt the overwhelming presence of these beasts. But he never intuitively experienced it. However, now with the beast pictorial to see their panels, Lu Yuan finally understands the strength of Su Yueli and Yun Jintian. The speed of the cloud-soaring falcon is astonishing. In just 3 hours, the scenery below changed drastically. Lu Yuan looked down, his eyes suddenly narrowing. On the ground, an extremely bizarre area appeared. There, the space seemed like a smashed mirror, presenting countless twisted, folded fragments. Each fragment reflected different strange and colorful scenes, intermingled and chaotic. A wave of spatial fluctuation radiated from within. The Mirror's Shadow Secret Realm has arrived. Chapter 33, Encountering an Old Friend. Before the 3 had landed, an even louder and more soaring call echoed in the air. Sound waves rolled, and air waves surged. A colossal golden giant rock, with a wingspan of dozens of meters, broke through the clouds, appearing in the sight of the 3. The giant rock's feathers shone like gold, flowing with a metallic luster under the sunlight, its majesty extraordinary, equal in might to the cloud-screaming falcon beneath Su Yueli. Beastmaster, Celestial Golden Rock. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Platinum Peak. Racial skills. 1. Sky Sword Feathers, launch a large number of metallic sword feathers, causing area damage to enemies over a wide range. 2. Eternal Cycle, create a 100-meter diameter metallic storm vortex, continuously pulling all units within the area toward the center, causing minor damage. 3. The Thousand Feather Illusion, temporarily reshuffle its feathers into 3 shapes, choose one. Blade wing form, attack power greatly increased, but defense decreased. Shield wing form, defense greatly increased, but speed decreased. Flowing wing form, speed greatly increased, but attack power decreased. For Thousand Feather Light Prison, 12 golden light pillars descend on the target area, forming a confinement field that lasts for 4 seconds. 5. Wrath Wing Barrier, instantly unfold a 10-meter wide wing barrier, blocking all flying projectiles. 6. Rift Dive, golden wings spread, diving toward the target area, causing massive damage around the landing point. Ellie, you are quick with your movements, I thought I would get here first. A familiar female voice came from the back of the golden rock. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan turned to the sound, only to see a poised woman with a capable aura standing on the rock's back. It was Qin Yan, who had previously acted alongside Su Yueli to elevate Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's value. And behind Qin Yan stood another figure. That person, seeing Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, showed a surprised expression on their face. On the massive golden rock, they waved excitedly at them. It was their teammate from Team 7, Wu Tian. The cloud-screaming falcon beneath Su Yueli let out a soft chirp and slowly landed on an empty space before the entrance of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Almost at the same time, the giant golden rock also retracted its wings and landed steadily. Sister Yen, why are you here too? Su Yueli jumped down from the Qingluan, a smile on her face. If you, as a mother, can make a trip for your child, then as a teacher, I naturally cannot fall behind. Qin Yan leaped down from the back of the rock. She glanced at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan behind Su Yueli, her gaze lingering on Lu Yuan for 2 extra seconds, with unmistakable admiration in her eyes. Wu Tian also quickly walked over, first respectfully bowing to Su Yueli, then turning to Lu Yuan. Lord Lu, Yun Shanshan, I really didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Yuan nodded, while Yun Shanshan curiously asked, Wu Tian, how did you end up with Teacher Qin? It's a long story. Wu Tian scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. After the big exam, Teacher Qin specially recruited the 3 of us. Now, Shenyi and Guo Linchuan and I are all students at Longshao Academy. He paused and added, moreover, the teacher also accepted me as a disciple. When he said this, admiration and gratitude sparkled in his eyes. He knew very well that being accepted as a direct disciple by an epic-level Beastmaster was a fortune bestowed by Lu Yuan. If it weren't for the astonishing record he achieved alongside Lu Yuan in the arena competition, as a civilian genius, he could have entered Longshao, but would never have received such attention. That's great. Congratulations. Yun Shanshan genuinely felt happy for him. What about Shenyi and Guo Linchuan? How are they? When it came to Shenyi, Wu Tian rubbed his forehead. Guo Linchuan is still the same, either training or on the way to train. As for Shenyi, he went to Longshao Academy a week ago. That guy shouted Lord Lu is awesome in front of all the faculty and students at an evening party, and he has already become a celebrity at Longshao Academy. Put. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed something that Shenyi could do. Lu Yuan also laughed out loud. Wu Tian continued to explain, I recently broke through to the bronze rank, and my mentor said that there is a special summoning stone produced in the mirror realm. I also plan to use the summoning stone to summon my next beast, so I came here to try my luck and see if I can get that special summoning stone. He looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with emotion. The gap between people, sometimes, is indeed larger than that between a person and a dog. He had just broken through to the bronze rank and was preparing to summon his second beast, while Lu Yuan in front of him had already stirred the cloud of the big exam with 2 bronze rank beasts over a month ago. Alright, we'll have plenty of time to catch up later. Beside them, Qin Yan interrupted their conversation. She glanced at the broken mirror, and the spatial ripples on the mirror's surface intensified. The secret realm is about to open completely, stop chatting. Su Yueli also spoke up. Take out your invitation cards, stand in front of the mirror, and just walk in. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Wu Tian stopped talking. They each took out their invitation cards from their storage spaces. As the cards touched the outside air, they spontaneously ignited without wind, transforming into 3 soft white lights that enveloped the 3 of them. Go. Su Yueli's gaze was gentle. Take care of each other in there. Qin Yan then reminded Wu Tian. The 3 exchanged glances, stepped forward together, and walked towards the huge and broken ancient mirror. Chapter 34, The Illusory Realm of All Beasts. With one step in, the world spun around them. They found themselves in a labyrinth of mirrors composed of countless reflective surfaces. Up, down, left, right, all around, there were mirrors reflecting hundreds of their figures. A ripple of spatial fluctuations filled the air, and each breath felt like inhaling tiny shards of glass, straining their spirits. This place is truly eerie. Wu Tian steadied himself and looked at Lu Yuan. We should split up, it will be more efficient and help us each find our fortunes. He had just been carried through the big exam by Lu Yuan, and now he was eager to prove his own abilities. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Shanxian already interjected, "No way. My mom said we need to look out for each other in here." Wu Tian felt a hint of embarrassment flash across his face. He was about to explain that he had good judgment when a sudden change occurred. The image of himself in a mirror beside him suddenly twisted into an eerie grin. In the next second, a ferocious giant crocodile lunged out from that mirror, its gaping maw nearly severing Wu Tian in half. The sudden event changed Wu Tian's expression, but he reacted extremely quickly, using strength in his legs to spring backward instantly. Shaoyi, natural power. With his calm command, a flash of emerald green light emerged, and a sprite about 10 centimeters tall appeared in front of him. The little sprite had a pair of nimble wings behind its back and eyes that sparkled with the light of life. It was indeed Wu Tian's first beast, the musing forest sprite. In her right hand, she held a delicate staff. Upon receiving the command, the musing forest sprite swung her staff, and dozens of vines burst from the ground, weaving into a large net to meet the giant crocodile. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. The giant crocodile's massive body directly pierced through the cage formed by the vines, as if the sturdy vines were merely nothing but air. Its speed showed no signs of slowing down, it still charged straight at Wu Tian. Physical attacks ineffective? Wu Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. Be careful. It's an illusion. Lu Yuan's voice rang out just in time. Almost simultaneously, all the mirrors around them began to ripple. Roar! 1, 2, 10 hundreds and thousands of giant beast illusions roared as they charged out from the mirrors. There was a lion king breathing fire, a giant python swirling with frost, and an eagle wielding thunder. The endless army of illusions surged, overwhelming the three completely. So annoying! Yun Shanxian exclaimed, and the Dark Ranger and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow appeared at her side in an instant. Shadow arrows and holy flame explosions intertwined into a storm of energy, shooting toward those illusions. But the result was the same as before, all the energy attacks pierced right through the bodies of the illusions without causing any harm. However, the attacks from the illusions were not fake. Energy shocks and claw rips, though they wouldn't cause physical harm, felt like they were pounding against the spirits of the three. Yun Shanxian and Wu Tian only felt a splitting headache, with each defense draining tremendous mental energy. Wu Tian's Mushian spirit continuously spawned vine barriers, trying to block the steps of the illusions, but it was of no use. Yun Shanxian's beast control was firing on all cylinders, yet it ended up in vain. The girl's small face gradually turned pale. "Ah Yuan, these things can't be killed," she shouted anxiously. Wu Tian's expression also became very grim, he clenched his teeth, filled with regret inside. Just a moment ago, he had said he wanted to act alone, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a desperate situation, dragging his teammates into it. Yet in the center of this chaotic storm, Lu Yuan appeared unusually calm. To him, the endless illusions presented an entirely different scene. In his vision, the entire world was made up of countless lines. Those seemingly fierce illusions were nothing but shadows formed by strands of chaotic spatial energy. And the source of this energy all pointed in the same direction. Beast Control Illustrated Analysis in progress. High-intensity spatial energy aggregate detected. Illusion array I locked, coordinates, 37 meters to the left front, 3 meters off the ground. Shanxian, have your Dark Ranger shoot with all its might at the 13th mirror to your left. Wu Tian, have your beast attack the mirror directly above your head with vines. Lu Yuan's instructions were clear and calm, carrying an undeniable strength. Due to their absolute trust in Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian and Wu Tian did not hesitate and immediately commanded their beasts to attack. Whoosh! Bang! An arrow infused with all the power of the Dark Ranger and a vine lance condensed with natural energy accurately hit the position Lu Yuan described. Crack! A crisp sound like breaking glass rang out. The two mirrors that were hit shattered, but it was not the mirrors themselves that broke, rather, it was the void 3 meters in front of the mirror. A diamond-shaped transparent crystal appeared there, its surface covered with cracks. Now, concentrate fire! Lu Yuan shouted. The flames of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow followed closely, exploding with a resounding roar. Boom! The diamond-shaped crystal was completely shattered into countless light points under the fierce attack. With the shattering of the array eye, the endless army of illusions around them vanished in an instant. The whole world returned to its initial state, showing nothing but countless mirrors. The crisis was averted. Yun Shanxian let out a sigh of relief. Wu Tian silently withdrew his Mushian spirit and walked up to Lu Yuan, his face showing embarrassment. He scratched his head and awkwardly said, Lu God, thanks for that earlier. He finally understood that the gap between him and Lu Yuan was not just about the strength of their beasts, but about the calmness in facing a crisis and understanding its essence. Lu Yuan glanced at him and smiled, it's nothing. However, Yun Shanxian leaned over and gently elbowed Wu Tian, teasing, so, still want to act alone? No split, no split. Wu Tian waved his hands repeatedly. No way. I'll leave my life to Lu God. His demeanor made Yun Shanshan giggle, shaking off the tension from earlier. However, just as the three took a brief rest, a mirror right in front of them suddenly melted without warning, like liquid mercury. A pool of silver liquid flowed from the mirror down to the ground, and then, under the gaze of the three, it began to reorganize. The liquid quickly stretched, forming limbs and a torso, and its facial features gradually became clear. In the end, it turned into a person who looked exactly like Wu Tian. Whether in height, build, or appearance, it was a perfect replica. A Wu Tian from the mirror. This Wu Tian had no expression on its face, and its eyes were hollow. It simply stared quietly at the real Wu Tian. Being stared at by another version of himself with such eyes made Wu Tian feel a chill all over. Is this the mirror beast that Mom talked about? Yun Shanshan's voice was filled with a hint of surprise. Wu Tian took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp again. He had just lost face in front of the illusion, and now, a seemingly real opponent had appeared. He had to regain his pride here. He stepped forward, blocking Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan behind him, and said in a deep voice, "This guy, leave it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of green light appeared beside him, and the cute Mushin spirit reappeared. The moment the Mushin spirit appeared, the mirror beast Wu Tian also began to change. Its body leaked a portion of silver liquid, then quickly reshaped. A few seconds later, a mirror beast Mushin spirit, identical to Wu Tian's Mushin spirit, appeared next to mirror beast Wu Tian. The same form, the same aura, not a bit different. Chapter 35 Mirror Beast. Wu Tian's expression was grave, the self and the pet opposite him gave him a bizarre feeling. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the initiative to attack. Shoei used nature's power, vine piercing. Wu Tian's Mushin spirit waved its staff, and dozens of sharp vines suddenly burst from the ground, stabbing towards the opposite Mushin spirit. However, the Mushin spirit opposite made exactly the same move, but with a bit more speed. More vines, thicker bodies, arrived at sharper angles, striking first. Bang! 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 Crisp breaking sounds rang out one after another. The vines created by Wu Tian's spirit were easily shattered by the opponent's vines. And the mirror beast's assault did not let up, the remaining vines surged forward, pressing towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's face changed, he hurriedly dodged to the side, with several vines whizzing past the hem of his clothes, leaving deep marks on the ground. Such quick reflexes, such strong power. This was not just simple replication. Tisk, Wu Tian, this copy of you seems a bit stronger than you. Yun Shanshan observed clearly from the side. Wu Tian felt a hot flush on his face but had no time to retort. He gave another order, Queen's command. A flash of light appeared before the Mushin spirit, and a seed of nature fell, quickly transforming into a black iron peak nature guardian charging towards the enemy. Almost at the same moment, the mirror beast Wu Tian also issued the same command. An identical nature guardian was summoned, directly confronting Wu Tian's guardian. The two vine guardians grappled together, but the battle showed a one-sided trend. The guardian summoned by the mirror beast clearly overpowered Wu Tian's guardian in strength and resilience, tearing Wu Tian's guardian into pieces within just a few rounds. How could this be? Wu Tian's heart sank. All of his skills, all of his tactics, the opponent could perfectly replicate. And excel in strength, speed, and timing. How could he fight like this? He felt like he was battling against a version of himself that completely outclassed him. Every step was anticipated, every counterattack crushed by an equal yet stronger force. The rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by the opponent. Wu Tian and his Mushin spirit could only dodge helplessly, and he kept attempting to counterattack, but it was useless. Ah Yuan, Wu Tian Yun Shanshan's face showed worry. Lu Yuan said nothing. From the moment the battle began, he had quietly stood to the side, a golden stream of data that only he could see surging wildly. In his vision, the mirror beast Wu Tian and its sprite were not truly living beings. They were more like a conglomerate made up of countless precise silver threads, and every reorganization of these threads accurately simulated the energy fluctuations of Wu Tian and the forest spirit. Beastmaster's illustrated guide analysis in progress. Target, Mirror Beast, Bronze Mid-Stage. Analysis: by absorbing spatial energy from the environment, it rapidly analyzes the energy model of the target being and optimizes the simulation. Battle logic, centered on optimal counter strategy, passively triggered. Weakness: lacks autonomous attack logic, unable to effectively predict and attack the defensive target. All actions stem from the counter to enemy attacks. So that's how it is. This thing, to put it simply, is a soulless battle machine that only reacts according to a fixed program. Pooh. In a moment of carelessness, Wu Tian was hit, a vine he released was shattered and then fiercely whipped against his back, causing him to lurch forward and spit out a mouthful of blood. Wu Tian's forest spirit reacted on its own, using a vine gun to shoot at Mirror Beast Wu Tian. At the same time, the Mirror Beast Forest Spirit also threw a massive vine spear, which not only broke the giant spear originally aimed at Mirror Wu Tian but continued flying towards Wu Tian himself with unyielding force. Yun Xianxian gasped, instinctively wanting to summon her beast to rescue him. Wu Tian. Give up the attack. Focus on defense. Lu Yuan's voice entered Wu Tian's ears. Give up the attack? Focus on defense? What does that mean? Wu Tian's mind went blank. He instinctively issued a final command to his forest spirit. Shao Yi. Power of nature. Wooden shield. The green light on the forest spirit flared up, pouring all energy into defense. A heavy, circular wooden shield made of countless entwined vines quickly took shape in front of Wu Tian. That deadly vine spear, at this moment, crashed down. Boom! A huge sound echoed, wood chips flying everywhere. The wooden shield Wu Tian created was directly pierced, but the unstoppable impact was largely mitigated. The tip of the vine spear ultimately stopped just in front of his forehead. Wu Tian's body went rigid, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had survived. However, what shocked him even more was what happened next. After a missed strike, the mirror beast and its sprite suddenly stopped in place, not moving at all. The silver light flowing on them began to become chaotic, their forms flickering intermittently. They were trapped in some kind of logical confusion. Wu Tian displayed a purely defensive stance, making no further attacks. And the core logic of the mirror beast was perfect counter. Without the input signal of an attack, its program froze, unable to calculate what to do next. Now's the time. Lu Yuan's voice echoed once more. Wu Tian suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the enemy that had come to a standstill. He seized the opportunity. Shao Yi, first form the wooden shield, and then use life drain as soon as you get close. Drain it dry for me. The forest spirit understood its master's intent, immediately using the power of nature to create one wooden shield after another. The mirror beast, clearly unable to counter this action that did not attack them, showed no response. The forest spirit slowly approached, entering the skill range. Life drain activated with full force. Two green lights appeared on the mirror sprite and mirror beast Wu Tian, being drawn into the forest spirit's body. The one sprite's silver light quickly dimmed. By the time the mirror beast tried to fight back, it was too late, and its energy-constructed body began to collapse. Screech! A sound unlike anything a living creature could make rang out. The mirror beast turned into silver light points and disappeared after being drained of its last bit of energy, leaving behind only an object on the spot. The battle was over. Wu Tian was half-kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Yun Xianxian jogged over, looked at the disheveled Wu Tian, and said with a smile, "I told you, sometimes doing nothing is the most powerful." "Look, you didn't move, and it didn't move." Wu Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stood up and walked in front of Lu Yuan, sincerely thanking him. "God Lu, I owe you again this time." His heart was full of gratitude and shock. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, he might have really perished here today. Lu Yuan hurriedly helped him up, and Yun Xianxian picked up the thing that had fallen earlier and walked over. Shard of the mirror. Type, special material. Effect, a shard that contains pure mirror laws and spatial energy. It can be used for beast evolution, and also for forging equipment. Chapter 36 The Heart Mirror River. Lu Yuan handed the shard to Wu Tian. Wu Tian quickly refused, but was persuaded by Lu Yuan to keep the shard because it was killed by him. Lu Yuan looked towards the mirror maze ahead. "Let's go, this is just the outer layer." The three continued forward. This time, Wu Tian learned his lesson, keeping a tight half-step behind Lu Yuan, no longer mentioning the idea of splitting up. Yun Xianxian naturally walked on Lu Yuan's other side. After walking for about 10 minutes, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. They walked out of the mirror maze and came to a vast wasteland. The ground of the wasteland presented a strange grayish-white color, and the fluctuations of spatial energy were even more violent than before. Finally out. Wu Tian let out a sigh. The feeling in the maze had been too oppressive. Just as he was about to take a step, a hand landed on his shoulder, holding him firmly in place. It was Lu Yuan. "Don't move," Lu Yuan ordered decisively. Wu Tian was stunned and followed Lu Yuan's gaze. Ahead was nothingness, empty and void. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan did not answer. He looked at the information of the Beast Taming Illustrated. This seemingly flat wasteland was actually filled with invisible spatial cracks. These cracks were like invisible traps, crisscrossing without any pattern, and stepping on one would result in being pulled away. Analyzing Beast Taming Illustrated. Area analysis, unstable spatial fault. Detected a large number of miniature spatial traps. Touching them will result in random teleportation or being torn apart by spatial forces. Planning safe path plan completed. Stick close to me, step where I step, not a single wrong move, Lu Yuan finally spoke. He took the lead and took one step forward. Then he moved 3 steps to the left front, followed by a strange step back, the route inexplicably odd. Yun Xianxian and Wu Tian were both dumbfounded. "A Yuan, are we hopping like in hopscotch?" Although curious, she perfectly replicated every spot Lu Yuan had stepped on. Wu Tian's mouth twitched, but he honestly followed suit. Thus, a comical scene appeared on the wasteland. 3 figures, following an odd route, sometimes moving forward, sometimes backward, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Every step Wu Tian took was filled with trepidation. Several times, he felt a tugging force, strong enough to tear steel, flash by just an inch away from his feet. Only then did he realize that Lu Yuan was not wandering around randomly. Cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. After what felt like an eternity, when Lu Yuan finally stopped walking that strange route. At this point, Wu Tian's back was completely soaked with cold sweat. He looked back at the seemingly calm wasteland, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Let's go, ahead is the path to the middle layer. Lu Yuan's voice pulled him back from his terror. The 3 crossed the wasteland and arrived at an even more peculiar place. A great river about 100 meters wide spanned before them. It's called a river because it was flowing slowly. But the water flowing in the river. It was not water, but a kind of liquid mirror substance that was extremely similar to the previous mirror creature's physical structure. The entire river was like a giant, flowing mirror, reflecting the sky and the 3 people's images. The surface of the river was calm and still, with not a sound of water to be heard. On the opposite bank, the spatial fluctuations were clearly more intense than on this side, faintly revealing bizarre scenes that should be the middle layer of the secret realm. This mirror river was the only passage. I'll give it a try, Wu Tian volunteered. He picked up a stone the size of a fist and threw it with all his might toward the opposite bank. The stone traced a parabolic path through the air. However, just as it reached about 10 meters above the mirror river, the stone was instantly distorted and vanished into thin air. There is a spatial prohibition above, it can't be crossed, Wu Tian said with a serious expression. He approached the riverbank and directed the forest spirit. Power of nature. A vine burst forth from the ground, striking toward the river surface like a spirit snake. Smack! At the moment the vine touched the liquid mirror surface, a perfectly identical vine shadow suddenly lashed out from the mirror reflection, precisely hitting the vine, shattering it, and then disappearing. Physical attacks would be perfectly reflected. What about energy attacks? Wu Tian, refusing to give up, had the forest spirit gather a green energy ball and shoot it toward the river surface. As it touched the mirror, the energy ball silently merged into it without even causing a ripple. It was immune to energy damage. Wu Tian was completely at a loss. He looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had been quietly observing the strange mirror river from the beginning, his gaze resting on the reflection of himself on the river surface. His Beastmaster manual did not provide any solution. But it did offer a strange note. Mirror river, manifestation of rules, the boundary between reality and illusion. What is seen is not what is obtained, what is believed is true. What is believed is true. Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. He seemed to understand. Light of primordial beginning. With his gentle call, a pure white light orb hovered on his shoulder. Summon a light servant. A light spirit, smaller than the light of primordial beginning, was summoned and curiously flew around Lu Yuan. Go, walk to the opposite bank, treat the river below as a continent. Lu Yuan gave a command that puzzled Yun Qi and Wu Tian. The newly born light spirit had no way of understanding complex concepts like river, danger, or reflection. In its world, there was only the master's command. Upon receiving the command, it flapped its tiny light wings and unhesitatingly walked toward the river surface. Under the watch of Yun Qi and Wu Tian, the light spirit gently stepped onto the flowing mirror. It did not bounce back, nor did it sink. The light spirit stood firmly on the river surface as if the strange liquid mirror beneath was not there but an incredibly solid crystal ground. It tilted its little head, seemingly curious about the sensation under its feet, and then began to hop one step at a time toward the opposite shore. The reflection beneath it also bounced along with it, creating a harmonious yet inexplicably strange scene. Until the light spirit's figure completely disappeared on the opposite bank. What just happened? Wu Tian asked. This river tests not strength, but heart, Lu Yuan explained. If you believe it is a river, it becomes an insurmountable chasm. If you believe it is a passage, it is just an ordinary path. A river of belief, Wu Tian murmured to himself. This concept involving the rules had completely surpassed his current understanding. Close your eyes, Lu Yuan looked at Yun Qi and Wu Tian. Clear your minds of distractions, do not think of the river beneath your feet, do not look at the reflection in the water, just consider yourself walking on ordinary flat ground. Follow my voice. Upon hearing this, Yun Qi. Without saying a word, he immediately closed his eyes, a trusting smile still lingering on his lips. For her, Lu Yuan's words were truth, not needing any doubt. Wu Tian, on the other hand, appeared somewhat conflicted, taking a deep breath. He struggled to cast aside images of physical rebounding and energy immunity that crowded his mind, then slowly closed his eyes. Let's go. Lu Yuan took Yun Chanqian's hand and stepped forward first. A strange sensation traveled up from his feet. He succeeded. Then, Yun Chanqian and Wu Tian followed, step by step, onto this idealistic river. The river's surface beneath their feet was as solid as rock. The three of them walked with their eyes closed, guided by Lu Yuan, towards the more violent space energy on the other side. Chapter 37, Mirror Heart Lotus. When the solid earth beneath him was felt, Wu Tian's tense body suddenly relaxed. He opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Before him was a bizarrely distorted forest. The trees here were ordinary trees, but made up of countless prisms. The trunks and leaves refracted colorful light, distorting the three figures into strange shapes. The space energy in the air was even more turbulent. This is the middle layer. Wu Tian glanced back at the still-flowing mirror river. His admiration for Lu Yuan had reached new heights, now even Shinny couldn't compare to his respect for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was already far ahead of all of them. Yun Chanqian, however, felt little. As soon as she stepped on solid ground, she curiously looked around, reaching out to touch a prism tree's trunk. The cold sensation made her withdraw her hand. Yuan, these trees are so strange, they seem to be watching us. As soon as she finished speaking, countless mirrors on the prism tree she touched reflected Yun Chanqian's face. Each face was identical. Strangely, even when Yun Chanqian moved away, the reflections remained in the same pose as earlier. Wu Tian shivered and instinctively took a step back. Don't be afraid. Lu Yuan's voice was calm as he held Yun Chanqian's hand, leading her to continue forward. It's just the residual images of energy, there's no threat. His Beastmaster Atlas had already provided an analysis. This environment unconsciously records and replay emotions of living beings that enter. It was like a video recorder. The three of them traversed through this eerie forest, not walking far when they heard loud energy roars and furious growls ahead. It's the sound of battle. Wu Tian's spirit lifted. The three exchanged glances, drawing in their breaths, quietly moving toward the direction of the sound. In a relatively open clearing among the trees, they saw the two sides of the battle. One side consisted of 5 young Beastmasters in uniform combat attire. From the emblem on their clothes, they recognized them as students of the Holy Light Beast Academy, known alongside Long Xiao and Bei Ming. Through the Beastmaster Atlas, they knew their beasts had reached silver rank. Their opponents, however, were a strangely shaped mirror beast. The mirror beast was about 3 meters tall, its body a liquid silver with no fixed form. At that moment, it was forming into a fierce, giant clawed bear, each swipe bringing tremendous power that forced the 5 students of the Sacred Martial Academy to retreat. Zhao Kuan. We can't keep this up. Our attacks are doing nothing, instead, they're making it stronger, a female student called out while dodging. The young man named Zhao Kuan looked so dark it seemed water could drip from his face. He stared hard at something behind the mirror beast, a crystal-clear lotus flower. The lotus was sculpted like a mirror, radiating an extremely pure spatial wave. Mirror Heart Lotus. Wu Tian saw it clearly from the shadows. It is a treasure that can help the light or illusion system beasts rapidly improve. Use all your strength to hit it. I do not believe we can't exhaust it. Zhao Kuan refused to listen to advice, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Next to him, a giant engulfed in dark red flames roared, its fists pounding the ground as dozens of massive lava fireballs soared into the sky, crashing down towards the mirror beast. Roar! Faced with such an attack, the mirror beast did not dodge at all. Instead, it unleashed an even more furious roar. Its body rapidly expanded, silver light flowing across its surface, and in an instant, it transformed into a larger, more ferocious giant. It also pounded its fists on the ground, more and hotter lava fireballs howling out, colliding violently with Zhao Kuan's attack. Boom! 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 The intense explosion turned the entire open space into a sea of fire, the shockwave making the surrounding prism trees buzz. As the smoke cleared, Zhao Kuan's lava giant was pushed back repeatedly, the flames on its arms dimming slightly. However, the giant formed by the mirror beast was completely unharmed, even more imposing than before. Beastmaster Encyclopedia Analysis in progress. Target, Guardian Mirror Beast. Characteristics, Mind Mirror. Its form and strength completely depend on the heart of the challenger. The stronger the killing intent, the more invincible a killing beast it becomes. The greater the hostility, the more ferocious a raging monster it becomes. Solution, let go of hostility and killing intent. So that's how it is. Once again, it was a test of mindset. Zhao Kuan and the others had been using the wrong method from the very beginning. Seeing that the 5 were about to collapse, Lu Yuan no longer hid, walking out from behind the tree with Yun Chanqian and Wu Tian. Who are you? Zhao Kuan and the others immediately became alert. When they saw Lu Yuan and the others, with their bronze tier aura, Zhao Kuan's vigilance instantly turned into blatant disdain. Where did these stragglers come from? If you don't want to die, get lost. Hey, how can you talk like that? Yun Chanqian was immediately displeased. The road isn't yours, we can go wherever we want. Zhao Kuan snorted coldly, too lazy to pay them any more attention, considering these three simply opportunists looking to take advantage, not worthy of his gaze. He turned back to command his beast, preparing to launch a new round of fierce attacks. Lu Yuan ignored him and walked straight towards the center of the battlefield. Ah Yuan. Yun Chanxian and Wu Tian were both startled. You brat, you're looking for death. Zhao Kuan also noticed Lu Yuan's actions. At this moment, the mirror beast was extremely furious. A bronze-tier kid walking over was just delivering himself on a platter, wasn't it? However, the next scene made everyone present widen their eyes in disbelief. As Lu Yuan approached step by step, the once furious lava giant began to extinguish its flames at a visible speed, its massive body quickly shrinking. By the time Lu Yuan stood 3 meters in front of it, it had already reverted to the initial puddle of liquid silver mercury, quietly flowing on the ground, with no aggression. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. How is this possible? A female student behind Zhao Kuan exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Kuan's expression was incredibly remarkable. They had exerted enormous effort, revealing all their trump cards, yet failed to budge this terrifying beast, and in front of this kid, it was as gentle as a kitten? Lu Yuan ignored their astonished gazes. He simply stared quietly at the puddle of silver liquid on the ground, his mind stirring. A mirror quietly appeared beside him. As soon as the mirror appeared, it emitted no aura at all. It just floated quietly, its reflective surface facing the puddle of liquid on the ground, sending out circles of gentle waves. It was a kind of communication, or rather, a resonance. The puddle of liquid on the ground also began to respond with ripples. It has no hostility, no killing, only a kind of instinctive protection. And the mirror of insight gives it neither killing intent nor hostility. After a moment, the liquid mass actively parted to both sides, opening a path to the central pool. It recognized Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped forward, arriving at the edge of the pool, reaching out, easily picking the mirror heart lotus. After doing all this, he turned around, taking Yun Chanxian and Wu Tian away. From beginning to end, he never made a single move. Zhao Kuan couldn't understand where he had lost. On the other side. Yuan, you are amazing. That fool fought for so long, but you just walked over and chatted, and the item was yours. From the moment he obtained the mirror heart lotus. The mirror of insight had been humming slightly all along. Chapter 38, Mirror Image Storage. The three left that open space and continued deeper into the prism forest. Lu Yuan handed the mirror heart lotus to the mirror of insight to absorb. Yuan, you were so cool just now. That guy named Zhao Kuan was so angry, he looked like a purple eggplant. Following behind, Wu Tian had now completely entered sage mode. Since entering the secret realm, the impact he had received was more than all the past 18 years combined. Whether it was breaking the illusion's core, crossing the wasteland, or navigating the mirror river, and then just now, passing through the guardian beast without a single move, every action by Lu Yuan refreshed his understanding. Lord Lu, Wu Tian couldn't help but speak. I feel like the beast taming knowledge I learned is different from what you know. In front of you, I just feel like a FW. How could that be? Yun Shanshan turned back. You just met a teammate as amazing as a Yuan for the first time. Wu Tian. These words seemed impossible to refute. Lu Yuan was amused by their banter. At this moment, there was also movement from the side of the mirror of insight. It was the mirror heart lotus. It had been completely absorbed by the mirror of insight. Lu Yuan stopped and said to the two, let's take a break and adjust our state. Wu Tian needed time to digest his shattered worldview and immediately nodded in agreement. Yun Shanshan had no objections either, finding a clean root of the prism tree to sit down on, and kindly patted the spot next to Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan sat down, that ancient book floated silently, automatically flipping to the page belonging to the mirror of insight. On the mirror's surface, golden data streams began to slowly condense, eventually forming several lines of brand new text. Detected the beast mirror of insight absorbing high-purity homologous energy, skill mirror replication is undergoing mutation, please choose mutation direction. Here it comes. Lu Yuan's spirit lifted. This is the opportunity that the mirror heart lotus brought. This time the mirror of insight was really mutating. He focused and looked closely. Option 1, Deep Replication. After replicating the target, during the replication of the beast, the mirror of insight also gains one characteristic of the target, and the replication duration is doubled. Option 2, Mirror Image Storage. In addition to instant replication of beasts, it can pre-replicate an allied beast, and the replicated image is stored in the mirror space, and can be released at any time during battle, lasting 3 minutes. Current storage capacity, 1. 2 options represent 2 completely different enhancement paths. Lu Yuan's gaze moved back and forth between the 2 options. Deep replication is undoubtedly extremely powerful. To replicate an enemy and also gain a free passive characteristic. For example, replicating a Xinyan turtle known for its defense. During the replication process, the Mirror of Insight itself would also gain the defensive characteristic of the Xianyin turtle. This would undeniably leap the combat power of the Mirror of Insight itself. Moreover, the duration of the replicated beast would be extended to 20 minutes. This is a very nice mutation direction. Mirror image storage, however, represents a completely different idea. To pre-replicate and store an ally beast's image. This means that Lu Yuan has 2 additional summoned beasts available to call upon at any time during battle. Before the fight, he can store the Primordial Light, Dark Ranger, or the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow of Yun Qianqian. In battle, he can summon 3 Primordial Lights at the same time, creating a triple Divine Radiance purification area, with 9 minions of light working together. Or, when the team falls into crisis, he can release the stored healing beasts, using a recovery to instantly turn the tide of battle. The only downside is that copying in advance requires some time. Unlike the original mirror duplication, which can copy immediately, this method cannot store the enemy's beasts. But the flaws do not overshadow the benefits. What excites Lu Yuan even more is the hint of current storable quantity, 1. This indicates that with the enhancement of the Mirror of Insight, the number of beasts that can be copied in advance can be increased. Both mutations are benign, and Lu Yuan wants both, but in the end, he still chose Route 2. I choose Direction 2, Mirror Storage. Mirror duplication is undergoing mutation. Mutation complete. New skill Mirror Storage has been generated. Mirror Storage, select one enemy or friendly beast to perfectly copy its form and skills for 10 minutes. Cannot copy beasts of higher rank than the Mirror of Insight. Can pre-duplicate one beast, storing that mirror image in the mirror space, which can be released at any time during battle, lasting 3 minutes. Current storable quantity, 1. As the skill Mirror Duplication changed in the guidebook. Behind the Mirror of Insight, a phantom slot mark coalesced. This is the mirror space for storing images. Yuan, what's wrong? Are you daydreaming? Yun Qianqian's voice pulled Lu Yuan back from the mutation of the Mirror of Insight. He looked at Yun Qianqian's little face filled with concern. It's nothing, he stood up and stretched his body. Just thinking, we should be close to the core layer. After saying this, his gaze turned to Yun Qianqian, as if he suddenly thought of something. Qianqian, let your Holy Flame Fire Sparrow come out for a moment. Oh, sure. Although Yun Qianqian was confused, she unconditionally complied with Lu Yuan's request. With a clear, melodious chirp, the bird engulfed in sacred flames appeared beside her. Lu Yuan did not speak, only made a slight mental motion. The Mirror of Insight silently aimed at the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. In the next moment, a faint silver light shot out from the mirror, enveloping the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow felt no discomfort, looking curiously at the Mirror of Insight. The entire process lasted 10 seconds, and the silver light retracted back into the mirror. Everything was as usual, as if nothing had happened. But only Lu Yuan knew that behind his Mirror of Insight in that mirror space, there was now an additional image of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Yuan, what are you doing? Yun Qianqian blinked, her face full of question marks. Beside her, Wu Tian also looked utterly baffled. Lu Yuan's actions were always so incomprehensible. It's nothing, just a little experiment, Lu Yuan casually said while retracting the Mirror of Insight. He did not explain further. Alright, we've rested enough, let's continue. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. I'm really looking forward to the special summoning stones of the core layer. The 3 set out again. This time, Lu Yuan's mood was even lighter and more determined than before. Passing through this strange prism forest, the path ahead opened up. A vast group of floating islands appeared before them. Countless islands of various sizes hovered in the air, connected by twisted light bridges. They emitted denser spatial energy than any place before. There was the last layer of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, the core layer. Chapter 39, The Gap of the Heart. Upon reaching here, there was no more ground, only countless broken islands of different sizes, floating in the air. But to reach the final core layer, it is clear that one must go through the connections between these islands. The twisted light bridges connect certain islands, forming paths. A rich and powerful energy flows slowly through the air. Is this the core layer? Wu looked at the magnificent group of floating islands ahead, his voice filled with shock. Ansu said that to enter the core layer, one needs not only strength but also luck. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the light bridges connecting the islands. Now I kind of understand what she meant by luck. Luck? Yun Qianqian asked curiously, clearly not aware of anything special. What kind of luck? Lu Yuan did not answer immediately but stepped onto the nearest light bridge to them first. The light bridge was incredibly solid beneath their feet. The 3 quickly reached the first floating island. The island was small, made entirely of a gray-white crystal, and there was nothing on it. At the other end of the island, 3 light bridges appeared, each a different color, leading in 3 different directions to 3 different floating islands. 3 choices? Is this a lottery for us? Is this the time to test luck? Yun Qianqian muttered. Wu Tian's expression was serious. He could not sense the situation of the islands connected by the 3 light bridges. Is this what they call luck in the core layer? Beastmaster illustrated analysis in progress. Region law analysis, space beacon resonance. Analysis result: the light bridges here are not randomly generated, but resonate with the potential of the Beastmaster stepping onto the island. The higher the star rating of the Beastmaster's potential, the easier the path to the core area. Potential assessment in progress. The team holds 4 5-star potential beasts: Light of Creation, Mirror of Faces, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Dark Ranger, and 1 4-star potential beast, Forest Spirit. So that's how it is. The so-called luck was determined from the very beginning. This secret realm is fundamentally a trial ground prepared for the true elites. The more high potential beasts the team has, the more they can advance to the core layer. In other words, even if Lu Yuan and the others wander around now, the light bridges can still lead them into the core layer area. Take the left one. Lu Yuan casually chose. He took Yun Qianqian's hand and stepped onto the bridge that emitted a faint golden light first. Wu Tian also followed without hesitation. By now, he had long given up thinking following Lu Yuan's footsteps was the best choice. Just as they stepped onto the second island, a roar filled with anger echoed from a distance. Damn! How come there are so many mirror beasts after this light bridge? The 3 looked towards the sound and saw Zhao Koan and his several teammates from the Holy Light Academy fending off a group of mirror beasts. That island was clearly a trap, and the light bridge they chose had led them there. Zhao Koan also saw Lu Yuan and the others, who were safe and preparing to step onto a new light bridge, and his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Why them? Why could these 3 people who appeared out of nowhere have such a smooth journey while the elites from top universities struggled and repeatedly fell into traps? Zhao Koan, we can't hold on much longer. The mirror beasts on this island are endless. A female student next to him shouted anxiously. It must be them. They must have used some despicable means to find the right path. Zhao Koan glared at Lu Yuan and blamed all his failures on others. Look at that eggplant, it seems even more purple. Yun Qianqian glanced at it and whispered to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and did not respond. At this moment, he was able to perfectly avoid all traps and dead ends without needing the help of the Beastmaster illustrated. Along the way, they had encountered some wandering mirror beasts, but they were all insignificant little characters, easily dealt with by a few explosive shots from Yun Qianqian's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Wu Tian followed behind, completely numb. He watched Lu Yuan make choices every time, and saw them arrive at the next station peacefully each time. Looking back at the distant floating islands, the teams surrounded by mirror beasts, he felt nothing but emotion. He finally understood that Lu Yuan was not just lucky. Lu Yuan himself was the very name of luck. But this path was merely a random walk of Lu Yuan's. Unaware of how many floating islands they had crossed, when they stepped onto a new island again, the scene before them was suddenly clear. In front, there were no other floating islands or light bridges. This was an immense island, like a floating continent, quietly stretching across the void. And at the very center of the land, a giant space crack was slowly rotating. With each turn of the crack, the entire space trembled, swallowing and spitting out terrifying spatial energy. Through the distorted crack, deep inside, several diamond-shaped crystals radiating colorful halos floated quietly. The special summoning stones of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Finally found it. Yun Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. Wu Tian also felt a surge of excitement, his breath becoming a bit rapid. However, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed, only because he saw the contents of the Beastmaster's illustrated guide. Final trial, the gap of the heart. Analysis: this places the intersection of spirit and space, the manifestation of rules. To receive its gifts, one must endure its trials. Trial content: face the deepest fears in the heart. Reward: those who pass the trial can receive 1 or more mirror source stones based on their performance. Warning: the faint-hearted will suffer severe damage to their spirit sea, with the risk of permanently losing themselves in the heart demon illusion. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, his expression calming down. He turned around, looking at the excited Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian. If you want those stones, it won't be that easy, he said slowly. That crack is a trial. It will make us face the things we fear the most inside ourselves, the so-called heart demons. This is very dangerous, one might get lost forever in the illusion. As of now, it's not yet opened, there's still time to retreat. The gains from this journey are not in vain, so do you want to withdraw? Chapter 40, Heart Demons. Lu Yuan's words instantly drained the excitement from Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian's faces. Heart demons always reflect the things we fear the most. Wherever Yuan is, that's where I want to be. Yun Qianqian broke the silence first. She stepped forward, her chin slightly raised, her eyes filled with determination. Isn't it just heart demons? Let me see, Yin Shanshan, have never feared anything in my life, what can make me retreat? The girl's words were resolute. Wu Tian took a deep breath, he glanced at the slowly rotating space crack, his eyes more resolute than ever. I came here to get stronger, and now that I've come this far, how could I leave? He said solemnly. Moreover, if one cannot face their own heart, how can they talk about the future? As someone from a common background, he understood better than anyone that opportunities often coexist with risks. To retreat means to stay forever in place. Lu Yuan watched the two beside him, their minds were made up. He no longer persuaded them, some paths can only be walked alone. Since you've decided, then let's go. The three walked side by side towards the gap of the heart that spanned heaven and earth. The closer they got, the more terrifying the force pulling at their souls became. When the tips of their toes touched the edge of the crack, where the distorted halo was, the entire world collapsed. Wu Tian found himself standing in a huge banquet hall. Next to the banquet hall, there was a slogan proclaiming that Wu Tian had successfully advanced to the diamond-level Beastmaster. He was dressed in splendid attire, wearing a badge symbolizing the status of a diamond-grade Beastmaster on his chest. Countless guests moved back and forth, greeting him with smiles, their mouths full of flattery. Lord Wu Tian, young and promising, truly the light of our North City East Sea. Yes, I heard that Lord Wu Tian's beast is almost about to break into the epic stage. He succeeded, he really became a renowned Beastmaster. But in Wu Tian's heart, there was not a shred of joy, instead, he was engulfed by a strong unease. Dad! Mom! He pushed through the crowd and rushed into the backstage of the banquet hall. There were no guests, only two familiar figures. His parents were standing in coarse clothes, anxious and uneasy, completely out of place with this lavish banquet hall. The wrinkles on their faces seemed deeper than he remembered. Xiao Tian, you're here, his mother said, revealing a relieved smile when she saw him. Why are you still wearing this? Wu Tian frowned tightly, he had sent a fortune home. We can't get used to those nice fabrics, his father said awkwardly. Just then, the sky changed suddenly. Several black shadows entered from outside, carrying undisguised murderous intent, sealing off the entire banquet hall. The leader, wearing a grim mask, spoke with a hoarse voice, Wu Tian, you killed our young master, today, let your parents' lives repay it. Enemies. Wu Tian's pupils constricted, and he instantly summoned his beast. But in horror, he discovered that his once powerful beast, which should have been in the diamond stage, was now extremely weak, barely able to stand. No. He watched helplessly as those black-clad figures raised their blades, walking towards his terrified parents. He desperately tried to rush over, but his body felt as if it were filled with lead, unable to move. All he could do was let out a desperate howl, watching the blade fall before his eyes. Watching the fear in his parents' eyes, he helplessly watched them die before him. It was him, he brought this disaster. It was him who, in pursuit of becoming a renowned Beastmaster, brought ruin upon this family. Yin Shanshan found herself dressed in a gorgeous gown, standing in the highest honor hall of the North Ming Beastmaster Academy. Above the dome, the galaxy flowed. In the center of the hall, a familiar figure was receiving the homage of thousands. It was Lu Yuan. He wore a black robe engraved with divine patterns, his dark eyes deep like an abyss, surrounded by a terrifying pressure that made one dare not look directly. At this moment, he seemed like a god. Ah, Yuan. Yun Shanshan lifted her skirt and, with a radiant smile, walked through the crowd towards her light. However, just as she was about to reach him, Lu Yuan slightly turned, his indifferent gaze sweeping over. In that look, there was no fondness, no warmth, only a distance that pushed people away in impatience. Miss Yuan, please have some self-respect. His voice was like an ice-cold knife, piercing into Yun Shanshan's heart. Yun Shanshan's smile froze on her face as she stared blankly at him. Ah Yuan, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Are we very familiar? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking arc. This face, which she once cherished, now wore the expression that hurt her the most. At that moment, a woman in a pure white dress, with an elegant demeanor, walked slowly to Lu Yuan's side and affectionately linked arms with him. Yuan, who is this? The woman's voice was pleasant, but her gaze toward Yun Shanshan held a superior arrogance. Just an insignificant person. After Lu Yuan said this, he withdrew his gaze and never looked at her again, taking the unfamiliar woman into the cheers of the crowd, walking towards the supreme divine seat. Yun Shanshan felt as if the entire world had turned black and white. Yun Shanshan stood there, watching the figure that once promised to protect her forever grow further and further away. She felt as if her heart had been dug out, hollow and empty, with only the cold wind passing through. Before Lu Yuan lay a gray and desolate ruin. A thick spatial energy distorted everything here into grotesque shapes. He knew where this place was. The place where his parents last sent a message in the North Sea Beastmaster Academy's spatial crack plan. He had searched for 10 years. From being laughed at as a useless person, he had step by step reached today, standing before this spatial crack. All his efforts, all his struggles, were for this moment. He believed they were still alive. They must be on the other side of the crack, waiting for him to find them. His Beastmaster guide was analyzing the spatial laws of this place, planning the safest path for him. He stepped forward, walking toward the deepest part of the crack. There was no other side of the world, no imagined reunion. Only a small grave made of dry bones. At the top of the grave lay two already desiccated skeletons, quietly nestled together, as if in their final posture, they were resisting the coldness of the world with their lives. Among them, one slightly smaller skeleton tightly clutched a pendant in its bony fingers. On the pendant, there was an elegant character. Lu Yuan knew these were his parents. He just quietly looked, watching those two skeletons, watching that pendant. Before him, the all-powerful Beastmaster guide displayed words he most dreaded to see. Detection of life aura residue similar to that of the host. Life signs analysis, deceased. Estimated time of death, 10 years ago. 10 years ago. On the day he awakened to become a Beastmaster, on the day he was filled with joy, thinking he could finally search for his parents. His parents had already died in this place. All hopes, all obsessions, all the beliefs that had supported him to this point, collapsed with a loud crash at that moment. Chapter 41, Overcoming Demons. Wu Tian knelt in a pool of blood, every breath filled with pain. The fearful eyes of his parents before death were like two knives, stabbing into his heart. It was him, all because of him. If he hadn't become a Beastmaster, if he hadn't desired to stand out, they wouldn't have died. No, it's not like this. Wu Tian murmured, his awareness sinking in regret and self-blame. Just when he was about to be completely consumed by despair, a thought appeared in his chaotic mind. No. What was wrong? If he really was a diamond-level powerhouse, how could he be unable to fend off such a crowd? If his beasts were truly that powerful, how could he be so weak that he couldn't even stand? This illusion had numerous flaws. It amplified the deepest fears within him. Afraid that his success would bring disaster to his family. Yet it poorly wove an incomprehensible story. I pursue power, not for wealth and fame, but to have the ability to protect those I want to protect. Wu Tian shouted, struggling to stand up from the ground. I will not give up on my path just because I fear the unknown risks. If there truly is an enemy, I will become stronger than them, strong enough to crush any threat. His voice, initially trembled, grew increasingly firm. As his words fell, the surrounding magnificent banquet hall, those guests, those fierce enemies, along with his parents' corpses began to wither away, flaking into countless specks of light. The whole world shattered before his eyes. Are we familiar? That cold voice was more piercing than the cold winds of the north. Yun Shanxian stood dumbfounded, looking at that familiar back. She felt like her world had lost all color, leaving only endless gray. That Lu Yuan who would ruffle her hair, helpless yet indulgent, calling her Qian Qian was nowhere to be found. That Lu Yuan who would silently clean up all the messes after her troubles was nowhere to be found. That Lu Yuan who had stood strong when everyone doubted him. The most genuine version of Yuan, who was still before her, was gone. The man before her seemed like a god, high and untouchable. Her heart ached painfully. Tears uncontrollably swirled in her eyes, her vision becoming blurred. Yuan, let's go. The unfamiliar woman softly said to Lu Yuan with the air of a victor. Aha. He didn't look back at Yun Shanxian even once. No. This isn't right. Just as Lu Yuan was about to step onto the god's throne, Yun Shanxian suddenly wiped away her tears. Within her eyes, a flame reignited, not sadness, but anger. You are not him. The girl's voice was loud, echoing throughout the Hall of Honors. All eyes were focused on her. The Lu Yuan who was about to ascend also finally stopped his steps. He turned back, frowning slightly. You stop right there. Yun Shanxian was like a cat that had been provoked. You imposter. Liar. Thief. She cursed while stepping forward towards him. My Yuan would never look at me with those eyes. Even if he becomes a god, a king, he is still my Yuan. He would find me annoying, would call me silly, but he would never say we're not familiar. And Yun Shanxian stood before him, extending her hand, her finger nearly poking his nose. My Yuan would never like a delicate flower that looks weak and gets winded after a few steps. He likes me like this. The more she spoke, the more confident she became, the more righteous her voice grew. Because every word she spoke stemmed from her deepest trust in Lu Yuan. The illusion before her might mimic Lu Yuan's strength, mimic his appearance, but it could never replicate the gentleness that belonged to her alone. You fake, turn back. Yun Shanxian shouted. As her voice fell, that lofty god, along with the woman beside him and the entire extravagant hall, shattered before her like a mirage. Ruins, dry bones. Estimated time of demise, 10 years ago. The cold golden words on the Beastmaster's illustrated guide. What once gave him hope countless times now filled him with deep despair. 10 years. It turned out, the belief he held for 10 years was just a joke. It turned out, all his efforts and struggles had lost their meaning from the very beginning. It turned out, by the time he finally had the qualification to look for them, they had already died here. An unprecedented emptiness and darkness spread from the deepest part of his heart. He simply stood silently before that small grave, motionless, as if he had erected a tombstone there. Time lost its meaning here. Don't know how long had passed, perhaps a moment, or perhaps eternity. Lu Yuan bent down, stretching out his trembling hand to touch that pendant. His parents embraced together until their last moment of life. They must be so cold. In this place devoid of sunlight, eroded day and night by the turbulent space. His fingertips, just about to touch the skeleton, suddenly paused. He suddenly laughed. The laughter was faint, carrying a sense of bleakness and self-mockery. Fake. Everything is fake. He lifted his head, in his black eyes, there were no tears, only calmness. This illusion seized the deepest obsession in his heart and gave him the most despairing answer. It wanted to see him collapse, wanted to see him sink. Lu Yuan slowly straightened up. He no longer tried to break the illusion or look for so-called flaws. He turned around, facing away from the grave that could crush his heart, step by step, walking back in the direction he came. Even if it is true? Even if they are really gone. So what? Should his journey stop here? The primordial light and the magic mirror appeared in his mind. They were still waiting for him. Yunjin Tian and Suyuli stood at the gate of the Yun family villa. They said, "The Yun family is your home." In his mind, the always radiant smile of Yun Xianxian floated up. She said, "I will make you eat soft rice for a lifetime." Lu Yuan's steps became more and more steady. Behind him, that ruin, that tomb, those two skeletons began to twist and collapse violently, as if trying to pull him back. But he did not turn back. Searching for his parents had once been his motivation to move forward. But from now on, he would live for the present and fight for the future. Lu Yuan shouted. "If this is the truth, then I will verify it with my own hands. If this is fate, then I will completely overturn it." As he took the last step out of the ruins, darkness retreated, and light returned to his world. In the core layer, before the space crack, Wu Tian was the first to open his eyes, gasping for air, with remnants of fear in his eyes, but more so, a kind of unprecedented determination. Almost at the same time, Yun Xianxian also woke up. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly rushed to Lu Yuan's side, looking him up and down. "Yuan, are you okay? Did you see an annoying fake version of you? He even said he didn't know me. It made me so mad." At that moment, Lu Yuan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. In those black eyes, it seemed as if he had experienced a rebirth. He looked at the anxious Yun Xianxian and was silent for a moment. Then, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. "How could I not know you?" His voice was very soft. Yun Xianxian instantly felt at ease, a sweet dimple returning to her lips. It was her Yuan, who had come back. At the very moment the three of them completely awakened from the trial of their inner demons, the huge space crack ahead began to spin faster. Immediately after, several streams of light shot out from the deepest part of the crack, hovering in front of the three. A total of 4. 2 of them slowly floated towards Wu Tian and Yun Xianxian. The remaining 2 hovered in front of Lu Yuan. The mirror source stone, the gift of the trial, had arrived as promised. Chapter 42, Separation. Lu Yuan reached out to take the 2 floating before him. On the other side, Yun Xianxian and Wu Tian also received their own. Wu Tian looked at the crystal in his hand, feeling both excitement for obtaining the treasure and fear from the previous trial of inner demons. He clearly understood that if it weren't for Lu Yuan, he probably wouldn't have even reached the core layer, let alone passed the final test. As they put away the mirror source stone, the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. "Get ready, we are leaving," Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, a force wrapped around the 3 of them. When their vision became clear again, they had returned to the entrance of the mirror shadow secret realm. Not far away, Suyuli and Qin Yan were standing side by side, seemingly chatting about something. "Do you think they can obtain that legendary special summoning stone inside?" Qin Yan asked with curiosity in her tone. Suyuli gently shook her head, looking towards the distorted space. That special summoning stone was obtained by a renowned Beastmaster during their youth by chance. Since then, no one has been able to bring out a second one from this secret realm. That senior gained fame once they advanced to the rank of king, giving this stone some notoriety. She paused, but the difficulty is evident. The mirror shadow secret realm is strange and unpredictable. Each time it opens, the internal scenery will be restructured. Not to mention entering the core layer, even retreating safely from the middle layer is not easy. I only hope they can come out safely. Any small gain would be a great fortune. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the space in front of the three began to ripple, and a white light flashed, revealing the figures of Lu Yuan, Jun Qianqian, and Wu Tian. Mom! Before Su Yuli and Qin Yan could react, Yun Qianqian had leaped into Su Yuli's arms. Raise the diamond crystal in hand. We got it. This is the special summoning stone from the Mirror Shadow Realm, called the Mirror Source Stone. The girl's clear voice reached the ears of the two elders. Su Yuli and Qin Yan's gazes both lingered on the shimmering crystal. They had just been discussing the difficulty of obtaining this item, and in the next moment, it appeared before their eyes. Qin Yan quickly stepped forward, took the Mirror Source Stone from Wu Tian's hand, and examined it carefully for a moment. After briefly reporting the general situation in the realm, Qin Yan patted Wu Tian's shoulder. Let's go, it's time to digest our gains. After a short reunion and exchange of pleasantries, Qin Yan prepared to bid farewell to Wu Tian. Yuli, since they're back, I'll take Wu Tian home first, there are a lot of matters waiting for me at the academy. Qin Yan walked up to Wu Tian, her expression returning to its usual competence. Alright, be careful on the way. Su Yuli nodded. Wu Tian walked in front of Lu Yuan, looking at him. God Lu, thanks for this trip to the realm, he said seriously. However, I won't always follow behind you. In a year's time at the Advanced Beast Tamer competition, I will stand on the stage and challenge you openly. I'll be waiting, was Lu Yuan's reply. Wu Tian smiled, a smile full of fighting spirit. He said no more, turned, and followed Qin Yan, leaping onto the back of the Golden Pang. The Golden Pang spread its wings, stirring a gust of wind, along with a loud call, transforming into a golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Let's go home too. Su Yuli retracted her gaze. On the way back, Yun Qianqian swept away the tension from the realm, turning back into that talkative little girl. She clung to Su Yuli's arm, excitedly recounting her experiences in the Mirror Shadow Realm. Su Yuli listened quietly, her expression shifting from initial surprise to later seriousness, and finally to being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The most annoying was that last heart demon test. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, her small face puffed up with anger. Mom, you have no idea, there was even a fake Lu Yuan in that illusion. Dressed so convincingly. And he actually dared to say he didn't know me. Yun Qianqian, infuriated, mimicked the tone of that Lu Yuan in the illusion, using a rough voice, Miss Yun, please have some self-respect. It drove me crazy. At that moment, I just wanted the Dark Ranger to shoot an arrow through his head. Put. Su Yuli couldn't hold back and laughed. And he had a woman next to him. She looked so weak, panting after just a few steps, like a delicate flower. Yun Qianqian grew angrier the more she spoke, shaking her little fists. How could my Lu Yuan possibly like that type? With her hands on her hips, she confidently concluded, so I realized at that moment, he must be a fake. The girl's antics made Su Yuli laugh. She reached out and pinched her daughter's puffed-up face, her eyes filled with affection. After laughing, Su Yuli's gaze fell on the always silent Lu Yuan. She did not ask Lu Yuan what his heart demon was. As an epic-level strong person, she understood better than anyone that the stronger and more deeply obsessed a person was, the more terrifying their trials would be. Yun Qianqian could easily break through the illusion partly because of her pure heart, and partly due to her unreserved trust in Lu Yuan, which became her sharpest weapon. But Lu Yuan was different, the search for his parents had become his obsession. Su Yuli nearly sighed softly, walked over to Lu Yuan, and patted him. It's all over. Lu Yuan looked up, meeting Su Yuli's gentle eyes, and nodded. Back at the Yun family villa, after dinner, he returned to his room. He took out all the shards of the mirror that he had collected during the adventure in the realm. Most of these shards were obtained from defeating mirror beasts in the outer maze and middle prism forest, varying in size. There are dozens of pieces. Each piece can bring a significant improvement to the eye mirror. The eye mirror floated beside him, its surface radiating waves of desire. Go ahead, how much you can absorb depends on yourself. With the master's permission, the eye mirror became polite no more. A silver light shot out from the mirror, sweeping up the mirror fragments on the ground one by one. As the fragments made contact with the silver light, they instantly transformed into the purest energy stream and were absorbed. As more and more fragments were absorbed, the previously mid-bronze aura began to rise, soon hitting a bottleneck. Suddenly, the eye mirror burst forth with a blazing light, releasing a power far stronger than before. High-level bronze. It succeeded. Almost at the very moment the eye mirror upgraded, a flow of nurturing power also entered Lu Yuan's body. Boom! The mid-bronze bottleneck, which had troubled him for a long time, was effortlessly shattered by this powerful nurturing force. High-level bronze Beastmaster. He glanced at the eye mirror, which was now floating in front of him, its aura stabilized. This trip to the secret realm was a huge success. Not only did he obtain the mirror source stone, but he also caused the eye mirror's skills to mutate, and now both broke through. Chapter 43, Journey to Beiming. 3 weeks passed quietly, day by day. Finally, it was time to report to Beiming Beast Academy. This time, Su Yueli personally took the two to the academy. However, unlike the last trip to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, the three did not directly take the cloud-soaring eagle. Instead, they arrived at the transportation hub in Beicheng. The platform's design is filled with a postmodern sense of technology. A luxurious carriage pulled by a pure white chasing electric horse, with its hooves entwined in subtle electric light, was already waiting here. The chasing electric horse was extraordinary, each breath releasing faint arcs of electricity. This is the Thundersound special train, which specifically rides between major core cities in the northern border, Su Yueli explained to the two juniors. It's much more stable and comfortable than flying beasts. The three boarded the carriage. The interior space was much more spacious than it looked, with soft sofas and exquisite snacks, almost identical to the Cloud family's reception room. With a clear and melodious neigh, the chasing electric horse stepped forward, transforming into a silver flash, instantly disappearing from the platform. The scenery outside the window raced backward, from the bustling urban jungle, to the vast plains, and then to the rolling mountains. In just 3 hours, the view outside the carriage had completely changed. The air was less hot and more refreshing. They were no longer within the reach of Beicheng, they had officially entered the northern border. There was no icy tundra or desolate bleakness as Lu Yuan had imagined. Before his eyes was a vast and magnificent primitive landscape. The special train stopped at a terminal surrounded by massive mountains. Su Yueli led Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian out of the station and into a wide open space. "We'll wait here for a bit." Su Yueli looked up at the sky. Yun Qianqian was a bit puzzled. "Mom, aren't we going directly to Beiming?" Su Yueli smiled but did not reply. Soon, a clear and melodious neigh resonated from deep within the clouds. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian simultaneously looked up and saw an all-white steed radiating golden light, gracefully descending from the air with its enormous wings. The steed's figure was divine and noble. A woman dressed in simple blue clothing lightly leapt down from the horse. She was Lan Liuli, the admission tutor of Beiming Academy. "Tutor Liuli." Yun Qianqian waved her hand in surprise. Lan Liuli nodded to her, then turned her gaze to Su Yueli with a gentle smile. "You came? I didn't expect you to send these two kids to Beiming. I thought you wouldn't step into the northern border again," Lan Liuli said. Su Yueli just responded with one word. "My blazing sun Pegasus can't fit all 4 of us." Lan Liuli patted the majestic Pegasus beside her. "You might as well summon your beast." Su Yueli reacted with irritation, rolling her eyes at her. "We're at least guests who traveled a long way. You, the landlord, won't even pick us up, but you want me to do the heavy lifting?" Though she complained, she still summoned her beast. With a sharp cry, the cloud-screaming falcon, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, reappeared. Seeing Su Yuli's attitude as if it was only natural, Lan Liuli exposed her directly. "Oh, pretending to be a distant guest? Have you forgotten you are also from Beiming? My great Beiming honorary mentor?" She deliberately stretched the last few words, her tone full of mockery. As soon as she said this, Yun Qianqian, who was about to jump onto the falcon's back, froze, suddenly turning her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide open. "Mom?" Lu Yuan was also stunned, looking at Su Yueli, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. "Honorary mentor? Aunt Su is actually an honorary mentor at Beiming Academy?" This identity, let alone him, even Yun Qianqian, her own daughter, was hearing for the first time. Since he could remember, Su Yueli had always played the role of the gentle and loving mother at home. Facing the shocked gazes of her daughter and Lu Yuan, Su Yuli's face flashed an unnatural expression, and then she shot a hard glare at Lan Liuli, as if blaming her for being too talkative. That was old news from over 10 years ago. She explained vaguely, her gaze unconsciously drifting into the distance. "I'm not familiar with Beiming now." Seeing this, Lan Liuli no longer teased, and called out, "All right, stop standing around. Let's get moving." The 4 climbed onto the broad back of the cloud-screaming falcon one after another. Yun Qianqian leaned closer to Su Yueli, wanting to ask more questions, but was shot down by a look from her mother. She could only pout in grievance, temporarily pushing down her full curiosity. "Let's go." Su Yueli gave the order, and the cloud-screaming falcon flapped its wings vigorously, turning into a green flash that shot into the sky, speeding towards the distant misty, mountainous area. There lay one of the top beast mastery academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Beiming Beastmaster Academy. The cloud-screaming falcon flew steadily through the clouds for nearly an hour. At the end of Lu Yuan's line of sight, a giant archway appeared. It soared 100 meters high, spanning between 2 snowy peaks. On the pillars of the gate were carvings of ancient ice dragons battling with colossal sea monsters, every dragon scale, every tentacle vividly visible, exuding a powerful pressure. And at the top of the archway, a giant ice crystal sphere, over 10 meters in diameter, was floating. Su Yuli's gaze also fell upon that archway. casually leaning against the back of the falcon, her eyes were somewhat lost, as if she pierced through that gate and saw the distant past. Lan Luli walked to her side, following her gaze, her voice filled with emotion. Even though you've been gone for over 10 years, Beiming is still the same, nothing has changed. Su Yuli remained silent, not responding. The cloud-screaming falcon showed no signs of slowing down, flying straight toward the giant archway. Just as they were about to pass through the archway, Lu Yuan felt an invisible force sweep past him. The once illusory Beast Mastery catalog silently opened. Detected high-intensity law barrier, Beiming barrier. Energy source, eternal frozen core above the abyssal gate. Effect, automatically recognizes and blocks all creatures not registered with a Beiming identity beacon. Energy response is extremely high, conventional means cannot break through. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan understood, just now that force was the defense barrier of Beiming Academy. Wow, what a strange feeling. Yun Qian shouted. I touched my arm. I feel like I've passed through a layer of cool water. Lan Liuli smiled and explained, this is the North Underwater Barrier, the first line of defense for the Academy. It will screen everyone who comes and goes. Those without permission will be continuously exposed and have their abilities suppressed within the Academy. If their position hasn't disappeared within 5 minutes, the North Underwater Guard will take action. She glanced at Su Yueli, who remained silent beside her, and changed the topic. But, your mother is Su Yueli, so the North Underwater Barrier recorded her information and did not stop you. However, you two little ones haven't officially enrolled yet and haven't been registered, so you can feel the existence of the barrier. So troublesome? Yun Qian immediately pouted. When new students report, can't we turn off this barrier first? Lan Liuli spread her hands, there's nothing we can do, Yueli, don't daydream. First, take these two little ones to the Ice Mirror Hall to complete their enrollment procedures and obtain the identity beacons. It will be convenient for going in and out in the future. Su Yueli gently nodded, driving the Yun Xiaotian falcon, and flew towards a certain direction deep in the mountains. Chapter 44, Half Mountain Villa. Yun Xiaotian falcon passed through countless buildings and finally landed in front of a hall entirely carved from ice crystals. There were no guards at the entrance of the hall, only 2 ice phoenix sculptures, exuding cold air. This is the Ice Mirror Hall, where all new student information is entered, Lan Liuli said, leading the way into the hall. The interior of the Grand Hall was spacious, and in the center, a round ancient mirror with a diameter of over 5 meters floated, its frame made of ice crystals. The mirror surface itself was a deep blue. This is the Ice Mirror, one of the landmark buildings of North Underwater Academy, Lan Liuli introduced to the two. Just place your hands on it. It will automatically read your mental fluctuations and beast taming information, generating your identity wristbands. Yun Qian, curious, was the first to step forward and gently placed her small hand on the mirror. Buzz. The center of the ice mirror's deep blue surface lit up with a golden light, and countless data streams rapidly flashed across the surface. Yun Qian felt a force wrapping around her, as if it could see right through her, but it did not feel intrusive. After a moment, the light on the mirror faded, and a wristband shimmering with light blue slowly floated out from the mirror, hovering in front of Yun Qian. Yun Qian took the wristband. It felt icy to the touch and automatically shrank to a suitable size upon being worn on her wrist, perfectly fitting her skin. The surface of the wristband was smooth as water, with only a small North Underwater Academy emblem. It's your turn, Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded, stepped forward, and pressed his palm against the mirror. In contrast to Yun Qian's gentle response, when Lu Yuan's hand touched the ice mirror, the entire surface trembled violently. The deep blue on the mirror seemed to have been hit by a stone. Lan Liuli's expression changed slightly, and even Su Yueli, who had been absent-minded, turned her gaze toward him. The ice mirror's reaction was too intense, indicating that the tested individual's mental strength far exceeded the norm. Data streams surged wildly on the surface of the mirror, moving at a speed several times faster than before. Finally, a blue wristband of the same style emerged from the mirror. Lu Yuan took the wristband and put it on. The whole process felt incredibly calm, as if the earlier disturbance hadn't involved him at all. Lan Liuli glanced at Lu Yuan, her astonishment increasing. She then explained, this wristband is your identity proof at North Underwater. It has many functions, for example, announcements from the Academy will be issued through it. It also has built-in maps of the Academy and an internal forum for you to explore. A forum? Yun Qian's eyes immediately lit up, and she began to fiddle with the wristband. Can we see the gossip in the Academy? Lan Liuli smiled, pretty much. But I suggest you all first take a look at the freshman handbook. Alright, the formalities are done, let me take you to your accommodation. Su Yueli controlled the Yun Xiaotian falcon to soar into the sky again, while Lan Liuli guided the direction beside her. Is Beiming Academy really that good? They even arranged our place to stay? Yun Qian sat on the falcon's back. Looking at the buildings flying by below, her face was filled with anticipation for the upcoming campus life. Soon, the Yunxiao Tian Falcon flew towards a peak deep within the academy. The peak wasn't the highest, but the scenery was extremely beautiful, with clouds and mist swirling around halfway up, and a clear waterfall cascading down from the top, sparkling under the sunlight. On a gentle flat area halfway up, a 3-story villa with a private courtyard quietly sat there, perfectly blending with the surrounding natural landscape. The Yunxiao Tian Falcon slowly landed on the open space in front of the villa. Wow! Yun Shanshan jumped down from the falcon's back, looking at the beautiful villa in front of her, her eyes turned into star shapes. Mom! Mentor Lan Lioli. Beiming Academy is too amazing. Freshmen actually get to live in a villa directly? This treatment is just too cool. Lan Lioli looked at her expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she explained, no way. Beiming Academy is generous, but it's impossible to give every freshman a villa. This villa was a reward given to your mom when she was at Beiming Academy. Yun Shanshan's surprised expression instantly froze, and she slowly turned her head to look at her mother. A reward? Lan Lioli continued, yes, it happened many years ago. I never expected she would let you all live here, really brings back memories. Back then, there was a room here that was mine. Su Yueli felt a bit uncomfortable with their banter, raising her hand to give Lan Lioli a light smack, but the latter nimbly dodged with a smile. Alright, I've brought you here, and my task is complete. Lan Lioli waved to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. You will receive your freshman check-in time tomorrow through your wristbands. I'm leaving now. After saying this, she summoned the blazing sun Pegasus again, transforming into a golden light and leaving. Only Su Yueli and the three of them were left at the scene, the atmosphere becoming a bit awkward. However, Su Yueli seemed unfazed, first pushing open the villa's courtyard gate and walking inside. What are you all standing there for? Come in and choose your rooms. The interior decoration style of the villa matched the exterior, simple yet warm, with all kinds of furniture neatly arranged, and it was spotless, clearly maintained regularly. Yun Shanshan immediately dashed up to the second floor. I want the room facing south, it gets the best sunshine. Lu Yuan chose the room next door to hers. After settling their luggage, when they came out of the room, they saw Su Yueli rolling up her sleeves, making the bed in one of the rooms on the first floor. Mom, what are you doing? Yun Shanshan peeked in, looking puzzled. We're not inviting guests to stay. Lu Yuan stood beside her, watching Su Yueli's busy figure. Su Yueli spread out the blanket, smoothed out the wrinkles on top, and then turned to look at the two little ones. In a very ordinary tone, she said, who said this is prepared for guests? I will be staying at Beiming from now on, of course, I want to live together with you. Ah? Yun Shanshan couldn't process this information for a moment. Su Yueli walked up to her, stretched out her hand and pinched her cheek. What do you mean ah? Do you think I can trust you two little ones to stay here by yourselves? What if someone bullies you? What if you cause trouble? And besides, there's a surprise waiting for you. While she was scolding, her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Yuan, with hidden worry in her eyes. The heart demon test of the Shadow Mirror secret realm still made it hard for her to feel completely at ease. Lu Yuan, that child, had too deep an obsession in his heart. She felt uneasy if she didn't see it with her own eyes. Yun Shanshan suddenly realized, her face blooming with a bright smile, and she jumped into Su Yueli's arms, nuzzling like a spoiled kitten. Great! I thought it would take a long time to see Mom again. Chapter 45, The Dual Lists of Beiming. After settling everything, Su Yueli didn't let the two little ones stay in the villa for long. Let's go. Since we're in Beiming, we must see its most famous landmark. She led the two of them, skillfully crossing several small paths paved with ice crystals, arriving at a very spacious central square. The square was busier than any place they had seen before, filled with young and energetic students in groups of 3s and 5s. And everyone's gaze, whether intentional or not, converged at the end of the square. There stood two entirely different landmark buildings. On the left was a huge circular wheel, over 12 meters in diameter, entirely pitch black. On top of the wheel, 100 silver names were arranged, slowly turning. On the right was a towering monument, 18 meters tall, made of unknown crystal ice, with golden words appearing on its surface, clearly displaying 97 names from bottom to top. At the top of the monument, 3 frost giant swords hung upside down in the air, their tips pointing downward, with the names of the top 3 engraved on their blades. Wow, how magnificent! Yun Shanshan looked up at the two buildings, her little mouth agape. Many new students in the square were just like her, with faces filled with shock and curiosity. This is a symbol of honor at Beiming Academy, Su Yueli's voice sounded beside her, filled with nostalgia. She pointed at the two monuments, explaining to the two, this is the most famous place of Beiming Academy, the dual lists of Beiming. The left wheel is called the Cold Abyss list, and the right monument is called the Skyfrost list. These are honor lists set up by the Academy to motivate students. As long as you can make the list, you can earn a handsome amount of points every week. Points are a hard currency in the academy, usable for exchanging for training resources, rare materials, or even purchasing qualifications for secret realms. Yun Qianqian's eyes immediately lit up. Such a good thing? How can we get on the list? Fight your way up. Su Yueli's answer was simple and direct. Every listed student must accept at least one challenge from students below the list each week. The loser drops off, and the winner climbs up. She paused, turning her gaze to the left. The Cold Abyss list can only be participated in by first and second year students, which is a benefit for newcomers, with relatively less competitive pressure. The Skyfrost list is open to all students in the academy. Su Yueli's gaze finally landed on Lu Yuan, and her expression became serious. Lu Yuan, you must get on the Skyfrost list as soon as possible. As far as I know, most students who wish to participate in the Academy's Space Rift Exploration program will first prove their strength on the Skyfrost list. Though you managed to secure a spot, there is still competition within the program, and you must show enough outstanding performance to speed up your chances of joining the core exploration team. Space Rift Program. His usually calm eyes finally stirred with ripples. His gaze crossed the crowd, looking at the Skyfrost list that symbolized Beiming's highest honor. The three Frost Giant swords clearly displayed the information of the three strongest in the academy. Skyfrost list first, Su Yan, 4th year, low-tier platinum Beastmaster. Skyfrost list second, Qi Shi, 3rd year, mid-tier platinum Beastmaster. Skyfrost list third, Qi Feng, 4th year, low-tier platinum Beastmaster. Skyfrost list 99th, Chen Guannan, 3rd year, high-tier gold Beastmaster. Skyfrost list 100, Zhang Xuelan, 3rd year, high-tier gold Beastmaster. Every name was followed by their Beastmaster rank. The names corresponding to the three Frost Giant swords all reached the platinum rank. The second place actually has a higher rank than the first? Yun Qianqian discovered a blind spot, looking perplexed. The ranking of the Tianquan list does not look at the Beast Tamer's level, but at the victories and defeats on the arena, Su Yueli explained. That Qi Shi often explores various secret realms, and I've heard she also joined the Space Rift plan, now focusing all her attention on the secret realms in the plan, so she doesn't care much about her ranking on the Tianquan list. And that Su Yan, although only a low-level platinum, contracted a 4-star potential Frost Giant Dragon in the Dragon Nest secret realm when he was at the silver rank. After that, he focused on training it, and once it reached platinum, he continuously challenged the top 3 students on the Tianquan list, securing the number 1 position. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the side towards the Han Yuan list. Han Yuan list first, Situnong Yue, sophomore, Silver Peak Beast Tamer. Han Yuan list second, Xue Jiufeng, sophomore, Silver Peak Beast Tamer. Han Yuan list third, Nan Changning, sophomore, Silver Peak Beast Tamer. Han Yuan list 99th, Yu Ziyuan, sophomore, Silver High-Level Beast Tamer. Han Yuan list 100, Lin Mu, sophomore, Silver High-Level Beast Tamer. The first on the Han Yuan list was already at Silver Peak. Lu Yuan silently estimated his own strength. His current Taichu Light was at mid-level bronze, and the Quimian Magic Mirror was at high-level bronze. Facing the silver rank, he was not without the strength to fight, but climbing onto this list was certainly no easy task. Ah Yuan, look. Yun Qianqian tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the bottom of the Han Yuan list. 100th place, silver high level. If we work hard, maybe we can push him down soon. The girl's face was filled with eagerness, as if the names on that list were already hers for the taking. Lu Yuan looked at her carefree expression, and his heavy feeling lifted a bit. He did not speak, just letting his gaze slowly move up from the very bottom of the Tianquan list, inch by inch, scanning over those unfamiliar names, finally stopping at the very top. Su Yan. This name, he remembered. Chapter 46, Provocation. Su Yueli withdrew her gaze, looking at the two little ones with completely different expressions. Mom, did you also make it onto the Tianquan list back in Beiming? Yun Qianqian curiously asked while holding Su Yueli's arm. What rank were you? Did you ever reach the top? Once these words were spoken, many students nearby, who had been eavesdropping, turned their ears toward them with curious looks. After all, Su Yueli's temperament and strength were apparent, clearly not an ordinary person. A beast tamer so powerful, bringing 2 freshmen to see the list was enough to spark imaginations. Su Yueli lightly tapped her daughter's head. Little kids, why ask so many questions? She evaded the answer, pulling the 2 and turning to leave the square. Let's go, I'll take you to see other places. You've definitely been on it. And not just once. Yun Qianqian was not angry after being tapped, but rather more excited, quietly analyzing with Lu Yuan as they walked behind. Look at my mom's expression, there must be a story there, but she's shy to say it now. The 3 left the noisy square, continuing deeper into the academy along the main path. On both sides of the road, there were various styled buildings. Some were huge battle arenas, their domes half open, with roars of beasts and blasts of energy occasionally echoing from within. Others were ancient towers, with long lines at the entrance, seemingly for taking on academy tasks. All the public facilities in Binding Academy are almost tied to points, Su Yueli introduced as they walked. Battlefields, simulated training rooms, high-level reading areas of the library. To use them, you have to spend points. And the fastest way to earn points, aside from the rankings, is to complete tasks posted by the academy or exchange rare materials. She pointed at a vast area ahead. There, dozens of battle platforms of varying sizes floated in mid-air, with many students controlling their beasts to fight each other on them. The scene was extremely fiery. That is the floating battle platform, the Academy's most basic public battle arena and the most direct place to resolve personal grievances. As long as both sides agree, they can go up and fight at any time. Of course, the loser has to pay points to the winner, and how much depends on what is agreed upon at the time. At this moment, a battle on a platform not far away had just ended. A burly steel quill porcupine let out a howl as it was swatted away by a giant wolf covered in frost, crashing heavily to the ground below, losing its fighting ability. I concede, senior. The owner of the frost giant wolf, a proud-looking young man, recalled his beast and bowed slightly to the pale-faced student below, but there was no hint of apology in his tone. The senior Chang is indeed a master on the frost ranking, we students are indeed far behind. A few students below immediately stepped forward to flatter him. The young man called Senior Chang was none other than Chang Guannan, ranked 99th on the frost ranking. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of being adored. As he casually scanned the surroundings, he paused when he saw Su Yueli and her companions. At that moment, Yun Shanxian saw the result and said, if I defeat someone on the Cold Abyss ranking here, does that mean their ranking will belong to me? Su Yueli nodded. Chang Guannan happened to overhear Yun Shanxian's words. His gaze lingered on Su Yueli for a moment before moving to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian beside her. Seeing the brand new identity wristbands on them, contempt immediately flashed in his eyes. Another two new students who dared to come here to watch the fun right after enrolling? Chang Guannan's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for those nearby to hear clearly. They really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Do they think that once they get into Binding Academy, everything is fine? This is not a place for delicate flowers like you to come. His group of followers immediately laughed. Yes, every year there are these hot-headed youngsters who think they are the chosen ones, only to be knocked down completely in the first month. What Senior Chang said is correct, maybe you should first memorize the rules of the Cold Abyss ranking before coming here. The mocking remarks instantly furrowed Yun Shanxian's brow. She was about to step forward to argue when Lu Yuan reached out to stop her. Seeing that Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian were intimidated by him and didn't dare to step forward, Chang Guannan's smug expression grew even stronger. He turned his gaze back to Su Yueli and confidently said, this lady must be the parent escorting the younger ones to register, right? Although Binding Academy is free, it's better to manage them closely to avoid them offending the wrong people on their first day, or things could go badly. This remark already carried a hint of threat. Su Yueli's eyes instantly turned cold. She hadn't seen such an arrogant young man in years. Oh? Su Yueli took a step forward, a terrifying pressure from an epic-level powerhouse, like an invisible giant wave, rolled towards Chang Guannan, for example, me provoking you? Boom! Chang Guannan felt as if his mental sea had been violently smashed, his mind went blank for an instant, and his legs went soft, almost collapsing to the ground. The frost demonic wolf, which had just been majestic, let out a mournful cry, its fur standing on end as it tucked its tail and trembled. The faces of the few followers around him turned pale as they stumbled back. The entire floating battle platform area instantly fell silent. Everyone looked in shock at this exceptionally graceful woman, none expecting her to suddenly take action without warning. Why you, who are you? Chang Guannan struggled to maintain his stance, his voice shaking. I am their guardian. Su Yueli said calmly, my people are not for you to teach a lesson. Just as the atmosphere was tense and about to explode, a clear female voice came from nearby. Yo, what's going on? Yuli, you just got back today, and you're already making the top expert of our academy's frost list cry? The crowd turned to look, and there was Lan Luli coming with light, cheerful steps. She had a teasing smile on her face, as if she completely did not feel the tense atmosphere. Chang Guannan saw Lan Luli and felt like he had found a savior, quickly bowing and greeting, Instructor Lan Luli. Alright, I've seen what's going on. I'm not someone you can mess with, ma'am. Lan Luli waved her hand, her gaze sweeping over Chang Guannan. 99th place on the frost list, is that really impressive? Instead of bullying newcomers here, maybe you should think about how to keep your position. Chang Guannan's face changed colors, feeling embarrassed and angry, but he didn't dare to argue back, only leaving in a huff with his underlings. And just like that, the storm passed. I told you to keep a low profile. Lan Luli walked up to Su Yueli, nudging her with her elbow and whispering with a laugh. You've only been here for half a day, and it's just like before. Do you want to challenge the list from end to end like you did over a decade ago? Too bad you can't do anything now. Suyuli shot her a glare. He crashed into me by himself. Mom, did you really challenge the list back then? Yun Xianxian's eyes brightened. No, Suyuli denied firmly, pulling her daughter away. Luli, didn't you have something to do? Why are you back again? I finished my business and came by on my way. Lan Luli caught up, saying to Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, tomorrow afternoon, there's a school opening ceremony in the central hall. Don't be late. She paused and added, by the way, after the ceremony, there will be a freshman challenge competition. It's a little appetizer for you kids. The top 10 will get good point rewards, and I heard the first place has other rewards. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Instructor. Back at the villa, Yun Xianxian dived into the soft sofa. The first thing she did was fiddle with the identity wristband on her wrist. Yuan, come quick, this binding forum is so fun. Her little hand swiped across the smooth surface of the wristband, projecting a virtual light screen into the air, filled with dense posts, with the hottest title bold in red. Breaking! Cheng Guannan, the 99th on the frost list, was allegedly knocked down by a mysterious girl in a single move on the floating battle platform. Pfft, this news spread too quickly. Yun Xianxian clicked on the post. It vividly described the scene that happened in the afternoon, but the main character, Suyuli, was portrayed as a stunning and powerful mysterious beauty, and the replies had already topped over 1,000. Whoa, is this for real? An epic boss? That Cheng Guannan guy hit a brick wall. I was there. That aura was definitely epic. My bronze-level wind bird was so scared it peed itself and is still sulking in the beast space. Seeking photos of the boss. Seeking contact info. Mysterious lady, my goddess. Yun Xianxian was reading with great interest, stealing a glance at Lu Yuan, who was checking the wristband functions, and then mischievously typed Lu Yuan in the search box. But it returned empty. TCH, boring, she pouted, unwilling to give up, and typed Suyuli. This time, the forum lagged for 3 full seconds before popping up a message. According to Academy regulations, this term is a high-level encrypted message. Your permissions are insufficient to view. Yun Xianxian's jaw almost dropped. Her own mother was actually an encrypted term on the Beiming Academy forum? How impressive could that be? Recalling Suyuli's unnatural expression in the afternoon and Lan Luli's teasing tone, her curiosity was instantly magnified. Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to all this, his mind focused entirely on something else. The next morning, when Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian finished washing up. When I walked out of the room, I found the whole villa was quiet, and there was no sign of Suyuli. On the dining table, there was a warm breakfast and a piece of paper. I have something to deal with, you two go report yourselves. Suyuli. Huh? Where did mom go? Yun Xianxian bit into her sandwich, a puzzled expression on her face. At that moment, both of their wristbands vibrated slightly. Notice, new students Lu Yuan, Yun Xianxian, please report to the number 3 training ground before 9 a.m, your guiding mentor will be waiting there. Guiding mentor? Yun Xianxian's eyes brightened, do we get a mentor so soon? Lu Yuan nodded, he had briefly browsed the new student handbook on the wristband yesterday. The teaching model at Beiming Academy is indeed completely different from other schools. From the moment new students enroll, mentors are assigned by the academy. Then, guidance is given in teams, whether for daily practice or executing tasks outside, the mentor is wholly responsible. This elite teaching model is highly efficient, but it also has very high demands on the mentors. But who would be their mentor? Following the map on their wristbands, the two passed through several buildings with different styles and quickly found the number 3 training ground located on the west side of the academy. This was a vast outdoor area, with the ground paved with special energy-absorbing material, and there was no one around, only a familiar figure standing in the center of the field with hands behind her back. A simple blue outfit, a cool demeanor. Mentor Lan Luli. Yun Xianxian exclaimed in surprise. Could it be, you are our mentor? This is such a pleasant surprise. Mentor Lan Luli is a strong epic-level expert, having her as a mentor is simply hitting the jackpot. Lan Luli turned around, looking at the surprised expressions on their faces, and smiled, I am not your mentor. I am currently busy with the college Beastmaster competition, how could I possibly have time to guide you two little ones? Yun Xianxian's face fell instantly, not you. I came here to fulfill a promise. Lan Luli said as she flipped her wrist, and 2 items radiating powerful energy fluctuations appeared in her hands. One was the size of a fist, and it shimmered in colors like it sealed countless illusions within a crystal. The other was a diamond-shaped transparent crystal, within which countless fine golden patterns were slowly flowing. These were Qian Huan Liuli and Tong Dio Shui Jing. Here, take them. Lan Luli handed the 2 epic-level materials to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan reached out to take them, and the moment his fingertips touched the materials, he could feel the terrifying energy contained within. He did not engage in any unnecessary courtesies, putting the items away. Thank you. It's only proper. As for you, Xian, think of what you want and tell me. Lan Luli smiled. Alright, I've delivered the items, and I should be going now. Your mentor, well, should be arriving soon. She glanced meaningfully in the direction of the training ground's entrance, the corners of her mouth curling up in a way that seemed to be enjoying the show. Then she didn't linger any longer, directly leaping onto the fiery sun Pegasus that appeared out of thin air, turning into a beam of golden light and disappearing. In the empty training ground, only Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian remained. So mysterious, Yun Xianxian mumbled. Yuan, who do you think our mentor will be? Someone who could make mentor Lan Luli show that kind of expression must be quite special, right? Lu Yuan didn't answer, his gaze was likewise directed towards the entrance of the training ground, but he had a vague guess in his heart. A guess that seemed a bit far-fetched to him, yet was also quite reasonable. Time ticked away. Finally, a figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground. This person was dressed in a capable martial artist outfit, tall and with a steady stride, walking step by step towards them. The distance was still far. Unable to see the face. But as the figure walked closer, Yun Xianxian's curiosity was gradually replaced by shock, and she instinctively rubbed her eyes, thinking she hadn't woken up yet. When the person was less than 20 meters away from them, Yun Xianxian was already so surprised that her mouth fell open, her pretty little face filled with disbelief, unable to say a word. Although Lu Yuan had a premonition in his heart, when he truly saw the person coming, his pupils involuntarily shrank sharply. The person took off her sunshade hood, revealing a face they were all too familiar with. She casually tied her long hair back, with less of her usual gentleness and more of a sharp, heroic demeanor. She looked at the two stunned little ones, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. What, are you surprised to see me? Su Yueli's voice was as gentle as always, but her words dropped like a heavy bomb, exploding in the minds of the two. From today on, I am your guiding mentor. Do you like the surprise I mentioned yesterday? Chapter 48, New Student Challenge. The training ground was dead silent, only the sound of the wind whistling by. Yun Xianxian's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in shock. She glanced at Su Yueli in front of her and instinctively turned her head to look at Lu Yuan. As if confirming whether she and Lu Yuan had fallen into some collective illusion. Lu Yuan's pupils, after a sharp contraction, instead returned to calm. All the clues in his heart finally connected into a complete line at this moment. Mom? Yun Xianxian finally found her voice. You, how did you become our mentor? Didn't you? She stumbled, her mind a chaotic mess, and finally blurted out, didn't you say you were at home taking care of children, getting almost disconnected from society? Lu Yuan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He glanced at Yun Xianxian, thinking this girl's train of thought was truly unusual. Su Yueli was clearly also amused by her daughter's peculiar thinking. She walked in front of Yun Xianxian, extending her index finger and flicking her forehead. Raising an eyebrow, her tone carried an air of inherent authority. If it weren't for you two little ones insisting on coming to Beiming, I wouldn't have bothered with this academy's mess. This statement was loaded with information, completely overwhelming Yun Xianxian's brain. And Su. Lu Yuan's voice broke the silence, and he had fully accepted the reality. So, your becoming our mentor was arranged by the academy, or? It was my own arrangement. Su Yueli's gaze turned to Lu Yuan, her appreciation unmistakable. I used a little honorary mentor privilege to take you two from Lan Lioli. Otherwise, you would have been with that girl Lan Lioli. I can't even imagine what it would be like if she led you. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Alright, since I am now your mentor, you have to follow my rules starting today. First, forget my previous identity. In the academy, you can call me Mentor Su, or just Mentor. Outside the academy or back at the villa, I am still your elder. Second, and most importantly. Her gaze turned sharp. This is Beiming Beast Academy, not your backyard in the Yun family where you can frolic around. In here, talent and background are the least valuable things, because everyone who can enter is a genius. Here, the only real currency is your fists and achievements. Su Yueli pointed toward the direction of the floating battle stage in the distance. In Beiming, resources won't be handed to you, you need to fight for them yourselves. Challenge the leaderboard, complete high-difficulty tasks, survive perilous situations. Every drop of sweat you shed here. Every drop of blood will be transformed into real points and resources, making you stronger. On the contrary, if you choose comfort, you will soon be trampled underfoot by those behind you, with no chance to struggle. This is the survival rule of Beiming Academy, simple yet cruel. Yun Xianxian was taken aback, the innocence on her small face fading significantly. Although she loved to play and make noise, she was after all the eldest daughter of the Yun family, and there was a warrior's blood flowing in her veins. Su Yuli's words awakened the fighting spirit inside her. Ah, Yuan. Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes shining brightly. It seems even more interesting than I imagined. Lu Yuan nodded. He liked this kind of rule. Simple and direct, all plots and schemes would become visible in the face of absolute strength. So? Su Yuli looked at their reactions, a satisfied curve appearing at the corners of her mouth. Your first battle in Biming is coming up soon. She took out a brand new document from her beast space and handed it to Lu Yuan. This afternoon, after the opening ceremony, it's the freshman challenge. This is your first opportunity to show yourselves in front of all the teachers and students, and it's also the best chance for you to earn your first startup funds, which means points. Lu Yuan took the document, his gaze quickly scanning it. The freshman challenge had simple rules: random drawing, one-on-one elimination matches, winners advance, losers are eliminated. For others, this challenge might just be an opening school competition, but for you, it is the first task I have assigned. Su Yuli's voice rang out again. Yun Shanxian, your goal is the top 10. With your strength, as long as you avoid basic mistakes and are steady, entering the top 10 won't be hard. As for you, Lu Yuan. Su Yuli's gaze was firmly locked on him. I want you to take first place. Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan, trust filling her eyes. In her heart, her Yuan should be first. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded. Alright, I've said everything I needed to. Su Yuli clapped her hands. Now, there are less than 6 hours left until the match begins. You can go back now, whether to relax and rest or to practice in the battleground with your beast is up to you. Remember, I only care about results. After saying this, she turned and left the training ground, leaving the time and space for these two freshmen who were about to face their first battle. Ah, Yuan. As soon as Su Yuli left, Yun Shanxian immediately came over, waving her small fists, her face full of excitement. First place. We must take first place. Lu Yuan replied, his mind already racing swiftly. The mirror storage of the spying magic mirror was his absolute trump card. Chapter 49, Bet. In the afternoon, Biming Academy, Central Auditorium. A giant auditorium capable of holding tens of thousands of people. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian arrived, it was already buzzing with voices and packed with people. Thousands of the most outstanding young beast tamers from all over the Dragon Kingdom gathered here, each face showing uncontainable excitement, curiosity, and pride. The air was filled with youthful energy and the subtle energy fluctuations released by various beasts. Wow, there are so many people. Yun Shanxian tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, weaving through the rows of seats in search of a vacant spot. After much effort, the two finally sat down in a position towards the middle. Ah, Yuan, quick, look at the forum. Yun Shanxian brought the holographic screen projected by her wristband close to Lu Yuan. Someone opened a betting line for the freshman challenge. Bet on who can take first place. The screen featured a very eye-catching post title with high popularity. Exclusive bet. First place in the Cold Abyss list, C2 Nongyu is hosting, predicting the top 10 of this freshman challenge, bet and win blood profits. Below the post, the most popular contenders for the championship were all geniuses who had already made a name for themselves before enrollment or were direct descendants of major beast families. Lu Yuan. Located at the top of the National Beastmaster Academy entrance exam in Beichang, yet not among them. These people really have no vision, Yun Shanxian pouted, a little dissatisfied as she scrolled through the list. The first place is definitely yours. She was just about to use her account to place a bet on Lu Yuan's score when she found that there was no option for Lu Yuan in the betting pool at all. At that moment, a murmur of discussion came from nearby. I think this year's first place must belong to young Master Feng from North City, Beian. I've heard that his Storm Griffin is already close to breaking into the silver tier before enrollment. That's right, young Master Feng is the most outstanding genius beast master of the Feng family this generation in Beian. He's on a whole different level from us. A few students, clearly his followers, were fawning over a young man in splendid clothing at the center of their group. That young man, the young Master Feng Xiao, was probably enjoying the flattery. He casually scanned the hall, and when he saw Yun Shanxian, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Feng Xiao straightened his collar and walked over. Hello, classmate, my name is Feng Xiao. You look a little unfamiliar, is this your first time in Biming? If you have any trouble in the future, you can mention my name. Yun Shanxian didn't even glance at him, completely focused on how to place a bet on Lu Yuan, and just casually responded with "Oh." Feng Xiao's smile froze on his face. It was his first time being so completely ignored by a girl. His gaze fell on Lu Yuan beside Yun Shanxian, and seeing Lu Yuan in ordinary casual clothes with an overly calm face, his admiration instantly turned to disdain. So, she's already taken. What a pity, the man with her looks like an ordinary person without any background. Ha! Feng Xiao chuckled softly, his voice not loud. Classmate, when making friends, you have to be discerning. Beiming Academy is deep water, some people may seem reliable but might get eliminated in the first round. Don't let yourself be dragged down. His words were directly aimed at Lu Yuan. The surrounding discussion quieted down, and many people looked over, wearing expressions of amusement. Yun Shanshan finally lifted her head, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a dangerous glimmer. She was about to explode with anger when Lu Yuan pressed her hand down. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to glance at Feng Xiao, he simply looked at Yun Shanshan's hand ring light screen and calmly spoke, "Help me create a new betting pool." Yun Shanshan was taken aback, "Huh? Just bet that I will take first place, stop the betting once the first round is over." Lu Yuan said. "Use all my points in the hand ring as starting funds." In his identity hand ring, there were only 10,000 points of freshman credits. Put. Feng Xiao burst out laughing. 1 to 100 odds? Betting all his savings? Is this person crazy, or just plain stupid? Around them, people burst into laughter. "Ah Yuan, that's great!" Yun Shanshan exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement, completely unconcerned about the looks from others. She immediately operated on her hand ring, and a more explosive betting pool appeared on the Academy forum in an instant. Betting pool newcomer king. Mysterious freshman Lu Yuan as the dealer, 1 to 100 odds, betting on himself for first. Is he a madman or a genius? This extremely bold betting pool instantly ignited the forum. Wow! Where did this fierce person come from? 1 to 100 odds? Does he think he's the illegitimate son of an epic tier powerhouse? LOL, this guy must be here to hand out credits, right? I'll bet 100 credits that he gets eliminated in the first round. Bet placed. Thanks to this anonymous classmate for the warm gift. Feng Xiao watched the bet amounts on the light screen rapidly increase, his face darkening with mockery. He turned around and returned to his seat, instructing his followers, "Go, bet all our credits on him losing. By the way, check who this Lu Yuan is." Amidst all this, Lu Yuan seemed to hear nothing, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Yun Shanshan looked at the betting pool with a face full of excitement. Seemed to have seen countless points flying towards them. At this moment, the lights on the podium suddenly brightened. An elderly man with a stern face walked onto the stage. He didn't say a word of nonsense and went straight to the point. "I am the Vice President, Lei Qing. Welcome to Beiming Beastmaster Academy. Here, I will only tell you 3 things. First, forget your past. Your former talent, family background, and honors are worthless here. Second, remember your goal. Become stronger, at all costs. The resources are right there, use your fists and wisdom to seize them. Third." Lei Qing's gaze swept across the entire audience, the freshman challenge starts now. Chapter 50, Cloud Sky Arena. The moment Vice President Lei Qing's voice fell, all the freshmen felt their feet leave the ground, their bodies wrapped in a force. The feeling of weightlessness lasted only a brief moment. When Lu Yuan's feet touched solid ground again, he found himself standing on a round stone platform suspended above the sea of clouds. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of identical stone platforms were scattered across the vast sea of clouds. Above all the stone platforms, a gigantic screen slowly lit up. The figure of Yun Shanshan appeared on another stone platform not far away. A magnificent voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all the freshmen. Freshman Challenge, Round 1, start. Rules, random draw, one-on-one elimination matches. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. So, this is the arena competition. On the high-altitude light screen, countless names of freshmen began to roll rapidly like a waterfall, eventually pairing up into a dense battle list. Almost instantly, the internal forum of Beiming Academy exploded with excitement. Wow, the arena competition. This is going to be fun, we can finally see the strength of those popular geniuses. Quick, quick. Find Feng Xiao's battle platform, I want to see it live. Where is that idiot Lu Yuan? Whoever finds him, stream how he gets defeated in one move, I bet on his loss. Feng Xiao's few followers quickly locked in on Lu Yuan's arena number and posted the coordinates on the forum, attracting countless curious spectators. With a flash of light, Lu Yuan's opponent appeared at the other end of the stone platform. It was a tall young man, who was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Yuan, then his face broke into a joyful expression. "Ha ha! I'm so lucky! I actually matched up with that fool who opened the betting." The young man laughed loudly, directly summoning his Beastmaster. It was a pangolin over 4 meters long, covered in rocky armor, exuding the aura of peak bronze, just 1 step away from silver rank. "Kid, let me introduce myself, my name is Wang Hao." The young man said proudly, "You're the one who opened the betting, right? If I had known it was you I would have bet more points." Lu Yuan looked at him calmly. "Looking for death. Wang Hao's expression darkened as he saw himself being ignored. Rock-armored pangolin, boulder toss, knock him off. The rock-armored pangolin roared, a massive stone ball rolling towards Lu Yuan with the momentum to crush everything. This blow would be enough to break the bones of an ordinary bronze-rank Beastmaster. Just as the stone ball was about to hit Lu Yuan, he finally moved. An ancient and simple magic mirror, about as tall as him, silently appeared in front of him. The mirror of observation. A mirror? Are you scared, silly? Wang Hao sneered. The next second, his smile froze on his face. The rolling stone ball, at the moment it hit the mirror, went directly into the mirror and disappeared without a trace. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. How is this possible? Wang Hao's eyes bulged like copper bells. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, simply faintly uttering 3 words. Return it to you. Buzz. The mirror of observation's surface glowed brilliantly, and a stone ball shadow, faster and fiercer than before, surged towards Wang Hao. Shot out fiercely from the mirror. Reversed light. Wang Hao had no time to react, that double rebounded attack had already slammed solidly onto the rock-armored badger beast. Boom! With a loud bang, the rock-armored badger beast was sent flying, crashing heavily into the sea of clouds outside the arena, instantly being transported out of the competition. One strike, a kill. Even Wang Hao and Lu Yuan didn't summon their second beast. Inside and outside the arena, there was complete silence. Those projections waiting to see Lu Yuan's joke were all petrified. Feng Zhao's smile also froze. He stared at that slow mirror, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of skill was that? Absorb and also return? On the other side, at the arena where Yun Shanshan was, the battle had long ended. She was excitedly watching Lu Yuan's name light up the advancing glow on the screen. I knew it. In an office of the academy. Lan Liuli was holding a cup of hot tea, watching Lu Yuan's calm victory on the screen, unable to help but chuckle softly. Yuli, your little guy is quite hidden. This talent does not resemble his father, who only buries himself in research. Su Yuli, sitting across from her, merely gave her a faint glance upon hearing this. This is just the beginning. Her tone was calm, but the corners of her mouth raised, revealing her current mood. On the forum, after a brief silence, it completely erupted. Oh my! What did I just see? A kill! That guy named Lu Yuan just took down Wang Hao. What the heck is that mirror? It can actually rebound skills? What kind of rare beast is this? Damn, my points, they won't be lost, will they? Don't panic upstairs, it's still the preliminary round, it's far from that kid taking first place. Yeah, I just watched 2 competitors, one is Dongfang Shua, the first in the southern city competition, and the Princess Yun Shanshan from the northern city, both stronger than Lu Yuan. The heat of the market was rising rather than falling. Although no one still believed Lu Yuan could take first, their views of him had already changed. The first round of elimination went quickly. Thousands of freshmen, in just half an hour, were reduced to half. Soon, the names on the screen began to scroll again, and the second round of matching started. Lu Yuan's opponent was a peak bronze-ranked Beastmaster. This time, he gave Lu Yuan no chance to underestimate him. At the start, he summoned 2 peak bronze-ranked beasts, one on the left and one on the right, forming a pincer attack. But unfortunately, the 2 beasts he summoned were both shadow-type beasts. Looks like that mirror should be useless now, right? That kind of skill should have usage limitations. Feng Zhao's expression looked a bit better. In his view, Lu Yuan's trump card was already exposed. Facing the siege of 2 peak bronze beasts, defeat was inevitable. However, this time, Lu Yuan didn't even summon the peeping mirror. A golden radiance blossomed behind him. Initial light. What kind of beast is that? What a strong aura of light. The moment initial light appeared, the holy radiance domain enveloped the entire arena. The aura of the opponent's 2 beasts was suppressed and weakened at a visibly fast rate. Judgment of light. Lu Yuan's voice echoed above the arena. The initial light condensed into a spear of judgment made entirely of condensed light energy, exuding a destructive aura against darkness. Whoosh! The light spear sliced through the air, instantly piercing the chest of one of the beasts. Before the freshman could even react, the wings of light behind the initial light fluttered, flying at high speed while condensing another light spear in hand, throwing it at the other beast. The entire process was smooth and flowing, incredibly fast. In just 10 seconds, the 2 darkness attribute peak bronze beasts turned into light spots, dissipating above the arena. That freshman, until he was transported out of the arena, still had a dazed and confused expression on his face. Another win. And it was in an even more crushing and shocking way than before. If the first time was a clever trick, this time, it was a pure power crush. Feng Zhao's face turned completely gloomy. The forum had gone crazy. The name, Lu Yuan, surged up the trending searches, climbing to the top 3 in a drastic manner. All in. I'm all in, putting all my points on Lu Yuan to win first. How is the betting closed? So cool. What breed is that beast? Why can't I find anything about it? From now on, I'm a die-hard fan of brother Lu Yuan. In an instant, the wind had completely turned. Lu Yuan's strength had surpassed all the freshmen's understanding. In the following matches, any opponent matched against Lu Yuan almost immediately chose to surrender without hesitation. Are you kidding? 2 Bronze Peak beasts were killed with 2 shots, they would just be seeking humiliation if they went up. Lu Yuan so smoothly entered the top 32. Next match, 32-16. And this time, the names displayed on the screen made the atmosphere in the entire arena reach its peak. Lu Yuan vs Fengxiao. Chapter 51, The Light of Rebellion. When those 2 names appeared side by side on the screen, the entire Yunhai arena, along with the Academy Forum, began to discuss it. Wow! Here it comes. They matched up. Young Master Feng against that Lu Yuan who opened the betting. There's going to be a good show. Justice from the heavens. Young Master Feng, beat him hard. I bet all my fortune on you to win. Go Lu Yuan. My points rely on you. On the forum, countless comments and posts instantly flooded the screen, and the heat surged to an unprecedented peak. On the arena, a flash of light appeared, and Feng Zhao's figure emerged. He adjusted his glamorous battlesuit, his gaze landing on Lu Yuan. I really didn't expect your luck to be so bad, meeting me so soon. I only need 1 beast to deal with you. Feng Zhao's voice was filled with condescension. Kneel now, and you can keep a bit of dignity. Otherwise, later, I'm afraid my beast won't hold back and you'll lose all face before the whole school. At that moment, countless projection screens focused on this spot, and thousands of gazes were concentrated here. This was his stage under the spotlight. Lu Yuan raised his head and glanced at him. He said nothing, only beckoned Fengxiao with his finger. This single gesture instantly ignited Fengxiao's fury. Do you not know when to die? Fengxiao shouted angrily. Caw! A sharp, piercing cry echoed through the sky. A giant beast appeared, its wingspan over 7 meters, covered in azure feathers, with the head of a lion and the body of an eagle, circling above Fengxiao's head. A fierce wind generated with each flap of its wings, swirling around the arena, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The 3-star potential Storm Griffin. A powerful beast at the Bronze Peak, just a step away from the Silver Tier. It's young Master Feng's Storm Griffin. This aura is too powerful. It's over, that Lu Yuan is doomed. His light-type beast may counter the darkness, but against the Storm Griffin, he has no attribute advantage. Did you see that? This is a true genius. Feng Zhao's followers loudly flattered from the viewing area. Fengxiao enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He pointed at Lu Yuan as if declaring his death sentence. Storm Griffin, tear it apart. Use Wind Blade. The Storm Griffin let out a roar and suddenly flapped its wings, forming dozens of crescent-shaped azure wind blades in an instant. The wind blades intertwined to create an impenetrable net, descending from the sky, sealing off all of Lu Yuan's escape routes. Each wind blade could easily slice through steel. At that moment when everyone thought Lu Yuan would be eliminated by this move, he finally moved. He did not summon the light-type beast but once again called forth that mirror before him. The peering mirror. Again with that mirror? Does he think it can block the wind blades? Fengxiao sneered. However, the next second, his smile completely froze on his face. The countless wind blades, upon contact with the mirror's surface, made no collision sound whatsoever. Swallowed strangely by the mirror. Fengxiao's expression went from mockery, to shock, to disbelief. No, impossible, he shouted, isn't there a limit to this sorcery, this skill? Lu Yuan raised his head, looking at the panicked Fengxiao, and uttered 3 words. Give it back. Buzz. On the surface of the peering mirror, silver light surged. The next moment, a blue wind blade, double the density, double the speed, and double the power of before, shot out from the mirror with ferocity, rolling back. Reversal of light. Fengxiao's pupils shrank violently, and the color drained from his face in an instant. Quick, dodge, he yelled hoarsely. The Storm Griffin sensed the deadly threat and let out a terrified cry, flapping its wings desperately in an attempt to soar higher. But it was too late. The attack it had launched itself, after being returned double, had already exceeded its limits in speed and power. Poof 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 poof. The dense wind blades instantly engulfed the massive body of the Storm Griffin. Blue feathers mixed with blood. The Storm Griffin couldn't even let out a complete scream before being torn into countless light points by its strongest attack, dissolving in the Cloud Sea arena. One strike, instant kill. Using its own skill. In the arena, Lu Yuan retracted the peering mirror. Outside the arena, all the spectators in front of the projection, whether new students or old students, were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. Feng Xiao stood there in a daze, staring at the empty sky. Lost? He, the pride of the Feng family in Beian, lost like this? Wow! After a brief silence, the Cloud Sea arena erupted completely. What the hell? What happened? Am I seeing things? The Storm Griffin was killed by its own wind blade? That mirror again. That mirror can actually reflect physical attacks. What level of skill is this? Speaking of which, isn't Feng Xiao a peak bronze Beastmaster? He should still have another beast, why didn't he release it? You don't know this, do you? Feng Xiao's other beast is a hellhound, a typical dark-type beast. Facing Lu Yuan's light beast, it can't even unleash half its power. So that's how it is, Lu Yuan's beast is really strange. Who says it isn't? Doesn't such a skill have limits? Wasn't it used once before? On the forum, a storm surged. In the office, Lan Liuli looked at the scene of Feng Xiao on the holographic screen and finally couldn't hold back, bursting out laughing. Yueli, your boy, is too ruthless. She laughed so hard that her whole body shook. Killing people also requires breaking their hearts. That Feng family's kid is probably left with a psychological shadow now. Su Yueli picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip, her eyes filled with satisfaction and admiration. It's his own fault for crashing into it, can't blame Xiao Yuan. After ending her match, Yun Shanqian looked at Lu Yuan's situation. I knew it. My Xiao Yuan is the best. Good job. At this moment, as the center of attention, Lu Yuan was directly teleported back to the resting area after the referee announced his victory, waiting for the other contestants to finish. Chapter 52, Top 8. 10 minutes passed, and the other matches also ended. 16-8 match, matching start. The names on the holographic screen quickly scrolled again. Yun Shanqian instantly became nervous, her little hands subconsciously grabbing Lu Yuan's clothes, murmuring, please don't face Xiao Yuan, please don't face Xiao Yuan. The light fixed in place. Lu Yuan versus Lu Yan. Yun Shanqian versus Zhang Meng. Phew. Yun Shanqian breathed a sigh of relief, great. Xiao Yuan, see you in the top 8. The match from 16-8 noticeably slowed down, with only 4 matches happening at a time. Yun Shanqian's match was placed in the first round. Xiao Yuan, watch me. The girl waved her hand at Lu Yuan, turning around confidently to walk onto the stage. Her opponent, Zhang Meng, was a tall young man, and his main combat beast was a thick earth rhino at peak bronze. Renowned for its astonishing defense. Yun, please teach me. Zhang Meng, with his honest nature, politely bowed. Come on. Yun Shanqian stood with high fighting spirit. At the instant the battle began, a yellow glow lit up the thick earth rhinoceros, quickly covering its body with a layer of rocky armor. Yet Yun Shanqian didn't even glance at the rhinoceros, her target from the very beginning was the Beastmaster himself. Dark Ranger. A black figure suddenly appeared beside her, holding a dagger with dangerous red glimmers in its eyes. Shadow Strike. With a command from Yun Shanqian, the Dark Ranger's figure instantly blurred and rushed through the thick earth rhinoceros, lunging straight at Zhang Meng behind. Zhang Meng's expression changed, and he quickly commanded a defense, but the Dark Ranger was too fast. Shadow Arrow. Heart-piercing barrage. Swoosh. 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 3 arrows wrapped in dark energy formed a triangle, sealing off all of Zhang Meng's escape routes. With no choice, Zhang Meng summoned his second beast, an iron armor giant ape, to block in front of him. However, just as he thought he had blocked the attack, a fiery red figure appeared at his side and behind him. It was Yun Shanqian's second beast, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Blazing Dive. Scorching flames erupted, instantly engulfing Zhang Meng and teleporting him out of the arena. The entire process was smooth and decisive. Wow. So cool. This girl is amazing. An assassin-type Beastmaster. Love it. Yun Shanqian recalled her beast and proudly flashed a victory sign toward Lu Yuan. Soon, it was Lu Yuan's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Lu Yan, was a man holding a staff. But after witnessing Lu Yuan defeat Feng Xiao in an instant, his face was filled with wariness. The match starts. Lu Yan immediately summoned his 2 beasts. A water barrier turtle and a vine armor grass spirit. One skilled in energy defense, the other adept at physical defense. The 2 beasts firmly protected him in the middle, forming a nearly flawless turtle shell formation. Clearly, he had prepared thoroughly against Lu Yuan's strange mirror, cautious not to attack recklessly. He wants to stall. Someone in the viewing area analyzed. As long as he prevents the mirror's rebound, he can wait until Lu Yuan runs out of mental energy to win. Everyone thought Lu Yuan would summon the reflective mirror again. However, this time, golden light blossomed behind Lu Yuan. The light of dawn descended once more. Another light-type beast. What does he want? A strong attack? Lu Yuan's double wall defense is tough to break even for a silver-tier Beastmaster. As the crowd puzzled, Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Servants of Light. Behind the light of dawn, light gathered, and 3 light spirits, each armed with a light blade and a light shield, formed solely from light particles, appeared. Each light servant exuded a breath of low-rank bronze level. This is a summoning skill? Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. Before he could react, the 3 light servants charged from 3 directions towards his turtle shell formation. One light servant raised its light shield and fiercely crashed into the water barrier set up by the water barrier turtle. Another wielded a light blade, slashing at the tendrils woven by the vine armor grass spirit. The last one cleverly moved behind, continuously using light particles to interfere, disrupting Sun Rue's commands. The scene became somewhat comical. Lu Yuan's defensive system had been designed to counter the reflective mirror's rebound light and the light of dawn's judgment of light. In his mind, without energy attacks, that mirror wouldn't exist, and he was confident in his beast's defense as long as the light-type beast consumed a lot of energy. He never expected Lu Yuan's beasts also had a summoning skill. Although the attack power of the 3 light servants wasn't strong, their resilience was impressive, working together like 3 of the most annoying flies. Constantly consuming the defensive energy of his summoned beasts. He also dared not recklessly use offensive means to avoid being countered. The water curtain was constantly rippling from the impact, and the vines were severed only to regrow again. Lu Yuan began to sweat on his forehead. Is this really possible? This is too shameless. How can we fight like this? In the spectator area, everyone was dumbfounded. They had imagined that Lu Yuan would use world-destroying attacks to force through the defense, but they never thought he would use this almost rogue method to gradually wear down the energy of his opponent's summoned beasts. 10 minutes later. I admit defeat. Lu Yuan raised his hand voluntarily. His 2 summoned beasts had exhausted over half of their strength, while Lu Yuan's primordial light and that strange mirror had yet to make a move. Lu Yuan withdrew the primordial light. Thus, the top 8 of the freshman challenge was established. Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian's names prominently listed. And Lu Yuan, from being a full buying stock, became the strongest dark horse among this year's freshmen. Chapter 53, Human Sea Tactics, Champion emerges. After the top 8 matches ended, following a brief rest, the light screen on the sea of clouds began to scroll again. When the 2 familiar names finally settled, the entire forum of Binding Academy reached a new peak of excitement. Lu Yuan versus Yun Chanxian. Here it comes. Finally here. The strongest dark horse of this year's freshman competition against the strongest beauty. There's definitely a good show to watch now. One is mysterious and unfathomable, the other tactical and fierce. This is definitely a prelude to the final. I bet on Yun Chanxian to win. Her Dark Ranger is too fast, that Lu Yuan's mirror may not even react in time. Nonsense. Lu God's light-type summoned beast completely counters Yun Chanxian's Dark Ranger. This round is secured. Countless discussion posts flooded the screen in an instant, with fans supporting both sides arguing fiercely. Everyone was looking forward to a showdown of dark horses. On the platform, light flickered as the 2 stood facing each other. Yuan, go for it. Yun Chanxian smiled sweetly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded, already prepared to give his all. A grand voice announced the start of the match. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting for the summoned beasts to be called forth, Yun Chanxian suddenly raised her little hand, her voice resounding throughout the arena. I admit defeat. Outside the Cloud Sea platform, as well as on the forum, there was a sudden silence. Ha? Admit defeat? What the heck? I've taken my pants off, and you show me this? The audience erupted in chaos, countless people felt they had been played. With a flash of light, the 2 were teleported back to the resting area. Chanxian, you. Lu Yuan was puzzled. Yun Chanxian leaned towards him. My mission is to enter the top 10, and now I've made it to the top 8, exceeding expectations. I don't want to exhaust your energy before the finals. The girl's eyes sparkled brightly. Lu Yuan didn't say much more, just reached out and habitually ruffled her hair. However, the direction of the forum, after a brief shock, began to develop in a strange direction. No way? They admitted defeat just like that? Their relationship is unusual. I found out. They are from the Yun family in Beichang, and they grew up together. TSK, I thought Lu Yuan got up here on his own strength, turns out he's relying on a childhood sweetheart. What strongest dark horse, I see him more like a kept man, needing a woman even for the competition. Harsh comments began to surface and quickly gained a lot of likes. Those who had been played by Lu Yuan in the stock market seemed to have found their outlet and began to loudly proclaim Lu Yuan is a kept man. To all of this, Lu Yuan paid no attention. In the next round of 4-2 matches, he once again displayed a near-overpowering stance, using the Primordial Light to deliver several judgments of light, cleanly sending his opponent off the stage, forcefully advancing to the finals. This undeniable display of strength shushed many voices declaring kept man. But there were still quite a few people stubbornly believing that if it weren't for Yin Shanshan's concession, he couldn't have made it to the end. Meanwhile, the one who advanced to the finals was a young man named Dongfang Shua. The Freshman Challenge, the final showdown. Lu Yuan and Dong Fangshua stood on the last arena. Dong Fangshua wore a white outfit, with a handsome face and a calm demeanor. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he did not greet him with hostility like previous opponents, but instead politely clasped his fists together. "Brother Lu, I've long admired your reputation. Unlike them, I've known you for a long time, the top scorer of the National Beast Tamer College entrance exam in Beicheng. I've watched every one of your matches. They were spectacular. You're too kind." Lu Yuan nodded in response. "Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Dong Fangshua, a low-tier silver beast tamer, and the top scorer of the National Beast Tamer College entrance exam in Nanchang. To be honest, it is a dream come true for me to face a powerful person like Brother Lu in the finals," Dong Fangshua said. "However, I know you have currently only contracted 2 beasts. Although I have 3, for fairness, I will only use 2 in this match. I hope this is a duel without regrets." As soon as he said this, the audience in the forum erupted with admiration for Dong Fangshua. "Good job, Junior Dong. This is the true demeanor of a strong person. So gracious. This is a model for us binding students." Feng Xiao watched the scene from the audience, his face darkened, feeling that every word from Dong Fangshua was like a slap on his face. Lu Yuan, however, smiled upon hearing Dong Fangshua's words. He looked into Dong Fangshua's sincere eyes and shook his head. "No need, just come at me." He paused and added jokingly, "From now on, I might have quite a few allies." Dong Fangshua was taken aback, not quite understanding Lu Yuan's meaning, thinking he was just being polite. The match began. Lu Yuan showed no hesitation, summoning first. A golden light burst forth, and the light of primordial dawn descended upon the arena. Servants of Light. With Lu Yuan's command, behind the light of primordial dawn, 3 low-tier bronze light sprites wielding light blades and shields appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Dong Fangshua summoned his beast, a low-tier silver hurricane mantis. He looked at the 3 light sprites and reminded, "Brother Lu, 3 low-tier bronze sprites may not play a significant role in a match of this level." A smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips. "Who said there are only 3? Before his words fell, the Mirror of Insight quietly appeared beside the light of primordial dawn. The Mirror of Insight. Then, with a flash of the mirror's light, a beast identical to the light of primordial dawn stepped out from the mirror. This was the light of primordial dawn replicated in advance by the mirror image storage. Before the crowd could react, the Mirror of Insight shone brightly again, targeting the initial light of primordial dawn. Instantaneous copy. A third light of primordial dawn appeared. 3 potential 5-star, mid-tier bronze light of primordial dawn floated in the air, their holy radiance nearly dyeing the entire arena in gold. The smile on Dong Fangshua's face froze. But this was just the beginning. Lu Yuan's calm voice rang out again. Servants of Light. The remaining 2 lights of primordial dawn simultaneously cast their summoning skills. Buzz. 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 3 sets, with a total of 9 light sprites, appeared behind the 3 lights of primordial dawn. Suddenly, the arena was filled with radiant colors, the golden light dazzling. 12 units formed a legion of light. 3 mid-tier bronze lights of primordial dawn. 9 low-tier bronze light sprites. Plus 1 mirror of insight which no one had been able to see through so far. On the opposite side, Dong Fangshua stood all alone beside his hurricane mantis, completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, glancing at Lu Yuan's remarkable beast legion, then looked at the mantis beside him, momentarily speechless. He finally understood what Lu Yuan meant by "I might have quite a few allies." Is this what you call a few? On the forum? Completely crazy. What did I see? 3 light attribute beasts? 9 light spirits? Is this a number a person can summon? Cheating. This is absolutely cheating. Where's the referee? Where's the referee? The new guy upstairs? Never seen the mirror of the god of earth? Usual practice, sit down. I take back what I said earlier, Dong Fangshua, run. What the heck is this? Dong Fangshua wanted to cry but found no tears. Give up? This is the finals, the entire school's teachers and students are watching, can he run? Can he give up? If he gives up, how will he get by in Biming in the future? I'll fight you. Dong Fangshua gritted his teeth and summoned all his other 2 beasts. 1 bronze peak iron cannon bear, and 1 silver low-level ghostly spider. The moment that ominous ghostly spider appeared, it let out a wailing sound. 3 layers of holy radiance field effects stacked together, purifying, dispelling, and suppressing dark energy. Never mind fighting, the ghostly spider's aura was suppressed to the point that it was even weaker than 3 low-level light spirits. It trembled all over, its 8 legs went weak, wanting to burrow back into the beast space immediately. Go! Lu Yuan only said one word. In the next second, the light army moved. 9 light spirits surged forward like a tide, while 3 primordial lights gathered behind to form 3 Judgment of Light, locking onto Dongfang Shua's 3 beasts. The scene turned into a chaotic melee. Dongfang Shua's Hurricane Mantis might have fast speed, but it couldn't outrun the countless light particles in the blockade of 6 light spirits. The Iron Cannon Bear's defense might be strong, but it couldn't withstand the merciless blows from the other 3 light spirits. As for the poor ghostly spider, it hadn't even gotten a chance to move before being pinned to the stage by a Judgment Light Spear, turning into a sea of light spots. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. When Dongfang Shua and his beasts were teleported out of the arena, he still wore an expression of "Who am I, where am I, what just happened?" Freshman Challenge, the champion is born. Chapter 54, The Source Rift. With Dongfang Shua's figure disappearing, the light army on the Yunhai arena slowly dispersed. Lu Yuan stood in the center of the arena, as if the earlier melee had nothing to do with him. A grand voice reverberated through the skies, announcing the final result. Freshman Challenge, champion Lu Yuan. In the next second, all the freshmen still lingering at the Yunshao arena were teleported back to their seats in the central auditorium. The champion is really that Lu Yuan. My god, what on earth was that light army at the end? How can one person summon that many beasts? All my points gone, boo-hoo, my points. God of Earth. From today on, you are my god. Please teach me how to take on many with few. Countless gazes focused on Lu Yuan. Under the shower of looks, Lu Yuan's expression didn't change, he just quietly sat back beside Yun Qianqian. Ah Yuan, you are so handsome. Yun Qianqian's little face turned red with excitement. A notification came to Lu Yuan's hand ring. Bet settlement notification, congratulations on winning the Freshman Challenge Champion bet. Your wager of 10,000 points has been settled at a 1:100 odds, totaling 1 million points. Ah Yuan. We struck it rich. Yun Qianqian pounced to Lu Yuan's side, excitedly raising her hand ring, a long string of zeros making her little face bloom like a flower. Lu Yuan and his initial investment of 10,000 freshman points multiplied 100 times, becoming 1 million. On the podium, Vice Dean Lei Qing's figure appeared again. A rare fluctuation appeared on his stern face, his gaze lingered on Lu Yuan for a full 3 seconds. The freshman challenge has come to a perfect end. Lei Qing's voice echoed throughout the auditorium. The list of the top 10 has been announced on the Academy Forum. The corresponding points reward will be distributed to your identity wristbands after the meeting. As for the champion of this challenge. He paused for a moment, and everyone held their breath. Lu Yuan, step forward. Lu Yuan rose under the gaze of thousands, slowly walking up to the podium. Lei Qing had no extra words, his wrist flipped, and a badge appeared in his hand. This is the champion's reward. Lei Qing handed the badge to Lu Yuan. With this badge, you will gain a chance to enter the Source Initial Rift. The specific details will be notified to you through your wristband. Source Initial Rift? Lu Yuan took the badge, feeling its cold touch. The freshman conference is now over. Dismissed. After saying that, Lei Qing immediately turned and left. Students gradually stood up, leaving the hall in groups, filled with shock and topics to discuss. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were also preparing to leave when a figure blocked their way. It was Dongfang Shua. He had changed out of his messy clothes, returning to his handsome and composed appearance, though his eyes still held a dazed look from being knocked out. Brother Lu. Dongfang Shua cupped his fist towards Lu Yuan, his face showed no sign of defeat, rather filled with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Today's battle, I admit defeat willingly. Your tactics opened my eyes. It was just luck. Lu Yuan replied politely. No, it was not luck. Dongfang Shua shook his head, his gaze burning as he looked at him. I look forward to the next time we can have a duel on the Cold Abyss rankings. After saying this, he no longer lingered, laughing freely as he turned to leave. That guy is quite interesting. Yun Qianqian said, watching Dongfang Shua's back. Lu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. At that moment, his identity wristband vibrated twice in succession. Lu Yuan raised his wrist, and a light screen projected out. The first message was a notification from the Academy, detailing information about the Source Initial Rift, including location and some precautions. The second message was a brief note from Su Yueli. Come to my office, bring Qianqian. A location coordinate was attached below. It's a message from Mom. Yun Qianqian also received the same information. She leaned over to take a glance at Lu Yuan's screen, then cheerfully pulled him. Let's go, Mom must be going to praise us. The two quickly found Su Yueli's location based on the coordinates. Pushing the door open, Lan Liuli was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, and upon seeing the two enter, she immediately whistled. Oh, our big champion is here. Let me see what good prize the first freshman has. Su Yueli was standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, turning around with a satisfied smile on her face upon hearing this. Well done. She first affirmed the performance of the two. Especially you, Lu Yuan. Your final response was brilliant. Yun Qianqian chimed in, seeking credit. Mom, I exceeded my tasks. You did great too. Su Yueli smiled and patted her daughter's head. However, don't think you can take it easy now. This freshman challenge is merely an appetizer. She pulled up a document and projected it into the air. According to the Academy's latest announcement, there will be a collective trial for all first-year students in a month. The location is in a newly discovered subspace secret realm. Though it's called a trial, it's more of an opportunity. Inside, you can gain not only a wealth of practical experience but also chances to obtain rare materials and massive points. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged glances, both seeing the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Comfortable living was never what they pursued. Therefore, for this month, you cannot let your guard down in the slightest. Su Yueli urged. By the way, Lu Yuan. Suddenly, Lan Liuli spoke, her eyes shining with curiosity. Let me see the specific information about your first prize. Lu Yuan nodded. She shared the notice from the Academy with her. Lan Liuli just took a glance, and her expression changed from curiosity to surprise, and finally turned into undisguised envy. My gosh, the Academy is actually this generous this time? She couldn't help but exclaim. What's wrong, Aunt Liuli? Is this crack very impressive? Yun Qianqian asked in confusion. Not really impressive, just a bit special. Lan Liuli's tone changed. Beiming Academy now completely controls dozens of spatial cracks of all sizes, but this Yuan Chu crack is the most special one. She explained, it opens every year, and the internal rules are very strange. It seems that a person can only enter once in their lifetime. But any rank Beastmaster who goes in can gain benefits. There are only 50 spots available for this crack every year. Lan Liuli held out 5 fingers. Out of the 50 spots, 30 are controlled by the Academy's higher-ups to reward students. The remaining 20 will be sold in the Points Mall. She paused and threw out a piece of information. Do you know how many points one spot costs? Before Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian could answer, she revealed the answer. 500,000. A full 500,000 points. 500,000? Yun Qianqian's eyes instantly widened. Lan Liuli looked at Lu Yuan. You kid, after this rookie competition, you saved more than what others struggle for in the Academy for a whole year. Chapter 55, Prodigal Son. At this moment, the atmosphere among the few people became a bit subtle because of Lan Liuli's words. 500,000 points? Yun Qianqian instinctively glanced at the points just credited to her wristband. 1 million points sounds like a lot, but one spot costs half? Her little head spun quickly. Yun Qianqian's small hand swiftly swiped on her identity wristband, directly opening the Academy's Points Mall. Qianqian, Lu Yuan was about to ask her what she was doing. Yun Qianqian had already found the item priced at 500,000 Yuan Chu crack access qualification. Stock, 14. Without hesitation, she clicked it. Purchase successful. You have consumed 500,000 points, successfully purchased Yuan Chu crack access qualification X1. Your exclusive badge will be delivered within 1 hour by the Academy Swift Bird, please watch for it. A series of notifications popped up, and the 1 million points on the wristband instantly shrunk by half. After doing all this, Yun Qianqian finally lifted her head and held her wristband screen in front of Su Yueling. Mom! I bought it too. This way, I can go with Yuan. Lan Liuli watched in shock, almost spitting out the sip of tea she had just taken. You girl! Prodigal! You're such a little prodigal. Just like your mom. She pointed at Yun Qianqian, looking heartbroken. Yun Qianqian stuck out her tongue and hid behind Su Yueling. Su Yueling looked at her daughter's decisive action. Not only did she not blame her, but there was also a hint of approval in her eyes. She reached out to pull Yun Qianqian from behind, gently smoothing her hair. Well done. Su Yueling's voice was very calm. Points are just a string of numbers. Only by spending them and turning them into real strength can they truly belong to you. She glanced at Lu Yuan, then looked at her daughter, her gaze becoming much gentler. You've already seen the survival rules of Beiming Academy today. If you want to go further, you must seize every opportunity that can make you stronger. In this respect, both of you did quite well. This statement was not only a recognition of Yun Shanshan but also an appreciation for Lu Yuan. Yun Shanshan received praise, and the smile on her small face became even brighter as she cheekily made a face at Lan Liuli. Lan Liuli rolled her eyes at her. Okay, you have a mom like Yue Ling, you are amazing. The atmosphere in the office became relaxed and cheerful because of this little episode. Alright, you two are tired today, go back and rest. Su Yuli said. I will send you the training plan later. As for the source initial rift, since you both have quotas, you can decide when to go. Mom, we're going tomorrow. Yun Shanshan immediately replied. Back at the hillside villa. As soon as Yun Shanshan entered, she kicked off her shoes, jumped on the sofa, rolled around twice, and then lay down contentedly. Everything that happened today was incredibly exciting for her. This was her first battle away from the North City Yun family. Lu Yuan walked to the window, looking down at the badge in his hand. Source initial rift. He whispered the name. At that moment, the sound of clear bird chirping came from outside the window. A bird with metallic blue feathers, elegantly shaped, flapped its wings and hovered outside the villa's balcony. In its claws, it held a small metal box with the North Ming Academy emblem on it. Wow! My badge has arrived. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she hurried to open the balcony window. The swift bird confirmed her identity and released its grip, placing the metal box on the balcony table, then called out a sound at the two before soaring away. Curious, Yun Shanshan opened the box and found another badge inside, identical to the one in Lu Yuan's hand. She picked up the badge and ran to Lu Yuan, placing the two badges side by side. Ah Yuan, look, we have matching ones. Lu Yuan looked at her silly happy expression and shook his head helplessly. The next day, morning. Following the academy map, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan arrived at an independent valley located on the easternmost side of North Ming Academy. The valley entrance was heavily guarded, with 2 rows of stoic academy guards in uniform battle gear standing expressionless. The beasts beside them were all platinum rank and exuded a powerful aura that screamed, "Do not approach!" In the center of the valley was not the natural wonder one might imagine, but a huge silver-white circular building, filled with futuristic technological vibes. In the building center, a twisting, unpredictable space rift seemed to even swallow light and was slowly rotating. This was the entrance to the source initial rift. Students, please present your admission badges and identity wristbands. A middle-aged man approached. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan followed his instructions. The man used a special device to scan the badge and wristband, and after confirming their validity, he stepped aside to clear the path. The internal space of the source initial rift is independent. Once inside, you will be randomly teleported to different areas. This is both a rule and an opportunity. Good luck. He stated in a routine manner. Ah Yuan, I will wait for you outside when I come out. Yun Shanshan waved her little fist at Lu Yuan, her face full of anticipation. Yeah, be careful. Lu Yuan nodded. Both stepped forward, entering the deep, twisting space rift. A whirlwind of disorientation hit them, a feeling far more intense than during the newcomer challenge. Chapter 56, 9 Transformations Refining Divine Technique. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange environment. On the other side, Yun Shanshan's experience was similar. As she groggily opened her eyes, she discovered she was standing in a boundless sea of 7-colored flowers. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and countless brilliant star rivers flowed, beautiful like a dream. Wow! Yun Shanshan couldn't help but exclaim. Buying a ticket to such a dreamy paradise for 500,000 points? Just as she was about to take out her identity wristband to snap a few photos for memories. An ethereal voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed softly in this space. A good seed, pure in nature, quite interesting. Who's speaking? Yun Shanshan looked around alertly, her Dark Ranger and Holy Flame Firebird already summoned, ready for battle. The voice did not answer. In the midst of the sea of flowers, a gentle white light suddenly appeared. As the light faded, a small vial the size of a palm, completely transparent like crystal, and an ancient-shaped summoning stone, engraved with flames and a goddess totem, quietly hovered in front of her. Is this, for me? Yun Shanshan blinked. Is this what they call opportunity? It feels like opening a blind box. She tentatively reached out her hand and grasped both items. The vial felt warm in her hand, seeming to contain some kind of elixir, while the summoning stone emitted a hot and sacred aura, causing her sacred flame phoenix to emit excited chirps. Thank you? Yun Shanshan shouted towards the sky. No matter who the other party is, if something is given for free, it should not be refused. Just as she stored the 2 items in her storage space and hadn't had time to examine them closely, or even take another look at the flower sea, the ground beneath her feet lit up again with the glow of teleportation. Gee! Is this it? Yun Shanshan could only let out a startled shout, and in an instant, she disappeared from the spot. 500,000 points bought her a 10-second sightseeing trip to another world, along with 2 mysterious gifts. In stark contrast to Yun Shanxian's dreamlike scene, Lu Yuan opened his eyes to see pure white. Endless white. The ground beneath his feet was white, extending to the end of his vision. Above his head was also white, with no clouds, no sun, no reference points. This place was empty, quiet enough to hear his own heartbeat. Just as Lu Yuan frowned and observed this strange space, a voice devoid of emotion sounded. Welcome to the Zero Trial Ground. Detection indicates that the trial taker is entering for the first time, mental strength, high copper level. From now on, for every major level that the trial taker ascends, they will gain the qualification to challenge the Zero Trial Ground. Please complete your first trial. Success will earn you the Zero Trial Ground token, which will allow you to freely enter this place and proceed with subsequent trials. Copper level trial task released. Practice the first turn of the 9 transformations of spirit refinement, clear mind and see essence. Task requirement: successfully visualize the heart lamp and transform its color from the initial light yellow to crimson. The instant the voice fell, a surge of vast information flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. It was an extremely profound technique for mental power cultivation, called the 9 transformations of spirit refinement. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain in his head and rapidly digested this information. Unlike Beastmasters who passively enhance their mental power through the feedback of their beasts, this 9 transformations of spirit refinement was actually a secret method that could actively cultivate, temper, and strengthen the source of spirit. This was simply a treasure that overturned the current Beastmaster system. The shock in Lu Yuan's heart was immeasurable. He immediately sat cross-legged, attempting to follow the first turn clear mind and see essence method in his mind. He closed his eyes, cleared his thoughts, and tried to visualize the so-called heart lamp in his mental world. However, it was easier said than done. His mind was filled with distractions. One moment it was the evolution path of the Mirror of Insight, the next it was the sacred realm of the Primordial Light, then it was the training plan that Su Yueli had explained, and even Yun Shanxian's cheerful face kept popping up. The more he tried to concentrate, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Feeling that several hours had passed, not to mention the heart lamp, he hadn't even seen a flicker of flame. Huff. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and let out a sigh, a hint of impatience in his brow. He wanted to seize this opportunity too badly, wanted to grow stronger too much. This eagerness became the greatest obstacle instead. He stood up and slowly paced in this pure white world. There was nothing here, which instead allowed one to see their own heart clearly. The survival rules of Binding Academy. The teachings of Su Yueli, the scenes from the new student challenge competition, everything flashed through his mind. In the end, his gaze returned to calm. Haste makes waste. Lu Yuan sat down again. This time, he did not deliberately pursue anything, even letting go of the obsession to become stronger. He simply sat quietly, feeling his breath, feeling the absolute tranquility of this pure white world. He emptied himself. He did not know how long had passed, perhaps a moment, or perhaps an eternity. In the depths of his spiritual sea, a faint yellow flame, as weak as if it would extinguish at any moment, quietly ignited. Heart lamp. Lu Yuan's spirit focused, but he immediately suppressed his excitement, maintaining that stillness, using all of his intent to quietly observe that little flame. It no longer flickered, it became stable. Time lost its meaning here. Lu Yuan completely immersed himself in this mysterious state. He could clearly see that little yellow heart lamp, under the nourishment of his spiritual power, its light shining brighter and fuller little by little. The light had turned from pale yellow to dazzling golden yellow. The golden light lasted for a long time before it began to shift towards orange. When the light of the heart lamp completely transformed into a warm orange, Lu Yuan felt as if his spiritual sea had expanded a circle. He did not stop. The orange light continued to transform, a trace of red beginning to emerge at the top of the flame. The red increased, gradually consuming and staining the orange. Finally, at a certain moment, the entire heart lamp completely burned into a crimson red. The crimson light illuminated Lu Yuan's entire spiritual sea, giving rise to an unprecedented sense of clarity and strength. It was done. At that moment, the grand and mechanical voice sounded once again. The trial task Clear Heart, See Nature, completed. Congratulations to the trial taker, you officially received the full inheritance of the 9 turns of spirit refining technique. The reward number 0 trial field token has been issued. With the sound, the complete method of the 9 turns of spirit refining technique, the subsequent 8 turns, turned into a purple golden stream of data, deeply imprinting into Lu Yuan's soul. A completely black token, cold to the touch, with the ancient character 0 carved on the front, also quietly appeared before him. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and grasped the token. Chapter 57, Spoils of War. The 9 turns of spirit refining technique was no longer a fragment but a complete inheritance. First turn, Clear Heart, See Nature. Second turn, Thought Threads into Lines. Third turn, Heart Lake Reflects the Moon. Fourth turn, Divine Thought Transforms Objects. Fifth turn, Soul Fire Tempering the Body. Sixth turn, 1,000 Thoughts, One Heart. Seventh turn, Divine Travel Through the Void. 8th turn, one thought, eternity. 9th turn, refining spirit, creating realm. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, the 9 turns of spirit refining technique overturning all his understandings of this world in the past 18 years. It turned out that spiritual power could be actively cultivated. This conclusion was enough to stir up huge waves in the entire beast tamer world. Since ancient times, the enhancement of a beast tamer's spiritual power only had one path, the beast's nurturing. The higher the tier of the beast, the stronger the nurturing energy, and the beast tamer's spiritual power would also increase. The stronger the spiritual power, the higher the realm of the beast tamer, enabling the opening of new contract slots to summon the next beast, forming a cycle. Because of this, the potential star grades of beasts almost determined a beast tamer's limit from the start. If the summoned beast had 1-star potential and could not advance to a higher tier, its master would be forever trapped at the lowest level, no different from ordinary people. High potential beasts were treasures that all beast tamers dreamed of. But now, Lu Yuan had in his hands the 9 turns of spirit refining technique to completely sever this iron rule. It meant that beast tamers would no longer depend entirely on beasts, but could also rely on self-cultivation to strengthen their spiritual source. This meant that even if the initial beast had low potential, as long as they could cultivate this technique successfully, there is also a chance to break the shackles and open a new contract position. He glanced at the token in his hand, which conveyed a message. For the next trial, he needed to reach the rank of Silver Beastmaster to unlock it. In this empty space, it felt like a long time had passed, long enough for him to almost forget the passage of time. Since the task was completed, it was time to leave. With a thought, he chose to exit the number 0 trial ground. The pure white world before him instantly collapsed into endless darkness. The next moment, the familiar sensation of space twisting hit him again. When Lu Yuan's feet touched solid ground again, he had returned outside the silver-white circular building filled with futuristic technology. The valley's wind brought a hint of coolness, rustling the corners of his clothes. "Ah, Yuan." A familiar voice came from the distance. Yun Shanxian stood not far away. As soon as she saw Lu Yuan, she immediately jogged over. "You came out too. I thought you would take a long time. You only came out 2 or 3 minutes later than me." 2 or 3 minutes? Lu Yuan's steps momentarily paused. In that pure white world, from contemplating the heart lamp to finally becoming a level 1 entry disciple, he felt like it had been dozens of hours, maybe even longer. But to Yun Shanxian, it had only been a brief 2 or 3 minutes? Was it because the flow of time in the number 0 trial ground was different from the outside world? Or was it because when cultivating the 9 turns refining God technique, his spirit was so immersed that it created a distortion of time? Lu Yuan leaned more towards the former. "The inside gave me something, so I stayed for a while," Lu Yuan explained. "Let's go back." "Okay." Yun Shanxian responded. "Let's go back and show Mom what I got. I still don't know what these 2 things are." The two left the heavily guarded valley and walked towards the mountainside villa. Upon returning to the mountainside villa and pushing the door open, Su Yueli was indeed sitting on the sofa in the living room, elegantly holding a cup of hot tea. Lan Liuli was also there, but she was slumped unattractively on another sofa, scrolling through her wristband screen while stuffing snacks into her mouth. Seeing them return, Su Yueli put down her teacup, her gaze scanning them, and finally landing on Lu Yuan with a flicker of barely noticeable surprise in her eyes. "This kid seems to be a bit different somehow." "Back?" Su Yueli asked with concern. Lan Liuli also became interested, sitting up from the sofa, her head peeking over with curiosity. Quick, show me what you got." "I've heard that things from the source initial rift can be all sorts of things, from rare materials of the silver rank to summoning stones. Anything is possible, it all depends on personal luck." "Mom! Aunt Lioli! Look!" Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Shanxian eagerly displayed her treasures. She took out 2 items from her storage space. One was a palm-sized crystal bottle, inside which something seemed to be moving. The other was an ancient-looking summoning stone, also palm-sized, engraved with flames and humanoid figures. "Ta-da!" Yun Shanxian placed her 2 trophies on the coffee table. "This is what the rift gave me, but I don't know what these 2 things are." Su Yueli's gaze fell on the 2 items, revealing a thoughtful expression in her eyes. She could sense that both of these items contained remarkable energy fluctuations, but for a moment, she could not determine their origins. "The energy in this bottle is very pure, it seems to be some kind of essence. I've never seen the engravings on this summoning stone," Su Yueli examined, not immediately reaching a conclusion. Lan Liuli also leaned in, amazed. "You're lucky, this stuff doesn't look like ordinary items." However, while the 2 were studying, Lu Yuan off to the side fell into a state of stillness. The instant Yun Shanxian took out the 2 items, in his mind, the Beastmaster illustrated book suddenly opened itself. A stream of golden data, visible only to him, constructed 2 attribute panels above 2 items. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the text on the panels, and for the first time, his calm eyes uncontrollably shrank. Lu Yuan believed his composure was incredibly strong, unshaken by events. But at this moment, his breathing seemed to pause. He looked at the crystal vial, then glanced at the summoning stone. The two pieces of text that surfaced in his mind felt like heavy hammers, striking hard against his nerves. Chapter 58, The Saint of Dawn. On the coffee table, the ancient summoning stone and the transparent crystal vial sat quietly, both extraordinary treasures in Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's eyes. But in Lu Yuan's vision, two purple gold panels, visible only to him, hovered above. Treasure, Beastmaster Spirit Pill. Effect, Celestial Treasure, containing the power of the spatial origin. After consumption by a Beastmaster, an additional permanent contract position can be opened in the contract C. Note, this item is unique, each Beastmaster can only consume it once in a lifetime. Treasure, Saint of Dawn Summoning Stone. Effect, after use, can summon and contract the Saint of Dawn. Beast, Saint of Dawn. Potential, 5 stars. Tier? Special tip, the potential of this beast will permanently remain at 5 stars and will not decrease due to any form of advancement. When the Saint of Dawn reaches the King tier, it will automatically evolve into the Goddess of Sunlight. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily stagnated. The 9 turns refining God technique had already overturned his understanding of the Beastmaster system. Yet the two items before him, especially the pill named Beastmaster Spirit Pill, were challenging the fundamental rules of this world. One realm, one contract position. This was the ancient unchanging iron law of the beast world, the cornerstone of all Beastmasters' power systems. Now, this cornerstone was easily pried apart by a tiny pill. As for the summoning stone, with its permanently maintained 5-star potential and automatic evolution to the King tier. This was no longer a simple opportunity, it was directly delivering a future top beast right to Yun Shanshan's hands. He felt these two rewards were even crazier than obtaining the 9 turns refining God technique. This vial is shimmering, the energy fluctuations are so pure, Shanshan, your luck is truly. Lan Liuli was still marveling, reaching out to grab the crystal vial. Shanshan. Lu Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Lan Liuli's action. His voice was intense and urgent. All eyes in the living room turned to him. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on Yun Shanshan, his expression unusually serious. Eat what's in this small vial. Ha? Yun Shanshan was momentarily stunned. Lan Liuli also paused, confused. Kid, how do you not know what this is and tell her to eat it? What if it's a laxative? Su Yueli remained silent, simply watching Lu Yuan quietly. She did not stop Yun Shanshan's action because she knew Lu Yuan would not harm Shanshan. Oh, okay. Yun Shanshan didn't hesitate. She picked up the crystal vial, uncorked it, and poured the shimmering pill into her mouth, swallowing it without even tasting what it was. The whole process was as if Lu Yuan had simply asked her to drink a glass of plain water. After finishing all this, she looked up at Lu Yuan, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. Yuan, I've eaten it. Seeing this scene, Lan Liuli could only open her mouth in disbelief and finally shook her head helplessly. What a little fool, she'd helped count the money even after being sold. The pill melted upon entering, transforming into a warm and strange energy that surged into Yun Shanshan's limbs, ultimately converging into her spiritual sea. Yun Shanshan felt her Beastmaster space suddenly tremble. As if torn apart by an invisible force. A third contract position, brand new and radiating a sense of space, was forcibly opened beside the 2 contract positions originally belonging to the bronze tier. This is... Yun Shanshan's eyes instantly widened, feeling the remarkably clear third contract position, her face filled with disbelief. Only then did Lu Yuan slowly speak, clarifying for everyone. That thing is called the Beastmaster Spirit Pill. Its effect is to give the user an extra beast contract position. What did you say? Lan Liuli suddenly jumped up from the sofa, the snack in her hand falling to the ground with a thud, but she didn't notice at all. She stared at Lu Yuan with wide eyes, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking. An extra contract position? Kid, do you know what you're saying? Su Yueli's hand holding the teacup also paused in midair. Even as an epic tier Beastmaster with a mind as steady as a mountain, upon hearing this, her face could not help but reveal shock. This had exceeded common sense. Yun Shanshan stood there in a daze, first shocked by the pill's effect, but the next second, a thought crossed her mind. She instantly understood. She realized why Lu Yuan wanted her to consume it first before explaining the effect. If she had known in advance the incredible effect of the pill, what would she do? The answer was singular. She would have unhesitatingly done everything possible to shove it into Lu Yuan's mouth. And Lu Yuan, having anticipated this, used this method to eliminate any chance for her to be modest. A warm current surged from the deepest part of her heart, causing her eyes to redden slightly. This guy, always like this. You. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan, her lips moving, wanting to say something. Lu Yuan seemed to know what she was thinking and didn't give her a chance to feel more moved, his gaze turning to the ancient-looking summoning stone on the coffee table. Don't be dazed, there's also this. He pointed to the summoning stone. Take it, go to the open space outside, use it, and contract it. This time, Yun Qianqian did not hesitate at all. She took a deep breath to suppress her emotions and nodded. She grabbed the summoning stone radiating a burning aura, turned around, and ran towards the lawn outside the villa. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged glances, seeing the lingering shock in each other's eyes, and immediately followed out. On the open space outside the villa, Yun Qianqian stood in the center of the lawn, holding the radiant Holy Maiden summoning stone in both hands. She infused her mental energy into it. Buzz! The summoning stone suddenly erupted with dazzling golden red light, soaring into the sky. The energy in the entire space began to ripple violently, countless light elements and fire elements rushing in. That aura was sacred, blazing, and full of vitality, as if a miniature sun was about to be born there. What an incredible energy wave! Lan Lioli looked up at the phenomena in the sky. What kind of monster will this summon? Su Yueli said nothing, but her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and anticipation. A graceful humanoid outline slowly formed at the center of the light. She stood barefoot, draped in a golden gauze dress woven from light, with brilliant golden hair cascading down. Her features were exquisite, unlike those of a mortal. Her eyes were tightly closed, her expression serene, with a small sun mark on her forehead, radiating a gentle halo. She floated quietly in midair, without any movement, yet exuding a divine aura that made one want to worship her. With her appearance, the Beastmaster pictorial handbook in front of Lu Yuan once again displayed a panel. Beast, Radiant Holy Maiden. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, low silver. Racial skills. 1. Holy Light Cover, condenses a miniature sun to deal light attribute damage to enemies in a wide area. Heavenly Light Punishment, gathering light energy, condensing light points at the fingertips, then firing a sacred beam, causing high damage to a single target. Ring of Blazing Sun, expanding a ring of flame around oneself, dealing continuous flame damage to surrounding enemies every second. Leap of Radiant Dawn, jumping to a designated area, erupting with holy flames upon landing, causing damage. Chains of the Scorching Sun, summoning 3 chains of flame to bind enemies for 2 seconds, during which the target takes fire damage every second. Baptism of Sacred Flame, after use, greatly enhancing the attributes of the Radiant Dawn Saint. Silver Low Tier. Once summoned, possessing the strength of the Silver Tier. In midair, that figure slowly opened her eyes. They were pure eyes, without a trace of impurity. Her gaze passed over Su Yueli, Lan Lioli, and Lu Yuan, finally landing on Yun Qianqian below. Then, she transformed into a stream of light, voluntarily entering the center of Yun Qianqian's brow. The contract was established. Chapter 59, Secret Alliance. In the moment the contract was established, Yun Qianqian felt a surge of power flowing back to her through the contract. Her spiritual sea of consciousness, under the impact of this power, crossed the peak of Copper Tier and suddenly entered Silver Low Tier. This is too. Yun Qianqian was so shocked she was a bit tongue-tied, turning her head to share this joy with others. However, what Lu Yuan said next caused all 3 women present, including the epic tier Su Yueli and Lan Lioli, to freeze in place. Qianqian, your beast companion, the Radiant Dawn Saint, its potential will be permanently fixed at 5 stars. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The astonishment and pleasure on Su Yueli and Lan Lioli's faces was instantly replaced by shock. Wait. Lan Lioli was the first to react, as if hearing the most absurd thing, her voice changing pitch. What did you just say, Lu Yuan? I didn't catch that in this wind, say it again? Permanently fixed at 5 stars? What does this mean? It's common knowledge that a beast companion's potential drops by 1 star with each major advancement. Countless beast masters have been stuck because their beast's potential was 1 star, unable to advance. Thus, there are very few beast masters of the king tier in this world, and none that exceed the king tier. Because they cannot contract beasts with a potential over 2 stars when they are at the epic tier. But now, Lu Yuan says that the potential of the Radiant Dawn Saint is permanently fixed at 5 stars. What does this imply? This means Yun Qianqian's future endpoint will no longer be the king tier. As long as there is enough time and resources, she will seamlessly enter the unknown realm, becoming the first being in Blue Star to exceed the king tier in thousands of years. Su Yueli's breath momentarily paused. She slowly turned her head to look at Lu Yuan. She understood better than anyone what kind of frenzied coveting this would attract once it got out. Lioli, Su Yueli's voice was serious. Today's event, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. From now on, regarding the potential of the Radiant Dawn Saint, it stays buried in our hearts. Lan Lioli threw away her usual playful demeanor, her charming face showing unprecedented seriousness. She nodded heavily. I understand. After speaking, 2 completely different yet equally curious gazes fell squarely on Lu Yuan. That unspoken question was louder than any words. Why do you know something even we do not? Lu Yuan met their gaze, his expression calm. He had anticipated this result and had already prepared his explanation. Let's talk in the house. In the living room of the mountain villa. Yun Shanshan was still immersed in the huge impact of information, looking at her newly born beast companion, and then at Lu Yuan, her little head a mess. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli sat on either side of the sofa, looking at Lu Yuan, waiting for his explanation. The opportunity one received from the source's initial rift. It is a cultivation method. Lu Yuan did not beat around the bush and directly threw out his answer. Cultivation method? Lan Luli raised her eyebrow, clearly not satisfied with this answer. How could a cultivation method know these secrets? Lu Yuan continued, it is called the 9 turns refining spirit technique, and it has 2 functions. The first, and the most crucial, is that it allows me to actively cultivate my mental strength. Before he finished speaking, Lan Luli jumped up abruptly from the sofa. Cultivating mental strength? Not relying on beast taming to recharge? You're saying you can raise your rank as a beast tamer by yourself? Su Yuli's pupils also suddenly constricted. The impact of this news was no less than that of eternal 5-star potential. It was equally overturning the power system of the entire beast tamer world. Lu Yuan nodded, confirming her guess, and then added, this cultivation method is quite special, it is directly imprinted in my soul, and I currently cannot reproduce it. Lan Luli opened her mouth, unable to speak for a while, and finally could only sit back on the sofa, mumbling, crazy, this world is truly crazy. And its second function, Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the crystal bottle on the coffee table. Is that it comes with a vast amount of detailed information about various beasts, strange objects, and secret realms. The data on the beast spirit elixir and the calling stone of the radiant saint lady is included. He spread his hands and summarized in a joking tone, so, in a way, I can now be considered a walking encyclopedia of rare beast treasures. This explanation was reasonable, showcasing the cultivation method's incredible nature while perfectly explaining why Lu Yuan could instantly recognize the beast spirit elixir and why he knew about the radiant saint lady's extraordinary potential. Su Yuli looked at Lu Yuan deeply. The shock in her heart was beyond words. This child she had watched grow up had, in such a short time, reached a level that even she needed to guess about. After a long silence, Su Yuli finally spoke again. This time, her tone was 100 times more serious than when she had commanded Lan Luli. Xiao Yuan's matter, Luli, you must also keep it under wraps. And Xian Shan, everything that happened today, the 2 of you cannot tell anyone except us. She deliberately emphasized, not even your elder Yunjin Tian. Yunjin Tian, the father of Yun Xian, the head of the Yun family. The fact that even he had to be kept in the dark showed how much Su Yuli valued this matter. I understand, Mom. Yun Xian nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Yuli, I am very tight-lipped. Lan Luli also patted her chest in guarantee. In the future, Su Yuli looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Xian. If anyone asks about your gains in the original rifts, you will say you got a golden grade flame sun crystal and a golden grade stargrass. These 2 items are quite valuable, enough to match your performance without attracting unnecessary trouble. Lu Yuan and Yun Xian both nodded simultaneously. Thus, a secret alliance formed by 4 individuals quietly came into existence. Chapter 60, 10,000 Serpent Cave. The day after the 2 went to the original rifts, Su Yuli did not immediately assign them special training tasks as she had previously said. In her words, it was, just received an opportunity, first, digest it yourself. Therefore, the 2 rarely gained a day of free activity time. Yun Xian successfully advanced to the silver level, and the 4th contract slot in her beast taming space was tempting like a candy. But she chose to use the mirror source stone she had obtained from the mirror shadow secret realm immediately. Yuan, you are still at the bronze level, I can't leave you behind. The girl announced with her hands on her hips. I will wait for you. Once you reach the silver level, we will contract new beast partners together. Not contracting a 4th beast would also cover up the situation of having an extra contract slot. He didn't say much more. Just nodded. At this moment, the most important thing is to turn points into real combat power. Besides the online points system, the Beiming Academy Points Mall is also a famous landmark of Beiming Academy. The Points Mall is one of the busiest places in the entire academy. As Lu Yuan and Yun Xian walked side by side into the mall, they immediately attracted many gazes. Look! It's Lu Yuan and Yun Xian. The champions of the freshman challenge, they are here to buy things. I heard Lu Yuan made a lot of money through betting. Lu Yuan ignored these discussions, taking Yun Xian straight to the material resource area. Yuan, pick whatever you like. I'll pay today, she said boldly, waving her hand. Lu Yuan smiled and didn't respond, his gaze began to scan the shelves. In his vision, beside each material, the Beast Handbook automatically displayed detailed introductions, 100 times more thorough than what the mall officially indicated, listing even many unknown hidden effects. This, light prism crystal, 10,000 points each, I want 10. Lu Yuan pointed at a row of stones that emitted faint light elements. The sales assistant was momentarily stunned but politely reminded, "Classmate, the light prism crystal is only a silver-level material, mainly used for lighting and simple energy conduction." "Are you sure you want so many?" "Absolutely. In the analysis of the Beast Handbook, this kind of crystal contains a trace amount of light dust, the best material for enhancing strength with the primordial light. And that, abandoned shadow ore, 50,000 points a pile." Lu Yuan pointed to a pile of black, coal-like things in the corner. This time, not only the sales assistant but also Yun Xianyan was taken aback. "Ah Yuan, this thing is marked in the mall as being used for escape and concealing aura. It's unnecessary." The handbook showed that this so-called ore was actually a product of void sand being contaminated. Although most of the spatial energy had already dissipated, for the gaze mirror, it was practically a tailor-made supplement. Next, Lu Yuan entered a crazy shopping mode. Spirit flower stamen, silver-level material, contains pure soul energy, priced at 80,000 points. Can be used to enhance dark rangers. Purifying fire glass, silver-level material, can purify energy and flames, priced at 100,000 points. Greatly enhances the sacred flame fire sparrow. Moonlight holy water, silver-level material, a gentle healing treasure, priced at 120,000 points. The radiant maiden can use this to enhance her strength. At first, Yun Xianyan excitedly followed behind, shouting buy. But as she watched her points balance on her wrist visibly dwindle, her smile gradually froze. Lu Yuan's points went from 1 million to 800,000, then to 500,000. When Lu Yuan finally chose a material worth 200,000 points, called Star Iron Mother, Yun Xianyan could no longer hold back. She grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve and said pitifully in a low voice, "Ah Yuan, my heart is bleeding." Lu Yuan looked at her greedy little expression and laughed, showing her that he only had 10,000 points left on his wrist. Seeing this, Yun Xianyan instantly felt balanced. "Alright, let's both be poor together." She sighed and then perked up again, "It's okay. We'll earn more after spending all this." The two returned heavily loaded, having almost spent all the points earned from the challenge in betting. For the next month, the two entered a secluded and rigorous cultivation life. Suyuli also planned special training content for them. With a massive amount of resources poured in, the results were immediate. 1 month later, both Primordial Light and Gaze Mirror reached the peak of bronze level. And Lu Yuan himself, through the dual effects of practicing the 9 turns refining god art and the mutual nourishment of beast taming, he successfully broke through to the peak of the bronze level. However, at the moment of the breakthrough, he keenly sensed something was off. The total amount of mental power needed for his promotion seemed to be much larger than that of a typical Beastmaster, almost more than 3 times that of his peers. Is it because of the 9 turns refining god art? This thought flashed by, and Lu Yuan did not delve deeper. A more stable foundation means a farther road ahead. This is a good thing. Yun Xianxian's progress on her side is even more astonishing. With the help of the spirit flower's stamen, her dark ranger has also reached the peak of the bronze level. The one who has made the biggest leap is the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Since signing the contract with the Radiant Saintess, it seems like it has unlocked its true potential. With the enhancement from the pure fire glaze and other resources, its level has soared from high bronze directly into low silver. As for the Radiant Saintess, who started as a low silver destined one, her strength has steadily increased under the nourishment of the Moonlight Holy Water, advancing from low silver to mid silver. At this moment, Yun Xianxian, holding 2 silver-level beasts, is far stronger than she was during the freshman challenge. Time flies, and a month of hard training has passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, all first-year students' identity wristbands vibrated simultaneously. A notification from the school arrived. Attention, all first-year students, the group trial will officially begin in 1 hour. Please gather immediately at the central auditorium. The trial location is the subspace secret realm cave of 10,000 snakes. Special reminder, this trial carries a risk of death. P.S. Thank you to the audience who can see this. All questions will be noted and corrected promptly, and I hope that you can urge for updates more. This is very important for the author. Thank you, and there will be another update today. Chapter 61, Abundant Rewards. In the central auditorium, unlike at the welcoming ceremony, the air was devoid of the novelty of first-time arrivals. Each new student's face showed a mix of anticipation and tension. The appearance of Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's Lu Yuan. That person next to him is Yun Xianxian, right? I feel like her aura is at the silver level after just a month. What? Really? From peak bronze to silver level in a month? Have they taken drugs? Not far away, Feng Shao and a few lackeys stood together. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, his expression instantly darkened, turning his head away. What Dong Fengshua said in the finals had made him feel ashamed for a month at the academy, along with causing him to hate Lu Yuan. In another corner, Dong Fengshua also spotted Lu Yuan. He was still wearing that white outfit, his demeanor even calmer now. He cupped his hands in salute towards Lu Yuan from a distance. Lu Yuan returned the gesture. Silence. A stern voice rang out as Vice President Lei Qing appeared on the podium. I believe you have already received the announcement. The location of this group trial is the subspace secret realm, the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. The Cave of 10,000 Snakes is a newly discovered secret realm by the Academy a few months ago. The internal environment is complex and filled with various snake-type beasts, from the black iron tier stingtail viper to the silver tier three-headed scarlet serpent. According to energy detection, there may even be gold tier snake-type beasts in the depths of the secret realm. This trial has two goals. Lei Qing raised one finger. First, survive. Your wristbands will record your life signs. If you encounter fatal danger, the Academy will attempt to rescue you. Remember, it is an attempt. These two words made many students turn pale. Second, hunt. For every snake-type beast you kill, your wristband will automatically record points. At the end of the trial, the top 100 students will receive additional rewards. The top 10 will receive extra points as a reward. Of course, all of these are just appetizers. A massive light screen unfolded behind him. A giant egg, entirely black and shrouded in mist, appeared above. This is an egg of the abyssal python that is about to hatch. According to analysis, it has a potential of at least 4 stars, and it might even reach 5 stars in dark-type beasts. The audience was in an uproar. 5-star potential. These 4 words were enough to drive any Beastmaster crazy. Of course, even if you obtain this thing, you can't contract it, so your task is to find it and bring it out. The first team or individual to successfully bring the abyssal python egg out of the secret realm will not only gain a massive amount of points, but will also receive the qualification for a secret realm trial selection under 1 million points. Now, I'm giving you 3 minutes. You can form teams freely, or choose to withdraw. After Lei Qing finished speaking, he quietly watched below. Yun Chanxian immediately hugged Lu Yuan's arm. Because almost the moment Lei Qing finished speaking, countless gazes turned towards Lu Yuan. As the champion of this year's new students, his strength was beyond doubt. Brother Lu. We are. Lu God, take us with you. Many people rushed over, wanting to join Lu Yuan's team. Lu Yuan simply shook his head calmly, saying nothing. Yun Chanxian acted like a protective little beast, shielding him behind her and blocking all the invitations. 3 minutes quickly passed, and no one chose to withdraw. Very good. Lei Qing nodded. Since there are no cowards, let's get ready to depart. At the back of the hall, a massive space gate slowly opened, releasing a damp and foul odor. Yuan, we can fight side by side again this time. Yun Chanxian's little face was filled with excitement. Lu Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to step into the space gate, a page in his Beastmaster guide quietly turned, revealing a line of golden text. Secret Realm Analysis, 10,000 Snakes Cave. Main Species, Snake-type Beasts. Environmental Characteristics, Humid, full of miasma, rich in snake saliva grass. Snake saliva grass, a low-level spiritual plant of black iron that has a slight attraction effect on snakes, but its crushed juice can neutralize over 90% of the nerve toxins of bronze-level snake-type beasts. Holding hands, the two stepped into the darkness together. After a feeling of spinning and turning, a wave of hot, damp air mixed with rotting soil hit their faces. Lu Yuan and Yun Chanxian found themselves in a dim primordial jungle. Surrounding them was a terrifying silence, only broken by the low chirps of unknown insects. This place feels very oppressive. Yun Chanxian frowned her small nose. Before she could finish her sentence, an abrupt change occurred. Hiss! From the surrounding grass and tree trunks, 7 or 8 green shadows, like arrows, pounced towards them from all directions. Beast, green-scaled strangling python. Potential, 1 star. Rank, low bronze. Guide hint, extremely adept at hiding in the environment, usually acts in groups. It was the mid-level bronze, green-scaled strangling python. Their bodies blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, only revealing themselves at the moment of attack. Be careful. Yun Chanxian reacted very quickly. Let me do it. Accompanied by a delicate shout, a fiery red figure burst forth from her contract position. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Compared to a month ago, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow was now much larger, and its originally crimson feathers were now dyed with a layer of magnificent and holy golden hue. Holy Flame Impact. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a clear cry, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of golden flames. Sizzle. The first few green-scaled strangling pythons charged ahead, unable to even let out a scream, and were instantly turned into charred remains in the flames. The remaining strangling pythons, seeing this, revealed fear in their eyes and immediately tried to flee. But it was already too late. A black figure appeared behind them. Dark Ranger. Heart-piercing shot. Whoosh. 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 3 arrows infused with dark energy accurately pierced through their skulls, nailing them firmly to the tree trunk. The entire battle process. The cloud flows like water, clean and neat, taking no more than 10 seconds. Done. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands. At this moment, a commotion came from the grass not far away. 3 students who looked somewhat awkward emerged from within. They were drawn here by the sound of battle, hoping to find an opportunity, but just in time witnessed this instant kill scene. The 3 looked at the charred snake corpses on the ground, then glanced up at the sacred flame fire sparrow above Yun Qianqian's head. Is that Yun Qianqian? Why has her fire sparrow turned golden? One move killed 7 or 8 bronze mid-level strangling pythons? What a joke. Damn, wasn't she just a flower vase relying on Lu Yuan? Her strength is even more impressive than mine. Lu Yuan walked over to a snake corpse, crouched down, and the Beastmaster's handbook floated up automatically. Green scale strangling python gallbladder, bronze can provide energy for poison attribute beasts. Can also be applied to clothes, effectively repelling snake-type beasts of the same rank and below. Yun Qianqian suddenly said, a Yuan's points increased by 800. This time we can harvest a big haul of points. Lu Yuan nodded, these drops should also be exchangeable for points. Saying this, he stored the gallbladders in his storage space. Then the 2 continued on their way. Chapter 62, Shedding Skin Fragments. As the 2 delved deeper, a cry of agony reached their ears. Someone's in trouble. Yun Qianqian halted her steps. As expected. Lu Yuan's reaction was calm. Yun Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan, Yuan, should we go over and take a look? What if it's some powerful guy? Just the 2 of us. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. They were just 2 people in an unknown environment, it was better to avoid trouble. Lu Yuan did not answer immediately. He only stared in the direction the scream came from. After a moment, he said, let's go take a look. Huh? Why? Maybe we can save some time finding our way. Lu Yuan said something that made Yun Qianqian a bit confused before stepping forward toward that direction. Though unsure, Yun Qianqian followed without hesitation. The 2 smeared snake gallbladder essence on themselves, and along the way, the low-level snake-type beasts lurking in the grass and branches retreated like they encountered a natural enemy. In just a few minutes, they passed through a dense thicket. In a small clearing, 7 or 8 students were gathered back to back, forming a makeshift defensive formation, struggling to fend off the attacks around them. At their feet lay a classmate, foaming at the mouth and twitching, clearly suffering from a deadly poison. Their enemies were more than a dozen poisonous snakes, covered entirely in black scales, with a small hard crest like iron on their heads. Beast, black-scaled iron-crowned snake. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, high bronze level. Handbook tip, the black-scaled iron-crowned snake has extremely strong defense, acts in groups, and is venomous. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over, and the Beastmaster's handbook flashed by with information. And in the center of the encircled group, pale-faced and desperately directing his beasts to defend, was a familiar face, Feng Xiao. At this moment, Feng Xiao showed none of his previous arrogance. His purgatory hellhound was covered with black corrosive marks, and the other storm griffin was tightly entwined by several iron-crowned snakes, with no time to spare. Seeing this scene, Yun Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. She tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and maliciously whispered, Yuan, look, it's that annoying guy. Feng Xiao also noticed the 2 emerging from the woods. When he saw it was Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, his expression was exquisite. First there was a flash of hope at the sight of salvation, but that hope was quickly replaced by overwhelming humiliation. To ask him for help? As soon as that thought surfaced, it was immediately snuffed out. Oh, isn't this Feng Xiao? Yun Qianqian's voice rang out in the woods. Why do you look so flustered? Why are there so many of you, and you can't even handle a few little snakes? Her words were like needles, precisely stabbing into Feng Xiao and his few followers' hearts. Feng Xiao's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he roared, we don't need your fake kindness. We can handle it ourselves. Really? Yun Qianqian raised her eyebrow, pointing at the classmate on the ground who was about to pass out. He doesn't look like he can solve it by himself, does he? You. Feng Xiao trembled with anger. At that moment, a crowned snake seized the opportunity when Feng Xiao was distracted, opening its bloody mouth and spraying a stream of dark green venom straight at his face. Feng Xiao's pupils contracted suddenly, and he had no time to react. His companions were also too preoccupied to help, watching as he was about to follow in the footsteps of his fallen classmate. Eyeball magic mirror. A calm voice rang out. A mirror quietly appeared in front of Feng Xiao, blocking the deadly venom. The dark green venom hit the mirror's surface, not splattering but being completely absorbed instead. The next second, the mirror light flickered. Inverse light. A stream of venom shot out from the mirror's surface, hitting the attacking crown snake at an even faster speed. Hiss. Amid the chilling hiss, that high-level crowned snake quickly corroded under its own doubled venom. This action caused everyone and every snake in the area to freeze in place. However, this was just the beginning. Primordial Light. Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. Holy light burst forth, and 3 primordial lights hovered in the air. Behind them, 9 high-level light spirits holding light blades and light shields appeared. Holy radiance. The 3 domains instantly overlapped. The black-scaled crowned snakes, as dark attribute beasts, instantly lost their momentum upon contact with this holy radiance. Go. Lu Yuan said only one word. The 9 light spirits transformed into 9 streaks of light, rushing into the snake swarm. A one-sided massacre began. With the boost of the primordial light, these light spirits also reached high-level bronze strength. Although they were of the same level as the crowned snakes, under the ebb and flow of the holy radiance, the light spirits had absolute dominance over the crowned snakes. Light blades slashed down, breaking the snake scales. Light shield struck hard, shattering the snake bones. Feng Xiao and his companions had already stopped moving. The snake swarm they couldn't handle with all their might was effortlessly crushed before the man they once mocked. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. When the last crowned snake was pinned to the ground by the light of judgment, Lu Yuan recalled his beasts, and then the army of light gradually dissipated into the air. On the vacant ground, there were only a dozen snake corpses and a group of shocked students. Lu Yuan ignored them and walked straight to a small, unremarkable green grass nearby, which was the snake saliva grass he had just discovered with his guide. He had someone dig out the roots, crushed them in his hands, and squeezed out the foul-smelling juice. Pour it into him. The person jolted awake and hurriedly pried open his companion's mouth, pouring the juice inside. After a moment, the convulsing body of the poisoned student calmed down, and the dark bruises on his face visibly faded. After doing all that, Lu Yuan turned to leave as if nothing had happened. Feng Zhao's face changed from green to white. Thanking Lu Yuan? That was more painful than killing him. In the end, he just clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. Lu God, someone in the group called out. Thank you. Thank you so much. You killed these crowned snakes, all these spoils are yours. Lu Yuan turned back and collected the items, they were worth some points after all. After collecting the drops from the crowned snakes, Lu Yuan went to the center of the nest guarded by the crowned snakes. There, a hint from the beast guide revealed something even more interesting to him. He walked over and picked up a black fragment from a pile of snake eggs and broken stones. Strange object, young shedding of the abyssal magma python, fragment. Effect, holding this object allows one to roughly sense the location of its essence or other shedding fragments within 100 miles. Ayu, I've got it. Yun Qianqian skipped along happily. That guy didn't even say thank you, so rude. But looking at his frustrated face, wishing to strike yet not daring to, wanting to curse but unable to say a word, it's even more satisfying than beating him up. Lu Yuan chuckled and safely stored away the shedding fragment in his possession. Let's go. He rubbed Yun Qianqian's head, we have important matters to attend to. Chapter 63, The Radiant Saintess Shows Her Might. Let's go, we have important matters to attend to. As Lu Yuan's voice fell, Yun Qianqian immediately understood. Feng Xiao watched their disappearing figures. A mixture of feelings washed over him, a blend of survival after disaster, jealousy, resentment, and powerlessness. In the end, he just drooped his head in despair. The gap is too big. Deep in the jungle, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian moved forward. With the protection of snake gallbladder essence, it was like they were on a casual stroll. Ayu, is that broken shed really useful? Yun Qianqian curiously eyed the black shedding fragment in his hand. Lu Yuan weighed the fragment in his hand. The Beastmaster's guide had already built a simple map, with a faint dot of light flickering in one direction. Of course, otherwise why do you think I rescued that annoying guy? Ah? Yun Qianqian paused in surprise, so that's why. I thought you were just being kind. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said nothing. Being a good person? Sure. But the premise is that being good must have rewards. Following the guidance of the shedding fragment, the two of them ventured deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, they saw more and more traces of battles, broken vines, cracked ground, and some abandoned low-tier materials. They occasionally spotted some student teams, most of them hurried and vigilant. It seems like there's fighting ahead. Yun Qianqian suddenly stopped, her ears twitching. Not far ahead was a wide marshland, the air filled with a strong, wet, fishy smell. At this moment, a team of 5 was entangled with a huge swamp python. The python was as thick as a water barrel, with muddy yellow scales covering its body, a genuine silver-tier beast. The 5-member team was coordinating well, and their strength was impressive. Leading them was a tall young man. His beast, Lava Crocodile, was also silver-tier, currently locked in a fierce battle with the swamp python, evidently one of the top students among the newcomers. It's the battle-mad team, the leader is Luo Chen. Yun Qianqian quietly informed Lu Yuan. This guy is quite famous among the newcomers, I've heard he's very domineering. However, Lu Yuan's gaze went beyond the fierce battlefield, landing on a bigger shedding fragment behind the swamp python. Their destination was near. Roar! With a furious roar, the lava crocodile seized a flaw from the swamp python, opened its massive mouth, and bit down right on the python's vital spot. The scorching lava energy erupted, instantly charring the scales at that spot. The swamp python let out a painful hiss, and its massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing its vitality. Well done, boss. Ha, another silver tier material secured. Members of the battle-mad team cheered. Leading Lu Yuan panted heavily, a proud smile on his face. He approached the python's corpse, ready to collect the magic core, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian walking out of the forest. His movement paused, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Oh, isn't this the top newcomer, Lu Yuan? What's up, looking to snag a piece of the pie? A tall, skinny youth beside Lu Yuan spoke sarcastically, recognizing Lu Yuan. But his tone was filled with provocation. Lu Yuan said, I just came to take that black shed, I don't want to fight. Lu Yuan stood straight, sizing Lu Yuan up, then glancing at the charming Yun Xianxian beside him, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Lu Yuan, I know you. Champion of the freshman challenge, you have some skill. His tone became serious. However, I advise you not to meddle. This place was discovered by our battle-mad team first, so everything here naturally belongs to us. If you know what's good for you, just scram. His words were effectively a final warning. Upon hearing this, Yun Xianxian's small face instantly fell. She stepped forward. Who do you think you are? In the secret realm, what's taken is owned by whoever gets it, why do you claim it's yours? How can you be so thick-skinned? Little girl, quite the attitude, huh? Another team member scoffed. This isn't a place for games, Big Brother advises you to go home and drink your milk, don't cry if you get scared later. You! Yun Xianxian's face flushed with anger. Xianxian! Lu Yuan's voice rang out just in time. Yun Xianxian turned back instantly, seeing Lu Yuan give her a slight nod. She immediately understood Lu Yuan's meaning, her anger disappearing, replaced by a sly smile. She stepped forward a couple of paces, looking at Lu Yuan and the others, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Since you all said that, how about we make a bet? Oh? Lu Yuan became interested, what do we bet on? Let's bet. Yun Xianxian raised a finger, pointing at them. You five, can you withstand one move from my beast? If you can, we'll turn around and leave, not looking back, and give you all the materials we've collected on our journey. But if you can't, then the corpse of that giant python, and that broken skin, will belong to us. As soon as the words came out, the 5 members of the battle-mad team were first taken aback, then burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Did I hear wrong? She wants to challenge us 5 by herself? Little girl, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what level our leader's lava giant crocodile is? Fine then, this is your own choice. Boss, play with her. Lu Yuan laughed too, he thought this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. He looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with mockery, as if to say, this is your teammate? A little girl who doesn't know her place? He crossed his arms, a spectator's posture. Alright, I accept your challenge. You can make the first move, so no one can say we bullied you. You said it, you can't back out. Yun Xianxian received a positive answer, her smile becoming even brighter. She took a deep breath, her aura suddenly changing. Under the mocking eyes of Lu Yuan and the others, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted beside her. Buzz! A holy, blazing aura swept across the entire swamp. Within the light, a graceful human silhouette slowly materialized. Barefoot, draped in a gossamer dress woven from sunlight, her radiant golden hair cascading like a waterfall, the sun mark on her forehead radiated a soft halo. The radiant saintess has arrived. As soon as she appeared, she quietly hovered before Yun Xianxian, her pure golden eyes coldly scanning the 5 opposite them. That gaze was like a deity looking down upon mere ants. What beast is this? The smiles on the faces of the battle-mad team instantly froze. They could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from that figure, far exceeding their lava giant crocodile. That pressure even made their souls tremble. This was more than just a level suppression. Lu Yuan's face changed. Prepare for battle, he shouted sharply, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. However, it was too late. Yun Xianxian looked at their ghostly expressions, a smug arc forming at the corner of her mouth, her clear voice ringing out. Radiant Saintess. Sacred light shines upon us. The Saintess of Dawn slowly raised her hand. In an instant, a miniature golden sun gathered in her palm, and then exploded with a thunderous roar. The blinding golden light engulfed the entire battlefield. This was not just light, it was a torrent of sacred energy containing the powers of purification and judgment. Luo Chen and the others felt a blank white in front of them, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, with their minds utterly blank. The magma giant crocodile and several other earth and water-type beasts were directly suppressed by the light, collapsing to the ground with cries of anguish. The light came quickly, and it left just as fast. When everything returned to calm, the 5 members of the Battle Maniac squad were now lying scattered on the ground, their beasts severely injured and no longer capable of fighting. It all happened in just one move. The entire arena was in complete silence. Yun Shanshan clapped her hands and smiled brightly, saying, "Hey, it's time to fulfill the bet." Luo Chen's lips trembled as he looked at the girl before him and the divine-like beast behind her. Lu Yuan walked over to the black rock and picked up the larger piece of shed skin. The 2 pieces in hand, the information flow of the beast picture book instantly refreshed. 2 pieces of abyssal serpent's juvenile shed skin have been collected, undergoing information integration. Location precision enhanced. Final target locked, 3 kilometers ahead, the deepest underground cave of the serpent's abyss. Found it. Well done. Yun Shanshan, receiving the praise, immediately had her eyes crescent with joy. Chapter 64, The 9 Hell Serpent. After walking for a while, a massive black cliff appeared before them. At the bottom of the cliff, a huge cave continuously exhaled dark mist and water vapor. This was the deepest part of the serpent's abyss. However, someone had already arrived before them. On the dry ground in front of the cave entrance stood 4 people. Each of them exuded a calm and solid aura, clearly an elite team. The person leading them, dressed in white, was Dongfang Shuo. He seemed to have noticed Lu Yuan and the others' arrival long ago, turning around to calmly look at them. There was no hostility, nor surprise. "Brother Lu, you made it too." Dongfang Shuo greeted. "Aha." Lu Yuan nodded in return. Yun Shanshan immediately grew cautious, whispering in Lu Yuan's ear, "Ah Yuan, his team seems quite strong. Are they also here to snatch the egg?" Dongfang Shuo noticed her actions but did not care. His gaze fell on Lu Yuan, and he said calmly, "It seems Brother Lu and I have both stumbled upon this place. But, this cave entrance seems a bit strange." As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if to confirm his words. Splash! A loud sound of water broke the silence of the place. The dark water surface at the cave entrance suddenly erupted. An enormous and suffocating figure slowly rose from the water. It was a giant snake, covered entirely in dark golden scales, its size several times larger than the swamp giant python they encountered before. But the most terrifying part was its head. It had 9 serpent heads, all focused on the people present. A pressure far beyond that of silver rank swept through. Species, 9 Hell Serpent. Rank, low gold. Potential, 3 stars. Weakness analysis, among the 9 heads, only the central main head is the physical core, while the other 8 heads are made of energy and deadly poison, possessing strong regenerative abilities. Breaking the main head can cause it to fall into chaos and weakness for a short time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the information flow of the beast picture book flashed rapidly. Gold rank. Someone shouted. These 3 words made everyone present, except for Lu Yuan, change their colors dramatically. Even Dongfang Shuo's expression became extremely serious at this moment. "A gold rank beast, this is too big a game for the academy," one female team member beside him said. Yun Shanshan also gasped in surprise. "Our attack. Perhaps even its scales won't break?" Hiss. The 9 heads of the 9 nether serpents simultaneously hissed, their sound waves causing the surface of the swamp to shake violently. It seemed thoroughly enraged by these ants intruding into its territory. At this tense moment, Lu Yuan moved. Calmly, he stepped forward against the suffocating pressure, standing in the middle of the 2 teams. This action drew everyone's gaze to him. "Brother Dongfang." Lu Yuan did not turn around, his voice clearly reaching behind him. "This thing, neither of our sides can swallow." Dongfang Shu's pupils slightly narrowed, he did not expect Lu Yuan to remain so calm under the pressure of the golden stage. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, "What does Brother Lu suggest?" "Join forces." Lu Yuan uttered 2 words. "We cooperate to break its defenses and enter the cave. Once inside, we'll rely on our own skills to compete for the serpent's eggs. How about that?" This suggestion caused a brief commotion among Dongfang Shu's team. "Join forces with them? Who knows if they'll stab us in the back?" Yun Shanshan became anxious, she hurried to Lu Yuan's side, pulling his sleeve forcefully and whispering, "Ah Yuan. We can't trust them. What if they run away while we fight? Or attack us?" Though her words were quiet, being Beastmasters, everyone present had keen hearing. Dongfang Shu ignored his team's discussions and Yun Shanshan's caution. He simply looked at Lu Yuan's back and suddenly spoke, "I trust Brother Lu's character, let's join forces." Lu Yuan turned around, facing him directly. "I know its weakness." This statement instantly sharpened Dongfang Shu's gaze. Lu Yuan did not hesitate, continuing, this nine-nether serpent has 9 heads, but only the central one is its vital point. The other 8 are merely energy forms, even if shattered, they can instantly regenerate, which is meaningless. We only need to create an opportunity, concentrate our strongest power, and strike its main head. As long as we can inflict serious damage, its defenses will collapse for a short time, giving us a chance to rush in. They had only understood the power of this giant snake but completely failed to see its weakness. Lu Yuan, in just a brief moment, accurately identified the 9-nether serpent's weak point. He had no doubts about the source of Lu Yuan's information because, in such circumstances, no one would joke about such matters. He was a decisive person, quickly making a judgment. He turned to his team members, did you all hear that? Prepare for battle. Target, the central main head. Yes, Captain. The 3 team members immediately put away all distractions. Seeing this, Yun Qianqian, though still somewhat skeptical, chose to unconditionally trust Lu Yuan since he had made a decision. Thus, a powerful temporary alliance made up of the 2 top forces of the new students was officially formed. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a small arc. He looked at the 9-nether serpent, which was already impatiently swaying its 9 heads, about to launch an attack, and spoke. Qianqian, let your radiant holy maiden prepare and follow my commands. Chapter 65, Decapitation. Roar. Before the 2 teams could discuss more tactics, the 9-nether serpent completely lost its patience. The 9 ferocious snake heads simultaneously opened their massive mouths, not spewing venom, but unleashing an invisible sonic roar. Buzz. The invisible sonic roar surged towards the location of everyone. Not good. It's a mental shock. Defend. Dongfang Shu was the first to react, shouting sternly. The female team member beside him stepped forward. Before her, a giant turtle made entirely of rock appeared, protecting everyone behind it. Beast, Xian Yen Giant Turtle. Grade, Low Silver. Boom, the invisible sonic wave violently collided with the shell of the Xian Yen Giant Turtle. That shell, reputed to withstand the full force of a silver high-tier Beastmaster. Under the strike, spiderweb-like cracks emerged. The Obsidian Guardian let out a painful wail, its breath instantly fading. The terror of the Golden Stage Beastmaster was fully revealed. The faces of other members of the Dongfang Shua team turned extremely grim in an instant. How can we even fight now? Someone already harbored thoughts of retreat. Don't panic. Lu Yuan's voice rang out at that moment. Before he finished speaking, 3 brilliant lights suddenly erupted beside him. 3 primordial lights floated side by side in the air, their sacred radiance instantly spreading, enveloping the entire battlefield. Then, the light condensed, and 9 bronze high-level light spirits armed with light blades and light shields lined up. The Legion of Light reappeared. The effects of the 3 layers of holy radiance overlapped, and the remaining sound wave attacks were instantly dispersed. Brother Dongfang, leave its mental attacks to me. Lu Yuan's voice echoed again, you focus on attacking and creating opportunities. Dongfang Shua glanced at Lu Yuan's back. He no longer hesitated and loudly commanded, listen to Brother Lu. Attack the left-wing snake head with all your strength. Put pressure on the central main head. Yes. With the assistance of the Legion of Light, the Dongfang Shua team regained their confidence. Hurricane Mantis, Wind Blade Dance. Earthshatterer Armadillo, Earth Spike Charge. In an instant, several powerful skill lights shot past the Obsidian Guardian, targeting the 8 energy snakeheads of the 9-nether fiend serpent. Hiss. The 9-nether fiend serpent was completely enraged, its 8 energy snakeheads swaying nimbly, spewing venom, shadow spheres, corrosive beams, and various attacks, colliding fiercely with the Dongfang Shua team's assaults. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions was incessant, and the swamp area at the cave entrance instantly turned into a chaotic region of rampant energy. The Dongfang Shua team was indeed elite, their coordination was extraordinarily harmonious. With Lu Yuan's Legion of Light bearing the mental shock, their attacks were precise and fierce, successfully entangling several energy snakeheads of the 9-nether fiend serpent within a short time. But as Lu Yuan had said, even if those snakeheads were shredded by wind blades or pierced by earth spikes, they would reconstitute from black mist within a few breaths, seemingly endless. This won't do. The consumption is too great. One teammate beside Dongfang Shua said, his summoned beast already struggling. It's not over yet. Lu Yuan's gaze remained locked on the battle. Primordial Light, Judgment of Light. The 3 primordial lights suspended in midair simultaneously condensed into 100-meter light spears. Buzz. The 3 judgment light spears, condensed to the utmost limit, shot towards the 3 different angles of the 9-nether fiend serpent's central main head. This action stunned everyone for a moment. Using Bronze Peak skills to attack the core of the Golden Stage, attacking from different angles? The central main head of the 9-nether fiend serpent clearly thought the same way. Its huge pupils even revealed disdain. It simply tilted its head slightly, allowing the 3 seemingly harmless light spears to come. However, just as the light spears were about to hit, Lu Yuan's voice whispered, "Explode! Boom! Boom! Boom!" The 3 light spears did not seek to pierce through, but instead, at the moment of contact with the serpent's scales, they exploded violently. Furious light elemental energy erupted instantly. The explosive power indeed didn't harm the scales of the 9 nether fiend serpent in the slightest. But the blinding light and violent energy shock successfully caused the central main head to experience a full second of vision obscurity and stiffness. 1 second. This momentary distraction was a deadly flaw. Qianqian. Now's the time. Yun Qianqian's eyes lacked the usual playful demeanor, replaced by an unprecedented focus and fighting spirit. As Lu Yuan shouted, she had already moved. "I've waited so long. Ah, Yuan." The girl's crisp voice was filled with excitement. The sacred figure that had been quietly hovering in front of her slowly opened its eyes. "Saintess of Radiance! Saintess of Radiance, heavenly light punishment!" Accompanied by Yun Qianqian's command, the Saintess of Radiance slowly lifted her pale hand, palm facing the main head of the 9 nether serpent trapped in stiffness. Golden specks of light gathered in her palm. In the next second, that light transformed into a slender golden beam and suddenly shot out. Before anyone could react, the beam accurately struck the center of the main head of the 9 nether serpent, right between its eyes. The astonishment on Dongfang Shua and the others' faces, the bewilderment in the 9 nether serpent's pupils, all froze in that instant. Crack! A light sound of shattering reached everyone's ears. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the main head of the 9 nether serpent began to crack like a spider web from the center of its forehead. Hiss! It let out its last confusion-filled hiss. Boom! The massive snake head exploded with a thunderous bang. With the demise of the main head, the other 8 energy snakeheads let out a roar of unwillingness before vanishing into the air. That enormous body lost all vitality and crashed heavily back into the water, creating towering waves. Golden low-grade, 9 nether serpent. Fell. The whole place fell into silence. Dongfang Shua and his team stared blankly at the Saintess of Radiance, who slowly retracted her hand, her expression indifferent. "One strike to kill a golden low-tier beast, what beast is this? Why are the beasts of these 2 people always so mysterious?" Their brains had completely crashed. After a long time, Dongfang Shua struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu, Miss Yun, I am convinced." Lu Yuan retracted his beast. He rubbed the head of Yun Qianqian, who had run to his side to seek praise, then turned to Dongfang Shua. "Don't just stand there." He pointed at the now unobstructed, bottomless black cave. "The entrance is open." Chapter 66, Choice. He held Yun Qianqian's hand and was the first to walk toward the cave. Dongfang Shua followed closely behind. 2 makeshift teams, one in front and one behind, officially stepped into the core area of this secret realm. As soon as they entered the cave, the light instantly dimmed, and the oppressive dark energy surged in. The cave walls were not ordinary rocks, but a kind of crystal similar to obsidian, extremely smooth, with bluish light occasionally flashing in the depths of the crystal. The ground was no longer the muddy marsh, but hard rock layers covered with a layer of moisture, incredibly slippery. "Everyone be careful, the concentration of dark energy here is very high and may affect the state of the beasts," Dongfang Shua quietly reminded his team. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stop. Dongfang Shua and the others immediately became alert, thinking they had encountered some danger. But Lu Yuan merely walked to the side of the smooth cave wall and gently knocked on it with his fingertip. "Qianqian, step back a bit." Yun Qianqian obediently took a few steps back. Lu Yuan pointed his finger like a sword and gently slid it across the cave wall. Swish! With a light sound, the rock wall was unexpectedly sliced open as easily as tofu. In the astonished gazes of Dongfang Shua's team, Lu Yuan reached inside and pulled out a fist-sized, completely black crystal. Rare item, Abyss Star Core, Fragment. Effect, contains a trace of the source power of the Abyss and Stellar Power, can be used to enhance dark or space-type beasts, and can also be used to forge high-tier beast equipment. The information from the beast illustration flashed by. "This is the Abyss Star Core," a team member behind Dongfang Shua exclaimed in surprise. "This is a golden tier material, how can it be here? And how did you know it was hidden in the wall?" Lu Yuan tossed the Abyss Star Core to Yun Qianqian. "Just lucky," he replied lightly with 3 words. "Lucky?" Dongfang Shua's mouth twitched. If this is also called lucky, then they're hard work fighting monsters just for a few bits of bronze and silver materials. What does it matter? Yun Qianqian happily stored the Abyss Star into her storage ring. She didn't forget to make a face at the people behind, as if that little expression was saying, "Jealous? This is all mine." The team continued to move forward. With this incident, the way Dongfang Shua's team looked at Lu Yuan shifted from confusion to quiet learning. They no longer tried to understand Lu Yuan's actions, simply following behind quietly, keeping a subtle distance. After walking for about 10 more minutes, the front suddenly opened up. A huge underground space appeared before everyone. In the center of the space was a bottomless underground lake, its water pitch black, calm without a ripple. And on the other side of the lake, a small altar could be faintly seen. In the center of the altar, a giant egg, black all over and swirling with ominous mist, was quietly floating there, emitting waves of energy. The egg of the abyssal serpent. Found it. Everyone's breath involuntarily quickened. However, a natural barrier separated them from their goal. This huge underground lake divided the area in two. On the left and right sides of the lake, there were bridges made of black energy, connecting to the other side. The left bridge was wide and flat, the energy solid, looking extremely stable. The right bridge, however, was exceedingly narrow, the energy ethereal, flickering on and off, as if it would collapse at any moment. An obvious choice was before them. We go left. Dongfang Shua almost without hesitation made his judgment. His teammates nodded in agreement. Any normal person would choose the path that looked safer. But just as they were about to move, Lu Yuan took Yun Qianqian and walked straight toward the seemingly precarious right bridge. Brother Lu. Dongfang Shua couldn't help but remind him, that bridge is too dangerous. Lu Yuan stopped, looked back at him, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps. After speaking, he ignored him, taking Yun Qianqian by the hand and stepping onto the illusory narrow bridge of energy. The bridge surface swayed lightly, releasing strands of dark energy, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Yun Qianqian showed no fear. Instead, she excitedly shook Lu Yuan's arm. "Ah Yuan, this is fun, like walking on a tightrope. Stay steady." Lu Yuan's voice carried a sense of helplessness. Dongfang Shua stood in place, frowning tightly, staring intently at Lu Yuan's back. He couldn't understand. Lu Yuan was definitely not a reckless person. His previous actions had proven he was someone with a terrifyingly meticulous mind. Why would he choose a path that looked like a dead end? An absurd thought uncontrollably emerged from the depths of Dongfang Shua's heart. Could it be that the seemingly safest broad road was actually a real trap? And this perilous narrow bridge was actually the only path to survival? Captain, let's hurry. If we wait any longer, that kid will get the serpent's egg, a team member urged anxiously from behind. Dongfang Shua's heart was caught in turmoil. Should he trust his own judgment and common sense or choose to believe that mysterious man? This was a gamble. If he lost the bet, it could mean ruin. He watched the figures of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian on the swaying narrow bridge, seemingly dangerous yet steadily advancing toward the other side, his eyes uncertain. In the end, he seemed to resolve himself, gritting his teeth suddenly. But in the end, trust in the captain still overwhelmed the fear of the unknown. They gritted their teeth and nodded. We will follow the captain. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cave. Another small team of 5 rushed in, and when they saw the scene before them, they first froze, then burst into joy. Eggs of the Abyss Magic Python. Look! Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua are over there. The captain of this team saw the 2 bridges and the 2 teams standing on the narrow bridge on the right side. He was first puzzled, then he erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha ha ha, am I seeing things? Did Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua get scared silly? Why are they walking on that nearly broken narrow bridge instead of this wide road? They must have been frightened and aren't thinking clearly. It's just as well that they helped us clear that giant snake, or we wouldn't even be able to get in, a team member beside him chimed in. The captain waved his hand. Don't worry about those 2 fools. We go left. Brothers, a great opportunity is right in front of us, charge. After that, the 5 of them rushed toward the wide, flat energy bridge without hesitation. The team members of Dongfang Shua watched this scene. Lu Yuan didn't even turn back, as if he was watching a play with a predetermined ending. As soon as the 5 stepped onto the center of the bridge, a sudden change occurred. Boom! With a deep rumble, the energy bridge that looked incredibly solid shattered without any warning from the middle. Countless black energy shards flew everywhere. Ah! Help! The shrill screams lasted less than 2 seconds before abruptly stopping. The 5 team members, along with their summoned beasts, fell straight down like dumplings into the silent black lake below. Glub, glub. Bubbles rose to the surface of the lake, then everything returned to complete calm. As if those 5 vibrant lives had never existed. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold sensation surged from the souls of Dongfang Shua and his team straight up to their heads. Their faces went pale as they looked at the now still lake surface and then at the narrow bridge beneath them, which was still hanging by a thread. The immense fear of surviving a disaster, combined with their judgment about Lu Yuan's ability, left their minds blank. Ah Yuan, they are so miserable. Yun Qianqian stuck out her tongue but showed no sympathy. Lu Yuan patted her hand, his gaze fixated on the narrow bridge beneath them. According to the analysis in the Beastmaster handbook, the left bridge was the trap bridge, which would collapse when it bore energy. While the bridge beneath them, called the heart-refining bridge, tested not strength but the Beastmaster's mental power. Only at least a silver-level Beastmaster could pass it. Though Lu Yuan was merely a peak bronze-level Beastmaster, he had cultivated the 9 transformations of spiritual refinement, giving him mental strength 3 times that of a normal Beastmaster at the same level, making it equivalent to flat ground. He walked comfortably, and so did Yun Chanshan. She had long since broken through to the silver level, and the boost from the breakthrough of the Dawn Saintess to silver mid-tier enabled her to stabilize her footing at the silver level. She even had the leisure to bounce around on it, startling the members of Dong Fangshua's team behind her. "Miss, can you calm down?" The members of Dong Fangshua were nearly in tears. They were not so fortunate, although they were all silver-level Beastmasters, they had just broken through not long ago. Every step felt like carrying a heavy burden, and various mental illusions kept appearing in their minds. The weakest female team member even looked dazed, her body swaying unsteadily. Dong Fangshua shouted sternly, "Focus your mind. Don't be deceived by the illusions." By the time their group struggled and finally staggered onto solid ground on the other side, they were almost completely exhausted, gasping for breath. And Lu Yuan and Yun Chanshan, as if they were on an outing, were already standing not far away waiting for them. "Hey, why are you guys so slow?" Yun Chanshan said. Dong Fangshua. His team members. How can the gap between people be so large? Everyone had no time to rest, their gazes drawn to the small altar not far ahead. The altar was built from unknown black bones, filled with a strange and ominous aura. In the center of the altar, a giant egg the size of a human head, shrouded in abyss mist, quietly floated. Waves of pure and powerful dark energy emanated from the egg, as if tempting all living beings. The abyssal serpent's egg. The ultimate goal was right in front of them. The brief alliance from before quietly shattered at this moment. The atmosphere in the air instantly shifted from the heaviness of survival to a tension that was about to explode. Dong Fangshua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his body's fatigue, standing up straight. His team members also summoned their beasts, taking battle stances, their eyes vigilantly fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed unaffected by the charged atmosphere, he simply turned around, calmly looking at Dong Fangshua, a smile on his lips. "Brother Dongfang, the entrance is open, and the 9 nether serpent has been eliminated. Next, let's follow what we agreed on, and rely on our own abilities." Chapter 68, The True Hero. "Brother Dongfang, the entrance is open, and the 9 nether serpent has been eliminated. Next, let's follow what we agreed on, and rely on our own abilities." Lu Yuan's voice was very soft. Dong Fangshua's team members instantly protected their beasts in front of them, their eyes fixed tightly on Lu Yuan and Yun Chanshan. The great battle was about to break out. Dong Fangshua did not move. He just stood there, his gaze complex as he looked at Lu Yuan. That overly calm face, those eyes that seemed to see through everything. Scenes flashed uncontrollably in his mind. 3 judgments of light seemed powerless in their harassment, yet created fatal flaws for the golden-ranked beasts. That divine-like holy maiden of dawn, with a single finger, caused the golden-ranked 9 nether serpent to fall. And those 2 bridges, simply choosing with a glance. These images, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished the battle intent that had ignited in his heart. "Captain, let's make a move," a team member next to him whispered. "We 4 are silver-ranked, plus the cooperation of our beasts. He only has 2 people, we have a chance of winning?" Dong Fangshua suddenly spoke, interrupting the team member's words. His voice was very calm. "Of course we do." The team member instinctively answered, but as the words came out, he himself felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Dong Fangshua smiled, a hint of self-mockery in that smile. He turned and looked at his spirited yet clearly weak-willed teammates and slowly asked, "Whose beast can withstand a hit from Miss Yun's humanoid beast?" No one answered. The scene of a single blow killing a golden-ranked beast was already imprinted deep in their souls. Or does anyone have confidence that while being attacked by 3 initial lights and 9 light spirits, they can still touch that egg? Dong Fangshua asked again. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Indeed, how can they fight? Their greatest reliance was their numerical advantage. Dong Fangshua took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, as if he wanted to expel all his unwillingness and struggle from his heart. His tense shoulders relaxed. In the incredulous gazes of his teammates, he cupped his fists in the direction of Lu Yuan, his posture extremely humble. "Brother Lu, there is no need. We don't want this abyssal serpent's egg." Once these words were spoken, the team members behind him instantly changed their expressions. "Captain, we haven't fought yet. That is a 5-star potential beast. Are we just giving up like this?" "Giving up?" Dong Fangshua turned back, looking at his team members with eyes more serious than ever. "This is not giving up, it's recognizing reality. If you want to fight, fine, but I ask you, how to fight? He pointed at the smiling Yun Qianqian, then at the expressionless Lu Yuan. Do you want to be purified by that golden light, or do you want to taste what it's like to be surrounded and beaten by a dozen beast tamers? We have come this far relying on strength and judgment, not foolish passion. His words left the team completely speechless. They flushed red, their lips moved, but not a single word could escape. Indeed, from start to finish, all their actions were within Lu Yuan's expectations. This person was not only unfathomably strong but also had an intelligence that was extraordinarily cunning. To be enemies with such a person was indeed foolish. Yun Qianqian muttered softly, just loud enough for the people across to hear clearly, "They are being smart, otherwise, my holy maiden of radiance is just getting warmed up and is worried about where to stretch my muscles." Dongfang Shua's mouth twitched. He turned to Lu Yuan again, his tone now sincere, "Brother Lu, we have lost, and we acknowledge it." Lu Yuan looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Brother Dongfang is a smart man." He said no more, taking Yun Qianqian's hand and walking straight toward the white bone altar. Dongfang Shua and the others just stood there, silently watching. They had no resentment, only a deep sense of powerlessness. At the moment Lu Yuan stepped onto the altar, the abyssal serpent egg floating in the air trembled violently. Buzz! A thick, rich abyss black mist erupted from the eggshell, transforming into an invisible giant mouth and fiercely biting towards Lu Yuan's head. The black mist was filled with violent, chaotic, and fallen negative spiritual energy, enough to make any silver-tier beast tamer lose their mind instantly and become an idiot. "Be careful!" Dongfang Shua shouted instinctively. However, Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Just as the black mist was about to touch him, a flame ignited in his eyes. The surging black mist seemed to have encountered the most terrifying enemy in the world, instantly dissolving as if it had never appeared. The 9 transformation refining divine technique within Lu Yuan operated on its own, such a degree of mental impact couldn't even cause him a ripple. Dongfang Shua and the team behind him were now completely numb. The entire process was calm and unhurried. "Got it!" Yun Qianqian cheered and skipped over to Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan stored the egg into his storage space, then turned to look at the still stunned Dongfang Shua and the others. "Brother Dongfang, since you are here, I can't let you leave empty-handed." His gaze fell on an inconspicuous corner of a stone wall across the underground lake. Under the broken bridge, at the water and rock junction, there are a few black water dark snake herbs. Although they are only silver-tier materials, they should be useful for your beasts. After saying that, he didn't linger, pulling Yun Qianqian and heading toward the exit of the cave. Until the two figures completely disappeared into the darkness, Dongfang Shua slowly came to his senses. "Captain, what does he mean by this?" a female team member asked in confusion. "Is he pitying us?" Dongfang Shua paused for a moment before shaking his head. "No, he isn't pitying us, he is warning us. He is using this method to tell us that we and he are not on the same level at all. He can easily spot opportunities we are completely unaware of, and he can easily decide our life or death. What he gives us is like an adult casually tossing a few candies to a child, utterly meaningless." The others were shaken to their core upon hearing this. They looked in the direction Lu Yuan had left. "In this trial, we lost fairly." Dongfang Shua sighed, then quickly regained his spirit, "But we did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, we witnessed what a true prodigy is. Remember his name, Lu Yuan. From today onward, he is the target we chase. Go, let's get the black water mysterious snake herb. The opportunity belongs to us, we will take it ourselves." Chapter 69, End of the Secret Realm. Just as Lu Yuan informed Dongfang Shua of the location of the black water mysterious snake herb. The moment Dongfang Shua left, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all survivors. "Warning, the abyssal demon python egg has been acquired. The secret realm cave of 10,000 snakes will close in 1 hour, and all trial participants will be forcibly teleported." This voice shattered the silence in front of the altar. Dongfang Shua and his teammates watched Lu Yuan's back. In their eyes, there was no longer any intention of fighting, only pure admiration. They had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes and had truly recognized the gap between themselves and a real genius. Lu Yuan did not look back, he only held Yun Qianqian's hand, disappearing into the darkness of the passage they came from. An hour disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the last second of the countdown ended, an irresistible force immediately enveloped everyone. The sensation of the world spinning around them returned once more. In the next second, when Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian landed on solid ground again, they found themselves no longer in the dark, damp cave, but in the central auditorium of Beiming Academy. All first-year students had been teleported back, and the whole auditorium was in chaos. Some were excitedly bragging about their achievements, some were recounting the dangers they encountered in fear, and others were downcast, clearly disappointed with their meager gains. But all the noise gradually quieted down as they saw the 2 massive light screens at the center of the auditorium. On the left, the real-time scrolling scoreboard. That bright red and glaring list attracted everyone's attention. First place, Lu Yuan. Points, 101,215 inch. Second place, Yun Qiannian. Points, 99,995 inch. Third place, Dongfang Shua. Points, 34,259 inch. After a brief moment of silence, a tsunami-like cheer erupted from the crowd. 100,000? I must be seeing things. Lu Yuan's points exceeded 100,000? How is this possible? I fought tooth and nail to kill just a dozen black iron great snakes, and my points barely passed 1,000. Did he wipe out the entire cave of 10,000 snakes? Yun Qiannian is incredible too, almost hitting 100,000. Dongfang Shua is also amazing, over 30,000 points, that's dozens of times ours, but compared to those two, it's hard to say. In a corner not far away, Feng Xiao looked at the scoreboard, and the few lackeys beside him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The total points of their entire team didn't even reach 1/5 of Lu Yuan's. This gap was no longer something effort could bridge. On the other side, Dongfang Shua and his team members just teleported back, exchanged smiles upon seeing the scoreboard. Losing to someone like this isn't unfair. If the left scoreboard brought numerical shock, then the footage playing on the right screen brought even greater astonishment. It was the battle video of Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua's teams fighting against the Gold Tier 9 Nether Dark Snake. The footage started from the 9 Nether Dark Snake bursting out of the water, the terrifying pressure of the Gold Tier engulfing the entire scene. What the hell? What is that? A snake with 9 heads? Gold Tier. It's definitely the pressure of the Gold Tier. Are you kidding? There are monsters like this in the first year trials? When they saw a team member's beast being blasted apart by a shockwave, a chill ran through the crowd. However, the next scene changed everything. 3 beams of radiant light erupted, 9 light elves appeared in formation, their holy brilliance instantly covering the battlefield, forcefully countering the pressure of the Gold Tier. That's Lu Yuan's summoned beast. He summoned 9 light elves once again. No, wait. Look, those 9 light elves, their auras are all bronze high tier. It's different from last time. The following scenes made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. 3 light spears shot out towards 3 different directions in a distraction-like manner. What is he doing? Is he giving the Gold Tier boss a massage? Someone subconsciously complained. But in the next second, the light gun exploded with a roar. The dazzling light and energy shock successfully caused the main head of the 9 Nether Serpent to freeze in place. It was in this 1 second. A figure appeared in front of Yun Qiannian, the Holy Maiden of Radiance. She slowly raised her hand, a slender golden beam precisely struck the center of the 9 Nether Serpent's main head. Crack! The scene was intentionally slowed down, and everyone clearly saw that golden-ranked serpent head explode with a loud noise. 1 hit, instant kill. The whole hall fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the looping footage, their minds blank. Shock was no longer enough to describe their feelings at this moment. What kind of beast is this, that it can instantly kill a golden-ranked beast with 1 hit? This must be Yun Qiannian's beast, we didn't see it before at the new student arena. It seems she has contracted a new beast. Isn't Yun Qiannian's beast just too outrageous? It wiped out a golden-ranked beast just like that. It's not just because of Yun Qiannian's beast's attack power, Lu Yuan's energy spear made the 9 Nether Serpent's main head dazed, unable to defend in time. A perfect combination. Lu Yuan pretended not to hear the gazes around him, his eyes swept through the crowd and suddenly stopped in a corner. There stood several students with pale faces and vacant eyes. They were exactly the group that mocked them for going the wrong way and then rushed onto the bridge of capturing, falling into the dark lake. They were surprisingly still alive? Confusion flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Silence. At this moment, a voice echoed through the hall. Vice Dean Lei Qing appeared on the podium. His sharp gaze swept across the audience, and all students instinctively straightened their backs. It seems you have all experienced the cruelty of the secret realm. Lei Qing's voice was powerful, some returned with full rewards, while others were left in a sorry state. In fact, some of you have died once within the secret realm. His words stunned most students present. And those revived from death, such as the 5 who fell into the lake, began to tremble violently, fear evident in their eyes. Our Academy's trial secret realm has the highest level of safety protocol. Lei Qing explained. When your life signs drop to a critical point, the wristband will automatically trigger a transmission, forcibly sending you to the medical cabin for repair. You will not truly die, but you will experience 100% of the fear and despair of the moment of death. This is the first lesson the Academy teaches you, and also the most important one. Never underestimate any secret realm, and always maintain a sense of awe towards the unknown. In this trial, some performed excellently, while others revealed fatal weaknesses. I hope this experience will help you be more cautious when entering truly unexplored secret realms in the future and live longer. His gaze swept through the crowd, finally stopping at Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian. Lei Qing's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Come to the stage. Chapter 70, Reward. Under Lei Qing's gaze, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian walked onto the podium side by side. All eyes were upon them. Yun Qianqian's small face beamed with excitement and pride as she hooked her arm with Lu Yuan's. Lu Yuan, however, remained calm and collected, quietly accepting the thousands of gazes from below. Lei Qing's gaze swept over the two, and the stern expression on his face rarely revealed approval. In this trial, the Academy has been watching all of your performances. Some have shown us the potential of elites. Others have shown us courage and judgment. Team Dongfang Shua. As soon as his name was called, Dongfang Shua stood up straight. When facing enemies far beyond their own strength, you were able to make the correct judgments. At a crucial moment, he provided indispensable assistance for the final victory. Lei Qing looked towards the Dongfang Shua team's direction. The Academy never spares rewards for the smart. The academic committee has decided that the points earned by the Dongfang Shua team in this trial will be doubled. As the words fell, Dongfang Shua's identity bracelet vibrated slightly. He looked down, and the originally earned more than 34,000 points instantly became more than 68,000. The three teammates behind him were first stunned, then their faces burst into ecstatic joy. They thought that this time's secret realm harvest was over, but unexpectedly, they received such a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Vice President. Dongfang Shua bowed towards the podium. The students below erupted in a burst of envious discussions. However, this was just the appetizer. Lei Qing's gaze returned to Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. As for Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, his voice suddenly rose. You two, as the only team in this trial who completed the final goal and brought back the abyssal python egg, have performance that exceeds the category of excellent. You not only demonstrated absolute strength that crushes your peers but also proved to everyone that, in the world of beast tamers, wisdom and courage are far more important than just rank. Therefore, the Academy will grant you rewards. Lei Qing paused. He held out 3 fingers. Your final points will be tripled. Tripled? I must have misheard? Lu Yuan's 100,000 points tripled means 300,000? Yun Qianqian is similar, almost 300,000. My god, how envious. First place, Lu Yuan. Points, 303,645. Second place, Yun Qianqian. Points, 299,835. Yun Qianqian looked at the skyrocketing points on her bracelet, her eyes were squinting with laughter. She leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and excitedly whispered in a voice only the two could hear, Yuan, Yuan. Great. I can buy so many resources to feed my fire sparrow and saint woman. However, Lei Qing clearly did not intend to end it here. He looked at the students below and spoke again. In addition, given that you successfully killed the golden-ranked beast 9 Nether Serpent, clearing the secret realm's hidden dangers for the Academy. The Academy has decided to give Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian each an additional 200,000 points. And there is also the reward for this time. Once in the Academy's points exchange system, you can freely choose any secret realm worth under 1 million points to participate in a trial. A secret realm worth 1 million points. Inside, the opportunities and dangers contained are completely incomparable to a new secret realm like Wanshi Cave. This time, a clear smile finally appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Points are certainly important, but this opportunity is truly a priceless treasure. His Beast Tamer's illustrated book was already desperate for more. After a long time, the audience erupted into even more intense excitement than ever before. I feel numb. Can someone hit me and tell me I'm not dreaming? In half a year, no, maybe just 3 months, the gap between us and him will be pulled to a point we can never catch up. This is the true pride of heaven, we are just here for the run. Jealousy, at this moment, had completely disappeared. When the gap reaches a certain extent, all that is left is to look up. Dongfang Shua stood in the crowd, looking at the perfect pair on stage, and let out a long breath. The teammates beside him all wore expressions of relief. They lost, but lost convincingly. Silence. Lei Qing's voice rang out again, forcefully suppressing all the commotion. The rewards have been distributed. This trial summary meeting is now over. Dismissed. After speaking, he turned and left the podium. As soon as Lei Qing left, the order in the entire auditorium instantly fell into chaos. Countless students surged towards the podium. God Lu. Please take me. Will there be team trials in the future? God Yun. What kind of humanoid beast is that? Junior Lu, here is my contact information. However, before they could rush up, a petite figure blocked in front of Lu Yuan. Yun Qianqian had her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks, like a protective female beast, glaring with her peach blossom eyes. What are you doing? get away from my Yuan. He is tired and needs to go back to rest. The aura that belonged to a mid-level Beastmaster of Silver was unapologetically radiating from her. Plus, the psychological shadow brought by the golden-level Saintess of Dawn actually made the group of crazy students come to a halt. Lu Yuan could only smile helplessly, rubbing her head, leading this husband-protecting fanatic, and walking down the podium calmly under everyone's gaze, leaving the auditorium. Until their figures completely disappeared, the atmosphere in the auditorium reignited. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for countless new students at Beiming Beastmaster Academy. And the name Lu Yuan would become an insurmountable monument in the hearts of this year's new students. Chapter 71, Valley of Falling Stars. When Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian returned to the hillside villa, Lan Liuli was sprawled on the sofa. Stuffing chips into her mouth, she said, "Oh my god, I just watched the live replay on the Academy forum." "Did you two go for the new student trial or for a demolition?" Su Yueli was holding a cup of tea, a faint smile on her face. "You're back, are you tired?" "Not tired, not tired." Yun Qianqian plopped down next to Su Yueli, affectionately linking her arm. "Mom, Aunt Liuli, look. We struck gold." She projected a radiant number with her hand ring. Yun Qianqian, 539,835 points. 533,000, not bad, really not bad. Lan Liuli rubbed her eyes and let out a wail. "I worked hard leading a team for a whole week, and after deducting costs, I only earned this little. You two just wandered around in the secret realm and became rich." She looked heartbroken, pointing at Lu Yuan. "Kid, honestly, how many points do you have now?" Before Lu Yuan could speak, Yun Qianqian had already acted like a protective hen. "That's my Yuan earning it by his own ability. Just envy and be jealous." "I am envious and jealous," Lan Liuli replied boldly. Then, she put on a flattering smile, leaning close to Yun Qianqian. "Good Qianqian, my goddaughter, look how good I am to you, look at this points." "No way." Yun Qianqian decisively refused. Yuan's points are for buying resources for his beasts, and my points are for buying resources for mine." Lan Liuli was choked and rolled her eyes. Su Yueli smiled helplessly and gently patted her daughter's hand. Lu Yuan was already accustomed to this daily banter. He looked at Su Yueli and calmly said, "Aunt Su, points come secondary. Vice Dean Leiqing also rewarded us with a chance to enter a secret realm under 1,000,000 points." As soon as this sentence came out, the originally relaxed and joyful atmosphere in the living room changed instantly. Lan Liuli stopped joking. She straightened her body. "A secret realm worth 1,000,000 points? The Academy really spent a lot this time." Su Yueli put down her teacup. "This is the biggest gain from this time." Her gaze swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. The higher the value of the Academy's points secret realms, the more complete the rules inside, and the higher the energy levels. For you, this is both a huge opportunity and a deadly test. She raised her hand and waved in the air. A light screen unfolded, listing dozens of secret realm details. There are many secret realms under 1,000,000 points, each with different focuses. Some are mainly for honing combat skills, while others produce rare minerals in abundance. Su Yueli's finger slid across the light screen, finally stopping on one option. The light screen magnified, and lines of information clearly emerged. Secret realm name, Valley of Falling Stars. Value, 950,000 points. Secret realm description, in ancient times. A shard of star containing the dual primordial forces of light and fire fell here, forming this unique valley. Inside the valley, the light elements and fire elements are extremely rich and active, constantly shrouded in intense starlight. Main outputs, various rare materials of light and fire attributes, fragments of star origin, with an extremely low probability of birthing elemental life such as light spirits and fire spirits. Danger rating, extremely high. The energy inside the valley is violent, posing a huge test to the mental strength of Beastmasters. At the same time, many powerful elemental creatures reside here, with the lowest tier being high-ranking silver. Suggested for low-ranking gold Beastmasters to enter. Starfall Valley? Yun Qianqian read aloud, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's right. Su Yueli nodded. This secret realm is the most suitable place for both of you at this stage. Her gaze first turned to Lu Yuan. Your primordial light is purely of the light attribute. Then, she looked at Yun Qianqian. Your holy flame fire sparrow and radiant saintess are both favored by the attributes of fire and light. Especially the radiant saintess, she possesses a divine quality. The resources here are simply perfect for you. Lan Liuli added from the side, I've also heard about this place, known as the Paradise for Fire and Light Beastmasters, but also a hell. Paradise because the resources are so abundant, just digging a piece of soil might yield bronze-tier materials. Hell, on the other hand. She smacked her lips. The lowest level monsters are high-ranking silver, which means that any small monster you encounter might be even more troublesome than the ordinary head of the nine nether serpent in the Wanshi cave. After hearing the introductions from the two, Yun Qianqian was not afraid at all. Instead, she was even more excited. Light spirits, fire spirits. They sound so awesome. Yuan, let's go to this place, okay? She turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. For her, it didn't matter where they went, what mattered was who she would go with. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the description of various rare materials of light and fire attributes, fragments of star origin. His primordial light is itself the king of light elements. Although its light servant is of low rank, its essence is the purest light elemental life form. Entering Starfall Valley is no less than a dragon returning to the sea for the primordial light. As for Yun Shanshan's holy flame fire sparrow, under the influence of the radiant saintess, its bloodline has started to transform in a more divine direction. The violent fire elements in Starfall Valley are the best catalyst for its breakthrough. As for radiant saintess, Lu Yuan even had a feeling that this place seemed tailor-made for her. Ansu, Lu Yuan raised his head, let's choose Starfall Valley. Su Yueli looked into his eyes, slowly nodded, and revealed a gratified smile. She knew that this child would never choose comfort. Okay. Su Yueli withdrew the light curtain. Since you've decided, let's make some preparations. You both need to quickly raise your Beastmaster ranks. Entering Starfall Valley as you are now is still too dangerous. Got it, Mom. Yun Shanshan replied cheerfully, grabbing Lu Yuan's hand and rushing outside. Yuan, let's hurry to the Points Mall to buy resources to raise our Beastmaster ranks. Watching the two kids hurried backs, Lan Liuli leaned on the sofa, lazily sighing, how nice it is to be young. Back in our day, before entering a secret realm like this, didn't we all have to burn incense, bathe, and fast for 3 days, fearing we might die inside? Su Yueli picked up her teacup, took a soft sip, and gazed out the window. Times, after all, are different. She said softly. The era belonging to them has already arrived. Chapter 72, Advance to Silver. The Point Mall at Beiming Academy was still bustling with voices. But at this moment, the sales staff in the materials resource area and the surrounding students all looked at each other with strange eyes. Watching Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan who were frantically shopping. That charred corona stone, 50,000 points each, I want it. Lu Yuan pointed at a pitch-black stone. The sales clerk reminded, student, this thing is a product of failed extraction of corona essence, its energy structure has completely collapsed, it has no value, are you sure? Sure. In Lu Yuan's Beastmaster pictorial, the introduction of this worthless stone contains a trace of true solar fire remnants, can be used to enhance fire and light dual attribute beasts. This thing was practically tailor-made for the Saintess of Radiance and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. And that pile of a solidified shadow marsh, I want a portion. Shattered light core, wrap that up too. Yun Shanshan followed behind, preparing to pay for Lu Yuan. But when she saw Lu Yuan's choices becoming increasingly outrageous, as her wristband's points, which had just soared to over 500,000, dropped at a ridiculous speed, her little face also fell. Yuan. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes. My heart, it's bleeding, these things look so useless. Lu Yuan smiled and stuffed the material he had just bought, called Thunder Kiss Grass, into her hands. The pictorial showed it was an excellent material for enhancing Dark Rangers. Trust me. Yun Shanshan looked into his eyes, her little inner turmoil vanished in an instant. She nodded heavily and tightened her grip on the grass, her little face regaining its determination. All right. I'll listen to you. If worst comes to worst, we'll slaughter another secret realm. The surrounding students stumbled and almost couldn't stand upon hearing this. When the two had squandered nearly 1,000,000 points, they returned to the hillside villa with a large pile of materials that others viewed as garbage. Back. Su Yueli's gaze swept over them, seems like a good harvest. Lan Liuli crossed her legs and threw over a dragon-shaped badge. Here, the Longshao Academy thing is settled. In 3 months, the Dragon Nest secret realm will be open to you. Little guy, this was traded with Auntie with my charm, grinding it out with Qingyan's godmother, are you moved? Lu Yuan took the badge. Thank you, Aunt Liuli. Just saying thanks isn't enough. Lan Liuli winked at him. Next time you open a market, remember to leave a spot for Auntie. Lu Yuan made an okay hand gesture. Alright, chit-chat ends here. Starting today, for 1 month, until you leave for Meteor Valley, you will undergo special training. She raised her hand, and a light screen unfolded in the center of the living room, densely listing the training plan, accurate to every hour. The goal of this month is simple, to elevate all your beasts to silver rank. For Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, the next month was a mix of pain and joy. Su Yueli's training plan was simply devilish. In the early morning, it was basic physical and mental training. Lu Yuan practiced the 9 turns refinement technique. Yun Shanshan practiced connecting with her beasts. In the morning, it was theory and resource absorption. Lu Yuan handled those garbage resources, one by one, under the guidance of the Beastmaster pictorial. In the afternoon, it was the most brutal practical sparring. On the battlefield. Shanshan, your Dark Ranger's heart-piercing volley rhythm is off. Your aim is suppression, not killing. Create opportunities for the holy flame fire sparrow's blazing skyfall. Su Yueli's voice echoed at the side. As soon as her words fell, 3 shadow arrows had already sealed off all the escape routes of the Primordial Light. Primordial Light, Light Wings. Scrying Mirror, Mirror Synchronization. Lu Yuan calmly commanded. The Primordial Light's wings behind it flapped, rising at an angle, narrowly avoiding the arrows. At the same time, a phantom chain connected it to the scrying mirror below. Too late! Yun Shanxian exclaimed, Shadow Strike. The Dark Ranger's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing behind the Primordial Light the next second, with a dagger gleaming coldly, piercing towards its vital spot. However, just as the dagger was about to hit, the shadow of the initial light shattered like foam. The Dark Ranger's strike missed, pausing for a moment. It was at this moment of flaw. Reverse light. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. On the ground, the overlooked viewing mirror suddenly brightened. The Dark Ranger had just unleashed the Shadow Strike energy, which was completely absorbed by it, then reversed with double the intensity. A black light shot out from the mirror, arriving first and crashing hard into the Dark Ranger. Bang! The Dark Ranger let out a muffled grunt, painfully forced out of its stealth state. Great job! Yun Shanxian expressed joy rather than shock, her fighting spirit soaring, but it's not over yet. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Heavenly Fall. In the sky, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow that had long been ready to strike let out a loud cry. With a flap of its wings, a gigantic holy flame illusion detached from its body, trailing a long burning streak, like a falling meteor, smashing toward Lu Yuan's beast. The terrifying high temperature distorted the air over the battlefield. Faced with this ultimate skill of the silver tier, Lu Yuan's gaze remained calm. Initial light, Servant of Light. Viewing mirror, mirror image storage release. Buzz. 3 peak bronze tier light spirits appeared on the battlefield, facing the falling firebird. And beside Lu Yuan, the viewing mirror glimmered, producing another identical initial light out of thin air. 2 initial lights, 6 light spirits. The Light Legion doubled in size. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the center of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, the scene on the battlefield made the watching Lan Lili gasp in shock. The battlefield had turned into a scorched earth. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's beasts were already exhausted, each panting for breath. A draw. With 2 peak bronze tier beasts, they had withstood a joint fierce attack from a peak bronze tier and a low silver tier. Such hard training, day after day. A massive amount of resources, devilish training, and gradually coordinated teamwork. Finally, 2 days before Su Yueli's planned entry into the secret realm. After training, 2 powerful energy waves erupted simultaneously in Lu Yuan's room. The initial light floating in midair and the adjacent viewing mirror both emitted strong waves. Silver tier. It succeeded. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yuan felt 2 streams of spiritual power flowing back along the contract, surging into his sea of consciousness. The barrier of peak bronze tier shattered under the bombardment of this immense energy. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, the Beastmaster rank, low silver tier. Chapter 73, Advancement of the Initial Light. Silver tier Beastmaster. Just as he savored this brand new realm, there was a gentle knock at the door. Knock, knock. Yuan, are you alright? We just felt a huge energy wave. It was Yun Shanxian's voice. Lu Yuan got up to open the door, standing outside were Yun Shanxian and Su Yueli. Yun Shanxian's little face was slightly flushed from running. Su Yueli stood beside her, looking gentle and curious. I'm fine, the initial light and viewing mirror both broke through. Lu Yuan explained. Really? Yun Shanxian jumped up in delight. Her joy came from the heart, happier than if she had succeeded in her own breakthrough. My Dark Ranger also successfully broke through to the silver tier 2 days ago. Yun Shanxian said with anticipation for the future. Now we can go to the Falling Star Valley with even greater confidence. Let's clear out all the good stuff inside. Su Yueli watched the 2 children full of spirit and smiled. She could feel that Lu Yuan's aura had stabilized at low silver tier, solid and unwavering. Since you've already broken through, consolidate well. The day after tomorrow, I'll take you both to the entrance of the secret realm. Su Yueli gave a reminder and then turned to leave. Okay. Yuan, you rest up, tomorrow we will contract new beasts. Yun Qianchen said a word, then followed her mother's footsteps and left. The door was closed again, and only Lu Yuan remained in the room. He took a deep breath. Finally, he was at the silver rank. From being mocked for summoning the glowing butterfly, to now becoming the top student among the new arrivals at Beiming Academy, it had only been a few months. With a thought, the Beastmaster Atlas automatically appeared in front of him, opening to the page that belonged to the Primordial Light. The attribute panel before evolution was clearly listed. Beast, Primordial Light. Potential, for stars, each time the major rank is upgraded, it will drop 1 star, 1 star cannot evolve further. Rank, low silver. Racial skills. 1. Divine Radiance, existence is territory, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. It can also launch light particles for purification. 2. Light Servants, summon 3 light sprites with ranks always 1 tier lower than the Primordial Light to fight together. 3. Judgment of Light, condense light energy into a 1 meter long light spear for throwing, causing devastating light attribute damage, and absolute suppression effect on dark targets. 4. Wings of Light, can fly at high speed for a short time. 5. Holy Light Guardian, apply a shield to friendly units that can absorb damage. Lu Yuan's gaze fell directly on the evolution path at the bottom. Evolution path, unique legend Primordial Light Shining Holy Spirit, 5-star potential. Evolution conditions. 1. Beastmaster rank reaches silver level. 2. Evolution material, Holy Crystal, epic, ×1. 3. Evolution material, Angel Feather, epic, ×1. All 3 conditions were fully met. Now is the time. Lu Yuan opened his storage space and took out the 2 epic materials sent by Yun Jintian. One was a completely transparent holy crystal, as if countless points of light were swirling inside it. The other was a pure white feather, emitting a gentle and holy glow. As soon as the 2 epic materials appeared, the entire room was filled with rich light elements. On the page of the Beastmaster Atlas, the evolution option leading to Shining Holy Spirit displayed the words can evolve. Without any hesitation. Evolve. As Lu Yuan confirmed with his mind, the Beastmaster Atlas released a gentle purple golden light, enveloping the Primordial Light, Holy Crystal, and Angel Feather suspended in mid-air. Unlike the previous evolution, this time, the light did not flash and disappear. The Holy Crystal and Angel Feather slowly began to dissolve under the shining purple golden light. One was the magnificent divine source power, and the other was the pure and light feathering power. The 2 energies slowly merged into the core of his light sphere. The light sphere of primordial light began to violently shrink and expand, as if it were a heart nurturing new life. Lu Yuan could clearly sense that the life level of the primordial light was undergoing a leap. This evolution lasted a full 10 minutes. When the last trace of liquid light energy was completely absorbed, the light mass finally stabilized. Boom! A surge of power, much stronger than before, flowed along with the contract power into Lu Yuan's body. This power washed away his just stabilized silver rank foundation, causing his mental strength to increase again, but he was still a bit short of breaking through to the mid-silver rank. Lu Yuan didn't mind, all his thoughts were focused on the final result of the evolution before him. As the light faded away, the original light sphere had disappeared. In its place was a small sprite figure, half a meter in size, floating in mid-air. Unlike the primordial light, this little sprite held a staff in its hand, and behind it, a pair of splendid wings made of light energy slowly unfolded. This was the Shining Holy Spirit. The Beastmaster Atlas automatically opened a new page, displaying the brand new panel of the Shining Holy Spirit before his eyes. Beast, Shining Holy Spirit. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-silver. Racial skills. 1. Holy Radiance Domain, existence is territory. Continuously purify, dissipate, and suppress all negative and dark energy. You can also emit light particles for purification. Actively release the radiant shockwave, causing light attribute damage to the surrounding area. Holy Spirit Servant, summon 3 light spirits whose rank is always 1 tier lower than your own to fight alongside you. When a light spirit falls, it will self-destruct, causing small area light attribute damage. Final Holy Spear, concentrate light energy to create a 100-meter long light spear to throw, causing devastating light attribute damage and absolute suppression effect against dark targets. The spear will split into 2 smaller spears to attack nearby other targets after hitting the main target. Spirit Radiance Wings, you can fly at high speed for a short period of time. During flight, leave a light trail, granting friendly units a 10% movement speed bonus when they pass through it. Divine Protection, apply a shield to friendly units that can absorb damage. When the shield is broken, it will release a wave of light, repelling nearby enemies. Radiant Nova, leap into the air, concentrate light energy, and then strike the ground, triggering a large area light attribute explosion causing damage. Holy Spirit Blessing, apply a protection to all friendly units, making them immune to mental attacks, lasting for 8 seconds. Not only did the rank rise directly from low-tier silver to mid-tier, but the potential also returned to 5 stars. The original 5 skills have also been fully enhanced, awakening 2 brand new skills. Radiant Nova, a powerful area attack skill, compensates for its previous weakness in group damage output. And Holy Spirit Blessing left Lu Yuan shocked. Immune to mental attacks. In the perilous secret realm, many high-tier Beastmasters' physical attacks are not terrible, the most deadly often come from those unpredictable mental shocks. This skill is undoubtedly a trump card. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted downward, landing on the new evolution requirements. Evolution Path, Unique Legend Radiant Holy Spirit Eternal Light Envoy, 5-star potential. Evolution Requirements. 1. The beast's rank reaches Platinum tier. 2. Evolution Material, Divine Crystal, King tier, ×1. 3. Evolution Material, Star Core, Epic, ×1. King tier materials. I didn't expect the third evolution to already require King tier materials. For this, Lu Yuan felt relieved. After all, each evolution brings unparalleled enhancement to the beast, and needing King tier materials for evolution was within expectations. Chapter 74 Talent. The spiritual power of a silver tier Beastmaster is like a widened lake. His mind sank into the sea of consciousness. According to common sense, after advancing to a high tier, a new contract position would be opened in the sea of consciousness. Sure enough, near the center of the sea of consciousness, beside the contract positions representing the radiant Holy Spirit and the peering mirror, a new contract position has already appeared. However, Lu Yuan's attention was quickly caught by another unusual change. Not far from the newly born contract position, a chaotic golden light was slowly condensing and taking shape. What is this? Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. He immediately thought of a term that only exists among top Beast Masters: talent. Beastmaster talent, it is elusive, with no rules to speak of. It may appear at any promotion, or one may never touch it in a lifetime. But without a doubt, every Beastmaster who awakens a talent is destined to become a standout atop the tide of the times. Talent comes in many forms. Weak talent may simply amplify the Beastmaster's own power or speed, while strong talent can even open an independent beast space or distort the rules of reality. Lu Yuan held his breath, focusing all his attention on that constantly changing golden light. The light finally gathered. Talent, seal. A talent name appeared, along with its details, floating in Lu Yuan's mind. Talent, seal. Effect 1, Beast Seal. When used on any of your own beasts, the target receives a double increase in all attributes for 10 minutes and instantly recovers all injuries, and energy and negative states. No side effects, and after the effect ends, there will be no weakness. Effect 2? Not unlocked yet. Effect 3? Not unlocked yet. Can automatically condense one brand daily, with no storage limit. The brand can only act on one's own contracted beast. Note, currently awakened beast brand, with 2 brands yet to awaken, merging 3 brands may lead to new transformations. The first thought about the brand is that the effect of this talent is somewhat like a super enhanced recovery skill. But the second thought is, this is not a recovery skill at all. Imagine this, in an intense battle, when the radiant sacred spirit is exhausted, energy depleted, and covered in wounds. Just as the opponent is about to show a victorious smile, all I need to do is release a brand. In the next second, a fully restored, attribute-boosted radiant sacred spirit will re-enter the battlefield with a presence that surpasses its peak. This is enough to completely ruin any opponent's mindset. Not to mention, it can also act on the mirror of glimpses, even on the images stored within the mirror of glimpses. The tactical combinations here are simply endless. Who? Lu Yuan let out a long breath, forcefully suppressing the waves in his heart. The arrival of this talent is too timely. The Falling Star Valley, where he is about to go, has a danger rating of extremely high, with the lowest level creatures being high-tier silver. Even though they have made thorough preparations, it is no different from dancing on the tip of a knife. And the existence of the brand talent undoubtedly adds a significant safeguard to this expedition into the secret realm. His thoughts return to that newly formed contract position. Silver tier, 3 contracted beasts. It's time to add a new member to his contracted beasts. The next morning, the sun was just right. In the private training ground of the mountainside villa, Su Yueli and Lan Lioli focused their eyes on the 2 young people in the field. Are you ready? Su Yueli's tone was gentle. Ready. Yun Xianxian was the first to jump out. She took out a peculiar summoning stone from her storage space. The Mirror Source Stone. This is what she obtained in the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Yun Xianxian took a deep breath and slowly infused her psychic energy into it. Buzz, the Mirror Source Stone emitted a soft hum, and countless mirror fragments on its surface began to spin rapidly, refracting countless lights. Immediately afterward, a space crack quietly opened in front of the stone. A completely black, elegantly shaped cat walked out from the crack. It looked no different from an ordinary black cat, but its eyes seemed like a starry sky. On its face, there were white patterns, outlining a delicate and mysterious mask. The cat glanced around before finally locking its gaze on Yun Xianxian, tilting its head gently. Yun Xianxian's eyes instantly brightened like stars. So cute. She couldn't wait to reach out her hand. The contract had already formed the moment the black cat appeared. Contracted beast, Void Mask Cat. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, low silver. Attribute, Void. Racial skills. 1. Void walking, passive, can briefly enter the void dimension, ignoring most physical and energy attacks, and is immune to all locking. 2. Mask mimicry, can simulate and perfectly replicate the aura and energy fluctuations of any creature not exceeding its own 2 major tiers, cannot be detected by any probing skills. Note, this is only mimicry, it does not possess the skills of the mimicked creature. 3. Dimensional claws, attaching a layer of dimensional slashing energy to its claws, can ignore part of the target's defenses during attacks and has a certain chance to cause ongoing space rift damage. 4. Absolute silence, creates a spherical silence domain with a radius of 10 meters, all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing within the domain are completely shielded, and creatures outside the domain cannot perceive anything happening within. Lu Yuan's Beast Dictionary also simultaneously displayed the panel of this cat. A void attribute, and with a 5-star potential. Lu Yuan no longer had any words to say about this. This cat skill combination was simply born for assassination and infiltration. Passive immunity lock, active breath simulation, and it could also create an absolute silence field, paired with the Dark Ranger. Great! Another partner with 5-star potential. Yun Xianxian jumped up happily and rushed to hug the cat. TSK tisk. Lan Liuli straightened her body inside, another 5-star. Your Yun family's luck is truly unreasonable. Su Yueli just smiled, not surprised by this. The 5-star potential spirit beast summoned by Yun Xianxian had long had an antibody for Su Yueli. Her gaze was more focused on Lu Yuan, filled with anticipation. Xianxian's summon was an expected surprise. But Lu Yuan's summon was truly unpredictable. Yuan, it's your turn. Yun Xianxian withdrew her hand and waved at Lu Yuan. You must be able to summon a spirit beast even stronger than my cat. Lu Yuan nodded and stepped forward. He looked at the same mirror source stone in his hand, and for once, waves stirred in his heart. Even though he had the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia as his ultimate trump card, the moment of each summon still quietly brought forth an unease from the unknown. He remembered the shy, glowing butterfly on the high platform. In the training ground, the simple mirror spirit. He didn't want to experience such a start for the 3rd time. Putting aside distractions, Lu Yuan infused his mental strength into the mirror source stone. Suddenly, a crack sound echoed. The space in front of Lu Yuan, like a piece of glass, unexpectedly appeared with a pitch-black crack. From that crack, there was no light, only absolute darkness. A much stranger aura than when the void masquerade cat appeared seeped out from within. On the sidelines, Lan Liuli's laziness instantly vanished without a trace, her expression serious. Su Yueli also retracted her gentle smile, her brows slightly furrowing, surprise flashing in her eyes. She couldn't completely analyze the composition of this aura. Yun Xianxian instinctively hugged her void masquerade cat tighter, its fur bristling, emitting a low, threatening growl. Under everyone's gaze, something slowly oozed out from that pure black darkness. That thing had no fixed shape. It resembled a living shadow, a puddle of flowing ink. It kept writhing and changing. What is this? Yun Xianxian asked. Lan Liuli uncertainly said, an energy distortion from a failed summon? However, Lu Yuan's expression shifted from serious at first to slowly becoming ecstatic. Because in his vision, that illusory ancient book had already opened automatically. Lines of golden text were presented clearly before his eyes. Chapter 75, Void Phantasm. Name, Void Phantasm. Rank, Mid-Bronze. Potential, 5 stars. Race skills. 1. Body of Void, immune to most physical damage, the Void Phantasm can transform into any shape. 2. Spatial channel, can choose a position within a kilometer as an anchor point, then open a spatial channel to reach that anchor point. Currently a maximum of 2 anchor points, cannot be used to cross spaces temporarily. 3. Dimension Blade, compresses spatial power to form an invisible sharp blade, ignoring most defenses. 4. Void Map, a map with a radius of 5 kilometers appears using the Void Phantasm's body as coordinates, the map will display the creatures and resources that appear. 5. A Phantom Body, the Void Phantasm can change into any form. Evolution Direction, the Void Phantasm always remains the Void Phantasm, with no evolution direction, but can absorb space-type treasures to enhance potential. The Void Phantasm will generate skills based on the treasures absorbed. Lu Yuan's breath paused for a moment. His heart uncontrollably raced. A surge of immense joy broke through his usual calm. He was a lucky emperor. This time, he truly felt like a lucky emperor. Immunity to physical damage, attacks that ignore defense, a built-in radar map, and an evolution method that could only be described as a bug. This was not just a beast companion, it was clearly a walking cheat code. Yuan? Yun Xianxian looked at Lu Yuan's face, which showed unprecedented, almost frenzied delight, and walked over with concern. Are you okay? That thing didn't hurt you, did it? On the sidelines, Lan Liuli's expression was grave to the extreme as she stared at the writhing living shadow, saying in a deep voice, "Kid, if something feels off, immediately break the contract." This kind of energy distortion from a failed summon is extremely unstable and could very likely backfire on the Beastmaster. Su Yueli didn't speak, but she was ready to act at any moment. They all thought Lu Yuan was stunned by the unknown monster he had summoned. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the swirling emotions, and the delight on his face faded. "Aunt Su, Aunt Lioli, Shanshan, don't worry," he turned around, looking at the living shadow with unprecedented satisfaction and admiration in his eyes. "It's not a distortion, it is my new partner." As his words fell, that writhing shadow seemed to understand and instantly stopped changing. It floated to Lu Yuan's feet, like a gentle puppy, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. "Partner?" Lan Lioli asked curiously. "This thing? It doesn't even have a fixed shape or a sound, you call this a beast companion?" Yun Shanshan also crouched down, reaching out with her finger and cautiously poking the shadow. Her finger passed through without any resistance, as if she had merely poked at air. "It's called Void Phantom," Lu Yuan explained. "It's a space attribute, very rare. Its abilities are quite special, good at hiding and moving." He only mentioned the most basic information, and naturally would not easily reveal its trump cards like physical immunity and built-in maps. Void Phantom. Su Yueli whispered the name, still looking at the shadow with lingering doubt in her eyes. "I have never seen any record of such a beast companion in any books. Lu Yuan, your luck is truly extraordinary." Lan Lioli came closer, circling around the shadow, exclaiming in wonder, "Space attribute. 5-star potential. Did Xiaoya sleep with the goddess of luck? This luck is just too unreasonable." She felt her worldview shattered today by these two little creatures one after another. First, Yun Shanshan casually summoned a 5-star potential Void Facade Cat, and now Lu Yuan had produced an unheard of Void Phantom. How could she, a hard-earned epic tier Beastmaster, bear such a blow? Hearing Lan Lioli's words, Yun Shanshan felt immense pride. She was not surprised at all by what Lu Yuan had summoned. Looking at the differing reactions of the three women, Lu Yuan merely smiled. With a thought, the shadow named Void Phantom began to change. It slowly elongated and transformed from a puddle of flowing ink into a pitch-black light gun, identical to the Judgment of Light in his hand, quietly hovering by his side. This was the ability of phantom form. This move made Lan Lioli's eyelids twitch once again. All right, stop showing off. If you keep showing off, my heart can't take it." She waved her hand, slumping back into her chair with a lifeless expression. "You young folks play on your own, I need to calm down." Su Yueli smiled gently, looking at the spirited two kids in the arena, along with their uniquely powerful beast companions, her eyes filled with warmth. "Since you've all contracted new partners, you need to bond quickly." Her tone regained the authority of an instructor. "Don't waste time, the battle begins now." "Okay." Yun Shanshan was filled with fighting spirit. The training ground's atmosphere changed instantly. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances, seeing eagerness in each other's eyes. Glorious Holy Spirit, Mirror of Inquiry, Phantom of the Void. Dark Ranger, Holy Flame Firebird, Void Facade Cat, Radiant Holy Maiden. Both summoned all their beasts at the same time. In an instant, 7 powerful beasts stood on either side in the small training ground. The Beast Encyclopedia appeared, showcasing the panels of the 7 beasts. Beast, Glorious Holy Spirit. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Mid-Silver. Racial skills. 1. Holy Radiance Domain, existing is the domain, constantly purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. Also, can emit light particles for purification. Can actively release glorious shockwave, causing light attribute damage in the area. 2. Holy Spirit Guardian, summons 3 light spirits whose rank is always 1 level lower than itself to fight alongside. When a light spirit dies, it will self-destruct, causing small area light attribute damage. 3. Apocalypse Holy Gun, condenses light energy to the maximum, creating a 100-meter light gun to throw, causing devastating light attribute damage, with an absolute suppression effect on dark targets. The light gun splits into 2 small light guns after hitting the target to attack other nearby targets. 4. Spirit Radiance Wings, allows for high-speed flight for a short time. Leaves a light trail during flight, giving friendly units a 10% movement speed boost when passing by. 5. Divine Blessing, grants a shield that can absorb damage to friendly units. When the shield is broken, it releases a light wave to repel surrounding enemies. 6. A Glorious Nova, leaps into the air, condenses light energy before striking the ground to trigger a large area light attribute explosion causing damage. 7. Holy Spirit Protection, grants protection to all friendly units, making them immune to mental attacks, lasts 8 seconds. Beast, Mirror of Inquiry. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, Low Silver. Racial skills. 1. Mirror storage, besides timely copying beasts, can pre-duplicate a friendly beast, storing the mirror image in a mirror space that can be released at any time during battle, lasting 3 minutes. Current storable quantity, 2. 2. Reflective light, absorbs and doubles a foe beast's energy or flying skill. Once every 9 minutes. 3. Mirror synchronization, chooses a friendly beast to establish a mirror link, lasting 1 minute. During the link, damage taken by all linked units is evenly distributed. Currently, up to 6 units can be linked. 4. Prism Deathlight gathers image energy on the mirror's surface, refracting a high-density light beam that causes piercing damage to a single target. And the 4 beasts of Yun Shanshan also emitted powerful strength. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, Low Silver. Racial skills. 1. Shadow Arrow, charges for 1 second before shooting an arrow infused with shadow power, dealing damage to the first target hit and adding shadow corrosion effect. 2. Piercing Rapid Fire, quickly shoots 3 penetrating arrows. If the target is in shadow corrosion state, the last arrow's attack deals massive damage. 3. Shadow Assault, teleports behind the target to deliver a fatal stab with a dagger. 4. Midnight Stealth, enters a 3-second invisibility state, increasing movement speed by 30%. Beast, Holy Flame Firebird. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, Low Silver. Racial skills. 1. Meteor Fire Rain, summons multiple fireballs to randomly bombard the target area, causing massive fire damage. 2. Holy Flame Burst Bomb, launches a chargeable fireball that deals fire damage to the target. Damage is linked to charge time. 3. Fiery Dive, rapidly dives toward the target area, dealing fire damage to enemies in the path and creating a knockback effect on landing. 4. Flame Wing Guard, gains 3 seconds of damage reduction. 5. A Fiery Descent, compresses flames in its body to release an illusory Holy Flame Firebird, significantly increasing its speed while leaving a burning path, ultimately crashing toward the target, causing huge damage. Beast, Radiant Holy Maiden. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Silver Mid-Level. Beast skills. 1. Radiance of the Holy Light, condenses a miniature sun to deal light attribute damage to enemies in a wide area. 2. Heavenly Light Punishment, condenses light energy, gathering light points at the fingertips, then fires a holy light beam, dealing high single target damage. 3. Ring of the Blazing Sun, unleashes a flame ring centered around oneself, dealing continuous fire damage to surrounding enemies every second. 4. Dawn's Leap, jumps to a target area, causing a burst of holy flames upon landing, dealing damage. 5. Sunfire Shackles, summons 3 fire chains to bind enemies for 2 seconds, during which the target takes fire damage every second. 6. Holy Flame Baptism, after use, greatly increases the attributes of the Dawn Saintess. Beast, Void Faceless Cat. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Silver Low Level. Beast skills. 1. Void Walking, passive can briefly enter the void dimension, ignoring most physical and energy attacks, and is immune to all forms of lock-on. 2. Faceless Mimicry, can perfectly replicate the aura and energy fluctuations of any creature up to 2 major ranks higher, undetectable by any detection skills. Note, this is merely mimicry and does not grant the skills of the mimicked being. 3. Dimensional Claw, attaches a layer of dimensional cutting energy to its claws, allowing attacks to bypass some of the target's defenses, with a chance to inflict continuous space-splitting damage. For Absolute Silence, creates a spherical silent field with a 10-meter radius, blocking all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing, making everything outside the field unaware of what happens inside. Chapter 76, Battle with Yun Shanshan. Just as the two were about to start sparring, Su Yueli appeared before them. The Dawn Saintess is forbidden in this sparring, Shanshan. All other beasts, give it your all. Got it, Mom. Yun Shanshan responded, her face not showing any displeasure but rather burning with even more fighting spirit. The order to fight needs no words. Almost as soon as all the beasts appeared, Yun Shanshan took the initiative to strike first. Faceless Cat, go. The void Faceless Cat flashed, leaving behind an afterimage, its true form silently blending into the air without even the slightest energy fluctuation. Stealth, Assassination, these are the signature moves of a void-type beast. At the same time, the Dark Ranger drew a longbow, an arrow infused with shadow energy knocked on the string, the arrowhead locked onto Lu Yuan's Radiant Saint Spirit. Clearly, Yun Shanshan's tactic was clear, use the void Faceless Cat's stealth as a feint to force Lu Yuan to split his attention, then launch a surprise attack with the Dark Ranger. However, Lu Yuan's reaction was unexpected. He did not even look at the vanished void Faceless Cat, instead issuing a command. Radiant Saint Spirit Attendance. Mirror of the Face Seer, synchronized with the illusion mirror. Buzz. Radiant light flickered around the Radiant Saint Spirit, and 3 light elves, each holding a light spear and at the peak of the bronze rank, appeared in a triangular formation, guarding the Radiant Saint Spirit. Then, an illusory chain shot out from the surface of the Mirror of the Face Seer, perfectly connecting the Radiant Saint Spirit, the 3 light elves, and the Mirror of the Face Seer itself. Damage shared, all connected. You think you can tank with damage sharing? Blue Lioli raised an eyebrow from the side. This guy, even with Shanshan's 3 beasts, dares to act so arrogantly? But Su Yueli's gaze was fixed on the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet. Upon seeing this, Yun Shanshan's lips curled into a sly smile. Ah Yuan, you're too careless. Dark Ranger, heart-piercing shot. Whoosh! The shadow-infused arrow, charged for a long time, flew from the string. However, just as the arrow was about to hit the defensive line formed by the Light Elves, the arrow suddenly vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a pitch-black rift appeared behind the Radiant Saint Spirit, and the vanished shadow arrow shot out. It was the Void Faceless Cat. It used Void Walking to briefly teleport the shadow arrow behind the Radiant Saint Spirit. Yet, Lu Yuan's face remained unchanged. Just as the shadow arrow was about to strike the Radiant Saint Spirit, the shadow at his feet moved. The shadow wriggled gently. Dimensional Blade. The fierce shadow arrow, upon touching the dimensional blade, quietly vanished without a trace. What? Yun Qianqian's eyes widened suddenly. Her ultimate combo, just like that, was broken? It's my turn. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Radiant Holy Spirit, Radiant Nova. At the command, the Radiant Holy Spirit flapped its wings and leapt into the air like a streak of light. It raised the staff in its hand, and a dazzling ball of light rapidly formed at the tip of the staff. Not good. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Flame Wing Guardian. Yun Qianqian quickly commanded. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow immediately spread its wings, and a layer of crimson flame shield enveloped it and the nearby Dark Ranger. Boom! The Radiant Holy Spirit violently smashed the sun to the ground. The blinding white light swallowed the entire area, and the raging light attribute shockwave spread outward in a circular form. Yun Qianqian's Void Masquerade Cat, using its passive Void Walking, dove into the Void Dimension at the moment of explosion, narrowly avoiding a hit. But the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and the Dark Ranger weren't so lucky. The Flame Wing Guardian's shield shattered within seconds under the shockwave. In one blow, Yun Qianqian's two main spirit beasts were injured. So strong. Yun Qianqian bit her lip, and instead of feeling discouraged, the fighting spirit in her eyes flared even brighter. It's not over yet. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Radiant Heavenly Descent. Even though it was hurt, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow executed the command. It emitted a phoenix cry, compressing all its flames into its wings, and a larger illusory firebird emerged, trailing a burning path, locking onto Lu Yuan's Radiant Holy Spirit and crashing down fiercely. Mirrored Demon Mirror, Mirror Image Storage, Reverse Light. Lu Yuan's command was calm and swift. The mirrored demon mirror flashed, and a mirror image identical to the Radiant Holy Spirit appeared out of nowhere, summoning 3 light spirits as well. In an instant, Lu Yuan's battle power doubled. 2 Radiant Holy Spirits, 6 light spirits. At the same time, the surface of the mirrored demon mirror shot directly at the falling firebird. Boom! The world-destroying energy of Radiant Heavenly Descent was actually absorbed by the mirror, and then transformed into a red beam of light, doubling back towards Yun Qianqian's position. Yun Qianqian's expression changed. And the Radiant Heavenly Descent, having lost some energy, greatly diminished in power, easily blocked by the divine blessing released by the 2 Radiant Holy Spirits. The situation on the field became clear in an instant. On Yun Qianqian's side, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and Dark Ranger were injured, leaving only a single intact Void Masquerade Cat. On Lu Yuan's side, aside from the mirrored demon mirror consuming energy for 2 skills, the Radiant Holy Spirit and its mirror army were nearly unscathed. Victory and defeat were already decided. No more fighting, no more fighting. Yun Qianqian stomped her foot, voluntarily recalling all her spirit beasts. Ah Yuan, you cheat. Your mirror is too unfair. Lu Yuan also recalled his spirit beasts, the shadow formed by the Void Spectre returning quietly to his feet. He smiled and walked in front of Yun Qianqian, habitually ruffling her hair. You haven't used the Dawn Bright Holy Maiden. Humph. Yun Qianqian raised her chin. Of course. If my Dawn Bright Holy Maiden were to act, you would already be lying on the ground. I'm just giving you some face. On the sidelines, Lan Liulian commented, alright, stop showing off. Overall, you did well. Qianqian's spirit beasts worked together very harmoniously, and her tactics were very decisive. As for that little brat Lu Yuan, he's still as dirty as ever, with tactics that are hard to defend against, especially that shadow, hidden so deep. Su Yueli's face was full of satisfaction. You all have grown very quickly. Go ahead, take a good rest. Tomorrow, we will head to the Falling Star Valley. Yay! Yun Qianqian immediately forgot her earlier defeat. Cheering, eyes filled with longing for the Valley of Falling Stars. Ah Yuan, let's go clear out the Valley of Falling Stars too. Chapter 77, Going to the Valley of Falling Stars. The battle was over, and Lu Yuan stood in place, his mind still immersed in the fight just now. Not because of victory, but because his summoned beasts had shown a moment of spirit. The brilliant new star of the Radiant Holy Spirit did indeed follow his command. But at the moment of release, Lu Yuan keenly felt that the Radiant Holy Spirit had slowed down the timing of the attack by a few seconds. It was these few seconds that maximized the damage. That was not Lu Yuan's judgment, but the radiant Holy Spirit's own judgment. And the Void Mirage too. As the shadow arrow came from behind, Lu Yuan's thought was to have the Void Mirage intercept it. But before the command was fully given, the Void Mirage's dimensional blade was already released. That feeling was wonderful, not like a command between master and servant. It felt more like a tacit understanding between them. As if the Void Mirage had anticipated his thoughts and made the perfect response. The independent consciousness of summoned beasts. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened with realization. This is not a secret in the realm of beast tamers. When the bond between a beast tamer and their summoned beasts reaches a certain level, when the beast's own intelligence grows to a certain stage, they are no longer just tools that execute commands, but partners that can think, judge, and independently choose the best tactics. Generally speaking, this is a skill that many gold and even platinum level beast tamers begin to emphasize training in. However, his radiant Holy Spirit in Void Mirage, having just entered silver level, had already showcased such potential. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Hey! Are you still laughing? Yin Shanshan saw that Lu Yuan was not paying attention to her and was still smiling, and rushed over. Ah Yuan, you've become bad. Using your broken mirror to bully my fire sparrow and ranger, and you still dare to sneak a laugh. Lu Yuan came back to his senses and looked at her, unable to help but laugh, reaching out to pinch her cheek. I was thinking, my summoned beasts seem to be a bit smarter than a certain little fool's summoned beasts. You're the fool. Yun Shanshan swatted his hand away. My holy maiden and little cat haven't even started using their powers yet. If my radiant holy maiden used holy flame baptism, your holy spirit in mirror would have been shattered long ago. I'm just giving you face, hum. She lifted her delicate chin, like a proud little peacock, but the slightly reddened ears revealed her little bit of smugness inside. Alright, stop flirting over there, it's giving me a toothache. Beside them, Lan Lioli waved her hand. By the way, have you two considered my endurance with this demolition-style training? Also, this venue restoration cost, Moonlight, you have to pay for it yourself. Su Yueli held a teacup elegantly, taking a sip while her gaze shifted between the two children, her eyes filled with smiles and satisfaction. This is a necessary investment in their growth. She put down the teacup. Okay, go tidy up a bit, the upcoming Valley of Falling Stars is the real test. Ah Yuan, let's go tomorrow. Let's clear out all the resources inside and exchange them for lots of points. Looking at the girl's cute, money-grubbing appearance, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, but the affection in his eyes grew stronger. He could feel that after a month of bonding and fighting together, the bond between him and Yun Shanshan had also, like the summoned beasts, become more tacit and connected. The next day, as dawn broke. When the first ray of morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the villa's living room, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were already ready. Both wore combat outfits that were easy to move in, with Yun Shanshan in a vibrant red outfit full of energy. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, continued to wear his simple black attire. Their figures appeared more upright. The youthful freshness had faded from their faces, replaced by a calm tempered through trials. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli were already waiting in the living room. Is everyone ready? Su Yueli's gaze swept over the two. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. Ready. Yun Shanshan cheerfully responded. Mom, let's go quickly. My holy flame fire sparrow can't wait to feast. Lan Lioli yawned lazily and pulled out 2 badges from her storage ring, tossing them to them. Here, this is a special rescue badge from the Academy. If you encounter life-threatening danger you can't handle, crush it. The Academy's rescue team will arrive at the fastest speed. However, this thing doesn't come cheap, points will be deducted from your account. Unless absolutely necessary, don't be a fool. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan took the badges and tucked them away. Alright, it's getting late. Su Yueli stood up, the warm and homely aura about her gradually fading, replaced by a powerful presence belonging to an epic-grade Beastmaster. She walked onto the vast lawn in front of the villa, raising her hand in a wave. Cree! A hawk's cry rang out. It was the platinum peak cloud screeching falcon. Yun Shanshan cheered, happily rushing over. Lu Yuan stood still, quietly observing the scene before him. This was his second time riding the cloud screeching falcon to a gathering. The last time was on their way to the Mirror Shadow Realm. Back then, he was just a bronze-grade Beastmaster, filled with shock and awe towards this platinum peak giant, and a sense of distance from the Yun family. But now, he was a silver-grade Beastmaster with 3 infinitely potential partners. He was no longer the boy who needed protection. Come up. Su Yueli's voice called out. She jumped lightly onto the broad back of the cloud-screeching falcon with the 2. Let's go, destination, Starfall Valley. The cloud-screeching falcon's wings beat, turning into a blue streak that vanished into the clouds, speeding towards the distant horizon. On the falcon's back, an invisible wind element shield blocked the fierce winds of high altitude. Yun Shanshan leaned over the edge, excitedly watching the mountains and rivers rushing backward below, turning to shout at Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, look! We're flying so fast. Lu Yuan walked over to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder, his gaze fixed on the increasingly distant North Neon Beastmaster Academy. Chapter 78, Guardian of the Molten Fire. Lu Yuan's mind sank into his sea of consciousness, feeling the talent of the mark, which had now gathered 3 pieces. Then, through the contract, he connected with the inconspicuous shadow at his feet. It seems to really like high places, Lu Yuan softly said. Really? Yun Shanshan curiously leaned over, trying to poke that shadow, but missed. She didn't mind at all, instead happily returning to lie over the edge, starting to excitedly plan. Once we reach Starfall Valley, I'll let my Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and Radiant Saintess lead the way. Your Radiant Spirit will handle healing and guarding, Shadow Ranger and Masked Cat will stay alert and ambush. As for your shadow, she pondered for a long time, still unable to find suitable words. Let it be responsible for picking things up. We'll clear out all the valuable materials in the valley. Watching her adorable, money-hungry demeanor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He didn't tell her that the most powerful ability of the Void Phantom might not be in combat, but in its living map with a radius of 5 kilometers. Picking things up? No, they were going for precise treasure hunting. The speed of the cloud-screeching falcon was astonishing. In just a few hours, the scenery below had changed. The forests and rivers vanished, replaced by a vast red wasteland. The sky took on a strange purple-red hue. In the air, countless tiny light spots began to float, carrying a scorching temperature. We've arrived. Su Yueli's voice rang in their ears. She didn't know when she had stood up, her gaze heavy as she looked down below. The cloud-soaring skyhawk began to slowly lower its altitude. Lu Yuan looked down, his eyes suddenly sharpening. On the ground was an extremely magnificent and eerie sight. The earth was torn apart with huge crevices, crisscrossing everywhere. The entire valley was enveloped in a faint layer of flames, making the space appear somewhat distorted. This is the Starfall Valley. The cloud-soaring skyhawk landed steadily on a relatively flat black rock. The next journey depends on you now. Su Yueli jumped down from the hawk's back, her gaze sweeping over the 2 children. Remember, safety first. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush the badge immediately. Got it, Mom. Yun Shanshan nodded. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lu Yuan also expressed his gratitude seriously. Su Yueli glanced at them one last time, her eyes filled with worry, but more with trust and anticipation. She hopped back onto the hawk's back, and the cloud-soaring skyhawk let out a loud eagle cry, flapping its wings, turning into a blue lightning bolt, disappearing instantly into the purplish-red sky. It wasn't until that blue silhouette completely vanished that Yun Shanshan withdrew her gaze, taking a deep breath. Yuan. Our adventure officially begins. As her voice fell. Boom! A violent tremor suddenly came from a nearby crevice. Then, a huge creature made of magma and charred rock slowly crawled out from the crevice. It stood over 5 meters tall, with no facial features, and at its core was embedded a fist-sized crystal radiating an orange-red glow. The pure and brutal aura of fire elements, Silver High Tier. Name, Guardian of Molten Fire. Tier, Silver High Tier. Potential, 2 stars. Skills, Lava Heavy Fist, Flame Ejection, Rock Armor. Weakness, Energy Core, Fierce High-Intensity Water and Ice Attacks, Weak Defense at Joints. Almost at the same time the Beastmaster illustrated book displayed the information, the Guardian of Molten Fire spotted them, slamming its huge arms made of magma down onto the ground, letting out a roar, and heavy-footedly charging towards the 2. This is just perfect. Yun Shanshan was not surprised but delighted, full of battle spirit. This is a perfect opportunity to test my new partner. Masked Cat, go. The void masked cat next to her shimmered and instantly blended into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Dark Ranger, suppress it. The Dark Ranger drew its long bow, and arrows infused with shadow power showered down, accurately hitting the body of the Guardian of Molten Fire. However, those arrows only sparked some fire on its body, hardly causing any effective damage. The Guardian of Molten Fire's rock armor was too hard. It's useless. Physical attacks have little effect on it. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. He did not summon the glorious Holy Spirit or the Peering Mirror. Void Phantom, Dimensional Blade. The shadow unleashed an invisible slash. The Guardian of Molten Fire, running wildly, suddenly halted its massive body. Then, in Yun Shanshan's gaze, its 2 legs made of hard rock suddenly broke off from the ankles. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The Guardian of Molten Fire, having lost its legs, crashed down, creating a huge pit on the ground. Before it could struggle to get up, a deadly shadow appeared behind its fallen body, ghost-like. It was the void masked cat. Its eyes shone remarkably in the dim light, and its dimensional claws infused with spatial energy fiercely struck at the energy core of the Guardian of Molten Fire. A light sound rang out. That hard energy core was easily pierced by the dimensional claws. The massive body of the Guardian of Molten Fire shook violently, and the magma that formed its body quickly cooled, turning back into ordinary black rocks. The battle was over. From the moment the Guardian of Molten Fire appeared to its transformation into a pile of rubble, the entire process. Yun Shanxian opened her small mouth, stunned for a long time. She glanced at her elegant, claw-licking shadow cat and then at the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet, which had returned to its original state, filled with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Yuan, your shadow is really amazing, isn't it? Just now, that strike happened so fast she didn't even see it clearly. Lu Yuan smiled, not explaining. He walked to the pile of rubble and picked up the already dim core from inside. Name, Heart of Molten Fire. Quality, Silver level. Effect, contains pure fire element energy, can be used to forge equipment, or directly absorbed by fire attribute beasts, with a chance to enhance their resistance to flames. Wow! It's the Heart of Molten Fire. Yun Shanxian immediately forgot her shock from earlier, her eyes shining as she leaned closer. This can be sold in the Academy's Point Mall in exchange for a lot of points. We are going to get rich. Lu Yuan handed her the Heart of Molten Fire, but his gaze was fixed on the depths of the valley. In his mind, a three-dimensional map centered on him with a radius of 5 kilometers was clearly presented. On the map, bright dots representing living beings were densely packed. The vast majority were red dots signifying hostility, and a few dots glowed even brighter than the earlier Molten Fire Guardian. There were also several golden dots representing resources, flashing with enticing light on the map. Chapter 79 Crisis. He pointed to a crack in the left front. Over there, I sense something. You sense? Yun Shanxian stored the Heart of Molten Fire in her storage space. Alright. If you say there's something, then there must be. The two of them walked in the direction Lu Yuan pointed, one in front and the other behind. The terrain of Starfall Valley was extremely complex, with scorching air occasionally bursting out from the cracks in the ground. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, making it feel a bit hot to breathe. It's so hot here, Yun Shanxian tugged at her collar, her small face flushed from the heat. And there are stones everywhere, it's not pretty at all. There will soon be something beautiful. Lu Yuan's footsteps did not stop. As they rounded a huge black spike, the scene in front opened up. It was a small basin, and in the center of the basin, a cluster of glowing plants grew unexpectedly. They had no leaves, only crystal-like branches, and on the tips of the branches, fruits burned like coal. Rich fire element energy emanated from those fruits. Name, Flame Crystal Fruit. Quality, Silver level. Effect, high purity fire element crystal, can slightly enhance the rank after being consumed by fire attribute beasts. Wow! Yun Shanxian's eyes instantly lit up. Yuan, look. It's Flame Crystal Fruit. So many. Now my holy flame fire sparrow can eat its fill. Lu Yuan looked at her greedy expression with a bit of amusement and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry. His gaze swept over the fruit grove, his expression slightly tightening. Where there are good things, there's usually a guardian. As soon as his words fell, a dense buzzing sound unexpectedly erupted from all directions. Countless fist-sized, entirely red, locust-like creatures flew out from the shadows of the flame crystal fruit grove. Their wings vibrated rapidly, producing a piercing buzz, and the stingers on their tails burned with orange flames. Name, Starfire Locust. Rank, Bronze Peak. Potential, 2 stars. Skill, Fire Star Tail Spike, Self-Destruct Charge. Weakness, fears area water and ice attacks, has a fragile life force. Tribe feature, act in groups, fearless, led by a Starfire Locust Queen. If the queen does not die, the tribe does not retreat. There were at least 1,000 of them. The overwhelming Starfire Locusts formed a red cloud of insects surrounding the two, and the momentum gathered from thousands of beasts was enough to make any silver-level Beastmaster feel their scalp tingle. So many, A bunch of little bugs, watch me burn you all. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a clear phoenix cry, flying out from the contract space, surrounded by blazing holy flames. Wait, don't attack yet. Lu Yuan reached out to stop her. His gaze calmly swept over the swarm of insects. On the map presented by the Void Illusion, a red dot shining several times brighter than the ordinary Starfire Locust was hiding behind a rock deep in the fruit forest. Found it. Shen, let your masked cat sneak into the deepest part of that fruit forest, that's where their leader is. Lu Yuan said. Yun Shanxian immediately understood Lu Yuan's intention. Masked cat, go and pull out their leader. The void masked cat elegantly called out and, with a flicker, silently merged into the air. Almost at the same time, the swarm of insects launched their attack. Buzz. Thousands of Starfire Locusts flapped their wings simultaneously, their tail flames shooting out like torrential rain, forming an impregnable fiery net. Shining Holy Spirit, Divine Grace protect us. Gazing Mirror, Illusion Tuning. Lu Yuan's commands were calm and swift. The shining Holy Spirit flew into the air, and a massive golden light shield instantly expanded, enveloping the three of them and the beast within. Immediately after, the mirror of the gazing mirror shot out several illusory chains, linking Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian, Shining Holy Spirit, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, and the mirror itself together. Clink, clink, clink. Countless tail flames clashed against the golden light shield, producing a series of dense crisp sounds. The light shield shook violently, with each hit's damage equally distributed to all linked units by illusion tuning, making the attacks feel like mere vibrations. Wow! Yuan, your mirror is so useful. Yun Qianqian felt the nearly negligible damage on her, almost like being gently pushed. Prepare to counterattack. Lu Yuan paid no attention to her admiration, his focus intensely honed. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Meteor Fire Rain. Got it. Fire Sparrow, let them see who the true master of fire is. Upon receiving the command, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow flapped its wings, and numerous fireballs gathered in front of it, crashing down towards the swarm of insects. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions melded together, large groups of starfire locusts turning to charcoal in the flames, falling from the sky. However, the number of insects was simply too great, and the gaps quickly filled back in with reinforcements from behind, continuing the attack. At that moment, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the depths of the fruit forest. The void-masked cat emerged from the shadow of a rock, its claws gripping a starfire locust that was twice the size of its kind, with a distended abdomen. Well done, masked cat. Yun Qianqian shouted excitedly. Shining Holy Spirit, Final Holy Spear. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity. The Shining Holy Spirit raised its staff, and a holy spear formed from condensed light energy took shape beside it, launching forth as a golden streak of light, striking the locust held by the masked cat. Boom! The locust didn't even have time to struggle before it was completely obliterated in the holy light. After hitting its target, the holy spear instantly split into two smaller light spears, shooting into the most densely packed area of the swarm, clearing out two large gaps once again. With the leader dead, the once crazed starfire locust swarm immediately fell into chaos, flying haphazardly in the air and no longer posing a threat. Dark Ranger, reap them. Yun Qianqian ordered immediately. The Dark Ranger's figure appeared beside her, drawing back its long bow, and shadow arrows shot out accurately, each arrow taking one life of a starfire locust. The battle had become a one-sided slaughter. A few minutes later, the last starfire locust in the sky was also shot down. Yun Qianqian proudly placed her hands on her hips, looking like a little general who had won a victory. All done. Lu Yuan smiled. Hurry up and collect these flame crystal fruits, they are great for feeding your fire sparrow or exchanging for points. Yun Qianqian quickly took action upon hearing this, not only storing them in her storage space but also continuously feeding the sacred flame fire sparrow. The fire sparrow chirped happily, devouring them one by one, enjoying itself immensely. While the two were clearing up the spoils, Lu Yuan's expression suddenly changed. On the void map provided by the Phantom, a red light spot, brighter than any creature seen before, was rushing toward their location at incredible speed. Peak golden level. Qianqian, run. Lu Yuan's voice was filled with urgency. A big guy is coming. Chapter 80, Starhound. Run. Yun Qianqian had just stuffed the last flame crystal fruit into her storage ring when she heard Lu Yuan's voice, making her smile freeze instantly. What's wrong, Yuan? No time to explain, run. Lu Yuan grabbed her wrist and turned to sprint in the direction opposite the crimson light spot. Peak golden level. That was not something even a high-ranking silver-level molten fire guardian could compare to. Although Yun Qianqian didn't understand, she trusted Lu Yuan, so she didn't ask another word and immediately kept pace with him, focusing her thoughts. Radiant Holy Maiden. A beam of holy light flashed, and the radiant Holy Maiden appeared beside her. She waved her hand, casting a circle of gentle sunlight around them. Leap of Radiance. Yun Qianqian shouted softly, and a glow flashed beneath their feet, instantly propelling them forward several dozen meters, their speed suddenly increasing. However, this didn't provide them with any sense of safety. Rumble. The ground shook, and the roar behind them grew closer and louder. A terrifying pressure swept over from behind. Yun Qianqian's face turned a bit pale, she didn't even need to look back to feel that suffocating power. The radiant Holy Maiden beside her, a Beastmaster with 5-star potential, also took an unprecedented defensive posture. Yuan, what exactly is this big guy you mentioned? Her voice trembled slightly with tension. Lu Yuan did not look back, his voice coming from ahead, a creature we definitely cannot defeat. On his void map, the crimson light spot was crazily closing in at an illogical speed. The opponent didn't even move in a straight line but leaped through the complex terrain, crossing hundreds of meters with each flicker. Spatial ability. This realization made Lu Yuan's heart sink to the bottom. No way, it's too fast. We can't escape. Yun Shanxian looked back and only saw a streak of golden light flash away between the distant rocks, and in the next second, the distance was again drastically reduced. Prepare for battle. Lu Yuan suddenly stopped. He knew that simple flight was now meaningless. They were forced to the edge of a cliff. Behind them lay a chasm filled with bubbling lava, with no way out. Radiant Spirit, Divination Mirror. Dark Ranger, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. The two summoned all their beasts at the same time. In an instant, 7 powerful beasts firmly protected them from behind, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Yun Shanxian's 4 beasts, including the newly contracted Void Facade Cat, all fluffed up, growling low threats, staring intently at the direction of the golden light's approach. Lu Yuan's radiant spirit shone brightly. 3 spirit attendants held their light spears with solemn expressions. The mirror of the divination mirror shimmered, ready to unleash its power at any moment. Finally, the golden light stopped about 100 meters away from them. The light faded, revealing its true form. It was a giant dog the size of a warhorse. Its body was covered in golden fur, glistening with specks of light under the violet-red heavenly glow. Strong and powerful limbs, muscles flowing smoothly and bursting with explosive energy. In the center of its forehead, a diamond-shaped blue crystal is embedded, like a third eye. It just stood there quietly. That pressure of rank made Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian feel breathless. Name, Star Hound. Rank, Golden Peak. Potential, 5 stars. Skills, Starlight Shatter Claw, Star Realm Transit, Star Roar. The information given by the Beast Control Illustrated Handbook was despairingly simple. Golden Peak? Yun Shanxian's lips were somewhat dry. This was completely a different concept from the 9 nether serpent encountered earlier. However, to their surprise, the Starhound did not immediately launch an attack. Its eyes, containing the starry sea, just glanced at them and then bypassed them, finally locking onto the sacred flame fire sparrow beside Yun Shanxian. No, to be precise, it was staring at the sacred flame fire sparrow that had just swallowed several flaming crystal fruits and was currently burping. Roar! The Starhound let out a low roar from its throat, and its eyes revealed anger and urgency. It moved. Without earth-shattering momentum, its figure merely blurred in place, and in the next moment, it appeared directly in front of the sacred flame fire sparrow. So fast. Fast enough that even Lu Yuan's dynamic vision could hardly capture it. Fire sparrow, be careful! Yun Shanxian screamed. Flame Wing Guard! The sacred flame fire sparrow immediately reacted, and a crimson fire shield instantly wrapped around its entire body. However, facing the attack of the Golden Peak, all of this was in vain. The Starhound casually lifted its forepaw, and starlight flickered at its claw tip. Crack! The Flame Wing Guard shield shattered in response. That claw's momentum did not diminish, heavily striking the sacred flame fire sparrow. Bang! The sacred flame fire sparrow let out a mournful cry. Its body was smashed away, crashing against the rock wall behind, and its breath instantly weakened. One strike. Just one strike made the mid-silver sacred flame fire sparrow lose its fighting capability. Fire sparrow. Yun Shanxian's eyes turned red with pain. She wanted to rush over but was pulled back by Lu Yuan. Don't go. Lu Yuan's voice was terrifyingly calm. He stared fiercely at the Starhound, his right hand quietly tightening. Mark has been prepared. This was his only trump card. Using the mark on the radiant sacred spirit might barely buy them a moment with the massive full attribute boost. After the Starhound landed a hit, it did not continue to attack. It looked at the sacred flame fire sparrow again, or rather, at the lingering energy scent of the flaming crystal fruits on it, emitting a low growl in its throat, seemingly urging something. Its behavior was filled with discomfort. It had the power of thunder, yet did not have the intent to kill completely. What did it truly want? Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to use the mark regardless of everything, the Beast Control Illustrated Handbook in his view suddenly changed again. Below the panel of the Starhound, a line of golden text slowly appeared. Status, Star Energy Erosion, Severe. The energy core is being contaminated by foreign energy, life force is continuously draining, urgently in need of high-purity purification power or life energy to neutralize. Chapter 81, Cooperation. Star Energy Erosion? Needs purification power? He looked at the Starhound's eyes, changing. Anger, anxiety, aggression, all of these came from the immense pain inside its body. Its attack on the sacred flame fire sparrow might just be because it consumed the flaming crystal fruits with fire element energy, and this energy possibly aggravated the internal energy conflict. This was not a hunt, but a plea for help. Shanxian, don't make a move. Lu Yuan pressed down on Yun Shanxian, who was about to order the Dark Ranger to act. But Yuan, it hurt my fire sparrow. Yun Shanxian's eyes were red, both angry and anxious. It didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yuan stared into the eyes of the hound. It is sick. Sick? Yun Shanxian was stunned. She completely couldn't understand Lu Yuan's words. A golden tier beast would get sick? And get sick enough to come find trouble with the two of them, who were silver tier. Lu Yuan did not explain much, time did not allow it. He made a decision that neither Yun Shanshan nor all the beasts by the side could understand. Shining Holy Spirit, stand beside it and use the Holy Radiance domain to the greatest extent. As soon as this command was given, not only did Yun Shanshan hesitate, but even the Shining Holy Spirit paused for a moment. It could clearly sense the terrifying pressure coming from the giant dog opposite. Yuan, you're crazy. Yun Shanshan shouted. Attacking it now will get us killed. Trust me. Lu Yuan's voice carried an undeniable force. Do not attack, release the gentlest purification energy. In the end, the Shining Holy Spirit chose to trust its master. Buzz. The glow surrounding it was no longer filled with the majestic gold, but transformed into a gentle and soft milky white. A gentle wave of light spread out like ripples towards the stellar hunting dog. Seeing this scene, the stellar hunting dog's body instantly tensed up, its golden fur bristling, and it growled in a threatening low tone, clearly preparing to launch another attack. It thought this was provocation. But at the moment the milky white light wave touched its body, its form, which was about to explode, suddenly froze. Roar! A sound of suppressed pain, yet soothing, emitted from its throat. The blue crystal stone on its forehead flickered with light. The nearly uncontrollable stellar power surrounding it strangely calmed down a bit. It works! Lu Yuan was delighted, his guess was correct. Yun Shanshan was also stunned, looking in disbelief at the scene before her. The giant dog that had just been fierce and nearly crushed her fire sparrow now quieted down. It even took a few steps forward towards the Shining Holy Spirit, allowing the gentle purification light to envelop its entire body. What is going on? Yun Shanshan felt her brain was a bit overloaded. The energy inside it has been polluted, the purification power of the Shining Holy Spirit can ease its pain, Lu Yuan explained. After enjoying a moment of purification, the stellar hunting dog finally seemed to confirm they had no ill intentions. It glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the Shining Holy Spirit behind him, and its star-like eyes lost their violence. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. Be careful! Yun Shanshan instinctively exclaimed. But the stellar hunting dog did not shoot out an energy beam, instead, with a poof, it spat out a stone. It was a fist-sized stone, entirely pitch black but radiating tiny stars. As soon as it landed, the ground around it made a crackle corrosive sound, and an ominous dark aura emanated from it. However, the panel of the Beastmaster pictorial made Lu Yuan's breath momentarily halt. Name, polluted stellar core. Quality, epic level, damaged. Effect, currently being eroded by high concentrations of demonic energy, cannot be used directly, must be completely purified. Exactly what he was after. After doing this, the stellar hunting dog raised its paw, pointing towards a pitch-black cave deep in the valley, then pointed at the Shining Holy Spirit behind Lu Yuan, and finally nudged the broken piece on the ground with its nose. Its meaning could not be clearer. A trade. Help me deal with the trouble in that cave, and this piece is yours. An opportunity lay before Lu Yuan. But at the same time, it was also a deadly trap. What could torment a golden tier beast with 5-star potential to this extent? What could be in that cave? Yuan, let's leave quickly. Yun Shanshan tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and whispered. This thing is too sinister, let's take the shard and run. Good or not? In her eyes, quitting while ahead was the wisest choice. There's no running away. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze unusually serious. He looked at the void map, where a huge black dot represented the cave. But that wasn't the point. The point was, just in those short minutes they faced the Starlight Hound, 7 or 8 new red dots had quietly appeared around the map. Each red dot glowed with a brightness no less than the lava guardian they had encountered before. They were closing in from all directions. They were surrounded. If we don't agree to its deal, we might not get out of this valley today, Lu Yuan said slowly. This Starlight Hound was the king of this area. Agreeing to its deal might give them temporary shelter. Rejecting it would mean facing a golden tier sick dog and a group of silver tier monsters drawn by the scent of blood. Yun Shanshan followed his gaze and saw the approaching figures in the distance. What should we do? Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at Yun Shanshan, his eyes full of seriousness. Shanshan, I want to take a gamble. Gamble? If we win, our strength will have a qualitative leap. If we lose. Lu Yuan paused, gripping his hand tightly, feeling the presence of the mark. We can still run away. He had the mark ability in the space channel of the Void Shadow, giving him the confidence to say this. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan's determined eyes, knowing he had made up his mind. She no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll gamble with you. At worst, we can have Mom come rescue us since we haven't used the rescue badge yet. Lu Yuan smiled, rubbed her head, then turned to the Starlight Hound, nodding seriously. We accept your deal. The Starlight Hound seemed to understand his words, letting out a roar deep in its throat, like a form of acknowledgement. It turned around and walked towards the dark cave. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian immediately followed. However, just as they moved, an abnormal change suddenly occurred on Lu Yuan's void map. Centered on that dark cave, an invisible wave of energy suddenly spread out. Then, the 7 or 8 red dots that had been surrounding them seemed to have received some command, instantly changing direction and rushing towards Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian at a faster speed. And the Starlight Hound, leading the way, glanced back at them, quickly entering the cave without waiting for the two. Chapter 82, The Polluted Star Core. It tricked us. Yun Qianqian instinctively took a step back. As soon as the Starlight Hound vanished into the cave, the monsters surged forward like mad. This looked like a carefully laid trap. Using the two of them as bait, to delay these monsters. Ah Yuan, we were fooled. Yun Qianqian's voice carried anger as she was ready to summon the Radiant Holy Maiden and fight for their lives. No. Lu Yuan's voice spoke at that moment. His eyes were fixed on the void map in his mind. On the map, the 7 or 8 red dots representing silver tier monsters had clear targets. They weren't surrounding, they were rushing towards them. Like a group of subjects responding to a call, they were hurrying to protect their king. And it was not the Starlight Hound that commanded them. It was whatever was in the cave. It isn't tricking us, Lu Yuan said quickly. It's racing against us for time. Racing for time? Yun Qianqian couldn't understand it for a moment. It went in first, to stall the real enemy. And these monsters are the enemy's reinforcements. Lu Yuan explained rapidly. The terms of our deal have changed from now on. Changed to what? Before those silver beasts are torn apart by the Starlight Hound, find a way to survive. As the words were spoken, the nearest monster was almost upon them. It was a giant beast resembling a scorpion, made entirely of black stone, with 2 massive pincers gleaming coldly and a venomous tail burning with ghostly green soul fire. Name, Soul Scorpion. Rank, High Silver. Potential, 3 stars. Not just one. There were also lava guardians surging with molten rock and several other monsters emitting a similarly powerful aura that Lu Yuan had never seen before. 7. A full 7 high silver monsters. And now, their target was the cave in front of Lu Yuan and the others. My fire sparrow uses the blazing heaven fall. Let's focus fire and take one down in seconds. Yun Qianqian instinctively wanted to carry out the command. No, wait. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly shifted from the attacking monsters to the void masked cat beside Yun Qianqian. A thought formed in his mind. In the current scene, they couldn't fight back, nor could they run away. But what if we are not even here? Qianqian, do you trust me? Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at her. Of course I trust you. Yun Qianqian answered without hesitation. Good. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and an order came from his mouth. Qianqian, have your masked cat use absolute silence on the empty ground beneath us. Ha! Yun Qianqian was stunned, although confused, she immediately complied. The elegant black cat trembled, and an invisible wave spread from it, instantly enveloping a 2-meter area. In this domain, all sound, light, energy fluctuations, and even the flow of air seemed to be erased, plunging into absolute silence. Gaze Mirror, return. Radiant Spirit, return. Dark Ranger, Fire Sparrow, Saint Maiden, all return. Both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian simultaneously recalled all their summoned beasts. In an instant, only the two of them and the void masked cat that had released the silence domain remained. Void Phantom, transform into shadow and cover both us and the masked cat. Lu Yuan used his contract power to give the shadow at his feet the final command. The shadow silently spread, completely engulfing their forms, merging perfectly with the shadow of a rock on the ground. After finishing all this, Lu Yuan grabbed Yun Qianqian's hand, crouched down, and held his breath completely. Boom! Almost soon after they concealed themselves, the world trembled. The Soul Scorpion was the first to rush to where they had just been standing, pausing for a moment, its flickering soul fire eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly puzzled by the sudden disappearance of some aura. But it did not linger long. A more urgent call echoed from the cave. It roared, ignoring the small anomaly, and raced toward the cave entrance. Following closely was the second, then the third. Lava guardians, stone-skinned giant rhinos, decaying demon flowers. One after another, high silver monsters howled past them from either side of their hiding shadow. The violent energy whipped up a fierce wind, causing Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's battlesuits to rustle noisily. Yun Qianqian's eyes widened, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. She could even smell the sulfur emanating from the lava guardian. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. This thrilling brush with death was more intense than any fierce battle. Finally, when the shape of the last monster vanished at the cave entrance, the surroundings returned to silence. The domain of absolute silence quietly dissipated. Huff. Huff. Yun Shanshan could no longer hold back and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, her forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. We survived. Lu Yuan also exhaled deeply, his tense body slowly relaxing. If any part of the plan had gone wrong, they are already a corpse now. Ah Yuan, Yun Shanshan raised her head, looking at Lu Yuan's eyes, as if looking at a monster. What exactly is going on in your head? She simply could not imagine that at such a critical moment, Lu Yuan could think of such a way to break the deadlock. I just happened to think of the beast mastery skill from our new contract. Lu Yuan smiled and pulled her up from the ground. His gaze turned towards the cave, where the sound of fierce energy collisions was constantly coming from. The real adventure is just beginning. That Starry hunting hound, it's buying us time. It is fighting against the thing in the cave, and those monsters are the reinforcements for that thing. Our transaction has already taken effect from the moment it stepped into the cave. Yun Shanshan instantly understood Lu Yuan's meaning, her small face tightened again as she nodded vigorously. I understand. Let's go in and help it now. Go, stay close to me. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, grabbed Yun Shanshan, and stepped into the cave. The air inside the cave was even hotter than outside, filled with an overwhelming stench that made one want to gag. The walls were covered with dark red eerie patterns, resembling veins that were faintly pulsating. This place feels so disgusting. Yun Shanshan summoned the Holy Maiden of Radiance, and the soft holy light enveloped the two of them, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The deeper they went, the louder the sounds of battle ahead became. Finally, after turning the last corner, the scene before them opened up brilliantly. It was an enormous underground cave. In the center of the cave, the golden starry hunting hound was now covered in blood. Its golden fur was dotted with scorch marks and deep wounds that exposed bone, and the blue crystal on its forehead was dim, gasping heavily. Surrounding it lay the bodies of silver high-level monsters in disarray. This was a brutal fight to the death. The Starry hunting hound had single-handedly killed 7 silver high-level monsters. But it seemed to have reached the end of its strength at this moment. Roar! The Starry hunting hound noticed their arrival. Its starry eye swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. It suddenly slapped away the corpse of a monster in front of it with a paw. The Starry hunting hound kicked the soul scorpion's tail, which had fallen from the ghost scorpion, to Lu Yuan's feet. Yun Shanshan looked at the scorpion tail in front of Lu Yuan and said, "This scorpion tail is worth many points, just like that?" Lu Yuan ignored Yun Shanshan's words, his eyes focused on the center of the battlefield. There, a gigantic black crystal, over 3 meters in diameter, was deeply embedded in the cave's rock wall. Rich abyssal magic energy was continuously overflowing from that crystal. The magic energy formed into black chains, connecting not only to the surrounding monsters but even connecting part of it to the crystal core atop the Starry hunting hound's head. This was the source of all the disasters. In Lu Yuan's vision, that ancient book had already floated up automatically. Name, polluted Starry core. Status, currently fighting against the residual pure star origin inside, continuously summoning and controlling surrounding creatures as guards. Weakness, afraid of high intensity, high purity purifying power. Chapter 83, Cave Entrance Defense Battle. Shanshan, guard the cave entrance. Lu Yuan's voice was very calm. Ha? Oh. Yun Shanshan immediately put away her greedy thoughts and nodded. Lu Yuan's order was instantly transmitted to his beasts through the contract link. Glimpse face magic mirror, mirror image storage, instant replicate radiant holy spirit. Buzz. The mirror of the glimpse face magic mirror erupted with an unprecedented brilliant light. The 2 mirror images stored in the mirror space and the ability to replicate them instantly were both activated at this moment. The light flickered. 1, 2, 3. 3 mirror images identical to the radiant Holy Spirit suddenly appearing in the cave. With the main body, there were a full 4 radiant Holy Spirits. 4. Yun Shanshan stared at the scene before her. Yuan, when can your mirror make another one? Don't get distracted. Lu Yuan did not explain. Holy Radiant Spirit Domain, Purification. The 4 radiant Holy Spirits simultaneously raised their staffs, and the Holy Radiant Spirit Domain expanded to its maximum, overlapping and merging into one. In an instant, the entire underground cave was enveloped in soft and sacred white light. ZZ. The rich abyssal magic energy, under the illumination of the holy light, let out a piercing melting sound, like snow meeting fire, quickly retreating. The black chains connecting to the Starry Hound broke accordingly. Roar. The Starry Hound let out a roar mixed with pain. It could feel that the strange energy that had tortured it for a long time was being quickly dispersed, and its exhausted strength was rapidly recovering. It turned to glance at Lu Yuan, who stood beside the starry core. Then, it suddenly turned around, its body transforming into a golden lightning bolt, rushing toward the cave entrance. There, new monsters were already surging in. Big dog, I'm here to help you. Yun Shanshan was full of fighting spirit as she waved her hand. Dark Ranger, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Void Masquerade Cat, let's go. A defense battle at the cave entrance thus began. The partially restored Starry Hound displayed the true horror of a gold-tier Beastmaster. Its claws waved, and starlight flickered, easily tearing apart the defenses of silver-tier monsters. Yun Shanshan's beast companions played the roles of support and control perfectly. Big Dog, left side. Dark Ranger, shoot through the heart, hit its joints. Fire Sparrow, suppress that one behind with Holy Flame Explosion. Masquerade Cat, look for a chance to ambush. The girl's clear commanding voice echoed continually on the battlefield. The Starry Hound seemed to understand her words, and each cooperation was seamless. Golden streams of light intertwined with shadowy arrows, holy flames danced with deadly claw strikes. For a moment, they truly held back the monsters that surged like a tide at the cave entrance. Behind them, the purification ritual was also ongoing fervently. The 4 radiant holy spirits floated around the giant crystal, continuously releasing their power of purification. The polluted starry core, once black, was visibly shedding its darkness, revealing a core that sparkled like stars beneath. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. However, the monsters outside the cave seemed endless. For every one that fell, 2 more surged up. In their eyes, there was no fear, only madness controlled by the magic energy. Gradually, Yun Shanshan and the Starry Hound's defense began to be compressed. The Starry Hound received new wounds again, and Yun Shanshan's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow had also weakened as its energy drained, its flames dimming. Lu Yuan. There are more and more monsters. Yun Shanshan's voice grew anxious. Lu Yuan did not respond, beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. Worse still was the time. The reflection in the mirror of peeping faces could last only 3 minutes. Just then, an abnormal change occurred. In the center of the battlefield, the 2 mirrored radiant holy spirits suddenly began to flicker, becoming illusory. 3 minutes were up. Swish. 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 2 beams of light flashed, the 2 mirrored radiant holy spirits turned into specks of light at the same time, dispersing into the air. The vast holy radiant spirit domain enveloping the entire cave suddenly shrank by half, and the light greatly diminished. The starry core, which was about to be completely purified, suddenly had the black magic energy surge back, covering again the starry essence that had finally been revealed. Purification failed. Roar! The Starry Hound at the cave entrance let out an unwilling roar. It could feel that cursed corrosive power returning. Lu Yuan. The mirror is no good. We won't hold on much longer. Yun Shanshan's scream came through. Her holy flame firebird, at the moment when the purifying power weakened, was fiercely struck away by the heavy fist of a fire giant. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the precarious cave entrance, then glancing again at the star core that was shrouded in darkness once more. Just a little more. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan plunged all of his spirit into his sea of consciousness. There, a mark quietly floated. This was his greatest trump card, and also his hope to reverse everything. He looked at the lone holy spirit still desperately releasing the purifying light, suspended before the crystal. Talent, mark. Activate. Chapter 84, Purification complete. In Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, the beast mark condensed and emerged. Following the contract, it entered the body of the Holy Spirit. Buzz. Golden mysterious patterns emerged from the connection point of the contract between it and Lu Yuan, rapidly spreading across its entire body. In an instant, the exhausted power of the Holy Spirit reappeared, surpassing its previous strength. The radiance almost turned into substance. This is, at the cave entrance, Yun Shanshan, who was struggling to resist, was taken aback by this sudden change. She could feel that Lu Yuan's Holy Spirit was wildly soaring in energy at an astonishing speed. Silver middle stage, silver high stage, silver peak. In just a few breaths, it climbed to the shackles of the silver stage. Radiant impact. A majestic voice, unlike anything a mortal could produce, echoed throughout the cave. That was the voice of the Holy Spirit. Boom! A thick golden beam of light descended from the sky. The beam struck the polluted star core. There was no piercing sound of melting, no violent clash of energies. The thick, ink-like abyssal magic energy was completely erased the moment it touched the golden beam, leaving not even a trace behind. Crack, crack. On the enormous black crystal, spiderweb-like cracks emerged. Finally, with a crisp sound of breaking, the entire black shell shattered loudly, turning into powder. A fist-sized, brilliantly pure crystal core floated silently in midair. Purification complete. Roar. Almost at the same moment the star core was purified, the starhound fiercely howled towards the sky, shaking the entire cave. The star energy erosion that had troubled it for countless years vanished in that instant. A terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of gold, even faintly surpassing this level, engulfed the whole area. The diamond-shaped blue crystal in the center of its forehead exploded with unprecedented brilliance. Golden fur danced in the wind, its whole body flowed with starlight, and all its wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, it was the true king of this fallen star valley. The monsters controlled by the dark energy, upon sensing this pressure, suddenly all stopped attacking, eyes flashing with struggle and fear. But it was already too late. The star hound moved. Its figure transformed into a streak of golden light that could not be captured by vision, flashing through the crowd of monsters. There were no extra movements. Just a single claw. That thick-skinned, tough molten guardian had its massive body torn neatly in half, the scalding lava unable to erupt in time, frozen and shattered by the ultimate power of the stars. Another claw. The proud obsidian shell of the black stone war puppet was like paper, crushed along with its body into countless fragments. That was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Where the golden light flowed, starlight shattered, and flesh and blood flew. Yin Shanxian stood blankly in place, the Dark Ranger and Holy Flame Firebird by her side had long stopped their attacks. Just a dozen seconds later, the cave entrance returned to silence. Except for the remains of the monsters scattered on the ground, there was not a single living creature standing. Who? Lu Yuan let out a long breath, his legs weakened, and he collapsed directly to the ground. On the other side, Yin Shanxian also sat down with a thud. She patted her small chest, gasping for air, her little face pale. The mental tension was much more exhausting than physical fatigue. I survived, she murmured. At this moment, the golden star hound, with graceful and strong steps, walked up to the two of them. Its eyes, filled with the vastness of the starry sea, glanced at Lu Yuan, a look that held gratitude, scrutiny, and recognition. It lowered its head, opened its mouth, and gently placed the contaminated star core in front of Lu Yuan. This was their initial transaction. After completing this, it did not leave but turned around and walked toward the chaotic battlefield. With its sharp claws waving, starlight shimmering, moments later, all the monster corpses that had been killed, the intact materials and crystal cores, were wrapped in its energy and piled in front of Yin Shanxian. Magma heart, phantom scorpion tail, obsidian armor pieces, decayed demon flower stamen. Various silver-grade materials quickly formed a small mountain. Yin Shanxian blinked, then blinked again. The girl, who had just been exhausted from the aftermath of survival, suddenly had her eyes burst with a brilliance even brighter than the pile of crystal cores. We struck it rich. She sprang up from the ground like a carp, completely shaking off any sign of weakness, throwing herself onto the pile of materials, hugging a fist-sized magma heart, laughing without a hint of decorum. A Yuan, look. We are rich. We can exchange so many points when we go back. Seeing her adorable look of being fascinated by money, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He struggled to stand up and put away the contaminated star core. Then he placed the purified star core in front of the starhound, which swallowed it without hesitation. After doing all this, Lu Yuan walked to the small mountain and, together with the grinning Yin Shanxian, put all the spoils into their storage gear. Alright, we should go now, Lu Yuan clapped his hands. This harvest had far exceeded his expectations. The starhound looked at them, made no move to stop them, only silently followed behind, escorting them to the cave entrance. Goodbye, big dog. Thank you for your gift. Yin Shanxian waved her hand reluctantly at it. Lu Yuan nodded at it as a farewell. The two turned around, preparing to continue exploring the perilous and opportunity-filled Falling Star Valley. However, just as they stepped out of the cave, a gust of wind sound came from behind. The two turned back to see the magnificent starhound had already appeared at the cave's entrance. In their astonished gaze, this powerful pet at the peak of gold slowly lowered its proud head to the ground. Its meaning was unmistakable. Get on, I will take you away. Chapter 85, Treasure Hunting Everywhere. Yin Shanxian looked at the starry giant dog before her, then at its head lowered to the ground, her peach blossom eyes wide with astonishment. A Yuan, is it asking us to get on? He did not refuse. The reason was simple: if the starhound truly wanted to harm them, it would have acted long ago in the cave when they were exhausted. Moreover, the information on the starhound in his beast taming handbook had quietly changed. Name, Starhound. Rank, low-tier platinum. Potential, 4 stars. Platinum rank. This was a whole new level of life. It seemed the starhound gained quite a boost after absorbing the purified star core. Lu Yuan knew that even if he used his imprint again now, he would never stand a chance against a platinum-ranked beast. Instead of futile suspicion, it's better to see what it actually wants to do. Let's go. Lu Yuan tugged on the dazed Yin Shanxian and took the lead, stepping to the side of the Stardust Hound. Yin Shanxian responded with an "oh" and instinctively followed. Lu Yuan flipped onto the dog's back. The golden fur of the Stardust Hound felt unique, soft and smooth, as if it contained the power of the stars, bringing a gentle warmth that eased his tense nerves. Come up. He reached out his hand to Yun Shanshan. Yun Shanshan looked at his outstretched hand, her little face flushed, and without hesitation, she grasped Lu Yuan's hand for support, leaping gracefully to sit behind him, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Hold on tight, let's go. Lu Yuan reminded her. The Stardust Hound seemed to understand his words, letting out a deep growl from its throat, and in the next moment, its powerful legs surged with strength. There was no violent jolt, nor was there a fierce wind in their faces. Its figure blurred in place, and the surrounding red wilderness instantly transformed into flowing, colorful lines. Star World traveling. Similar to the radiant leap of the Radiant Saintess. Wow! Yun Shanshan could not help but exclaim. She saw the cliffs and strange rocks on either side turn into receding shadows, as if they were traveling through a tunnel paved with starlight. This feeling was novel and exhilarating. A Yuan, it's so amazing. It flies faster than Mom's cloud-howling skyhawk. The excited voice of the girl rang in his ears. It is also of platinum rank. Lu Yuan relaxed as he leaned against the warm dog back. He had to admit, having a platinum-ranked bodyguard and mount in this treacherous falling star valley made him feel incredibly safe. As Lu Yuan closed his eyes to rest, the Stardust Hound gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of a pile of rubble. Have we arrived? Yun Shanshan curiously peeked her head out. Before Lu Yuan could answer, a commotion erupted from the pile of stones. Large boulders were pushed aside, and a massive creature covered in thick stone armor, resembling an armadillo, emerged from the ground. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on the two, emitting a threatening low growl, a wave of silver peak aura exploding around it. Name, Earth-shaking burrowing beast. Rank, Silver Peak. Yun Shanshan's heart instantly tightened, instinctively wanting to summon her summoned beast. However, the Stardust Hound merely lazily lifted its eyelids, glancing at the earth-shaking burrowing beast. A pressure from the pinnacle of the life spectrum quietly radiated. Woo! In the previous second, the fierce earth-shaking burrowing beast, in the next moment, its massive body froze abruptly, that violent aura instantly vanishing without a trace. Its crimson eyes revealed a human-like fear, its entire body cowered on the ground, trembling, not daring to breathe. The Stardust Hound impatiently snorted. As if receiving a pardon, the earth-shaking burrowing beast hurriedly dug into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Yun Shanshan. She opened her small mouth, unable to speak for a long time. This was resolved just like that? Lu Yuan smiled, jumped down from the dog's back, and walked to the place where the earth-shaking burrowing beast had been resting. Under that overturned soil, a plant, crystal clear and emitting a gentle earth-yellow glow, was quietly growing. Name, Thick Earthlingji. Quality, Silver Grade. Effect, it can greatly enhance the defense of Earth attribute summoned beasts, or serve as a core material for forging defensive equipment. Wow! It's Thick Earthlingji. Yun Shanshan immediately forgot the earlier incident, her eyes shining as she rushed over, carefully digging up the lingji and storing it in her storage ring as if it were a treasure. A Yuan. This is much faster than us looking for it ourselves. Lu Yuan deeply agreed. With the Stardust Hound as this local guide, the efficiency was more than 10 times faster. The void map could help him discover treasures, but could not directly ignore the guardian like the Star Hunting Hound. The following journey turned into a wild shopping spree. The Star Hunting Hound clearly knew this area well, expertly guiding the two of them to find one hidden treasure after another. In a valley burning with underground fire, they discovered a large exposed chunk of crimson flame gold mine. A group of flame lizard guarding the mine, upon sensing the presence of the Star Hunting Hound, did not dare to poke their heads out. In a swamp shrouded in poisonous mist, they harvested dozens of precious corruption flowers. A few blind silver-tier corruption giant pythons attempted to sneak attack, only to be swatted into the swamp by the Star Hunting Hound, leaving no corpse behind, just bursting out a fairly complete poison crystal core, which the Star Hunting Hound rolled into the air and tossed in front of Yun Shanshan. Yun Shanshan had completely numbed out. From her initial surprise screams, to excited cheers later, and now to her being used to it. She sat cross-legged on the hound's back, like a little landlord collecting rent, skillfully directing the Star Hunting Hound. Big doggy, under that rock to the left, yes, that one, I feel there's something. The Star Hunting Hound looked at her helplessly, but complied, and indeed unearthed a piece of fallen star iron the size of a human head. Yun Shanshan's storage space was already stuffed full of various sparkling materials. Hey Yuan, my bracelet is almost full. The girl complained sweetly with a pile of spoils in her arms. Next time we go on a secret realm adventure, I must bring a bigger storage item. Big doggy, you're just amazing. She patted the Star Hunting Hound's neck, the latter just happily wagged its tail, seemingly enjoying the title. Seeing her greedy look, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. The gains from this adventure had far exceeded his expectations. These resources were enough to elevate both his and Yun Shanxian's beast mastery level in a short time. Chapter 86, Bone Throat Digging Dragon. Hey Yuan, my bracelet is almost full. Yun Shanxian sat cross-legged on the wide back of the star hunting hound, sweetly yet frustratingly complaining. In her arms was a large pile of materials just looted from a peak silver corruption giant python's nest. The star hunting hound seemed to enjoy being called Big Doggy, comfortably wagged its tail, and continued to lead the two deeper into the valley. Under its guidance, the two nearly swept clean the outskirts of the falling star valley of treasures. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanxian's adorably greedy appearance and couldn't help but smile. The rewards from this falling star valley had exceeded all his expectations. At that moment, the star hunting hound gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of a collapsed ancient altar. The altar was built from unknown black rocks, covered with worn and blurred ancient runes, a chilling aura wafting over. In the center of the altar, a peculiar white bone plant resembling dragon horns emitted a faint white glow. Name: Platinum Dragon Horn Mushroom. Quality: Golden Grade. Effect: contains thin dragon blood and earth essence, can greatly enhance a beast's physique and strength. A golden grade treasure. Both Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's breaths quickened slightly. The star hunting hound gently set them down from its back and then stepped forward directly toward the golden dragon horn mushroom. In its view, dealing with the guardian and delivering the treasure to these two little ones was already a smooth routine. However, just as its front paw stepped onto that black altar, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! All the ancient runes on the altar suddenly lit up at that moment. Golden chains appeared out of nowhere, floating from the ground, wrapping around the limbs and body of the Star Hunter dog. Roar! The Star Hunter dog let out a puzzled roar. Its platinum-level power did not stir a ripple in front of these golden chains. In the shocked gaze of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, the huge body of the Star Hunter dog, comparable to a warhorse, rapidly shrank at a visible speed. As the golden light dissipated, on the altar, a little dog, only slightly larger than a void masked cat, completely golden and looking adorably fierce, sat in place with a confused expression, shaking its head as if it couldn't understand what had just happened. Big Doggy? Yun Shanxian widened her peach blossom eyes and tentatively called out. The golden little dog lifted its head, bared its teeth at her, and let out a sound from its throat, but that sound had no deterrent power. Instead, it sounded a bit like a whine. However, Lu Yuan's face became extremely serious at this moment. On his beast taming handbook, the panel for the Star Hunter dog had changed dramatically. Name: Star Hunter dog. Level: Silver mid-tier, sealed. Status: Ancient seal, bloodline confinement, requires signing a soul contract with the beast tamer to slowly lift the seal as the beast tamer's strength increases. It has been sealed. Lu Yuan informed the still uncomprehending little dog of the information on the handbook. Its strength has dropped to silver mid-tier, and it needs to sign a contract to recover. The Star Hunter dog was stunned. In its starry eyes, confusion first appeared, then anger, and finally transformed into a deep sense of helplessness and frustration. It just wanted to repay a favor and take these two interesting humans to find some treasure. How did it end up getting stuck? However, this land clearly did not intend to give them time to think or communicate. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. The land behind the altar suddenly arched up, then exploded. A terrifying giant beast, over 30 meters long and composed entirely of eerie white bones, burst forth from the ground. Its head resembled that of an evil dragon, with a jawbone incredibly massive. Name: Bone Throat Digger Dragon. Level: Gold High Tier. Potential: 3 stars. Skills: Bone Breath, Death Crush, Earth Burrow. If it were at its peak, the Star Hunter dog might not be able to withstand even a single strike from such a monster. But now... Roar! The Bone Throat Digger Dragon clearly also noticed the intruders, and 2 bluish flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets, locking onto the weak-breathed golden little dog on the altar and the 2 humans beside it. In its eyes, these were just bugs that could be crushed at will. The Star Hunter dog let out an angry roar toward the gigantic dragon, attempting to gather its star power once more, but all that responded was an empty feeling within. Run! Lu Yuan decisively pulled Yun Shanxian and turned to flee. Yun Shanxian also reacted quickly. While running out, she bent down and scooped up the dazed golden little dog and the golden dragon horn mushroom into her arms. Hold on tight. Boom! Just as they left the altar, a blast made up of countless broken bones and corrosive energy hit the spot where they had just stood. This breath corroded the hard black rock into a hissing, large pit. The 3 of them ran without looking back in the direction they came from. The Bone Throat Digger dragon let out an angry roar, its massive body moving in relentless pursuit behind them. This way! Lu Yuan's void map had already locked onto a nearby narrow rock crevice. He pulled Yun Shanxian and suddenly dove to the side, both hurriedly crawling into the crevice that was only wide enough for one to pass through. Boom! The massive claws of the Bone Throat Digger dragon quickly followed. The claws slammed hard against the rock wall outside the crevice. The rubble flew and the entire cave shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Due to its enormous size, it simply could not enter this crack and could only roar and smash outside in anger to vent its fury. Inside the cave, Yun Xianxian held the golden little dog, who was just as terrified, gasping for breath with a pale face. That was so close. Lu Yuan leaned against the cold rock wall, his face looking worse than hers. On his empty map, a huge red dot representing the bone-throat burrowing dragon blocked the cave entrance. But this was not the worst part. The worst part was that around the map, 7 or 8 red dots, bright as high-grade silver, were attracted by the commotion, encircling the crack where they were located from all directions. In front, a gold-ranked giant dragon blocked their way, and behind, countless high-grade silver pursuers. They had already fallen into a desperate situation. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the terrified Yun Xianxian beside him. Xianxian. His voice was calm, filled with reluctance. Crush the rescue badge. Crush the rescue badge. Yun Xianxian was stunned for a moment. The rescue badge was the Academy's last guarantee and a symbol of admitting one's own helplessness. With her pride, she would never want to use it until the very last moment. But she just looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, which were always calm, and at this moment, showed no hesitation. She understood. This adventure in the Meteor Valley had already far exceeded their expectations. Whether it was the experience in the Meteor Valley or the pile of precious materials, it was enough for them to digest for a long time. There was no need to risk their lives here again. Yun Xianxian no longer hesitated and took out the exquisite badge from her storage ring, squeezing it tightly. Crack! With a soft sound, the badge turned into specks of light, merging into the air and disappearing. After doing all this, both of them and the dog remained quiet, waiting silently. The bone-throat burrowing dragon outside seemed to sense something, and its attacks became more frenzied, shaking the entire crack violently. Time passed minute by minute. The attacks outside were more intense and urgent. Just when Yun Xianxian's heart was about to rise to her throat, the air in front of them suddenly rippled. Then, a space door emitting a soft white light silently tore open the space and unfolded out of thin air. A lazy figure walked out from the door while yawning. Blue Lily wore loose home clothes and fluffy slippers, looking as if she had not woken up, completely out of place with the shaking scenery outside. At her feet was a small beast, all white and the size of a palm, resembling both a cat and a fox, curiously taking in its surroundings. TSK, I really didn't expect you two little ones to dare to use it. Blue Lily stretched lazily, her gaze sweeping over the two dusty individuals, and the golden little dog in Yun Xianxian's arms, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Let's go, my little white charges by the second, remember to reimburse my points when we get back. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered for a moment on the beast named Little White. Just as the beast encyclopedia began to show information, Blue Lily had already stepped through the space door and summoned the white little beast back into the packed space. He suppressed his curiosity and approached the still confused golden little dog, squatting down to meet its gaze. Outside is our world, if you come with us, you might never go back. If you stay here, when the seal is lifted, you will still be the king of this valley. Lu Yuan's voice was very calm. Do you want to come with us? The star-hunting dog, no, it should be called the golden puppy, remained silent. In those eyes, filled with the sea of stars, a hint of struggle flashed by. Leaving this land where it was born and raised, heading to a completely unfamiliar world, becoming a beast of a weak human or being tamed. For a once platinum king, this was hard to accept. But it looked again at Lu Yuan, this human who rescued it from endless pain. It looked once more at Yun Xianxian, who did not abandon it in its weakest moment but took it along to escape. The roaring outside grew closer, as if urging it to make a decision. In the end, it seemed to have made a resolution, and in the astonished gaze of Yun Xianxian, it leaped. Thus it landed steadily in her arms, finding a comfortable position to bury its head inside. The choice was made. Let's go. Lu Yuan smiled, took Yun Xianxian's hand, and stepped through that space gate without looking back. Passing through a thin water curtain, the scene ahead became suddenly clear. The familiar living room, warm lighting, and the faint aroma of tea in the air. Suyuli was elegantly sitting on the sofa, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw the two appear safely, there was no surprise in her gentle eyes. Once all three humans and one beast passed through, Lan Luli snapped her fingers, and the space gate behind them quietly closed, disappearing without a trace. You've worn my little boy out. Lan Luli sank into the sofa, her whole body sinking in, waving her hand wearily. Little Lu Yuan, little Xianxian, the bill for this rescue service will be sent directly to your academy account later, remember to check. Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian exchanged a glance, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Aunt Yuli. Mom. The two greeted obediently. Suyuli set down her teacup, gazing at them gently. Tell me about this experience. Lu Yuan concisely recounted their experiences in the Fallen Star Valley. When she heard that they were surrounded by 7 high-level silver monsters and escaped in an unbelievable way, even Suyuli and Lan Luli showed surprise in their eyes. And when Yun Shanshan proudly dumped the spoils from the storage ring onto the carpet, the atmosphere in the entire living room changed. Crash. Magma heart, phantom scorpion tail, crimson flame essence gold, poisonous flower, thick earth ganoderma, all kinds of silver-grade materials gleamed, including some golden-grade materials. In an instant, these materials piled up into a small mountain. The rich energy fluctuations mixed together made the air in the entire villa thick with intensity. My god. Just a second ago, Lan Luli had slumped on the sofa pretending to be dead. The next second, she sat up with a start, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring hard at the pile of materials, almost drooling. Did you turn over the fallen Star Valley? Yun Shanshan proudly placed her hands on her hips, lifting her white chin. This is all thanks to the big doggy. She patted the golden puppy that was pretending to sleep in her arms. Su Yuli's gaze also fell on the little dog. She could sense that this little beast contained a pure and powerful force, but this power seemed to be restrained by some stronger rules. This little guy is the star hound you mentioned? Su Yuli's tone was full of curiosity. Yes. Yun Shanshan held up the little dog proudly in front of Su Yuli. Mom, Aunt Luli, you definitely can't guess what rank it used to be. Lan Luli moved closer, examining it carefully, pouting. Its aura is just mid-silver, but its potential seems good, looking like a 4-star. How, was it originally gold rank? In her view, being sealed from gold rank to silver rank was already quite unbelievable. Lu Yuan looked at them and uttered 2 words. Platinum. Chapter 88, The Choice of the Starry Hunting Hound. Platinum. When these 2 words came out of Lu Yuan's mouth, the air in the living room, which had been heated by the pile of materials, seemed to be suddenly drained and froze into ice. In the previous second, the blue jade glass, which had been like a treasure-finding groundhog with sparkling eyes pouncing on the pile of materials, had its teasing smile completely stiffen, as if the whole person had been pressed to pause. Su Yueli's movement also showed a barely noticeable pause in mid-air. For the first time, her gentle eyes truly focused on the golden little beast in Yun Shanshan's arms, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her gaze. In the living room, only Yun Shanshan held the small dog, proudly raising her chin. The golden little puppy in her arms seemed to sense something was off, impatiently wagging its tail. Platinum? Platinum? Blue Jade Glass's voice was dry. Little Lu Yuan, did that big bone dragon knock you silly? This little thing is platinum? She almost floated in front of Yun Shanshan, cautiously extending her finger, wanting to poke the little dog but afraid of being bitten, her fingers stretching and retracting in midair, looking quite comical. It has been sealed by an ancient altar. Lu Yuan simply recounted the information given by the Beastmaster handbook. Its bloodline and level are both bound. It currently only has the strength of a silver mid-tier. To lift the seal, a contract must be signed with a Beastmaster, and afterwards, its power will gradually be unsealed as the Beastmaster's level increases. This statement left both of the epic tier powerhouses present in silence. A beast with a potential of up to 4 stars, reaching its peak at the platinum level, can be recultivated from silver tier due to the seal. What does this mean? It means that on the growth path of this beast, there is almost no bottleneck. As long as its Beastmaster can continue to break through, it can recover to its former heights and then surpass the peak. This is no longer mere luck, it is a divine gift that would drive any Beastmaster insane. Interesting. Su Yueli stood up, slowly walking toward Yun Shanshan, her presence as an epic tier powerhouse not released, yet the invisible aura made the surrounding air grow heavy. She looked at the golden little dog with keen interest. The starry hunting hound seemed to sense the danger, it stopped pretending to sleep, and the golden fur all over its body stood slightly on end. A growl rumbled in its throat, showing its not yet fully grown baby teeth at Su Yueli, trying to warn this person who made it feel extremely uneasy. Yun Shanshan quickly comforted it by patting its head. Good doggy, this is my mom, not a bad person. Su Yueli smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth. She didn't retreat because of the threat from the starry hunting hound but instead reached out, seemingly wanting to pat its head. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the golden fur, the starry hunting hound suddenly opened its mouth, poised to bite. In that instant, the entire living room's air suddenly became oppressively heavy. No strong wind, no energy fluctuation, not even a sound. But Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan both felt a shiver coming from the depths of their souls. As if the entire space was gripped by an invisible hand around the heart. It was pure, a crushing pressure from the tier level. The epic tier's overwhelming force. Just a second ago, the playful starry hunting hound froze suddenly, its star-like eyes instantly filling with boundless fear. It seemed to see an unbridgeable starry sea, where it was just an insignificant speck of dust. Let alone its current self, even at its peak, it would only have the option to flee under this pressure. Woo! A wailing cry, filled with sorrow, crushed the pride belonging to its platinum status under absolute power. Its whole body softened, and its head whooshed down, burying itself deeply in Yun Shanshan's soft embrace, its small body trembling. That appearance, how timid it was, how wronged it looked. Su Yueli satisfiedly withdrew her aura, and the heavy pressure in the living room dissipated like smoke. She looked humorously at the platinum tier puppy playing dead in her daughter's arms and shook her head. So, what do you two plan to do? Su Yueli's gaze turned to Lu Yuan. You both currently don't have any extra contract slots. Who will make a contract with this little guy? This was a very practical question. Lu Yuan looked at the small puppy peeking out from Yun Shanshan's arms, showing only a little tip of its golden tail. Let's wait until we both advance to the golden tier and have new contract slots, Lu Yuan said. At that time, let it choose for itself. This was undoubtedly the fairest and safest way to handle it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the star hunting hound, which had been playing dead, suddenly moved. It lifted its head from Yun Shanshan's arms, first glancing nervously at the smiling Su Yueli, then turned its head, gazing intently at Lu Yuan with its starry eyes. Just when everyone thought the star hunting hound would make its choice. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it stuck out its pink tongue, gently licked Yun Shanshan's hand, and found a more comfortable position to rest its head on Yun Shanshan's arm, closing its eyes, looking like a spoiled character saying, I'm sticking with her. The choice was already clear. Yun Shanshan's heart was instantly melted, and she hugged the puppy, her eyes shining with happiness. Ah Yuan, look, the big dog chose me. Lu Yuan chuckled in amazement and nodded. In that case, let this little guy be taken care of by Shanshan for now. Su Yueli decisively said, then her gaze swept over the pile of sparkling materials. As for these, you two handle it yourselves. Both of you performed very well this time, so I'll give you 2 days off to rest and digest this haul. Yay! Long live Mom! Yun Shanshan cheered. Thank you, Aunt Yueli. Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. The adventure in Meteor Valley had indeed been too tense. Wait! Lan Liuli finally came back to her senses from the impact of the platinum tier puppy. She rubbed her hands and approached the pile of materials with a grin. Well, little Shanshan, you see, Aunt Liuli brought my little boy over to cross dimensions and rescue you, which was quite a big expense. As for the bill. She said this while secretly pulling a large molten heart towards herself with her toes. Yun Shanshan immediately opened her arms wide in defense of her treasure mound, like a protective little dragon. Aunt Liuli. Mom said these all belong to us. We will pay for the rescue points. Oh dear, talking about points hurts feelings, Lan Liuli said with a pained expression. Look at this piece of crimson flame gold, how good it is, just consider it a snack for little Bai. No way. Watching the two almost fight over some materials, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, but there was a smile in his eyes. The peace after surviving a disaster and the bickering of companions. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chapter 89, Exchange Points. In the living room of the mountain villa, the atmosphere was once very strange. Lan Liuli and Yun Shanshan were clashing over the ownership of the pile of materials, one attempting to seize and the other swearing to defend. In the end, it was still Su Yueli's light cough that ended this farce, with Lan Liuli reluctantly withdrawing her foot that had reached toward the crimson flame gold. Lu Yuan cleverly handed a molten heart and some blaze fruit to Lan Liuli quietly. This instantly brightened Lan Liuli's mood, and she made a lip movement to Lu Yuan. Little Lu Yuan, well done. Alright, you two little ones, go organize the things. Su Yueli helplessly shook her head, clearly having seen the actions of the two. Relax well these 2 days, don't always be so tense. Yay! Thank you, Mom. Yun Shanshan cheered, immediately grabbing Lu Yuan and rushing towards her room, tightly holding the little golden puppy in her arms. Inside Yun Shanshan's room, the carpet was quickly overwhelmed by various materials shining with strange colors. Ah Yuan, look at this, the stamen of rotten magic flower, how beautiful. Yun Shanshan pinched a flower that emitted a faint purple light, completely enchanted, ignoring the not-so-pleasant word in its name. And this obsidian armor piece, it's dark and shiny, can it be made into a mirror? Lu Yuan looked at her greedy appearance that seemed eager to roll in the pile of materials, shaking his head with amusement. He did not pay attention to the girl's wild ideas, but instead sat cross-legged, sorting the materials one by one. His movements were not fast, but very orderly. Every time he picked up a material, the information from the Beastmaster handbook flowed automatically in his mind. Heart of Magma, silver-level material, contains pure fire energy, can be used for skill enhancement of Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Thick Earthlingy, silver-level material, can greatly enhance the defense and strength of Earth attribute beasts. Fallen Star Iron, silver-level material, can be directly absorbed by Void Phantom, increasing the sharpness of Dimensional Blade. Most of the materials were of great benefit to their current stage of beast mastery. Yun Shanshan soon put aside her playful thoughts and sat facing Lu Yuan, seriously helping to organize. The little golden puppy seemed to have finally recovered from Su Yueli's epic-level pressure. It cautiously poked its head out, curiously observing the toys scattered all over the ground, and finally picked a low-level energy crystal, gnawing on it with its still-growing milk teeth, making kacha-kacha sounds. The two spent over an hour before finishing the inventory of this treasure mountain. These are not useful to us for now or are worth more than actual use. Lu Yuan pushed a small pile of materials to the center. It's better to exchange them for points. Yun Shanxian looked at the pile of eliminated materials, and even though it only accounted for 1/6 of the total, the quantity still made her heart race. She nodded vigorously, her little face full of excitement. Okay. Let's go now. I want to buy out the exchange list of the Points Mall. Beiming Academy, Points Mall. This place is always the liveliest in the entire academy, bustling with activity, and the faces of the students coming and going were filled with either anticipation or pain at spending. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian walked side by side into the exchange area, they did not attract too much attention. The exchange was handled by a seemingly lazy senior, who lifted his eyelids and asked in a programmed manner, "What do you two want to exchange?" Yun Shanxian cleared her throat and waved her hand proudly. With a clatter, a few fist-sized hearts of magma, still radiating warmth, were piled onto the exchange table by her, and the dark red light instantly caught the attention of several surrounding students. Ha! Is that the heart of magma that dropped from the Magma Guardian? It looks good, at least of silver mid-level quality. The lazy senior's eyes became slightly serious, and he reached out to take the specialized instrument. However, this was just the beginning. Lu Yuan, with a poker face, stepped forward and poured out the items from his storage ring. With a clatter. If what Yun Shanxian took out was just an appetizer, then what Lu Yuan poured out was a feast of extravagance. The eerie green ghost scorpion tail, a stack of obsidian armor pieces, the metal gloss crimson flame gold, and dozens of well-preserved rotten flowers. Various types and attributes of silver-level materials instantly filled the spacious exchange table to the brim, with several pieces even rolling onto the floor. The entire exchange center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on the small mountain made of materials. The rich energy fluctuations in the air made every Beastmaster present feel dry and parched. The lazy senior dropped the instrument in his hand with a snap on the ground. Is my vision blurred? A passing student rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling. That's the stinger of a ghost scorpion. A high-tier silver material. I saw one during a mission last time, and it almost wiped us out. And that pile of red flame essence gold. My goodness, how much is this? Enough to forge a complete set of top-tier silver armor, right? Who are these two people? Did they loot some high-risk secret realm? The crowd erupted in chaos. More and more students were drawn to the commotion, surrounding the small exchange center tightly. Countless shocked, envious, and jealous gazes focused on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Some quick-reacting individuals had already quietly opened the recording function of their wristbands, capturing this spectacle to upload with a sensational headline to the college's internal forum. Explosion! 2 new students wash out the Point Exchange Center, suspected to have emptied the Starfall Valley. The commotion at the Exchange Center quickly caught the attention of the head of the mall. A seemingly capable middle-aged mentor rushed over, and when he saw the scene at the exchange table, he couldn't help but gasp. He gave a deep glance at the calm-faced Lu Yuan and the proud-looking Yun Shanxian, then immediately called several professional appraisers and several large precision instruments. The inventory began. The entire process lasted nearly half an hour. Each material was appraised, valued, and then transformed into a string of numbers projected onto the light screen above the exchange center. The surrounding students had gone completely numb. They watched as the 2 points continuously soared on the light screen, feeling as if their worldview was being constantly rubbed against the ground. Final count complete. When the middle-aged mentor announced the results, his voice carried disbelief. Classmate Yun Shanxian, total exchange, 231,400 points. Classmate Lu Yuan, total exchange, 215,000 points. Boom! The crowd went completely wild. Over 400,000 points. What does this mean? Many students, with a year's worth of hard work and missions in secret realms, managed to earn around 100,000 points at best. Yet now, these two had completed someone else's annual earnings in one exchange. Yun Shanxian looked at the shiny numbers on her wristband, her peach blossom eyes squinting into crescent moons with happiness, as if she could already see countless rare evolution materials beckoning to her. Lu Yuan remained calm. Although this amount of points was not small, he well understood that the items in his storage space, as well as the stellar origin cork purified by the radiant sacred spirit, were the true harvest of this adventure, treasures beyond value. Under the countless gazes resembling those looking at a monster, the two tucked away their wristbands and turned to leave. As they passed, the crowd automatically parted to give way. Yun Shanxian leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and excitedly whispered. We're rich now at Beiming Academy, right? Lu Yuan looked at her cute little money-grubbing expression, his lips lifting slightly. Maybe. But money is only to become stronger. Chapter 90, The Price of Blue Lioli. This time, the two did not rush into the Point Mall to splurge as they had when they first got their points. The treasures and rare materials they had collected from the Starfall Valley were enough for their current summoned beasts to digest and absorb for a long time. Lu Yuan understood better than anyone the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. The urgent matter is something else. Let's go find Aunt Lan, Lu Yuan said. Ha? Why? Yun Shanshan was still lost in the joy of becoming a little rich lady, confused by his words. To pay back the debt. Lu Yuan stated briefly. Only then did Yun Shanshan remember that they owed a huge favor. The two asked Su Yueli for Lan Luli's location. The answer surprised them a bit, the central combat training ground. When they arrived, they saw a completely unfamiliar Lan Luli. In that special training ground shrouded in high-intensity barriers, there was no longer the lazy homebody wearing fluffy slippers and yawning on the sofa. In her place was a devilish instructor dressed in a blue combat uniform, her expression cold, eyes sharp as knives. Number 3, your Storm War Eagle released Windblade Dance 0.3 seconds too late. On the battlefield, that 0.3 seconds is enough for the enemy to snap your neck. Penalty, release 50 combo moves. Number 5. Is your rock turtle only going to hide in its shell? Defense is not to be a target. Use Rock Eruption to break the opponent's attack rhythm. Where's your brain? The cold commands echoed emotionlessly in the training ground. Inside, several students in elite uniforms from Beiming Academy were directing their beasts in intense combat, as if facing a great enemy. Each person's face showed exhaustion, but their eyes revealed a deep respect. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stood outside, watching this scene, looking at each other in disbelief. Yun Shanshan's mouth dropped open, and she couldn't close it for a long time. Is this still the Aunt Lan who fights her for snacks and tricks her for materials? Just then, Lan Luli seemed to notice their arrival, her gaze sweeping over them. In an instant, the layer of frost on her face that kept people at a distance melted like spring snow, replaced by the familiar lazy and playful smile they recognized. She yelled to those inside, "Everyone take a 10-minute break," and casually walked over. "Oh, two little rich kids, how come you have time to inspect my work?" Yun Shanshan couldn't help but curiously ask, "Aunt Lan, what are you doing?" "I'm preparing these guys for this year's college beast competition." Lan Luli stretched and casually explained. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Lan Luli mentioned when they first enrolled that she was one of the main organizers of this year's competition. Ah, what a pity, Lan Luli glanced them up and down, feigning regret as she sighed. If you two weren't still at silver rank, I would definitely have drafted you as soldiers. But this year is too late, with only 5 months left, you'll probably miss out. While this sounded regretful, it was, in fact, an enormous affirmation. Lu Yuan didn't reply and just stated the purpose for their visit. "Aunt Lan, we are here to pay the points for the rescue badge." "Oh?" Lan Luli's eyes brightened. She immediately put on a facade of "we're all friends here, discussing money hurts feelings," but her words didn't match that at all. "Since you two are so sincere, I can't refuse." She smiled and held up 2 fingers. "For the sake of Yueli, I'll give you a discount, 100,000 points each, and we'll call it even." 100,000? Yun Shanshan's eyes widened instantly, her voice raised by 8 degrees. 100,000 each? Aunt Lan, why don't you just rob a bank? She felt as if her heart was bleeding. That was 200,000 points. How many good things could she get in the points mall? However, beside her, Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply nodded calmly, raised his handband, and swiftly operated it. Beep. A soft sound, 100,000 points were transferred. Yun Shanshan watched Lu Yuan's actions, and the words she wanted to say were suddenly stuck in her throat. She pouted angrily, although her heart ached badly, she still reluctantly raised her handband and transferred 100,000 points. Looking at the large sum of money that vanished from her account, the girl's expression was just like someone who had their beloved candy snatched away. Lan Lili watched with satisfaction as 200,000 points appeared in her account, her eyes curved in a happy smile. She patted both of their shoulders and said, not bad, you have potential. Alright, go play, I still need to continue training that group of little rascals." After saying that, she turned and walked back to the training ground, her smile instantly disappearing, returning to that cold, ruthless devil instructor. Back at the hillside villa, Yun Shanshan plopped down on the sofa, hugging a cushion, her mouth still mumbling non-stop. So unfair. Aunt Lan is so unfair. That's 200,000 points, just by moving her finger to open a door, that's too easy to earn. Lu Yuan looked at her adorable mourning for the points and couldn't help but laugh. He poured himself a glass of water and said slowly, "Shanshan, go to the points mall system and search for rescue badge, then see how much Aunt Lan's rescue is priced at." Ha? Yun Shanshan was stunned for a moment, although she didn't understand, she still followed his advice and operated her handband. Soon, a line of golden, specially marked product information appeared on the screen. Special service product, directional space rescue. Service provider, Mentor Lan Lioli. Service description, no matter where you are, limited to this plane, Mentor Lan Lioli will personally open a space passage for you, ensuring a 100% success rate for rescue. Price, 500,000 points/case. Stock, none. Note, this service is a non-public product and can only be listed at Mentor Lan Liuli's personal consent. Yun Shanshan stared at the long string of zeros on the screen, counting them carefully 3 times. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 500,000. She couldn't help but swallow, her throat feeling a bit dry. The entire living room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, only the girl's slightly hurried breathing could be sensed. She finally understood. No wonder when they came out of the space store yesterday, Mom was leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking tea, without a trace of worry on her face. Because from Mom's perspective, as long as Lan Liuli took action, it meant absolute safety. That was a rescue worth 500,000 points, or even immeasurable with points, trading a usable number for a guaranteed 100% successful rescue. Thinking about it this way, the two of them only spent 200,000 points. It was an incredible bargain. The expression on Yun Shanshan's small face changed from pain to shock, then to relief, finally settling into understanding. She hugged her cushion and muttered softly, "It doesn't seem so unfair now." Chapter 91 Challenge to Han Yuan Ranking. After the storm, the hillside villa had rare tranquility restored. Yun Shanshan curled up in the soft sofa like a lazy cat, her legs crossed, holding a silk cushion, and was happily fiddling with the holographic display projected by her handband. The spending of huge funds of 200,000 points did not affect her joy of becoming a little rich girl. At this moment, she was excitedly browsing the Academy forum, checking out various funny news and gossip that had happened while they were away. Oh! Dongfang Shua, this guy sure is quick. A trending post caught her attention. The title of the post was very eye-catching. New King ascends? New student Dongfang Shua strongly challenges, ascending to 8th place on the Han Yuan ranking after battling 3. Clicking on the post, a clip of edited battle footage immediately began to play. In the video, Dongfang Shua still had that calm and steady demeanor, commanding his Hurricane Mantis, Ghost Spider, and Iron Cannon Bear, defeating 3 senior students defending the rankings in a dominating manner. His beast taming had a perfect coordination. And his precise grasp of the aircraft made the comments section below the video burst into excitement. Wow! Dongfang Shua is too fierce. The speed of that mantis's attack is simply unseeable. This is the pride of our new students. In my opinion, if it's not bad luck, the first place in the new student competition must be his. What the poster said is right. That Lu Yuan performed well in the secret realm, but who knows if he was just riding on Yun Shanshan's coattails. True personal strength must be seen in the arena. Exactly, look at him since school started. Apart from the new student competition, when did he actively fight for rankings? He must be scared, after all, luck can't always be on his side. Yun Shanshan was originally enjoying the comments, but when she saw the later comments, her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly narrowed. What does it mean to ride on someone's coattails? What does it mean to be scared? The girl's cheeks puffed up in anger, and her fair fingers tapped sharply on the light screen, immediately engaging in a battle of words in the comments section with a user named "The Truth Only Lies Within Cannon Range." Shanshan doesn't want to talk to you, you understand nothing. My brother Yuan is the strongest. You don't even know what his beast is. The truth only lies within cannon range, the strongest? The strongest only knows how to hide behind a woman? If he has the guts, let him challenge the Cold Abyss ranking, don't just talk and not practice. Shanshan doesn't want to talk to you, you wait. Yun Shanshan was so mad that she directly turned off the light screen. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan, who was checking information next to her, and said indignantly, "Yuan. We should also go challenge that Cold Abyss ranking. Look at them, they underestimate us. Just a few days without us, and these people have forgotten who made them feel fear." Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the girl's furious expression and found it somewhat amusing. He reached out his hand, habitually ruffling her hair, and spoke in a calm tone, "What are you comparing with them? In terms of strength, even I might not be your match among the same rank. You are already very strong. What you need to do is surpass your past self, not live in others' evaluations." His words carried a soothing conviction that immediately dissolved most of Yun Shanshan's anger. But she still mumbled a bit stubbornly, but they said that about you, and I just feel unhappy." At this moment, a gentle voice came from the side. "Shanshan is right this time, Xiao Yuan, you should indeed go participate in the ranking challenge." Su Yueling came out of the kitchen carrying 2 cups of iced fruit tea, placing the cups on the coffee table in front of the two. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze warm yet serious. "Did you forget what I said before?" Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly, recalling what Su Yueling had said in front of the Beiming dual rankings when he first arrived at Beiming. Although the Cold Abyss ranking is far less famous and valuable than the Frosty Sky ranking, Su Yueling said slowly, it is still one of the most watched stages in the academy. Challenging it is not just about those points and rewards, more importantly, you need an opportunity to prove your strength to the whole school, and even to a higher level. Your performance in the new student's secret realm was outstanding, but that was a closed trial, and apart from a few people, no one knows what you actually went through. The ranking challenge is different, every battle will be witnessed by countless people. Higher visibility and stronger displays of strength will allow the Academy's higher-ups to pay more attention and resources to you in the future Space Rift project. You must let them see that you possess far more value than your peers. Su Yueling's words were like a key, unlocking the last doubts in Lu Yuan's heart. Everything he did ultimately aimed to become stronger and to search for his parents' whereabouts. And the Space Rift project is undoubtedly the most important step in his current strategy. Su Yueli's words made him fully understand the necessity of making a name. He nodded, looked at Su Yueli, and there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes anymore. I understand, Aunt Yueli. He picked up the fruit tea, drank it all in one go, and then said, tomorrow, I will go. Yay! Yun Shanshan cheered immediately, her earlier worries about points vanished into thin air. She quickly opened the wristband's holographic screen again and found the post she had just discussed. Under the comment truth only exists within the range of the cannon, she declared her victory. Shanshan doesn't want to ignore you, open your eyes and watch closely. Maya Yuan is going to challenge tomorrow. If you have the ability, don't run away. Chapter 92 Analysis. Tomorrow we go. Yun Shanshan's words were strong, as if she had already foreseen Lu Yuan climbing to the top of the Han Yuan list, stepping on all the doubters. Her small face was filled with excitement, and her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a bold idea that suddenly popped into her mind. A Yuan, she grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, her eyes bright as if she discovered a new continent. Let's open another betting round. Let's make a huge profit off them. She still vividly remembered the last new student competition where they had won big. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was not surprised. With Yun Shanshan's personality, it would be strange for her to miss out on such a chance to earn points. He thought for a moment and said, sure. In Beiming Academy, opening a betting round was not something to take lightly. The Academy system would evaluate the rationality of the betting round, with the most important rule being that the outcome must have sufficient uncertainty. For example, if Dongfang Shua, currently ranked 80, challenged Sita Longyue, the number 1 of the Han Yuan list, such a matchup would be impossible to establish because it was a guaranteed loss. This would no longer be a gamble but a one-sided delivery of points. On the other hand, if the strengths of both challengers were similar or there were variables that could overturn conventional understanding, then the betting round held value. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the wristband, his fingertips gently tapping. He suddenly remembered the lazy yet sharp face of Lan Lioli. Perfect, I still owe Aunt Lan a favor. This time, I should let her in on it. Yun Shanshan quickly leaned in and asked softly, so what are we betting on this time? Directly challenging the first place? No, Lu Yuan shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Let's bet on whether I can successfully challenge the 50th place of the Han Yuan list. 50th place. This rank was neither high nor low, but it was full of subtle challenges. For a new student who had just entered school for a few months, this was an almost reckless goal. But for Lu Yuan, someone who had created countless miracles, it seemed not so out of reach. The uncertainty was high. Yun Shanshan immediately understood Lu Yuan's intention, her excitement spilling over as she clapped her hands. Great! Let's do it! The girl moved swiftly, quickly setting up a new betting round on the Academy forum. The title was as arrogant as always, instantly attracting the attention of all the students online. Madman or Immortal? New student Lu Yuan opens betting again, challenging the 50th place of the Han Yuan list with a weaker opponent. Once the betting round was announced, the Academy forum, which had been quiet for a few days, erupted once again. Did I read that right? 50th place? Who is this new student Lu Yuan? So brave? Is the brother upstairs living under a rock? Doesn't even know Lu Yuan? He's the first in both the new student competition and the new student secret realm, a tough one. I know him. His strength is indeed impressive, but isn't this too outrageous? The senior who is 50th on the Han Yuan list, I remember he is at the peak of silver and has an extremely comprehensive beast controlling roster. Is he really going to fight with just a new student? Exactly, the current 80 is Dongfang Shua. I think Lu Yuan's strength is at best comparable to Dongfang Shua. Challenging the 50th place. Purely whimsical. I really don't know how this betting line came about. Since it is open, Lu, will not hold back, I bet he loses. Let's start with 20,000 points. On the forum, opinions were mixed, but over 90% of people believed that Lu Yuan's actions were just to attract attention, that he was going crazy over points. Just then, a post was pushed up, trying to defend Lu Yuan's reputation. The poster was a member of the Dongfang Shua team who uploaded part of a video of everyone working together to fight the Golden Stage 9 Yuming Snake Deep in the Wanchi Cave. In the video, Lu Yuan's Light Legion withstood the spiritual shock from the Golden Stage, creating a crucial environment for output for the team. Everyone see this clearly. Junior Lu Yuan is a strong one who can face the Golden Stage Beastmaster head-on. What is a mere 50 on the Cold Abyss list? The appearance of this video caused a brief shift in the forum's atmosphere. Wow! Is this real? Did they really fight against a Golden Stage Beastmaster? I thought it was just the Academy's exaggeration. No wonder the Academy gave them so many rewards, they actually killed a boss of the Golden Stage. However, before everyone could fully digest this information, a technical analysis post splashed cold water on everyone's heads. The poster's ID was the same truth only within canon range who had previously debated with Yun Shanshan. Hehe, I watched the video 3 times and advise everyone to calm down, don't be misled by appearances. If you look closely, in that battle, Lu Yuan's Beastmaster played only a supportive and restraining role throughout. He did indeed withstand the spiritual shock, which is impressive. But who truly landed the fatal blow, killing the 9 Yuming snake boss first? Attached to the bottom of the post was an enlarged high-definition screenshot. In the screenshot, the figure of the Holy Virgin of Radiance was sacred and noble, with her slender fingertip bursting forth with a devastating holy beam, accurately piercing the center of the 9 Yuming snake's forehead. Do you see it clearly? The one who truly possesses the killing power of a Golden Stage attack is that humanoid Beastmaster of Yun Shanshan. Lu Yuan, to put it simply, is just a strong assistant. If he goes to the arena and faces an equally strong opponent at the pinnacle of silver, can his light spirits break defense? This argument precisely hit the doubts of everyone. Yes, no matter how strong the assistant is, they are ultimately just an assistant. In the arena competition, it's all about hard-hitting personal strength. In an instant, the crowd, who had just been hesitant, swiftly turned to the other side. Brother Truth is right. I almost got fooled. Damn, so he really hugged onto the leg of the Cloud God. I wondered where he got his confidence. So this betting line is practically a gift. Bet on a loss. Definitely bet on a loss. The amount of bets on the betting line began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Originally, the point pool betting on Lu Yuan's loss increased by over 1 million in just 10 minutes. Watching the one-sided betting situation on the light screen, Yun Shanshan's face flushed red with anger, rolling back and forth on the sofa with a cushion in her arms. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. How dare they say that about you? Ah Yuan, tomorrow you must beat that number 50 until his mom doesn't recognize him. Lu Yuan looked at the girl standing up for him, and the smile in his eyes flashed by. He picked up the fruit tea on the coffee table, his gaze sweeping across the forum filled with doubt and ridicule, his eyes calm as water. Don't worry, isn't this even better? He slowly spoke, with a reassuring certainty. Let them bet a little more. Chapter 93, Battle. The next day, in the aerial combat area of Beiming Academy. A giant floating battle stage numbered A07 had already gathered a sea of people around it, completely packed before the scheduled time. The air was filled with excitement and restlessness, and almost everyone's wristband screens were floating with the explosively popular betting page. In the VIP viewing seats, Feng Xiao stretched his legs, and at this moment, he no longer underestimated Lu Yuan. A support player dares to be so arrogant at the open match. Today, let him know what a real arena battle is, sneered one of Feng Xiao's underlings with a sarcastic smile. Feng Xiao slapped the underling on the head, with such a loud mouth, how can you compete with Lu Yuan? If you don't have the ability, just shut up and watch obediently. Not far away, in another area, Dongfang Shua sat alone, focused and serious. He ignored the noise around him, his gaze sharp, locking onto the empty arena with determination. He had only one purpose for being here, to witness with his own eyes the limit of that man who created miracles in the secret realm and his personal combat power. In the crowd, Cheng Guannan could even be seen. He both hoped Lu Yuan would embarrass himself to avenge his previous humiliation by Su Yueli, yet deep inside, he felt a hint of fear. Why hasn't a Yuan arrived yet? Yun Shanshan sat in the best viewing box, her little legs shaking nervously under the seat. What's the rush? Su Yueli beside her sipped her tea leisurely. A good show is never too late. At this moment, a figure walked slowly out from the entrance of the arena. Lu Yuan still wore simple casual clothes, facing thousands of gazes. He stood in the center of the arena, when suddenly, his wristband vibrated softly. It was a message from Lan Lioli. Little guy, I've bet all the 40,000 points I earned last time from you, plus my salary this month, a total of 400,000 points, all on your victory. If you dare to let me down, you can just spend the rest of your life in my training ground. The corner of Lu Yuan's eye twitched imperceptibly. At the same time, the huge light screen above the arena counted down to the end. Bets have closed. Final betting results. Challenger Lu Yuan loses, 4.73 million points. Challenger Lu Yuan wins, 720,000 points. The The huge disparity in numbers instantly ignited laughter and whistling throughout the venue. Ha ha ha. Almost a sevenfold difference. Is there any need to fight? Who placed that 720,000? Have they lost their minds? Yun Shanxian looked at the points and felt very happy inside. Among the 720,000 points, 400,000 were from Lan Liuli, and she and Lu Yuan each bet 100,000, with the remaining 120,000 coming from the few who chose to believe in Lu Yuan after witnessing the new student competition and the secret realm turmoil. In the hustle and bustle of the crowd, on the other end of the arena, Lu Yuan's opponent also appeared. The newcomer was tall and steady, dressed in the uniform of an elite senior student, and was none other than Feng Xiao, ranked 50 on the Han Yuan list. Feng Xiao scanned Lu Yuan and cupped his hands. Please give me guidance. Please, Lu Yuan returned a salute. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiao's aura suddenly changed. 3 beams of light blossomed in front of him, 3 powerful summoned beasts forming a triangle around him, protecting him tightly in the center. It's Senior Feng Xiao's iron triangle formation, someone in the audience exclaimed. One was a fiery arm battle ape with arms engulfed in blazing flames and bulging muscles, at silver peak level, the main attacker. Another was a crystal shell black turtle, made entirely of pure crystal with a shell as thick as a mountain, also at silver peak level, the main defender. And the last was a phantom sound demon that moved gracefully, emitting invisible sound waves, unsettling minds, at silver high level, the main controller. This was a combat formation with no weaknesses, almost perfect, combining offense and defense along with mental interference. It's over, that formation counters that mirror. Lu Yuan's mirror definitely won't have a chance to bounce back. Just wait to see him get blasted away by the fiery arm battle ape. Faced with Feng Xiao's seemingly unbeatable formation, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed. He raised his hand, and 3 distinctly different summoning arrays lit up one after the other in front of him. As a mirror quietly appeared, it was the well-known, gazing mirror. It really is this mirror, flashy and extravagant. Someone disdainfully curled their lips. Then, the second magic array shone brightly. In the golden light, a little fairy with small wings and holding a staff appeared. What's going on? Why is it different from the previous light attribute beast? Maybe it's the change brought by the advancement. The people on stage debated about Lu Yuan's different image of the primordial light. The main attacking unit is ready. Feng Zhao's gaze was calm, clearly having thoroughly studied the abilities of the radiant Holy Spirit. However, when the third magic array lit up. What's going on? Lu Yuan also advanced, and even contracted a new beast. A massive shadow, which could not be captured by the naked eye, slowly rose from the magic array. It did not have a fixed shape. At times, it turned into a wisp of light smoke, and at times, it solidified into a sharp blade, with the surrounding space slightly distorting due to its presence. Void Phantom. In that instant, the entire arena was silent in an eerie stillness. Dongfang Shua's calm pupils suddenly contracted. Although the Void Phantom was only of silver mid-tier, the spatial resonance it caused upon its appearance was impossible to hide. What is that thing? He actually has a third beast? And it looks like it's of the space type? The person on the forum who had confidently analyzed Lu Yuan as a powerful support, proclaiming truth is only within cannon range, now felt a burning shame on their face. Feng Zhao's expression also turned serious for the first time. All his tactical deployments were centered around the mirror of facade and the primordial light. This suddenly appearing third beast completely disrupted his rhythm. The competition begins. The referee's voice shattered the strange silence. Soundwave Siren, unleash the siren's wail. Fire Fist Battle Monkey, charge. Feng Xiao decisively took action and attacked first. The piercing sound waves transformed into invisible daggers, racing toward Lu Yuan's ocean of spirit. At the same time, the Fire Fist Battle Monkey roared, its flaming iron fist charging fiercely at the radiant Holy Spirit. His intention was clear: first disturb Lu Yuan's command with a mental attack, then let the main attacker eliminate the opponent's core attacking beast. However, just as the mental shock was about to touch Lu Yuan, the radiant Holy Spirit gently flapped its wings. Holy Spirit Shield. A soft golden halo instantly enveloped Lu Yuan and all his beasts. The Soundwave Siren's sonic impact vanished into nothingness. What? Feng Xiao was startled. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Yuan moved. His voice echoed calmly and clearly throughout the stage. Void Phantom. The moment the words fell, the Void Phantom that had been circling around Lu Yuan suddenly vanished. At the same time, behind the rushing Fire Fist Battle Monkey, a ripple in space spread out, revealing the Void Phantom. Dimensional Blade. An invisible, extremely compressed blade of space silently sliced towards the unguarded back of the Fire Fist Battle Monkey. Chapter 94, Lu Yuan wins. Sizzle. A barely noticeable sound, like fabric being torn. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the invisible dimensional blade accurately penetrated the broad back of the Fire Fist Battle Monkey. There was no splatter of blood, only a ripple of subtle spatial waves, like a stone thrown into a lake creating ripples. Roar! The Fire Fist battle monkey let out a roar mixed with pain and shock, its forward momentum suddenly halted. Its massive body trembled violently, the hair and muscles on its back being visibly obliterated by an invisible force, leaving a gaping hole. A destructive force of space was rampaging wildly within its body. How is this possible? Feng Zhao's pupils contracted sharply, his mind shaken. His Fire Fist battle monkey was at silver peak, with muscles and bones refined through countless trials, its defense comparable to other defensive-type beasts of the same tier. Lu Yuan's strange beast, merely a white shadow, with one strike, had shattered defenses and caused heavy damage. What kind of skill is that? The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone stared in disbelief. The audience, who had been mocking loudly just a second ago, now resembled ducks whose necks were being squeezed, unable to make a sound. In the spectator area, Feng Zhao held his drink frozen in mid-air, forgetting to put it down. Dongfang Shua's eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance. He understood, it was not an energy attack nor a physical attack, it was an application of the very rules of space, ignoring defenses. Well done. In the VIP box, Yun Qianqian's small face turned bright red. Su Yueli also smiled slightly. On the battlefield, the situation changed in an instant. Feng Zhao, a veteran expert from the Cold Abyss rankings, quickly responded after a brief shock. Crystal Armor Tortoise, Wall of Protection. Illusory Siren, Mental Shriek, lock onto that shadow. The heavy Crystal Armor Tortoise took a step and stood in front of the injured Fierce Arm Battle Ape, its dazzling crystal shell glowing brightly, forming a semi-transparent energy barrier. At the same time, the Illusory Siren's sharp shriek rang out again. This time, her attack was no longer the area attack magic sound in the ears, it condensed into a visible soundwave spike, heading straight for the swirling void phantom in the air. However, Lu Yuan was even faster. At the same moment Feng Zhao gave the command, his voice rang out again. Magic Mirror, Rebound. The mirror, floating by Lu Yuan's side like merely a decoration, suddenly lit up. Buzz. The mental shriek, gathering the Illusory Siren's mental power, seemed to be drawn in by an invisible vortex just as it was about to hit the void phantom, deflecting its course and shooting straight into the magic mirror. The mirror's surface rippled like water before settling back into calm. Absorbed? Not good, Feng Zhao's heart sank, an intense unease rising within him. Before he could think further, he saw the magic mirror flash and reflect an even more powerful purple light. Rebound light, condensed into a physical form, the purple sound wave spike shot out from the mirror at a pace far exceeding the previous attack. Its target was not the tough Crystal Armor Tortoise or the injured Fierce Arm Battle Ape, but the sole controlling core in the formation, the Illusory Siren. This series of attack and defense transitions happened at a dizzying speed. From the Void Phantom's sneak attack to Feng Zhao's countercommand, to Lu Yuan's swift retaliation using the magic mirror, the whole process took no more than 3 seconds. But those 3 seconds were enough to decide the outcome of a battle. No, Feng Zhao's face turned pale for the first time. As a mental-type beast, the Illusory Siren was incredibly fragile, how could it withstand a full-force strike with double the power? Puff! The purple sound wave spike pierced through the Illusory Siren's ethereal body. There was no scream, the Illusory Siren's figure twisted violently before turning into flickering light particles, dispersing into the air, forcibly returned to the contract space. One-hit kill. Feng Zhao's iron triangle formation shattered a corner in an instant. The entire venue fell once again into an eerie silence. If the first attack from the Void Phantom was shocking, this time it was a complete overturning. This is possible? A student shouted, breaking the silence. Using the opponent's skill, Lu Yuan once again displayed his trademark ability. It's over, my points. Where's that truth emperor? Come out and get hit. A bespectacled boy's drink cup hit the ground with a bang, the cold liquid splashing on his pants, but he remained unaware, fixating his gaze on the overly calm young man in the arena, his eyes filled with disbelief. The battle was not yet over. But everyone knew it was already finished. The control core was lost, and the main attacker was seriously injured. The lineup of Feng Zhao was already a mere shell of its former self. Lu Yuan didn't even let the Void Mirage make a move. He lifted his eyes and looked at Feng Zhao opposite him, his voice still calm. Shall we continue? Feng Zhao's lips moved, his face filled with bitterness. Continue? What could he continue with? Crash with the shell of the crystal armored turtle? He glanced at the listless Fierce Arm Battle Ape in front of him, then at the radiant Holy Spirit behind Lu Yuan, holding a light gun and never having made a move. He knew the opponent hadn't even used their true trump card. He lost, and he lost with complete acceptance. Feng Zhao took a deep breath, cupping his fist towards Lu Yuan respectfully. I admit defeat. These 3 words echoed clearly in the massive arena. The referee paused for a moment, then raised the flag high. In this match, the challenger, Lu Yuan, wins. Boom. After a brief silence, the entire venue was completely drowned in a wave of roaring cheers. Countless gazes were all focused on the tall figure in the center of the arena. And on that massive screen, the result of the betting was refreshed. Challenger Lu Yuan succeeded. The 720,000 points pool belonging to the victor began to flash wildly, ready to welcome the infusion of 4,730,000 points from the other side. Countless people, at this moment, went bankrupt. In the VIP box, Yun Chanxian jumped up excitedly from her seat, hugging Su Yueli's arm and laughing loudly. "Mom! We won! We made money again!" Su Yueli smiled gently, patting her daughter's back lightly, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan in the arena, filled with comfort and pride. Meanwhile, Lan Lioli, at the training ground, looked at the huge amount of points that had just arrived in her wristband, making her smile wide, and stretched contentedly. Humph, finally it wasn't in vain for this little guy. Chapter 95, Yun Chanxian takes the stage. In the audience, Feng Zhao's expression was grim, but he actually made points in this round, as he also bet 10,000 points that Lu Yuan would win. What frustrated him was that the gap between him and Lu Yuan was growing larger. Not far away, Dongfang Shua slowly stood up. He didn't look at the disheartened gamblers, his gaze was firmly locked on Lu Yuan, with an unprecedented fighting spirit burning in his eyes. And in a quiet corner, a glasses-wearing student silently deleted all his analysis posts, then buried his head deep into his arm, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Yuan was oblivious to everything around him. He calmly recalled his three beast companions, nodded slightly at Feng Zhao as a greeting, then turned and walked down the arena under the watchful gaze of many complex glances. He arrived at the VIP box, where Yun Chanxian hugged his arm tightly, her little face flushed with excitement. "Ah, Yuan! You're so cool! We made money again!" Lu Yuan looked at her sparkling peach blossom eyes, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he habitually ruffled her hair. On the arena, the referee had just announced Lu Yuan's victory, and the ranking on the Cold Abyss list on the massive screen refreshed accordingly. Cold Abyss list, rank 50, Lu Yuan. Cold Abyss list, rank 51, Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao looked at the dropped rank, his face filled with bitterness. He lost fairly, the opponent's tactics and the combination of their beasts were far superior to his own. He took a deep breath, ready to accept this result and leave dejectedly. However, at the moment he turned around. Ding! The student wristband on his wrist suddenly emitted a clear notification sound. Feng Zhao instinctively raised his hand. A challenge request was clearly projected in front of him. Binding Academy student Yun Chanxian is challenging you for a rank on the Cold Abyss list. Do you accept? Feng Zhao was completely stunned. Yun Chanxian? This name was certainly not unfamiliar to him. Lu Yuan's childhood friend, another winner from the new secret realm, the little violent girl who had instantly killed the Golden Stage 9-headed Nether Snake Master in the video. She is here to challenge me? The entire venue, which had just calmed down, erupted once again at this sudden scene, creating colossal waves. I didn't see wrong, did I? Another challenge? And it's from Senior Feng Zhao who just dropped to 51st? It's Yun Chanxian, Lu Yuan's companion. Damn. Did these two discuss this in advance? Are they treating Senior Feng Zhao as a practice bag for the Cold Abyss list? This is too bullying. One after another, is this a wheel battle? In the audience, everyone went crazy. They had just witnessed a battle that overturned their understanding, some hadn't even recovered from the pain of losing 4.73 million points before being fed a more explosive piece of news. Under everyone's attention, the VIP box door was pushed open. Yun Chanxian released Lu Yuan's arm, puffed out her small chest, and with quick steps, walked onto the battle stage, all eyes on her. She stood across from Feng Zhao, sunlight pouring down on her, looking as delicate as a doll, her peach blossom eyes shining with a smile, her voice clear and pleasant. Hello, Senior Feng Zhao, please give me your guidance. Feng Zhao looked at the blooming smile of this harmless girl, then glanced at the calm Lu Yuan below the stage. A surge of uncontrollable rage suddenly shot up from his heart to his head. Feng Zhao had been on the Cold Abyss list for more than a year. He was also a person of some stature in the academy. Today, being defeated by the monstrous Lu Yuan with unbelievable tactics, he accepted it. It was he who was outmatched and lacked vision. But what was going on now? Just after dealing with the guy, the girl immediately came to deliver the final blow? What do you two take me for? A boss in the novice village? Once you defeat me, you can return home together, becoming famous in the world? This is intolerable. This feeling of despair and humiliation made Feng Zhao's face flush red. He felt like a joke today, a person being used as a stepping stone by two freshmen. A complete joke. Okay, very good. Feng Zhao almost squeezed these two words out between his teeth, his fists clenched, and a fierce anger ignited in his eyes. I accept your challenge. He didn't believe it. He couldn't defeat Lu Yuan's tactical combination, but could he still not defeat a girl who looked delicate? Even if her humanoid beast had high attack power, could she really kill him instantly? As long as he survives the first wave and his iron triangle formation stabilizes, he might still have the power to fight. He had to defend his last bit of dignity as a senior. Boom! 3 summoning formations lit up in front of Fengxiao again. Their aura still weak, but an intimidating presence was still there from the fierce-armed battle ape, the dimly glowing armored turtle, and the phantasmal siren who had just recovered from forced dismissal. Although in poor condition, the aura of a peak silver-level powerhouse could not be underestimated. Come on! Fengxiao roared, pointing straight at Yun Shanshan. Let me see just how arrogant you freshmen are. Yun Shanshan looked at his frantic expression, and instead of feeling scared, her dimpled smile just deepened. She tilted her head and playfully blinked, "Senior, you better stand firm." In an instant, her sweet smile vanished, replaced by a fierce, cold fighting spirit. 4 completely different magic formations unfurled behind her. The dark and deep shadow formation, the bright and blazing fire formation, the vast and holy light formation, and a formation akin to Lu Yuan's void phantom. Yet completely different, filled with cunning and a quiet breath of the void array. Swish! A dark ranger, cloaked in black, holding a shadow longbow, and with a lithe figure, quietly appeared, a cold arrow already knocked. Tweet! With a clear chirp, the holy flame firebird unfurled its splendid fiery wings, spiraling upward, its scorching breath causing the surrounding air to twist. Buzz! Radiant and bright, the figure of the Dawn Holy Maiden slowly materialized, a holy pressure overwhelming the space, her golden eyes coldly gazing at the beast of Fengxiao before her. Finally, a palm-sized black kitten, which looked like it wore a funny white mask, constantly shifting between reality and illusion, lightly landed on Yun Shanshan's shoulder. It was the Void Masquerade Cat. It lazily yawned, but its cat eyes sparkled with a mocking light. 4 beasts. Among them, 2 had the potential rated at 5 stars, the Dawn Holy Maiden and the Void Masquerade Cat. When Yun Shanshan's entire lineup was revealed to the world, the entire venue fell into a complete silence once again. Fengxiao's anger on his face instantly froze, replaced by endless horror. What did he see? 2 beasts that clearly had 5-star potential, the remaining 2 were also of high potential. What kind of monster is this? A monster even more unreasonable than Lu Yuan. Chapter 96, Victorious Again. Is this a new life? Fengxiao felt that his worldview today was being ground into the ground by Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, heel to the earth with a harsh scrape. That little spark of anger he had to defend his dignity was now completely extinguished, leaving him chilled to the bone. How can I fight this? Damn, 4 beasts. Is Yun Shanshan not a new student? How could she have 4 contractual slots? Is she already at the golden tier? Forget whether she's golden tier, the focus now is on those 2 5-star potentials. That humanoid beast, isn't it the one that kills golden tier bosses in the videos? It's over. Did Fengxiao Sr. go out without checking the almanac? He just poked the den of geniuses. The audience's eyes turned to Fengxiao, filled with sympathy and pity. This was no longer bullying. This was a public execution. The match begins. The referee instinctively took 2 steps back, afraid of being caught up in the upcoming battle. Let's do this. Fengxiao surged with a reckless determination. Never lose face. Illusion sound siren, use your mental shriek. Fiery arm war ape, charge in. He gave almost the exact same command as in the previous match. This was his most familiar and steady opener. The sharp sound waves transformed into piercing spikes once again, attempting to disturb the opponent. On her shoulder, the masked Void Masquerade Cat lazily raised a paw and gently pressed down. Absolute silence. Buzz. An invisible, 10-meter radius spherical domain instantly expanded with Yun Shanshan at its center. The mentally shrieking sound, which could give a silver-tier Beastmaster a splitting headache, vanished without a trace the moment it entered the domain's range. Within the domain, all was silent. Outside the domain, the crowd fell silent. Fengxiao's eyes nearly bulged out. Did his control fail again? This was the 2nd time today? At that moment of distraction, Yun Shanshan's attack arrived. The girl still wore a sweet smile, yet her words carried overwhelming dominance. Dark Ranger, shoot him. The Dark Ranger's figure instantly blurred, merging into the shadows. Shadow arrow. Whoosh. An arrow, condensed from the utmost shadow power, silently pierced the air, arriving first to hit the injured fiery arm war ape that was charging. The already wounded fiery arm war ape felt the black energy corrode the wound left by the dimensional blade, emitting a sizzling sound, roaring painfully as its speed sharply decreased. Firebird. Holy Maiden. Hit him with a big one. Yun Shanshan waved her small hand. 2. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a high-pitched cry, its wings flapping as it soared into the clouds. Its entire body of flames compressed wildly, condensing a larger, more intense phantom of the Holy Flame above its wings. Heavenly fall of blazing glory. At the same time, the radiant Holy Maiden moved. A miniature sun slowly rose in her palm. Holy light illuminates. In the next second, the sky was completely torn apart by two completely different lights. One half was a pure, dazzling white, and the other half was a scorching, domineering red gold. A firebird phantom, burning with holy flame, trailed a long fiery path, descending from the sky like a shooting star. A miniature sun, concentrated with endless light energy, radiated an annihilating power, slowly pressing down towards Feng Zhao's position. Between the two, only the symphony of light and fire remained. No! Xian Gui. Guardian Wall. The crystal armor Xian Gui poured all its energy into its shell, and the crystal barrier rose again. This was its strongest defense as a peak silver defensive beast. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands. Boom! The firebird phantom smashed against the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, countless cracks spreading out in an instant. Immediately after, the miniature sun fell. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only an extreme, engulfing white light that swallowed all sounds and colors. The crystal armor Xian Gui's proud guardian wall, before that sun, dissipated with a poof. The light drowned everything. The entire audience in the battle hall involuntarily closed their eyes. When the light faded, everyone eagerly opened their eyes to look at the battle platform. The battle platform was in complete ruins. The hard alloy floor had melted into a huge pit, with edges still holding traces of holy light. Feng Zhao's three beasts were all lying at the bottom of the pit, their bodies charred, smoking, and completely lost their fighting abilities. The entire venue was silent as a grave. If Lu Yuan's victory was a precise and deadly scalpel, shocking and awe-inspiring, then Yin Shanshan's victory was a crushing and domineering force, leaving everyone feeling powerless and speechless. The judge looked at everything happening on the field, and dryly announced. This match, the challenger, Yin Shanshan, wins. Wow. The crowd finally snapped out of their petrified state, erupting into a wave of chaos louder than ever before. My God, is this over? Violent, too violent. This is not a battle, it's a one-sided massacre. I finally understand, that betting pool wasn't about whether Lu Yuan would win. It was this monster couple, teaming up to inform all of us, don't mess with us, or Feng Zhao will be your fate. What will my points? I will never bet again, I want to go home and find my mom. In the audience, Feng Zhao's little brother sat down heavily on the ground, shaking like a leaf. He looked at the girl on stage, smiling sweetly, as if she had just done something insignificant, his eyes no longer filled with jealousy and resentment, only endless fear remained. Dongfang Shua silently sat down, picked up a glass of water that had gone cold, and drank it all. His eyes, once burning with fighting spirit, now held weight and confusion. He realized that his proud strength and talent seemed inadequate in front of this unreasonable couple. On the battle platform, the fighting spirit on Yin Shanshan's face instantly dissipated, reverting to that lively and sweet girl. She bounced over to Lu Yuan, tilted her small face up, her bright peach blossom eyes sparkling. Ah Yuan, am I awesome? Aha, awesome. Lu Yuan smiled, brushing away a tiny bit of dust from her hair ends. The two turned side by side and walked out of the arena. Wherever they passed, the crowd automatically parted to create a path, all eyes filled with awe. In the chaotic crowd, a student wearing glasses suddenly rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight down. People nearby hurriedly helped him, and they saw that his wristband still showed the page of the Academy Forum, where that ID was strikingly displayed. Truth is only within cannon range. Chapter 97, Illusion Tower. The forum of Beiming Academy had gone completely crazy. The forum was filled with topics about the challenge on the Cold Abyss ranking. The aftershocks of that shocking will battle had not yet settled. The previous discussions about whether Lu Yuan was a powerful support or whether he was just riding coattails had long vanished without a trace. In its place was an even more terrifying ultimate topic that made all the students of Beiming Beast Taming Academy shudder. Century Big Vote, Lu Yuan vs Yin Shanshan, who is the true new Demon King? Pro, Lu Yuan. Reason, tactical genius, three beast companions matched seamlessly, the reverse light of the Mirror of Secrets is simply a nightmare for all magic-type beasts, and the Void Shadow is elusive, killing silently. He wins, and you don't even know how you lost. Con, Yin Shanshan. Reason, unreasonable aesthetic of violence, for beasts, 2 with 5-star potential, the holy light of the Radiant Saintess is like a map cannon. When she wins, you will only hate yourself for not growing a few more legs to run away. The comments section below the post had built up thousands of layers, the fierce battle comparable to a small-scale discussion in the secret realm. I choose Yin Shanshan. That feeling of despair being crushed by Lu Yuan's IQ is more tormenting than being taken down in one move. Are you a masochist upstairs? I choose Yin Shanshan. At least death is quick. If I was locked on by Lu Yuan's Void Shadow, I'd probably have to sleep with one eye open. You're all wrong, the real Demon King is the two of them combined. One forces you into a desperate situation with tactics, the other gives you a stunning surprise at your most hopeless moment. Senior Feng Xiao is the best example. When this comment came out, it was instantly filled with mourning for Senior Feng Xiao responses below. It is said that Senior Feng Xiao returned home that day and locked himself in his room for 3 days without going out. Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing brother with the ID truth is only within cannon range lay in the infirmary for a whole day and night before waking up. The first thing he did upon waking was change his ID to "I was wrong, Sister Chanshan, I won't dare again." This uproar had made the names Lu Yuan and Yun Chanshan a legend that was omnipresent in the hearts of all students at Beiming Academy. Yet the two at the center of the storm were enjoying rare leisure at a villa halfway up the mountain. 2 days of vacation quickly passed. Early that morning, Su Yueli called for the two people who were outside the villa, directing the Radiant Holy Spirit and the Radiant Saintess to compete in light pollution. "Let's go, it's time to move on to the next phase of training." Upon hearing this, Yun Chanshan's small face immediately filled with excitement. "Yay! Are we going to the battlefield? Ah Yuan, this time I will make the Radiant Saintess give it her all." Lu Yuan glanced at her but said nothing. "You often practice against each other, which can certainly increase your combat experience." Su Yueli shook her head, interrupting her daughter's fantasy. "But you both know each other's beast skills and tactical weaknesses inside out. Training again now wouldn't be very effective." Su Yueli drove a low-key hovering vehicle, taking the two directly to the central area of the academy. Eventually, the hovering vehicle stopped in front of a giant tower built entirely of unknown blue crystals that pierced the clouds. The tower's body was ancient, with no unnecessary decorations. "This is the Illusion Tower," Su Yueli's voice resonated in the ears of the two. One of the landmark buildings of Beiming Academy, also a trial ground for countless geniuses. "Inside here is your training ground for the next phase." She led the two into the tower, and the grand hall already had many students inside, all with faces glowing with excitement. The Illusion Tower is divided into 7 layers. In the dark iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and epic 7 levels of difficulty. Every time you successfully challenge a level, you can receive a reward once a day. Su Yueli slowly introduced. It is said that the Illusion Tower has a legendary 8th level, but since the founding of Beiming Academy, no one has ever succeeded in the challenge. She paused, glanced at the curious Lu Yuan and Yun Chanshan, and smiled as she spoke about today's task. "Your goal today is very simple, to pass through the first level." "The first level?" Yun Chanshan was taken aback for a moment, then her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened, thinking she had heard wrong. "Black iron difficulty? Mom, you're not joking, right? I could pass this even with my eyes closed. Not to mention letting the Saintess of Radiance make a move, even her lowest-ranked Dark Ranger could easily stride through the Black Iron level alone." Looking at her confident demeanor, Su Yueli showed a meaningful smile. "I hope so." She didn't explain much but led the two of them to the center of the hall. There, 7 huge virtual screens floated side by side, each screen's border corresponding to a level's color. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was focused on the screen framed in black. Illusion Tower Black Iron Level Daily Ranking. First place, Zhang Luotian, Cleared Waves, 12. Second place, Zheng Haoyu, Cleared Waves, 11. Third place, Yu Xian, Cleared Waves, 9. Yun Chanshan's relaxed expression slightly stiffened when she saw the words Cleared Waves. Isn't clearing a level just about defeating one boss? The challenge of the Illusion Tower is to face wave after wave of illusionary monsters until you are defeated or choose to exit, Lu Yuan quietly explained from the side, his gaze sweeping over the leaderboard while the beast hunting compendium silently analyzed the tower's energy structure. Su Yueli gave Lu Yuan an approving glance, then spoke to the two of them. "Now do you understand? Your task today is not only to pass the Black Iron level but also to leave your names on this leaderboard." She extended her finger and gently tapped on the screen. "Oh, and one more thing. The beasts in the Illusion Tower are all kinds of strange, many are species you've never heard of or seen in the outside world. Don't use conventional thinking to deal with them. Now, go." Su Yueli patted both of their shoulders, wearing an encouraging smile. "Ah Yuan, let's see who can clear more waves." Yun Chanshan's competitive spirit was ignited in an instant as she pulled Lu Yuan and excitedly walked toward the entrance of the Black Iron difficulty challenge. 12 waves. This number didn't seem too far out of reach for someone of their strength. However, Su Yueli's words, "I hope so," and "strange beasts," cast a subtle ripple in Lu Yuan's heart. Things were probably not that simple. The two walked side by side into the black light gate. Before their eyes, the scene shifted dramatically. Chapter 98, Accumulated Battle. After passing through the light gate, the space changed. Lu Yuan found himself in the center of a huge circular animal arena. Surrounded by stone stands, empty but seemingly filled with the sounds of ancient battles and shouts. A chilling atmosphere and a faint scent of energy particles filled the air. Everything here was an illusion built from energy. Standing at the center of the arena, Lu Yuan hadn't gotten a good look yet when a heavy stone door before him suddenly rose with a loud crash. Awu! A low growl came as a black shadow leaped out from the darkness behind the door, swift as lightning. It was a black wolf, twice the size of an ordinary wild wolf, its fur as solid as shadow, and a pair of eerie green eyes locked onto Lu Yuan, filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Before Lu Yuan, the Beast Hunting Compendiums panel automatically appeared. Name: Shadow Wolf, Illusion Creature. Level: Black Iron Pinnacle. Potential: 2 stars. Skill: Shadow Claw, Lightning Strike. Description: a basic magical creature formed from the energy of the Illusion Tower, skilled in speed and ambush. Black Iron Peak. Lu Yuan's heart knew it well. He was even too lazy to summon other summoned beasts, just a single thought sufficed. Buzz. A golden glow lit up beside him, and the figure of the radiant spirit appeared, its light wings gently flapping, instantly scattering the coldness of the arena with its holy aura. Faced with the rushing shadow wolf, the radiant spirit didn't even look at it, the light around it gleamed brighter. Holy Radiant Spirit Domain. A visible radiant shockwave spread from it like ripples. The fierce shadow wolf, upon contact with the shockwave, seemed to crash into an invisible wall, letting out a brief mournful cry before being blasted away by the light energy, crashing heavily onto the sand a dozen meters away, twitching twice, then laying still. One-hit kill. However, Lu Yuan's brow suddenly twitched. Something was not right. The defeated shadow wolf did not disappear into light points as expected, but instead lay there like a real corpse, silent and still. Just as he pondered, 2 stone doors rose on either side of the arena. This time, 2 completely different illusion creatures emerged, one covered in rocky armor, the rock-armored beetle, and the other, a green marsh frog that could spit weak venom. The summoned beast lexicon quickly provided the information, still in the black iron tier. The radiant spirit shot out 2 beams of purifying light, accurately hitting the targets. The 2 magical creatures couldn't even approach Lu Yuan, following in the shadow wolf's footsteps, collapsing to the ground, silent. As before, the bodies still did not disappear. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the 3 motionless corpses on the ground, and before he could form any further assumptions. Rumble. The third wave had arrived. 4 stone doors opened simultaneously, and 4 black iron tier illusion creatures rushed out with roars. This time, Lu Yuan did not let the radiant spirit strike directly. Spirit Servants. Upon receiving the command, the radiant spirit condensed light behind it, and 3 spirit servants armed with light spears appeared out of thin air. Silver Low Tier. As the radiant spirit advanced to silver mid-tier, the summoned spirit servants also rose in rank. Facing the 4 black iron peak creatures, the 3 silver low-tier spirit servants displayed a completely one-sided slaughter. With the light spears waving, the 4 magical creatures fell without a doubt, joining the lineup of still corpses on the ground. In the 4th wave, 8 stone doors opened, summoning 8 magical creatures. Lu Yuan had grasped the pattern. He waved his hand to have the 3 spirit servants dissipate into light points, still only letting the radiant spirit take action, unleashing a larger radius radiant shockwave to clear the field cleanly. Sure enough. When the 5th wave arrived, a total of 16 stone doors rose simultaneously all around the arena. 16 creatures of various forms in the black iron tier surged from the darkness, roaring as they surrounded Lu Yuan from all sides. However, the real change was just beginning. At that moment, as the 16 new magical creatures charged out, the previously defeated magical creatures, numbering a total of 15 lying still on the ground from the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 8th waves, suddenly began to tremble violently. The wounds on them, symbols of death, healed rapidly under the influence of a strange energy, their dim eyes reigniting with bloodthirsty light. The next second, all the corpses leaped up from the ground, regaining their peak power. 15 resurrected magical creatures, along with 16 new ones. A total of 31 black iron tier illusion creatures formed a massive wave, completely drowning Lu Yuan in the center and sealing off all his escape routes. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan watched this spectacular scene, and instead of panicking, his face revealed understanding. Accumulated battle. This is the true mechanism of the Illusion Tower. It tests not only the hard power of the beast tamer but also the ability to fight continuously and handle complex situations. No wonder the highest on the leaderboard has only reached 12 waves. As one progresses, the number of enemies faced will grow exponentially, until challengers are completely overwhelmed. In the face of the beast tide that could make any bronze-tier beast tamer or even weak silver-tier beast tamer despair, Lu Yuan calmly raised his hand. Buzz. A magic mirror quietly appeared beside him. Gaze mirror. The moment the magic mirror appeared, its surface flashed, aimed at the nearby radiant spirit. Mirror image storage. An identical image of the radiant spirit stepped out of the mirror, with the same glowing wings, holding a staff, and exuding the same aura of sacred authority. 2 radiant spirits stood side by side, as if they were purifying everything in this beast arena. Spirit servants. Lu Yuan issued the command. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Behind the two radiant spirits, a burst of light erupted, revealing a total of 6 spirit servants holding light spears, appearing in perfect unison. 8 silver tier units of light faced off against 31 peak black iron tier mixed troops. The situation instantly reversed. This was no longer a battle, but a purification. Under the clearance of the 2 radiant shockwaves and the charge of the 6 spirit servants, the seemingly surging beast tide melted away like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The howls of despair rose and fell, but soon fell into silence. This time, when the last illusionary monster fell, all the bodies in the beast arena finally did not linger, but transformed into countless points of light, dissipating into the air. The entire beast arena returned to its original emptiness and tranquility. Immediately after, a voice devoid of any emotion echoed across the entire beast arena. Congratulations, Challenger, on successfully passing the 5th wave of the Black Iron Realm. Would you like to continue the challenge? Chapter 99, The Holy Spear Breaks the Formation. In the sky above the beast arena, that emotionless voice appeared, and Lu Yuan had no hesitation whatsoever. Continue. Almost the instant his words fell, the stone door for the 6th wave opened with a resounding sound. This time, 2 peak black iron monsters emerged from the darkness. One was a giant axe minotaur, armed with a massive stone axe, with bulging muscles, a standard assault type. The other was a shield-armored lizard, crouching protectively behind, wielding a giant tower shield, a pure defense type. The minotaur let out a roar and charged forward with heavy steps. The shield-armored lizard positioned itself precisely in its side front, using the tower shield to block the attacks from the direction of the radiant spirits, a simple yet effective offensive defense coordination. Lu Yuan realized that from this wave onward, the monsters of the illusion tower were no longer mindless rabble, they began to understand cooperation. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute tier suppression, such cooperation was as fragile as a joke. This time, the radiant spirits did not wait for Lu Yuan's command, they used their radiant wings, instantly lifting themselves higher and bypassing the shield's cover. 2 slender purifying light particles traced elegant arcs, one of which accurately struck the unsuspecting back of the minotaur's neck. Moo! The minotaur's charge came to an abrupt halt, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The shield-armored lizard, now without its protectee, was directly pierced by the second light particle, which drilled through the tower shield and pinned it into the sand along with itself. Clean and smooth. In the 7th wave, there were 4 monsters, 2 attack and 2 defense, with a tighter formation. In the 8th wave, there were 8 monsters. Upon seeing the configuration of these 8 monsters, Lu Yuan's calm eyes finally showed a slight ripple. Among the 8 monsters, only 1 was responsible for the main attack, a raging boar, 2 were responsible for defense, the solid rock bastion, and the remaining 5 were all a type of slime-like creature called Healing Spring. A typical attrition tactic, rogue yet effective. The brilliance of the radiant spirit's shining shockwave swept over, the raging warpig was instantly wounded, but before it could let out a howl, 5 strands of emerald green light fell upon it simultaneously, healing its wounds at a visible speed. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. The light particles of the radiant spirit could seriously injure magic creatures when they struck the solid rock barriers, but they could not deliver a fatal blow. If this continued, before he could wear down this group of rogues, the radiant spirit would exhaust its energy first. A low consumption tactic that was supposed to save energy would instead fall into the rhythm of the enemy, leading to greater consumption. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened, no longer hesitant. He had to end this all as quickly as possible before the 10th wave of resurrection came. Radiant Spirit. His voice was calm and resolute. End of days Holy Spear. The moment the command was given, the light surrounding the radiant spirit suddenly converged, no longer releasing a widespread shockwave, but compressing all energy to the extreme. A golden holy spear, entwined with the breath of destruction, coalesced behind it. On the spear, light patterns flowed, emanating power that made the entire beast arena begin to tremble slightly. Go! Whoosh! The holy spear whistled out, like divine punishment descending, trailing a brilliant golden tail flame, aimed directly at the core of the enemy formation. The 2 solid rock barriers immediately crossed to block, trying to withstand this earth-shattering strike. However, just as the spear was about to touch them, the tip of the spear flashed with light, splitting into 2 smaller light spears. They bypassed the barriers at an odd angle and accurately pierced through the 2 healing springs behind that were healing. As for the main spear, it pierced through the defenses of the 2 solid rock barriers with unmatched might, nailing the raging warpig behind them, which had not yet reacted, to the ground, instantly evaporating, leaving not even a corpse. 1 spear, 5 kills. The remaining 3 healing springs were easily dealt with by the incoming purifying light particles. 9th wave, 16 magic creatures. Lu Yuan repeated the same tactic, another 3 end of days holy spears, cleanly clearing the field. Finally, the 10th wave. Boom, boom, boom. All 32 stone doors around the beast arena rose simultaneously. At the same time, all the magic creatures that had been defeated by Lu Yuan trembled, their bodies shaking, and under the strange energy, they resurrected and stood up again. 2 from the 6th wave, 4 from the 7th wave, 8 from the 8th wave, 16 from the 9th wave. A total of 30 resurrected magic creatures, along with 32 newly spawned magic creatures, formed a dense killing array, roaring from all directions towards Lu Yuan. Their formation was more coordinated than any previous wave, with attack, defense, control, and healing all present. Faced with this beast tide that could make any silver-rank Beastmaster's scalp tingle, Lu Yuan's mouth curved into a smile. Still using the human sea tactic? How unoriginal! He muttered softly, as if asking himself, or perhaps mocking the rules of this illusion tower. Then let's see who has more. Buzz. The mirror of insight floating beside him shone brightly. 1, 2, 3. 3 identical images of the radiant spirit walked out of the mirror at the same time. One was the instant image just copied, while the other 2 were backup cards he had stored in the mirror space in advance. Along with his own body, 4 sacred and majestic radiant spirits floated alongside one another in midair, their 6 wings unfurled, radiating brilliant light. The entire beast arena was completely illuminated by the holy splendor. Spirit servants. Lu Yuan's voice seemed to carry a quadruple echo, resonating over the beast arena. Behind the 4 radiant spirits, the light surged. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 warriors holding light spears. The silver-armored spirit servants appeared in unison, forming a dazzling silver-white army, standing solemnly behind the 4 holy spirits. 16 silver-tier light units faced off against 62 black iron-tier troops. The so-called killing formation, the so-called beast tide, at this moment, all became a joke. Lu Yuan issued another command. Do not hold back the end of days holy spear. The 4 shining holy spirits raised their hands in sync. 4 end of days holy spears condensed above their heads. That scene resembled the Judgment Day. The battle ended quickly, or rather, it was not a battle at all. When the last monster unwillingly turned into a spot of light, Lu Yuan could clearly feel a hint of fatigue from the shining holy spirits. The 2 storage slots of the reflecting mirror were already empty, and the energy of the shining holy spirit had been drained by nearly 2/3 due to the continuous release of the end of days holy spears. At that moment, the ethereal and vast voice echoed again. Congratulations, Challenger, you have successfully passed the 10th wave of the Black Iron Realm. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Chapter 100, Clear the Black Iron Mirror. Above the arena, that vast voice appeared again, and Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. Continue. As soon as the words fell, the stone door of the 11th wave opened with a sound. This time, there was no surging beast tide, nor were there tightly formed squads of monsters. What emerged from the stone door was an extremely uncomfortable giant flesh lump. It was entirely a strange grayish-white color with its surface covered in pus, resembling a deformed heart. Lu Yuan's Beastmaster identification panel instantly appeared. Name, Virtual Collective, Illusion Creature. Tier, Black Iron Peak. Potential, 2 stars. Skills. 1. Division, if not killed, will divide 1 equal tier virtual beast every 10 seconds, with a maximum of 15. 2. Death Rattle, when killed, will instantly form 10 equal tier virtual beasts. Description, virtual beasts appearing through the above 2 methods will not disappear if killed before the end of this round of challenges. Lu Yuan's brow finally furrowed for the first time. This skill was simply an insolvable conspiracy. Either watch it continuously create beasts, putting himself in the passive position, ultimately drowned by endless virtual beasts. Or swiftly take decisive action to trigger its death rattle, facing the attack of 10 Black Iron Peak beasts instantly. No matter how he chose, it was a trouble. No wonder War Luo Tian only stopped at the 12th wave. Lu Yuan quickly made his decision. What he disliked most was being passive. Shining Holy Spirit, End of Days Holy Spear. He chose the latter. The Shining Holy Spirit received the command, and its surrounding light instantly retracted, no longer leaking even a trace. 100-meter Holy Spear, condensed to perfection and exuding a feeling of destruction, formed above its head, then howled out, precisely piercing that still wriggling giant flesh lump. There was no explosion, no wailing. That virtual collective burst like a burst of pus, poof, exploding into 10 pools of gray-white fluid, quickly coalescing on the ground into 10 distinct virtual beasts. Lu Yuan let out a light sigh. As expected. He didn't even ask the Shining Holy Spirit to move again, just waved his hand. The 6 Holy Spirit servants, already on standby, charged in like a tiger into a flock of sheep, swiftly resolving those 10 newly formed virtual beasts that hadn't had time to stir chaos. In the 12th wave, 2 stone doors opened, and 2 huge virtual collectives wriggled out. In the 13th wave, 4 appeared. In the 14th wave, 6 appeared. 6? Lu Yuan looked at the 6 massive flesh lumps on the battlefield, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had expected 8, but unexpectedly, the growth logic of this illusion tower was not merely doubling. But this did not make the situation better. In order to conserve energy as much as possible before the resurrection tide of the 15th wave arrived, Lu Yuan had to end the battle swiftly. Again, 6 end of days holy spears. When the last virtual entity was killed, and the 10 virtual beasts released by their dying words were finally cleared away by the spirit servants with great difficulty, the radiant spirit let out a faint sorrowful cry, its glow dimming to the extreme, slowly returning to Lu Yuan's side. Its energy was completely exhausted. Boom! The 15th wave has come. This time, there were 8 virtual entities. Moreover, all the previously killed virtual beasts in the arena resurrected in unison. The 10 from the 11th wave, the 20 from the 12th wave, the 40 from the 13th wave, the 60 from the 14th wave. In total, there were 130 resurrected virtual beasts, plus the 8 new virtual entities from the 15th wave. If the dying words were triggered, there would be at least 210 virtual beasts. If it was the former that split, then there would be 250. Seeing the countless virtual beasts fill the entire arena, completely surrounding Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at this spectacular scene, his eyes calm, only silently sighing in his heart. Do I still have to use this? He raised his hand, bringing his index finger and middle finger together, as 2 deep golden-purple lights slowly gathered at his fingertips, a power unique to him. 2 mysterious beast sigils, resembling runes, formed at his fingertips. Go! He flicked his fingers, and the 2 beast sigils turned into 2 streams of light, precisely entering the bodies of the radiant spirit and the gaze mirror. Buzz! Almost instantly, the already dim radiant spirit burst forth with dazzling light again, its wings unfurling behind it, its aura returning to its peak, even exceeding it. Meanwhile, beside it, the ancient gaze mirror had 2 previously used storage sigils glowing again on its surface. Lu Yuan's face turned slightly pale for a moment. This was his trump card as a master, to feed back his own origin to the beasts. He would never use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. But now, it was time. Come out. He raised his hand, and a third distinctly different summoning array lit up. A massive shadow, unable to be captured in a specific form, quietly emerged. It was the Void Phantom. Mirror, mirror image. The gaze mirror flickered with light, and an identical radiant spirit mirror image walked out from within. Spirit servants. Behind the 2 radiant spirits, the light surged, and 6 spirit servants appeared in unison. Void Phantom, find their command core. Lu Yuan's voice rang clearly amidst the roaring tide of beasts. The next second, the gray ocean composed of 130 monsters moved, while the uncleaned entities began to split. At this moment, Lu Yuan's army also moved. The 2 radiant spirits, like 2 dazzling suns, floated in midair, unleashing the End Sanctum Spear and radiant shockwaves alternately, clearing the area on a large scale. The 6 spirit servants, under Lu Yuan's guidance, formed the sharpest spear, accurately piercing the front line of the beast tide again and again, cutting down those special individuals hiding among the beasts that were responsible for command and coordination. The gaze mirror floated beside Lu Yuan, its mirror surface shimmering with purple light, always ready with the reversal light, preparing to return any missed ranged attacks double. This was an unprecedented bitter battle. But the scales of victory had been firmly in his hands since the moment Lu Yuan used his talent. When the last virtual beast was reluctantly pierced by the sanctified spear and faded into light, the entire arena finally regained its initial tranquility. That vast voice, carrying a faint imperceptible fluctuation, resounded once more. Congratulations, Challenger, for successfully clearing the Illusion Tower, Black Iron Realm. Clearing reward, 30,000 Academy points, or, choose 2 pieces of silver-level materials. I choose points, Lu Yuan said without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the scene in front of him distorted, and the next second, he was back in the magnificent hall of the Illusion Tower. Not far away, Yun Shanxian and Su Yueli were standing there, smiling as they looked at him. As soon as Yun Shanxian saw him, her face was filled with the expression of "Look how great I am." Lu Yuan chuckled, remained silent, and just raised his head to look at the huge light screen in the center of the hall that represented the Black Iron Realm. The list on the light screen had been refreshed. Illusion Tower Black Iron Realm Daily Ranking. First, Yun Shanxian, waves cleared, 15, clearing time, 6 minutes 14 seconds. Second, Lu Yuan, waves cleared, 15, clearing time, 9 minutes 52 seconds. Third, Zhang Luotian, waves cleared, 12. In case of the same number of cleared waves, the one with shorter time ranks higher. Chapter 101, Just Good Luck. Lu Yuan looked at the list on the light screen, his gaze moving back and forth between Yun Shanxian and his own name. 15 waves. The same clearing record, but her name was placed before his. This meant she took less time. A look of surprise appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. He knew very well how terrifying the gray ocean formed by monsters in the 15th wave was. He had used his talent Imprint, forcibly restored the state of the radiant Holy Spirit in the peering mirror to clear the wave after exhausting all his trump cards. But how did Yun Shanxian do it? Even faster than him? How was it? Yin Shanxian seemed to see through his thoughts, clasped her hands behind her back, and stepped lightly in front of him, tilting her delicate little face that was shouting for praise, her eyes sparkling with mischievous light. Aren't you surprised that I was even faster than you? Lu Yuan looked at her smug little appearance, his confusion did not diminish, and he honestly nodded. He, I knew it. Yun Shanxian's smile became even sweeter. She cleared her throat and began to recount her brilliant performance. The first 8 waves were so boring, all small fries from the Black Iron rank. I let the Dark Ranger handle them by himself, not even counting his warm-up. The 9th and 10th waves were a bit interesting, those monsters started using formations. I had the Masked Cat help the Dark Ranger a bit, blocking those annoying mental attacks with absolute silence. Then the Dark Ranger used Night Shadow Stealth to go in and first kill the recovery type and support type virtual beasts, and the rest were solved quite easily. But after finishing the 10th wave, the Dark Ranger also consumed quite a bit. Lu Yuan listened quietly, her tactical thoughts were clear and direct, perfectly countering interference-type monsters using the realm of the Void Masked Cat, and then the Dark Ranger harvested, indeed the most efficient solution. Then came the 11th wave, that disgusting big lump of flesh. Yun Shanxian wrinkled her little nose in disgust as she said this. At that time, I didn't know that thing would explode even after it died, so I let the Fire Sparrow use Flame Dive to deal with it. As a result, with a bang, 10 little monsters popped out, scaring me. And then? Lu Yuan asked. And then? Yun Shanxian puffed out her small chest, as if it were obvious. Then I let the Holy Maiden come out, with one heaven's light punishment, whoosh, 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 those 10 little monsters all turned into lights. Lu Yuan understood, the burst of power from the Dawn Holy Maiden was also terrifying. For the 12th wave, I didn't let the Fire Sparrow kill directly, but it actually split into more than 10 virtual beasts. After that, I got smart, Yun Shanxian continued. When that big lump of flesh appeared again, I didn't give it a chance to split at all, I had the Dawn Holy Maiden act immediately and take it out instantly. As for the little monsters that popped out after it died, I let the Dark Ranger, Masked Cat, and Fire Sparrow clean them up casually. Hearing this, Lu Yuan already had a rough understanding. Yun Shanxian's lineup possessed powerful fire coverage that he did not have. What about the last wave? Lu Yuan asked the most critical question. How did you deal with those nearly 200 resurrected virtual beasts? Oh, that? Yun Shanxian tilted her head and spoke casually. They love to play the Sea of People tactic, right? Dense and crowded, just looking at it makes my scalp tingle. So I let the Saintess fly up to the sky, and then gave them a holy light shining, but. The girl said this, stretching out her delicate little hand, fingers spread out, then suddenly pulling it back, making an explosion gesture, accompanying it with sound, boom, in an instant, the whole world became quiet. I checked the time, just 10 seconds. Lu Yuan completely understood. Dimensionality Reduction Strike. This is pure Dimensionality Reduction Strike. The Holy Light Shining of the Radiant Holy Maiden is a truly map cannon skill. Faced with a group of Black Iron tier monsters far below her rank, its destructive power is devastating. The so-called advantage in numbers is simply a joke in front of that miniature sun. Her tactic is simple and brutal, but it's the most effective. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, Suyi Li, who had been smiling and silent, spoke up. Shanxian can clear it, I'm not surprised at all. Her voice was gentle. Her Radiant Holy Maiden is born to be a nemesis in such grand scenes, especially against opponents who are far below her rank in Black Iron tier beasts. After saying this, her gaze turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with appreciation and curiosity. But what surprises me is that you, Xiao Yuan, can also clear it, which really takes me by surprise. Yun Shanxian, hearing this, also looked at Lu Yuan with curiosity. Yes, Yuan, how did you get through the last wave? Your radiant spirit is also powerful, but it seems like it doesn't have a skill to clear the entire field like that, right? Suyi Li smiled and took over the conversation, clearly having a deeper understanding of Lu Yuan's beast lineup. Not only does it not have that, it's simply being countered. Your radiant spirit's skills lean towards precise strikes and assistance purification. The ultimate holy gun is powerful, but ultimately it's a single target explosion, consuming a lot when facing a monster wave. The Void Phantom is considered a top-tier assassin, but in this pure positional battle, its role can be infinitely compressed except for ambushing a few so-called core members. Suyi Li's gaze fell on Lu Yuan's side, as if she could see that invisible magic mirror. As for your most bizarre eye of insight magic mirror, its contrary light is a miraculous skill, but in this Black Iron realm, a group of Black Iron tier monsters releasing skills, even if reflecting back double, how much power can it have? There isn't even a high-value target worth reflecting. Her words thoroughly dissected the difficulties Lu Yuan faced in the illusion tower. Yun Shanxian listened, stunned, only then realizing that the difficulty Lu Yuan faced wasn't on the same level as her own. She could win due to the absolute suppression of her beast skills. But what did Lu Yuan rely on to win? Suyi Li looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with unhidden admiration. Using this lineup of beast skills that are almost countered by the scene, relying entirely on tactics and calculations to break through 15 waves. Lu Yuan, you've done very well, truly remarkable. This sincere praise was more rewarding than any prize to Lu Yuan. He smiled, not explaining that he had used the trump card of the origin seal, just ruffling Yun Xianxian's hair beside him. Just luck. Chapter 102, Independent Consciousness. The atmosphere on the way back was much more relaxed than when they came. Yun Xianxian shook off the tension from the illusion tower, returning to her clingy self. She chattered excitedly with Suyuli about how she cleared the whole field in 10 seconds, and when she got excited, she even danced around, as if she wanted to reenact the spectacular scene of holy light shining on the spot. But Lu Yuan's mind was constantly replaying every battle in the illusion tower. When the three returned to the hillside villa, they were surprised to find that it was already evening, and Lan Liuli was unexpectedly not there. Since Suyuli returned to Beiming, Lan Liuli had moved into the hillside villa. Every day at this time, Lan Liuli would lie on the sofa, eating snacks and watching the gossip about the wristband, waiting for the three to return. Suyuli led the two into the living room, under the soft lighting. Her powerful aura as a mentor of the Beiming Academy had long faded, returning her to the gentle parent she was. Tell me, what did you gain from today's battle in the illusion tower? Suyuli's gaze swept over the two kids. I saw many beasts I had never encountered before. Lu Yuan was the first to speak, organizing his thoughts. Although their levels are low, their combined tactics are ever-changing. Especially starting from the 6th wave, their cooperation became more and more tacit. For me, the increase in practical experience was far better than practicing with Xianxian. He spoke from the heart. In practicing with Yun Xianxian, he only needed to guard against the unreasonable map cannon of the Holy Maiden of Dawn and the eerie abilities of the void-masked cat that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. But in the illusion tower, he faced real enemies, who would form a well-coordinated battle formation, testing completely different abilities. Me too. Yun Xianxian beside him nodded vigorously, her small face full of agreement. Suyuli was amused by her daughter's simple 4 words. She looked at Lu Yuan and asked again, anything else? Anything else? Lu Yuan carefully recalled everything, from the shadow wolves of the 1st wave, to the shameless consumption flow of the 8th wave, and then to the last horrifying gray sea. He replayed his tactical responses, energy consumption, and hidden cards, but finally still shook his head. No, that's it. Suyuli's gaze did not leave him. Instead, it turned to the nearby Yun Xianxian, her voice carrying a hint of guidance. Xianxian, think a bit more carefully. For example, when dealing with the monsters playing battle formations in the 9th and 10th waves, did you notice anything different about your Dark Ranger and the Void-Masked Cat? Different? Yun Xianxian tilted her head, her peach blossom eyes blinking as she fell into her memories. At that time, she only felt that the monsters were growing increasingly numerous and annoying, so she let the Dark Ranger and the Masked Cat handle them. Her instructions were actually quite simple. The Masked Cat is responsible for aiding the Dark Ranger in killing the virtual beasts. But now, with her mother's reminder, the battle scene from that time instantly surfaced in her mind. The timing of the Void-Masked Cat's absolute silence field was just right, not a second more, not a second less, perfectly covering the range of all enemy mental attacks, reducing energy consumption to a minimum. Meanwhile, the Dark Ranger, after going into stealth, did not choose to attack the defensive units from behind, but instead first used Shadow Arrow to accurately hit the supportive monster hiding behind the formation that was chanting a healing spell, interrupting it with a single blow. Then, immediately utilized Heart-Piercing Shot in conjunction with Shadow Strike to quickly wipe out other fragile enemies. The entire process flowed like water, efficient as a precision killing machine. Oh! Yun Xianxian suddenly clapped her hands, her small face full of realization. I didn't even send the Dark Ranger to attack that healing virtual beast first. It went on its own. And the Masked Cat, I just asked it to open the field, but it controlled the field size perfectly, not wasting a bit. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart jolted. His unique memories also rippled open in an instant. That was a month ago, during his first practice with Yun Xianxian. The Holy Spirit of Glory released the Glory Nova with a few seconds of delay, maximizing the damage. The Void Phantom, under his command, released the Dimension Blade before he even issued his command, intercepting the Shadow Arrow that was trying to flank. At that time, his beasts had begun to develop their own consciousness. That kind of deep understanding and tacit connection. The kind of self-awareness known as spirituality is not a fleeting moment. In today's high-pressure battle in the Illusion Tower, his beasts also made the optimal choices. When facing the 8th wave of exhaustion attacks, the Holy Spirit of Radiance did not randomly attack with the 2 small light spears created by the End of Days spear, but precisely avoided the frontline barriers and prioritized killing the auxiliary virtual beasts in the back. The Mirror of Facade stored images, it copied the Holy Spirit of Radiance, and as the original used its skills, it intertwined to achieve seamless connection. He had overlooked these details in the tense battle situation at that time. He thought it was all part of his tactical planning, a subconscious instruction of his own. But now, looking back, it was not his judgment at all. It was the judgment of his beasts, his own creatures. Su Yueli had been quietly observing Lu Yuan's expression, seeing the shock and understanding that flashed in his eyes. She knew that this clever child had already figured out the key to it. She smiled with relief, her voice still gentle but carrying seriousness. That's right, it's the self-awareness of the beasts. The Illusion Tower, its true purpose is not merely to provide a simulated battlefield for you to become familiar with various magical creatures. Its greatest value lies in forcing and stimulating the self-fighting instincts of your beasts through wave after wave of high-pressure battles. Generally speaking, it is only the Beastmasters of the Golden or even Platinum rank that need to begin nurturing this ability. Because only at that stage can the intellect of the beasts and the bond with the Beastmaster support them in engaging in complex independent thoughts. Su Yueli looked at the two children before her, her eyes filled with undisguised pride. But you two are different. The beasts of both of you, whether in potential or spirituality, far exceed those of the same rank. They are like uncut gemstones, and the Illusion Tower is the chisel that can polish them into sharp and dazzling forms. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian listened quietly, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had always thought they were just playing a difficult level-up game. But they did not expect that there was such profound meaning hidden behind it. So, I will assign you a new training goal. Su Yueli stood up, her gaze sweeping over the two, and the aura belonging to an epic-level strong person once again revealed itself. Within 1 week, you must clear the black iron level of the Illusion Tower at least 3 times. Each time, you must try different beast combinations and different tactics to respond. Your goal is no longer to pursue the speed of clearing, but to feel the guidance in battle, to amplify that self-awareness of your beasts. Until one day, you no longer need to give complicated commands, just a thought or a glance, and your companions will be able to make the perfect response. On that day, you will truly begin to transform from a Beastmaster into a Beastmaster. Chapter 103, Changes in the Secret Realm. Su Yueli's words about Beastmaster stirred ripples in Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's hearts. This is not just a change of title, but a leap in realm. From issuing orders as a master to mutual understanding as a lord, a single word difference can lead to vastly different outcomes. Yun Qianqian supported her chin, reminiscing about the extraordinary tacit understanding between the Dark Ranger and the Void Masquerade Cat during battle, her small face showing a thoughtful expression for the first time. It turns out her powerful companions were not just obedient tools, but comrades with independent thoughts. Lu Yuan thought even deeper. His beast catalog could plan evolution paths, could see weaknesses, but could not replace the growth and spirituality of the beasts themselves. The Holy Spirit of Radiance, the Mirror of Facade, the Void Phantom, each of them is a unique life. What you need to do is not to bind them with commands, but to become the support that allows them to bloom brilliantly. The living room fell silent for a moment, as the two young people processed what they had learned today. At this moment, the villa's front door was pushed open from the outside. A figure walked in, bringing with it a chill from outdoors. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. Lan Lioli wearily threw herself onto the sofa, sinking into it. At this time, she looked just like her usual lazy homebody self, but the ever-present worry on her brow did not escape the notice of Su Yueli, who was present. Aunt Lioli, didn't you buy any snacks today? Yun Qianqian curiously leaned over and poked Lan Lioli's arm. No mood for it, Lan Lioli waved her hand, sitting up a bit from the sofa, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Both of you little ones are here, just right. She looked at the two, her expression becoming much more serious. Do you remember the 2 Dragon Nest Secret Realm badges I gave you before we went to Meteor Valley? Lu Yuan nodded. Yun Qianqian's eyes lit up even more. I remember. You said they would open after 3 months. I heard that there are all kinds of dragon-type beasts inside. Is that true? It's true. Lan Lioli's reply carried little excitement, and it's opened earlier. She looked at the two and said, it was supposed to open in 2 months, but today we received news from Longshao Academy that there's been a bit of a problem with this year's Dragon Nest Secret Realm. Su Yueli put down her teacup, the bottom of the cup colliding softly with the table. She looked at her best friend, her gaze calm. What's the problem? The energy tides are abnormally active, exceeding the record of previous years by more than 3 times. Lan Lioli rubbed her forehead, as if recalling something troubling. I went to deal with this today. The Academy's higher-ups united with Longshao Academy and used a secret treasure for remote exploration, discovering that the space deep within the secret realm is extremely unstable. She paused and dropped a bombshell. There are rumors that a king-level beast may have awakened in this year's Dragon Nest. King-level. A king, that is an existence standing at the pinnacle of all beasts, a terrifying synonym capable of toppling a giant city alone. We silver-tier Beastmasters, in the face of such an existence, might not even count as ants. Yun Qianqian's excitement vanished instantly, replaced by seriousness and worry. She instinctively glanced at Lu Yuan beside her and quietly moved closer to him. Su Yueli's expression also turned completely serious. She asked in a low voice, is the news true? Cannot be confirmed 100%. Lan Liuli shook her head. The exploring treasure was overloaded and destroyed the moment it came into contact with that aura, but that fleeting pressure was definitely above the epic level. Therefore, the two major academy leaders decided to move the opening time of the Dragon Nest Secret Realm up to 1 week from now. Opening early? Why? Yun Shanxian asked, puzzled. Since there is such great danger, shouldn't it be sealed off? Cannot be sealed. Lan Liuli gave a bitter smile. The abnormal energy tides have already made the entrance to the secret realm extremely unstable, and it could go out of control at any moment. Rather than waiting for it to blow up completely and form uncontrollable spatial rifts, it's better to proactively guide it, open it early, and let qualified young people explore. 1. It can release internal pressure, and 2. This is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Opportunity and risk coexist. Su Yueli took over the conversation. The awakening of a king-level beast will inevitably attract the source power of the entire secret realm. Many long-silent heavenly materials and earthly treasures might emerge because of this. For dragon-type Beastmasters, every breath of air there could be as valuable as a pill. So, your journey to the dragon's lair is also moved up. Blue Liuli's gaze finally settled on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. In 1 week, you will set off. Of course, considering the danger this time, you have the right to choose to give up. The living room fell into silence once more. Give up? This word barely existed in Lu Yuan's dictionary. Danger? The Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, the Starfall Valley, what is not dangerous? As the freshman ceremony of Biming Academy says, opportunities are born from danger. On this journey, he succeeded with strategy and hidden cards. Facing the unknown dragon's lair, he certainly had the strength to fight. While king-level beast tamers are indeed terrifying, the whole secret realm is vast, it wouldn't be so easy to bump into one directly. Even if, for argument's sake, he really did encounter one, with Blue Liuli around, escaping wouldn't be a problem if they couldn't win. Behind the risk lies the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Su Yueli spoke of. His peak mirror needs higher-level energy skills to rebound. His void shadow needs rarer spatial treasures to give birth to new skills. His radiant sacred spirit also requires massive resources to break through to golden rank. All of these cannot be easily exchanged with just points. I will go. Lu Yuan spoke with unusual determination. Almost as soon as his words fell, Yun Shanxian immediately and without hesitation chimed in, then I will go too. Her small face was filled with the determination of husband and wife following each other, as if wherever Lu Yuan was going was not a life-or-death secret realm, but a newly opened amusement park in the suburbs. Observing the two children's resolute choice, Su Yueli and Blue Liuli exchanged glances, seeing helplessness, worry, and more gratitude and pride in each other's eyes. This was what they expected, the kind of spirit that the youth of this era should have. Okay. Su Yueli stood up, the powerful confidence of an epic-level expert returned to her. Since you've made the decision, then this week, don't go to the Illusion Tower. Her gaze swept over the two, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Starting tomorrow, Liuli and I will conduct special training for you. Chapter 104, Joint Special Training. The morning sun cast its rays on the lawn of the half-mountain villa. Su Yueli stood with her hands behind her back, her posture tall and straight, the morning breeze fluttering her hair. Beside her, Blue Liuli, sporting dark circles under her eyes, held a thermos in one hand and yawned repeatedly with the other, radiating an aura of I want to sleep. I say, Yueli, is it really necessary to get up this early? The sun hasn't completely risen yet, my beauty sleep. Su Yueli ignored her friend's complaints, her attention was on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Are you ready? Ready. Yun Shanshan energetically waved her small fist, the shock from last night had turned into blazing fighting spirit. Lu Yuan nodded, his eyes clear, already adjusting to his best state. Su Yueli's gaze slowly moved to the center of the lawn, where a fresh green leaf, just fallen from the tree, was quietly drifting down. Today's special training goal is very simple. Her voice was cold. You two will work together to take that leaf from Liuli and me. Yun Shanshan blinked, looking at the easily reachable leaf, then glancing at her mother and Blue Liuli, with her face displaying a full question mark. Stealing something from them? What a joke, both of them were genuine epic-level beast tamers. Su Yueli clearly saw the confusion in their eyes. You don't need to worry, Liuli and I won't attack or even defend, we will only prevent your tactics from being used, increasing the difficulty of obtaining the leaf. Then she paused and added, but you cannot speak, you cannot give any verbal commands. No speaking? Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. In the moment the voice fell, Lan Liuli's originally lazy eyes suddenly froze, and the cold aura belonging to teacher Lan instantly spread out. She casually placed the thermos aside, moved her wrist, and a dangerous smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Do you understand, little ones? In other words, what's next is a pure contest between masters. The little girl is finally going to fall into my hands, and although I can't attack, it's enough to deal with you. At such a young age, you are not cute at all, just like your mother. The battle was about to break out. Yun Qianqian took the lead, giving Lu Yuan a look, her right hand quietly forming a fist. This was the unspoken agreement between them. She was responsible for the main attack, applying strong pressure from the front. Buzz. The figure of the Saintess of Dawn elegantly descended, the sacred light intertwining with the blazing flames, the pressure of 5-star potential released without reservation. Without a hint of hesitation, a miniature sun began to gather, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to start distorting. Holy light illuminates. She aimed to use the strongest area attack to force back Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, creating an opportunity for Lu Yuan. Almost at the same time, Lu Yuan's mind raced. Like a shadow from the void, he blended into the darkness, silently creeping towards that leaf. One was bright, one was dark, one attacked, and one sneaked. This was their most accustomed coordination. However, what they faced were two real epic-level strong ones. Just as the sun above the Saintess of Dawn was about to take shape, a faint blue shadow, faster than the shadow from the void, burst out like a ghostly lightning strike from behind Lan Liuli. It was a cheetah, covered entirely in crystalline ice scales, its figure elegant and swift. Name, Winter Phantom Cheetah. Rank, Low Epic. Potential, 2 stars. The moment the Winter Phantom Cheetah appeared, the temperature of the entire lawn suddenly dropped, with a thin layer of frost rapidly spreading from its center. It didn't even glance at the imposing Saintess of Dawn, simply raising a paw elegantly and lightly tapping it against the ground. Crack! A deep blue ice wall rose from the ground, accurately blocking the path between the Saintess of Dawn and Su Yueli. Following this, a wave of extreme cold transformed into invisible shackles, instantly enveloping the Saintess of Dawn. Absolute zero. The miniature sun condensing above the Saintess of Dawn flickered violently, and this cold force forcibly suppressed it, interrupting the charging process. Yun Qianqian's face paled. She could clearly feel the sensation of delay from the Saintess of Dawn. On the other side, Lu Yuan's situation was not optimistic either. Just as the shadow from the void was about to touch that leaf, Su Yueli moved. She gently raised her hand, and a vine emanating a gentle life force broke through the ground beneath her. Name, World Tree. Rank, Mid-Epic. Potential, 2 stars. That seemingly fragile sprout, upon appearing, rapidly grew in the wind, with countless green branches spreading outwards, instantly turning the entire lawn into a realm of life. The shadow from the void was utterly exposed before this omnipresent life force. A vine that seemed soft gently coiled around the targeted leaf, bringing it back to Su Yueli's fingertips. She held the leaf, glanced at the astonished Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, then released it, letting the leaf drift away with the wind. Too slow. Lan Liuli yawned, calling back her Winter Phantom Cheetah, the oppressive feeling dissipating along with it. Your cooperation is full of flaws, and your ideas are naive and childish. Let's wrap this up quickly, I want to go back and catch up on sleep. Mom! You are cheating! Yun Qianqian finally couldn't hold back, stomping her feet in anger. Using a beast of epic rank to bully people. This is completely unfair. When did I say you had to win? Su Yueli approached her daughter, gently smoothing her wind-blown hair. The voice struck to the core. I just asked you to get the leaves. And your first reaction was to fight. Her gaze turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you let the Void Phantom sneak to steal. Shen, you had the Radiant Saintess charge for a strong attack. You were not wrong in your thoughts, but what you thought about was only yourselves. Where are your beasts? Su Yuli's voice was not loud, but it slammed into the hearts of both. While the Radiant Saintess was charging, what was your Dark Ranger doing? What was your Holy Flame Fire Sparrow doing? While the Void Phantom was sneaking, what were the Radiant Spirit and the Peeping Mirror doing? They were waiting. Waiting for your next command. But my beast in Lu Li's beast, at the moment we had a thought, had already completed the coordination. Lu Yuan trembled all over. He suddenly recalled the scene just now. At the moment he commanded the Void Phantom to sneak, he did indeed feel a thought from the Radiant Spirit guarding. It wanted to apply the Divine Blessing protection to the Void Phantom, preventing it from receiving fatal attacks after being discovered. He also felt the thought of the Peeping Mirror link. It wanted to establish Dream Mirror synchronization with the Radiant Saintess to share the damage it might receive while charging. But he overlooked it. He was too focused on his own plan, too confident in his judgment of the situation, that he unconsciously suppressed the thoughts of his beasts. He treated them as pawns executing commands, instead of partners fighting alongside him. On the other side, Yun Qianqian was also stunned. She recalled that when she ordered the Radiant Saintess to perform a strong attack, the Void Phantom actually sent a warning thought. It sensed the dangerous aura on Lan Liuli and wanted to use absolute silence to disturb the opponent and buy time for the Radiant Saintess. But her mind was full of one radiant blast will blow them all away, and she didn't pay any attention at all. The so-called master doesn't mean you have to think of the perfect tactic. Sayuli looked at the two children lost in thought, her face showing a comforting smile. But you need to learn to listen to feelings and trust your beasts. Merge your will with the will of all your partners. You are no longer in a relationship of issuing commands and receiving commands, you are one entity. Your thoughts are their thoughts. Their instincts are also your instincts. She raised her hand again. In the distance, another leaf floated down softly. Now, do it again. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. This time, he did not look at the leaf, but instead closed his eyes. He emptied all preset tactics from his mind, no longer thinking about first step, second step, but completely immersed his spirit, linking with the three beasts beside him. He felt the pure light of the radiant spirit, the stillness of the peeping mirror, and the deep shadows of the void phantom. Yun Xianxian also followed his example, tugging on Lu Yuan's sleeve, closing her eyes like him, striving to feel the emotions of her four partners. The wind blew over the lawn again. Sayuli and Lan Luli exchanged glances, each seeing laughter in the other's eyes. The real special training had just begun. Chapter 105, It Is Us. Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian stood side by side, with their eyes closed. Not far away, Sayuli flicked her fingertip, and another tender green leaf spun and floated lightly to rest in the center of the lawn. Lu Yuan plunged his spirit into a void, no longer constructing any tactical frameworks. He was like a beginner, clumsily trying to listen. He listened. The will of the radiant spirit was a warm, vast sea of light, pure and inclusive, carrying an innate desire to protect. It was like a tireless sun, wanting to spread light and warmth to everything it protected. The will of the peeping mirror, however, was deep and tranquil. It had no aggressiveness, nor a desire for defense. It is just waiting. Waiting for an opportunity that can turn the tide. The will of the void phantom is the purest and also the most dangerous. It is a sharp blade hidden in its sheath, a wisp of nothingness merging into shadows. In its world, there is no detour, only a goal and a path to kill in one strike. Three completely different wills intertwine in his spiritual world. In the past, he acted like a commander, giving them orders one by one, letting them play their roles at the points he had planned. Now, what he needs to do is merge these three wills into a single thread. On the other side, Yun Xianxian is also making an effort. She doesn't analyze her feelings like Lu Yuan does, she can't learn it and doesn't want to. Her approach is more direct, she imagines herself as a huge sponge, opening her heart without reserve to her four companions. As a result, she felt it. The Dark Ranger sends a cold, focused feeling lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for the right moment. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow is a raging fire, full of the desire to fight and to show off. The will of the Dawn Saintess is the most complex, carrying both divine majesty and an endless affection and protection for her. And in the will of the Void-Masked Cat, there is a sly playfulness and a sense of watch me give you a good time. Put. A light laugh breaks the silence. Lan Liuli leans against a tree, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking at the two motionless children on the field and their equally motionless beast companions, unable to resist a yawn. I say, Yuli, are they planning to wake with this leaf until the end of time? If they don't make a move soon, I'll wake up from my nap. Sayuli doesn't respond and simply watches silently. At this moment, there is finally a change on the field. It is Yun Xianxian who moves first. Almost at the same time, her four beasts act in unison. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow flaps its wings and makes a scorching dive straight toward the leaf, its momentum grand, as if it wants to ignite the entire lawn. And under its massive shadow, the Dark Ranger's figure blends into the shadows, activating Night Stalker. The target is also that leaf. One bright, one dark, a dual assault. At the same time, the Dawn Saintess raises her hand, and a solar lock materializes out of thin air, but the target is not Sayuli or Lan Liuli, but the ground beneath them, intending to lock them in place with fiery chains. The most bizarre is the Void-Masked Cat. It activates absolute silence, not as a huge domain, but as a miniature domain that covers only itself and the Dark Ranger, perfectly shielding their breaths and energy fluctuations. For beasts, 4 actions, almost completed in the same instant. This cooperation is more exquisite than the last time by more than 10 times. However, Lan Liuli only lazily lifts her eyelids. The idea is good, but unfortunately, they are still fighting their own battles. As her voice fell, the winter phantom leopard, which had been lying by her feet, moved. It didn't try to resist the overwhelming Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, nor did it pay any attention to the futile solar lock. Its figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next second, a burst of icy blue mist exploded along the Dark Ranger's path of stealth. Winter mist. In the mist, the Dark Ranger's figure is forced to show itself, covered in a layer of thin frost, its speed plummeting. Its perfect stealth assassination is thus easily resolved. Following closely, the Winter Phantom Leopard appears on the dive path of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. It doesn't clash head-on, but simply extends its claw and gently sweeps in the air. A mirror made of ice crystals appears out of thin air. The holy flame fire sparrow crashes into the mirror, the raging flames are all reflected back, hitting itself, letting out a wronged wail, and it falls to the side, covered in dust and dirt. As for that burning sun chains, the world tree sprout under Su Yueli's feet only gently trembled, and a majestic breath of life spread out, instantly purifying the fiery chains into nothingness. The second attempt also ended in failure. Woo woo. Yun Shanqian opened her eyes with some frustration, looking at her few spirit beasts that also seemed a bit downcast, pouting her small mouth. She felt she had tried very hard to communicate with them, so why was it still not working? This is not Yun Shanqian's fault, it's simply that the opponent was too strong. Don't worry. Lu Yuan's voice sounded beside her, he opened his eyes, and in his deep gaze, there was no frustration, but rather a strange light flickering. I think I understand a bit. He looked at Su Yueli and calmly spoke. Let's try again. Su Yueli nodded with a smile, and another leaf fell. This time, Lu Yuan did not close his eyes again. He just quietly stood there, completely letting go of his spirit, no longer trying to guide or integrate. He was no longer the commanding officer giving orders. He transformed his will into that very leaf itself. Get it? This thought, pure to the extreme, became the only coordinate in his spiritual world. In an instant, three wills found a common direction. Buzz. On the surface of the mirror of insight, a barely noticeable ripple spread out. It did not attempt to replicate any spirit beast, nor did it prepare to rebound any skill. Illusory mirror synchronization. But its linking target was not any friendly unit. Instead, it was the leaf quietly lying on the grass. This was an unfathomable operation, even defying the description of the skill. But at this moment, when Lu Yuan completely released authority and allowed the mirror of insight to act freely, it succeeded. It linked a strand of its essence to that leaf. At the same time, the shadow of the void moved. It did not sneak, nor did it use the dimension blade. It merely transformed into the most inconspicuous shadow, quietly moving in a direction completely opposite to that of the leaf. Its target was the thermos cup that Lan Lioli had placed under the tree. The radiant Holy Spirit also moved. It did not unleash any offensive skills, gently flapping its light wings, scattering soft golden light particles. These light particles fell on the grass, causing no damage, merely making the green grass grow a bit more lush. Holy Radiance domain quietly unfurled. These three actions seemed completely unrelated, even somewhat bizarre. Yun Shanqian watched in confusion, but seeing Lu Yuan's focused gaze, for some reason, her inner frustration began to calm down. She imitated Lu Yuan and stopped thinking about complex cooperation, simply calling out to her partners in her heart. We will help him. With this thought, her four spirit beasts moved in a brand new way. The Dark Ranger pulled back his longbow, and a shadow arrow quietly shot out, but the target was not a person, but a bird's nest on a tree not far behind Su Yueli. The holy flame fire sparrow soared into the sky, but instead of diving, it circled high, generating a faint spiral airflow with its flapping wings, slowly pushing towards the center of the lawn. The Dawn Holy Maiden brought her hands together, and a circle of gentle blazing sun rings unfolded around her. There was no scorching damage, only warm light, like a true sun, attracting people's gazes. And the void-masked cat merely yawned, then lazily used mask mimicry. It mimicked the aura of Lan Lioli's winter shadow leopard. In an instant, there appeared two identical spirit beasts on the field. One radiated epic level pressure while the other bore platinum level pressure. Though it was merely mimicking, it was enough to cause a momentary delay in judgment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, all the changes exploded simultaneously. Cheep! A panic-stricken bird call rang out, as the Dark Ranger's arrow accurately startled the bird's nest. A frightened forest bird flapped its wings and flew out, successfully grabbing Su Yueli's attention. Luli frowned sharply, feeling the breath of two winter shadow leopards. What made her more furious was that she saw a shadow sneaking towards her precious thermos cup. You dare! Luli thought for no moment, the winter shadow leopard understood her intent, and an ice blade shot forward. Now's the time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, a bright gleam surged. He didn't even look at that leaf, but rather gazed at the direction of the void shadow. That thermos cup was just a decoy from the start. The real target of the void shadow was to use the space disturbance created by the winter shadow leopard's attack. Space channel. A micro-anchor point formed instantly beside the winter shadow leopard's ice blade. Another anchor point, under the spiral airflow suppression, quietly opened above that leaf. A shining hand stretched out from the tiny space channel, accurately pinching the leaf. It was the Saint Spirit's spirit attendant. It had been hiding all along within the brilliance of the Saint Spirit, never revealing itself. By the time Su Yueli and Luli reacted, that hand had already retracted back into the space channel, and the channel closed accordingly. Lu Yuan opened his hand, and a tender green leaf quietly lay in his palm. The entire process flowed seamlessly, like a work of art. On the lawn, there was a dead silence. Lu Li looked at her unharmed thermos, then glanced at the leaf in Lu Yuan's palm, her face showing a dazed expression. Yun Shanxian even gaped. She completely didn't understand what had just happened, but she knew Lu Yuan had one, in a way she couldn't comprehend. This is the true master. Su Yueli gazed at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with shock and approval. She retracted the world tree, her face revealing a heartfelt smile. Using the mirror of glimpsing to link and lock onto the leaf, sharing coordinates. Using the realm of the Saint Spirit as a cover, hiding the spirit attendant. Then using the void shadow as bait to lead Liuli's beast to attack, utilizing the spatial disturbance created by its attack to open a transmission passage over distance. With each word she said, Yun Shanxian's eyes widened further. Is this a tactic that a person can come up with? But Lu Yuan shook his head. It wasn't me who thought of it. It was us. Chapter 106, Warm-up over. Lu Li's expression was a mix of excitement and disbelief. She first blinked in disbelief, then quickly walked under the tree, snatched up her thermos, and examined it back and forth. Confirming that the cup was as smooth as ever, not a single scratch, she finally let out a sigh of relief, then raised her head with a dangerous tone. You little brat, you have some guts. She ground her back molars. Using my globally limited Shanghai Moonlight as bait, if it gets scratched, I wouldn't even be able to sell you off to compensate. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Yun Shanxian exclaimed, wow. She looked at the leaf in Lu Yuan's palm, then rushed in front of him and shook his arm vigorously. How did you do that? How on earth did you do that? The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just now, it felt like all of you turned into just you. No, you turned into all of you. Quickly teach me. Lu Yuan was a bit dizzy from her shaking, and could only tell the truth. I didn't think, I just felt. Felt? Yun Shanxian stopped her actions, tilting her head as this answer clearly made her more confused. Felt what? Felt the wind, felt the grass, or felt that broken leaf? It's about feeling them. Lu Yuan's gaze gently swept over the three beasts beside him. The light surrounding the Saint Spirit seemed to warm a few degrees. The mirror of the glimpse magic mirror reflects his appearance, while the void charming shadow quietly merges into his shadow, bringing a faint sense of intimacy. At this moment, there seems to be no barrier between him and them. All right, Qian. Su Yuli's voice timely sounded, as she walked to her daughter's side, rubbed her head, her eyes filled with an unending smile and satisfaction. It's normal not to understand. Because what Lu Yuan just did has already touched the threshold of the master realm. Her praise was evident. I had you listen, but you achieved resonance. You are no longer the commanding officer giving orders, but have turned your will into the only coordinate for all the summoned beasts' actions. So, the Radiant Holy Spirit thought to hide servants in the domain, the glimpse magic mirror thought to link to a leaf, and the void charming shadow thought to move Liuli's most precious thing. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the blue Liuli, who was tightly hugging her thermos cup. Blue Liuli snorted lightly, a tacit agreement. What about me? What about me? Yun Xian pointed at herself, feeling unfair. I feel like I communicated very hard with them. Why is it still not working? Who said you didn't? Su Yuli replied with a smile. She looked at Yun Shan, her expression turning serious. Lu Yuan's tactics are exquisitely intricate, each link is essential. But have you thought about it? Without your summoned beasts creating chaos in the front, would he have the chance to complete this assassination? Your holy flame fire sparrow attracted the first wave of attention from the winter charming leopard. Your dawn radiant maiden attracted my world tree with her halo. Your dark ranger, with a seemingly useless arrow, startled the forest birds, buying the most crucial time for Lu Yuan. And your masked cat. Su Yuli paused, her tone filled with awe. It mimicked the breath of the winter charming leopard. It seems like just a little trick, but it pressured Liuli psychologically, making her subconsciously think there was a second enemy appearing on the field, leading her to make the most direct judgment, protect her thermos cup. Yun Xian was stunned. She had never thought that her seemingly failed actions had such an effect. Lu Yuan's summoned beasts became his eyes, his hands, and his sharp blades. Su Yuli's voice was gentle, summarizing this special training. And Xian, your summoned beasts became his shield, his disguise, and his comrades. One of you dominated the execution of tactics, while the other sustained the tactical environment. This is also a kind of top-notch cooperation, a tacit understanding that doesn't require words. You both did outstandingly today. Her words instantly soothed the little disappointment in Yun Xian's heart. A radiant smile bloomed on her little face again, as she cast a I am also awesome look towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan returned a smile, understanding in his heart. Su Yuli was right. Without Yun Xian's seemingly chaotic distractions completely drawing Su Yuli and Blue Liuli's attention, his precise plan would have had no space to execute. They were a whole. Alright, today's warm-up ends here. Su Yuli clapped her hands, announcing the end of the special training. Blue Lioli immediately perked up, yawning as she walked towards the villa. Finally done, my nap. Who said it was over? Suyuli shot her a glance. What I meant is that the warm-up is over. Blue Lioli's steps froze in place. Suyuli ignored her best friend's look of despair and turned her attention back to the two children, her expression becoming serious again. Today, you have only opened a door and seen the scenery behind it. But just seeing is far from enough. From now on, until the day before we depart for the Dragon Nest Secret Realm, for the next 6 days, you will be here. True special training. Her aura changed quietly, the pressure of an epic tier mentor made the air around them heavy. You will no longer have any rules restricting you, and your goal is no longer to grab a leaf. What you need to do is to hold on longer under the attacks of me and Luli. From 1 second to 2 seconds, and then to 10 seconds. Even if Luli's rescue is very reliable, you must stay alive before Luli arrives. Suyueli's gaze was filled with unprecedented seriousness. Remember, the Dragon's Nest Secret Realm is a king-level secret realm, and death here cannot be revived. It will not give you a second chance. This week, you must forget all your pride and past achievements. Now, you are just two Beastmasters who need to do everything to survive. Chapter 107, Blue Luli takes action. When Suyueli finished speaking, the air on the lawn seemed to freeze. Full force attack? Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's minds buzzed simultaneously. A silver tier facing the full force attack of an epic tier? This is no longer special training, this is a one-sided massacre. Forget about holding on for 10 minutes, they probably wouldn't even last 1 second before being crushed into dust, along with their beasts. Yun Shanshan instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's garment, her little face pale. She was not afraid of battle and even craved challenges, but she was not foolish. The gap between epic and silver was an insurmountable chasm, like the difference between mortals and gods. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately performed countless simulations in his mind, and the result was the same, instant kill. No matter what tactics he used, no matter how seamless his beast's cooperation was, all techniques looked pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength. Suyueli observed their reactions calmly, no surprise in her gaze, only tranquility. Mom! Yun Shanshan's voice trembled. We will die. I didn't ask you to win, said Suyueli gently. I'm not planning to kill you. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the 7 equally pressured beasts near them. In the Dragon's Nest Secret Realm, if you unfortunately encounter a king-level beast that harbors hostility towards you, it doesn't even need to attack. Just the pressure released when it awakens can shatter your mind in an instant, leaving you with no chance to summon your beasts. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan instantly understood Suyueli's words. The purpose of this special training was not to win, but to adapt. To adapt to that desperate sense of oppression, to learn to maintain a clear mind under a chasm-like power difference, and to gather every bit of available strength to strive for that 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. What you need to do is not think about how to counterattack but how to survive, Suyueli said slowly as she paced, her epic tier aura receding like a tide, returning to that gentle parent-like appearance. Under the attacks of me and Luli, every thought and every cooperation of yours could determine whether you hold on for 1 more second or are instantly eliminated. Your beasts will sense the deadly threat before you do. Their instincts and intuition will become your only lifeline. Trust them, guide them, and merge your 7 into 1 unified force, along with your 2 individual will, into 1. Only then will you have a chance to find a sliver of opportunity to survive in that true desperate situation. Lu Yuan's tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. He understood. In these 6 days, what they had to confront was not Suyueli and Blue Luli, but their own weakness and limits. Yun Shanshan also took a deep breath, her small face reigniting with fighting spirit. She glanced at Lu Yuan beside her and then at her anxious but still unyielding partners. He nodded vigorously. Seeing the rekindled light in the eyes of the 2 children, Suyueli revealed a satisfied smile. She turned her head and looked at the blue glass, which was almost merging with the tree underneath. Lioli, you go first. Huh? Blue Lioli seemed to have just awoken from a dream, her face full of disbelief. No way, Yueli, you just said to go all out. If I'm not careful and end up taking down your daughter and your future son-in-law, don't come crying to me. She complained with her mouth, but her body honestly stood straight. That lazy posture disappeared in an instant, and a cold and dangerous aura surged forth. Don't worry, just use 30% of your strength for them to feel it. Suyueli said. 30%? Blue Lioli raised her eyebrows, a teasing smile forming at the corner of her mouth. All right then. Just remember, you'll cover the medical expenses. As soon as she finished speaking, the winter phantom leopard beside her, which had been lying down, slowly stood up. It merely cast a glance with its ice-blue eyes towards Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Buzz. A wave of extreme cold instantly enveloped the entire lawn. This was not a physical drop in temperature, but a freezing sensation that came from the depths of the soul. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grasped their hearts, slowing the flow of their blood and halting their thoughts. All the beasts of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian issued painful cries almost simultaneously. The brilliance surrounding the glory Holy Spirit was suppressed to the extreme, the flames on the sacred flame fire sparrow were flickering dangerously, and the shadow of the void phantom began to become unstable. This was the pressure released by an epic-level beast. Hold on. This thought flashed through Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's minds at the same time. They had no time to communicate, they could only rely on the tacit understanding they had just established in the morning, releasing their will without reservation, closely connecting with their beasts. The mirror surface of the mirror of the faceless flashed with light, and the phantom synchronization was instantly activated. This time, it forcibly connected all 9 units on the field, except for the enemy, together. Invisibly, chains linked Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian, and their 7 beasts into one unit. The pressure of the Winter Phantom Leopard, which could make a silver-level Beastmaster faint on the spot, was evenly distributed among the 9 units at this moment. The pressure dropped sharply. Almost at the same time, Yun Shanxian's beast also took action. Guard! The Dawn Holy Maiden stifled her soul's tremor, raised her hands high, and a circle of the blazing sun, suddenly expanded. Warm light collided with extreme cold, making a sizzling sound. Even though the halo was on the verge of shattering at the moment of contact, it successfully bought everyone a brief moment of breathing space. Well done. Blue Lioli's voice rang out, filled with approval. To hold on for 3 seconds under my little leopard's winter gaze and even respond effectively, you have already surpassed 99% of silver level. Her tone shifted, and the smile at the corner of her mouth turned dangerous. However, the warm-up is over. With a gentle snap of her fingers, the Winter Phantom Leopard moved. Its movement was not fast, it merely raised its front paw gracefully, gently stepping on the ground. Crack! A slight crisp sound echoed. The next second, at the point where the Winter Phantom Leopard landed, a deep blue frost rapidly spread across the ground at a speed nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Wherever the frost passed, the grass instantly turned into ice sculptures, and the earth was completely frozen. Frost sky silence. Fast. Too fast. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, he had no time to think, only able to instinctively relay a thought to the Void Phantom. Go! The Void Phantom instantly understood, the power of space surged, and the space channel opened. However, just as that black channel was about to take shape, on the spreading deep blue frost, mysterious ice crystal runes emerged, completely sealing off the surrounding space. The space channel failed to open. In the face of absolute tear suppression, any space technique is just child's play. Blue Lioli's voice echoed in the ears of the two. As the deadly frost was about to touch the holy flame fire sparrow that rushed to the front, Yun Shanxian's eyes filled with tears of anxiety. At that critical moment, the silent Dark Ranger moved. It received no instructions, but based on the instincts of a hunter, made its own judgment. A shadow arrow quietly shot out. Its target was not the unstoppable frost, nor the high and mighty Winter Phantom Leopard, but the thermos cup named Sea Moonlight, which was just casually placed on the ground by Blue Lioli. Chapter 108, Insight. That arrow attached with shadow power seemed so small under the epic pressure that could freeze souls. It silently flew toward the most incongruous presence on the battlefield, Blue Lioli's thermos cup. Lu Yuan's pupils reflected the trajectory of that arrow, his mind blank. In all his deductions, there had never been such an absurd option. Yun Shanxian was even more frightened and held her breath, her small face instantly drained of color. She watched in disbelief as her Dark Ranger shot an arrow with a target not an enemy, but Aunt Lioli's lifeline. It's over. This was the thought that arose simultaneously in their hearts. However, the scene they expected where the arrow would be crushed by the frost, and they would be blown away by the aftermath, did not occur. Just as the arrow was about to touch the Sea Moonlight thermos cup, all expressions on Blue Lioli's lazy face instantly froze. My cup! A sharp scream, completely unbefitting the image of Instructor Blue, pierced through the lawn's tranquility. Blue Lioli's figure turned into an afterimage, faster than her Winter Phantom Leopard. She even abandoned maintaining the posture of an epic tier powerhouse, rolling over like a lazy donkey, and pounced under the tree, using her body to tightly protect the precious thermos cup in her arms. As her emotions surged, the Winter Phantom Leopard also stopped to observe its master's condition. And the frosty silence that had spread to the feet of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow suddenly halted. The deadly crisis was resolved in a way that no one had anticipated. On the lawn, a strange silence fell. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, as well as their 7 beast companions who had just narrowly escaped death, were all frozen in place, not moving at all. The pressure disappeared. The breath of death receded. They had survived. Had they held on for about 5 seconds? Yun Shanxian looked at Blue Lioli, who was clutching the thermos cup and nervously wiping it with her sleeve, and then glanced at the Dark Ranger, which had put away its long bow and silently retreated into the shadows, her eyes filled with big question marks. Is this over? Puff. A suppressed light laugh came from beside them. It was Su Yuli. She looked at her best friend's expression as if she had lost and then regained the whole world, her usually gentle and dignified face unable to hide its smile. Blue Lioli heard the laughter and froze in her actions. She slowly raised her head, and in her icy blue eyes, there was no trace of killing intent, only endless resentment and embarrassment. She glared fiercely at Su Yuli and then pointed directly at the real culprit. Yun. Shen. Shen, she bit out, each word filled with anger. You've become skilled. Inciting your beast to attack the instructor's personal belongings. Do you know that this cup was personally crafted by the chief refiner of Long Country, Uyezi, 3 years ago, and there are only 3 in the world? If you hit or bump it, selling you won't even cover the cost. Yun Shanshan shivered from her shout, instinctively hiding behind Lu Yuan, and whispered, "No, it wasn't me who made it shoot, it did it on its own." As she spoke halfway, she suddenly realized. That's right. It was the Dark Ranger's own judgment. While everyone else was stunned into silence by the overwhelming pressure and the unfathomable skill, it was the usually silent hunter, who only knew how to follow orders, that discovered the one and only, most incredible breakthrough point. It didn't attack the Winter Shadow Leopard or even Blue Lioli herself. It attacked Blue Lioli's weakness. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up in an instant, and she was no longer afraid. She suddenly peeked out from behind Lu Yuan, hugged the Dark Ranger's arm tightly, and her little face was filled with pride. Little Black. You're so amazing. Lu Yuan watched this dramatic scene in front of him, and the shock in his heart was no less than Yun Shanshan's. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and his tense body finally relaxed. Just now, he had felt death very palpably. Although he knew Blue Lioli wouldn't really make a move, that feeling of death was incredibly real. But after that, what he felt was something that transcended tactics and cooperation. It was insight. The Dark Ranger had seen through Blue Lioli's obsession. It didn't even discuss with anyone, instantly making the best decision in that critical moment. Lioli, it's done. Su Yuli finally stopped laughing, walked over to Blue Lioli, and patted her shoulder. The kids performed well. You didn't lose unfairly. I lost? Blue Lioli flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Where did I lose? That was strategic withdrawal. Yes, strategic withdrawal. I was afraid of freezing them to death. Yes, you didn't lose. Su Yuli played along, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. She turned and looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, who were still in shock, her voice full of praise. You see, this is what I mean, trust your partners. In the face of absolute power disparity, any direct resistance is meaningless. Illusory synchronization and Sunfire Ring may have bought you 3 precious seconds, but ultimately, they will be crushed. The Void Phantom's spatial channel being blocked also proves that under tier suppression, conventional escape methods are ineffective. However, the battle of Beast Tamers is never just a clash of skills and energy. Su Yuli's gaze landed on the Dark Ranger beside Yun Shanshan. An epic tier Beastmaster is indeed powerful, but as long as they are human, they will have weaknesses, obsessions, and emotional fluctuations. After your beasts communicate with you and unite with your will, what they can perceive will not only be the strength of the enemy's energy but also the enemy's heart. The Dark Ranger's arrow didn't target Blue Lioli's body but her heart. It leveraged the smallest cost to move the largest lever, collapsing the momentum of the epic tier expert. Su Yuli's words shook Lu Yuan to the core. He had always thought that becoming a master meant having the beast work more seamlessly with him, able to execute more complex commands. It was only today that he understood, the true master is one who, after becoming a whole, gives birth to the insight that perceives all things. Alright, today's special training ends here, Su Yuli announced. Blue Lioli felt as if she had received a huge pardon, hugging her precious cup, and swiftly ran back to the villa, her voice echoing, I don't care. After such a big scare today, I want to apply for work-related injury. Dinner must have 10 more dishes. On the lawn, only Su Yuli and the 2 young ones were left. Yun Shanshan was still immersed in the immense joy of her beast's one-shot retreating the enemy, rubbing against the Dark Ranger's arm. The latter still maintained a cold demeanor. But the slightly trembling ears still exposed a hint of pride in its heart. Lu Yuan then walked to the mirror of prying and the Phantom of Void, gently stroking them. He could feel that after the life and death test just now, the connection between him and them seemed to become more solid, more inseparable. How do you feel? Su Yuli walked to his side and asked gently. Lu Yuan raised his head, looked at this mentor, and answered seriously, it feels like we're just getting started. Su Yuli smiled with satisfaction. That's right, you are just getting started. Remember the feeling of today. In the next 5 days, what you will face is not just Lioli's thermos. Her smile carried a hint that made both Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan feel a chill. Tomorrow, I will let you see just how big my world tree really is. Chapter 109, If you can't win, join in. The next morning, the same lawn, but the atmosphere was completely different. Yun Shanshan stood next to Lu Yuan, her small face tense, her eyes full of vigilance. She occasionally glanced towards Su Yueli not far away, as if the other party was not her biological mother but some kind of monster. Lan Liuli, on the other hand, was behaving unusually. She was not holding her thermos, but had moved a lounge chair, lazily lying at the edge of the villa's terrace, holding a plate of cut fruit. She wore sunglasses, looking ready to enjoy the show, completely out of place with the atmosphere on the lawn. I say, Yueli, take it easy. Lan Liuli tossed a grape into her mouth and called out with a mumble. This lawn is your home, it was slightly damaged by my freeze yesterday. If your tree turns it upside down today, I won't pay for the repairs. Su Yueli ignored her teasing. Yesterday, you learned how to find the weaknesses of your enemies. Her voice was calm, yet it instantly tightened Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's nerves. But what if your enemy has no weaknesses? Before her words fell, she gently raised her hand. A green bud once again broke through the ground beneath her feet. However, this time, it did not stop growing. The bud grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vine as thick as a wrist. The lush grass lawn was instantly swallowed, replaced by a verdant forest. Countless vines twisted together, forming walls. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan found themselves trapped in the middle of this newly appeared forest. They could feel that every vine and leaf in this forest was connected to Su Yueli's aura. They were not lifeless objects, they were extensions of the world tree, embodiments of Su Yueli's will. This forest was an epic-level domain. Today's goal is very simple. Su Yueli's voice drifted in from outside the forest. In this living realm, survive for 1 minute. Now, the timer starts. Hold on. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan didn't even have time to exchange glances. The tacit understanding cultivated amidst life and death yesterday had already kicked into gear. The mirror of pryings, mirror synchronization, activated at once, linking 9 units of will into a whole. Burn! Yun Shanshan shouted. The sacred flame fire sparrow emitted a cry, flames erupted, forming a wall of fire, trying to burn a path through the sea of vines. The radiant holy maidens, ring of blazing sun, also unfolded at the same time, the sacred flames spreading outward. However, it was useless. As soon as the fire ignited a vine, countless new vines immediately grew around it, carrying a breath of life, engulfing the flames in an instant like a green tide. The radiant holy maiden's halo, faced with this endless vitality, only stirred a ripple before being completely assimilated. How can we fight this? Yun Shanshan said, almost stomping her foot in frustration. There are vines everywhere, I burn one, and 100 grow in its place. This grows faster than my hair. Lu Yuan's heart also sank. Dimensional blade. The shadow of the void phantom merged into darkness, a sharp blade struck out, precisely severing several incoming vines. But at the severed ends, a flash of green light appeared, and new tender shoots grew at an even faster speed. The void body, immune to physical damage, lost its meaning in this forest. The vines were not merely physical attacks, they did not come with strength, but rather with vitality. Their purpose was not destruction, but assimilation. Once ensnared, the void phantom would likely be burst apart by this overwhelming life force. Facing them head-on, there was no chance of victory. 30 seconds left. Su Yuli's voice held no emotion. The vine attacks became increasingly dense, continuously compressing their space for survival. Yun Shanshan's Dark Ranger and Void Masquerade Cat were exhausted, constantly using attacks and fields to slow the encircling vines, but the effect was minimal. The Holy Spirit's Divine Guardian shield began to flicker intensely under the continuous pressure of the vines, clearly on the verge of shattering. At this rate, forget 30 seconds, it wouldn't last 10. Resistance is wrong. To fight life is to be overwhelmed by even greater life. Su Yuli's goal was not to make them defeat it, but to. Lu Yuan suddenly said, give up resistance. This thought left Yun Shanshan and her 4 beasts stunned. But out of absolute trust in Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan shouted to her beasts, listen to him. In an instant, all attacks ceased. The Holy Spirit dispersed its shield, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow extinguished its flames, the Dark Ranger put down his longbow and dagger, and the Holy Maiden extinguished her halo. They stood there quietly, allowing the overwhelming green vines to engulf them. On the terrace, Lan Liuli took off her sunglasses. Little one, you understand quickly, don't you? In the depths of Su Yuli's eyes, appreciation flashed. The vines surged in like a tide, seemingly ready to completely engulf everyone. The Void Phantom's body transformed into a pure essence of nothingness, it did not flee but instead actively welcomed the vines. At the moment of contact, it was not assimilated, rather, it blended into the shadowy gaps between the vines as water merges into the sea, completely vanishing without a trace. On the surface of the Mirror of Insights, a ghostly light flashed. It did not replicate any beasts nor link to any target. It merely aimed its mirror surface at a gigantic leaf beneath it. As the mirror light flowed, its aura began to match that of the leaf exactly. The Holy Spirit, it withdrew all brilliance, gently folded its wings, wrapping itself into a cocoon. It no longer released any attacking or defensive energy, instead, it began to absorb the surrounding, overwhelming life force actively. Within the originally pure power of brightness, an essence of life began to emerge. Yun Xianxian was stunned, her companions also responded. The holy maiden stopped releasing scorching holy flames and instead radiated a soft, warm glow that illuminated the surrounding vines. Under the glow, the vines not only ceased to attack her but opened their leaves wide instead. The holy flame fire sparrow retracted all battle postures, perched on a sturdy vine, preening its feathers as if it were just a harmless little bird. The dark ranger and void masquerade cat found the mirror of insights, hiding under that massive leaf, their auras minimized to the very extreme. For a moment, this forest, originally rife with danger, transformed into a scene of peace. The vines continued to grow and surge, as if ignoring this group of outsiders, expanding their domain according to instinct. 10 seconds left. Su Yuli's voice rang out again, this time laced with an unmistakable hint of laughter. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. As soon as the words fell, the forest quickly shrank, and all the vines and leaves turned into green dots of light, ultimately gathering at Su Yuli's feet, transforming back into that small tender sprout. Warm sunlight re-drenched the ground, and the lawn was still that same lawn, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, along with their 7 beast companions, stood safely in place. They succeeded. On the terrace, Lan Luli put her sunglasses back on, lay back on her chair, but murmured quietly. 2 little monsters. Su Yuli walked in front of the 2 children. If you can't win, then join. You're grasping things faster than I imagined. She looked at the 2 kids, her eyes filled with pride. Life is both creation and destruction. In the Dragon's Nest secret realm, the most dangerous are often not the roaring giant dragons, but those ancient lives that have been silent for thousands of years, already merging with the entire secret realm. Today, you learned how not to be rejected by life. Tomorrow. Her smile carried a chilling hint. Tomorrow, you will learn how to find that one slender thread of hope in life. Chapter 110, Seeking Life. On the 3rd day, morning. On the lawn, Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian were ready to participate in today's trial. Yun Xianxian's small face no longer held the realization of join if you can't win from yesterday. She secretly glanced at Lan Luli on the terrace not far away, casually tossing cherries into her mouth, then looked at her mother, who had a calm expression, and quietly swallowed. Lan Luli had completely let herself go today. Not only had she switched to a more comfortable beach chair, but the little table beside her was also filled with all kinds of snacks and chilled drinks, looking just like someone on vacation. I say, Yuli, she chewed on a cherry. What's the game today? I'll warn you, if you touch my thermos again, I might just take action. Su Yuli ignored her words, her gaze fixed on the 2 children. Yesterday, you learned how to blend into the environment, not to be rejected. Her voice remained gentle. So today, what you must learn is to find that one slender thread of hope in life. As soon as her words fell, the sprout of the world tree under her feet surged once more. The emerald green sprout rapidly spread, turning the entire lawn into a strange swamp. Above the swamp floated a layer of light green mist, giving off a rich aroma of decay. Countless bizarre plants reached out from the muck. Here is the decay swamp, Su Yuli's voice came from outside the swamp. The mist in this swamp will continuously drain the power from you and your beasts. The longer you stay, the weaker you will become, until your consciousness fades, completely sinking into the swamp, becoming its nourishment. Your goal is to find the one seed of life in this swamp before you lose consciousness completely. It is your only antidote. Now, begin. The moment her words fell, an invisible draining force enveloped them. Lu Yuan could clearly feel his strength being drawn away with each breath. Yun Xianxian stumbled slightly. Ranger! Fire Sparrow, she hastily commanded. The shadowy figure of the Dark Ranger merged with the shadows, stealthily venturing in one direction. The sacred flame Fire Sparrow soared into the air, attempting to disperse the eerie mist with its high temperature. However, as soon as the flames ignited, the mist in the swamp surged madly toward the sacred flame Fire Sparrow. The flames on the sacred flame Fire Sparrow dimmed rapidly. It let out a mournful cry as its power was drained faster. Come back! Yun Xianxian was startled and quickly summoned it back. Any drastic energy fluctuations would accelerate the loss of vitality. On the other side, Lu Yuan's void shadow attempted to open a spatial channel, but as before, the space in this realm was completely locked down by the power of the world tree. They can't fight, they can't force their way in, and they can't even easily use their energy. How are we supposed to find it? Yun Xianxian was very anxious. This place is so big, and we don't even know what the seed of life looks like. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? From the balcony, the voice of Lan Lioli floated over. Little Xianxian, do you want to surrender? If you surrender now, Auntie's chilled watermelon juice will be half yours. I won't surrender. Yun Xianxian puffed up her cheeks and shouted back stubbornly. Lu Yuan said nothing, his brain was working rapidly. Conventional scouting methods had failed, and all he could see were twisted plants and thick fog. In this environment, the Dark Ranger's scouting range and efficiency were greatly reduced. The only way was. He closed his eyes, fully connecting his spirit with the Void Shadow. Void Map. A map centered on him, with a radius of 5 kilometers, instantly unfolded in his mind. However, on the map, there were no longer clear biological and resource light points. What appeared before his eyes was a chaotic green. The entire swamp, as depicted on the Void Map, showed itself as a huge source of life energy. That seed of life, even if it had a unique energy fluctuation, was completely drowned by this sea of green. Sweat beads began to form on Lu Yuan's forehead. Maintaining the Void Map already consumed energy, and in this swamp that continuously absorbed energy, the consumption was doubled. No, he couldn't continue scanning aimlessly. He remembered Su Yueli's words, turn your will into the only coordinate for all beast actions. He no longer tried to look at the map but instead injected a thought into the Void Map. Search for life. Not searching for the seed of life, not searching for the energy source, but searching for the breath of life opposite to this decaying swamp. His will began to filter and sift frantically through that chaotic green ocean in his mind. At the same time, Yun Shanxian also found her own task. She watched Lu Yuan with his eyes tightly closed, his face growing paler, and immediately understood what he was doing. Saintess. Protect us. The radiant Saintess joined her hands together, and a sacred, gentle light radiated from her body. Holy light protection. Outside the light shield, the green fog surged violently, constantly eroding the energy of the shield. Inside the shield, the absorbing force was greatly weakened. The body of the radiant Saintess began to tremble slightly, clearly bearing enormous pressure. Masked Cat. Yun Shanxian looked towards another of her companions. The Void Masked Cat understood and created a tiny absolute silence domain, shielding the energy fluctuations generated by the radiant Saintess's light shield, preventing a more intense reaction from the swamp. One focused on exploration, and the other focused on defense and endurance. The two young people and 7 beast companions formed a small fortress in this deadly swamp. Time passed second by second. Yun Shanxian's face grew worse and worse, she could feel the exhaustion coming from the radiant Saintess, the light shield had begun to flicker. Lu Yuan, hurry up. She urged in a low voice. If we can't find it soon, we're going to become fertilizer. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were bloodshot. I found it. He didn't say anything unnecessary, pointing to a direction in the front left. That way, 300 meters. Yun Shanxian's spirit lifted, all the beasts also perked up again. Charge. The radiant Saintess forcibly urged her last bit of strength, pushing the light shield forward. The Dark Ranger and the Void Masked Cat took to the left and right, swiftly using daggers and dimensional claws to cut through the strange plants blocking the way ahead. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, enduring its discomfort, spewed flames to burn a path open. 300 meters at that moment felt like a chasm. With each step forward, the swamp's pull grew stronger. When they finally dashed to the location Lu Yuan pointed to, the barrier of the Saintess of Dawn shattered with a crack. Once again, everyone was exposed to the thick mist. Before them was a giant carnivorous flower, its bud tightly closed, exuding a more intense decaying aura than the surroundings. Inside here? Yun Shanxian asked, as this thing looked like the boss of this swamp. Trust me. Lu Yuan's voice was firm. His spying magic mirror flashed a glint of light. Light of reversal. It was aimed not at the carnivorous flower, but at Yun Shanxian's sacred flame fire sparrow. The sacred flame fire sparrow understood and gathered all its flame energy into a fireball, spitting it towards the spying magic mirror. Buzz. The mirror absorbed the fireball, and then a thick flame beam, doubled in size, shot out fiercely, hitting the bud of the carnivorous flower squarely. The carnivorous flower let out a roar, and the huge bud blossomed in the fire. At the very center of the bud, a completely emerald green seed was quietly suspended. All the decaying aura around it was swept away in the moment it bloomed. A pure and magnificent vitality surged forth like a tide. The crowd was washed over by this vitality, and the strength that had been drained from them was instantly restored. The decaying swamp that enveloped the entire lawn rapidly faded under this aura, turning into specks of green light, retreating back beneath Su Yueli's feet. Lu Yuan reached out, and the seed of life landed in his palm. On the terrace, Lan Liuli removed her sunglasses, forgetting to eat the cherries in her hand. She looked at the seed, her eyes flashing with envy. Incredible. Su Yueli walked in front of the two. The end of decay is rebirth. The most dangerous place often hides the greatest opportunity. She gazed at the seed in Lu Yuan's palm. This is a reward for you, a seed of life that can only be produced when the world tree advances. If your beast consumes it, it can greatly enhance the beast's strength, or even give your beast a chance to comprehend skills related to life. Yun Shanshan's eyes instantly turned into starry eyes, and she snatched the seed, looking at it from left to right, saliva almost dripping down. Mom! You are the best. Lan Lioli walked over to look at the seed of life in Yun Shanshan's hand, enviously saying, Yueli, you are really generous. Su Yueli smiled and shook her head, her gaze finally resting on Lu Yuan. Tomorrow is the last special training. Chapter 111, Death. The fourth day was also the last day of special training. The sun still shone, the lawn remained the same, but the atmosphere was completely different. On the terrace, Lan Lioli's outfit today was extraordinarily luxurious. Beach loungers, sun umbrellas, a small ice bucket holding juice, and a 3-tier snack rack on the table. She wore sunglasses, not loving anyone at all. She looked just like she was on vacation. Yueli, are we playing for real today? She crossed her legs, shaking the ice cubes in her cup, her voice lazy yet filled with the excitement of watching a show. First say well, I'm only responsible for fighting. If I accidentally ruin your precious daughter and future son-in-law, the psychological counseling fee is on you. Su Yueli ignored her friends joking, her gaze falling on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. After 3 days of tempering, the eyes of the two children had settled much more, no longer possessing the initial sharpness. In the last 3 days, you learned how to find weaknesses, blend into the environment, and seek opportunities in desperate situations. Su Yueli said. But those were all under the premise of having a solution. Today's special training has no goal, no rules, and even no opportunities. She turned and walked toward another side of the villa. Follow me. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances and silently followed. They were taken to the basement of the villa, which had no luxurious decorations, only rooms filled with metallic textures. In the center of the room lay several silver metallic pods quietly. This is the deep-sea consciousness simulation field. Su Yueli pointed at the metal chamber. Lie down, your consciousness will be projected into a completely realistic mental battlefield. In there, you will feel everything, pain, exhaustion, even death. But your bodies will remain unharmed. Remember, Su Yueli said, finally admonishing them. There is only one thing you need to do. Survive from my and Lu Li's hands. At the moment consciousness returned, Lu Yuan found himself standing on a gray wasteland. Yun Shanshan was beside him, solemnly scanning the surroundings. 100 meters in front of them, the figures of Su Yueli and Lan Lioli appeared. They didn't speak, just stood silently. But that pressure was more terrifying than ever before. It was the force truly belonging to epic-level powerhouses. Prepare. Yun Shanshan hadn't finished her words. Lan Lioli moved. She just lifted her eyelids. The silhouette of the winter phantom leopard emerged behind her. Lu Yuan didn't even have time to form any thoughts. Then, his consciousness, along with his body and his beast, was frozen and shattered. Huff! Lu Yuan suddenly sat up from the metal chamber, gasping for breath, his heart racing, drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Yun Shanshan also woke up at the same time, her face pale, the terror in her eyes still lingering. Just now. Her voice trembled. We died. Lu Yuan said on her behalf. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli stood outside the chamber, their expressions calm. How do you feel? Lan Lioli took off her sunglasses, a teasing smile forming on her lips. The power of the epic level is not bad, right? You didn't even last a second. Let's do it again. Yun Shanshan gritted her teeth, stubbornly lying back down. She didn't believe it. In the second attempt, they had learned their lesson. The moment Su Yueli and Lan Lioli appeared, the eye magic mirrors, illusion sync, and the Dawn Saintess's holy light shelter activated at the same time. However, this time, Su Yueli moved. She summoned the world tree, then simply raised her hand and grabbed at them. Crack! The light shield created by the Dawn Saintess, along with the link established by the eye magic mirror, was crushed by countless vines. The defense collapsed instantly. Then, an irresistible flood of life completely submerged them. Second death. On the third attempt, they tried to escape using the Void Phantom's spatial passage. As soon as the passage opened, an icy crystal-covered leopard paw emerged from the other end, gently squeezing, causing the space to collapse. Third death. On the fourth attempt, they aimed straight at Lan Lioli, with the Dark Ranger shooting towards her. Lan Lioli herself remained in place the entire time, watching them with great interest. Fourth death. Fifth death. Sixth death. 10th death. They tried all strategies they could think of, using every trick they had tucked away. Ambush, heavy attack, distraction, blending into the environment. Every time, they were eliminated in a cleaner, more despairing manner. Their opponent didn't even need to use full strength, sometimes just a glance, sometimes just a thought, all their defenses and strategies became a joke. It was not a battle, it was a god casually crushing two ants trying to provoke it. Lu Yuan's forehead throbbed, his brain raced, but all calculations and deductions ultimately pointed to the same result, unsolvable. His calm, his strategy, were utterly ineffective against absolute power. After the 30th death or so, when the two awoke again from the metal chamber, Yun Qianqian could no longer hold on. She didn't stubbornly lie down again like before, but simply sat quietly, her body trembling uncontrollably. "What's wrong, little Qianqian?" came Lan Liuli's mocking voice. "Giving up just like this? Where's your fighting spirit?" Yun Qianqian didn't reply. "Woo woo." The suppressed sobs finally escaped from the girl's mouth. She was not wailing, but desperately trying to hold back. But no matter what, it couldn't stop, filled with endless grievance and fear, the sobbing. Tears fell like loose beads, rolling down her pale little face. "We can't win." She choked, speaking in broken sentences. "We can't win at all. Why does it have to be like this?" Her pride, her confidence, all the glory she held as the darling of heaven, were completely shattered in the face of this repeated cold death. The mocking smile on Lan Liuli's face disappeared. Suyuli stepped forward, completely opening the hatch of the metal pod, then leaned down, gently embracing her daughter, who was sobbing and shaking all over. Without the pressure of the epic-level mentor, at this moment, she was just a mother who felt pain for her daughter. "Silly child." She softly stroked Yun Qianqian's back, her voice gentle. "When did I ever let you win?" Yun Qianqian cried even harder in her arms. From the national competition, to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm, then to the new student ceremony of Biming Academy, and then to the 10,000 Serpents Cave and Starfall Valley. Suyuli's voice clearly entered Lu Yuan in Yun Qianqian's ears. "You have gone too smoothly all this way. You have defeated all enemies, seized all opportunities, and you even began to believe that you are the protagonist destined by fate, that no matter what danger you encounter, you will ultimately turn crisis into safety." Lu Yuan trembled all over. "But in this world, there are no forever protagonists." Suyuli's gaze passed through her daughter's shoulder and settled on Lu Yuan. "Every victory you had before certainly had your strength and wisdom, but more than that, it was luck. You were lucky, the enemies you faced were all within the scope you could handle. You were lucky, you always found a way to break the deadlock at the most critical moment. But the Dragon Nest Secret Realm is different." Suyuli's voice became extremely serious. "There, what sleeps is a true king. It will not give you the chance to trial and error, and it will not show mercy just because you are geniuses. In there, one wrong judgment, one tiny mistake, or even just a bit of bad luck, will lead to results not waking up from the simulation pod, but eternal death. I made you go through all this not to destroy your confidence." She gently patted her daughter's back, as if to comfort a child who felt wronged. "I want you to understand what failure tastes like, what death feels like. I want you to temporarily put away the pride that belongs to victors. When you step into that unknown land, you need to carry a respect for power and a humility for life. Only by experiencing death can you better understand how to live." The cries gradually stopped. Yun Qianqian lifted her rain-soaked pear blossom face, her red eyes still glistening with tears, yet filled with enlightenment. Lu Yuan also slowly exhaled, his tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. That heart, which had become somewhat restless due to repeated victories, was unprecedentedly tranquil after enduring this repeated death baptism. He looked at Suyuli, looked at Yun Qianqian, who was gradually calming down in her arms, and spoke seriously. "We understand." Chapter 112, The Courage to Rebuild. Suyuli gently patted her daughter's back, raising her eyes with a look of relief. She didn't say more heartfelt principles, just softly said, "All right, get up, there's a feast outside that you love the most." Lan Liuli's voice came, she had unknowingly left the basement, returning to lie back on her exclusive lounge chair. "That was my takeout order. I didn't even catch up with the new anime just to be your practice partner." This statement instantly diluted the heaviness in the room. Yun Qianqian raised her head from her mother's embrace, sniffing. Suyuli helped her stand up from the simulation pod and glanced at Lu Yuan, her expression much gentler. "Go take a shower, change your clothes. Let's go out for dinner." When the two of them finished getting ready and returned to the living room of the villa, a rich aroma of food wafted toward them. An abundant spread covered the entire dining table, while Lan Liuli was shoving a piece of fried chicken into her mouth, mumbling as she directed the household robot to set the table with dishes and utensils. Seeing them come out, Lan Liuli spat out the chicken bone from her mouth, wiped her hands, and the lazy, carefree demeanor returned. However, when her gaze swept over the two, especially noticing Yun Qianqian's still somewhat swollen eyes, the teasing expression on her face faded a little. She rummaged through her storage ring and pulled out 2 items, casually tossing them over. "Here, take these." Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian instinctively caught them. They were 2 badges. The style of the badges was similar to the ones they received during their visit to the Falling Star Valley, but the feeling when holding them was completely different. The last time's badge had a smooth warmth like jade, while this one, however, exuded a burning warmth. On the surface of the badge, a golden halo flowed, proving the energy it contained. The Beastmaster handbook had already displayed the information about the badge. Name, Heart of the Sea Realm, Replica. Type, Spatial Beacon. Description, made from the original scales of the epic tier beast Heart of the Sea White Whale combined with various space treasures, it contains the original will of the Heart of the Sea White Whale. The holder can gain the protection of the Heart of the Sea White Whale, immune to all spatial lockdowns of King tier and below. When crushed, it can instantly construct a super long-distance spatial passage. This thing is much more expensive than last time. It's made from a piece of the original scale of my spatial beast Heart of the Sea White Whale. Right now, there are only these two in the entire Long Country and Blue Star. Lan Liuli picked up a piece of fried chicken again, sounding both resentful and boastful. After using it, I'll feel heartache for several months. Yun Shanshan held the badge, lowering her head and saying nothing. Lu Yuan looked at the badge in his hand, feeling the spatial imprint attached to it. But listen carefully. Lan Liuli suddenly put down the fried chicken and sat up straight. She gathered her lazy expression, her icy blue eyes revealing seriousness. What if it really comes to that point? Throw away all tactics, all dignity, all unwillingness. Don't think about anything, just crush it. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two, each word carrying undeniable weight. I will do everything I can to rescue you. Yun Shanshan suddenly looked up, her eyes red again in an instant. She stared at Lan Liuli's serious face, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but was choked by emotion in her throat, finally just nodding vigorously. Thank you, Auntie Lan. Lu Yuan solemnly stored the badge away. Alright, that's enough mushiness. Lan Liuli couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, immediately showing that lazy expression again, waving her hand. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, go to sleep. Train by yourself tomorrow, don't delay my beauty sleep. The dinner was unusually quiet. Gone were the usual cheerful laughs and jokes. Yun Shanshan only picked at her food slowly, while Su Yueli sometimes added vegetables to her bowl. Lan Liuli, on the other hand, consumed the food voraciously, finishing nearly half the table's dishes, mumbling about not enough compensation for mental anguish and similar things. Lu Yuan also didn't eat much, most of his thoughts were immersed in the link with his beasts. Shining Holy Spirit, Peering Mirror, Void Phantom, they too had experienced those dozens of cold deaths. At this moment, none of them transmitted any negative emotions, instead, there was an unprecedented tranquility. It was a kind of pure trust born after shared despair. They were no longer just partners following orders. In those moments of destruction, their wills had long since merged completely with Lu Yuan's will. After dinner, the two returned to their respective rooms. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, summoning all three spirit beasts. He stretched out his hand, gently stroking the luminous wings of the radiant spirit, feeling the chill of the veiled mirror, letting the void shadow turn into a wisp of black mist, coiling around his fingertips. They are all still here. That's enough. The night deepened. Yun Shanshan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, it was the grey wasteland, the irresistible chill, and the torrent of life. She quietly got up, opened the door, and found that the door opposite was slightly ajar. Lu Yuan was standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Yun Shanshan walked over and stood beside him. Yuan, are you still afraid? She asked softly. Afraid? Lu Yuan's answer was crisp, with no hint of disguise. After experiencing that kind of desperate helplessness, if one still says they aren't afraid, that isn't bravery, it's foolishness. Yun Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then she smiled with a sense of relief. I'm afraid too. She leaned against the railing, looking at the moon in the sky. I'm scared to death. I used to think that as long as we worked together, there was no obstacle we couldn't overcome. Now I've realized, we are far from even being qualified to stand before the obstacle. But we still have to face it. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at her. Yun Shanshan nodded eagerly. Because we have died once, this time, we have to find a way to live well. The two exchanged a smile, and all the fear, grievances, and unwillingness vanished in that smile. They had been shattered, but also reshaped. With a reverence for power and a humility towards life. Chapter 113, A Tribute to Life. The first day after the special training ended. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes, he could clearly sense the will of the three spirit beasts tightly connected to him, knowing each other without the need for words. In the living room, Yun Shanshan was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, supporting her chin with her hands, staring at the emerald seed of life in front of her. The seed floated quietly in mid-air, exuding a refreshing life aura. The four spirit beasts beside her were also staring eagerly, especially the holy flame bird and the dawn holy maiden, filled with a longing for this pure energy. Yuan, Yun Shanshan heard footsteps and waved her hand without turning her head. Come on, we are splitting the loot. She spoke of sharing, but her eyes glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sat down beside her, his gaze fixed on the seed of life. The panel of the Spirit Beast Compendium had already quietly appeared before his eyes. Name, Seed of Life from the World Tree. Rank, Epic. Effect, contains the purest source of life force, can significantly enhance the potential and rank of life type, light type, and plant type spirit beasts, with a very low probability of allowing them to comprehend a new racial skill. The seed of life cannot be forcibly divided, as this will lead to the dissipation of life energy. It is recommended to be absorbed completely by a single spirit beast. Optimal adapter analysis in progress. Analysis complete. First choice, Radiant Spirit, Light type origin, extremely high affinity for life, after absorption can nourish the spirit servant, maximizing overall enhancement. Second choice, Dawn Holy Maiden, same origin of light flame, can complement life shortcomings, enhancing endurance and recovery ability. Last choice, Void Shadow, attribute conflict, huge risks in the absorption process, could lead to energy annihilation, could also birth void life and other unknown mutations. How about we give it to our Dark Ranger? Yun Shanqian suddenly suggested. It was the champion yesterday. One arrow repelled the enemy, wasn't that cool? She spoke of giving it to the Dark Ranger, but it was clear to everyone that the girl wanted to give this benefit to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled, not answering directly, but looked at the Radiant Spirit. I plan to give the Seed of Life to Radiant Spirit. Lu Yuan said, the Radiant Spirits, Divine Grace Guardian, and Holy Light Domain, are the foundation for all our strategies to be executed. Making it stronger will allow our entire team's survival ability to undergo a qualitative leap. He paused and added, in the Dragon Nest secret realm. Living is more important than anything else. Yun Shanqian nodded lightly. Okay. Her little face was full of agreement. Let's make the Radiant Spirit super powerful. No one will dare to bully us in the future. Once the decision was made, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. With a thought, the Radiant Spirit appeared behind him, its shining wings gently fluttering. The Seed of Life seemed to be drawn in, floating toward the Radiant Spirit. The Radiant Spirit reached out its hands, gently cradling the seed in its embrace. The emerald seed transformed into flowing streams of soft green light the moment it touched its body, merging into it. The body of the Radiant Spirit began to emit a fierce radiance. This glow was no longer pure gold, it was now mixed with specks of vibrant green within the golden light. Its breath rapidly rose, soon breaking through the barrier of mid-silver rank, firmly stepping into high silver rank. Ding! Your beast, Radiant Spirit, absorbed the Seed of Life and its rank has risen to the peak of silver. Gained a new racial skill, Life's Praise. Life's Praise, passive skill. The existence of the Radiant Spirit continuously restores vitality for friendly units within the domain. Can be activated actively, consuming a large amount of energy to instantly restore a massive amount of life for a designated friendly unit and remove all negative statuses. Joy flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. This was simply a divine skill tailored for the team. Lu Yuan shared the newly learned skill of the Radiant Spirit with Yun Shanqian. Yun Shanqian's little mouth dropped open in amazement. She could feel herself and the beasts merely standing by, illuminated by the golden green glow, as their mental and physical exhaustion slowly recovered. This is way too overpowered. She exclaimed enviously. Lan Liuli yawned as she walked down, a toothpick in her mouth. What's all the noise about? It's early morning, are you trying to keep everyone from sleeping? She glanced at the Radiant Spirit, whose aura had greatly increased, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, leveled up? Not bad, I guess my medical expenses weren't in vain. Su Yueli also came out, wearing a gentle smile. Pack up, we leave the day after tomorrow. 2 days later, the time to part finally arrived. At the entrance of the villa, Su Yueli adjusted Yun Shanqian's collar. When you get over there, don't act willfully, discuss everything with Xiao Yuan. Got it, Mom. Yun Shanqian hugged her mother's arm. Brat. Lan Liuli leaned against the doorframe and said to Lu Yuan. Those 2 badges of mine were a hefty investment. If you lose them or don't get a chance to use them and end up dying, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Don't worry, Auntie Lan. Lu Yuan nodded seriously. Alright, let's get ready to depart. Lan Liuli waved her hand impatiently. Seeing her best friend's contradictory expression, Su Yueli shook her head helplessly. She cast a serious glance at Lu Yuan, saying, Xiao Yuan, be sure to be careful and take good care of yourself in Shanshan. I will, Auntie Su. Chapter 114, The Dragon Nest Secret Realm. Half a day later, at the Dragon Sky Beast Taming Academy. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanqian followed Lan Liuli to the main gate of the academy. The gate was a towering stone sculpture, 100 meters tall. It was a Chinese divine dragon coiled up, its head held high, overlooking all visitors. Every scale of the dragon was carved vividly, as if it would come to life and soar into the sky at any moment. Under the watch of this dragon statue, anyone with ill intentions would have nowhere to hide. Lu Yuan looked up at the solemn dragon sculpture, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. This was the Dragon Sky Beast Taming Academy. The Biming Academy, located in a remote area, had a demeanor of a cold, aloof hermit swordsman. In comparison, the dragon sky before him was like an emperor commandingly ruling the world from the center. In a certain sense, it was even stronger than the Beiming Beast Taming Academy. I hate to admit it, but Dragon Sky is indeed a bit stronger than us Beiming right now, Lan Liuli's voice rang out beside him. She put her hands in her pockets and looked up at the dragon. But in the future, it could be different. She suddenly turned her head, her ice blue eyes sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. After all, now there are you two little guys. Back then, the four of us weren't any less eye-catching than you are now. Who knows, we might really make Beiming great again. The four of us? Yun Shanshan blinked curiously, just about to ask more. Caw! A loud, clear cry rang out from above, interrupting her words. The sound waves rolled, and the air surged. A golden giant rock with a wingspan of several dozen meters broke through the clouds, casting a huge shadow. The giant rock was covered in feathers bright as gold, majestic and extraordinary. It was Qin Yan's celestial golden rock. On the back of the golden rock stood a striking red figure, steady and confident. It was the Qin Yan mentor from Longshao Academy. She immediately spotted Lan Liuli standing at the door, and her beautiful brows furrowed, giving her an obvious big eye roll. That gaze seemed to say, "Why did you come along too?" Lan Liuli seemed to not see, and even waved at her, then raised her chin at the two little ones behind her. "Let's go, hitch a ride." Before her words fell, the tip of her foot lightly touched the ground, and she landed on the wide back of the celestial golden rock, finding a comfortable spot to sit down. The whole process was smooth, as if that golden rock was her summoned beast. Qin Yan on the rock's back twitched her mouth visibly. "Let's get on too." Lu Yuan tugged at the still-dazed Yun Shanshan. The two of them learned from Lan Liuli and leaped onto the rock's back. The celestial golden rock clearly recognized its owner's rascal friend. Without any movement, it took off high into the sky at Qin Yan's command. The wild wind howled in their ears, and the giant dragon sculpture and the academy gate quickly shrank in their view. From high above, the entire Longshao Academy came into view. "Yuli is really at ease, letting you bring them over alone," Qin Yan said, standing at the front of the rock. "So what? My strength is not weak. I might not be your match in a fight, but who can escape better than me?" Lan Liuli lay on the rock's back, pulling out a bag of chips from her storage ring, tearing it open while eating and talking. Qin Yan glared back at her. Her gaze then fell on Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. The inspecting look of a mentor returned, especially when she noticed the calm and reserved aura of the two. A surprised glint flashed in her eyes. It seemed Yuli had given them special training. "Are you ready?" Qin Yan asked. "Mum." Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan said nothing more. Finally, the celestial golden rock stopped in front of the highest peak. That peak seemed split in the middle by something, revealing a crack. At the entrance of the rift, the space was distorted. There it was, the entrance to the Dragon Nest secret realm. The celestial golden rock hovered steadily in front of the rift. Deep within the rift, dark red lightning flickered out of thin air. In Lu Yuan's beast controlling space, the emotions transmitted from the phantom were increasingly restless. Its perception of spatial fluctuations far surpassed other summoned beasts. In its view, the scene before it was no different from a raging sea. Yun Shanshan unconsciously leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her little hand instinctively grabbing his sleeve. On her small face, hardened through special training, tension unavoidably surfaced. This was not a simulation, the pressure before them was very real. "Humph, coward." An unpleasant voice sounded from below. The celestial golden rock slowly descended onto a large platform that had been cleared. On the platform stood 7 or 8 young people. They were all wearing battle uniforms from Longshao Academy, Holy Light Academy, and Qingfeng Academy, each with a steady aura and sharp eyes, clearly the best of the best. The one who spoke was the leading young man, his face handsome, but his brow carried an indelible pride. Next to him was a beast close to 3 meters in size, a lava earth dragon. Name, Lava Armored Earth Dragon. Level, High Silver. Potential, 4 stars. Lu Yuan's beast encyclopedia automatically appeared, but he only took a glance before redirecting his attention back to the spatial crack. Qin Yan's beautiful brows furrowed. She leaped down from the back of Pang, her voice growing a bit colder. "Long Chen, watch your mouth and take care of your beast." The young man called Long Chen was very respectful to Qin Yan. "Instructor Qin, I meant no offense." In this chaos of the Dragon Nest secret realm, other academies sent their top-level Beastmasters from the second year, but these two from Beiming Academy seem a bit. His gaze wandered pointedly over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, the superiority from the top school of Longshao shining through without reservation. "Our people from Beiming Academy don't need you to worry about us." Lan Liuli yawned, lazily sliding down from Peng's back. She dug at her ear, appearing still half asleep, yet already emanating the pressure of an epic-level Beastmaster. "Little lizard seems quite spirited, but has a bit of bad breath. Yuli always says I have a sharp tongue. Today I finally see what it means for a person and their beast to have such a foul smell in common." You. Feeling a powerful pressure, Longchen broke into a cold sweat. He never expected that the person in front of him, who looked about the same age as instructor Qin Yan, was also an epic-level Beastmaster. Liuli, enough, just teach him a lesson. Qin Yan helplessly said to Lan Liuli. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Lan Liuli finally withdrew the pressure she had released. The lava earth dragon next to Longchen immediately whimpered, lying back down, and Longchen turned pale, not daring to speak further. Yet, Lan Liuli acted as if nothing had happened, stretching lazily, walking to the edge of the chasm, peering inside, then retreating with a look of disgust. TSK, this broken place still smells so awful. I say, Qin Yan, can't you guys at Longshao spend a little money to install an air purifier at this entrance? Every time I come here, it makes me need to use 3 masks when I go back. Qin Yan's temple twitched, deciding not to engage with this friend who was being unreasonable. She turned to everyone, her expression becoming serious again. Listen carefully. The rules of the Dragon Nest Secret Realm are very simple, or rather, there are no rules. Your goal is that the Secret Realm will automatically dismiss non-realm personnel in 10 days, and you can search for treasures inside. The last point, and the most important one, Qin Yan's gaze swept across everyone. Do not provoke any giants of gold rank or above. This is not a warning, it is a prohibition. If you encounter them, put away all your pride and fighting spirit, and run as far as you can. Otherwise, no one will be able to retrieve your bodies. After saying this, she raised her wrist to check the time. The energy tide at the entrance is about to enter a stable period, lasting 10 minutes. Now, prepare to enter. Longchen snorted coldly, adjusting his combat suit, leading his team toward the warped crack first. As he passed by Lu Yuan, he even deliberately stopped for a moment, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Don't die on the first day, otherwise Beiming Academy will lose face. Lu Yuan ignored him, all his focus was on the stream of rapidly refreshing data displayed by the Beast Encyclopedia before him. Warning, detected periodic fluctuations in the spatial structure, current space is highly unstable. Analyzing found strong correlation between spatial fluctuations and dark red lightning. Suggestion, enter at the peak moment of lightning eruption, which can utilize the power of spatial tides to shift the landing point to a relatively safe area. An opportunity, only for a moment. Qian. Lu Yuan suddenly spoke. Yun Qianqian immediately looked at him. Stay close to me. His voice was light but exceptionally steady. When I shout to go, don't hesitate at all. Yun Qianqian didn't ask why, she only nodded firmly. After that hellish training, her trust in Lu Yuan was nearly instinctual. Long Chen and his team had already vanished into the crack. Other academy students were entering one after another. Soon, only Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian remained on the platform, along with Lan Liuli watching from a distance and Qin Yan, who looked serious. What's wrong? Afraid? Lan Liuli's voice lazily floated over. It's still not too late to regret now. Come back with me, I'll buy you milk tea. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed firmly on the depths of the rift. Dark red lightning was flickering at a specific frequency. Once, twice. Now is the time. At the moment when the third bolt of lightning blazed to its peak, casting the entire rift in a blood-red light. Go! Lu Yuan shouted softly, grabbed Yun Qianqian's hand, and stepped into the twisted light curtain. Chapter 115, Silent Trap. The dizziness of spatial transition lasted only a moment. The next second, an ancient aura rushed towards them. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian stumbled a step but steadied themselves. They were standing on an enormous, dark golden skeleton. This skeleton was like the ridge of a small mountain, extending into the distance and ultimately disappearing into a gray mist. The sky was dark red, with no sun, only crimson space cracks hanging in the sky. Are we on a dragon's bone? Yun Qianqian asked. The bone beneath their feet emanated a faint pressure, and just standing there made her feel instinctively uneasy. I don't know. Lu Yuan's response was calm, but his heartbeat was accelerating. He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the Beastmaster space, completely synchronizing with the Void Phantom's perception. Void map, activate. Buzz. A map unfolded in his mind. Countless light points flickered on the map like endless stars. Golden light points, representing golden materials, were surprisingly everywhere here. Within 5 kilometers, there were even many glowing orbs radiating a platinum luster. Yuan, what do we do now? Yun Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan's tightly closed eyes, knowing he was using that magical ability. Lu Yuan didn't answer immediately, his will rapidly filtered through the vast map. He remembered Su Yueli's words, to carry with him awe and humility. Those most dazzling platinum light points didn't even tempt him to look at them. He understood that behind those glows, terrifying existences they could not contend with were surely lurking. His gaze finally locked onto an inconspicuous corner about 500 meters below the dragon bone where they stood. There, a small patch of weak white light points appeared. Name, Dragon Breath Grass. Rank, Silver level. Effect: a peculiar plant that can only grow in land continuously eroded by dragon breath. It doesn't possess strong energy by itself, but applying its juice on the body can perfectly mimic the breath of a young dragon, effectively avoiding the hostility of most dragon-type beasts. Note: ineffective against giant dragons above the gold level, but can greatly reduce the probability of being discovered by them. This is it. In this dragon's territory, there is nothing more important than disguise. Let's go, we'll go down. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and pointed to that area. Our first goal is not to treasure hunt, but to survive. Yun Shanshan nodded. The results of their training showed vividly at this moment. The two carefully slid down from the huge dragon bone, landing on a piece of dark red land. The ground was soft, like soil formed from the decay of countless living beings' flesh and blood. 500 meters was not far, but they moved exceptionally cautiously. Yun Shanshan's Void Mask Cat had already activated absolute silence, compressing both of their aura fluctuations to the lowest possible level. The Void Phantom of Lu Yuan merged into the shadow, probing ahead to provide early warnings of any potential dangers. Soon, they saw a patch of dragon breath grass glowing with a faint white light. They grew at the edge of a sunken basin, with only a handful of them, just over a dozen. However, just as they were about to approach to pick them, the Void Phantom suddenly issued a strong warning. Lu Yuan abruptly halted, grabbing Yun Shanshan beside him. "What's wrong?" Yun Shanshan asked nervously. "Look at the mist in the basin." Lu Yuan pointed downward. In that sunken basin, a thin layer of mist swirled about. If one did not observe closely, it was completely undetectable. The analysis from the Beastmaster's illustrated handbook instantly appeared. Name: Dragon's Breath Slumber. Effect: the mist formed from the psychic energy and secret realm energy emitted unconsciously by the sleeping giant dragon. It does not have physical lethality. However, any creature that enters it will fall into a deep sleep, and unless a giant dragon awakens and calls the sleeper back, their soul will eventually dissipate and their body will turn into nourishment for this land. Resolution method requires a psychic impact of the same source, or instant creation of an absolute nothingness environment. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuan's back. This thing is scarier than any powerful beast. Silent and unseen, once stepped into, there is not even a chance to struggle, one will die completely in peaceful dreams. What a sinister trap! Lu Yuan told Yun Shanshan about the dragon's breath slumber. Yun Shanshan also understood, her little face turned pale. No wonder this dragon breath grass grew here undamaged, this was simply a natural dead end. "Shanshan, have your mask cat prepare," Lu Yuan said. Yun Shanshan immediately understood and issued a command to the Void Mask Cat. "Now!" Lu Yuan shouted in a low voice. The Void Mask Cat's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the domain of absolute silence instantly expanded, violently engulfing the area where the dragon breath grass grew. As the silent domain unfolded, that strange dragon's breath slumber, as if meeting its nemesis, was forcibly pushed away to create a 10-meter diameter vacuum zone. The opportunity was but a moment. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan sprang up simultaneously, rushing into the basin at their fastest speed, uprooting over a dozen dragon breath grass and quickly storing them in their storage space. Just as they had barely exited the basin, the effect of absolute silence ended, and the transparent mist silently closed in again, as if nothing had ever happened. Phew, that was close. Yun Shanshan patted her chest, still trembling with fear. Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, applying the juice of dragon breath grass on himself, as a breath of baby dragon's nurturing aura enveloped them. A sense of security suddenly increased significantly. Chapter 116, Dragon Blood Amber. With the disguise of dragon breath grass juice, both felt much more at ease on their way. That unique aura of the baby dragon served as a shield, isolating them from this perilous land. Yuan, where shall we go next?" Yun Shanshan lowered her voice. She had completely entered the treasure-hunting adventure state. Lu Yuan didn't speak, his mind immersed in the void map in his brain. On the map, countless light points flickered, and one area emitted a soft yellow glow, brighter than the white light of dragon breath grass, yet far less blinding than those platinum light groups. Name: Dragon Blood Amber. Rank: High Golden Grade. Effect: formed by drops of ancient dragon blood, refined through 10,000 years of sedimentation and the Earth's vein fire. This strange crystal contains pure fire elements and dragon blood energy, which can be used to strengthen beast bodies, significantly boosting the power of fire and dragon attribute beasts. Surrounding environment analysis: this area is occupied by a plant creature called Dragon's Heartvine, which coexists with Dragon Blood Amber. The Dragon's Heartvine is extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, any forcible act of taking will trigger its relentless attack. The root of the Dragon Heartvine is connected to the Earth, drawing energy from the Earth's veins. One could try to use pure life energy to calm it, causing it to fall into a short full hibernation state. Staying alive is more important than anything else. But the purpose of staying alive is to become stronger. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, having made a decision in his heart. We are going to get something that will be of immense benefit to your sacred flame fire sparrow. He pointed in one direction, his tone steady. However, this time we have to change our approach. The two moved forward, weaving between the enormous skeletons and twisted stone forests. The sights of this secret realm were far more magnificent than they had imagined. A bipedal dragon with a wingspan of over 10 meters swept past them from hundreds of meters above, casting a large shadow. The bipedal dragon's pupils were crimson. It looked down for a moment, seemingly sensing something, but ultimately only let out an impatient growl before soaring off into the distance. It caught the scent of a young dragon but did not find any targets of interest. Yun Qianqian let out a long breath only when the bipedal dragon completely disappeared from the horizon. That was close, it really seemed to take us for young dragons. Lu Yuan nodded, feeling even more grateful for Su Yueli. Without that hellish training, they would have likely already paid a painful price due to arrogance or recklessness. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. It was a sunken circular valley, where in the center, a colossal vine plant twisted and turned like a massive heart, beating rhythmically. With each pulse, dark red patterns lit up on the surface of the vine, responding to the breath of the earth's veins. At the center of the vine, a fist-sized, bright orange-red amber was wrapped in countless slender vines, emitting an enticing glow. That was the dragon blood amber. So beautiful. Yun Qianqian's eyes brightened, but she quickly sensed something was off. Yuan, this vine seems alive. It's called the dragon heart vine, the guardian of the dragon blood amber. Lu Yuan explained. We can't take it by force, otherwise, the noise will attract all the big creatures around. Yun Qianqian tilted her head, somewhat confused. Not take by force? How do we get it then? Should we negotiate with it and ask it to give it to us? Lu Yuan looked at her and suddenly laughed. Pretty much. Ha! Yun Qianqian was completely stunned. Lu Yuan didn't explain further but turned to the radiant spirit beside them. Qianqian, do you remember what Ansu taught us? He said softly. If you can't defeat it, then join it. Sometimes, the most powerful weapon is not destruction, but creation. Yun Qianqian contemplated this. Radiant Spirit, I'm counting on you. The Radiant Spirit nodded and slowly flew a short distance in front of the dragon heart vine. Life's praise. The green light shone upon the dragon heart vine. The once vigilant massive vine suddenly froze in its movements. The dark red patterns began to glow slower and softer. It greedily absorbed the life energy emitted by the Radiant Spirit, falling into an unprecedented state of comfort and satisfaction. Now's the time. Lu Yuan whispered. The shadow phantom had already melded into the shadow beneath the dragon heart vine the moment the Radiant Spirit started to act. It transformed into the purest void, disregarding the physical structure of the vines, silently penetrating inside, and accurately arriving beside the dragon blood amber. The shadow gently nudged, and the amber, loosened from the vine's grasp, fell down. The shadow phantom caught the amber and slipped out of the shadow, returning to Lu Yuan's side. The entire process was smooth and silent. Until Lu Yuan handed the dragon blood amber to Yun Qianqian, the radiant spirit slowly retracted its glow. The massive dragon heart vine. After losing the shine of light, it seemed to shrink a little with lingering feelings, yet showed no signs of rage, only regaining its previous vigilant stance, continuing to guard the already vacant heart. Did we succeed? Yun Qianqian held the amber, feeling as if she were dreaming. Yes, we succeeded. Lu Yuan's lips also curled into a smile. This was the true cooperation, maximizing every beast tamer's ability to leverage the greatest gains at the lowest cost. Yun Qianqian excitedly held the amber in front of the holy flame fire sparrow, which let out a joyful chirp and swallowed the amber in one bite. Its aura began to rise steadily. Chapter 117, Treasure Hunting in the Secret Realm. The holy flame fire sparrow let out a chirp. A silver high-level aura was released. Yun Qianqian jumped up and rubbed her neck against the holy flame fire sparrow. The holy flame fire sparrow affectionately rubbed its head against her, perfectly controlling the temperature of its wings. On Lu Yuan's beast taming encyclopedia, the panel for the holy flame fire sparrow had been completely renewed. Name, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Rank, Silver High Level. Potential, 4 stars. He looked at the improvement of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, feeling quite satisfied. Alright, don't just focus on being happy. Lu Yuan patted Yun Qianqian's head. It's our turn now. Yun Qianqian understood immediately, her small face full of expectation. Lu Yuan, who should we find good things for this time? The magic mirror or the illusion? Lu Yuan's gaze landed on the quiet, floating peeping mirror beside him. He sank his mind again, connecting his will to the void map. This time, he filtered out all the orbs radiating immense energy, turning instead to look for those with restrained or even strange energy fluctuations. Soon, a peculiar location caught his attention. That place seemed like a constantly changing kaleidoscope. Name, Myriad Illusion Crystal. Rank, Golden Peak. Effect, in the Dragon's Nest Secret Realm, countless spirit fragments from fallen dragons converge under a special magnetic field to form this crystal over 1,000 years. It itself is not offensive but can reflect and distort all things. Upon discovering a treasure that matched the peeping mirror, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. Let's go, we're heading to a place. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, excitement shining in them. Under Lu Yuan's lead, they passed through a petrified forest and arrived in front of a mountain crevice. Once they stepped inside, it felt like entering another world. This was a huge underground cave, with countless massive crystal clusters embedded in the cave walls. These crystals were not transparent but displayed a strange grayish-white color. Lu Yuan, it's so quiet here. Yun Shanshan said, her voice echoing countless times in the cave, sounding extremely strange. It's not just quiet. Lu Yuan's expression became extremely serious. Shanshan, keep your mind steady. No matter what you see or hear, tell yourself that it is false. As soon as the words fell, the space ahead of them suddenly twisted. 100-meter-long golden dragon phantom silently appeared, its giant eyes like lava, staring fixedly at the two tiny intruders. Roar! A roar, without any sound, yet it struck forcefully in the minds of the two. Yun Shanshan let out a muffled grunt, her face instantly turning pale, her body swaying as she nearly fell. Lu Yuan's face was equally grim, but his heart, baptized by death countless times, displayed incredible resilience at this moment. He endured the soul-ripping pain, staring intently at the dragon phantom. It's an illusion, it's a spirit fragment. He gritted his teeth, slowly telling himself. This was what Su Yueli taught them, in the face of absolute disadvantage, one must first recognize reality. The giant dragon before them was only an echo of a fallen strong warrior, lacking any real physical attacking ability. But its mental impact was deadly. As they continued to advance, the dragon soul phantoms around them grew increasingly numerous. There were frost giants breathing out cold frost, storm dragons coiled with thunder, and skeletal dragons exuding a scent of death. Hundreds and thousands of dragon phantoms swirled around them, roaring. Each soundless roar relentlessly attacked their mental defenses. Yun Shanshan was barely holding on, relying entirely on the protection of the Holy Maiden of Dawn and the silent domain of the Void Masked Cat. Yuan, I can't hold on much longer. Lu Yuan knew he couldn't wait any longer. At last, he saw, deep in the cave, that floating Wuxian illusion crystal emanating a colorful halo. It was right there, seemingly within reach, yet miles away. For surrounding it loomed the largest and most solid dragon soul of all. A black dragon, entirely composed of pure shadow. Charging in would be a dead end. Fighting back offered no chance of victory. Lu Yuan's mind flashed with Su Yueli's words. If you can't win, then join. His gaze fell upon the eye of reflection magic mirror. A crazed notion formed in his mind. He gave an order that Yun Shanshan couldn't comprehend. Magic mirror, link me with that black dragon. The eye of reflection magic mirror trembled violently, it clearly sensed the mental power contained within that dragon's soul. Yet it still carried out its master's command. Mirror synchronization. Two links shot towards the black dragon's phantom and Lu Yuan. In that instant of connection, Lu Yuan felt as if his head might explode. An ancient will, chaotic and brutal, surged into his spiritual world through the link. Put. Lu Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee on the ground. Yuan. Yun Shanshan cried out in alarm. However, a strange scene unfolded. The black dragon phantom, which had been poised to deliver a fatal blow, suddenly stiffened. A flicker of rationality, belonging to Lu Yuan, flashed in its eyes. At the same time, the other dragon soul phantoms in the cave also halted their attacks. They looked blankly at their most powerful kin, not understanding why it refrained from attacking. Now! Phantom! Lu Yuan shouted. The Void Phantom swept through the dazed dragon soul group, snatching up the Wuxian illusion crystal, and returning it to Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan grabbed the crystal, severed the link with the black dragon, and pulled Yun Shanshan to sprint towards the cave's exit. Only when the warm sunlight finally poured down upon them did they collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. We succeeded again. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan's pale face, filled with anxiety. Lu Yuan leaned against a rock, showing a bitter smile. This adventure was more dangerous than any previous ones. Just as he was about to hand over the Wuxian illusion crystal to the Eye of Reflection magic mirror for absorption, his void map stirred with new movement. The source of this movement was in a nearby valley. Someone is fighting. Lu Yuan immediately became alert. He and Yun Shanshan quietly crawled to a ridge, peering into the valley. In the valley, Long Chen and his team were being chased helplessly by a high-ranking golden lava tyrannosaurus. The lava-armored dragon was covered in wounds, and several team members' beast companions had already lost their fighting capability. Captain! We can't hold on. This beast can fly, we can't escape. A despairing cry came from one teammate. Long Chen's face turned ashen. He had never expected that in wanting to hunt a silver-rank subdragon for treasure, he would stir up a hornet's nest and draw out its silver peak father. He gazed at the lava Tyrannosaurus, freely spewing dragon breath in the sky, his eyes flashing with regret and unwillingness. On the ridge, Yun Shanshan quietly asked, "A1, should we?" "No." Lu Yuan decisively shook his head, but his gaze crossed the chaotic battle and landed on the cliff of the lava Tyrannosaurus's nest. There, an unremarkable, entirely red little grass swayed gently against the scorching heat of dragon breath. The panel of the Beastmaster's pictograph quietly appeared. Name: Dragon Blood Refining Grass. Rank: Low Gold. Effect: a marvelous plant that can only grow by the nest of a gold-ranked fire dragon where it receives the dragon breath's refinement all year round. It can significantly strengthen a beast's body and enhance fire resistance. Lu Yuan watched the Dragon Chen team below, used as bait to attract all the attention of the lava Tyrannosaurus, and then looked at the treasure that was within reach. Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. Chapter 118, All Phenomena Gathered. Their lives and deaths are none of our business. Lu Yuan's voice was very soft, instantly extinguishing the flicker of compassion that had just risen in Yun Shanshan's heart. Yes, Mother used to say, in the Dragon Nest secret realm, a single wrong judgment, a tiny mistake, or even just a bit of bad luck can lead to death. Dragon Chen's arrogance was his greatest misfortune. Void Phantom, go. Lu Yuan gave the command. In the valley, dragon roars and shouts blended together as one. Every breath from the lava Tyrannosaurus seemed like a small meteor firestorm, smashing deep black pits into the earth. Dragon Chen's lava-armored earth dragon was already covered in wounds, struggling to hold on purely by instinct, while several members behind it had placed all their beasts in front of them, forming a precarious defense line. No one noticed that beneath the cliff of the furious giant dragon's nest, a shadow that blended with the rocky shadows was silently gliding through. The Void Phantom ignored the splashing gravel, its void body made it immune to all the chaotic aftermath. It moved like a top assassin, quietly arriving beside the dragon blood refining grass swaying in the dragon breath. The dimension blade sliced through, accurately severing the grass's roots. The next second, the Void Phantom rolled up this marvelous plant and once again merged into the shadows, retracing its steps. The battle in the valley continued to be fierce. The lava Tyrannosaurus seemed to sense the treasure's disappearance. It opened its huge mouth, a lava fireball, much larger than before, quickly began to gather. "Captain!" The team members cried out in despair. A flicker of bitter pain and determination flashed across Dragon Chen's face. He suddenly pulled out a badge similar in style to the one given by Lan Liuli, crushing it. Buzz. A strong spatial wave instantly enveloped Dragon Chen and his team. The giant fireball from the lava Tyrannosaurus exploded as it brushed against the edge of that distorted space, and half of the cliff collapsed. Meanwhile, Dragon Chen and his party had already vanished without a trace. On the ridge, Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and stored the dragon blood refining grass handed by the Void Phantom into his storage space. "Let's go." He pulled Yun Shanshan and turned to leave. Yun Shanshan glanced back at the ravaged valley, her heart's last ripples finally calming completely. The two found a more hidden cave. It had once been a nest for some small dragon beasts, but was now long abandoned. The Void Phantom cat set down an absolute silence domain at the cave entrance, cutting off all their presence. Only then did Lu Yuan present the colorful myriad phenomena crystal to the mirror of glimpse. "Absorb it." The mirror of the glimpse mirror emitted a subtle glow of desire. It slowly approached, the mirror surface pressed against the crystal. The crystal instantly transformed into a stream of light, flowing into the mirror's surface. Buzz. The glimpse mirror's body began to vibrate, countless shattered images flashing rapidly across the mirror's surface. Dragons roared, mountains collapsed, stars fell. Those were the spiritual shards of the Dragon Nest secret realm, imprinted within the crystal. Lu Yuan did not make a sound to interrupt, he simply waited quietly. Beside him, Yun Shanshan took out the dragon blood refining grass and handed it to her Dark Ranger. This marvelous plant is most suitable for strengthening the body of assassin-type beasts, enhancing its survival and explosive ability in extreme environments. After an unknown amount of time, the trembling of the reflecting mirror finally began to calm down. Its mirror body became deeper, as if it could swallow all light. Ding! Your beast reflecting mirror has absorbed Myriad Illusion Crystal, and its power has improved to Silver mid-tier. The racial skill mirror storage has undergone mutation, evolving into Myriad Realm Forest. Myriad Realm Forest can instantly copy one beast. Its power cannot exceed 2 small tiers lower than Reflecting Mirror. In addition to the instantly copied beast, can pre-record a complete mirror image of a friendly beast. During battle, it can be released at any time, with the image lasting 5 minutes. Current storage capacity 2. Additionally, can store an illusion of an enemy that has been defeated, which possesses 100% of the original's power for 1 minute. A burst of joy erupted in Lu Yuan's eyes. This skill is too powerful. This is not just a simple increase in quantity and time. To store the illusion of enemies means he has an unexpected powerful trump card. At that moment, an unusual fluctuation suddenly appeared on Lu Yuan's void map. It was not a strong energy source nor a rare material light spot, but a piece of blank. On a map filled with various colored light spots, a pure void with a radius of about 100 meters appeared. As if the space there had been erased by something. Let's go, let's take a look. Lu Yuan's curiosity was completely piqued. The two set off again, avoiding all dangerous areas by following the guidance of the void map, arriving at a quiet deep valley. In the valley, the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers surrounded them, lush green grass juxtaposed against the desolate and bloody dragon nest earth outside. In the very center of the valley, there was a spring. The spring water was crystal clear, bubbling outward, with no signs of anything unusual. Yet the more ordinary it seemed in this dragon nest secret realm, the more abnormal it was. Lu Yuan stepped forward, and the beast illustration panel suddenly unfolded before him, the golden characters swiftly condensed. Name, Spring of Newly Born Dragon Breath. Tier, King Level, Residual. Effect, Origin Dragon Chi emitted from the first evolution of a King-level dragon, evolved after 10,000 years of sedimentation. The spring water contains the purest life and dragon essence, capable of cleansing impurities in beast bloodlines, enhancing their affinity and absorption efficiency for dragon energy. It works excellently for sub-dragon species and beasts with dragon blood, with a very low probability of allowing them to return to an ancestral bloodline. Note, the energy of this spring is nearly exhausted and can only be used for two beasts to undergo a baptism. King level. Lu Yuan's heart suddenly contracted. He instinctively glanced at the final note, and his pupils instantly froze. Moreover, it could be used for two beasts to undergo baptism. Chapter 119, Dark Dragon Descendant. He forcibly suppressed the wild beating of his heart and shared the beast illustration panel information with Yun Shanshan. King. King level? Yun Shanshan's peach blossom eyes widened instantly. She instinctively covered her small mouth, afraid that her shout would break this heaven-sent calm. That's a king-level opportunity. It's a legend that countless Beastmasters cannot hope to reach in their lifetime. A Yuan. We've hit the jackpot. We're rich. She excitedly grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, her small face flushed red with excitement. Lu Yuan did not respond to her enthusiasm, his gaze was eerily calm. He recalled Su Yueli's words. The most dangerous places often hide the biggest opportunities. Conversely, the biggest opportunities are often accompanied by the most deadly traps. Don't rush. Lu Yuan's voice was steady, dousing Yun Shanshan's fiery heart. He did not approach the spring but took a step back, summoning the Void Shadow. Shadow, go take a look. The Void Shadow transformed into a wisp of black shadow, not charging directly towards the spring, but instead melding into the shadows of the valley, probing the spring water from various angles. Time passed by second by second. In the valley, apart from the rustling sound of the wind brushing over the grass and the gurgling sound of the spring water flowing, there was no other unusual noise. The perception returned by the Void Shadow was also one of peace. There were no energy traps, no hidden guardian beasts, and not a trace of killing intent. It was like a corner forgotten by the world, quietly waiting for the arrival of a fated person. Lu Yuan still felt uneasy. He took out a rock stained with the breath of the lava tyrant, collected during a previous battle, from his storage space and threw it forcefully into the spring water. Splash! When the rock fell into the spring, it did not stir up any energy ripples. Instead, at the clear spring bottom, the rock was washed by the water, and the brutal fire energy attached to it actually dissipated at a visibly fast speed. Really, there is no trap. Lu Yuan slowly relaxed. He let out a long breath, turned his head, and saw Yun Shanshan looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. A Yuan, let's use both chances on you. Yun Shanshan said without the slightest hesitation. Your Eye of Mirage just evolved, its foundation is unstable, it's just right to use this to solidify it. Also, the Radiant Sacred Spirit, if it becomes a bit stronger, will be even safer. She counted on her fingers, wearing a serious expression that said, I'm doing this for our sake. Lu Yuan's heart warmed, and he shook his head. No. He looked at Yun Shanshan and explained seriously, the Radiant Sacred Spirit has just absorbed the seed of life, its energy is still settling, accepting this king-level source wash would be counterproductive and could damage its foundation. As for the Void Shadow. Lu Yuan paused, its attributes conflict with the life dragon energy in this spring. Forcing absorption has unpredictable consequences, we cannot take this risk. He set his gaze on the Eye of Mirage. The core ability of the magic mirror is manifestation, which is change and replication. Its plasticity is the strongest, making it the most suitable for this rebirth-like washing. After speaking, he looked at Yun Shanshan. The other spot is yours. Yun Shanshan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Yuan's gaze. She knew that once Lu Yuan decided, it was unchangeable. She puffed her cheeks and ultimately nodded firmly. All right. Then I won't be polite. She looked at her beasts. The radiant sacred spirit and the sacred flame fire sparrow had just absorbed the dragon blood amber, while the void mirage cat was also purely of the void type. Her gaze finally settled on the dark ranger, who had silently followed her behind, the most reserved one. It was the one with the lowest potential and the lowest rank among all her beasts. But every battle, it rushed to the front, using its not-so-strong body to shoot out the most crucial arrow for her. Dark Ranger, it's time for you to become stronger. With the decision made, the two no longer hesitated. Under the guidance of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, the Eye of Mirage and the Dark Ranger stepped into the spring water, step by step. The spring water submerged their bodies. Golden dragon energy rose from the bottom of the spring, penetrating into their bodies. The mirror body of the Eye of Mirage became increasingly profound, and images of giant dragons reflected on the pitch-black surface one after another. Meanwhile, the change of the Dark Ranger was even more intense. The surface of its body began to rapidly generate dense, almost tangible shadow dragon scales. Ding! Your Beast Eye of Mirage has completed the Dragon Breath Baptism, ranking raised to Silver High Tier. Gained new racial skill, Dragon Might Mimicry. Bloodline Reflection. Dragon Might Mimicry, the Eye of Mirage can perfectly simulate and release the pressure of a Golden Tier giant dragon. The strength of the dragon increases as the Eye of Mirage's strength rises, causing a strong mental deterrence and fear effect on all beings below the Golden Tier. Bloodline Reflection can reflect the bloodline information of the target, with a chance to replicate its bloodline talents among the beasts replicated in the manifestation. Can reflect bloodline talents to friendly beasts, lasting 3 minutes? The bloodline talent can store 3 strands in advance. Can be enhanced. The power of the mirror of face scrutiny not only once again increased but also comprehended 2 new skills. Both skills are increasingly powerful. The former enhances the reflection ability of the mirror of face scrutiny to a new level and greatly boosts its own lack of attack power. The latter even made Lu Yuan hold his breath. Reproducing bloodline talent. This is no longer just a simple skill reproduction. Imagine if the Void Mask Cat had a bloodline talent that restored energy, what a scene it would be, unlimited silent domain. Let the talent create countless combinations for Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's beasts. There are also words for enhancement behind it. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Just as Lu Yuan was imagining the future of the mirror of face scrutiny. On the other side, Yun Shanshan had already called out in surprise. Ah, Yuan. Look. The Ranger, it. Lu Yuan looked up, and the panel of the Beast Illustrated had already undergone earth-shattering changes on the Dark Ranger. Name, Dark Dragonborn. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Silver Mid-Tier. Attributes, Shadow/Dragon. Race skills. Shadow Arrow evolved into Dragon Fang Arrow, shoots an arrow infused with Dragon Might, causing penetration damage to the target and adding both Dragon Might Dread and Shadow Decay effects. Piercing Shot evolved into Dragon Fang Barrage, rapidly shoots 3 arrows. If the target is in a Shadow Decay state, the last arrow transforms into Dragon Fang Burst, causing a widespread Shadow Dragon explosion. Shadow Strike evolved into Dragonborn Claw, teleports behind the target to launch a lethal strike with a Shadow Claw, ignoring 90% of the target's defense. Phantom Nightstalk evolved into Dragon Scale Deception, enters a stealth state, with Dragon Scale illusions appearing on the body surface, capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Dark Dragon Soul, New Comprehension, passive effect, the Dark Dragonborn's body is covered with a layer of Shadow Dragon scales, greatly enhancing defense and resistance. Can be actively activated, temporarily merging with the phantom of an ancient dragon soul, boosting rank briefly, greatly enhancing all attributes, and attacks will carry the annihilating power of Dragon Soul. Mutation. Beneficial mutation. Yun Shanshan's face turned red with excitement, watching the evolved Dark Dragonborn, smiling and jumping. Lu Yuan also showed a sincere smile. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As the last trace of dragon energy in the spring water was completely absorbed, the clear spring rapidly dried up. The water receded, revealing the bottom of the spring. At the very center of the spring bottom, a palm-sized dragon scale was quietly lying there. The panel of the Beast Illustrated was flashing wildly in front of Lu Yuan. Detecting unknown king-level item. Matching information. Chapter 120, Battle for the King's Heir. Name, Scale of the Winter Queen. Rank, King Level, Token. Effect, contains the essence and will imprint of the King Level Frost Sacred Dragon. Not a treasure. Imprint information, seek my scattered scales in this world. After 10 days, the one holding the most scales may come to seek me with the dragon scale and inherit my offspring. Note, this scale is ice-related and generates intense conflict with the original fire energy of this secret domain, being one of the sources of disorder in the Dragon Nest secret realm. Each dragon scale within 100 miles will create weak resonance. Golden fonts appeared on the Beast Illustrated. These words surprised Lu Yuan. Not because of the 3 words king level, but because of the explosion of information in the imprint details. Seek my scattered scales in this world. The one holding the most scales may inherit my offspring. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan instantly understood. What realm upheaval, what energy disorder, it was all an illusion. This was not a disaster at all, but a selection. A grand trial laid out by a king-level sacred dragon itself. Its purpose was not destruction, but to find the most excellent master for its offspring. What Lu Yuan could not understand was why this Frost Saint dragon would allow a Beastmaster to become her offspring's master. According to the pride of the dragon race, such a situation was impossible. A Yuan. Look! What treasure is this? Yun Shanshan's exclamation pulled Lu Yuan back from his doubts into reality. She was crouching at the bottom of the spring, carefully holding a dragon scale that emitted a chilling aura. This seems to also be a king-level material. First, we encountered a king-level opportunity, and now we have king-level material. Our luck on this trip to the Dragon Nest secret realm is simply unbeatable. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and told Yun Shanshan the information from the Beastmaster illustrated reference. The smile on Yun Shanshan's face gradually froze. She confirmed that marked information repeatedly. In her eyes, first was confusion, then disbelief, and finally, a gaze filled with ambition. The offspring of a king-level giant dragon? Her voice trembled, not out of fear, but from extreme excitement. What did that mean? It meant that once they successfully contracted with this offspring, they would directly possess a beast with king-level potential at the very least. This was the ultimate opportunity that could change the fate of a Beastmaster, or even a family. We were all wrong before. Lu Yuan's voice was unusually calm, his mind racing. From the moment we stepped in here, the game has already begun. Long Chen and the others from other academies may still be in the dark, thinking this is just a surge of secret realm energy. But soon, when they also find a piece of dragon scale, they will discover the truth. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the dragon scale in his hand. This thing will guide us to find the next piece. It will similarly guide others to find us. Yun Shanshan instantly understood Lu Yuan's meaning. The excitement on her face faded, replaced by a seriousness. So, from now on, all Beastmasters entering the Dragon Nest secret realm who find dragon scales are our enemies? They are competitors. Lu Yuan corrected her. This game has no rules. The only rule is to gather more dragon scales than anyone else within 10 days. At that moment, the dragon scale in Lu Yuan's hand suddenly vibrated. A trace of cold air pointed toward a certain direction in the valley. The location of the next dragon scale. Go! Lu Yuan did not hesitate at all. The two immediately set off, concealing their presence, heading toward the direction indicated by the dragon scale. Their mindset had changed. No longer were they adventurers seeking opportunities, but hunters competing for the king's offspring. Through a strange mushroom forest, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. 100 meters below the cliff, in a cave entwined with vines, a chilling aura, the same as that of the dragon scale in their hands, was radiating. However, just as they were about to act, Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He grabbed Yun Shanshan, and both instantaneously concealed themselves behind a large rock. On the other side of the cliff, 3 figures silently appeared. At the forefront was a young man with a handsome face. He wore the combat uniform of the Sacred Light Academy, accompanied by a fully white, gracefully shaped Aurora Fox. Name, Aurora Fox. Rank, High Silver. Potential, 3 stars. The young man's gaze was also locked on the cave. In his hand, he also held a dragon scale emanating cold air. Captain Xiao Ran, it seems we are lucky, we found the second one so quickly. A teammate behind the young man spoke with uncontainable excitement. The young man, called Xiao Ran, showed no signs of joy whatsoever. He simply raised his hand to signal silence. His eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, finally resting on the direction where Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were hiding. Come out, since we are all participants in the game, there is no need to hide. Xiao Ran's voice interrupted the two's thoughts of continuing to hide. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. He was able to know Xiao Ran's arrival in advance because of the map of the Void Phantom. And they were discovered just like that. The other party's perception ability far exceeded his imagination. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan walked out from behind the giant rock, and Xiao Ran met their gaze. People on both sides exchanged glances. There was no hostility, no killing intent, only a mutual examination as hunters encountered each other. Xiao Ran's eyes swept over the two of them, and when he saw the identical dragon scale in Lu Yuan's hand, a flicker of realization flashed in his eyes. From Beiming Academy? He asked. Yes. Lu Yuan answered succinctly. Very good. Xiao Ran nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile, not mockery, but an appreciation for a worthy opponent. It seems we are not the only ones who found the key. He did not say another word, nor did he show any intention of making a move. He simply turned around and said to his teammates, "Let's go, to the next place." It was as if he had willingly given up the dragon scale in the cave. "Captain?" His teammate looked puzzled. "Competing with smart people for things is a waste of time." Xiao Ran's voice came. "This game is not about who has the stronger fists, but who can find more scales. This hunting ground is still vast." As his words fell, the three of them quickly disappeared into the distant forest. Yun Shanshan finally let out a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, "Yuan, are they just leaving like that?" He didn't just leave. Lu Yuan looked in the direction Xiao Ran had departed, his expression unusually serious. "He is telling us that the game has officially begun." This man named Xiao Ran was 100 times more difficult to deal with than that simple-minded Long Chen. He was calm, rational, and immediately understood the essence of this trial. He gave up the fight in front of him to save time and strength to find more dragon scales that had not yet been discovered. "We have to hurry too." Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, leading Yun Shanshan quickly into the cave to take the second dragon scale. When the two dragon scales were placed together, the resonance became even stronger, pointing to several distant directions. An invisible hunting network was slowly expanding with them at its center. And they were both hunters, but could at any moment become someone else's prey. Chapter 121, Qingling Realm. Xiao Ran's departure did not ease the atmosphere in the slightest. In this hunting game called Dragon Air Competition, everyone had bared their fangs. Yuan, what do we do now?" Yun Shanshan clutched the two cold dragon scales. The chill from the king-level holy dragon filled her with unprecedented pressure. "He's right." Lu Yuan's gaze moved between the two dragon scales. "This game is not about who has the harder punches, but who can find more scales." His voice was frighteningly calm. "The resonance of two dragon scales is much stronger than one, and the direction is clearer." Lu Yuan closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the void map. On the map, the originally vague sensing points became clear. "Let's choose the closest one." Lu Yuan opened his eyes and made a decision immediately. Time was the most precious resource now. The two suppressed their breaths, moving cautiously through the dragon nest secret realm. Having learned from the previous experiences, they had a deeper understanding of the dangers in this secret realm, each step careful. About an hour later, they arrived in front of a swamp. The resonance of the dragon scale pointed to a solitary island in the center of the swamp. However, just as they were about to take action, Lu Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the other side of the swamp. There was another team, also eyeing that solitary island. That was a small team of 3 people. The young man at the front had a strange light blue skin, ears sharper than usual, and mysterious purple totems painted on his face. Beside him were a man and a woman. Share similar characteristics. Their combat suits are neither the crimson gold dragon patterns of Dragon Cloud Academy, nor the holy white radiance of Holy Light Academy, or to be precise, they do not wear the uniforms of Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Academy. That is a strange armor made of animal skin and dark green metal, full of a primitive and wild beauty. Beside their feet, 3 beasts resembling cheetahs lie, their fur dancing with blue electric arcs. Lu Yuan's Beastmaster Encyclopedia automatically appeared. Name, Storm Hunting Dog. Rank, Silver High Level. Potential, 3 stars. Remarks, a unique species from the Qingling Realm. Qingling Realm? Lu Yuan's heart surged like a torrent. Yuan, who are they? Yun Shanshan also noticed that group and asked in a lowered voice. "They are not from our Dragon Kingdom, and they are not even from our Blue Star." Lu Yuan spoke the answer, a detail he had previously overlooked, now infinitely magnified in his mind. The Winter Queen. A king-level sacred dragon, its power, could it really be limited to a small blue star? No. It has the ability to open its trials to a broader world. The so-called secret realm energy disturbance might not be due to the conflict of ice dragon scales and the dragon nest secret realm at all. But because this king-level giant dragon forcibly tore open the spatial barrier, temporarily linking the dragon nest secret realm to other worlds. For example, this Qingling realm. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally understood the real scale of this game. This is not a competition belonging to the geniuses of Blue Star. This is a king's trial sweeping through many races of the beast world. Just as Lu Yuan was deep in thought, the blue-skinned young man across the swamp seemed to also sense their presence. His gaze instantly shot over. In that look, there was no surprise, only a kind of indifferent scrutiny, as if assessing fellow prey. He clearly also noticed the dragon scales in Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's hands. Roar! A storm hunting dog beside him let out a low growl, its body crackling with electric arcs, full of provocation. Yun Shanshan instinctively clenched her fists, and the dark dragon descendant beside her also shone with a dangerous dark light in his eyes. A great battle seemed imminent. However, the blue-skinned youth just raised his hand, stopping his beast. He did not speak, only cast a deep glance at Lu Yuan. That look seemed to say, I have temporarily noted your lives. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and led his team quickly away in another direction. They also gave up the dragon scale right in front of them. They've left too? Yun Shanshan found it hard to believe. He is smart, just like Xiao Ran. Lu Yuan's eyes were more serious than ever. These competitors from the beast world are much calmer and more decisive than he had imagined. They all understand that in the early stages of the game, meaningless killing will only benefit others. But they are different from Xiao Ran. Lu Yuan looked towards the direction the group had disappeared. Xiao Ran's gaze is appreciation, it's a game between equals. But that person's gaze is? Lu Yuan paused and said. It's the gaze of a predator. Yun Shanshan's heart sank suddenly. She understood. In Xiao Ran's eyes, they were competitors. But in the blue-skinned youth's eyes, they, along with the dragon scales in their hands, were already his possessions. A Yuan, this game is far more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, the nature of the game has changed due to the people from the beast world. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and, with Yun Shanshan, swiftly submerged into the swamp, taking the third dragon scale from the deserted island. With 3 dragon scales in hand, the resonant guidance grew stronger, urging them to rush towards the next location of the dragon scale. Lu Yuan looked up at the dark red sky. He knew, like that blue-skinned youth, outsiders. There is definitely more than one team. There are arrogant people like Long Chen, wise individuals like Xiao Ran, and these other worldly visitors who see them as prey. All the players have entered the arena. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. It would be better if everyone were as simple-minded as Long Chen. But more people, or rather, geniuses like Xiao Ran, know when to advance and retreat, calculating gains and losses. This Dragon Nest secret realm is fraught with dangers, and now so many visitors from the beast world have appeared. Xian. We need to change our approach. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. Since everyone wants to be a hunter, let's be the disruptive fisherman. Chapter 122, Sabotage. Disruptive fisherman? She held 3 cold dragon scales in her palm, struggling to follow Lu Yuan's train of thought. Yes. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the light spots representing different competitors on the void map. They were all vigilant of each other, yet moving in the same direction. Now everyone knows that the key to this game is the dragon scales. So, whether it's Xiao Ran or that guy from the Qingling realm, they are both avoiding pointless early battles, wanting to seize those undiscovered dragon scales as quickly as possible. It's like a race, no matter how fast we run, there will always be someone who runs faster than us. Lu Yuan paused. But what if suddenly there were obstacles on the track? What if the person in the lead suddenly turned on themselves? Yun Shanshan's eyes sparkled with realization. She understood. You want them to turn against each other? No. Lu Yuan shook his head, correcting her. It's not about making them turn against each other, but giving them a reason to do so. And we are the ones to provide that reason. His gaze fell on the eye of the mirror. This was his true trump card. Half an hour later, in a canyon filled with giant purple crystals. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan hid behind a crystal, quietly observing below. On their void map, 2 teams were approaching a cave in the center of the canyon from different directions. There was also a dragon scale in that cave. One team was the trio from the Qingling realm they had encountered earlier. The other was a group of creatures Lu Yuan had never seen before. They stood over 3 meters tall, with a sturdy build and rock-like gray-brown skin, exuding explosive strength. They were the barbarian giants from the Manstone realm. Beside them was a beast the size of a small mountain, the Earth Tyrant. Name, Earth Tyrant. Rank, Silver Pinnacle. Potential, 3 stars. Note, a unique species of the Manstone star, the ultimate embodiment of power and defense, but with a simple mind and easily enraged. The target is set. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the 2 groups. One was calm and crafty, while the other was simple-minded. A perfect combination. Shanshan, bring your illusion cat over. Lu Yuan said softly. Yun Shanshan immediately understood, her thoughts moving, and the illusion cat appeared beside Lu Yuan. Mirror. Lu Yuan looked at the eye of the mirror. Copy it. The surface of the eye shimmered, and an identical image of the illusion cat was replicated. This was the most basic replication of myriad phenomena. Then, let the mirrored illusion cat use its ability again. Lu Yuan's instruction left Yun Shanshan stunned for a moment. Under her gaze, the illusion cat mirror image, replicated by the magic mirror, began to change form. Illusion mimicry. In the next second, the cat's image blurred and perfectly transformed into the form of a stormhound. Whether in appearance or the wild aura of wind and lightning it radiated, it was exactly the same as the one below in the canyon. Oh my. Yun Shanshan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. What kind of nesting doll operation is this? Go. A cold smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips. Send them the reason. The Stormhound, disguised as the void-faced cat mirror, flashed its figure and transformed into a blue electric light, directly charging into the cave at the center of the canyon. Almost at the same time, the teams from the barbarian giant tribe and the Quelling world both arrived at the cave entrance. Roar! A roar unique to the barbarian giants echoed in the canyon. The leading barbarian giant was about to step into the cave when he saw a blue shadow dart past him, holding a dragon scale radiating cold air. The distinct aura of the Stormhound was unmistakable. The barbarian giant froze. His simple brain quickly completed a logical loop. The people from the Quelling world stole my dragon scale. You scum! The barbarian giant leader let out an angry roar, swiftly turning his head as his large, bell-like eyes locked onto the Quelling trio who had just arrived and were still trying to understand the situation. You want to die? The young leader of the Quelling world furrowed his brow instantly. He watched the figure holding the dragon scale fleeing towards them, then disappearing into the shadows halfway down the road, and then glanced at the real one at his feet, immediately understanding what was happening. It's a trap. We've been set up. He shouted sharply. But it was already too late. Earth Tyrant! Crush them for me! The anger of the barbarian giant leader was fully ignited. Within the canyon, a chaotic battle erupted instantly. Behind the crystal, Yun Shanshan observed the chaotic battlefield below, her small face full of excitement. She looked at Lu Yuan beside her, her gaze as if she were looking at a monster. Just by cleverly combining his beast control ability a few times, he had sparked a struggle between the clam and the snipe without any bloodshed. Below the canyon, the sound of energy roaring could be heard. Each stomp of the Earth Tyrant made the crystal boulders where the two had buzz loudly. Blue electric light clashed with yellow-brown shock waves. Yun Shanshan watched the scene of several summoned beasts attacking each other on both sides below and couldn't help but exclaim. Yuan, you're simply a devil. She turned her head to look at the focused Lu Yuan. I just gave them a reason they couldn't refuse. He said calmly. You see, anger is the easiest emotion to exploit in this world. The battle situation below unfolded just as Lu Yuan had predicted. The barbarian giants, relying on the absolute strength of the Earth Tyrant, forcibly tore apart the electric net formed by the Stormhounds. But the youth from the Quelling world was no simple foe either. After sacrificing two severely injured Stormhounds, he left a deep, bone-exposing wound on the leading barbarian giant. Ultimately, the Quelling youth glanced at the already enraged barbarian giant and chose to retreat. He knew that continuing to fight would only lead to both sides suffering losses. Roar! The leading barbarian giant let out an unwilling roar. If not for the barbarian giant tribe's innate strong defense, that attack would have severely injured any other race. He gasped for breath and sat down heavily on the ground. Let's go, Lu Yuan said softly. The two quietly left the area from the crystal. The mirrored-faced cat also placed the fourth dragon scale it had obtained into Lu Yuan's hand. Chapter 123, The Fisherman Benefits. In the canyon, the dissatisfied roar of the barbarian giant leader still echoed. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan had already departed. Yuan, that was amazing. Yun Shanshan exclaimed excitedly, following Lu Yuan. She had witnessed the whole process with her own eyes. From the mirror-of-faced cat copying the void-faced cat, to having the mirrored cat transform into a stormhound using faced mimicry, finally stealing the dragon scale right under the nose of the barbarian giant and cleverly placing the blame on the Quelling people. The entire plan not only had zero costs but was also meticulously interlinked, using the simple thinking of the barbarian giant tribe and exploiting the relationships between all competitors. Killing two birds with one stone. No, this is simply killing three birds with one stone. Not only did we get the dragon scale, but we also took out two potential powerful opponents, further stirring the waters. Lu Yuan carefully put away the fourth dragon scale, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Humph, as expected of my Yuan. So clever, she exclaimed, taking a few quick steps. So what should we do next, be fishermen still? Of course, there are still plenty of fish in this river. In the following days, the Dragon Nest secret realm transformed into a massive stage, with Lu Yuan as the only director. The location of the fifth dragon scale was in a lava cave, occupied by a team of beast tamers from the fire demon star. Lu Yuan chose not to rush in. Instead, he took Yun Shanshan around to the other side of the cave, where it was a frost-covered land. He used the mirror of the glimpse mirror to copy Yun Shanshan's sacred flame fire sparrow's blazing heavens fall and smashed it deep into the frostland. That violent fire energy instantly ignited the fury of the frostland's master. When a golden intermediate frost dragon roared and charged toward the lava cave, a chaotic battle of ice and fire was inevitable. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian took advantage of the two sides fighting fiercely and opened a spatial passage with the Void Spectre, appearing directly in the lava cave, retrieving the dragon scale and also packing some decent quality fire materials. The struggle for the 6th dragon scale was even simpler. Two powerful teams arrived almost simultaneously at the battlefield ruins where the dragon scale was located. One side was the captain of the Holy Light Academy, Xiaoran, who Lu Yuan had met before. The other side was a group of machinist clan members, whose bodies were like molten metal. Both sides remained extremely calm, confronting each other outside the ruins, neither entering first. They were waiting for the other to act first, or for a chance to break the deadlock. Then, the opportunity came. The new skill of the Glimpse Mirror, Dragon Might Mimicry, performed wonders at that moment. A terrifying pressure belonging to a golden dragon exploded from deep within the ruins without warning. That pressure was so real, so overwhelming. Whether it was the calm Xiaoran or the emotionless machinist clan, their faces changed dramatically under this pressure. A golden dragon. Xiaoran made a decision without hesitation, turning to withdraw with his team. The machinist clan also quickly calculated the gap in strength between the two sides and chose to retreat as well. Both teams quickly left. After they left, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian walked out from behind some hidden bones, leisurely entering the ruins to take the dragon scale that was so easy to obtain. Ah Yuan, that trick of yours is too ruthless. Yun Qianqian looked at the retreating figures of Xiaoran and his team, unable to hold back a laugh. I feel like Xiaoran will draw a big skull on the map of this area once he returns. For problems that can be solved with brains, try not to use fists. Lu Yuan shrugged. See, now there's no one to compete with us. Thus, relying on an endless stream of tactics, Lu Yuan's fishing venture proceeded extraordinarily smoothly. The 7th scale, the 8th scale. One dragon scale after another was taken by him in unimaginably strange ways. He was like a ghost, wandering in every corner of the Dragon Nest secret realm, never confronting anyone directly, yet always appearing at the critical moment to stir up conflict, then floating away with the spoils. Heartless Abyss, Lu Director, Old Six in the Shadows. Yun Qianqian privately gave Lu Yuan countless nicknames. Every time she saw those powerful races from the beast realm being toyed with by Lu Yuan, she laughed uncontrollably. Her eyes looking at Lu Yuan became even brighter. This is her Yuan, plotting and deciding things from afar. He was still himself, not dulled by the previous training that could have worn away his unique pride. When the 9th dragon scale was in hand, they were hiding inside a hollow giant beast's skull. The process of obtaining this dragon scale was a bit bumpy. They encountered a race with extremely keen senses, and the stealth of the Void Shadow was almost discovered. Fortunately, Lu Yuan reacted quickly and used the enemy illusion stored in Infinite Allure, a lava Tyrannosaurus, to divert their attention, allowing them to pass the danger. It's 9 now. Yun Qianqian placed 9 dragon scales side by side on the ground. She rubbed her hands excitedly. Yuan, we must be in first place now, right? 9 scales. Lu Yuan looked at her expression and smiled, without saying a word. He closed his eyes, diving his consciousness back into the void map. Buzz. On the map, the light point representing their position was emitting a bright white glow. However, when Lu Yuan's gaze scanned the entire map, the smile on his lips froze. In other areas of the map, several other light points were also flashing. Among them, 2 light points were shining with brightness similar to theirs, clearly having collected 8 or 9 dragon scales as well. Furthermore, there were 3 light points whose brightness obviously surpassed theirs. That meant the number of dragon scales in their hands had exceeded double digits. What's wrong? Yun Qianqian noticed the change in Lu Yuan's expression, and her smile faded. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his expression unusually serious. He conveyed the information from the void map to Yun Qianqian. Yun Qianqian's pupils constricted instantly. How could this be? She found it hard to believe. We worked so hard as fishermen, yet there are still people faster than us? They're not fishermen. Lu Yuan's voice was heavy. They're sharks. Yun Qianqian instantly understood. While they were using schemes to trick other teams into giving up dragon scales, some chose the most direct and bloodiest method from the beginning, hunting. With absolute strength, they treated all other competitors holding dragon scales as prey. Lu Yuan informed Yun Qianqian of a light point on the map. That light point could no longer be described as bright. It was like a small sun. That place had at least 15 dragon scales. What a terrifying number. This meant that there was a team or an individual so powerful that they had swept away all competitors in their area with overwhelming strength. The first half of the game is won by the fastest. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on that light point. Now, the game has entered the second half. All the small fish have been eaten, and the sharks on the track are starting to attract each other, preparing for the final slaughter. Yun Qianqian looked at him, and the shock in her heart turned into battle intent. She nodded vigorously. So what do we do now? Avoid them? Avoid them? Lu Yuan smiled. Of course not, we haven't secured the big haul yet. How can we confront the prey now? He got up and dusted off his clothes. Big haul? Yun Shanxian was somewhat confused. There has always been a special place on my void map. Lu Yuan explained, there, a low-tier platinum dragon beast, the Shadow Bone Dragon, resides. Platinum tier. These three words crashed into Yun Shanxian's heart like waves. They had been cautious all the way. The strongest dragon beast they had encountered was only a high-tier golden lava tyrannosaurus, and they dared to pull grass only because they used the Dragon Chen team as bait. Now, Lu Yuan actually wanted to take the initiative to provoke a terrifying existence at the platinum tier. Yuan, are you crazy? We can't defeat a platinum tier. Yun Shanxian instinctively grabbed the corner of his clothes. No. Lu Yuan shook his head. It is precisely because it is a platinum tier that it has become the safest place. Lu Yuan's reasoning was very clear. Smart people like Xiao Ran would consciously avoid this area of immeasurable risk. And those reckless sharks are more inclined to hunt the small fish with dragon scales, because such gains are more direct and the risks are lower. So, the treasure guarded by the Shadow Bone Dragon has not been sought after until now. Moreover, judging by the resonant strength of the dragon scales, there are at least 8 dragon scales in that treasure. 8. Yun Shanxian gasped in surprise. If they could obtain these 8 dragon scales, their total would reach 17. This would instantly allow them to surpass most competitors and truly stand at the forefront of this hunting game. But, platinum tier. Yun Shanxian still hesitated. Shanxian, did you forget what Ansu said? Lu Yuan looked at her with serious eyes. If you can't beat them, join them. If you can't snatch it, outsmart them. This time, we won't be fishermen, we will be thieves. An hour later, the two arrived before a massive abyss. It seemed like the garbage dump of the entire Dragon Nest secret realm, with countless giant beast skeletons stretching out from the mountain walls on both sides, forming a forest of white bones. Here is the lair of the Shadow Bone Dragon, the Skeleton Abyss. What a oppressive feeling. Yun Shanxian felt a wave of dead energy rising up from her feet as she just stood at the edge, making her uncomfortable all over. Lu Yuan said nothing. His consciousness had long since sunk into the Beastmaster illustrated book, and a detailed combat plan was rapidly taking shape. Name, Shadow Bone Dragon. Tier, Low Platinum. Attributes, Undead/Dragon. Weakness analysis, being undead, it intensely dislikes pure life and fire energy. As a giant dragon, it has strong territorial awareness and will launch relentless attacks on any creature above golden tier that steps into its territory. Strategy suggestion, utilize its strong exclusiveness to lure it out of its lair. The plan is simple. The mirror of the peeking face magic mirror glowed, and a massive dragon shadow, ablaze with lava flames, flickered on the surface. It was the low golden tier storm dragon. This was when Lu Yuan took action to kill this dragon beast and snatch its dragon scale after both the storm dragon and a small team were gravely injured. Later, I'll let the magic mirror release this illusion at the entrance of the abyss. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with cunning light. A low golden tier giant dragon appears at the door of a platinum tier undead dragon. What do you think will happen? Yun Shanxian's eyes immediately lit up. That Shadow Bone Dragon will absolutely be furious and rush out to tear it apart. That's right. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. This is our opportunity. While it chases the illusion, we go in and take the dragon scales. Shanxian, this infiltration depends on you. Lu Yuan's gaze turned toward the dark dragon descendant and the void masked cat behind Yun Shanxian. The masked cat's absolute silence will isolate our presence, and the dark dragon descendant has dual attributes of shadow and dragon, which provides natural resistance to this environment. As he spoke, Lu Yuan looked at the peeking face magic mirror and issued the second command. Bloodline reflection. He reflected a stored bloodline talent directly onto the dark dragon descendant. Bone affinity, temporary, allows you to walk on the bones of undead creatures silently without waking any slumbering souls. Wow! Yun Shanxian looked at the unique halo that appeared on her dark dragon descendant and her eyes sparkled like little stars. Yuan, you've truly mastered these skills. Are you ready? Lu Yuan did not respond to her praise. Yun Shanxian also put away her smile and nodded. I'm ready. Good. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Action begins. With his command, the mirror of the peeking face magic mirror suddenly faced the skeleton abyss, and the illusion of the storm dragon charged out with a roar. Roar! The dragon might belonging to the golden tier, mixed with wind elements, flared at the entrance of the abyss. Countless sleeping low-tier undead were awakened, letting out silent roars. The next second, a pressure far more terrifying than a hurricane storm dragon surged up from the bottom of the abyss. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky. A giant dragon, over several dozen meters long, composed of chilling white bones, with two groups of ghostly blue soul flames burning in its eye sockets, surged out from the abyss. Shadow Bone Dragon. It spotted the hurricane storm dragon showing off at its doorstep, and the ghostly blue soul flames instantly surged. It opened its massive mouth, and a blue breath of death crashed into the illusion of the hurricane storm dragon. The hurricane storm dragon quickly flew far away. The shadow bone dragon could feel that aura fleeing into the distance. It let out an angry roar, flapped its giant bone wings, transforming into a white streak of light, chasing after the direction where the illusion was running away. Now is the time. Lu Yuan whispered sharply. Go! Yun Shanxian showed no hesitation, taking the cat of the void mask that initiated absolute silence and the dark dragon descendant with bone affinity, leaping into the abyss. Lu Yuan's void phantom followed closely, blending into the shadow of the dragon descendant. Beneath the abyss was another world. Countless scattered bones covered the ground, silent as the dark dragon descendant stepped on them, making no sound at all. On the walls hung mummified corpses, their eye sockets hollow, glaring at the intruders. Soon, the dark dragon descendant reached the bottom of the abyss. It was a cave, and in the center of the cave was a massive throne built from countless bones. On that throne, 8 dragon scales emitting an intense cold light shone brilliantly. Found it! Yun Shanxian was delighted to learn of the news from the dragon descendant. Phantom, do it! Lu Yuan's command was passed to the Void Phantom. The Void Phantom instantly appeared in front of the throne, extending its ethereal claws toward one of the dragon scales. However, just as its claws were about to touch the dragon scale, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The entire bone throne suddenly lit up with dark purple magical patterns. The 8 dragon scales erupted with intense cold air, forming a massive ice prison that enveloped the entire throne. A powerful sealing force erupted violently. Not good. It's a trap. At the same time, outside the abyss, the shadow bone dragon chasing the illusion suddenly froze in its tracks. Its ghostly blue soul flames flickered, and it turned sharply to look towards its lair. It sensed that the seal that had trapped it for nearly 1,000 years had been triggered. Roar! It abandoned the damned storm provocateur, flapped its bone wings violently, its speed several times faster than before, and rushed back towards the bone abyss crazily. Yun Shanxian watched as the terrifying aura drew closer. Ah, Yuan! It's coming back! We've been discovered. Chapter 125, The Dragon Prison. Boom! The deathly wind roared, making Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian's clothes billow wildly. That white streak of light chasing the illusion turned back. The shadow bone dragon had returned. Yun Shanxian instinctively summoned the Holy Maiden of Dawn and the sacred flame fire sparrow, sheltering herself and Lu Yuan behind them, ready for a fight to the death. Yet, Lu Yuan remained exceptionally calm. His gaze fixed intently on that ever-approaching white figure. A trap. A seal. An imprisoned will for nearly 1,000 years. One keyword after another connected in his mind, and a plan formed in an instant. Roar! The shadow bone dragon's enormous skeletal body hovered before the two. The two groups of ghostly blue soul flames danced, and the bone dragon stared at these two tiny creatures. Just the pressure alone caused Yun Shanxian's summoned beasts to show unease, and the glowing shield maintained by the Holy Maiden of Dawn rippled. Yun Shanxian's face turned pale, biting her lip tightly. However, just as the shadow bone dragon opened its massive mouth, preparing to unleash a thick breath of death, Lu Yuan took a step forward. I can set you free. At this moment, time stood still. The spirit fire in the eye sockets of the shadow bone dragon flared up violently. Freedom? This word held such temptation for an existence sealed for nearly 1,000 years. It did not believe. But it could not suppress that yearning. Yun Shanxian was also stunned. She never expected Lu Yuan to say such words. Lu Yuan opened his palm. Buzz! 9 dragon scales, exuding a sharp chill, appeared in his palm, resonating with each other. The trial of the Winter Queen, I am a participant. Lu Yuan's voice remained steady. And you are merely a jailer, used by her to guard the trial items. This seal has trapped you for nearly 1,000 years, its power is of the same source as you, yet it constantly erodes your will. You want to break free, right? The soul fire in the shadow bone dragon's eyes began to flicker violently. It could feel that the dragon scales in this human's hand were derived from the same source as those on the throne and the seal that held it captive. This human knows its secret. Aoo. The shadow bone dragon let out a roar, inviting the two. Lu Yuan put away the dragon scales, pulled up the still somewhat dazed Yun Shanxian, and walked toward the abyss. The shadow bone dragon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retracted its oppressive aura, its massive body sank, following behind them. It chose to take a gamble. Beneath the abyss, death hung heavily. Countless fragmented bones covered the ground. How disgusting! Yun Shanxian looked at those dried corpses, her small face turned pale, her stomach churning. Lu Yuan held her hand tightly, the warm touch eased her a little. Soon, they reached the bottom of the abyss. The void-faced cat and the dark dragon descendant were lingering outside the bone throne, while Lu Yuan's void shadow was trapped in the frost cage formed by the power of the 8 dragon scales, unable to move. Just as I thought. Lu Yuan looked at the flashing dark purple magic patterns on the throne. This is a two-way seal. He turned his head and looked at the shadow bone dragon behind him. It seals both the dragon scales and you. To retrieve the dragon scales, the seal must be broken. And by breaking the seal, you will gain your freedom. The Winter Queen's purpose may not just be to have you serve as a mere guard. Rather, it's to add an additional test for the trial takers. The soul fire of the shadow bone dragon flickered even more intensely. Trapped here, its mind had long become chaotic after 1,000 years of erosion, leaving only the instinct to guard this place. But Lu Yuan's words made it faintly understand the meaning of its existence. Now, I am going to begin. Lu Yuan said no more. He stepped forward, placing the 9 dragon scales, one by one, outside the frost cage. Buzz. At the moment the 9th dragon scale fell, 17 dragon scales resonated with an unprecedented intensity. A surge of ice origin power, several times greater than before, erupted explosively. The magic patterns on the bone throne began to flash violently under the impact of this shared power. Now is the time. Magic mirror. Lu Yuan shouted softly. The spying magic mirror had already been prepared, and a flash of light appeared. Reverse light. A pitch-black beam crashed onto the flickering magic patterns. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the cavern. The dark purple magic patterns cracked inch by inch. The frost cage enveloping the throne collapsed violently. The trapped void shadow was instantly freed and returned to Lu Yuan's side. Aoo. A dragon's roar erupted from the shadow bone dragon's mouth. The invisible shackles binding it shattered completely at that moment. The shadow bone dragon soared above the skeletal abyss. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian watched the scene without interrupting. After a long time, the shadow bone dragon finally calmed down and returned to the bottom of the abyss. The shadow bone dragon stretched out its bony wings. The 8 dragon scales upon the throne were pushed to Lu Yuan's front. Then, it lowered its body, signaling the 2 to climb onto its back. Is it taking us out? Yun Shanxian asked, somewhat in disbelief. This is its thank you gift. Lu Yuan smiled, took Yun Shanxian's hand, and jumped onto the broad back of the shadow bone dragon. Boom! The shadow bone dragon flapped its wings, transforming into a beam of white light, carrying the 2 of them out of this abyss that had imprisoned it for 1,000 years. Lu Yuan stored those 8 dragon scales, adding to the previous 9, making a total of 17. This number was enough to make them look down on the vast majority of competitors. However, just as he was preparing to plan his next move, his void map suddenly emitted a wave. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the map. On the map, the light point representing them was brighter than ever. But around the map, several equally dazzling light clusters, after a brief pause, changed direction and rushed towards their location at high speed. Chapter 126, The Shark Center. Each point of light represented a bloodthirsty shark. And they were the most conspicuous bait. We can't escape. Lu Yuan's voice was calm. He raised his head and looked at the shadow bone dragon. I want to ask you for help one more time. The soul fire of the shadow bone dragon flickered as it gazed at this human who had just helped it. Lu Yuan did not hide his intentions. He opened his palm, and the 17 dragon scales swirled in his hand. They are here to snatch this. And they are also here to snatch you, Lu Yuan added. A platinum-level dragon beast, recently freed, with power not yet restored to its peak, is more valuable prey than dragon scales to those true sharks. Your dragon bones and your soul fire are priceless treasures. The soul fire in the shadow bone dragon's eyes surged instantly. It understood. It thought it was the hunter, but in the eyes of those more powerful beings, it was also prey. Helping me is helping yourself. Lu Yuan put away the dragon scales. We will become the most visible bait, and you will be the hidden hunter. Roar! The shadow bone dragon let out a roar, this time not expressing anger, but a battle cry of consensus. Its enormous bony wings flapped, its massive body blended into the high clouds, and all its breath was perfectly concealed. At the edge of the abyss, only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian remained. Lu Yuan held Yun Shanxian's hand and sat down on the ground as if waiting for something. He no longer suppressed the resonance of the 17 dragon scales, allowing the cold aura to spread in all directions. Yuan, do you really have to do this? Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan's calm profile, her heart still racing. This was too crazy. Putting themselves in the most dangerous situation willingly was a huge gamble. Qian. We have to step on all the guys who covet the dragon scales, and with the help of the bone dragon, I have confidence. Yun Shanshan nodded, all her tension and anxiety dissipated. Okay. Then I'll watch. Time passed by second by second. Finally, several black dots appeared right in front of them. The black dots quickly enlarged, a team of 6 appeared in their sight. The leading youth was covered in a layer of dark red carapace, with 2 short curved horns on his forehead and cruelty in his eyes. It was the Bloodhorn clan from the 10,000 Beasts realm, famous for their aggression and brutality. The gaze of the Bloodhorn clan youth immediately locked onto the 17 glowing dragon scales before Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with greed. Ha ha ha. What good luck! I thought it would take some effort, but I didn't expect these 2 little creatures from another world to have prepared the dragon scales. His teammates behind him erupted in strange laughter, their eyes brazenly roaming over Yun Shanshan, filled with filthiness. The leading youth licked his lips. Little one from another world. If you are wise, leave the dragon scales and that woman behind. I can show mercy and let you die a little easier. Yun Shanshan's face instantly turned cold, the glow of the Saintess of Radiance appearing behind her. Lu Yuan, however, pressed down on her hand. He lifted his head, and surprisingly, a bright smile appeared on his face. Oh? Is that so? The young man from the Bloodhorn clan frowned. He hated it the most when prey showed such an expression he could not understand before their death. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, let me show you what true despair looks like. Come out. With a command, the 5 team members behind him simultaneously summoned their beasts. For a moment, 19 beasts of varying shapes, all exuding the aura of golden tier or peak silver tier, appeared before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Among them, the 3 beasts beside the leading youth had even reached the mid-golden tier. Now, can you still smile? The young man from the Bloodhorn clan said cruelly, already eager to see fear and despair on the human's face before him. Of course. Lu Yuan's smile grew even brighter. But the next second, that smile suddenly faded. Attack! He gently uttered 2 words. The young man from the Bloodhorn clan was stunned, not yet understanding what those 2 words meant. Suddenly, a chill flooded from the top of his head straight to his feet. He looked up sharply. Before he knew it, a huge shadow had already enveloped all of them. High above, a giant dragon made of chilling white bones silently opened its massive jaws, watching them. Platinum tier? The young man's brain instantly went blank. He wanted to escape, but his body felt as if it was frozen. In the next moment, a grayish-white breath of dragon mixed with endless death shot toward them. Silent annihilation. Under the onslaught of that deathly dragon breath, aside from the leading young man of the Bloodhorn clan and his golden tier beast, the other 5 team members, along with their 16 beasts, didn't even have time to scream. They were simply turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. No. No. The surviving young man from the Bloodhorn clan, watching this scene, completely broke down. His 3 golden tier beasts were now all severely injured, their auras dimmed to the extreme. Before the absolute power of platinum tier, even beasts of any tier could kill him now. Lu Yuan slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. He raised his hand and pointed at the survivor under the dragon breath. A dark shadow quietly extended from beneath his feet. Shadow Phantom. Reap. This was the first time Lu Yuan personally issued a command to eliminate a humanoid. His heart held no waves. No discomfort, no guilt, even no pleasure. Only calmness. He recalled Su Yueli's words, remembered the rules of this world. In this game, mercy is the original sin. If you do not kill, then people will kill you. The blades of the Void Phantom sliced through the necks of the last few golden tier beasts, finally stopping in front of the young man from the Bloodhorn clan. The young man raised his head, his greedy eyes now filled only with pleading. No. Don't kill me. I'll give you the dragon scales. What answered him was the soft sound of the dimensional blade cutting through the air. Everything returned to calm. Chapter 127, Dragon Scales Surge. The smell of blood filled the air. Yun Shanshan watched everything before her, her small face turning a little pale. She had seen battles and death before, but this cold and efficient slaughter was something she witnessed for the first time. And the conductor of all this was the calm boy beside her. Lu Yuan simply walked over to the corpse of the young man from the Bloodhorn clan. The Void Phantom took a storage device off the corpse. Lu Yuan opened it, revealing 15 dragon scales radiating a chill. Adding to their original 17 scales, the total number instantly reached 32. Let's go, the next batch of guests is arriving soon. Lu Yuan's voice pulled Yun Shanshan back from her daze. He held her hand, that warm touch giving Yun Shanshan's icy fingertips a hint of warmth. They didn't leave, they just returned to their spot, sitting down again as if nothing had happened, quietly waiting for the next batch of prey. Yun Shanshan looked at Lu Yuan's profile, and suddenly understood. Mom was right, this world is far more cruel than she imagined. Lu Yuan hadn't changed, he was just protecting them, and also protecting her, in his own way. Behind this calmness was someone bearing all pressure and danger alone. Yun Shanxian tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand, her confusion and discomfort replaced by determination. Soon, the second wave of uninvited guests approached from another direction. It was a group of otherworldly beings riding giant flying lizards, emanating an aura of wild wind, clearly skilled in speed and reconnaissance. They were obviously much more cautious than the Bloodhorn clan, stopping hundreds of meters away to observe. But when they saw the 32 dragon scales in front of Lu Yuan, all caution was replaced by greed. Attack! Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. The same script played out once more. The shadow bone dragon lurking above the clouds descended like a reaper, a grayish-white dragon's breath instantly covering that area. The sounds of the flying lizards abruptly stopped. This time, the shadow bone dragon's attack still did not achieve total annihilation. A most powerful otherworldly beast tamer, after sacrificing 3 of his beasts, rolled out of the dragon breath zone, bloodied, and crawled to the feet of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. He wasn't dead yet, but it was a matter of just one breath. He looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, then raised his gaze to the bone dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with despair. It's a trap, he murmured. Lu Yuan's eyes were indifferent, just about to signal the void phantom to deliver the final blow. Lu Yuan. Yun Shanxian suddenly spoke. This time, let me do it. Yun Shanxian walked in front of the otherworldly being. She summoned her dark dragon bloodline. The otherworldly being looked at the charming girl before him, a flicker of hope for survival in his eyes. However, what he saw was a pair of resolute eyes. In the next life, don't be so greedy. Yun Shanxian's voice was soft but carried killing intent. The dragon claws of the dark dragon bloodline, under her will, ended his last sliver of life. After doing all this, Yun Shanxian turned her back to Lu Yuan, her hand that had just issued the deadly command trembling slightly. Was she scared? Maybe a little. But what she feared more was letting Lu Yuan walk this bloody path alone. A hand gently held her trembling hand from behind. Lu Yuan said nothing, just pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. He understood everything. In the following time, outside the bone abyss became a true death zone. Wave after wave of sharks, drawn by the dragon scales, confidently stepped into this hunting ground, only to become the soulless victims of the shadow bone dragon's breath, and Lu Yuan's trophies. The third wave, a group of toxic hunters from the swamp realm, under the death dragon breath, melted into pus before even releasing their toxic mist. The fourth wave was a group of martial power-adoring Iron Fist clan, their powerful beasts falling like paper before the absolute power of the platinum rank. Every time there were survivors, Yun Shanxian would step forward, personally finishing the last harvest. Her hands no longer trembled. Her gaze became more and more resolute. When Lu Yuan piled the collected dragon scales in front of them, the number had reached an astonishing 62. However, on the void map, there was still a light spot hovering nearby, yet it did not approach for a long time. This person is smart. Lu Yuan looked at the light spot, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The other party clearly sensed the anomaly here. Instead of charging in like the previous fools, they waited and observed. Xian, it seems our old method doesn't work on him. What should we do? Yun Shanxian asked, her trust in Lu Yuan's plans unwavering. Since the prey won't take the bait, let's put on a show for him. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on Yun Shanxian's radiant saintess and the shadowy bone dragon in the sky. Half an hour later. A violent explosion of energy suddenly roared in the sky above the bone abyss. Boom! The sacred fire column clashed fiercely with the gray-white death dragon's breath in midair, stirring up a terrifying energy storm. The radiant saintess transformed into a streak of light, battling fiercely with the shadowy bone dragon. Roar! The shadowy bone dragon let out a painful roar as one of its wing bones was pierced by the radiant saintess's heaven's light punishment. Meanwhile, the saintess was also swept by the dragon's claws, leaving behind a trace of black energy that instantly weakened her spirit. The two powerful beasts seemed to fight with all their might over some treasure, and ultimately, they both fell from the sky, crashing into the abyss, their energies fading. In the distance, within a realm of shadows, a tall, pale-skinned youth licked his lips, his eyes glowing with excitement and greed. Keep fighting. It would be best if you both took each other out. One of his teammates quietly asked, Captain, should we go now? Wait a bit longer, the young man, called Captain, said calmly. Let's wait until their energies weaken more. One is platinum rank, and the other has incredible potential, we can't be careless. Another 10 minutes passed, and the energy fluctuations in the abyss had weakened to an extreme. Now is the time. The captain's eyes flashed sharply, he could no longer contain himself. Go! Let's be the last winners. He and his team transformed into several streaks of black shadows, rushing toward the bone abyss at their fastest speed. When they reached the edge of the abyss, seeing the two barely alive beasts below, along with the two badly injured young boy and girl counting dragon scales, their smiles could no longer be hidden. 62 dragon scales. And one platinum-ranked dragon beast corpse. They were going to get rich. However, just as he was about to give the order to attack, the originally injured young boy suddenly lifted his head and revealed a brilliant smile to him. "I've been waiting for you a long time." The alarm bells in the young man's heart rang wildly at that moment. Not good. But it was already too late. The shadowy bone dragon, which had previously seemed weak, suddenly surged with soul fire, reaching its peak. Its broken wing bones were restored to perfect condition. A wave of terrifying death pressure, more frightening than ever before, firmly locked onto their small team. No! The young man's scream was instantly drowned in the death dragon's breath. Everything returned to calm once more. Lu Yuan took 14 dragon scales from the last corpse. 76 scales. He collected all the dragon scales. Every shark in the entire dragon nest realm had been cleaned out by him. Chapter 128, Pride and Responsibility. Yun Shanshan looked at the chaotic scene. Those visitors from another world left no complete corpses behind. Her heart was oddly calm. From the initial turmoil in her stomach to the slight trembling during the finishing blow, and now to this indifference. She was not becoming numb, but rather understood what Su Yueli had once said. The world of beast tamers was never a tender fairy tale. Every step you take could be on someone else's remains. She turned to look at the boy beside her, his expression as calm as ever, with not a single ripple in his eyes. Yun Shanshan's heart suddenly ached. Behind this calm was just how much unknown pressure and danger he bore alone. She stepped forward, without saying a word, and took Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan was slightly startled, turning his head to look at her. From her eyes, he saw pain and determination. He smiled, enveloping her soft little hand in his palm. In the high sky, the massive shadow bone dragon gradually descended, two balls of ghostly blue soul fire, observing Lu Yuan. It transmitted a thought that came from the soul to Lu Yuan. The contract was complete. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. This was also his intention. He helped it escape, it helped him clear the field, it was a fair trade. Roar! The shadow bone dragon let out a dragon's roar. Then, its giant bone wings suddenly flapped, its body transformed into a white streak of light, soaring into the sky, ultimately disappearing into the horizon. It was free. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and glanced at the sky. There isn't much time left, only one day remains. Yun Shanshan nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes focused. Someone is coming. Yun Shanshan instantly entered a state of alert, the Dark Dragon Descendant and the Holy Maiden of Dawn flanking them, guarding in front of the two. At the edge of the horizon, three figures slowly appeared, walking towards their direction. They did not hide their tracks, nor did they release any hostility, they walked towards them calmly. Leading them was the captain of the Holy Light Academy, Xiao Ran. His face was somewhat weary, but his eyes remained bright. Beside him, the Aurora Fox walked gracefully, its snow-white fur untainted by a speck of dust. The two groups stopped about 100 meters apart. A subtle calm filled the air. Xiao Ran's gaze did not immediately go to the number of dragon scales on Lu Yuan but first swept across the ravaged battlefield. He could distinctly sense the lingering powerful auras of different kinds in the air, as well as a trace of deadly dragon might. So that's how it is. Xiao Ran instantly figured everything out. No wonder all the competitors disappeared without a trace in less than half a day. He looked at the calm young man in front of him. This person, from the very beginning, had no intention of playing the race game with them. He directly flipped the chessboard. "We meet again, Lu Yuan of Beiming Academy," Xiao Ran slowly spoke. "Your methods are more astonishing than I had imagined." Yun Shanshan snorted, about to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Yuan raising his hand. Lu Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "You're overpraising me." Xiao Ran chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He did not say much more, only made a move that left Yun Shanshan and his two teammates dumbfounded. He raised his hand, light flashing in his palm, 6 dragon scales radiating coldness appeared in his hand. These were all the results collected by their team. Next. Without any hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and the 6 dragon scales transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his hand, catching it steadily. 76 dragon scales at this moment became 82. What do you mean by this? Yun Shanshan finally couldn't help but speak, her face filled with confusion. She had thought of countless possibilities for their meeting, fighting, confronting, negotiating, yet she never expected the other side would directly give them dragon scales. Captain? The teammate behind Xiao Ran also voiced confusion. It's nothing much. Xiao Ran's gaze met Lu Yuan's. I lost, and I admit it wholeheartedly. He paused, his tone becoming extremely serious. This opportunity can belong neither to me, Xiao Ran, nor to the Holy Light Academy, but it must remain on Blue Star, stay in our Dragon Nation. This statement struck like thunder. It was a shared pride and responsibility belonging to the talents of the Dragon Nation, set aside personal gains and the honor of the institution. Lu Yuan looked at him, revealing genuine appreciation. This Xiao Ran was a smart person, and he was someone with vision. What did you discover? Lu Yuan asked. A very troublesome guy. Xiao Ran's expression turned serious. My Aurora Fox. In the death marshes to the west, a colossal dragon scale response was sensed. Based on the resonance strength, there are at least 40 scales in the opponent's hand. 40 scales. This number made Yun Shanxian gasp in shock. This meant that while they were madly fishing, there were others, using the same efficient method, madly hunting. Who are they? Lu Yuan asked. I don't know. Xiao Ran shook his head. My Aurora Fox only dared to probe from a distance. The opponent's sensing ability is extremely strong. I nearly got discovered. I only know that it is a 3-person team, and their methods are very clean. Clean? Yes, clean. Xiao Ran explained, they are not as brutal as the Bloodhorn clan, nor do they leave traces of battle like us. Everywhere they go, all competitors quietly vanish, along with their beast companions, into nothingness. As if they were completely swallowed by shadows. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly became deep. So, the final opponent was such an existence. Thank you. Lu Yuan put away the 6 dragon scales and nodded to Xiao Ran. This information is far more valuable than these 6 dragon scales. No need. Xiao Ran waved his hand, showing a carefree smile. The Dragon Nest's secret realm is about to close. Since we cannot fight for first place, let's seek other opportunities. The good things here are not just the offspring of the Holy Dragon. He glanced at the bone abyss, a fiery passion flashing in his eyes. A place that can birth platinum-tier dragon beasts must have great treasures. One last thing. Xiao Ran turned to leave. Don't lose to those outsiders. With that, he and his team vanished into the bone abyss. Watching them leave, Yun Shanxian couldn't help but sigh sincerely. He's a real man. Yeah. Lu Yuan smiled, collecting all 82 dragon scales. He stood up, dusting off his clothes, and gazed toward the west. Yun Shanxian walked beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Yuan, shall we go find them now? No. Lu Yuan shook his head. They are already on their way. Chapter 129, World Devouring. 82 dragon scales, no longer suppressed by any force, floated before the two, resonating with one another, bursting forth an unprecedented, piercing chill. That primordial aura from the king-level holy dragon transformed into a beam of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the dome of the Dragon Nest's secret realm. This was no longer an invitation. This was the most flamboyant and arrogant declaration of war. At that moment, the entire Dragon Nest secret realm seemed to fall silent for a brief moment. All surviving competitors, no matter where they were, felt this dominating and unparalleled aura, and turned their gazes towards the source of the light beam. Has he gone mad? This is provoking everyone in the secret realm. Go! Let's see who dares to be so arrogant. In an instant, countless auras gathered from every corner of the secret realm towards the bone abyss. But they were fast. The legend of Lu Yuan's Death Forbidden Zone spread even faster. Those teams who had just ignited their greed stopped their steps upon nearing the bone abyss. They saw the messy battlefield and felt the energy residue left behind by the fallen dozens of gold-tier beast companions still hanging in the air. Fear instantly extinguished their greed. No team dared to take another step. They only dared to observe from afar, watching the two sitting atop the pile of bones, surrounded by the brilliance of 82 dragon scales. Yun Shanxian looked at those hesitant teams and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Yuan, you are now everyone's nightmare in this Dragon Nest secret realm. Lu Yuan did not respond to her teasing, his gaze always locked on the west. What a patient group of people, Lu Yuan whispered to himself. Time passed slowly in this strange standoff, second by second. An entire day. The strongest opponent never appeared. Yun Shanxian couldn't help but ask, did Yuan's people really come? Lu Yuan only stared firmly at the west, as if something terrifying was there. The last ray of sunlight in the Dragon's Nest secret realm was finally swallowed. Those onlookers who were drawn in began to leave one after another as the closing time of the secret realm approached. In the end, only Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian remained in this piece of heaven and earth. As soon as the words fell, the entire sky of the Dragon's Nest secret realm shook violently. Boom! The space started to twist, and a white light gate slowly appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful pulling force. The trial was about to end. The exit had opened. At that moment, 3 black shadows appeared in front of them. They seemed to seep out of the shadows as if they had come from nowhere, silent and unseen. The 3 wore large black robes, their hoods shrouding their faces, making it impossible to see any features, only sensing what lay beneath the hoods. Yun Shanxian's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. The Saintess of Dawn and the Dark Dragon descendant stood in front of her, unleashing their strongest energy fluctuations. However, the three black shadows seemed to pay no attention to these two powerful Beastmasters, not even glancing at the 82 dragon scales that could drive anyone crazy. The leading figure in the black robe merely gazed at Lu Yuan. Clearly without any visible gaze, Lu Yuan felt as if he were locked onto by a cold, ancient god. The Beastmaster illustrated automatically appeared. But this time, there were no attributes, no skills, no weakness analysis on the illustration. Only two big words. World Eater. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. At that moment, a cold thought echoed directly in his mind. That voice could only be heard by him alone. Blue Star, human race. 18 years ago, specimen acquired. Saint Dragon pressure appeared, withdraw. Boom. This short message exploded deep within Lu Yuan's soul. Blue Star. Human race. Specimen? 18 years ago. All the scenes related to his parents' disappearance overlapped infinitely with this sentence at that moment. Could it be that his parents? Lu Yuan suddenly looked up, his eyes, for the first time, stirred up towering waves. He wanted to speak, wanted to question, wanted to roar. But the three black shadows, after conveying this thought, no longer stayed. They showed no interest in the mountain of dragon scales. As if this trial, which swept through countless worlds, was just a game in their eyes. Their figures slowly faded, disappearing back into the shadows, completely unseen. Ah, Yuan. What's wrong with you? Yun Shanxian sensed Lu Yuan's unusual behavior and shook his arm. Lu Yuan did not respond, he stared intently at the place where the black-robed figures had vanished. A grand and majestic voice echoed throughout the Dragon's Nest secret realm. Dragon Air Competition, end. First place in Dragon Scale holding, Blue Star, human race, Lu Yuan. The victor will receive the final blessing of the Winter Queen. The surrounding scene began to collapse, turning into countless light spots. Lu Yuan looked at the 82 dragon scales shimmering with cold light in front of him. This should have been supreme honor, yet at this moment, it lost all its color in his eyes. The joy of victory was shattered by the phrase specimen acquired. He won this game. But the true enemy hadn't even regarded him as an opponent. He wasn't even qualified to be seen as a rival. As the light flashed, the two figures disappeared from the Dragon's Nest secret realm. The light twisted, and the space folded. The feeling of weightlessness surged like a tide, only to recede in an instant. Lu Yuan's chaotic thoughts were interrupted by this sudden transportation. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, the word specimen acquired still lingered in the depths of his soul, refusing to fade away. Before him was no longer the dead silence of the bone abyss. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian were transported to a snowy world. They stood in a castle so magnificent it left one speechless. The castle was made entirely of pure ice crystals. Above, the ice crystals refracted light, transforming into flowing auroras, beautiful and dreamlike. All around were walls of ice crystals, and beneath their feet lay a smooth, mirror-like ice surface. The air was filled with extreme cold, yet it was not piercing, instead, it carried a sacred breath. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yun Shanxian's exclamation echoed in the spacious castle, causing a faint echo. She curiously surveyed her surroundings, her shock and novelty temporarily dulling the encounter with the young, cloaked foreign tribe. Lu Yuan remained silent, his gaze sweeping past the empty hall and settling on the throne at the end. The throne was also carved from eternal glacial ice, and on it sat a figure. It was a woman, dressed in an ice-blue palace gown, with dragon patterns embroidered in silver thread on the hem. Her appearance was dignified, with an air of authority between her brows, her ice-blue eyes resembled the purest gems in the world. She sat there quietly, as if she were one with the entire ice and snow castle, the only ruler in this eternal winter. Chapter 130, The Lament of the Dragon God. The Winter Queen. The woman on the throne saw Lu Yuan and the others, her ice-blue eyes revealing little emotion. Congratulations, trialers from Blue Star. Her voice was cold, directly resonating in the minds of the two. According to the agreement, the one with the most dragon scales will receive my blessing. Yun Shanxian's eyes lit up instantly, her face filled with anticipation. That would be the offspring of a king-level holy dragon. A king-level opportunity that could drive any Beastmaster mad. However, Lu Yuan felt no waves in his heart. Offspring? Under the words of devour the world, no matter how precious the reward, it lost its original color. The Winter Queen's gaze lingered on Lu Yuan for a moment, her perceptive eyes flashing a strange hue. However, before granting you treasures, I want to tell you a story. Her words made Yun Shanxian's excitement slightly recede, turning into curiosity. Lu Yuan raised his head, meeting her gaze. The Winter Queen's eyes seemed to penetrate through time and space, trapped in an extremely distant memory. Long, long ago, on a planet called Dragon God Star, lived the proudest race in the universe, the Dragon God clan. There was a little dragon that had just hatched. Her voice softened slightly, filled with nostalgia. She was curious about everything in the world and loved to sneak out of the dragon nest to see the unseen landscapes and hear the stories not recorded in books. She heard from the elders of her clan that beyond Dragon Godstar lay boundless worlds, with countless marvelous realms and interesting lives. But the ancient laws of the Dragon God clan forbade any clan member from leaving their homeland without permission. Yet curiosity is the most difficult flame to suppress in the world. Finally, one day, while the elders were asleep, the little dragon secretly opened the long-sealed spatial passage of the clan and slipped out. Yun Shanshan listened, mesmerized, as if she could see the playful and brave little dragon stepping eagerly into the unknown journey. She saw oceans made of flames, witnessed forests growing in the clouds, met races that wove dreams with songs, and even fought alongside mechanical beings piloting starships. The Winter Queen's narration painted vivid pictures of otherworldly scenes. The little dragon thought that when she returned home, filled with stories and weariness, she would receive everyone's awe and embrace. At this point, the warmth in her voice quietly faded, replaced by endless sorrow. But she was wrong. The spatial passage she opened did not completely close after she left. A race called Devourer found the peaceful and calm Dragon Godstar, following that path. Devourer. These two words struck hard at Lu Yuan's heart. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the Winter Queen on the throne, wanting to ask something. The Winter Queen did not look at him, continuing to tell her story. They came silently, like parasites. They did not kill, nor did they destroy, they only corrupted. They viewed the Dragon God clan's proud and powerful bodies as perfect materials, they saw the noble souls of the dragons as interesting collections. They twisted and transformed each proud giant dragon, turning them into thoughtless, soulless monsters, leaving only instincts, and then made them into specimens to be collected. Specimens. Again, this word. The cold thoughts of the figure in the black cloak perfectly aligned with the Winter Queen's narration at this moment. A surge of fear and anger wildly grew from the depths of his heart. When that innocent little dragon finally returned home, satisfied, what she saw was no longer the resplendent Dragon God Palace, but a rotting lair covered in bizarre magic patterns. What welcomed her was no longer the smiling faces of her kin, but hollow, numb eyes that had turned savage after corruption. The Dragon God clan had already become a mere shadow of its former self. The pure-blood dragon gods were left with only her. Even the millions of sub-dragon species were almost entirely corrupted by the Devourer, becoming their tools of war and experimental materials. Yun Shanshan's little face had turned pale, and she instinctively grabbed Lu Yuan's clothing corner. In the end, that little dragon used all her strength to activate the Dragon God's forbidden secret method, stripping away the last piece of uncorrupted territory of the Dragon God Star, along with the surviving subdragons that still had some consciousness, transforming it into an independent secret realm, drifting forever between the cracks of the beast world. The story was over. The entire crystal hall fell into silence. The Winter Queen raised her eyes to look at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. That naive and foolish little dragon is me. The last pureblood holy dragon of the Dragon God clan, Winter Holy Dragon, Euphria. She finally revealed her name. The hall was deathly silent. Yun Shanshan had already been deeply shaken by this tragic story, her heart filled with sympathy and admiration for the queen before her. And Lu Yuan simply stood still, motionless. His body trembled, his nails digging into his palms, causing traces of blood to seep out. Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, has obtained specimens. Devourer, corruption, collection, specimens. Two seemingly unrelated clues were brutally connected at this moment. An absurd and terrifying guess formed wildly in his mind. His parents, their disappearance, could it be? No. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. But he could not suppress it at all. At this moment, on the throne, the voice of the Winter Queen Euphria sounded again. Tester. It seems you have not only heard the name Devourer. You also carry their scent. You also carry their scent. These words froze the air in the entire crystal hall. Yun Shanshan's heart tightened suddenly, instinctively gripping Lu Yuan's sleeve. It was a coldness that penetrated from the depths of the soul, colder than the ancient ice of this castle. Lu Yuan did not hide, nor could he hide. In front of a king-level being, any lie seemed pale and laughable. He slowly raised his head, his usually calm dark eyes now swirling with a storm. Just now, before the Dragon Nest secret realm closed, I saw them. 3 people in cloaks that obscured everything, like monsters seeping from the shadows. They did not attack me, nor did they even glance at the dragon scales in front of me. Lu Yuan's thoughts returned to that moment. They only left one sentence. He paused, as if that sentence held some unutterable secret he didn't want to recall. Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, specimens obtained. Holy dragon pressure appears, withdraw. Boom. In the instant the words fell, a terrifying weight exploded from the throne. The entire crystal ice castle trembled violently, the aurora swirling atop flashing wildly, countless ice crystal walls cracked. That was not directed at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, but a suppressed anger that had built up for thousands of years. Devour the world. Evilia's voice was no longer cold, but filled with endless hatred and killing intent. They actually infiltrated my last home. The king's rage darkened the heavens and the earth. Yun Shanshan's face turned pale, almost unable to stand, as the Saintess of Dawn and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow appeared simultaneously, raising a shield of light and fire to barely withstand the aftershock. Only Lu Yuan remained motionless. He felt no pressure because the anger in his heart was equal to that of the queen before him. After a long time, the oppressive force slowly receded. The killing intent in Evilia's eyes eventually transformed into determination. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze incredibly complex. The trial's reward, you deserve it. She raised her delicate hand and waved gently. 3 items appeared out of thin air before the two of them. First were 3 round pills, radiating a soft glow. A pure life energy rushed towards them. Beastmaster Spirit Pill. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, instinctively exclaiming. She was very familiar with this item. She had received one in the original Source Rift, allowing her to gain a new beast position. To her surprise, the Frost Queen's first move was to produce 3. Next were 2 palm-sized summoning stones. One was pitch black, as if it could absorb all light, with shadow runes engraved on its surface. The other was pure as jade, radiating brilliance, with a pair of closed wings carved onto it. But no matter which stone, both emitted dragon might. The last item was a bottle crafted from ice crystal, containing a few drops of liquid that looked entirely ordinary, resembling the most common clear water. Yun Shanshan curiously observed these treasures, then scratched her head in confusion. Your Majesty, what about the offspring? Where is the dragon egg? Evilia did not answer her, only locking her gaze onto Lu Yuan. What enmity do you have with Devour the World? Yun Shanshan froze, realizing for the first time that Lu Yuan's emotions had been off since earlier. She looked at Lu Yuan with concern. Lu Yuan remained silent. His tightly clenched fists had nails deeply embedded into his palms. And Mati? That word was not enough to describe his current feelings. 18 years ago, my parents disappeared. They were both powerful Beastmasters, and the missing location was a spatial rift at the North Ming Beast Academy on Blue Star. There was no distress signal, as if they had evaporated from the world. And just now, the black-robed man from Devour the World said. Lu Yuan paused, every word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. 18 years ago, specimens obtained human race. I think that must refer to my parents. Boom! Yun Shanshan's mind went blank as she looked at Lu Yuan. She had only known that Lu Yuan's parents had disappeared, but had no idea that a truth so profound lay behind it. She finally understood why Lu Yuan's emotions had changed suddenly. How could he not think of his parents after hearing all this? For the first time, she saw Lu Yuan's vulnerable side. In the hall, silence reigned. Evilia looked at the boy before her, as if she saw herself from tens of thousands of years ago, returning from the myriad worlds, facing her devastated home. After a long while, she gently sighed. Do you want to search for them? Of course. Lu Yuan's answer. Without the slightest hesitation. Even if I tread through countless worlds, even if I fall into the abyss, I will find the truth. Good. In Evilia's eyes, a determined light flashed. She slowly stood up from the ice throne that symbolized supreme power. As she moved, the entire crystal castle began to shine with a dazzling blue light. A surge of primal dragon power erupted from within her. Step by step, she descended the stairs, her ice blue gown melting inch by inch in the radiance, her dignified and majestic face starting to blur. Her body continued to shrink and curl in the light, finally transforming into a dragon egg only half the height of a person. The dragon egg was entirely presented in interwoven colors of ice and blue, its shell covered in mysterious and ancient dragon patterns, as if containing the rules of the entire winter world. Buzz. The dragon egg gently vibrated, a thought resonating deep within Lu Yuan's soul. It was still Evilia's voice, but it had lost the majesty of a ruler. Like you, I have an eternal hatred for the Devourers. Our goal is the same. To eradicate the Devourers. I once used the forbidden secret method of the Dragon God clan, binding this last pure land with my soul, unable to leave. But if I become a dragon egg and am contracted by a Beastmaster, I can break this layer of shackles. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the dragon egg before him. The so-called holy dragon offspring turned out to be the queen herself. This was the true ultimate prize of this trial. A ruler-level existence, willing to give up everything, transforming into a dragon egg, just to sign a contract with him for revenge. Lu Yuan stepped forward, extended his hands, and embraced the dragon egg radiating a chilling aura. It felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed like a powerful heart resonated with his soul. I, Lu Yuan, hereby swear. His voice echoed in the empty hall, solid and powerful. One day, I will make the Devourers pay a bloody price for everything they have done. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar emerged from the dragon egg, responding to his vow. Lu Yuan stored the 3 Beastmaster spirit pills and 2 summoning stones into his storage space, then held the dragon egg close as he looked at Yun Shanshan. The girl wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded vigorously at him, her gaze incredibly determined. Yuan, I will accompany you. At that moment, a soft white beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the two of them. The surrounding crystal world began to collapse, turning into countless specks of light. Lu Yuan took one last look at the empty throne, holding the dragon egg, and disappeared into the light with Yun Shanshan. The joy of victory had long been diluted. What took its place was an unprecedented heavy responsibility and an incredibly clear goal. The true enemy had already emerged, and he was no longer aimlessly searching for news of his parents. Chapter 132, Leaving. At the entrance of the Dragon Nest secret realm, the space rift, after expelling the last wave of energy tide, finally became calm. On the platform, the atmosphere felt a bit stagnant. Qin Yan crossed her arms, her fiery red combat suit rustling in the mountain wind, her brows tightly furrowed, glancing occasionally at the now calm rift. Not far from her, a woman in loungewear was squatting down in boredom, poking ants with a small twig, murmuring to herself. Come on, bite it. Yes, just like that. Lan Liuli's indifferent demeanor made the veins on Qin Yan's forehead throb again. Meanwhile, Xiaoran, who had been detained by her, stood helplessly to the side, cradling his Aurora fox. The white fox seemed to sense its owner's embarrassment, burying its head in his arm and not daring to move. I say, Mentor Lan, Qin Yan finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Everyone has left. What are you still doing here? Do you really think those 2 little fellows can conjure a mountain of gold for you inside? That's hard to say. Lan Liuli didn't lift her head, continuing to tease the ants at her feet. The 2 little ones in my house, they might not have other skills, but when it comes to causing trouble and finding treasures, they excel. If they really conjure up a mountain of gold for you, don't get jealous. You. Qin Yan was so angry that she was momentarily speechless. Only then did Lan Liuli drop the stick, stand up, brush off the dust from her hands, and turn her gaze towards Xiaoran. Kid from the Holy Light Academy, I'll ask you one last time, where are they? Her voice carried a pressure unique to an epic-level Beastmaster. Don't tell me they got separated. With that fox's nose of yours, you can smell a few female mosquitoes in the entire secret realm, so how could you not find 2 living people? Xiaoran smiled wryly. He could only explain again, Lan Mentor, I really don't know. The last time I saw my teammates, they were at the Bone Abyss. After that, we separated, and I haven't seen them since. The Aurora fox in his arms let out a wronged woof, as if proving that its master was not lying. Bone Abyss? Qin Yan thought for a moment. She naturally knew what kind of place that was. Lan Liuli curled her lips. Just as she was about to say something else, the air on the platform suddenly rippled. Immediately, a white light flashed, and the figures of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan appeared out of thin air. They're back. Qin Yan sighed in relief. Lan Liuli's eyes also brightened, and she dashed over, ready to interrogate about this time's harvest while calculating the compensation for work delay and mental suffering. However, when she saw the state of the 2, all the words she wanted to say were swallowed back. Yun Shanshan's small face was somewhat pale, and her peach blossom eyes were slightly red. She didn't rush over to show off her spoils as usual, but tightly held Lu Yuan's arm, her gaze filled with worry and heartache. And Lu Yuan. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Those black eyes, which were usually as calm as a deep well, were now unpredictable. In his arms, he held a dragon egg as tall as a person. The egg was entirely ice blue, emanating a cold and noble aura. That kingly pressure made everyone present, including Qin Yan and Lan Liuli, feel a wave of heart palpitations. This is... Qin Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. Xiaoran stood there in shock. He had guessed that Lu Yuan might be the final winner, but he never expected that the so-called Holy Dragon offspring chance would be so direct. However, Lan Liuli's gaze stayed on the dragon egg for only a moment before returning to Lu Yuan's face. She knew this child too well. This appearance was definitely not the joy of coming back with a full load. Something big had happened. Aunt Lan, Lu Yuan looked up, looking at her. We need to go back to Beiming immediately. Lan Liuli's heart sank. She didn't ask anything. She didn't ask what happened in the secret realm, didn't ask the origin of this egg, and didn't ask why he looked like this. She just looked at his eyes and nodded. Okay. She didn't even glance at Qin Yan beside her and directly raised her hand. With a flash of light, a small beast completely snow-white appeared on her shoulder. It was that mysterious beast named Xiaobai. Lu Yuan's gaze met that of the small beast for a moment. Xiaobai seemed to recognize him, its drowsy eyes blinked and then it stretched out its pink paws, lightly swiping at the air in front of it. Tear a soft sound, as if fabric was being torn. A portal emitting soft white light tore through space, steadily hovering in front of the 3. Let's go. Lan Liuli said to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Lu Yuan, holding the dragon egg and Yun Shanshan, stepped into the portal without any hesitation. Lan Liuli followed closely behind, and just before stepping in, she turned back, waved at the completely stunned Qin Yan, and a familiar mischievous smile curved her lips. Sister Qin Yan, thanks, I'll contact you later. Before the words fell, her figure disappeared behind the door. The space door quietly closed, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. On the platform, only Qin Yan, whose hair was tousled by the mountain wind, and a bewildered Xiao Ran and his mentor remained. Qin Yan looked down at Xiao Ran beside her and then up at the empty air, and it took her 3 full seconds to react. Lan. Lu. Li. A roar echoed across the mountaintop. She was actually fooled by that scoundrel again. He hitched a ride with her, captured someone from the Holy Light Academy, and in the end, without even saying goodbye, he just used his teleportation to run away? Xiao Ran, holding the Aurora Fox in his arms, silently took 2 steps back, deciding to reduce his presence. His gaze, however, involuntarily drifted towards the place where Lu Yuan and the others had disappeared. That ice-blue dragon egg. That boy with secrets hidden in his eyes. Beaming Academy. Xiao Ran silently repeated this name in his heart. He suddenly felt that this year's 4 major academies Beast Tamer competition would likely be even more exciting than everyone imagined. Chapter 133 Dragon Heartspring. Beaming Beast Tamer Academy, Half Mountain Villa. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle, and Su Yueli was patiently watering a blooming starry iris in the garden with a delicate silver watering can. Water droplets clung to the petals, reflecting shards of light under the sun. Everything appeared peaceful and beautiful. Suddenly, she paused in her watering motion, looking up with her beautiful eyes towards the direction of the villa's living room. There, the space rippled in circles. In the next moment, an invisible force tore open the center of the ripples, and a soft white light door appeared out of thin air. Lan Luli was the first to step out, closely followed by Lu Yuan, who was holding a gigantic dragon egg, along with Yun Shanshan, who was anxiously sticking beside him. Su Yueli's gaze instantly froze. She immediately noticed Yun Shanshan's reddened eyes and recognized Lu Yuan's face that was fluctuating between joy and anger. But what shook her most was that ice-blue dragon egg in Lu Yuan's arms. Even from dozens of meters away, that vague yet incredibly pure king-level pressure still made her, an epic-level Beastmaster, feel an intense thrill. Yueli, go inside first. Lan Luli's expression was unusually serious. Su Yueli didn't ask further, setting down the watering can, her mind stirring. Come out, little rose. A burst of flames blossomed in front of her, and a graceful fox-like figure, entirely covered in the color of burning rose petals, quietly appeared. At the center of the firefox's forehead, there was a diamond-shaped red crystal, and 9 tails, burning with flames, gently swayed behind it. Beast, 9-tailed rose firefox. Rank, epic high tier. Potential, 1 star. Racial skills. 1. Crimson Illusion Realm, unfold a rose barrier with a radius of 500 meters, shielding all units within the range from breath and energy fluctuations. 2. Foxfire Meteor, when spinning, summon 9 groups of rose foxfire, with each group splitting into 3 small flames upon impact. 3. Thousand-Tail Rhapsody, temporarily manifest 99 phantom tails, launching indiscriminate piercing attacks against all enemies in the range. 4. Fox Shadow Escape, after displacing, leave behind 3 afterimages that last for 10 seconds and mimic the last skill used by the main body, dealing only 1/3 of its damage. Reactivating the skill can swap positions with any afterimage. 5. Scarlet Flame Flower Funeral, intertwining foxfire and roses, summon 5 burning roses in the target area, each dealing fire damage upon blooming. 6. Rose Spirit Prison, the rose firefox brings forth a domain of a 30-meter diameter sea of roses, randomly swapping the positions of all enemies within the rose sea. 7. Fox Dance, 1000-petal calamity, the 9-tails spin, casting out 99 burning rose petals, dealing multiple segments of damage to enemies in range, and creating 3 illusion clones which inherit 30% of the main body's attributes. The moment the firefox appeared, Su Yueli did not give any orders. The firefox gently swept its 9 tails, and an invisible scarlet barrier instantly expanded, enveloping the entire mountainside villa, cutting off all external probing and energy fluctuations. After doing all this, Su Yueli quickly walked into the living room. In the living room, the atmosphere was oppressive. As soon as Yun Shanshan saw her mother, she wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Lan Liuli sat on the sofa, unusually not reaching for snacks, but silently watching Lu Yuan. Xiao Yuan, Su Yueli's voice was gentle. What happened? Lu Yuan gently placed the dragon egg on the soft carpet, raised his head, and looked at the 2 elders. He did not embellish, simply using the calmest tone to recount everything that happened in the Dragon Nest secret realm, word for word. From the deal with the Shadow Bone Dragon, to the gift from Xiao Ran, to finally, the appearance of the 3 World Eater black-robed figures. When he spoke that cold thought, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop several degrees. Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, has obtained specimens. As the words fell, the living room plunged into a dead silence. Yun Shanshan clearly felt the dangerous aura emanating from her mother and Aunt Lan Lioli beside her, growing incredibly intense. Lan Lioli's usually lazy eyes were now filled with piercing coldness. As for Su Yueli, she sat upright on the sofa, her back straight, and deep within her gentle eyes, murderous intent appeared. 18 years ago, this time point was far too special, far too heavy for them. After a long while, Su Yueli slowly spoke, "So it is like this." Lan Lioli straightened up from the sofa, looking at Lu Yuan, she asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Find them." Lu Yuan's answer was simple and direct. "Okay." Lan Lioli nodded, no longer speaking further. This heavy topic came to a temporary close. Lu Yuan knew that the two elders also needed time to digest this news. He adjusted his emotions and took out the 3 items given by the Winter Queen from his storage space, placing them on the coffee table. The oppressive atmosphere was instantly shattered. "Wow!" Lan Lioli's eyes went wide. She grabbed the 3 softly glowing pills and examined them closely. Beast Control Spirit Pills? 3 of them? She knew all too well the value of this item. When Yun Shanshan obtained one, it made them envious for a long time. This kind of divine object that could directly break the rules and increase the contract slots for Beastmasters, each one that circulated would drive all factions crazy. Lu Yuan actually brought back 3 at once. Su Yueli also displayed undeniable surprise on her face. She picked one up, carefully feeling the pure life essence within, and couldn't help but exclaim, "In this secret realm, your gains exceed everyone's imagination." Their gazes then fell on the 2 summoning stones. One black and one white, ancient in design, the dragon-shaped runes carved on them exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Even for the 2 of them, epic-tier strong ones, they could clearly feel the dragon might from these 2 stones. The dragon souls sealed in these 2 summoning stones probably have a potential not less than golden tier. Su Yueli made a judgment. Finally, both of their gazes focused on the little crystal bottle. Inside the bottle were a few drops of liquid clear as water, showing no energy fluctuations, just like the most ordinary clear water. "What is this?" Lan Lioli shook the bottle, looking confused. Could it be the bathing water of a holy dragon? Su Yueli also studied it for a while, shaking her head, "I can't tell either." At this moment, a cool voice rang out. "This is the Dragon Heartspring." The source of the voice was indeed the ice-blue dragon egg on the carpet. Lan Lioli curiously leaned over and poked the eggshell. Lan Lioli and Su Yueli exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This egg actually possesses such a clear self-awareness. The dragon egg seemed to dislike being poked, gently vibrating for a moment, as that thought resonated again. Dragon Heartspring is water that originates from the core of the dragon god star, and every 1,000 years, it can condense only 10 drops. When I left my hometown, the Dragon Heartspring had already dried up. I took away the last 8 drops. Over the long years, to maintain this secret realm, I have consumed 6 drops. So, what is contained in this bottle are the last 2 drops of Dragon Heartspring in the entire universe. Hearing this, Lan Lioli and Su Yueli's breaths quickened involuntarily. 10 drops every 1,000 years, only 2 drops left in the universe. Just this reputation alone is enough to prove its value. What is it useful for? Lan Lioli swallowed, asking. The dragon eggs thought carried the pride of the dragon clan. A Beastmaster taking 1 drop can let all your summoned beasts, if their potential is sufficient, ignore barriers and directly level up by 1 small rank. Hiss. Lan Lioli and Su Yueli both inhaled sharply. To let all summoned beasts level up by 1 small rank. What a tyrannical effect. For Beastmasters of any rank, this is simply a priceless treasure. However, the next words from the dragon egg left both women in shock. Most importantly, Dragon Heartspring can cleanse the soul origin of the Beastmaster, with a high probability of awakening their talent. Chapter 134, 4th Contract Position. Awakening Talent. These 4 words left Su Yueli and Lan Lioli stunned. To level up all summoned beasts by 1 small rank is already amazing, and it also has awakening talent. A Beastmaster's talent determines the ultimate barrier of an upper limit. Having talent means having it, not having it means not having it. Every awakening is extremely uncertain. Yet this Dragon Heartspring actually has a high probability of breaking this iron law. My goodness. Lan Lioli held the small crystal bottle, looking greedy. She suddenly looked up and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. "Xiao Yuan. Chen. Don't wait. Drink it now. Hurry. 1 drop each, quickly awaken your talents. What if we awaken some legendary talent and strut around in the future?" Su Yueli, though not as wild as Lan Lioli, couldn't hide her excitement either. She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, clearly agreeing with the proposal. Such a divine object should be used as early as possible. Yun Shanshan also felt a bit dizzy from the effects of the Dragon Heartspring, subconsciously looking at Lu Yuan, waiting for his decision. Lu Yuan looked at the only 2 drops of Dragon Heartspring on the coffee table, his heart similarly tumultuous. But he was not blinded by this immense temptation and was about to say something. Foolish. A cool voice spread out directly from the dragon egg on the carpet, interrupting Lan Liuli's urging. Lan Liuli was stunned, looking down at the egg and pouting with dissatisfaction. I say, Sister Egg, what do you mean? If there's something good, why not use it right away, saving it for the new year? The dragon egg gently shook, seeming quite displeased with the title of Sister Egg. Ivarius thought resonated again, if such a divine object is wasted by you, that is the greatest crime. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, both are at the peak of silver tier, just a step away from gold tier. And these 3 spirit pills for Beastmasters can only be used once in a lifetime, allowing you to open an extra contract position. The best choice is to wait until you break through to gold tier, using rules and spirit pills to open 2 new contract positions, contracting new powerful summoned beasts, then consuming the dragon heartspring. Ivaria paused for a moment, giving them time to digest. By then, the effects of dragon heartspring will simultaneously apply to all your summoned beasts, including the 2 new partners who just formed a contract. This is the real maximization of benefits. The living room instantly fell silent. Lan Liuli blinked her eyes, the fervor on her face slowly faded, replaced by a dawning realization. She slapped her thigh, yes. How did I not think of that? It's still Sister Egg, oh no, it's you, Your Majesty the Queen, who thought this through. Su Yueli also nodded, looking at the dragon egg. No wonder she was once the ruler of a tribe, even in adversity, her vision and perspective were far beyond theirs. In the future, the enemy we face is devour the world. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had remained silent, slowly spoke. He pushed the 2 Beastmaster spirit pills in front of Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. And Su, and Lan, you have worked hard all this way. This simple action instantly froze the expressions of the 2 epic-level powerhouses. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Su Yueli frowned. Lan Liuli also withdrew her playful smile, her expression becoming serious. You brat, don't be foolish. This is the opportunity you fought for with your life, how can we accept it? They knew better than anyone the value of the Beastmaster spirit pills. This is a strategic resource that would make any top force envious, a divine object that can break rules. Lu Yuan actually wanted to give them both away? This is not for you. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze firm, sweeping over the 2 elders. This is an investment for all of us. The enemy is devour the world, a terrifying existence that can toy with the dragon god tribe at will. Relying only on me and Shanshan is far from enough. We need stronger power. Your strength is our biggest trump card. 1 more contract position means 1 more level of combat power, 1 more chance of victory. So, take it. After this speech, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli fell silent. They instinctively wanted to refuse, it was the affection of elders for their juniors. But Lu Yuan's words elevated this gift to another level. This was not a simple gift, it was a wise arrangement made to face a common enemy. To refuse now would seem pretentious. Yun Shanshan walked to Lu Yuan's side, linking her arm with his, and said to her mother and Lan Liuli, Mom, Aunt Lan, what I Yuan said is right, you should accept it. Looking at the 2 children before them, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged glances, seeing comfort and touch in each other's eyes. After a long time, Su Yueli gently sighed and picked up one of the Beastmaster spirit pills. Alright, I'll take this one. Lan Liuli also chuckled, holding the other one. What a good son I raised, closer than my own, then I won't be polite. Beside them, the dragon egg, Euphraia, made a curious sound. Why don't you give that little girl one? Her potential seems good too. Before Lu Yuan could answer, Yun Shanshan jumped in. I've already used one. I got it from the Source Rift. I used it when I was at the silver rank, so I have 4 beasts at silver rank. She wore a small proud expression, as if showing off her own luck. Only then did Euphraia understand. In that case, Lu Yuan looked at Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. Time is of the essence. He picked up the last Beastmaster spirit pill, without a hint of hesitation, and directly tossed it into his mouth. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged nods and also swallowed the pills. The pills melted in their mouths, transforming into a warm and pure torrent, gathering in their sea of consciousness. Boom! Lu Yuan felt as if an invisible barrier deep within his soul was easily broken by this torrent. In his spiritual world, beside the 3 floating contract position orbs, a brand new empty contract position slowly emerged and stabilized. The 4th contract position. It's done. At the same time, the bodies of Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. A powerful wave of energy also erupted. They closed their eyes, carefully sensing the new space in their spiritual sea, their faces revealing uncontainable joy. For them, who were at the epic level, this brand new contract position was far more significant than simply having 1 more beast to control. This meant that they could contract a powerful beast of the same epic level, instantly elevating their combat power by a notch. With 1 leap, they could break through to the king level. Chapter 135 Contracting the Sacred Dragon. In the spiritual sea, that brand new contract position appeared, waiting for a new contract partner. Beside him, Su Yueli and Lan Lioli also slowly opened their eyes. A flash of joy briefly appeared in Su Yueli's eyes, but soon returned to her usual gentleness. However, the slight upward curve of her lips still revealed her inner unease. TSK, this feeling. Lan Lioli unabashedly expressed her excitement as she stretched her body. I feel like I can now contract a powerful epic-level beast. Little Yuan, well done. Later, Auntie Lan will take you to play in the most dangerous forbidden zone of Blue Star. Auntie Lan, don't go overboard. Yun Shanxian muttered softly beside them. She knew Lan Lioli's nature all too well. However, Lu Yuan did not respond. The moment he felt the fourth contract position stabilize, his gaze returned to the ice blue dragon egg on the carpet. He was genuinely happy for the enhancement of the two elders' strength. But it was not enough, far from enough. Just thinking of the cold intention of World Devourer and the potential misfortunes that could befall his parents brought a strong sense of urgency. He needed power, more power, and stronger power. Your Majesty. Lu Yuan crouched down and gently stroked the cold shell of the egg. How should I contract with you? As if the sole purpose of opening the fourth contract position was for this moment. The atmosphere at the scene became solemn again because of his words. The joy on Su Yueli and Lan Lioli's faces also faded, their gazes converging on the dragon egg. This was not an ordinary beast contract. On the other end of this contract was a king who once ruled a realm, a soul bearing the deep blood feud of an entire race. The weight of this contract was far beyond imagination. Your blood contains your soul imprint, it is the most direct key to opening this link. Just a drop of blood on the eggshell will suffice. Is it really that simple? Lan Lioli moved closer, circling the dragon egg twice. No need to set up an altar, recite some incantation? For example, something like Bala Bala Energy, Queen Transform. Yun Shanxian couldn't help but burst into laughter, then quickly covered her mouth and glanced nervously at the dragon egg, afraid that the queen would be angry. The dragon egg gently trembled, and the cool yet helpless voice of Euphraia arose among the crowd. My soul and essence have already merged into this dragon egg. Right now, I am no different from a real sacred dragon hatchling. The Beastmaster's contract is a link based on a soul level, any external form is just a ritual. Lan Lioli stroked her chin, suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is, efficient and fast, I like it. Su Yueli looked at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. Little Yuan, are you sure you want a contract now? Your contract position has just stabilized, perhaps. Her words were left unfinished, but the meaning was very clear. Contracting a beast with king-level potential would consume a lot of the Beastmaster's mental power. With a slight misstep, it could lead to mental damage. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze more determined than ever. Auntie Su, I can't wait. He didn't explain further. Su Yueli looked into his resolute eyes and stopped trying to dissuade him. Lu Yuan raised his right hand, his thoughts stirring. In an instant, a flash of spatial power passed through his fingertip. A delicate wound quietly opened, a drop of blood followed, seeping out. He directly used the dimensional blade of the Void Phantom. This precise control over the beast made Su Yueli and Lan Lioli beside him nod in acknowledgement. That drop of blood hovered at Lu Yuan's fingertips. He slowly extended his finger towards the icy blue dragon egg. The drop of blood detached from his fingertip. Pop. The drop of blood landed on the icy blue eggshell, instantly penetrating inside. Buzz. In the next moment, the entire dragon egg erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. It was a pure, extreme icy blue glow, shining not too brightly, carrying a majesty and sacredness from the depths of the soul. Countless esoteric and complex dragon-shaped runes flowed across the surface of the eggshell. An invisible contract array unfolded instantly on the ground, centered around the dragon egg. Half of the array's patterns belonged to Beastmaster contract runes, while the other half belonged to the Dragon God Clan script. At this moment, the two completely different powers intertwined and blended. Lu Yuan felt his spiritual consciousness ocean shake violently. The fourth contract light group that had just been born resonated strongly with the dragon egg before him. A vast, desolate soul power surged into his spiritual world through the link of the contract. This was not an impact of energy, but a flood of fragmented memories. He seemed to see a planet named Dragon God Star, where a golden, glorious dragon temple reached into the clouds. He saw a mischievous little dragon sneak out of the dragon nest, curiously exploring the myriad worlds. He saw the shadow called World Devourer, silently descending, twisting proud giant dragons into ugly monsters. Finally, he saw the little dragon returning, facing a devastated homeland, letting out a mournful cry, ultimately choosing to use the Dragon Clan's secret methods to protect the last pure land. These images were deeply imprinted in Lu Yuan's soul. He felt the pride of Euphraia, her curiosity, her regret, and her hatred that had been tempered for 10,000 years, capable of burning everything away. At this moment, through the contract, their souls truly connected as one. Their goals also completely merged into one. Roar. A high-pitched, majestic dragon roar did not come from outside, but directly exploded in the depths of the souls of Lu Yuan, Jin Qianqian, Su Yueli, and Lan Liuli. That voice declared the return of a king and also announced the establishment of a revenge vow. In Lu Yuan's spiritual consciousness ocean, the fourth contract light group shone brightly, stabilizing completely. The contract was formed. A piece of the eggshell on top finally could not withstand the internal power and fell off. A small dragon claw covered in icy blue scales tentatively reached out from the opening. The claw was tiny, even smaller than Yun Qianqian's palm, but the sharp claws glimmered with a chilling cold light. Next, a small head struggled to emerge from the opening. It was a small dragon that was entirely icy blue. It shook its head, as if feeling a bit unaccustomed to this new world. When its gaze swept over the crowd, both Yun Qianqian and Su Yueli, as well as Lan Liuli, felt a jolt in their hearts. That was not the gaze of a newborn hatchling. In those eyes, there was no confusion or fear, only the profoundness of worldly understanding and the majesty of ruling over all. As if coiled within this tiny body was still the Winter Queen seated upon the frozen throne. The little dragon struggled, crawling fully out of the dragon egg. Chapter 136, Ephraya's Powerful Panel. The little dragon crawled out of the eggshell, its entire form revealed before everyone. It was only half a meter long, entirely covered in exquisite icy blue scales, and the scales glittered under the lights of the living room, reflecting a diamond-like brilliance. Its body was slender and elegant, with a pair of small dragon wings tightly pressed against its back, and at the end of a long tail, there were 3 spikes shaped like ice crystals. It stood quietly on the carpet, raising its small head, its ice blue eyes calmly scanning the 4 people in the living room. Small, yet not weak. Cute, yet no one dared to entertain any disrespectful thoughts. That was a kind of innate kingly dignity. Wow, Yun Qianqian instinctively let out an astonished sound but quickly covered her mouth. Lan Liuli circled around the little dragon twice, exclaiming in wonder. She wanted to touch those beautiful scales, but when met with the little dragon's "try touching me and see what happens" gaze, she wisely gave up the thought. In Su Yueli's eyes, there was nothing but astonishment and seriousness. She could clearly feel the terrifying potential hidden within this small body. Lu Yuan ignored the gazes of the 3, quietly watching the little dragon transformed from the Frost Queen Ivrea. The contract link allowed him to clearly sense her current state, a wonderful state. He squatted down to be at eye level with the little dragon. "Aunt Su, Aunt Lan, Qianqian, I'm a bit tired and want to go back to rest first." His voice was soft, carrying a trace of fatigue. How could the 3 not understand his current thoughts? After coming out of the dragon nest secret realm, his mind had been tense. Whether it was the impact of the devouring world or the mental exhaustion from the contract with the kingly holy dragon, he was physically and mentally drained. What he needed was not comfort, but a space to sort out his thoughts alone. "Go ahead," Su Yueli spoke gently, "rest well for a bit." Lu Yuan nodded, glancing at the crystal bottle and 2 summoning stones on the coffee table. He said to Yun Qianqian, "Qianqian, take care of the dragon heart spring and the summoning stones for now." After speaking, he said no more, gently picking up the ice blue little dragon from the ground and turning to walk toward his room. The little dragon seemed unbothered by being held. It simply rested its small head on his arm and closed its dragon eyes, as if planning to take a nap. Watching Lu Yuan's figure disappear at the stairway, Lan Liuli put away her playful thoughts, picked up the bottle of dragon heartspring, her expression complex. Yun Qianqian walked to her mother's side and softly asked, "Mom, is Yuan okay?" Su Yueli gently stroked her daughter's hair, looking toward the upstairs with a sigh. "He just carries everything on his shoulders." Returning to his room, he closed the door. The outside world's clamor was completely cut off. Lu Yuan gently placed the little dragon on the soft bed. The little dragon opened its eyes, looked around at this new environment, and then curled up on its own, seemingly really planning to sleep. Lu Yuan did not disturb it, he simply sat by the bed. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little at that moment. Leaning back against the headboard, he closed his eyes, but his mind was still in a tumult. Devouring world, specimen, the disappearance of his parents, Ivrea's hatred. Countless clues and pressures weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, before his eyes, the Beastmaster's illustrated book light screen appeared automatically. This time, the illustrated book displayed the attribute panel belonging to Ivrea. Beast, Frost Holy Dragon Ivrea, Juvenile. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, High Gold Class. Race Skills. 1. Winter Dragon Breath, exhales extreme cold dragon breath in a conical area ahead, dealing massive frost damage to all enemies within range and applying a freeze effect, significantly reducing their movement and attack speeds. 2. Eternal Frost Gaze, locks onto one enemy unit, causing cold air to explode from within, instantly freezing them in a large block of ice for 5 seconds. Duration increases with the strength of the Holy Dragon. 3. Dome Ice Barrier, summons a massive curved ice barrier that can block all flying projectiles and energy impacts. The existence of the Frost Holy Dragon itself will transform the surrounding environment into an extreme cold domain, continuously reducing the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within the domain. At the same time, friendly units within the domain will gain a slight damage reduction effect. With a mighty slam to the ground, it unleashes several circles of sharp ice rings expanding outwards, dealing frost damage to enemies that touch them. The Frost Holy Dragon concentrates its extreme cold power onto its horn or claws, launching a piercing attack on a single target, causing immense frost damage. This attack deals absolute damage, ignoring armor, and after using this skill, the Frost Holy Dragon's attack speed and movement speed are reduced. First stage, summon a number of giant ice meteors randomly fall within a large area around the target. Each meteor causes high frost damage to enemies in the small area of impact. Second stage, current strength cannot be used. Third stage, current strength cannot be used. Current strength cannot be used. Introduction: the powerful Frost Holy Dragon, its strength not only depends on potential but also greatly increases with its growth in size. Lu Yuan looked at this luxurious attribute panel and could not help but click his tongue. Truly deserving to be a former king-level existence. Even as a hatchling starting from zero, this starting point is shockingly high. Just hatched, and already at high-tier gold. If this spreads, the entire beast-taming world of the Dragon Kingdom will surely be shaken. Moreover, each of these 7 skills is incredibly powerful. There are wide AoE attacks and strong control effects, absolute defense, and passive aura domains. This is nearly a hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses at all. Lu Yuan even found it hard to imagine what kind of grandeur it would have when it grows up and returns to the King Realm, with all skills unlocked. Just as Lu Yuan thought the introduction was over and the illustrated book would soon fade away, he discovered that the page belonging to Aveslia had not disappeared. On the light curtain, new golden text slowly materialized. Lu Yuan's breath suddenly halted at that moment. His pupils constricted sharply. It was a kind of shock and disbelief purer than seeing World Devourer. A line of familiar golden text finally froze before his eyes. Frost Holy Dragon Evolution Route Planning in progress. Planning completed. First evolution, no costs at all. Frost Holy Dragon Evolution Route Planning in progress. Planning completed. First evolution, no costs at all. These familiar lines of golden text made Lu Yuan's brain buzz, plunging into a brief blank. He instinctively held his breath, his heart skipped a beat. Evolution route? He had seen it before. From the initially weak and nearly negligible glimmer butterfly to the mirror spirit, the beast-taming illustrated book had shown him time and time again what it meant to turn decay into wonder. But this time was different. The little dragon curled up on the bed was neither the glimmer butterfly nor the mirror spirit. She was once the ruler of a world, the last pureblood of the dragon god clan, a holy dragon with a potential of 5 stars. Her starting point was a destination that countless beast tamers could only look up to for their entire lives. Such a powerful existence surprisingly also has an evolution route? This is no longer just turning decay into wonder. This is about making the divine even more divine. Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, his gaze firmly locked onto the illustrated book's light curtain. Unlike the glimmer butterfly and mirror spirits routes, the evolution route of the Frost Holy Dragon only has 2 paths. Route 1, Epic Frost Holy Dragon Celestial Ice Radiant Dragon, potential increase to 5 stars, Eternal Ice Crystal Sacred Dragon King, potential increase to 5 stars. This route is filled with the aesthetics of power and dominance. Just by looking at the name, Lu Yuan could already imagine a colossal dragon that blocks out the sky, breathing ice to freeze the heavens. This is a pure and ultimate royal path that unleashes the power of the dragon. If any Beastmaster were to see this path, they would probably choose it without hesitation. But Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the second path. Route 2, the only legend Frost Dragon Frost Queen, potential upgrade to 5 stars, Lord of the Ice Crown's End, potential upgrade to 5 stars, Supreme Winter, Dragon Law Queen, potential upgrade to 5 stars. Frost Queen. He barely hesitated and made his choice in the illustrated guide. Choose Route 2. At the moment he made the choice, the little ice blue dragon, which had been closing its eyes on the bed and seemed indifferent to everything outside, suddenly stiffened. Buzz. A pure ice blue radiance erupted from within it without warning, instantly enveloping its entire tiny body. This sudden change caught Ivelia off guard. She could feel an irresistible great power guiding her bloodline and essence through a transformation. This power, she was very familiar with, it was the power deep within the boy's soul when they had just signed the contract. What did he do to her? In the cocoon of light, Ivelia's consciousness fell into a brief confusion. The light grew stronger, illuminating the entire room into an ice blue dreamland. 10 minutes later, the light reached its peak and then quietly receded like a tide. On the bed, the little ice blue dragon, which was only half a meter long, had disappeared without a trace. In its place sat a woman quietly. She wore an ice blue palace dress, and on the hem, dragon patterns embroidered with silver thread seemed to come alive, shimmering with a faint glow. Her appearance was dignified, with an innate majesty in her brows and a pair of ice-blue eyes like the purest gems in the world. It was undoubtedly the Winter Queen that Lu Yuan had seen sitting on the throne in the Ice Crystal Castle. No, she seemed a little different now. At this moment, she had added the majesty of a queen. Beastmaster Illustrated Guide opened a brand new page at the right time. Beast, Frost Queen, Ivelia. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Racial skills. 1. Queen's Command, Extreme Cold Breath. Ivelia, in her regal form, points forward with a wave of her hand, and the dragon-shaped shadow behind her exhales a cold stream of command. 2. With Gaze of the Eternal Frost King's Prison, Ivelia can designate an area where all enemies within will be quickly encased in ice from bottom to top, turning into ice sculptures for 3 seconds, during which they will take double damage. 3. Cold Frost Freezing Point, Guardian of the King. Ivelia condenses the ultimate cold and the power of the Dragon King to summon a massive ice-blue crystal wall, which perfectly blocks all flying projectiles, energy impacts, and most non-contact skills, while increasing the defenses of surrounding allied beasts during its existence. 4. Queen's Domain, Winter is Coming, Domain Range Expanded and Effects Enhanced. Enemies will experience significant slow and continuous minor damage, while allies will receive increased damage reduction. Ivelia continuously restores health within the domain. 5. Royal Ice Burst, Blooming Splendor. Ivelia lightly stomps her foot, causing a giant frost rose to bloom around her. Each petal deals high frost damage. 6. Final Penetration, Queen's Execution. Ivelia condenses the power of cold at her fingertips or forms a frost spear, throwing it out. This attack deals absolute damage, ignoring armor. If this skill kills the target, it removes her own slowdown debuff and can be used again. If the kill is not completed, she suffers a decrease in attack speed and movement speed as a cost. 7. Icefall of All Races, Royal Power. First section, summoning randomly drops several waves of giant ice meteors over a large area of the target. Second section, Disaster. After all meteors land, they do not disappear but remain as ice pillars on the battlefield. Greatly enhance Ivelia's recovery speed. Current power unavailable for use. Ice Crown Royalty Eternal Stasis. Ivelia takes off her ice crown and throws it towards the center of the battlefield. The ice crown hovers in the air, freezing time over a large area for 1 second. Only Ivelia and her recognized allies can act. Cost, after use, the ice crown will temporarily disappear, causing the effect of Queen's Domain Winter is Coming to fail, and the ice crown will slowly recondense over time. Current power unavailable for use. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the refreshed attribute panel. Almost all skills have evolved. From Dragon Breath to Queen's Command, from Gaze to King's Prison. Gaze, from the passive Revered Might to the active Queen's Domain. This is not just a change of name, but a transformation from the instincts of a holy dragon to the authority of a queen. Final Piercing even added a terrifying mechanism for refreshing kills, turning it from a finishing move into a continuous harvesting killing technique. And the ultimate move, Icefall of All Races, has unlocked a second form, transforming from mere destruction to a strategic skill that combines recovery and crowd control. What shocked Lu Yuan the most was that brand new skill. Ice Crown Royalty Eternal Stasis. Freeze time. Even if it is only for a brief second, on a rapidly changing battlefield, this second can decide life and death, overturn the situation. Freezing time and control are different. Freezing time ignores levels. This is a power only gods possess. Lu Yuan was still in shock over this terrifying panel, while Ivelia, hovering in midair, finally came to her senses from her own changes. She could clearly feel that the power surging within her was several times stronger than before. Her soul matched perfectly with this new identity, as if she was always meant to be this way. She even felt a strong confidence that if she were to return to the realm of kings now, her strength would undoubtedly be many times greater than that of the Winter Queen who could only guard the secret realm. What on earth is happening? She cast her gaze towards the only person in the room, the young human who made a contract with her. Lu Yuan met her gaze without a hint of avoidance. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I have a secret. My Beastmaster talent is called Beastmaster Pokédex. It can plan a unique evolution path for the summoned beast, and for the first evolution, no cost is required. No concealment, no disguise. When he decided to face the terrifying enemy World Eater together with Ivelia, Lu Yuan had already made his choice. Because he knew that trust is the most powerful force in the world. If he could not trust the summoned beast that was connected to his soul, who else could he trust? Ivelia listened quietly, and in her ice-blue eyes, confusion first flashed, then that confusion turned into intense shock. So that's how it is. She finally understood. Why the seemingly ordinary young human was able to stand out in that trial. And why she went through such an incredible transformation. She looked at Lu Yuan. This young man concealed a secret much greater than she had imagined. Chapter 138, Evolution to Gold. She looked at Lu Yuan, the boy connected to her soul, and for the first time, she felt a sense called incomprehensible. Lu Yuan met her gaze, his expression calm. In the moment Lu Yuan confessed everything, Ivelia felt the trust. She looked at the boy before her, the Beastmaster with whom she formed a soul contract. After a long while, she slowly spoke, "I accept your secret. From now on, it will also be my secret." Lu Yuan nodded, the seed of trust had been planted, no extra words were needed. His mind once again sank into the Beastmaster Pokédex. A new content emerged on the light curtain belonging to the Frost Dragon Queen, at the very bottom. Next phase evolution, Epic the Lich of the Ice Crown. Required materials. 1. Ancestral Dragon Crystal, King level. 2. Eternal Ice Core, King level. 3. Ice Crown of the Lich, King level. 4. Skyward Ice Radiance, King level. For materials, each name followed by the glaring suffix King level. Even though Lu Yuan was mentally prepared, his mouth still twitched upon seeing this luxurious list of materials. King level materials, just one of which is a treasure. And he needs 4. This is no longer difficult, it is simply an impossible task. What's wrong? Evelia noticed his subtle emotional shift. Lu Yuan told Evelia that the Frost Dragon Queen was not her final form. This statement caused Evelia, who had just calmed her emotions, to stiffen once more. Not final form? She was already the Frost Dragon Queen, her soul and form perfectly matched, her power several times stronger than the former Winter Queen. Was this not the end? Lu Yuan did not hide anything and transmitted the content displayed on the interface directly to her through a mental link. To evolve again, these 4 things are needed. When Evelia's awareness received the names of these 4 materials, she first fell into silence, as if searching for something in her vast memories. After a moment, her ice blue eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Ancestral Dragon Crystal. Ice Crown of the Lich. She softly murmured these 2 names, nostalgia lacing her tone. These 2 things are in the Dragon Nest secret realm. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head. The Ancestral Dragon Crystal is the crystallization formed from the heart of the first holy dragon that fell on Dragon God Star. It is also the source of power for the entire Dragon God clan. When I managed to separate the last pure land to create the secret realm, it relied on its power. It sleeps in the deepest origin sea of the Dragon Nest. As for the Ice Crown of the Lich, that was my former crown and one of the treasures of the Dragon God clan's inheritance. When I transformed into a dragon egg, to maintain the last stability of the secret realm, I left it on the frozen throne. As long as I can return to the Dragon Nest secret realm, I can retrieve all of them. Her voice filled Lu Yuan with excitement. Thus, of the 4 materials, 2 were instantly resolved. What about the other 2? He asked eagerly. Eternal Ice Core, Skyward Ice Radiance. Evelia's gaze grew distant, as if recalling the time spent wandering the countless realms. I once visited a very interesting world, a planet made entirely of ice and snow, called Frozen Star. The origin of that world is an eternal ice core. And on that planet's synchronous orbit, there floated a massive cosmic wonder stone that burned with white flames all year round. That must be the Skyward Ice Radiance. She looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with a smile. It seems your luck is much better than I imagined. Lu Yuan's taut heartstrings completely relaxed. The once unreachable goal became clear before Evelia's memories that spanned millennia. As long as he was given time, he was confident he could gather all 4 king-level materials. As this immense joy surged through his heart, a greater power came through the bond he shared with Evelia. Boom! This was the backlash power from Evelia's promotion from Golden High Rank to Golden Peak. This pure energy surged into Lu Yuan's spiritual ocean, crashing violently against the barriers. Crack! A sound of shattering seemed to come from deep within his soul. The barrier shattered with a response. Lu Yuan felt his spiritual world open up. The scope of his spiritual ocean expanded several times in that moment. What was once like a lake of mental power was now transforming into a vast sea. Golden rank. Achieved. With the breakthrough in rank, in the center of his mental sea, beside his 4th contract position, a new blank contract position slowly began to take shape. The 5th contract position. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of spiritual power within him, yet his heart remained relatively calm. This time, with the significant breakthrough, he did not awaken a new Beastmaster talent like he did last time. But he didn't care, talents like that were something one could only encounter by chance. For him, the tangible increase in strength and the additional contract position were the most important things right now. A blank contract position. His gaze naturally fell on the 2 summoning stones that Yun Shanshan had collected. Your Majesty, what is the origin of those 2 summoning stones you gave me? When the 2 summoning stones were mentioned, Ivraya's expression dimmed slightly. They were once 2 real dragon eggs. I brought them from Dragon God Star, the last hope. I once thought they could hatch into new pure-blooded holy dragons, continuing our dragon clan's bloodline. But I failed. During the long journey, they exhausted all their life essence and eventually turned into 2 summoning stones, sealing the dragon souls. As for what can be summoned from them, I also don't know. Her tone carried an unshakable sadness and regret. Lu Yuan fell silent. He could feel the weight of a hope that bore the future of an entire race, ultimately turning into a bubble. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly frowned. He keenly sensed a wave of energy fluctuations coming from a certain direction in the villa. This fluctuation felt strange, not belonging to Su Yueli and Lan Lioli. Who was it? He expanded his spiritual power, but could no longer capture any trace, as though everything just now had been an illusion. Continuous mental strain and the huge impact of information made him feel a deep weariness that came from his soul. Forget it, with Su Yueli and Lan Lioli downstairs, nothing serious should occur. Lu Yuan shook his somewhat dazed head, deciding not to think too much, and simply fell onto the bed. Almost the moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. If Raya quietly watched his sleeping profile, this boy, who had just formed a contract with her, carried secrets and responsibilities that were no lighter than her own. She didn't like the narrow and closed feeling of the contract space. Having been trapped in the secret realm for thousands of years, she had long grown weary of loneliness. She glanced at Lu Yuan's bedside, and a flash of icy blue light appeared. The dignified and majestic Dragon Frost Queen vanished, replaced by a small ice blue dragon that was no more than half a meter long. The little dragon flew onto the bed, found a cozy spot beside Lu Yuan's pillow, curled up, laid its small head on its tail, and closed its icy blue dragon eyes, falling into a deep slumber together. Chapter 139, Both Advancing. The first ray of morning sunlight peeked through the gaps in the blinds, casting mottled light shadows in the room. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, consciousness rising from deep slumber. This sleep felt exceptionally solid, the tense nerves of recent days finally relaxed. He could clearly feel that after advancing to the golden rank, the vastness of his mental sea and the solidity of his spiritual power had reached a whole new level. He slightly turned his head and met a pair of icy blue eyes. Beside his pillow, the little ice blue dragon, which was no more than half a meter long, had awakened at some point, quietly curled up, looking at him with those eyes. No mental communication, nor any unnecessary movements. Man and dragon silently gazed at each other in the morning light. Sunlight illuminated each scale of the little dragon's body. It was hard to imagine that within this small and adorable form lay a queen who ruled an entire realm, the Dragon Frost Queen. After a long while, Lu Yuan took the lead in breaking the serene scene. He stretched out his hand and tentatively touched the little dragon's head. The touch was cold, like touching a piece of smooth, cold jade. The little dragon didn't seem to resist, it simply shook its head lightly, and in its ice blue eyes, there seemed to flash a trace of helplessness. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He sat up, dressed, and the little dragon also stood up, stretching its body gracefully, a pair of small dragon wings flapping gently, landing on his shoulder, its head resting on his neck again, closing its eyes, treating him as a moving dragon nest. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile, not paying much attention, and walked out of the room. The atmosphere downstairs in the living room, however, was completely different from the peacefulness upstairs. In the villa's living room, Suyuli was holding a steaming cup of red tea, sitting elegantly on the sofa. Opposite her, Lan Luli was slouched without care on another sofa, her legs resting on the coffee table, holding a map, pointing and discussing. I'm telling you, Yuli, stop drinking your health tea, come and help me think. We've got an extra contract slot. Should we go to the abyss of 10,000 demons to catch an abyssal maw, or go to the endless thunder realm to catch a thunder titan? Look at this, the Grave Speaker Canyon. I heard there's a necromancer lord inside. If we contract with one, we wouldn't need to walk anymore, just sit on the bone dragon throne. So cool. Suyuli put down her cup and glanced at her helplessly. You only have one extra contract slot, not a mission to conquer the world. Lan Luli irritably scratched her head and mumbled, how about I go take a stroll in the mountains of 10,000 beasts? I heard there's a 9-colored deer appearing there recently, just not sure if it has a good temper and if it'll follow me. Suyuli looked at her helplessly, you better behave yourself, the masters of the mountains of 10,000 beasts are not to be messed with. Good morning, Aunt Su, Aunt Lan. Lu Yuan's voice came from the stairs. Both of them stopped talking at once and looked over. You're awake? Suyuli smiled gently. I thought you were so tired yesterday, you'd sleep until noon. By the way, I have some good news to tell you. She said as she pointed toward Yun Shen's room. Not long after you went to sleep last night, Shen also had a breakthrough. We heard her say, you got a lot of good stuff in the Dragon Nest secret realm, the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow and the mutated Dark Dragon bloodline, which helped Shen advance to the gold rank. Lu Yuan froze for a moment, then understood. It turned out that the energy fluctuation he felt last night was not an illusion, but the one produced when Yun Shen had her breakthrough. That girl, as soon as she broke through, started shouting about how she got another contract slot, so excited she couldn't sleep the whole night. Lan Luli laughed, her eyes scanning between Lu Yuan and the little dragon on his shoulder, filled with teasing. So? Contracted with a queen, how's it feel? Does it feel like a lot of pressure? Lu Yuan ignored her teasing and said, I also broke through. The air in the living room was quiet for a moment. However, neither Suyuli nor Lan Luli showed any surprise, as if this was expected. We guessed it. Su Yuli said, recalling. The energy fluctuation in your room last night, although subtle, couldn't escape our notice. Queen Ivria's breakthrough from high gold rank to peak, that nourishing force was enough to help you break through the barrier. Lan Luli nodded with an expression that said, this is the normal course of events. If you hadn't broken through, I would have found it strange. Going from high gold rank to peak gold, having a silver rank Beastmaster like you break through to gold rank, isn't that as easy as drinking water? Although her words were rough, they spoke the truth. Lu Yuan's talent and potential, in their eyes, had long surpassed what could be measured by ordinary standards. At that moment, the door to Yun Qianqian's room opened with a click. A girl wearing a pink cartoon pajamas rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out. When she saw Lu Yuan in the living room, her eyes instantly lit up, and all her drowsiness vanished. Yuan. You are awake. She ran down the stairs in a few quick steps, rushing to Lu Yuan with her little face raised, full of excitement and pride that couldn't be hidden. I tell you, I broke through to the golden stage yesterday too. I am now a golden beast tamer. And I. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan reached out his hand, smiling as he ruffled her slightly messy long hair. I am too. Gee. Yun Qianqian blinked, completely stunned, as if she hadn't heard what he said. I said, I also advanced to the golden stage. Lu Yuan repeated. Yun Qianqian's brain froze for a full 3 seconds before she finally processed this information. First, her eyes widened in shock, then her little mouth pouted, showing a hint of my spotlight was stolen grievance, but that grievance was soon replaced by overwhelming joy. Really? You are also at the golden stage? That's great. Yun Qianqian grabbed his arm, so happy that she almost jumped up. Now we are both on the golden stage. We all have new contract slots. As she spoke, as if remembering something, a flash of light appeared, and 2 palm-sized summoning stones appeared in her palm. One was black all over, like a deep night sky, exuding a dark dragon's might. The other was as pure as jade, radiating a faint light, also permeating with the breath of dragons. Since we both have new contract slots, Yun Qianqian raised the summoning stones in her hands, looking at Lu Yuan with eagerness. So what are we waiting for? Today, let's summon our new beast partners. Chapter 140, Honor Together, Lost Together. Looking at her eager look, Lu Yuan's sense of urgency intertwined with the girl's anticipation. Strength. There is no more urgent need than this. Whether it is to deal with the devouring world or to find his parents, contracting new powerful beasts is the fastest and most direct way to improve. He nodded, his gaze calm and firm. Okay. That one word made Yun Qianqian's smile even brighter. Lan Liuli stretched her body beside them, yawning and saying, we need to find a wider place. If we summon a big guy, we don't want to blow up Yuli's precious villa. Su Yueli shot her a glance and then gently said to the 2 kids, let's go to the empty space behind the villa, it's big enough. She paused and added, I will let Xiaomei set up a barrier to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Yuan was about to speak when he realized Su Yueli had already thought ahead. He glanced at Su Yueli gratefully, this thoughtful care always made him feel warm. The group arrived at the lawn behind the villa. With a thought, Su Yueli summoned forth the elegant 9-tailed rose firefox again. The firefox made no sound, its 9 tails, burning with crimson flames, gently swept across, instantly spreading a barrier that enveloped the entire area, isolating all external breaths and energy fluctuations. After doing all this, the firefox quietly lay down by Su Yueli's feet, watching the person it had seen grow up. Alright, let's begin. Su Yueli stepped aside, leaving the field to the 2 young people. Lan Liuli eagerly moved a lounge chair over, put on sunglasses, and posed as if ready to watch a grand show. Yun Qianqian stuffed both summoning stones in front of Lu Yuan and generously said, Yuan, you choose first. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the 2 stones. One was completely black, as if it could swallow light, with deep and domineering dragon patterns carved on it, exuding dark and restrained pressure. The other was as white as jade, flowing with a gentle shine, and the dragon patterns were holy and noble. The breath was completely different. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan reached out his hand and picked up the black summoning stone. For some reason, this deep, dark aura gave him a strange sense of closeness. Then I'll take this white one. Yun Qianqian said happily, cradling the remaining pure dragon soul stone in her hands, rubbing it like a treasure. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the summoning stone, ready to channel his mental power to activate it. Wait. A clear and cold thought echoed directly in his mind at the same time. It was Euphraia. The ice-blue little dragon beside Su Yueli, who had always closed its eyes in feigned slumber, opened its eyes at some point. Its gaze fell on the black and white summoning stones, its expression complex and filled with reminiscence. Yun Qianqian was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also stopped his movements, asking through their mental link, Euphraia, is there a problem? Do not separate the summons. Euphraia's voice rang out. You 2 must perform the contract ritual together. Perform the contract ritual together? Lan Lioli also heard Euphraya's words. She took off her sunglasses and sat up with curiosity. Is there a special reason for this? Euphraia ignored Lan Lioli, her thoughts only echoed in Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's minds. These two summoning stones are not ordinary dragon soul stones. They originated from the same root, twin dragon eggs, which transformed into their current forms after their life source was exhausted. Twin dragon clan, souls connected, one rises and all rise, one falls and all fall. One rises and all rise, one falls and all fall. These 8 words shocked Lu Yuan to his core. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yun Shanshan, who still appeared confused. The Beastmaster's encyclopedia could not map out an evolution path for someone else's beast, which had always been his greatest regret. He could make himself incredibly powerful, but he could not share this amazing opportunity with those closest to him. But now, Euphraya's words opened a brand new door for him. If the destinies of these two dragon beasts were bound together, then when he used the Beastmaster's encyclopedia to evolve his dragon beast for the first time for free, would Yun Shanshan's dragon also evolve with it? Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Lu Yuan's breathing became a bit rapid. He looked at Yun Shanshan, whose eyes, always calm, now surged with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Yun Shanshan felt a bit dazed under his gaze and asked softly, Yuan, what's wrong? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his swirling emotions. He held Yun Shanshan's hand, pulling her in front of him. Shanshan, we stand here, face to face. Listen to me, let's inject our mental power into the summoning stones at the same time. Although Yun Shanshan did not understand why Lu Yuan suddenly became so serious, she still nodded. Okay. The two stood facing each other, only about 3 meters apart. Lu Yuan looked at the girl's face, filled with trust, and silently prayed. Please, let it succeed. In the next moment, both closed their eyes, pouring their mental power into the summoning stones without reservation. Buzz. 2 entirely different forces erupted with a bang. One was the utmost darkness, as if trying to drag the heavens and earth into eternal night. The other was the utmost light, like a newly born sun, pure and flawless. The black and white light pillars soared into the sky, intertwining and spiraling in midair, forming a huge, slowly rotating black and white Tai Chi diagram that enveloped the entire lawn. The terrifying dragon power violently crashed against the scarlet barrier set up by Su Yueli, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the barrier. Oh my, Lan Lioli stared blankly at the scene before her, murmuring. This commotion is even greater than when I formed a contract with my epic-level beast back in the day. Su Yueli's expression also became extremely serious. She could feel that within the black and white light, 2 incredibly powerful dragon beasts were awakening. At that moment, a flash of light appeared beside her. The ice-blue little dragon disappeared, replaced by the Dragon Frost Queen, who wore a palace gown and exuded a dignified and majestic presence. Evelea looked up at the huge black and white Tai Chi symbol in the sky, her ice-blue eyes filled with disbelief. She reached out her delicate jade hand and gently covered her mouth, fearing to disturb this sacred ceremony. The light finally began to recede. Black and white, like waves, retreated, flowing back to the ground in front of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. As the light dissipated, 2 small dragon beasts appeared on the lawn. Their appearance was almost identical to Evelea's little dragon form, with slender and elegant bodies and tiny dragon wings closely pressed against their backs. The only difference was their color. One was entirely black as ink, even the gaps between its scales revealed a profound dark hue, as if it were the darling of shadow and void. The other was as holy as snow, with a gentle holy light flowing over its scales, like an embodiment of light and sanctity. The 2 small dragons, one black and one white, one dark and one light, stood quietly in front of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, gazing at each other. The 2 small dragons seemed to have crossed through ancient time and reunited once again. Chapter 141, You Have Returned. As the light dissipated, only the 2 small dragon beasts remained on the lawn. They were one black and one white, one dark and one light, standing quietly in front of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Axia. Nidhogg. A voice filled with endless longing broke this tranquility. Evelea had arrived at some point, staring blankly at the 2 little dragons, her icy blue eyes, usually so authoritative, were now misty with tears. Crystalline tears slid down her smooth cheeks, falling onto the grass, instantly crystallizing into ice. You really have returned. She stretched out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch them, but then stopped in midair, as if afraid that everything before her was just a dream, fragile and fleeting. Yun Shanshan, Su Yueli, and Lan Lioli quietly watched the scene. They could feel the intense emotional turbulence of the Dragon Queen, a mixture of immense joy and sorrow from losing and regaining something, yet unable to confirm it. Lu Yuan did not speak to interrupt. His gaze slowly shifted from Evelea to the entirely black little dragon in front of him. The light screen of the Beastmaster's treasury quietly emerged. Beast, Abyssal Holy Dragon Nidhogg, Juvenile. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, High Gold. Racial skills. 1. Abyss Breath spews forth a torrent of shadows from the abyss in a conical area in front, causing continuous shadow damage to enemies. 2. Void Grasp locks onto an enemy unit, summoning void tentacles from its shadow to tightly entangle and drag it a small distance, dealing shadow damage while immobilizing the target for 1.5 seconds. 3. Annihilation Field naturally surrounds the user with a field of annihilation light, reducing all incoming ranged damage and ignoring a certain amount of the enemy's armor. 4. Black Hole Singularity creates a mini-void singularity in a designated area, which slowly pulls surrounding enemies toward the center and causes continuous shadow damage to all units within the range. The singularity disappears after several seconds or can be manually detonated. 5. Eternal Night Falls creates an enormous dark canopy, covering the battlefield. During the duration of the canopy, enemy beasts take shadow damage per second based on their maximum health percentage. 6. Soulbound Abyss Wave, after locking onto a target, fires a beam of abyssal energy from its dragon eye, damaging the target's soul essence. 7. Void Prison when Nidhogg personally kills a beast, this skill can be activated to imprison that beast in Nidhogg's void abyss. Transform them into absolutely obedient void servants. 3. The enslaved beasts transform into shadow forms composed of dark energy, retaining their main form, level, and skills from their life. Skills turn into shadow attributes, with their rank's power permanently fixed. Nidhogg can also actively dismiss the servants to free up slots. Current power is unavailable. Introduction: a powerful dark prison holy dragon. Its strength depends not only on potential but also grows significantly with its size. Lu Yuan stared at this long list of skills, already shocked beyond measure. Ignoring defense with passives, large area percentage damage, direct soul attacking rays. Each skill was filled with ultimate attack. And the 7th skill, Void Binding, made his scalp tingle. Killing enemies allows him to turn them into his servants. This was not just pure strength, this was a terrifying ability that changed the rules of battle. Every kill by Nidhogg increases the combat power for his side. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and shifted his gaze to the holy little white dragon before Yin Qianqian. The pages of the Beast Guide turned, revealing the attributes of the white dragon. Beast, Glorious Holy Dragon Akia, Juvenile Stage. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Gold High Tier. Racial Skills. 1. Holy Radiance Breath, spews forth a pure torrent of light from its mouth. Increases power by 30% against beings with dark or evil attributes. 2. Brilliant Scales and Feathers, shining body with holy light scales, purifying itself and entering a state of alert. Eliminates all ability debuffs and significantly increases its defense. 3. Aurora Skyfall, summons the aurora from the sky, turning it into a destructive beam to strike opponents. 4. Holy Dragon Command, emits a sacred dragon roar, declaring the laws of light, dramatically boosting attributes for allies in itself. 5. Supernova Flash, compresses all light energy into a single point, then releases an ultimate flash simulating a supernova explosion. 6. Dawn Blessing, instantly restores a large amount of life to all allies in a specified large area while purifying most negative states from allies within the area. Additionally, provides a healing buff to treated allies for the next few seconds. 7. Holy Radiance Resurrection, first segment, Akia gathers life energy, guiding a light beam to envelop the body of a fallen ally beast or Beastmaster. Instantly revives one fallen ally and restores a certain percentage of their maximum health. Second segment, Current Power is unavailable. 8. Current Power is unavailable. Introduction: a powerful glorious holy dragon, its strength not only depends on potential but also grows significantly with its size. If Nidhogg's skills are the ultimate destruction and enslavement, then Akia's skills are the ultimate protection and creation. Group healing, purification, buffs, this was simply a moving super spring. And that skill named Holy Radiance Resurrection even made Lu Yuan hold his breath for a moment. Revival. This was beyond defying the heavens, it was manipulating the laws of life and death. He collected his thoughts and walked over to Evrea, who was still lost in emotion, softly asking, Evrea, they? Evrea wiped the tears from her face, but the excitement and joy in her eyes could not be concealed. Nidhogg, the dark prison holy dragon, the sharpest spear of Dragon God Star. Akia, the glorious holy dragon, the strongest shield of Dragon God Star. Her voice was filled with deep pride. Back then, when World Eater invaded Dragon God Star, countless dragons were twisted and corrupted. Just when we were about to face extinction, it was Nidhogg and Akia who led the last Dragon Guard, using their lives to buy time for me to cleave the Pure Land and create the secret realm. I thought they had fallen along with Dragon God Star. Forever vanished in the chaotic flow of time and space. I truly never expected, to see them again. Evelia's words moved everyone present deeply. It turned out that these two seemingly small dragon beasts carried such a heavy and tragic past. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment and asked his doubts, but they have already fallen. Are they still the two holy dragons you knew? Yes, and no. Evelia shook her head. Pure-blood holy dragons are unique existences in the entire universe. Each one represents the embodiment of a law. When they fall, it either means the complete disappearance of that law, and this kind of holy dragon will never appear in the 10,000 realms again. Or they will come back to life in some special way, under a certain opportunity. She looked at the two little dragons that were curiously observing Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. At this moment, Nidhogg and Uxia should not have awakened their past memories. For them, you are the first and closest beings they have seen since being born into this world. Chapter 142, In Honor and Glory, the Twin Dragon Sovereign. Evelia's gaze lingered on the black and white little dragons. A thought resonated directly in Lu Yuan's mind through the link of the contract. Lu Yuan, can you also evolve them? This question startled Lu Yuan's mind. He looked at Evelia and then at the dark prison holy dragon in front of him, which was curiously observing him with its pure black eyes. Uncertain. This was the answer in Lu Yuan's heart. The Beastmaster's illustrated book only works on the contracted beasts. Nidhogg was naturally no problem, but Yun Shanshan's Uxia. Can the honor and glory together that Evelia mentioned really break the rules of the Beastmaster's illustrated book? He looked beside him, where Yun Shanshan was crouching down, reaching out her finger to touch the holy white dragon, her face full of affection and curiosity. He immersed his mind into his thoughts, and indeed, the light screen of the Beastmaster's illustrated book had opened a new page for him. Dark Prison Holy Dragon Evolution Route Planning. Planning completed. First evolution, no consumption at all. Route 1, Epic Dark Prison Holy Dragon Void Dark Prison Dragon, potential raise to 5 stars, Silence returning to Ruins Dragon, potential raise to 5 stars. Route 2, Unique Legend Dark Prison Holy Dragon Void Dragon Sovereign, potential raise to 5 stars, Void Weaver, potential raise to 5 stars, Lightless End Dragon Law Divine Sovereign, potential raise to 5 stars. Both routes, as always, were powerful. But Lu Yuan's gaze kept searching the light screen, hoping to see a word or two about Uxia. Nothing. Completely none. The rules of the Beastmaster's illustrated book were cold and absolute. Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts, no longer hesitating. Hoping that the Twin Dragon Clan could create a miracle for her. Choose Route 2. He made his choice in his heart. Buzz. Almost at the same moment he made his choice, a strange change suddenly occurred on the lawn. A depthless darkness erupted from the body of the dark prison holy dragon, Nidhogg, completely enveloping its small body. As everyone was drawn to this sudden change, on the other side, the radiant holy dragon, Uxia, in front of Yun Shanshan also blossomed with sacred white light. The white light and darkness illuminated each other, dividing the lawn into light and dark. It worked. Lu Yuan's fist tightened at that moment. It happened. The characteristic of the Twin Dragon Clan, honor and glory together, truly shared the power of the Beastmaster's illustrated book with Uxia. My god. What happened? Blue Lioli beside exclaimed, her sunglasses sliding down to her nose. Blue Lioli suddenly jumped up from the lounge chair, grabbing Su Yueli's arm and shaking her wildly. Yuli! Quick, look! Has it mutated? No, wait, there are two that have mutated together. What kind of monsters are these two little guys? Su Yuli stood by, her face showing not even a ripple of emotion. She simply watched the two beasts wrapped up quietly. She glanced at the panicking Lan Luli beside her and calmly uttered two words. Stay calm. 10 minutes later, the light reached its peak, then faded away. On the lawn, the two small dragon beasts had disappeared. In their place stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a black royal robe embroidered with dark gold dragon patterns, handsome and cold, with long black hair cascading behind him. He simply stood there, his pair of pitch-black eyes scanning like they could pull everything into an abyss with their authority. The woman wore a pure white palace gown, the hem sprinkled with brilliant golden specks, resembling a galaxy. Her appearance was holy and elegant, her brows carrying a gentle compassion, along with an unapproachable sanctity. A king, a queen. No words were needed, their majestic presence ruled over all. In front of Lu Yuan, the Beast Taming Compendium timely opened a brand new page. Beast, Abyss Dragon Emperor Nidhogg. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Species Skills. 1. Dragon Emperor's Order Abyss Flood, Nidhogg, in Dragon Emperor form, gestures forward, and the dragon-shaped shadows behind him unleash a torrent of commands. 2. Grasp of the Void Royal Authority Pull, Nidhogg does not need to lock on, can designate a region, summoning stronger void claws from the shadows of all enemies in that region, dragging multiple enemies to one point, causing damage and confinement. 3. Dragon Emperor's Domain Oblivion Force Field, the field's range expands, and the effect enhances. It no longer passively defends, it actively distorts incoming ranged attacks, having a chance to deflect or even rebound some damage back to the caster. Ignoring armor boosts. 4. Void Collapse, Black Hole Singularity Upgraded Ability. Nidhogg can choose to detonate the Black Hole Singularity early to cause severe damage. The singularity will not disappear but instead undergo a violent internal collapse, continuously inflicting damage. 5. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor reigns. Nidhogg's massive dragon eye shadow faintly appears in the dark sky. The percentage max health damage taken by enemy beasts is increased, and their recovery speed will be greatly suppressed. Nidhogg and its servants gain improved lifesteal effects in Eternal Night. 6. Soul Silence Dragon Might Dragon Emperor's Roar. Nidhogg can integrate soul shocks into his roar, transforming the single target skill into a cone-shaped ranged soul shock. The effect on the main target is doubled. 7. Void Summon Royal Authority. The enslavement mechanism remains unchanged, but the number of enslavements increases, 5 beasts. Nidhogg can temporarily resurrect a recently deceased beast's body as a temporary servant to fight, which will completely dissipate after a while. 8. Void Royalty Absolute Silence. Nidhogg demonstrates the absolute authority of the Abyss Dragon Emperor, forcibly stripping away all energy and sound within a certain range, creating an absolute void zone lasting for 1 second. All enemy units within the range fall into absolute silence and anti-magic status, ignoring rank restrictions. This skill consumes a huge amount of power. After use, Nidhogg's Dragon Emperor's domain will temporarily become ineffective, and his movement speed will be significantly reduced for a duration. 9. Current power cannot be used. Looking at this refreshed panel, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. This was no longer mere strength, it was the ultimate aesthetic of violence. And that brand new skill, Void Royalty Absolute Silence, left him astounded. Ignoring rank group silence and anti-magic. Evelyn's Eternal Stasis freezes time, while Nidhogg's Absolute Silence strips away the laws. In certain specific battles, an absolute silence of 1 second is even more deadly than a pause in time. The Beastmaster's pictorial automatically turned pages, revealing the attributes of Akshia. Beastmaster, Dragon Radiance Queen Akshia. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Racial skills. 1. Queen's Edict Holy Light Judgment. Akshia, in her queenly stance, pointed forward, and the dragon-shaped phantom behind her unleashed the decree of Holy Light. 2. Royal Guardian Shining Divine Armor. Akshia summoned a magnificent phantom of divine armor made of pure light energy, covering her entire body. In an instant, it purified all her negative states, and granted her immense damage reduction with the ability to reflect some melee damage. 3. Heaven's Punishment Aurora King Sword. Akshia condensed light energy into a massive holy light sword, crashing down on the target area. It inflicted devastating brilliant damage at the center of impact and caused continuous radiant burn damage to a wider range of enemies. For Queen's Domain Law of Light, all allied units in the domain experienced an attribute boost, and each attack had a chance to purify one of their negative states. Enemies within the domain would suffer continuous suppression. 5. Royal Edict Ultimate Radiance Flash. Akshia could freely manipulate a compressed ball of light energy to shoot at a target or explode around herself. After the explosion, it caused immense damage and left a holy flame area that continuously burned enemies and provided healing effects to allies. 6. Divine Grace Illuminates Royal Authority. Healing amount significantly increased, and the purification effect became an instant removal of all negative states. Ongoing healing effects enhanced, and allies receiving healing were given a holy light shield that absorbed damage. 7. Queen's Holy Decree Soul Return to God's Seat. First phase, Resurrection. The Holy Brilliance Revival effect enhanced, reviving the target, granting them immunity to all control effects and a damage boost for a short time. 8. Holy Radiance Royal Authority Light of Hope. Akshia showcased the ultimate power of the Dragon Radiance Queen. She provided all allies a short-lasting divine protection, invincibility, state for 1 second, significantly reducing the consumption of all skills. This skill requires immense energy. After use, Akshia's Queen's Domain Law of Light would temporarily become ineffective, and all her attributes would greatly decrease for a period of time. 9. Current strength not usable. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on Akshia's 8th skill. Divine Protection. 1 second of invincibility. A group fell silent, a group became invincible. Spear and shield, at this moment, were interpreted to the extreme. Chapter 143, Oath of the Dragon Emperor. Su Yuli's face showed astonishment, and the nine-tailed rose firefox beside her stood up straight. And Lan Lu Li was completely petrified. She opened her mouth, the sunglasses in her hand clattered and fell to the ground without her noticing, her gaze moving back and forth between the handsome, cold black-robed dragon emperor and the holy, elegant white-skirt queen. I can't be dreaming, right? She pinched her thigh hard, wincing in pain. Yuli, you quickly hit me. I must have stayed up late reading novels and imagined this. Summoning a beast, how could it directly summon a Beastmaster? No one paid attention to her nonsense. In the arena, Euphraya walked step by step towards the two figures. Nidhogg, Akshia. She finally reached before them, wanting to touch, but then paused in midair. The man in the black robe, the dark prison dragon emperor Nidhogg, turned his gaze towards Euphraya, and the originally cold look in his eyes rippled. He slightly nodded, his voice deep and magnetic, like countless metal fragments resonating. Ivira, I hope you are well. On the other side, the Dragon Queen Akshia gave a gentle smile to Ivira. Ivira, it's been a long time. These simple two greetings crossed through the ages. The mist in Ivira's eyes could no longer be suppressed. She closed her eyes and let the tears fall, showing a smile on her face. Welcome back. This conversation finally brought Yun Shanshan back to her senses from shock. She looked at the holy and noble dragon queen standing in front of her, so beautiful it was breathtaking, then looked at herself, dressed in a pink cartoon nightgown, hair a mess, her small face instantly turned red. Oh my! Her new beast partner's first meeting was such a disheveled sight. She instinctively wanted to hide behind Lu Yuan, but Axia's gaze softly fell on her. In that gaze, there was only kindness and closeness. Are you my Beastmaster? Axia asked softly. I'm Yun Shanshan. The girl nervously clenched the hem of her clothes. Axia smiled and slowly reached out her hand. Yun Shanshan hesitated for a moment but still placed her small hand into that fair, jade-like palm. A warm and pure power came from her palm, instantly calming all her nervousness. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely different. The dark prison dragon king Nidhogg, after paying his respects to Ivira, turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. It was a gaze full of oppressive scrutiny. As if he were not a summoned beast, but a king inspecting his own soldiers. Lu Yuan met his gaze, his expression calm, showing no signs of retreat. After a long time, Nidhogg knelt on one knee before Lu Yuan, his right hand on his chest, performing a dragon knight salute. My Beastmaster, Nidhogg, awaits your orders. This act carried more weight than any words. He was not submitting to the contract, but to Lu Yuan as a person. Beside them, Lan Liuli finally came back to her senses from shock. Her gaze spun around Nidhogg, directly ignoring the unapproachable aura surrounding him. She leaned over and poked Lu Yuan with her elbow. Hey, Xia Yuan, your beast is too handsome. Look at this figure, this face, this charm, TSK, simply a heartthrob. She cleared her throat and showed Nidhogg a smile she thought was charming. Hi, handsome, I'm Lan Liuli, want to be friends? What type do you like? How about someone fiery like me? Nidhogg stood up and glanced at her with a turned gaze. That glance held no emotion. Lan Liuli's smile instantly froze. She instinctively took 2 steps back and forced a laugh. Just joking, to lighten the mood, you all continue. After saying that, she hurried back to Suyuli's side, patting her chest in fear. Oh my, that gaze is too scary, scarier than when your fox glares at me. Suyuli replied lightly, I told you long ago to be more restrained. Just then, a flash of light appeared in the center of the scene. The 3 dragon kings and the queen simultaneously turned ethereal and finally transformed back into 3 small dragon beasts. A small dragon, completely black, leaped lightly and landed beside Lu Yuan. The ice blue dragon transformed from Ivira perched on Lu Yuan's left shoulder, laying her head against his neck, eyes closed, as if the earlier queen was just an illusion. And the pure white holy dragon snuggled affectionately into Yun Shanshan's arms, curling up in a comfortable position, gently nudging her hand with its small head. Yun Shanshan lovingly held the small creature in her arms, her face filled with a smile of overflowing maternal love, the earlier tension long replaced by joy. With the crisis alleviated, Lan Liuli reverted to her true self. She looked at the 2 little dragons on Lu Yuan's shoulders and beside him, feeling a pang of envy as she said, wow, you're really living the dream. One is an ice queen, and the other a lord of the abyss. Little Yuan, that must be a lot of pressure, right? Lu Yuan ignored her teasing. His mind was still immersed in the successful evolution he had just experienced. The power of the Beastmaster's compendium, through the shared glory characteristic, had acted on Axia. What does this mean? It means he found a way to bypass the rules of the compendium and help others. Although this method has great limitations, requiring a special existence like the Twin Dragon Clan, with souls connected as a medium, it undoubtedly presented him with a new possibility. He looked at Yun Shanshan, who was hugging Axia and grinning foolishly. All along, he had been carrying the secret of the Beastmaster's compendium alone, walking a path that he could not share with anyone. He could make himself incredibly powerful, but he couldn't directly share this greatest opportunity with the most important person by his side. This sense of helplessness had always been a thorn in his heart. And now, this thorn had been pulled out. Glorious Holy Spirit, Faceless Mirror, Void Phantom, Frost Queen Euphoria, Dark Prison Dragon King Nidhogg. His 5th contract slot was now full. In a short amount of time, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Alright, let's not stand outside anymore, Suyuli stood up, breaking everyone's thoughts. Whatever you need to say it inside. Although Xiamei has set a barrier that can isolate breath, the commotion just now was too loud, and it could attract unwanted attention. Everyone nodded and walked toward the villa. Chapter 144, Awakening Talent. As they returned to the villa's living room, the previous shock had not fully faded away. Lan Liuli flopped onto the sofa and let out a long sigh, exclaiming, I've really seen it all. Summoning beasts, one summoned a cold-faced king, and the other summoned a holy queen. You two might as well not be beast masters, just form an idol group. I'll be your manager, and I promise you'll be famous worldwide. Yun Shanshan was hugging the pure white little dragon, her little face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed by Lan Liuli's words. But Lu Yuan did not respond. He glanced at Euphoria on his shoulder and Nidhogg beside him. That phrase, Blue Star, human race, 18 years ago, already obtained samples, still haunted him. He must become stronger, faster. Aunt Su, Aunt Lan, Lu Yuan spoke, breaking the somewhat relaxed atmosphere in the living room. I want to use the dragon heartspring right now. As soon as he said this, Lan Liuli's teasing stopped abruptly. Suyuli looked at Lu Yuan, her gentle gaze filled with approval. She knew the pressure this boy carried in his heart far exceeded that of his peers. Suyuli said, I support you. The opportunity is right here, and there's no better time than now. Then what are we waiting for? Lan Liuli became excited. I've been wanting to see what miraculous effects this last 2 drops of divine substance in the universe have. Hurry, let's see it. Yun Shanshan nodded as well. She always supported Lu Yuan's decisions unconditionally. With a thought, a small crystal vial containing the 2 drops of dragon heart spring appeared in her palm. Yun Shanshan handed the vial to Lu Yuan and cautiously poured out a drop into her palm. As soon as that drop of liquid appeared, it emitted a sweet fragrance that, just by inhaling it, made one feel as if their soul had been cleansed and their spirits lifted. Lu Yuan also poured out the remaining drop. Wait, Suyuli reminded. The effect of Dragon Heart Spring applies to Beastmasters and all their summoned beasts, so summon your beasts first to prevent energy dissipation. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances and nodded. In the next moment, the space in the living room began to feel crowded. Light flickered repeatedly. Radiant Holy Spirit, Mirror of Insight, Void Illusion. Dark Dragon Descendant, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Dawn Radiant Maiden, Void Mask Cat. One by one, powerful beasts with various forms appeared in the living room. The Radiant Holy Spirit emitted a gentle glow, and its holy aura made the entire living room bright. The Mirror of Insight floated in the air, reflecting countless scenes. The Void Illusion transformed into an invisible shadow, silently merging into Nidhogg's shadow. On the other side, the Dark Dragon Descendant had a strong build, and its eyes, sharp as knives beneath its dragon scale mask, sparkled. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow burned with flames all around, scorching the air into a slight distortion. The Dawn Radiant Maiden resembled a small sun, light and heat swirling around her. The Void Mask Cat elegantly licked its paw, its mismatched eyes filled with curiosity. In addition to the 3 little dragons already present, there were a total of 10 extraordinary beasts, filling this spacious hillside villa's living room to the brim. Lan Liuli looked at this luxurious lineup that could only be owned by top beast masters, murmuring, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I honestly wouldn't believe this is from just 2 newly graduated beast masters. Her most beloved sofa, used for lounging, was now being treated as a nest by the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, with several burning sparks resting on it. Su Yueli ignored her, simply instructing the 9-tailed rose firefox to set up an even stronger barrier again. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan no longer hesitated, simultaneously sending the dragon heart spring from their palms into their mouths. Boom! A gentle torrent burst open within their bodies. It was not a violent energy shock, but a baptism coming from the very source of life. Lu Yuan felt as if his soul was being soaked in the purest spring water from the beginning of creation. Every inch of his spiritual sea gently washed, expanded, and solidified. A hazy halo rose up around both him and Yun Shanshan, enveloping them in a mysterious and strange state. Soon after, this power surged through the bond of the contract, rushing like tides toward every beast in the living room. Buzz. The first to react was the lowest-ranked Void Mask Cat. Its silver low-level aura suddenly skyrocketed, and the void power around it became more solid, instantly breaking through its bottleneck. Silver Intermediate. Next up were the Radiant Holy Spirit, Void Illusion, Dark Dragon Descendant, and Dawn Radiant Maiden. These 4 silver intermediate beasts simultaneously erupted in brilliant light, steadily stepping into the threshold of silver high level. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a chirp, and its flames shifted from crimson to gold. The bottleneck of silver high level felt weak as paper before the effect of the dragon heart. Silver Peak. On the surface of the Mirror of Insight, countless runes flashed by, also advancing to Silver Peak. In an instant, the entire living room shone brightly, energy surged, and waves of ascending light made Lan Liuli's eyelids twitch. This was not merely taking medicine, it was clearly a collective power boost. However, this was only the beginning. The true shock came from the 3 holy dragons. Evelyn, Nidhogg, Akshia, they had already reached the Golden Peak, and now, propelled by the Dragon Heartspring, they were advancing again. Crack! A gap opened between the barrier of Golden Tier and Platinum Tier. Boom! 3 powerful dragon auras shot up to the sky, crashing into the barrier set by Su Yueli. Platinum. The 3 holy dragons simultaneously broke through to Platinum Tier. And at the moment of their breakthrough, a wave of energy surged back into Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's spiritual seas. The 2 people being cleansed by the Dragon Heartspring felt their bodies jerk violently. At that moment, their consciousness was drawn into an incredibly wonderful realm. In Lu Yuan's perception, the entire world seemed to have changed its appearance. The air was no longer void, but instead filled with countless invisible points of light and threads, the tracks of the laws. He felt as if he could see how light was born, how space folded, and how darkness devoured everything. And in Yun Shanshan's perception, she felt as if she had established an intimate link with all the light elements in the universe, feeling the warmth of every ray of sunshine and hearing the breath of every star. They were caught in a moment of enlightenment. On Su Yuli's always calm face, shock finally appeared. She looked at the two people shrouded in a halo of light. This is? Lan Luli asked in disbelief. Su Yuli directly interrupted Lan Luli's words. They are awakening their talents. Chapter 145, Potential Sharing, Talent Upgrade. The halo surrounding Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan slowly drew into their bodies. The energy waves raging in the living room finally calmed down, leaving only a mess and 10 beast companions with surging breaths. The two of them almost simultaneously opened their eyes. Lu Yuan looked inward, finding his spiritual sea had expanded by several times compared to before. His originally low-tier golden spiritual power had firmly stepped into the threshold of high-tier golden. Beside him, Yun Shanshan also felt the changes within her, her little face filled with joy as she too had broken through, reaching mid-tier golden. The breakthrough of the three holy dragons brought an enormous amount of reciprocating energy, but their levels had not simultaneously advanced to platinum. The reason was still their other beast companions. Although Hui Yao Holy Spirit, Kuei-Mian Devil Mirror, and the others had the help of Dragon Heartspring, they only managed to reach the peak of silver or high tier, still a step away from gold, which became the shortest board of a barrel, limiting the Beastmaster's level cap. Even so, it was still astonishing. Understand that Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan had only awakened to become Beastmasters for a short 6 months. In 6 months, they had leaped from a low-tier Black Iron Beastmaster to a high-tier Golden Beastmaster. Such a speed of promotion was enough to overturn the entire understanding of the Beastmaster system on Blue Star. Hey, give a sound when you wake up. Lan Luli's voice pulled the two back from their introspection. Quickly tell me, what was that commotion just now? Did you both awaken some incredible talent? Yun Shanshan nodded, grabbing Lan Luli's arm, her voice full of excitement. Auntie Lan, the talent I awakened is called potential sharing. She explained, I can choose one of my beasts to share its 1-star potential with another beast of mine. However, the beast losing the potential will drop by 1 star. After hearing this, Lan Luli stroked her chin and pondered for a moment, then nodded, potential sharing. Not bad. Sacrificing the potential of a low-tier beast can help a new 5-star beast or fill the potential of a 3-star or 4-star beast. This is a very useful strategic talent for nurturing top combat power. Although it has restrictions, if used well, its value is immense. Her evaluation was fair and objective. After all, how rare are beasts with 5-star potential? This talent equals providing a channel to produce 5 stars, with the cost being very clear. No. A voice rang out, and Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanshan and the two elders. This talent, in the hands of others, may just be not bad. But in Shanshan's hands, it is the strongest talent. Given time, she can become the strongest beast master in Blue Star, no. In the myriad beast realm. Upon hearing this, not only Lan Luli but even Su Yuli turned their puzzled gazes towards him. Yun Shanshan herself felt a bit confused. She just thought her talent was good, but after Lu Yuan's words, it seemed even more impressive than she had imagined. Lu Yuan didn't keep them in suspense. He looked at a human-shaped beast behind Yun Shanshan. Saint of Dawn. Because, the Saint of Dawn has a unique characteristic. As he spoke, a piece of information that everyone had overlooked resurfaced in everyone's mind. The potential of the Beastmaster Saint of Dawn will permanently remain at 5 stars, and will not decrease due to any form of advancement or influence. The living room fell into silence. Blue Yuli's expression changed from curiosity to astonishment, and finally became a blank stare. Su Yuli's hand also hung in midair, her eyes filled with shock. Yun Shanshan blinked, and slowly connected this characteristic with her own talent, her little mouth gradually forming an O shape. A Beastmaster with a constant 5-star potential that never drops. A talent that can transfer potential to other Beastmasters. What does the combination of these two mean? It means Yun Shanshan possesses an inexhaustible 5-star potential source. She can continuously borrow 1 star of potential from the Saint of Dawn to fill the potential of all her other Beastmasters, while the Saint of Dawn remains completely unharmed. Wow. Blue Yuli held it in for a long time, finally just spitting out 2 words. She grabbed Yun Shanshan's shoulders and shook her hard. Are you the darling of the heavenly path? This talent combination is simply a bug in the world of cards. In the future, can't you mass-produce 5-star potential Beastmasters? Su Yuli looked at her daughter with complex feelings. She felt comforted by her daughter's fortune, yet frightened by this nearly unexplainable talent combination. Yun Shanshan was shaken to the point of dizziness, but her heart was blooming with joy. After Lu Yuan's analysis, she felt her talent had suddenly increased countless times. After the commotion, everyone's gaze focused on Lu Yuan. Blue Lily's eyes held a "I'm already over this, go ahead" attitude. Alright, it's your turn. Let's see what earth-shattering talent you've awakened. Lu Yuan smiled. Actually, I had awakened my talent before. This time, it should count as a strengthening and supplementing of that talent. The living room fell silent again. Blue Lily pointed at Lu Yuan and struggled to say anything for a long time, while Su Yueli could only smile wryly. Lu Yuan ignored their reactions and continued, "The talent I awakened is called Seal. The initial effect is called Seal 10,000 Beast Seal. 10,000 Beast Seal, using on any of your own Beastmasters, the target will double all attributes for 10 minutes, and instantly recover all injuries, energy, and negative states. No side effects. Just the first effect made Su Yueli and Blue Lily's pupils constrict. Instant full recovery, combined with double attributes, this is almost like gaining an extra life and a trump card to turn the tide in battle. And this time, I awakened the second seal." Lu Yuan's words reached everyone's ears. Seal Battle Soul Seal. Battle Soul Seal, after using on any of your own Beastmasters, the target will triple their attack power for 10 minutes and be immune to one control-type skill. Also, no side effects. Moreover, the seal has gone from gathering one piece a day to now being able to gather two, with no storage limit. Triple attack power, immunity to control. Blue Lily had completely given up on thinking, sinking back into the sofa while hugging the sacred flame fire sparrow, burying her head in its feathers, murmuring, "Crazy, it's all gone crazy, a bug machine, a moving war machine, Yueli, it seems we are really getting old." This time, Su Yueli didn't refute, she just nodded with a wry smile. The future of these two children has completely surpassed her imagination. Lu Yuan looked at his palm, where it seemed there were two invisible seals slowly flowing. The introduction of the talent had clearly mentioned, 3 seals combined may give birth to a new change. Now, the recovery and enhancement of the 10,000 Beast Seal. The ultimate attack of the Battle Soul Seal, with 2 seals in hand, he possesses battle power that far exceeds those of the same rank. So, what will the yet-to-awaken third seal be? And after the 3 seals merge, what kind of effect will it create? Chapter 146, The Might of the Dragon Emperor. Inside the villa. Lu Yuan recalled the radiant Holy Spirit and other contracted beasts back to the contract space. "Aunt Su, Aunt Lon, I want to take a trip to the Points Mall." Su Yueling nodded, her voice gentle, "Go ahead, the opportunity is right in front of you, there is no better time than now." "I'll go too." Yun Shanxian immediately stood up and naturally stood beside Lu Yuan. The two walked on the path paved with ice crystals at Beiming Academy, instantly becoming the center of attention. There was no way around it, their appearance at this moment was too eye-catching. On Lu Yuan's shoulder lay a small dragon of pure ice blue, its dragon eyes tightly closed, seemingly dozing. At his feet, a completely black little dragon followed closely, silent as a shadow. Yin Shanshan held a snow-white little dragon, which had buried its head in her arms, like the best hand-warmer in the world. The 3 holy dragons concealed all their auras, looking like exquisite silver-grade ornamental pets. But even so, the noble mystery rooted deep in their blood made every student who saw them's heart skip a beat. "Look! It's Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Oh my, they watched the Points Mall last time. Finally seeing them in person today. Since they challenged the Cold Abyss rank last time, it's been a while since we saw the 2 of them. What are those 3 little dragons beside them? They look too good. Are they new contracts? They seem to be silver grade, but feel weak. Could they have high potential? Don't underestimate them. I heard last time they challenged the Cold Abyss rank, they won with ease without using full effort. These 2 are monsters." Amidst the discussions, the 2 arrived at the bustling Points Mall. The senior responsible for exchanges, upon seeing them, had his eyelids jump, promptly putting on a warm smile and approaching eagerly. "Junior Lu, Junior Yun, what do you need today?" Lu Yuan did not waste words, projecting a material list he had prepared long ago onto the exchange platform's light screen. "All of these, I want them all." The senior's gaze swept over the list, and his breath halted for a moment. Eye of the Void, Illusion Crystal, High-Dimensional Dust, Mirror Realm Sand. All were top-tier silver materials for space-type or illusion-type contracted beasts, among which several were rare items with prices set by supply and demand. "Junior, are you sure all of them?" The senior's voice was a bit dry. "Yes." Lu Yuan nodded. The glimpse mirror had reached the pinnacle of silver, just one step away from the gold rank. What he needed to do was use resources to push it directly to the gold rank and unlock the next evolution. As the senior operated, Lu Yuan's points bracelet evaporated at an unprecedented speed. 215,000. 150,000. 100,000. 50,000. When the last material on the list was crossed off, he had less than 1,000 points left. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, his gaze was attracted by a special material that had just been put on the shelf. Special material, shattered mirror void ore. Rank, gold. Description: a rare ore born at the intersection of space rifts and shattered mirror realms, containing a trace of the original power that intertwines real and illusion. Price, 35,000 points. Lu Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. This item, to the glimpse mirror's value, surpassed all the materials he had just bought. He glanced at his points, which were only in the 3-digit range, and his brow furrowed slightly. At this moment, a small white hand reached out and gently tapped on the screen, directly pressing the exchange button for the shattered mirror void ore. Yun Qianqian said nothing, only raised her own bracelet. Ding! 35,000 points vanished in an instant. She picked up the ore that radiated a strange luster, stuffed it into Lu Yuan's hand, then tilted her little face up, her peach blossom eyes smiling like crescent moons. As if to say, it's yours. What is mine is yours, what is yours is mine. Lu Yuan looked at her and said no thanks. He simply packed away the ore and held her hand. Let's go. The two turned around, but a cold voice echoed from the side. Excuse me, please stay. A young man in an elite uniform blocked their way. My name is Lu Xinan, number 87 on the Tianshuang list. The young man stated his name directly. The shattered mirror ore you have is extremely important to me. I'll pay 70,000 points, double, for you to give it to me. His tone was not one of negotiation. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids, holding Yun Qianqian's hand, he walked around him. Being so thoroughly ignored, Lu Xinan's face instantly turned a shade of iron green. Stop! He shouted sharply, anger lacing his voice. Kid, you may not know, I'm not only on the Tianshuang list but also a key player in the college beast training competition appointed by Mentorlon. My ace beast, the Void Mirror Beast, is at a critical period of breakthrough and urgently needs this shattered mirror ore. This concerns our North Ming Academy's reputation in the national competition. He laid out the righteousness of the academy, trying to pressure them with his fame. The surrounding students instantly buzzed in surprise. It's Senior Lu Xinan. A rising star in his 3rd year. The Void Mirror Beast is a 3-star potential beast. For the honor of the academy, letting go of one piece of material seems reasonable, right? However, Lu Yuan still ignored him. As if the Tianshuang list, college competition, and academy reputation meant nothing to him. Such disregard was more heart-wrenching than any mockery. Lu Xinan's face turned from green to purple, completely enraged. Okay. Very well. You refuse a toast and force me to a penalty. He roared, and the contract space burst with light. Roar! A gigantic beast, covered in lava armor called the Flame Armor Earth Dragon, crashed to the ground, its scorching breath increasing the temperature around them. Immediately following, a sky wind griffin made of storm feathers and a dark crystal scorpion made of pitch black crystal also appeared. 3 golden-ranked beasts. A powerful pressure surged forth, forcing the surrounding onlookers to retreat in fear. Lu Xinan's gaze turned cold. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the item, or you can forget about having it easy at North Ming Academy from now on. Yun Qianqian's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to act, Lu Yuan held her hand down. Lu Yuan's gaze finally shifted from Yun Qianqian to Lu Xinan's face. At that moment, the small black dragon, Nidhogg, who had been silently lurking beside him, slowly raised its head. Its pure black eyes cast a brief glance at the 3 imposing golden-ranked beasts. Just a single glance. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze. An indescribable fear, originating from the depths of their souls, instantly gripped the throats of the 3 golden-ranked beasts. This was an absolute suppression from the top of the food chain. It was a king's indifferent gaze. Woo! The Flame Armor Earth Dragon, which had been so fierce just a second ago, let out a wailing cry, its massive body trembling like chaff, its legs giving way as it collapsed heavily to the ground, its head pressed tightly against the ground, afraid to move an inch. The Sky Wind Griffin and Dark Crystal Scorpion fared even worse, becoming frozen in place, their energy uncontrollably dissipating. They couldn't even stand. Lu Xinan's smug grin froze instantly. He looked in disbelief at the 3 prideful beasts he commanded, unable to understand what had just happened. Just then, a sharper pressure emanated from the entrance of the point shop, instantly covering the entire area. Everyone turned to look. A woman dressed in a traditional Chinese tassel robe, holding a jade flute, with a cold and beautiful face, was walking slowly towards them. Her gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lu Xinan, her expression icy. Seeing the newcomer, all color drained from Lu Xinan's face. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian had only seen her in the form of their wristbands. Second on the Tianshuang list, Qi. Chapter 147, Lu Li's Apprentice. Qi Shuri De Chuxian, Xuanjian Dongjiel Jifan Shangcheng Menku De Xuanxiu. Her gaze did not linger on Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, but instead pierced straight at Lu Xinan, whose face turned from green to purple. It was an emotionless examination, yet it made Lu Xinan feel as if he were seen clearly inside and out. All of Lu Xinan's anger and calculations turned into a ridiculous clown under that one glance. The surrounding students did not dare to breathe. Second in the Tian Xuan list. This was not something someone like Lu Xinan, ranked over 80, could compare to. That was someone truly standing at the pinnacle of Beiming Academy. There were even rumors on the forum that as long as Qishuri was willing, she could take the first place. Qishuri, long time no see. Lu Xinan's voice lost all its arrogance. Now he found himself in a dilemma. Recalling his beast was equivalent to publicly admitting defeat, shaming himself, but if he didn't, he had no doubt that in the next moment he would be violently beaten by the person opposite, still resulting in shame. Qishuri did not respond to his address, merely spoke coldly, her voice as clear as jade striking against stone. Fighting privately is prohibited within the academy. A simple few words, yet they carried undeniable authority. Just as Lu Xinan was sweating coldly, unsure how to conclude, a very familiar voice came from outside the crowd. That's right. The crowd automatically parted, and a graceful figure in black athletic gear walked slowly forward. It was Lan Liuli. At this moment, her face showed no trace of the laziness and mockery seen at the villa. Her beautiful eyes held a sharpness and coldness that could freeze souls. With each step she took, an intangible aura pressed down, making it hard for people to breathe. This was the devil instructor of Beiming Academy that all elite students feared, Lan Liuli, Instructor Lan. Lan Instructor. The moment Lu Xinan saw Lan Liuli, his face turned completely pale, whiter than the axia in Yin Shanshan's arms. He quickly tried to explain, Instructor, Lu Xinan. Lan Liuli interrupted him. Do you think that with your rank of 87th on the Tian Xuan list, you are qualified to bully others in the academy? Or do you think that I am giving you a spot in the college monster competition to serve as your capital for showing off? Every word struck deep. Lu Xinan's body could not help but tremble. He wanted to argue but found that under Lan Liuli's gaze, he could not say a single word. From now on, you are removed from both the formal and preliminary lists for the college monster competition. Lan Liuli's declaration struck Lu Xinan's heart like a heavy blow. No. Lan Instructor. Fear and disbelief were written all over Lu Xinan's face. That spot was one he had fought tirelessly for, his greatest honor and support for the future. However, Lan Liuli merely shot him a cold glance. Get lost. That one word completely shattered Lu Xinan's psychological defenses. He soullessly recalled the three beasts that still lay on the ground, afraid to move, and awkwardly left under countless gazes. A farce thus came to an end. Only then did Lan Liuli turn her gaze toward Qishuri. The coldness in her eyes finally softened. She glanced at the calm Lu Yuan and the puffed-up Yin Shanshan. You three, come with me. Moments later, in a training ground exclusive to Lan Liuli. Confirming no one else was around, the sharp aura around Lan Liuli instantly vanished without a trace. She lazily stretched without any image at all, then directly pounced on Qishuri, arms wide open for a big bear hug. My little Shuri. I've missed you so much. Let teacher see if anyone's bullied you outside. This sudden change in atmosphere left Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan stunned. Qishuri clearly was already used to this. She helplessly sidestepped Lan Liuli's enthusiasm, and on that beautiful face, tenderness and a headache finally appeared. Teacher, please maintain your authority as a teacher in front of outsiders. Oh, what outsiders? Lan Liuli waved her hand dismissively, plopped down on the training ground, and patted the spot beside her, signaling Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan to sit. These two little ones are my best friend's students, rounding off, they are half my students, no need for formalities. She cheerfully introduced both sides. Little Yuan, Shanshan, let me formally introduce to you, this is one of my two disciples, Shi. Little Shi, these are your Aunt Sue's little treasures, Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan. Teacher? Disciple? Yin Shanshan's small mouth opened in surprise, forming an O. She could never have imagined that the renowned second on the Frosty rankings was actually Aunt Lan's student. Lu Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Hello, Senior Qi. Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan quickly stood up to greet her. Shi slightly nodded to the two, acknowledging them, but her gaze lingered for a moment on the small black dragon beside Lu Yuan, a hint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Alright, don't just stand there. Lan Liuli clapped her hands and asked, Little Shi, weren't you training in the 7th Space Rift? Why are you suddenly back? When it came to business, Shi's expression became serious. My main battle beast Moon Will has hit a bottleneck while trying to break into Platinum High Tier and needs some special mental materials to assist in the breakthrough, so I came back to exchange some points and resources. She paused, then asked, Teacher, do you have any news about Tang Si recently? Tang Si. Upon hearing this name, the smile on Lan Liuli's face faded somewhat. She shook her head. Ever since she plunged into the 6th Space Rift a year ago, it's like she disappeared from the world, with no news at all. A hint of gloom flickered in Chi-Chi's eyes, but she quickly returned to calmness. It seemed she didn't want to discuss this topic further, changing the subject instead. Teacher, with Lu Yuan being withdrawn by you, what will happen to the team for the upcoming university competition? In the third year of Beiming Academy, while Lu Yuan's strength wasn't top-notch, his Void Mirror Beast had great strategic significance in team battles and was indispensable. It's just missing a fighter, what's the big deal? Lan Lioli said nonchalantly. Chi-Chi frowned slightly, but where are we going to find someone to replace his position who can also mesh well with the team? Who said we need to find someone? Lan Lioli suddenly revealed a cunning smile, like a fox. Her gaze swept back and forth over Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, making the two little ones feel a chill down their spines. Far away in the sky, right here in front of you. Lan Lioli reached out her finger, pointed at Lu Yuan, then at Yun Xianxian. For this university beast competition, you two will go with your senior chi. Chapter 148, Battling the Moonwheel Owl. This sudden appointment caught both Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian off guard, but the one who felt more shocked was Chi-Chi. Her brows instantly furrowed, and obvious emotional fluctuations appeared on her beautiful face. Teacher, this is not appropriate, is it? Chi-Chi's tone carried a hint of confusion. Aren't they just freshmen? She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, and her gaze held no disdain, just stating the facts. I know they are talented, but in the University Beast competition, they will be facing the top third-year students from major elite academies, each battle-hardened. I'm not looking down on junior students, but those guys will spare no effort for their own school's honor, always targeting the weakest. I'm afraid. Before Chi-Chi could finish, she was interrupted by Lan Lioli's laughter. What are you afraid of? Lan Lioli walked over to her side and patted her shoulder. Little Shi, what you should be afraid of is that those guys will cry when faced with these two little monsters. She gave a little nod towards Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian. Don't be afraid. Their strength is terrifying. You might only be able to draw with one of them. This statement completely stunned Chi-Chi. She, ranked second on the Frost list, was acknowledged as the strongest at Beiming Academy. How could the teacher say that she might draw with these two freshmen who had just entered school for half a year? Seeing Chi-Chi's face filled with disbelief, Lan Lioli couldn't help but smile. She enjoyed watching her genius disciple face setbacks. Don't believe it? Then it's simple. Lan Lioli's gaze swept between Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, finally resting on Yun Xianxian. Xianxian, let your beautiful white dragon spar with your senior sister Chi. Let her see. Yun Xianxian glanced at Lu Yuan, saw him nod slightly, and stepped forward cheerfully. Okay. Chi-Chi knew her teacher never joked around. Since it was said, it must hold deep meaning. She stood up, slightly nodded at Yun Xianxian, and her expression became focused again. Then I'll be rude, junior sister. As her words fell, a brilliant light flashed before her, and an extraordinary giant owl quietly appeared. It was covered entirely in silver-white feathers, each feather seemed to be formed by moonlight, emitting a cold glow. Beastmaster, Moonwheel Owl. Rank, Platinum High Level. Potential, 3 stars. A powerful Beastmaster about to enter the peak of Platinum. Yun Xianxian was not slow either. With a thought, she summoned Axia. The snow-white little dragon in her arms let out a soft cry and transformed into a streak of white light that flew out. The white light stretched in the air, rapidly growing larger, changing from a cute handwarmer into an elegant dragon beast nearly 10 meters long, covered in radiant holy scales. It did not transform into a human queen form, but displayed a more intimidating dragon beast appearance. A pure platinum-level dragon might roared out, clashing with the pressure of the Moonwheel Owl. Evelia, resting on Lu Yuan's shoulder, was still pretending to sleep, indifferent to everything before her. Chi-Chi felt the formidable pressure from Axia, which was no less than her Moonwheel Owl, and a look of surprise crossed her face, yet she remained calm. Indeed very strong, but it's still just platinum low level. She thought to herself. Between platinum, there was an unmistakable gap between high level and low level. Lan Lioli stepped aside, watching with great interest, and smiled at Lu Yuan. Xiao Yuan, aren't you worried? Sister Chi can't defeat Axia without using a third or even fourth beast. Lu Yuan's tone was assured. In the arena, Chi said no more and directly gave her command. Moonwheel, Silent Feather. The Moonwheel Owl flapped its wings, and dozens of silver-feathered projectiles shot through the air towards Axia from all directions. These feathers were not only sharp but also carried a special energy that disturbed the mind. Axia, Royal Guard Radiant Divine Armor. Yun Xianxian's voice rang clear. Buzz. Instantly, a gorgeous armor-like illusion made of pure light energy emerged around Axia, enveloping it completely. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of impacts echoed as the silent feathers struck the divine armor, yet failed to leave even the slightest mark, being purified and dissolved by the flowing light of the armor. Chi-Chi's pupils narrowed. Such strong defensive skills. Mental impact. The golden eyes of the moon will all suddenly shot out 2 mental arrows. However, those mental arrows vanished without a trace as they approached within 3 meters of Axia. Queen's territory law of light. Within the domain, the laws of light persist indefinitely, not allowing foreign powers to invade. Interesting. Chi-Chi's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Moonwheel, Moon Shadow Clones, Moonblade Storm. The moon will owl let out a high-pitched cry, its figure instantly splitting into 3, with 3 identical giant owls simultaneously flapping their wings, stirring up 3 terrifying tornadoes composed of countless moonlight blades, swirling in from 3 directions to encircle and annihilate. This is one of the killing moves of the Moonwheel Owl, combining illusion, powerful attacks, and range. Faced with such an assault, Yun Qianqian still chose to believe. Akshaya, Heaven's Punishment, Roar a King's Sword. Akshaya let out a dragon's roar, looking up to the sky. A ray of holy light soared into the sky, condensing into a massive holy light king's sword dozens of meters long above the training ground. Boom, the holy light king's sword came crashing down violently. It didn't attack any of the avatars but directly struck at the center of the 3 tornado storms. In that instant, the entire training ground was engulfed in dazzling white light. The raging moon blade storm clashed violently with the destructive radiant energy. As the energy wave settled, the 2 avatars of the moon will all had already vanished, and its main body fell from the sky, leaving a charred mark on its silver-white feathers, its breath slightly chaotic. Clearly, it had suffered quite a loss in the recent confrontation. On the other side, Akshaya's situation looked worse. Its radiant divine armor was shattered, and its holy dragon scales were covered with dozens of wounds cut by the moon blades. Although not deep, blood was seeping out, making it look quite battered. Akshaya! Yun Qianqian felt a pang in her heart at this sight. Even though she knew Akshaya's recovery ability, seeing it injured still made her feel heartbroken. Chi-Chi 11 looked at the injured Akshaya, ready to say that's enough. She had already acknowledged the opponent's strength, resisting her killing move with a low-tier platinum, though losing ground, was still something to be proud of. However, the next second, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. Akshaya's body flashed with a gentle holy light. Divine grace illuminates, royal authority. In just an instant, the multitude of wounds visibly healed at an incredible speed, the shattered scales regrew, and the dissipated energy was instantly replenished. It took merely a second. The dragon beast that had appeared badly injured transformed back into its original, pure, and brilliant appearance, as if the intense battle had been merely an illusion. Chi-Chi 11's mouth slightly opened, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. What kind of recovery ability is this? This is beyond healing. Is this time reversal? No more fighting. No more fighting. Yun Qianqian ran over with heartache and embraced Akshaya. She lifted her head, looking towards the still shocked Chi-Chi 11, and said, Senior Chi-Chi, let's call it a draw. Although my Akshaya can't beat your moon will owl now, as long as you don't summon a 3rd beast, you definitely cannot defeat her. If Akshaya gets hurt again, I will be heartbroken. The girl's words carried a protective innocence, but the confidence in her voice struck a huge impact on Chi-Chi 11's mind. As long as there's no 3rd beast, you can't defeat her? She didn't even mention her 2nd beast. Chi-Chi 11 could sense that Yun Qianqian wasn't lying. Because she could feel that this holy dragon before her was nearly an indestructible moving fortress in battles of the same rank. Chapter 149, 3 Become an Army, Yesterday's Glory. Inside the training ground, the air still lingered with energy from the clash of light and moon. Chi-Chi 11 fell into a long silence. She watched the white dragon beast, which had changed into a warm companion, affectionately rubbing its head against Yun Qianqian. Then she glanced at her own moonwheel owl, which had slightly messy feathers, and for a moment, she couldn't react. That recovery ability had completely overturned her understanding of battle endurance. Just then, a pair of slender arms wrapped around her from behind, and the mischievous voice of Lan Liuli whispered in her ear. How about it, little 11, are you scared? These 2 little monsters from Aunt Sue's family cannot be measured by common sense. The warm breath made Chi-Chi 11's ears feel a bit ticklish. She subconsciously wanted to break free, but was held even tighter. Lan Liuli leaned in closer and lowered her voice. And let me tell you, Qianqian, this white dragon cannot be killed, as long as her energy isn't exhausted, you will never be able to truly harm her. As for Lu Yuan's black dragon. She pointed at the pitch-black little dragon at Lu Yuan's feet. That one can really cause destruction. If it comes to a real fight, your moon phase owl will be half damaged in one blow. This shattered Chi-Chi's pride in her heart. A platinum high-level moon phase owl, half damaged in one blow? She knew her teacher never exaggerated. Chi-Chi took a deep breath and finally broke free from that shock. She no longer looked at her teacher, but turned and walked straight to Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, bowing to the 2 of them. I apologize, I had too narrow a view before. I apologize for my previous hesitation. Her movements were standard and serious, with no hint of insincerity. Sister Chi, don't be like this. Yun Shanshan was taken aback by her gesture and hurriedly stepped forward to support her. The girl's face showed no hint of joy. We just learned we are competing, and we're teammates now. I hope to learn from you more in the future. Lu Yuan also nodded, indicating he had not taken the previous matter to heart. That's right. Lan Liuli clapped her hands and walked over to put her arm around Qi Shi's shoulders. Speaking of which, the last time a first-year student was promoted to the main team for the college competition was me, Yuli, Lingya, and Qinyan's class. How nostalgic. Lingya. When this name was mentioned by Lan Liuli, Lu Yuan recalled the first time he met Lan Liuli when she mentioned Xiaoya. That woman who gave him life but was a blank in his memory. It turned out she was once such an exceptionally talented genius, standing on the same stage at a similar age, enjoying the glory of being in the spotlight. A surge of emotions rose in his heart. There was pride born from his mother's past glory, but more, there was pressure. He must surpass this glory, must go further than she did, to seek the truth of her disappearance, to gain the power to protect everything. Lan Liuli didn't notice Lu Yuan's momentary distraction. She changed the subject and grabbed Qi Shi's arm and asked, "Little Shi, the competition is in 2 months. What are your plans?" Qi Shi snapped back to her thoughts and replied, "I will go back to the academy to prepare the materials for the Moon Phase Owl to break through the Platinum Peak and then synchronize tactics with the other team members." "What do you need to synchronize? Your teammates are right here." Lan Liuli directly pushed her towards the training ground, arranging everything without argument. "Come on, come back to the hillside villa with me. Ansu has missed you, and she recently researched a roasted meat dish with fox fire that is crispy outside and juicy inside. You loved it the most, didn't you?" "Teacher. Stop with the teacher talk, it's settled. After today, you can practice." Under Lan Liuli's persistent persuasion and the ultimate temptation of fox fire roasted meat, Qi Shi's cold expression finally showed signs of softening. She glanced at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, indeed wanting to understand these two enigmatic new teammates better, and eventually agreed half-heartedly. When the group returned to the hillside villa, Su Yueli, who was in the living room checking the Beast Mastery encyclopedia on a light screen, looked surprised when she saw Qi Shi. "Shi? When did you come back?" "Aunt Su." Qi Shi greeted respectfully. "Quick, sit down." Su Yueli warmly invited her to take a seat. After some pleasantries, once everyone was settled in the living room, Su Yueli's gentle smile gradually faded, and her expression became serious. Her gaze slowly swept over Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and the upright Qi Shi. The atmosphere in the living room quietly changed at this moment. Su Yueli's voice was clear and powerful, echoing in the quiet living room. "Regarding the upcoming Beastmaster competition, Liuli should have already informed you. I will reiterate here, your only goal is the championship." Qi Shi's gaze sharpened. The championship, this goal could not be described as anything less than grand. In the history of the top 100 universities competitions, strong schools gathered and monsters flocked. Although Beiming Academy had always ranked high, it had not touched that final trophy for many years. She paused, seemingly giving the three of them time to digest, then dropped a real bombshell. And in order to achieve this goal, the team representing Beiming Academy will not be the usual 5 members. Su Yueli's gaze locked onto the 3 of them as she spoke each word clearly. "The competitors will only be the 3 of you." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Yun Shanshan blinked, somewhat unable to react. Lan Liuli had a look of "I knew it would be like this," leisurely snacking on treats. As for Qi Shi, the second strongest on the Tian Shuang rankings, her face showed an undisguised surprise for the first time. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, her tone filled with confusion. "Aunt Su? 3 people competing? How is this possible? The competition rules allow for a full 5-member team. By doing this, we will be at an absolute disadvantage in tactical reserves, beast configurations, and even the most basic energy rotation. This is almost..." She did not finish, but the meaning was very obvious. Facing Qi Shi's questioning, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli exchanged glances. "For others, it is a disadvantage," Su Yueli said calmly. "But for you, 3 is enough." Qi Shi's mind was in chaos. She could not comprehend the thoughts of these 2 epic-level powerhouses. However, at that moment, the usually silent Lu Yuan calmly spoke up. He looked at the trust in the eyes of the 2 elders, and his fighting spirit was ignited. "We understand." He answered for the 3 of them. No questions, no hesitation, only total acceptance. This extraordinary calmness made the confused Qi Shi glance at him again. She looked at this junior, who was nearly 2 years younger than herself, and suddenly felt that perhaps she had underestimated him. Chapter 150, The Evolution of the Mirroring Demon. In just 1 month, time flew past rapidly in the training grounds of the mountainside villa. Qi Shi felt that the impact she experienced in this month exceeded all that of the past 20 years combined. What she had once thought of as team integration should have been about precise tactical drills, skill coordination, and reasonable energy distribution. But the reality was Axia, Royal Decree, Final Radiance. Blow them up. Nidhogg, Void Grip, Royal Pull. Bring them over to blow up together. Ivalia, Queen's Decree, Extreme Cold Breath. Freeze them, don't let them run. On the training field, the commands from Yun Chanxian and Lu Yuan were simple and brutally effective. 3 Platinum Tier Holy Dragons, in a completely unreasonable manner, crushed the elite team puppets simulated by Lan Lioli, which were said to be able to compete with Platinum Peak Beastmasters, into powder within 30 seconds. Qi-Shi's 2 high-level Platinum Beasts only managed to cast a few auxiliary skills throughout the process, and then watched as the so-called training, which was actually massacre, unfolded before her. How is it, little Shi, getting used to it? On the sidelines, Lan Lioli asked while cracking sunflower seeds. Qi rubbed her temples, her expression numb, used to it. My tactic is to let my beasts not get in the way before those 2 finish off the enemies. Lan Lioli laughed heartily at her. In this 1 month, Qi finally understood why Su Yueli and Lan Lioli dared to let the 3 of them team up. This was simply not a conventional team. Yun Chanxian's Dragon Queen, Axia, was the absolute core of the team. A moving spring with untouchable healing and terrifying defense ensures the lowest limit of the team. And Lu Yuan's 2 dragons, the Dark Prison Dragon King Nidhogg and the Dragon Frost Queen Freya, represent the team's highest limit, extreme destruction, and absolute control. Moreover, besides these 3 summoned beasts, the other summoned beasts in their possession are all absurdly functional. As for herself, she was originally supposed to be the main attacker of the team, but now her role feels more like a patch to fill gaps. However, this feeling of lying down to win became somewhat addictive after the initial shock. She felt herself gradually becoming glazed. Especially when she saw Lu Yuan's Silver Tier Holy Spirit, a Holy Spirit's blessing could grant the entire team immunity to basic mental attacks. That same Silver Tier Void Mirage could evade all area traps in advance. And that strange mirror could perfectly replicate an enemy's summoned beast, disrupting the opposing formation at a critical moment. She completely gave up on trying to understand this pair of juniors with common sense. These 2 were born to overturn the rules. In the dead of night. In Lu Yuan's bedroom, the lights were off, only the moonlight spilled in from outside. The air was filled with spatial energy fluctuations, mixed with an ethereal breath. The eye mirror floated above the shattered mirror void mine. The silver peak was about to break through. After a month of resource accumulation, it finally reached this critical point. In the corner of the room, Freya and Nidhogg stood guard on either side of the eye mirror. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged, connecting his mental energy with the eye mirror. Let's begin. His thought moved. Buzz. That piece of shattered mirror void mine lit up, transforming into a beam of flowing light, directly merging into the frame of the eye mirror. In an instant, the silver patterns on the frame of the eye mirror began to arrange and combine on their own. Originally just 2-dimensional patterns now created a sense of 3-dimensional depth, as if opening up a miniature mirror world in the frame. Its aura rose steadily. The barrier of the silver peak became shaky under this surge of energy. Crack. A crisp shattering sound, seemingly from the soul level, echoed. A powerful aura far beyond the silver tier erupted explosively from the eye mirror. Golden low tier. It worked. The light of promotion gradually withdrew, and the eye mirror quietly floated in mid-air. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the contract link between him and the eye mirror had become tighter and stronger. And on the summoner's illustration, the panel of the eye mirror had been completely refreshed. Summoned Beast, Eye Mirror. Potential, 3 stars. Tier, Golden Low Tier. Racial Skills. 1. All things in nature, can replicate a friendly summoned beast in time, strength not exceeding 2 small tiers of the eye mirror, in addition to the replicated summoned beast, can recreate a complete image of a friendly summoned beast in advance. Can be released at any time during battle, lasting 5 minutes, current storage capacity. 3. Additionally, can store an illusion of an enemy that has been defeated, possessing 100% of the original strength for 2 minutes. 2. Reverse Light, absorb and double return an enemy summoned beast's energy or flight skill. Once every 8 minutes. 3. Mirror Synchronization, choose a friendly summoned beast and establish a mirror link with it, lasting 1 minute. During the link, all linked units will evenly share the damage received. Currently can link a maximum of 10 units. Dragon Might Manifestation, the eye mirror can perfectly simulate and release the pressure of a golden tier giant dragon. The dragon's strength increases with the eye mirror's strength, causing strong mental intimidation and fear effects on all beings below the golden tier. Bloodline Reflection, can reflect the bloodline information of the target, with a chance to replicate its bloodline talent in the summoned beasts copied by all things in nature. Can project bloodline talents onto friendly summoned beasts, lasting 3 minutes. Bloodline talents can store 5 in advance. Can be enhanced. For the advancement of the Mirror of Insight, Lu Yuan's face showed little joy. Because this is just the beginning. He concentrated and opened his palm. 2 items radiating epic brilliance quietly appeared in his palm. One was a piece of glass seemingly stitched together from countless broken mirrors, each reflecting a different illusion, bizarre and unpredictable, thousand mirage glass. The other was a completely transparent crystal, its light perfectly synchronized with the space itself, resonance crystal. Evolution conditions. 1. Beastmaster rank reaching gold rank, already achieved. 2. Evolution material, 1000 mirage glass, epic, ×1, already prepared. 3. Evolution material, resonance crystal, epic, ×1, already prepared. Everything was in place. On the page of the Beastmaster's Atlas, the evolution option leading to Deceitful Mirror of Heaven showed the words can evolve. Lu Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. Evolve. Chapter 151, Deceitful Mirror of Heaven. The moment Lu Yuan's thought was conveyed, the 1000 mirage glass and resonance crystal simultaneously transformed into two streams of light, merging into the body of the Mirror of Insight. Buzz. In the room, a wave of energy spread explosively. The floating Mirror of Insight was no longer calm. The silver patterns on the mirror frame seemed to come alive, wildly flowing and reorganizing, ultimately condensing into a silver dragon, its head biting its tail, surrounding the entire mirror surface. The mirror itself transformed from solid to liquid, becoming a swirling silver vortex, slowly rotating. The back of the mirror was shrouded in darkness. An oval standing mirror about a person's height was thus reborn. A pressure far beyond golden rank emanated from the mirror. In the corner of the room, Ivira and Nidhogg, who were originally meditating with closed eyes, opened their eyes simultaneously and looked towards the newly born mirror. Dragon might. In Ivira's ice-blue dragon eyes, surprise flashed. This dragon might did not arise from bloodline, but was a mimesis, a perfect reproduction of the concept of dragon. In front of Lu Yuan, the panel of the Beastmaster's Atlas had refreshed. Beast, Deceitful Mirror of Heaven. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low gold rank. Racial skills. Deceitful True Shadow, can perfectly replicate one friendly beast, its power cannot exceed a big rank higher than the Deceitful Mirror of Heaven, the copy possesses 100% power in all skills of the original, lasting 8 minutes. Can pre-replicate a complete image of a friendly beast in the mirror and instantly release it during battle, current storage capacity. 3. Additionally, can permanently store 5 true shadows of enemies that have been copied or completely defeated, with a true shadow possessing 120% power of the original, lasting 3 minutes. Mirror Law Reversal, absorb an energy or rule-type skill released by an enemy beast, and analyze and enhance it, with the option to return 3 times the skill or transform it into 3 random negative statuses, weakened, ensnared, chaotic, returned to the caster, once every 5 minutes. Mirror Domain Linked Life, unfold a mirror domain with a radius of 100 meters, forcibly linking all friendly units within range for 2 minutes. During the linking period, all damage will be completely averaged, and every time damage is taken, there will be a 20% chance to completely reflect the damage back to the attacker. Dragon Soul Command, the Deceitful Mirror of Heaven can summon a Golden Peak Dragon Soul Phantom. The dragon level increases with the Deceitful Mirror of Heaven, causing continuous soul pressure and action suppression on beings that are not more than 1 big rank lower, and can command the dragon soul to perform physical attacks. Bloodline Rewrite, can reflect and analyze the enemy's bloodline source within the Deceitful True Shadow, with a high probability of permanently replicating 1 bloodline talent during the copy, currently can permanently retain 5 talents. Can temporarily grant the stored bloodline talents to friendly beasts, lasting 5 minutes, or briefly strip enemy beasts of bloodline enhancements. Deceitful Life Theft, upon activation, the Deceitful Mirror of Heaven can transfer a fatal damage suffered by a friendly unit to its mirror phantom to bear. Also, you can choose to steal the enemy's once effective buff state or healing effect and allocate it to all allies in the mirror domain. Lu Yuan looked at the brand new skill panel, unable to help but click his tongue. I become stronger again. Every skill was a divine technique, especially Dragon Soul Command, Bloodline Rewriting, and Heavenly Thief's Life Theft, making the Heavenly Thief Demon Mirror leap from a simple functional beast taming copier to an all-around core that combines control, support, and life-saving abilities. The pages of the Beast Taming Manual automatically flipped, revealing the next form of the Heavenly Thief Demon Mirror. Next evolution form, Formless Mirror Master. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast Taming rank reaches epic rank. 2. Evolution material, Mortal Mirror Core, epic level, ×1. 3. Evolution material, Heart of the Mirror Realm, king level, ×1. 4. Evolution material, Eternal Mirage Pearl, king level, ×1. Looking at those 2 king level materials, Lu Yuan smiled. Since when did even king level materials become so commonplace? But he didn't regret it. If he was going to walk this path, he would walk the strongest one. The next morning, Lu Yuan walked out of the bedroom and was surprised to find that Lan Liuli actually did not sleep in. She was dressed in a sharp black outfit, sitting on the living room sofa, waiting for something, the lazy aura around her completely gone. Seeing Lu Yuan, she raised her head. Get ready, today, Yuli and I will take you 3 to a good place. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Shanshan and Qi Shi also walked out of their respective rooms. Yun Shanshan asked curiously, "Where are we going, Aunt Lan?" "A place that you all should have seen a long time ago." Lan Lioli dropped a hint. Suyuli came out of the kitchen holding a few cups of warmed milk, her face showing a gentle smile, not letting them guess too much. The 10,000 Beasts Divine Mountain. Yun Shanshan's pair of peach blossom eyes widened in shock. The 10,000 Beasts Divine Mountain? Is that the legendary Forbidden Land where epic-level beasts roam? Shi asked in astonishment. Suyuli looked at Shi's shocked face, her expression unchanged. "That's right, it is the 10,000 Beasts Divine Mountain, but this time, it is not mainly for you." Lan Lioli took over the conversation, standing up from the sofa, stretching, the lazy aura around her completely vanished. "Your Aunt Sue and I have both been stuck at the epic peak for a long time. It's time to push for the king rank." Push for the king rank. That was the strongest realm for beast tamers, a presence standing at the peak of Long Country. Shi's breath paused for a moment. "But, the 10,000 Beasts Divine Mountain is the kingdom of beasts, the beings inside." Her words were filled with reverence. "Rules are made for ordinary people." Lan Lioli interrupted her. "Your Aunt Sue and I have already spoken with those mountain masters inside the mountain. As long as there are beasts willing to come with us, they will not interfere." Yun Shanshan's eyes widened even more, filled with little stars. "Mountain masters? Are they king-level beasts?" "Yes." Suyuli nodded. "So, taking you this time is to broaden your horizons, but remember, while you are there, put away all of your pride and maintain absolute respect." "We understand." Lu Yuan spoke. Suyuli and Lan Lioli exchanged glances. "All right, let's set off." Suyuli said, and with a thought, a figure appeared in the open space of the villa. A giant hawk appeared, letting out a clear cry. This was Suyuli's beast, the cloud-soaring skyhawk. The group jumped onto the back of the hawk, and the cloud-soaring skyhawk flapped its wings, instantly soaring into the clouds, disappearing into the horizon. Not knowing how long they had flown. As the cloud-soaring skyhawk began to slow down, an endless primitive mountain range appeared before everyone. Every tree here reached hundreds of meters high, blocking out the sun. This is the 10,000 Beasts Divine Mountain. A forbidden zone for humans, a paradise for beasts. The cloud-soaring skyhawk landed smoothly. Just as everyone had just stepped down from the hawk's back, the ground ahead began to tremble violently. Boom! Boom! A small mountain made of countless ancient trees and rocks slowly stood up from the ground. It opened a pair of eyes, looking down at the few tiny humans before it. A terrifying pressure, surpassing the epic, suddenly descended. Yun Shanshan and Shi's faces instantly turned pale. A voice directly echoed in everyone's ears. "Human race. Only with the Mountain Master's token can you enter the mountain. Show the token." Chapter 152, The Divine Mountain of Beasts. Faced with the question from the mountain-like beast, Yun Shanshan and Shi began to breathe cautiously. This was a terrifying existence of the epic level. However, Suyuli and Lan Lioli remained calm. Suyuli took out a crystal-clear leaf from the storage space of her wristband. She held the leaf in her palm without speaking. The standing rock giant slightly lowered its head, its huge eyes gazing at the leaf, and the authority slowly faded. "The Mountain Master's token, the proof is correct." The grand voice resounded once more. "Enter the mountain, human race. Remember, conceal your breath, do not disturb the creatures in the mountain." As soon as the words fell, that massive body trembled violently, its body made of ancient wood and rock slowly parted to the sides, actually creating a path leading to the depths of the sacred mountain. "Let's go." Suyuli put away the leaf and was the first to step onto the path. Lan Lioli followed closely and turned back to the three little creatures, saying, "Don't move around, don't touch." Yun Shanshan stuck out her tongue and curiously looked around at everything. On both sides of the path, there were valuable spirit plants from the outside world everywhere, and some glowing mushrooms even swayed with their footsteps, spreading tiny glowing spores. Shi maintained a sense of awe, feeling that every inch of this forest harbored unimaginable powerful breaths. Lu Yuan walked at the back, and his beast mastery guide crazily refreshed with previously unseen frequency the moment they entered the sacred mountain. Name, Shining Immortal Grass, rank, Diamond level. Name, Thousand-Year Tree Heart, rank, Platinum level. Name, Earth Vein Dragon Fern, rank, Platinum level. Top-level materials, which are hard to obtain outside, were like wild grass here. After passing through the long path, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A huge circular open space appeared in front of everyone, and in the center of the open space was an ancient altar made of unknown blue stone. The sky here seemed exceptionally clear, sunlight poured down. The atmosphere became solemn at that moment. Suyuli and Lan Lioli walked to the altar, standing side by side, bowing to the empty altar. Junior Suyuli. Junior Lan Lioli. Their voices echoed in the silent open space. We have come to the divine mountain of beasts, disturbing the seniors, wishing to seek a fated beast, to make a contract, and explore the path of the king together. Once the words fell, the entire divine mountain of beasts seemed to come to life at that moment. 6 distinct yet equally vast breaths surged upwards from the 6 directions of the open space. To the east, a divine deer, resembling polished white jade, with flowers blooming on its antlers and spirit butterflies resting on it, stepped lightly in the air, approaching slowly. To the west, a giant tortoise the size of a mountain slowly emerged, its shell engraved with the outlines of mountains and rivers. Each breath stirred the pulse of the earth veins. To the south, a chelan engulfed in 9-colored flames, with a dragon's head, lion's body, deer horns, and cowtail, stepped on clouds and gazed at everyone with majesty. To the north, a nearly 10-meter-tall humanoid Beastmaster appeared out of thin air, clad in heavy judgment armor, its face obscured by a helmet, holding a huge judgment scale in its hand. To the southeast, a huge butterfly slowly flapped its wings reflecting the stars of the heavens, and each flap scattered countless star-like glimmers. And lastly, from the northwest, a pitch-black giant serpent peeked half of its body out from a spatial crack, its scales embodying pure darkness. In those vertical pupils, there is a boundless chaos. 6 sovereigns. Yun Qianqian and Qi Shi were completely stunned, their minds blank. Each one is a peak existence in beast taming, and now, 6 of them appeared before them. At that moment, in front of Lu Yuan, the beast taming compendium opened automatically, and lines of data refreshed wildly. Beast, Kunlun 10,000 spirits deer. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak Sovereign. Beast, Biming Mountain Turtle. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak Sovereign. Beast, Jodo Chilan. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, High Sovereign. Beast, Silent Judgment. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak Sovereign. Beast, Sky Weaver. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak Sovereign. Beast, Void Devouring Python. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Peak Sovereign. Looking at each Peak Sovereign and High Sovereign rank, Lu Yuan's heart was also greatly impacted. All are Sovereign rank. Terrifying existences standing at the peak of the world. Yet their potential has already reached its limit. But the Jodo Chilan's potential surprisingly has 2 stars. Does that mean the Sovereign rank is not the limit for beasts? Is a Sovereign Beast Tamer not the limit for beast tamers? Lu Yuan's thoughts surged after 100 years. 6 seniors. Su Yueli spoke again, her voice carrying absolute respect. I came with friends, disturbing the tranquility of the Divine Mountain, only to seek the method of breakthrough and to form a contract with a companion willing to leave with us. As her voice fell, the most sacred and compassionate aura slightly trembled. An ethereal and peaceful voice rang out. We already know your intentions. It was the Kunlun 10,000 spirits deer. As its voice fell, the blossoms blooming on its antlers gently swayed. 4 beams of light flew out from behind it, landing in the center of the open space, transforming into 4 distinct beasts. On the left side, the first one was a humanoid spirit, its posture elegant, with 4 wings on its back, made of pure raging winds, surrounded by countless tiny wind blades, exuding a sharp aura. The second was a robust giant wolf, its entire body covered in dark red dragon scales, breathing flames between its snout, with a pair of vertical pupils filled with cruelty. The third was a fierce tiger with a white forehead and hanging eyes. Unlike ordinary tigers, it had a pair of pitch-black flesh wings on its back, with a killing aura soaring to the sky. And the fourth, farthest to the right, left Yun Qianqian and Qi Shi dumbfounded. It was a panda. A 2-meter-sized panda, casually sitting on a rock, holding a purple bamboo, crunching away. Except for one difference, every time it chewed, sparks of tiny purple lightning burst from the corners of its mouth, and a faint thunder sounded around it. These 4 beasts were, without exception, of epic peak level. 4 beasts, without exception, were all of epic peak level. The Kunlun 10,000 spirits deer's voice rang out again, clearing their doubts. The divine mountain of all beasts feels the change of the heavens and earth. These 4 are those who voluntarily come to the world, seeking their own path. Storm-winged spirit, prison flame dragon wolf, twin-winged slaughter tiger, thunder sound panda. If any of you are interested, feel free to step forward and form a contract. Chapter 153, Beast Selection by the Master. The 4 voluntarily entering the world, epic peak beasts, were examining Su Yueli and Lan Liuli in their own ways. The prison flame dragon wolf and twin-winged slaughter tiger roared as their gazes swept over Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. They were embodiments of killing and destruction, although the 2 women were powerful, their auras felt completely out of place with them. Proud beasts never settle for less. Their figures flickered, and they silently blended into the dense forest behind them, disappearing into thin air. In an instant, only the elegant storm-winged spirit and the thunder-sound panda, still munching on bamboo, remained on the scene. The storm-winged spirit gracefully flapped its 4 wings made of wind, hovering in midair, its gaze lingering on Su Yueli for a long time. In the end, it moved its body. Drifting to Su Yuli's front, it slightly bowed and performed an elegant elf gesture. The choice was already clear. On the other side, Lan Luli watched the panda that had been nibbling on bamboo from head to tail, and the corners of her mouth slightly twitched. At that moment, the thunder panda finally finished the last bite of purple bamboo, smacked its lips wistfully, and the arcs of electricity at the corners of its mouth crackled. Its round, plump body twisted on the rock, seemingly searching for a comfortable position. Then, under everyone's gaze, it just rolled off the rock while hugging its belly, letting out a gurgle. It transformed into a giant black and white ball of fur, rolling across the bluestone ground, and finally with a thud, it accurately stopped at Lan Luli's feet. It flipped onto its back, gazing up at the sky, patted its round belly, and let out a satisfied burp, with tiny purple sparks drifting out of its mouth. That lazy appearance seemed to say, "You're the one, from now on, you're in charge of my bamboo." Lan Luli looked down at the showboating panda at her feet, then over to the elegant and noble elf in front of Su Yuli, momentarily unsure of what expression to wear. Puff. A very soft laugh came from beside. Yun Xianxian quickly covered her mouth. She leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and whispered in an almost inaudible voice, Yuan, look at that panda, it's simply a perfect match with Aunt Lan. One, in front of outsiders, is a cold-faced devil instructor, but privately, she is a homebody who prefers to lie down rather than sit. The other seems clumsy and harmless, but in reality, possesses the power of thunder. Yun Xianxian then leaned over to Qi Yi's ear and whispered, Senior sister, see that panda and Aunt Lan? Isn't it a perfect match? One openly slacking off, the other secretly goofing off. It can't be said to be no relation, but it can only be said to be identical. Qi Yi couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. On the altar, the voice of the Kunlun spirit deer echoed again. These two have made their choice. If you are satisfied, then make a contract. Su Yuli extended her hand towards the gale wing elf, her face bearing a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Lan Luli sighed as if resigned to fate, squatting down and poking the panda's belly, resulting in her being delighted by the soft and elastic touch, and then she began to endlessly touch the panda's belly. Alright, I guess you'll follow me from now on. Both of them reached out their hands, and the contract magic circles of their Beastmaster appeared in their palms. One or two rays of light slowly brightened, enveloping the gale wing elf and the thunder panda respectively, and the contract ceremony began. Watching those two gradually stabilizing contract lights, Yun Xianxian quietly tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes. Yuan, Axia says she doesn't want to stay in the contract space anymore, she wants to come out. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yuan also felt the thoughts from Yifalea and Nidhogg wanting to come out. Lu Yuan nodded. He took a step forward, crossing over Su Yuli and Lan Luli, who were in the middle of the contract, and faced the 6 mighty beast kings alone. He organized his thoughts, then respectfully bowed to the Kunlun spirit deer, which emanated the most peaceful aura. I am the junior Lu Yuan, greetings to all esteemed elders. His voice was calm, echoing in the space shrouded in kingly pressure. This action caused all 6 kings to involuntarily direct a bit of attention towards him. I am here with my companions, accompanying the 2 elders, with no other intentions. Lu Yuan continued, neither servile nor overbearing. However, our beast companions naturally dislike the constraints of the contract space. May I ask if the elders would grant permission for them to come out and feel the spirit of the divine mountain? He paused, his tone growing even more sincere. I assure you, they will never disturb any being in the divine mountain, nor will they act disrespectfully. As these words emerged, even Su Yuli and Lan Luli, who were in the middle of the contract, diverted their minds. Tensed, they looked over. In front of the 6 kings, making such a request was like asking a fierce tiger for food. With any misstep, one could provoke these beings who stood at the peak of the world. Qi held her breath, her palms slick with fine sweat. She couldn't understand why Lu Yuan would take such a great risk just to let the beast take a breath of fresh air. However, Lu Yuan's eyes were calm. Because he knew, for true strong ones, there is respect even under rules. The respect he held was for these kings of the divine mountains, and what he requested was their respect for his partner. The open space fell into brief silence. The 6 vast auras seemed to solidify. Just when the atmosphere reached its peak of oppression, the Kunlun spirit deer, with its antlers full of blooming flowers, gently swayed, and a gentle voice appeared. Okay. Only one word. But within this word, there was approval. As the spirit of all beasts, it could feel the sincerity in this young human's words, and even more, it could sense the unbreakable bond between him and his beast. For the comfort of his partner, he willingly faced the dissatisfaction of 6 kings. Such a Beastmaster was rare. With the approval gained, a heavy stone in Lu Yuan's heart fell. He bowed to the Kunlun spirit deer once more, then turned and nodded at Yun Xianxian, who was also waiting. Yun Xianxian instantly understood, a brilliant smile blooming on her small face. In the next moment, 3 beams of light simultaneously burst forth in the open space. A loud and holy dragon's roar resonated through the clouds. In front of Yun Chanxian, light gathered, and the elegant and sacred dragon Radiance Queen, Acacia, expanded her body, revealing her human form. A pure and vast life and law's dragon might exploded. At the same time, at Lu Yuan's side, two figures, one black and one blue, quietly emerged. On the left was Dragon Frost Queen, Ifei La. She maintained the human form with ice-blue dragon pupils, tall and cold in demeanor. But with her appearance, the temperature around suddenly dropped, and points of ice crystals formed in the air, a sign of the absolute authority of the Winter Sovereign. On the right was the Abyssal Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. He was also in human form, with pitch-black eyes that held endless depth. He simply stood there quietly, and the light around him twisted. The darkness dragon might from the abyss unfolded. 3 sacred dragons. 3 entirely different yet equally powerful dragon mites released before the altar of the Divine Beast Mountains. In that moment, the 6 kings, who had initially only diverted a sliver of their attention, all cast their gazes over at once. The Kunlun spirit deer in the east, the spirit butterflies on its flowery antlers stopped fluttering. The North Sea tortoise in the west caused the breath of the earth veins to stagnate. The 9 nether Qilin in the south saw its surrounding 9-colored divine flames surge. The judgment of oblivion in the north saw its giant balance tilt slightly. The celestial weaver in the southeast saw the light on its starry butterfly wings flicker violently. The void-devouring python in the northwest extended more of its body from the spatial rift. 6 gazes pressed down with a thunderous force. This was no longer a casual attention. The dragon Radiance Queen Acacia's body radiated holy light, dissipating that overwhelming pressure into nothingness. Lu Yuan stood in place, his expression unchanged. Ifei La and Nidhogg shared the majority of the pressure for him. He simply looked up, calmly meeting those 6 gazes. The one who spoke was the Kunlun spirit deer from the east, its voice ringing out once more. Holy dragon? Pure-blooded holy dragon? Its gaze passed over Lu Yuan and fell upon the 3 sacred dragons. What is your relationship with the frost sacred dragon from the Dragon Nest secret realm? As soon as these words were spoken, the contract ceremony between Su Yueli and Lan Liuli paused, and both of their faces showed surprise. They knew of Ephraya's origins but did not expect that even the Beastmasters of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were aware of her existence. Ephraia stepped forward, her ice-blue dragon eyes scanning the 6 kings, showing no fear at all. I am the Frost Sacred Dragon. As soon as her voice fell, the altar fell into utter silence. The South's 9 Yukulin, surrounded by burning divine fire, suddenly flared up, its voice filled with doubt. The strength of the Frost Sacred Dragon is on par with us, how can you, a mere platinum-ranked dragon beast, compare? Or are you her offspring? The 9 Yukulin paused, then changed its tone. But I've never heard the Mountain Lord mention that the Frost Sacred Dragon has any offspring. Mountain Lord? Lu Yuan keenly caught this title. At that moment, a change occurred. The space in front of Lu Yuan distorted for a moment. A figure walked out of the distortion. It was a humanoid Beastmaster, tall and wearing a simple gray martial robe, with a resolute face and not a single trace of aura leaking. Yet the instant he appeared, the other 6 kings simultaneously withdrew their auras. Mountain Lord. 6 different voices sounded together. The newcomer ignored them. His gaze passed over Lu Yuan, landing directly on Ephraia, Nidhogg, and Axia. When his eyes touched Ephraia, he paused slightly. But when he saw Nidhogg and Axia beside Ephraia, a huge wave surged in his eyes. Queen Ephraia. He first softly uttered Ephraya's name. And Lady Nidhogg, Lady Axia. How did you resurrect? Why, have you become so weak? Lu Yuan's mind shook violently. He not only recognized Ephraia, but he also recognized Lu Yuan's Dark Prison Dragon Emperor and Yun Chanxian's Dragon Radiance Queen. The light of the Beastmaster Compendium in Lu Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly as rows of data emerged. Beastmaster, Heaven Comet Dragon Lord. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Pinnacle of Kings. Heaven Comet Dragon Lord, Pinnacle of Kings. The shock in Lu Yuan's heart was indescribable. Before he could think deeply, Ephraia looked at the face before her and suddenly spoke, Kirk. Heaven Comet Giant Dragon. Kirk, what a surprise to meet you here. Kirk. Hearing this name, the man called the Mountain Lord trembled. Ephraya's gaze swept over him, then looked at the 6 kings behind him. So, you are the Mountain Lord they spoke of, she murmured softly, then as if remembering something, she urgently asked. Kirk, thousands of years ago, I let you leave the Dragon Nest secret realm to find survivors of the Dragon God Star, you. Kirk, the Heaven Comet Giant Dragon. He was the last commander of the Heaven Comet Legion from the Dragon God Star, with the blood of giant dragons and sacred dragons flowing in him, one of the most powerful warriors of the Dragon God Star aside from the pure-blooded sacred dragons. It was he who witnessed the fall of Nidhogg and Axia during the clan extermination war tens of thousands of years ago. Kirk looked at Ephraia, then glanced at Nidhogg and Axia behind her, his eyes filled with a mix of excitement and confusion. Queen Ephraia, how did you leave the Dragon Nest secret realm? And Lord Nidhogg and Lord Axia, I saw them burn their origins to protect us. Why have they reappeared? Ephraia took a deep breath and slowly recounted the events. From her desire for revenge, sacrificing everything to transform into a dragon egg, using Lu Yuan's help to escape the confinement of the Dragon Nest secret realm. To Nidhogg and Axia not having truly perished but instead using the last remnants of their essence to become twin dragon soul summoning stones, later obtained by Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, through the way of Beastmaster contract. Reborn in this world again. Finally, in her icy blue eyes, the flames of revenge ignited. This time I leave the Dragon's Nest with only one purpose. To find the World Devourer and then, destroy them. When the words World Devourer slipped from Yevria's lips, Kirk's face instantly twisted into a grimace. An uncontrollable surge of boundless hatred and killing intent erupted from his body, causing all beings of the Divine Mountain to tremble. World Devourer. He gritted his teeth, every word squeezed out as if through cracks in his teeth. The next moment, to everyone's shock, this master of the Divine Mountain, who commanded all beasts and made the 6 great kings bow their heads, actually knelt down on one knee before Yevria, whose figure was much smaller and whose rank was far lower than his. With a thud, the hard blue stone ground shattered beneath his knee. I, the last commander of the Heavenly Comet War Corps, Kirk. His head bowed deep, the voice filled with endless pain and guilt. Failed to find any surviving members of the Dragon God Star. Please, Your Highness, punish me. A being of peak kingly existence thus knelt before everyone, asking for forgiveness. This scene completely overturned everyone present's perception. Yevria looked at the old friend kneeling before her. I don't blame you. Kirk, our Dragon God clan, perhaps, really only we remain. This sentence struck Kirk's heart. Yevria closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were filled with determination. Stand up. Her voice carried authority. Kirk's body trembled, and he raised his head. He stood up as instructed, tall and upright, but the majestic aura that once conferred dominance over the world vanished before Yevria, leaving only absolute obedience of the commander before the king. Your Highness, the reason I stayed in the Divine Mountain of Beasts is because... Kirk's expression turned serious, as if he was organizing his words to reveal a secret to the public. His gaze swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan before finally returning to Yevria. Because deep within this Divine Mountain, I discovered an independent secret realm related to the Dragon God Star. Upon hearing this, not only did Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan focus on him, even Yevria, Nidhogg, and Axia locked their gazes onto him simultaneously. A secret realm related to the Dragon God Star? The rules of that secret realm are quite special, Kirk continued to explain. It rejects all living beings of kingly level strength. I have tried to enter several times, but each time I get close, I am pushed back by an irresistible power of the rules. Moreover, he paused, revealing the most crucial point. The rules there seem to only allow Beastmasters who possess the power of colossal dragons to enter. Chapter 155, Dragon Tomb. This news spoken from Kirk echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. These harsh conditions seemed almost tailor-made for him and Yun Shanshan. He thought of Nidhogg and Axia's origins, the twin dragon soul summoning stones. If those 2 summoning stones were the last legacies of the Dragon God Star, then, could there be more within this secret realm? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. This was not just a simple treasure hunt in a secret realm, it concerned the continuation of a great race and also related to his own ascent to a higher realm. He could clearly feel Nidhogg's excitement and desire at this moment. Yun Shanshan obviously thought of this too, her face full of anticipation. She leaned to Lu Yuan's ear and said, Yuan, the secret realm of the Dragon God Star. Perhaps there are other holy dragons like Nidhogg and Axia inside. Kirk watched their reaction and continued. I sensed the aura of that secret realm from outside, and although it was vague, I can confirm that powers similar to the dragon soul summoning stones exist within. He looked at Yevria. Your Highness, I suspect, that place is a dragon tomb opened up by some ancestral holy dragon during the prosperous times of the Dragon God Star. Dragon tomb. Yevria's delicate body trembled violently. She even instinctively took a half step back, almost losing her balance. The impact of these 2 words on her far exceeded Kirk's earlier kneeling. It was inscribed in the Dragon God clan's tomb, where all the souls of dragons that died an unnatural death would return to the Dragon Mound. If that's the case, there's still a chance to rebuild Dragon God Star. She had always thought that she, along with Nidhogg and Axia, were the last embers of survival from that calamity. But unexpectedly, on this blue planet, there was still a hidden treasure. Kirk, why didn't you say it earlier? Yevria's voice was filled with urgency. Kirk gave a bitter smile, his face full of helplessness and guilt. Your Highness, I regret that I couldn't enter the Dragon Mound. For thousands of years, I could only guard here, becoming the master of this mountain of beasts, preventing any creature from approaching that area, fearing that the secret realm would be discovered, the tomb of Dragon God Star. I had planned to wait until the timing was right, then inform you within the secret realm of the Dragon's Nest. But I didn't expect you to return in this manner ahead of time. His gaze, filled with hope, rested upon Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. But now, everything is different. Your appearance is a fate that the Dragon God clan should not sever. His words changed the atmosphere of the entire altar. The 6 kings, who had merely been bystanders, now looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian with different eyes. They exchanged looks of shock with one another. They might not understand the past of Dragon God Star, but they could feel the weight of the Mountain Master's words and understand what the Dragon Mound meant for a tribe. Nidhogg, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke up. My Beast Master, I can sense the call of our kin from there. Axia gently nodded, her gentle gaze falling on Yun Qianqian, filled with hope. Qianqian, if possible, please bring our comrades back. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart. He stepped forward, meeting Kirk's hopeful gaze as well as his own new opportunity. Senior. His voice was calm but solid. Qianqian and I are willing to give it a try. At this moment, on the other side of the altar, 2 soft lights finally slowly retracted. The contract ceremony between Su Yuli and Lan Luli had officially completed at this moment. The Stormwing Elf circled around Su Yuli once before returning to the contract space. And the Thunder Sound Panda, which had been lying on the ground showing off, rolled over and lazily climbed back to Lan Luli's contract space. As soon as the two had completed their contract, they keenly sensed the serious and extraordinary atmosphere in the center. Lan Luli stood up from the ground, clapped her hands, and wore a strange smile on her face. Clearly, she had also heard the end of the earlier conversation, and now she looked at Lu Yuan with the gaze of a monster. Wow, little Yuan, in just the time it takes to contract a beast, you're almost becoming the savior of the Dragon Clan? She walked over to Lu Yuan, poking him with her elbow. The tomb of Dragon God Star? That sounds really impressive. Su Yuli also walked over. Little Yuan, take everything with a grain of caution. Lu Yuan nodded at the 2 elders. His gaze turned back to Kirk. Senior, where is the Dragon Mound? We can set off right now. Kirk looked at this young human, barely 18 or 19 years old, with hope that nearly overflowed in his eyes. He slowly stood up, the aura of a king at its peak contained to the utmost. Please follow me. Kirk said nothing extra, turning to walk into the dense forest behind the altar. The 6 king beast spirits, in that instant when Kirk turned around, transformed into glimmers of light, quietly disappearing into the world. Su Yuli and Lan Luli exchanged glances and knowingly followed behind. I say, little Yuan, isn't your luck a bit too good? Lan Liuli approached. Others enter the secret realm and are lucky to gain something, but you go straight to someone's grave, led by the Mountain Master himself. What treatment? TSK, tisk. Yun Qianqian quietly retorted, that's because my family Yuan is amazing. This is called destiny. As she spoke, she began to daydream. Yuan, do you think there will be a thunder-type holy dragon inside? Or a space-type? It would be best to have an illusion-type too, then our holy dragon team will be even more complete. Walking in the front, Kirk paused for a moment at the girl's innocent words but did not turn back. Beside him, Shi silently listened to everything, feeling her brain had completely given up on thinking. Dragon God Star, Frost Holy Dragon, Dragon Tomb, Beast God Mountain Master, Heavenly Comma Giant Dragon, each of these words could stir up huge waves across the Dragon Kingdom and even Blue Star, yet here, they were treated as ordinary conversations. After passing through a grove, the scene before them changed again. They arrived at the end of a canyon, where a cliff towering 1,000 meters high stood ahead, and a silver waterfall fell from the clifftop, yet there was no sound of water at all. That was not real water flow, but an energy tide formed by the gathering of spatial energy. In the center of the waterfall, an irregular round void hovered there. It looked like a mirror that had been shattered and then reassembled. A breath of law's aura spread out from that void. Chapter 156, Dragon Gate Law. Kirk's expression was solemn as he pointed to the waterfall made of pure spatial energy and the irregular round void in the center of the waterfall. This is the entrance to the Dragon Tomb, which I call the Dragon Gate. His voice echoed in the canyon. It itself is a test of law. Only Beastmasters that have the recognition of it and possess giant dragons can enter. The power of law will verify your qualifications. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Mom, Aunt Lan, Senior Qi, we will enter first. Yun Qianqian turned back, waved her small fist, excitement unable to be contained on her face. Be careful. Su Yueli cautioned, worry evident in her gaze. Lan Liuli crossed her arms and lazily leaned against a rock, teasing, go on, remember to bring out a few 5-star potential dragon cubs. Shi stood to the side, staring at the dragon gate of twisted space, feeling her nerves taut. She could not imagine what kind of vast world lay behind that door. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian no longer hesitated and walked side by side toward the silver waterfall. As they got closer, the dragon gate seemed to sense them, the shattered mirror-like void began to ripple, silver halos spreading out in circles. Everything appeared normal. However, just as their fingertips were about to touch those ripples, a sudden change occurred. In the center of the ripples, instead of the expected guiding light, 3 completely different law chains exploded forth. 2 of the chains shot straight toward Lu Yuan. One chain displayed a crystal-like ice blue, engraved with frost flower patterns. Where it passed, even space froze, a chilling winter aura rushing toward them. The other chain was as black as ink, formed from the purest abyssal dark flames, with wailing dragon soul phantoms occasionally appearing on its body, the aura of decay and obliteration distorting the surrounding light. At the same time, the third chain locked onto Yun Shanshan. That was a golden chain woven from holy light and brilliance, sacred and majestic, full of judgment and decision, as if it aimed to purify all falsehoods in the world. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. "Be careful!" Su Yueli exclaimed. Kirk's face changed dramatically. Before he could make any move, the 3 holy dragons had already reacted. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the canyon. Evelia's figure instantly appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and she raised her delicate hand, her ice-blue dragon eyes revealing no ripples at all. The power of the Winter Law, also containing the essence of Winter's authority, surged from her palm, transforming into a colossal ice spear that sturdily faced the azure rule chain. Boom! Winter collided with winter. 2 powers, originating from the same source yet carrying different wills, violently clashed, causing extreme low temperatures that instantly covered the canyon walls in frost, countless ice crystals exploding in the air. On the other side, Nidhogg's figure silently emerged as he looked at the chain burning with abyssal dark flame. In the next moment, darkness spread from beneath his feet, transforming into a giant void dragon claw that seized that black chain. Hiss! Corrosive dark flames clashed with the void power that devours all. Abyss met abyss, Nidhogg's darkness was evidently more ferocious than that within the Dragon Gate's law. And before Yun Shanshan, the Dragon Radiance Queen, Akia, had already appeared. Holy light flowed around her as she faced the golden judgment chain, elegantly extending her finger and gently tapping. A beam of radiant divine light, containing the law of life, shot out and collided with the golden chain. Holy light and radiance melted into each other, ultimately transforming into countless points of light that dispersed into nothingness. The 3 holy dragons, in an absolutely powerful stance, blocked all of the Dragon Gate's tests. The intense energy impact echoed within the canyon, causing everyone's clothes to flutter wildly. Wow! Blue Lioli poked her head out from behind a rock, smacking her lips. This welcoming ceremony is quite unique, afraid you all might not get in? Kirk, however, wore an extremely serious expression, striding forward, gazing at the now calm Dragon Gate, and said solemnly, "How could this be? The trial of the Dragon Gate should test the bond between beast tamers and dragon beasts, judging qualifications through resonance. Why has it transformed directly into a law confrontation?" He looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, confusion filling his eyes. "This is completely illogical. The Dragon Gate seems to see you as enemies." At that moment, a page from the Beast Tamer Encyclopedia flashed in Lu Yuan's mind, lines of golden data streams quickly appearing. Warning, detected multiple pureblood holy dragon auras, with a human spirit contract with the Beast Tamer, triggering a conflict determination with the Dragon Gate Protective Law. Analysis, the Protective Law is viewing you as monsters who have stolen the Dragon God's bloodline, and not as heirs. Conclusion, the logic of the Protective Law is flawed and cannot comprehend why pureblood holy dragons would form contracts with humans, classifying you as the highest priority elimination targets. Seeing the analysis provided by the encyclopedia, Lu Yuan instantly understood the crux of the problem. The issue lay in their humanity, while Evelia, Nidhogg, and Akia's bloodlines were too pure. This protective law left by the ancestors of the Dragon God Star had a rigid logic. In its understanding, pureblood holy dragons were supreme and could never bow before a weak foreign race. Therefore, when it detected the close ties between the 3 pureblood holy dragons and the 2 humans, it could not comprehend and was forced to arrive at a conclusion: these 2 humans had stolen the powers and bloodlines of the holy dragons by some despicable means. They were not chosen heirs, but thieves who desecrated the glory of the dragon god. For thieves, the protective law's response would naturally be ruthless eradication. Yuan, what should we do? Yun Shanshan also got a rough idea of the situation from Akia. It seems this gate doesn't allow us to enter. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as his mental power instantly connected with the recently evolved skyscraping demon mirror. The conventional approach was not working. Then there's nothing to do but deceive the law. Since this rigid guardian law considers them thieves, reasoning is pointless. If they want to get in, the only way is to follow its logic. A bold plan quickly took shape in Lu Yuan's mind. Qian, don't rush. Lu Yuan's voice was calm. Since it wants to see a show, we'll put on a performance for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought crossed his mind. Buzz. An oval standing mirror, about a person's height, quietly appeared beside him. The frame was wrapped in a silver dragon, with its head and tail joined, and the mirror's surface resembled a swirling liquid metal, exuding an illusory and eerie aura. It was indeed the deceiving heaven demon mirror. Chapter 157: Deceiving Law. The appearance of the deceiving heaven demon mirror did not provoke any reaction from the law chains in the canyon. It was like a lifeless object, quietly floating beside Lu Yuan. Kirk, Suyu Li, and Lan Luli focused their gaze on the three law chains that were at a standstill against the holy dragon, their minds tense, not giving any attention to the suddenly appeared mirror. In their eyes, this was perhaps just one of Lu Yuan's many beast-taming tools. What could a golden tier mirror do in this level of law confrontation? However, Lu Yuan's goal was never to resist head-on. If they wanted to get in, the only way was to follow its logic and perform a good play. Deceiving heaven demon mirror, bloodline rewrite. Lu Yuan issued the command in his heart. His target was not the three pureblood holy dragons before him, powerful to the extreme. Copying their bloodline would only intensify the conflict of the law, like adding fuel to the fire. His target was the master of all beasts mountain standing not far away, whose face was filled with seriousness and confusion, Kirk, the heavenly comet dragon master. Buzz. On the mirror surface of the deceiving heaven demon mirror, the whirlpool suddenly accelerated its rotation, and a dark light flashed from the mirror, landing on Kirk. Kirk, who was fully focused on analyzing the changes of the Dragon Gate, slightly paused, a fleeting feeling of being watched passing through him, but he thought it was just an illusion caused by the collision of laws and paid it no mind. In Lu Yuan's mind, the prompt from the beast taming handbook sounded clear. Bloodline rewrite activation successful. Analyzing target, Heavenly Comet Dragon Master, Kirk. Analysis complete, successfully reflecting the mixed bloodline of dragon and holy dragon essence, temporarily stored. It worked. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued the second command. Bestow. In the next moment, the mirror surface of the deceiving heaven demon mirror shimmered, and two even more obscure beams of light shot out from it, enveloping Lu Yuan and Yun Qianxian. The light came quickly and left quickly, like a fleeting reflection of light from a waterfall. But at the moment that light enveloped them, a breath of dragon lineage, which shared the same origin as Kirk but was weakened by countless times, quietly emerged on Lu Yuan and Yun Qianxian's bodies. Although this breath was weak, it was incredibly orthodox, a bloodline imprint born and bred in the dragon god Star. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, taking merely a second or two from the appearance of the deceiving heaven demon mirror to the completion of the bloodline bestowal. In the canyon, the stalemate suddenly underwent a subtle change at that moment. The three law chains, originally filled with murderous intent, wishing to completely erase Lu Yuan and Yun Qianxian, suddenly halted upon sensing the same origin bloodline aura from the two. The blue chain entwined with the chill of winter dimmed in its frosty patterns. The black chain burning with dark flames quieted the wailing dragon soul illusions. The golden chain interwoven with sacred light also saw the majesty of judgment fade away. The rigid logic of the guardian law fell into unprecedented chaos at this moment. It could clearly detect that deep within the souls of these two humans, there were connections to three supreme pureblood holy dragon auras. This is solid evidence of the thief. But at the same time, it can clearly sense that the surfaces of these two human bodies are surrounded by a weak yet pure bloodline aura belonging to the dragon god Star. What does this mean? The descendants of the dragon god Star have stolen the power of the holy dragon? This completely exceeds the judgment scope of the guardianship laws, and its operation experienced a pause for the first time in thousands of years. Now is the time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, a flash of brilliance appeared, giving it no time to react. He grasped Yun Qianxian's wrist, taking advantage of the moment when the three holy dragons and the chains of law were at a standoff, and instantly rushed into the shimmering dragon gate. Go! The figures of the two, upon touching the hollow that resembled a shattered mirror, faced no obstacles and directly vanished within. The moment they disappeared, Ifreya, Nidhogg, and Axia also transformed into three beams of light, following closely behind and disappearing into the dragon gate. The canyon returned to silence. The three chains of law, having lost their target, slowly retracted into the dragon gate, and the distorted spatial ripples gradually calmed, as if nothing had happened. Only three dumbfounded individuals and Kirk remained before the waterfall. Kirk stood there, his expression completely frozen. He looked at himself, then at the now tranquil dragon gate, and finally his gaze fell on Lu Yuan's last standing position, as well as the fleeting strange mirror. He mumbled to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. That mirror, just now, it copied my bloodline aura? And then, used my aura to deceive the guardianship laws left by the ancestors of the dragon god? A golden tier Beastmaster deceiving the ancient laws left by the holy dragon? This sounds like a fairy tale. Put. A suppressed laugh broke the silence. Lan Luli leaned against the rock, clutching her stomach, laughing so hard that tears sprang from the corners of her eyes. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. That kid Xia Yuan, he is so wicked. While laughing, she pointed towards the dragon gate, speaking to the equally shocked Su Yueli. Yueli, did you see that? In front of the mountain lord, he stole someone's bloodline aura as a ticket and swaggered right in. This operation, this audacity, is simply beyond compare. Su Yueli was also unable to regain her senses for a long time. She looked at Kirk's expression of doubt towards life, wanting to laugh but feeling it was inappropriate, and finally could only shake her head helplessly. Her understanding of Lu Yuan was thoroughly refreshed today. She used to think this kid was stable and calm, with meticulous thoughts, never expecting he could do such outrageous things. That mirror. In Su Yueli's gaze, beyond shock was more confusion. I remember Lu Yuan's mirror of probing. It doesn't look like this. Its ability doesn't seem to be so eerie. Lan Liuli also wiped the smile off her face, standing up straight, her expression becoming serious. That's right, the core ability of the mirror of probing is replication. But that just now was clearly tampering and endowing, directly deceiving from the essence. This is not the same concept. The two exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This Beastmaster had undergone a change once again, this time at a level they could not comprehend at all. Deceiving the laws. Such a thing, even for epic peak Beastmasters like them, they had only heard about. But today, a young man, using his golden tier beast, vividly performed it right in front of them. Chapter 158, The Land of the Sleeping Dragons. The experience of passing through the Dragon Gate was entirely different from any secret realm teleportation. There was no dizzying spinning, nor the feeling of being forcibly torn apart. It felt as if they had merely passed through a thin curtain of water. Before them, the scene became clear. 1 second, the deep canyon echoed with the sound of energy tides, and the next second, the two found themselves in a vast sea of stars. Under their feet was not solid ground, but endless starry sky. Above and around them was the silent universe, with countless light clusters of various sizes floating in the darkness. Each light cluster looked like a star, emitting either bright or dim radiance. They floated quietly, maintaining subtle distances from each other. Ah, Yuan. Yun Shanxian instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand, her eyes wide with shock. The scene before her exceeded all her imagination of the secret realm. Lu Yuan's reaction was not much better, his pupils narrowed as he stared at this boundless sea of stars. He could feel that those light clusters were not dead things. Through the hazy halo, he could vaguely see that within each light cluster lay the sleeping shadow of a dragon. Some dragon souls had bodies that twisted like long snakes, their scales shining with a metallic luster, others had enormous bat-like wings, their shapes fierce like western dragons, and some dragon souls were made entirely of elements, either burning flames or flowing liquid metal, with forms that were all bizarre. They resembled specimens sealed in amber, maintaining sleeping postures, emitting waves of energy that varied in strength. The strong ones had a breath that was on par with epic kings, the weak ones were at most at the level of bronze or silver. But without exception, they all exuded a sense of the same origin, an ancient vastness belonging to the dragon race. Here was a graveyard of dragon souls. It was also a cradle of dragon souls. Yun Shanxian leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, lowering her voice, filled with wonder. Ah Yuan, look at that. That dragon soul looks like a noodle with wings. And that one, it's made entirely of stone, and even in its sleep, it's dropping crumbs. Oh my gosh, how many dragons are there here? If they all got out, wouldn't they turn the whole blue star upside down? Just then, an ancient thought echoed in both their ears. Welcome, inheritors. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian both startled, looking around cautiously. No need to search, I have no physical form. That thought seemed to see through their minds and spoke again. You may call me Spirit, and I am the guardian of this land of 10,000 dragons. The land of 10,000 dragons. So this place had that name. This place is the last hope of the dragon god star. The Spirit's voice carried sadness. Every light cluster you see seals a dragon soul essence that perished in the war of extinction. They sleep here, waiting to be awakened, to continue the glory of my race. Yun Shanxian couldn't help but ask, did you bring us here? But the dragon gate outside seemed very unwelcoming to us. He. The Spirit let out a light laugh, filled with approval. Dragon Gate was a protective rule left by the ancestors of the dragon god. Its duty is to guard the purity of the bloodline, rejecting all covetous outsiders. Its logic is quite rigid, unable to understand why pure-blooded dragons would contract with weaker alien races, so it deems you as thieves. But I am different. The Spirit's tone shifted. What I seek is the future of the dragon god race. Rules protect regulations, but what I seek is hope. You are able to use the aura of the same origin bloodline to deceive the judgment of the rules. This is not base but wise. Understanding flexibility in the face of unbeatable regulations is one of the most essential qualities needed by my race's inheritors. These words made Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian both breathe a sigh of relief. So their seemingly outrageous actions had not been condemned, but rather recognized. Then, what do we need to do now? Lu Yuan asked. Accept the trials. The Spirit's voice grew serious. The land of 10,000 dragons is divided into 3 layers, each with a trial set. Only by passing all 3 layers of trials can you have the qualification to awaken these sleeping dragon souls and bring them away from this place. Please remember, your time is not abundant. Every trial is a choice for the future of my clan. Please prove to me, together with your dragon partners, that you have the ability to carry the future of the dragon god star. As the voice fell, that old thought slowly disappeared. The surrounding sea of stars returned to silence once again. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan exchanged a glance, both understanding the current situation. This is a huge treasury, but to obtain the treasure, they must pass 3 tests. Let's call out Aurelia and the others first, Lu Yuan said. Yun Shanshan nodded vigorously. In the next moment, with a thought from both, 3 beast companions appeared. Dragon Queen Achia, Frost Dragon Queen Aurelia, and Dark Abyss Dragon King Nidhogg, 3 top existences representing different powers of the dragon race, appeared simultaneously. At the moment they appeared, the countless floating dragon soul light clusters around seemed to respond to some summons, flashing brightly together, as if welcoming the king's arrival. The gazes of the 3 holy dragons were immediately drawn to this vast sea of stars. Achia looked at those sleeping kin, her eyes revealing compassion and nostalgia. She could feel the fierce memories lingering in the essence of these dragon souls. Aurelia was still her cold and enchanting self, but deep within her icy blue dragon eyes, ripples began to emerge. Only Nidhogg quietly hovered in the darkness, his pitch-black eyes scanning the sea of dragon souls, revealing no emotion. But Lu Yuan could sense a resonance between him and this space. The dark and deathly aura dissipated in the sea of stars was slowly being absorbed by him. Chapter 159, The Echoing Garden. The moment the 3 pureblood holy dragons descended, this dead sea of stars completely boiled. The countless dragon soul light clusters, originally quietly floating, erupted like ripples from a stone thrown into a lake, their light flickering violently from within, alternating between brightness and darkness, synchronizing subtly with the heartbeat of the 3 holy dragons. Countless thoughts, whether of reverence, nostalgia, or excitement, crossed time and space, gathering together, surging in this grave of dragon souls. To reign supreme. This is true supremacy. Aurelia's icy blue dragon eyes swept across the sea of stars, feeling the calls of those lost kin. Her usually icy demeanor also stirred. Achia's body radiated soft holy light as she looked at the sleeping compatriots in the light clusters. Her compassion was nearly overflowing. Only Nidhogg stood quietly in the darkness, yet in this moment, the dragon might emanating from the abyss was released without reserve. They had no words, but the entire resting ground for the 10,000 dragons trembled for their return. Very good. The ancient thought Ling once again rang out, the voice carrying approval. Now, prepare to accept the first trial, the Echoing Garden. This is not a duel of power, but a test deep into the soul. You 2 will be drawn into a memory echo, inscribed during the battle just before the fall of Dragon God Star. Your task is to find and protect a newly born dragon soul seed within that memory, preventing it from being tainted by the phantoms that devour the realm. Remember, your time is not abundant. The moment the voice fell, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan didn't even have time to react. The vast sea of stars before them was as if wiped away by an invisible hand. The surrounding scene suddenly twisted and collapsed. In the next second, the smell of charred flesh mixed with the scent of blood rushed into their nostrils, the sounds of explosions and the desperate dragon roars intertwined into an apocalyptic symphony, violently striking their eardrums. They found themselves in a burning battlefield of giant dragons. Beneath the feet lies the massive remains of a giant dragon, and in the distance, dragons are silently dying one by one. Countless dragons of various forms are fiercely battling with a group of indescribable monsters. Those monsters contort in shape, as if they are the most mad manifestations of abyssal imagination, lacking solid form, their bodies composed of flowing shadows and flesh-like matter. Each attack does not tear, but rather pollutes and devours. A colossal rocky dragon, as large as a mountain, becomes entangled with several monsters. Its indestructible dragon scales rapidly turn black and rot. It lets out a cry of unwilling despair, and within mere seconds, its massive body transforms into a squirming mass of flesh, devoured completely by the monsters. A1, this Yun Shanshan's face instantly turns pale. She tightly grips Lu Yuan's arm, her body shaking uncontrollably. Moments ago, she had marveled at the number of dragon souls outside, but now, witnessing this hellish scene, her mind goes blank. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constrict, and the light of the Beastmaster's Codex brightly shines in his mind, its pages refreshing wildly. However, all entries pointing to those monsters display only 3 glaring question marks. Name? Rank? Potential? Analysis, extremely dangerous. Detecting unknown law erosion characteristics. Detecting soul pollution characteristics. Any conventional energy or physical attack will be assimilated and absorbed by it. Cannot be analyzed. Cannot be analyzed. A series of warnings causes Lu Yuan's heart to sink to the bottom. Roar. A suppressed roar filled with hatred erupts from Nidhogg's throat. He sees the rocky dragon that has just fallen, once a comrade who protected the boundaries of the Dragon God Star alongside him. He also sees in the distance countless familiar figures being engulfed by the tide of world devouring, unable to escape even their souls, completely rendered to nothingness. Locked memories awaken, and an overwhelming hatred that nearly burns everything pours out from the depths of his soul, distorting the surrounding space with this ultimate fury. Axia also trembles, watching her once comrade in arms being consumed right before her eyes. For the first time, hatred intertwines with the sanctity on her beautiful face. Wake up! This is just a memory. Ivelia's cold voice hits like a bucket of icy water poured over everyone's hearts. She has experienced the true destruction of the dragon god Star, knowing better than anyone that once they are swallowed by this despair and hatred, their souls will forever be trapped in this echo. Our mission is to protect, not seek revenge. Her words awaken Nidhogre and Axia, who are on the brink of losing control. Yin Shanshan also snaps back to attention. She can feel the Shihue Satis and Saint Flame Fire Sparrow in her contract space, the forces of light and flame they represent being suppressed like never before in this environment filled with negative energy, as if sunlight has entered an impenetrable abyss. This for the first time allows her to visually feel the terrifying power of world devouring. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Yuan forces himself to calm down. Ivelia's words in the analysis from the Beastmaster's Codex make him realize instantly that the key to this trial has never been victory. These are merely phantom memories, endless to kill, and their core ability is pollution. Any attack may become nourishment that enhances them. The only way to survive is to protect. Radiant Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan's thoughts spark. A pure holy light blooms beside him, and the figure of the radiant Holy Spirit appears, sensing the nauseating dark energy around it, and immediately unfolds the Holy Radiant Spirit domain. Axia, build a double protective barrier centered around the radiant Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan commands rapidly. We must find the Dragon Soul Seed before we are completely submerged. Axia immediately nods. She suppressed the deep sorrow in her heart, resonating with the power of the glorious Holy Spirit. A realm composed of holy light, the Queen's domain Law of Light, combined with the Holy Radiant Spirit domain, formed a golden absolute safe zone, temporarily isolating the continuous invasion of pollution from the outside. With this foothold, everyone began to rapidly traverse the chaotic battlefield, searching for the so-called new life Dragon Soul Seed. The battlefield was too vast, and the killing was too chaotic. They resisted wave after wave of world-devouring phantoms attacks. Finally, behind a crumbling giant rock, Evelia discovered a dragon nest protected by multiple layers of energy shields. In the center of the dragon nest, a dragon egg, only the size of a fist and radiating a faint life aura, floated quietly. That was the Dragon Soul Seed. However, the moment they found their target, the entire memory battlefield suddenly froze for a moment. All the fighting, all the roaring, all the explosions, solidified in that instant. Then, a terrifying pressure slowly descended from the center of the battlefield. Everyone looked up in horror. In the deepest darkness at the battlefield's center, a huge phantom slowly emerged. It had no fixed form, as if it were a collection of all chaos and despair. Just gazing at it made one's soul begin to warp and collapse. The phantom of the world devourer. Yet its target was only that weak, insignificant Dragon Soul Seed. Its non-existent gaze instantly locked onto Evelia, Nidhogg, and Axia beside Lu Yuan, as well as the Dragon Soul Seed not far away. For it, both the Dragon Soul Seed and the three supreme pure-blooded holy dragon origins were delicious feasts. At that moment, the voice of spirit coldly echoed in every corner of the illusion, in Lu Yuan and Yin Shanshan's minds. The moment of choice has come, inheritor. Will you sacrifice your most powerful partner to fight for a glimmer of hope for that future seed of hope, or will you preserve your own strength, watching helplessly as that one seed of hope extinguishes before you? The true core of the trial revealed itself in this final moment in this way. This was not a question of protection. This was a deadly question of sacrifice and choice. Chapter 160, the third choice. The moment of choice has come, inheritor. Will you sacrifice your most powerful partner to fight for a glimmer of hope for that future seed of hope, or will you preserve your own strength, watching helplessly as that one seed of hope extinguishes before you? The voice of spirit echoed in every corner of the illusion. Sacrifice? Sacrifice Axia? These two words exploded in Yin Shanshan's mind, causing her blood to nearly freeze in an instant. She instinctively looked at the dragon queen beside her, who had been resurrected from that summoning stone. How could she let her face another sacrifice for an elusive task? Yin Shanshan almost instinctively raised her hand, her mental power surged, wanting to pull Axia back into the contract space. The task could fail, the dragon tomb could be abandoned, but Axia absolutely could not be in danger. However, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder at that moment. That hand was steady and strong. Don't move. Lu Yuan's voice rang in Yin Shanshan's ear. This is a trap. Yin Shanshan turned sharply, meeting Lu Yuan's eyes. A trap? Not only her, but even the three holy dragons beside her froze in place. A glimmer of confusion flashed in Nidhogg's dark eyes, and Axia also cast a puzzled glance. Only Avelia, with her ice-blue dragon eyes, glanced towards the world devourer phantom that covered the sky and then at the heavily protected dragon soul seed, seemingly pondering something. Lu Yuan did not explain. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed in this moment. The illusory atlas before him, the golden data stream, had already cascaded like a waterfall. Warning: detecting soul-inducing laws. Analyzing trial's core logic. Analyzing. Conclusion: the core of this trial is choice, not confrontation. Any choice will leave an irreversible mark on the Beastmaster's soul, and this mark will directly affect the foundation of all subsequent trial judgments. Hypothesis 1: choosing sacrifice a companion, the Beastmaster's soul will be marked with everything can be sacrificed to achieve a goal. Hypothesis 2: choosing preserve oneself, the Beastmaster's soul will be marked with cowardly and selfish, unworthy to be the master of dragons. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan instantly understood. This is not a trial at all, it is a malicious thought stamp. No matter which he chooses, it will carve a fatal flaw into his soul. Once he chooses sacrifice, then the concept of companions can be sacrificed will root and sprout in his heart like a poisonous seed. For a Beastmaster, one who relies on bonds and connections for power, this is akin to self-destruction. From now on, an invisible barrier will always exist between him and his beasts. Choosing self-preservation is even worse, it falls right into the opponent's trap, directly marked as a failure. What a dilemma of death! At this moment, the old voice of Ling echoed again, carrying a barely perceptible urgency. Heir, your time is running out. The will of World Devourer is about to lock onto that last spark of fire. Will you choose to carry the great cause of our future, or will you choose to preserve your personal power? Pressure surged like a tide. That terrifying phantom of the mother body seemed to truly shift its attention away from the three holy dragons, turning towards the fragile dragon egg. Yun Shanxian's heart instantly rose to her throat. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yuan made a move that no one expected. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through this burning dragon battlefield, through that memory illusion, staring directly at the Ling hidden behind the curtain. Word by word, his voice was clear and firm. I refuse your choice. The moment the words fell, the whole world fell silent. The deafening explosion ceased, and the mournful dragon's roar abruptly stopped. Everything seemed to be paused. Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan's profile, and Akia and Nidhogg also cast astonished glances. Refusal? He can still refuse? For the first time, Ling's voice carried unabashed astonishment. Refusal? Heir, do you know what you are saying? Within the rules, there is no third option. Who says there isn't? He pointed to the monsters fighting the giant dragons around, then pointed to the massive phantom of the mother body in the distance. You said this is memory, this is illusion, right? Ling fell silent for a moment as if grasping the meaning of his words. Yes. Since it's fake, then it can be deceived. Boom. This statement was even more shocking than I refuse. Deceive? Deceive this engraved memory of the war memory of Dragon God Star's destruction? Deceive this trial law left by the ancestors of Dragon God Star? This is simply unheard of madness. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly turned to the elliptical mirror that had been silently floating beside him all along. The deceitful mirror. A bold plan that can be called astonishing swiftly took shape in his mind. He wanted to stage a deception of the laws in front of everyone, in front of this Ling, rewriting the astonishing drama of this memory. He suddenly turned back, looking at Yun Shanxian and the three holy dragons, issuing an irrefutable command. Everyone, cease all attacks and focus on defense. Center around Hallowed Spirit and Akia, expand the purification field to the maximum range. Next, watch my performance. His voice was filled with confidence, as if the unsolvable deadlock before him was merely a play about to begin. Yun Shanxian looked at Lu Yuan's bright eyes, and in that moment, all her confusion, fear, and unease were instantly replaced by trust. She didn't know what Lu Yuan was going to do, but she knew that her Yuan never did things without certainty. She nodded vigorously, the paleness on her face faded, and a radiant smile appeared. Okay. Yuan, we believe in you. Uriya, Nidhogg, Aksha, the three pureblood holy dragons also, at this moment, suppressed all confusion and doubt, choosing the purest trust. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's thoughts stirred. Buzz. That mysterious mirror, the vortex-like liquid metal in its surface suddenly accelerated, spinning wildly. A strange aura, far beyond its golden rank, even making the memory battlefield tremble, exploded with a bang. Its target was not the beast companions beside him, nor the corrupted giant dragons around him, but was aimed directly at the center of the battlefield, that shadow blocking all the sky, emitting endless horror and despair. The World Devourer Mother Body Phantom. Chapter 161, Deception. What are you going to do? The thoughts of Ling were filled with disbelief. To provoke the World Devourer memory imprint with golden rank power? You are seeking death. Lu Yuan completely ignored it. He raised his hand, pointing towards the terrifying phantom in the center of the battlefield that blocked the sky. All things true shadow. His voice was exceptionally clear amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Copy it for me. Buzz. The silver dragon, whose body formed a loop on the frame of the demon mirror, suddenly lit up its dragon eyes. In the mirror, the flowing liquid metal vortex spun wildly at an unprecedented speed, truly beginning to reflect the outline of the world devourer mother body phantom. A twisted shadow rapidly took shape in the mirror. Although it was just a blurry outline, far from the massive solidity of the real body, the essence of pollution that devoured everything was accurately replicated. This scene made the three pureblood holy dragons on the battlefield feel a deep vibration from their souls. Nidhogg's dragon eyes were tightly fixed on that mirror. He knew better than anyone what the aura of the world devourer mother body meant. It was an existence even he had to yield to. But now, a golden rank Beastmaster was actually trying to simulate such an existence? Uria's ice blue eyes also revealed astonishment. Warning. Copying targets ranked too high, the laws cannot be fully deciphered. True shadow is extremely unstable, duration shortened to 10 seconds. The crimson prompt of the Beastmaster Atlas flashed crazily in Lu Yuan's mind. 10, 9, 8. The countdown had begun. 10 seconds, enough. Lu Yuan's gaze was fierce. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately issued the second command, which even halted the thoughts of Ling. Target, Dragon Soul Seed. Pollute it for me. As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Qianqian's heartbeat skipped a beat. Polluting the Dragon Soul Seed? Wasn't that the target they were supposed to protect? But before she could think it through, the demon mirror had already executed the command. The phantom of the world devourer that had just taken shape and was still violently fluctuating instantly transformed into a dark beam of light, ignoring the distance of space, and shot straight towards the dragon's nest heavily protected by energy shields. The multiple layers of energy shields guarding the dragon soul seed were constructed from the ancestral power of the dragon god star. They could withstand all foreign energy attacks but had no reaction to this familiar aura. That dark beam of light faced no obstacles and integrated into the dragon egg, which was only the size of a fist. In an instant, a mutation suddenly arose. The dragon soul seed, which originally emitted a weak but pure life radiance, dimmed at a visible speed. On the surface of the eggshell, dark twisted lines spread out, emanating a breath of deathly silence from this newly born spark of hope. Almost at the same moment, in the center of the battlefield, the true devourer mother body phantom, the terrifying will that was about to trap the three sacred dragons, suddenly paused. Its non-existent gaze swept over the contaminated dragon soul seed, then disinterestedly moved away. To the devourer, food that has been assimilated holds no value. Was the crisis averted? Yun Qianqian was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the mother body phantoms will greedily lock onto Euphria, Nidhogg, and Axia once again. Having lost its appetizer, it was now ready to feast on the real main course. An indescribable terrifying pressure bore down, causing the protective domain built by the radiant spirit in Axia to emit a mournful cry under the strain. It's not over. At this critical moment, Lu Yuan shouted again. Heavenly Deception Theft. The mirror surface of the Heavenly Deception Demon Mirror burst forth with light. This time, its target was no longer duplication but aimed directly at the devastating attack that the Devourer Mother Body Phantom was about to unleash, capable of annihilating everything. At the moment the skill activated. In a realm of rules where no one could perceive, an invisible concept of attack was forcibly stripped from the will of the Mother Body Phantom and instantly transferred to the mirrored world of the Heavenly Deception Demon Mirror. The impending corruption vanished into thin air. But this was just the beginning. The second effect of Heavenly Deception Theft brazenly triggered at the same moment. Steal. Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse. Steal its contamination enhancement for me. The Devourer Mother Body Phantom itself was the embodiment of contamination. Every attack enjoyed endless contamination bonuses. And now, what Lu Yuan wanted to steal was just that. Buzz. On the mirror surface of the Heavenly Deception Demon Mirror, a pure pitch black suddenly appeared at the center of the silver swirl. A source of contamination energy, 1,000,000,000 times more pure than the previously duplicated phantom, was violently ripped from the Mother Body Phantom's body. Then, through the link of mirror domain symbiosis, it was instantly distributed to all allied units present. Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian, Euphria, Nidhogg, Axia, Radiant Spirit, Void Spectre. Each unit was instantly enveloped by a thin but incredibly pure black mist. The aura from the Devourer made them perceive, in the Mother Body Phantom's senses, from delicious, corrupted food, they instantly changed into inedible allies. At this moment, the logic of the Devourer Mother Body Phantom completely fell apart. It could sense several energy fluctuations in front of it that were extremely enticing, yet each target carried the same essence as itself. To attack? Or not to attack? To eat? Or not to eat? This terrifying being born from chaos, which understood only devouring and destruction, faced its first logical error it couldn't process. After 3 seconds of paralysis, it gave up thinking. The massive phantom began to grow unreal and transparent, ultimately dissipating slowly as if it had never appeared in the burning battlefield. Boom! With the disappearance of the mother body phantom, the entire memory battlefield could no longer be sustained, shattering like broken glass. The acrid smell of blood, the deafening sounds of explosions, the desperate dragon roars, everything vanished in an instant. When Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan regained their senses, they found themselves back in the vast starry sea. Surrounding them, billions of dragon soul light clusters still floated quietly. And before them, the dragon soul seed covered in dark lines, radiating a breath of dead silence, was quietly floating. The trial was passed. In a way that no one could ever imagine. In a way that even the designer did not anticipate. You. The shocking thought of spirit echoed in the sea of stars, yet it only spoke one word and could not continue. It had guarded this land of 10,000 dragons for countless years, witnessing numerous failed attempts, but had never imagined that someone could use the law of deception to break the deadlock of the test of sacrifice. Chapter 162, The Path of Kings. The Land of 10,000 Dragons. The old thought of spirit fell into complete silence after uttering that word. It seemed as if it were stunned by Lu Yuan's series of mischiefs, causing the system to crash. Ah, Yuan. You're amazing. Yun Shanshan was the first to break the silence, her peach blossom eyes sparkling, filled with admiration. You could even trick that monster that looked impossible to defeat. How did you think of that? Her tone brimmed with admiration. In her eyes, all the laws and trials seemed so rigid and ridiculous compared to her Yuan's wonderful ideas. Before Lu Yuan could answer, he felt three complex gazes on him. Nidhogg and Axia, two former kings who once stood at the pinnacle of the dragon race, were now looking at him with curious eyes. In their long lives, they had experienced countless brutal wars and witnessed the great power of numerous laws. The concept of battle was deeply rooted in their minds. That is, to crush the enemy with greater power. But today, this human, who had formed a soul contract with them, taught them a lesson in tactics. Not by hard hitting, not by resistance, but by using a nearly playful manner to deceive, exploit, and even assimilate the enemy. This approach had completely exceeded their understanding of battle. Only Iveria, after a brief astonishment, returned to her usual coldness with her icy blue dragon eyes. Yet her gaze lingered on the already calmed heavenly deception mirror beside Lu Yuan. She knew very well that Nidhogg's abyssal power represented pure destruction, the sharpest spear in Lu Yuan's hand. But this mirror, the strange and unfathomable essence it displayed, was like a fog that could not be observed. It was neither a spear nor a shield, it was a force that could pry the very rules themselves, a more essential power. Perhaps, the greatest trump card of her Beastmaster was never Nidhogg, who had already entered the Dragon Emperor realm, nor herself, but this mirror that could even deceive the rules. At this moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The dragon soul seed, surrounded by everyone and covered in dark patterns, radiating a breath of death, began to tremble violently. Buzz! The twisted black patterns on the eggshell not only didn't wilt completely but instead seemed to come alive, glowing and starting to frantically merge with the faint life energy of the dragon egg itself. Tendrils of black mist intertwined with golden rays, devouring each other and coexisting. A contradictory aura, both sacred and fallen, brimming with vibrant life yet yearning for ultimate destruction, erupted violently from the dragon egg. It was evolving. In a way that had never been seen before. So that's it. So that's it. Ha ha ha. This is the true answer. The voice of spirit finally rang out again. But this time, it was no longer the old, serious tone, it was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy, a trembling that had searched for countless eons, finally seeing the dawn. I set this trial not because I truly wanted you to sacrifice your companions. That was merely a disguise, a trap. Spirit openly revealed the truth of the trial. What I truly wanted to see was whether you could find a third path beyond resistance when facing the hopelessness of world devouring. For countless years, the numerous strong beings of my dragon god star, including those great ancestors, have attempted to resist world devouring with purification and destruction. But in the end, you all saw in the echoes of memory, we lost utterly. Because the essence of devouring world is pollution and assimilation, any form of energy resistance is merely feeding it. And you, the spirit's thoughts focused on Lu Yuan, admiration overflowing. You thought of deception, disguise, and even actively sought to assimilate. What you brought to this dragon soul seed was not pollution, but an unprecedented twisted evolution. You made it understand the power of devouring world at birth and turned it into part of itself. Using poison to counteract poison, walking with light and darkness. This is the only hope that can be sustained. As soon as the words fell, a crisp crack sounded. The violently vibrating dragon soul seed revealed a crack on its shell. A unique essence belonging to the sacred dragon leaked from that crack in soft wisps. But this aura felt extremely strange to the three sacred dragons present. As a reward for giving the most perfect answer, the spirit's voice carried a sense of gratification. This twisted dragon soul, unique since ancient times, created by your own hands, will belong to you. You can choose to bind a contract with it at any time, and it will become the most surprising blade in your hand. Yun Shanshan's eyes widened even further. This reward was simply too generous. However, it was not over yet. Additionally, the spirit's thoughts shifted. Your mirror is very special. Just now, it did not simply simulate the aura of the devouring world mother body, but forcibly stole the concept itself in a way I cannot comprehend while the mother body illusion launched an attack. This act triggered the laws of the dragon sleeping land. The laws determined that your beast completed a theft of the devouring world concept. As a result, it has permanently captured a trace of the true image of the devouring world mother body. Lu Yuan's mind shook violently. He immediately plunged his consciousness into the deceptive mirror. He saw on the myriad forms true shadow 5 spaces that could permanently store enemy true shadows. A brand new figure now appeared. It was a black mark made of distorted symbols. True Shadow 3, Devouring World Mother Body, Residual Shadow. Rank? Traits: Absolute Pollution, Concept Devouring, Immortal and Indestructible, greatly weakened in Residual Shadow state. Note, this True Shadow contains extremely chaotic laws. Forcibly summoning it with the current level of the deceptive mirror will cause irreversible damage to the mirror itself, and the summoned entity is very unstable. Use it with caution. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily halted. This meant he now possessed an ultimate trump card that could summon the devouring world illusion at any time. Though it was just a residual shadow and the cost was enormous, this was undoubtedly a forbidden weapon that could overturn the situation at a critical moment, even destroy a force. Just as Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were still immersed in this immense surprise that had fallen from the sky, the voice of spirit pulled them back to reality from their ecstasy. The first trial, you gave the most perfect answer and earned the reward you deserved. Now, prepare to face the second trial, Path of Kings. In the Starry Sea, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. In this challenge, you will no longer face false memories or illusions. The voice of spirit echoed throughout the entire dragon sleeping land. You will face the 3 who truly once reached their peaks, sleeping here. Sacred Dragons. Chapter 163, Please show the Dragon Clan's most desperate future. The moment the words fell, the vast starry sea beneath Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan twisted and folded again. The light and shadows changed, and when their vision cleared once more, they found themselves in an arena. The entire arena was constructed of solidified starlight, with semi-transparent steps and stands extending infinitely upward. In the center of the arena, 3 colossal thrones carved from unknown crystal stood in a triangular formation, emanating the aura of the Holy Dragon. In the next moment, 3 unprecedentedly powerful dragon soul orbs fell from the dome above. As the light faded, 3 holy dragon souls, each with distinct forms and overwhelming pressure, revealed their true selves. On the left throne sat a giant dragon whose body seemed composed of flowing golden sand and brilliant stars, every grain like a spinning galaxy. In its dragon gaze were 2 slowly rotating time dials. Just looking into its eyes made one feel their life being rapidly drained away. Dragon of Time. On the right throne, there was a giant dragon engulfed in platinum battle flames. Each scale of its body resembled the finest armor, radiating a sense of power that domineering aura made even Nidhogg glance over. Dragon of War. The most mysterious sat on the central throne. Its form was ethereal and uncertain, as if woven from countless faint threads of fate, existing here yet also in every possible future, impossible to accurately observe. Dragon of Destiny. This is not a deathmatch, but a recognition of royalty. The voice of the spirit explained the rules in the arena. You must gain the acknowledgement of the 3 ancestral holy dragons with your 3 holy dragons, proving they are qualified to carry the future of the dragon race. Yun Shanshan's heart suddenly tightened. Ancestors. This was the real ancestral holy dragons of the dragon race. She glanced at Ivelia, Nidhogg, and Akshaya beside her. One controls, one destroys, one protects. With this combination, she had confidence against any enemy. But now facing such an almost conceptual test, she was completely at a loss. At that moment, the Dragon of Time on the left throne moved. Its head formed of star sand lowered slightly, its time vortex-like gaze locking onto Lu Yuan. An ancient thought resonated directly in everyone's ears. 4C. Show me your plan for the future of the dragon race, a grand blueprint convincing enough to sway me. Prove that you can see further than I can. Yun Shanshan suddenly felt overwhelmed. How could she demonstrate that? Draw a pie in the sky? To boast to an ancestral dragon that played with time, wasn't this just a foolish act? However, Lu Yuan did not boast, but rather stepped forward, meeting the gaze of the Dragon of Time, making a request that surprised everyone. I ask you, Dragon of Time, to show us the most desperate future of the dragon race as you have foreseen. As soon as he said this, the arena fell into silence. Yun Shanshan stared in shock at Lu Yuan, even Nidhogg and Akshaya cast puzzled glances. Actively requesting to see the worst outcome? What kind of strategy was this? The eyes of the Dragon of Time, with their time dials, showed a hint of fluctuation. It examined this human who acted against the norm, seeming to analyze the intent behind his request. After a moment, its ancient voice resonated again. As you wish. No sooner had it spoken than the dragon of time opened its huge mouth, expelling a grey mist containing complex time laws, instantly enveloping Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. The despairing illusion. At the moment the illusion touched everyone, a glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. 10,000 laws reversed. The surface of the trickster mirror beside him glimmered, absorbing the grey time mist entirely into its mirrored world. On the surface of the trickster mirror, numerous profound law runes flickered wildly, and the complex law structure was forcefully analyzed and disassembled by the mirror in an unreasonable manner. Lu Yuan did not choose to return it, his mental force synchronized highly with the trickster mirror, manipulating the analyzed mist, starting to weave it anew. In that despairing end of destruction dictated by the Dragon of Time, a brand new scene was forcibly grafted. Buzz, the demon mirror projected the altered illusion once again. In the perception of the time sequence Holy Dragon, the future it deduced had not changed. The Dragon Clan was retreating step by step in the final battle against the World Devourer, bloodlines withering, stars falling, ultimately heading towards eternal darkness and silence. But just as that final glimmer of light was about to extinguish, a variable emerged. In the scene, the lone giant dragon was no longer fighting alone. The abyssal dragon emperor, Nidhogg, roared as it tore open the abyss. The dragon frost queen, Evrea, waved her hand to freeze 10,000 miles. The dragon radiance queen, Axia, shone holy light upon the entire despairing battlefield. And behind them stood several other races and their beastmasters. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian, Su Yueli, and others. An unprecedented power, using a few people as nodes, tightly linked the three pureblood holy dragons together. This was not the power of bloodlines nor the power of laws, but a kind of power known as bond. In this brand new mode, the strength of the three holy dragons was no longer a simple stacking, but had undergone a qualitative change. Nidhogg's destructive power integrated with Axia's protective holy light, Evrea's absolute frost contained Nidhogg's abyssal annihilation. They broke the shackles of their bloodlines and created a fighting method that even the ancestors of the dragon godstar had never imagined. Finally, the scene froze at the moment when the three holy dragons stood shoulder to shoulder with their human beastmasters, thoroughly piercing through the core of the World Devourer, which symbolized ultimate despair. A new era thunderously opened upon the ruins. In the arena, silence reigned. The time sequence holy dragon looked at the future forged by Lu Yuan, its eyes filled with the power of time, fell into an unprecedented long silence. It had deduced countless possibilities, but all the outcomes were based on the dragon clan's own bloodlines. It had never thought of, nor could it deduce, the variables that could arise from binding with the alien races. After a long time, its ancient thoughts echoed again, carrying an acknowledgement this time. Variables are also a kind of future. It had passed its test. However, before anyone could relax. Roar! A furious roar echoed throughout the entire arena. On the right throne, the war holy dragon, engulfed in platinum battle flames, suddenly stood up, impatient to interrupt this ethereal trial. Its dragon eyes burned with fierce battle intent, locking directly onto Nidhogg. Boring deduction. Kingship is fought for. Not just seen. Descendant of the abyss, prove to me if your claws are sharper than your ancestors. The war holy dragon's intent was filled with warfare, directly naming Nidhogg, demanding a pure-strength royal duel. Boom! In Nidhogg's pitch-black dragon eyes, bloodlight surged. In the first trial, the genocide memory etched deep in its soul had already ignited the towering hatred and fighting spirit within it. Now, provoked by the ancestral holy dragon, it could no longer suppress it. It stepped forward, its endless majesty as the abyssal dragon emperor colliding violently with pure war intent. As you wish, ancestor. In the next second, two distinctly different domain powers fiercely collided in the center of the arena. Nidhogg's Dragon Emperor domain, Annihilation Force Field instantly unfolded, with deep darkness devouring all light and energy. While the War Holy Dragon erupted a resilient battle domain composed of platinum battle flames, within the domain, all laws retreated, leaving only the spirit of battle to endure. Darkness and flames, annihilation, and resilience. Two peak existences representing the destruction authority of the Dragon Clan transcended endless time and space, engaging in the first and purest clash. Chapter 164, Transfer of Kingship. In the center of the arena, two different forces of realms collided with a thunderous crash. The outbreak of battle didn't even give anyone a moment to breathe. The fighting style of the War Holy Dragon can be called a living textbook of dragon warfare. It didn't use any fancy skills, every strike, every claw swipe, every tail whip was simply to the extreme, yet contained the battle rules honed through countless trials. Nidhogg's grip, capable of tearing through space, was easily evaded with a precise sidestep. The Dragon Emperor's command, an abyssal torrent that could annihilate all, was cleaved apart by the platinum battle flames burning on its wings, the raging energy guided to both sides, leaving no harm at all. Nidhogg's battle was filled with destructive fury and abyssal brutality, wide open yet focused, overpowering with sheer force. The War Holy Dragon, however, was like the most precise battle machine, always finding the weakest points in Nidhogg's attacks with minimal cost and delivering the most crushing retaliations. In just a few exchanges, Nidhogg's dragon body was already covered with wounds burned by the platinum battle flames. It was completely suppressed. Roar! A roar erupted from the War Holy Dragon's mouth. Is this your royal power? Junior! Filled with hatred, anger, and powerless destruction. This is not the path of a king, it is the end of a tyrant. You only know how to vent your fury but do not understand how to control it. With such what right do you have to lead the dragon race towards rebirth? These words hurt more than any physical attack. It accurately struck the deepest pain in Nidhogg's soul. That awakened memory of the dragon godstar's destruction, that overwhelming hatred, was both the source of its power and the shackles that bound it. Being scolded like this by the ancestral holy dragon, the deep black eyes of Nidhogg almost boiled with bloodlust. It let out an even more furious roar, ignoring the expanding wounds on its body, giving up all defense, preparing to launch the strongest attack in a self-destructive manner. Lu Yuan did not force a command. He simply used the soul link from the contract to gently pour his words into Nidhogg's sea of awareness. A voice echoed in Nidhogg's consciousness. You are not a tool of revenge. You are my partner, the Abyss Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. This voice made Nidhogg's impending outburst of destructive will suddenly halt. A tool of revenge, my partner. It was not born for revenge, it was Lu Yuan's beast, the unique Abyss Dragon Emperor. Its royal power should not exist solely for destruction. In that moment of clarity, the War Holy Dragon's claw, burning with platinum battle flames, had already torn through space, carrying the will to end everything, aiming directly at Nidhogg's core. In that instant, Nidhogg abandoned the mad thought of exchanging injury for injury. Its massive body suddenly froze, facing the fatal blow that could pierce it completely. It slowly raised its claw. Void royalty, silence of all things. The entire arena fell into an absolute silence for 1 second at that moment. Time, space, energy, sound, all concepts were forcibly stripped away. The War Holy Dragon's killing strike vanished just a hair's breadth away from Nidhogg's core, as if it had never existed. 1 second later, everything revived. The War Holy Dragon quietly floated in place, retracting its claw. Its dragon eyes, burning with battle intent, showed a slight change. It looked at Nidhogg, at this junior who, at the last moment, chose not to counter destruction with destruction, but to resolve the crisis with absolute control. It had learned how to harness its anger. You possess the potential to become a true king. The War Holy Dragon's arrogant intention. Finally, recognition was brought. It slowly retreated back to the throne, its body's platinum battle flames also receding. Nidhogg had passed. However, before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan could take a breath, the silent fate sacred dragon on the central throne finally moved. Its form, woven from countless threads of fate, swayed slightly. Its gaze swept over the nearby Ephraia and Axia. Its test had no battles, no questions, but returned once again to that word choice. 2 crystal-clear threads of fate slowly emerged in front of the fate-sacred dragon. On one thread, the scene reflected was that in the distant future, Queen of Dragon Frost Euphraia's power was restrained by endless devouring, ultimately vanishing into nothingness along with her frozen throne in a sea of darkness. On the other thread, there was Queen of Dragon Radiance Axia, who, exhausted from fighting against the abyss, was swallowed by boundless darkness, her holy wings dyed pitch black, ultimately falling into eternal decline. Choose. The intent of the fate-sacred dragon held no emotion. The Devourer and the Abyss are inevitable enemies the dragon race must face in the future. One of these two outcomes must occur. Now, tell me, which one do you wish to save? This time, before Lu Yuan could speak, Ephraia stepped forward. Her ice-blue dragon eyes fixed on the 2 so-called threads of fate, without a hint of fear or wavering on her face. She did not make a choice. Instead, she slowly raised her hand and removed the crown made of profound ice from her head. Ice Crown Sovereignty Eternal Stasis. The ice crown was thrown into the air, and the time in the entire arena, along with the 2 floating threads of fate, once again froze for a second. In that frozen second, Euphraia's icy, resolute voice resonated in the depths of everyone's soul. If fate is a thread, I shall freeze it. If fate is a river, I shall cause it to run dry. What she showed was not submission to fate, but the supreme will to completely freeze and master fate itself. At the same time, on the other side, Axia also moved. She showed no hesitation, radiating holy light, and directed it toward Ephraia, channeling Queen's sacred edict soul return to divinity. A soul mark, visible only to her, detached from Ephraia, and she carefully stored it away. Through her actions, she demonstrated their answer to the fate's sacred dragon. Even if fate truly made a choice, we have the ability to reverse life and death, and protect each other. The second of stasis ended. The fate-sacred dragon looked at the two who had jointly shattered its inevitable choice, and a smile seemed to appear on the face made of countless threads of fate. It remained silent for a long time. Finally, the appreciative intent slowly resonated. Very good. What I wanted was never your choice, but your awareness to resist fate. From this point, all three royal trials passed. The figures of the three sacred dragon ancestors became ethereal. They transformed into three purest, most original marks of sovereignty. One was the starry sand mark containing the might of time, one was the platinum mark burning with indomitable battle flames, and another was the elusive mark entwined with threads of fate. However, the three marks did not fly toward Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Instead, they merged into the bodies of Nidhogg, Ephraia, and Axia. Boom! Three distinctly different, yet equally vast and powerful auras erupted from the bodies of the three sacred dragons. At this moment, the realms of their dragon emperors and queens, the laws were undergoing transformation. This was the most direct gift from ancestors to descendants, the transfer of sovereignty. Congratulations, successors. The voice of spirit resonated at the right moment, filled with gratification. You have done it in the most perfect way. Having passed the second trial, we have gained the recognition and gifts of our ancestors. Now, get ready to face the final trial. Chapter 165, The Bridge of 10,000 Dragons. As the voice faded, the entire arena began to dissolve, and Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan returned to the vast sea of stars once again. This time, however, the scene before them underwent a dramatic change. The countless orbs of dragon souls that made up the starry sea were no longer quietly floating around them. They began to move, gather, and connect, constructing a dazzling starlight bridge that spanned the entire sea of stars, with no beginning or end in sight. The bridge was made up of billions of light points, each light point representing the soul of a giant dragon. Their brightness was dim and weak. This bridge is formed from all the sleeping dragon souls in the land of 10,000 dragons, the voice of Ling explained the rules. You two need to walk hand in hand across this bridge. With each step forward, the dragon souls beneath your feet will be purified and freed, fully returning to the heavens and earth. But each step will require a massive and incredibly pure amount of dragon bloodline power as a toll. Yun Shanshan gazed at the magnificent giant bridge, staring in a daze. Her small hand instinctively tightened around Lu Yuan's hand, her previously anxious peach blossom eyes now filled with determination. She wanted to save them, to liberate them all from this land of 10,000 dragons. Let's begin. Lu Yuan felt the girl's resolve beside him and gently squeezed her hand. The trial officially started. The two stepped onto the bridge made of billions of souls side by side. Roar! Nidhogg, Ephraia, and Axia, three holy dragons, appeared together. The newly born powers of the three realms shone brilliantly and unfolded instantly. The annihilation field containing platinum fighting spirit reflected the light of fate from the domain of winter, flowing with the holy brilliance of time's law. At that moment, three completely different top-tier dragon powers perfectly blended together. They transformed into a pure and vast tidal wave of bloodline energy, flowing into the bridge, pushing the two steadily forward. The bloodline energy quality provided by the three realms, fused with the royal seal, seemed to far exceed Ling's expectations. Within Nidhogg's, Dragon Emperor's domain annihilation field, pure darkness and nothingness ignited threads of indomitable platinum battle flames. That was the unwavering fighting spirit from the Holy War Dragon, giving the field, which originally only knew how to devour and annihilate, an unbreakable sharpness. In Ephria's, Queen's domain winter is coming, every snowflake falling, every inch of frozen ice began to reflect countless faintly visible threads of fate. Her control power was no longer limited to physical freezing, but began to touch upon the more mysterious realm called fate. And beside Yun Shanshan, Axia's, Queen's domain law of light, transformed in the most peculiar way. In that realm constructed of holy light, the flow of brightness seemed to become slow and distant, each particle of light dust carrying a piece of ancient time. The power of the time holy dragon granted thickness to her protection and healing. The initial progress was surprisingly smooth. With each step Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan took, hundreds and thousands of dragon soul light points were ignited beneath their feet. Their dim colors instantly turned radiant and brilliant, then transformed into countless fireflies, dissipating into the land of 10,000 dragons. In the air, it seemed as if the sounds of grateful dragon roars echoed from the souls. That scene was both grand and sacred. Ah, Yuan! Look! They are all thanking us. Yun Shanshan's little face turned red with excitement, her radiant smile shining brightly. She turned to look at Lu Yuan, her tone filled with overflowing pride. I knew we could make it. We will take them all out. Lu Yuan watched her happy expression and smiled lightly, without saying a word. However, as time passed, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his expression slowly turned serious. In his mind, the illusory Beastmaster compendium was crazily refreshing data, with rows of analysis results that were shocking to behold. Warning: the energy demand of the target bridge of 10,000 dragons is increasing geometrically. Deduction: it is expected that at 35% of the total length of the bridge, there will be a deficit in energy. The length of this bridge is far more complicated than it appears. The toll it requires is an astronomical figure. Sure enough, when they reached about one-third of the journey, a sudden change occurred. The radiant field enveloping the three holy dragons began to visibly dim at an alarming speed. The platinum battle flames burning on Nidhogg were no longer so fierce, the ice crystals around Ivrea lost their luster, and the light wings behind Axia became somewhat transparent. Their energy output showed signs of decline. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's steps became incredibly heavy, as if every lift of their feet drained all their strength. This is it, Inheritor. The thought of spirit echoed with a sigh in the sea of stars. You have surpassed all challengers since the birth of this dragon tomb. To save one-third of your companions and allow them to return to the world is already an unmatched merit. These words were like a bucket of icy water poured onto Yun Shanshan's heart. Her brilliant smile froze instantly, and she stood stiffly in place. She raised her head in disbelief, looking ahead. The long bridge made up of countless dim dragon souls seemed endless. Ahead there was still so much. Yun Shanshan stubbornly said, "No. How can it be only saved so little?" Roar! Aang! The three holy dragons also let out unwilling growls at the same time. They forced out their last bits of strength, trying to activate the field, but that surging energy was now like a trickle. Their dragon bodies began to appear somewhat illusory, but the bridge ahead seemed to turn into a quagmire, making it impossible to move forward even a bit. Yun Shanshan bit her lip hard, her body trembling slightly. Give up? She couldn't do it. At that moment, a warm hand gently patted the back of her hand. She looked up, meeting Lu Yuan's eyes. In those eyes, there was no despair, no giving up, only the same calmness and confidence as always. Shanshan, don't rush. Lu Yuan met her gaze filled with helplessness, the corners of his mouth curling into a familiar arc. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the hearts of Yun Shanshan and the three holy dragons. He turned his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the endless dragon souls before him, directly looking at the silent spirit. He spoke clearly and powerfully, word by word. Who said, "We only have 3 dragons"? As soon as the words fell, with the sudden tremor of the spirit as thought, Lu Yuan slowly placed his hand on the oval standing mirror that had quietly hovered beside him from the beginning. The deception mirror. Buzz. The spirit clearly sensed that a completely different dragon might be awakened from that mirror. Chapter 166, Dragon in the Mirror, 3 Saints Arrive. Dragon's Soul Command. Buzz. On the surface of the deception mirror, the silver vortex suddenly shrank inward, followed by a loud dragon roar exploding from within the mirror world. A huge dragon shadow burst forth from the mirror, carrying a tangible dragon power. It was a giant dragon composed entirely of silver light, with a solid form and a majestic dragon power. Although it lacked some of the Dragon Clan's agility compared to the pressure from Nidhogg and others, the overwhelming momentum belonging to the Dragon Clan was authentic. The moment this fourth giant dragon appeared, it let out a long roar and actively merged into the energy torrent constructed by the 3 holy dragons. The bloodline energy torrent, which was about to collapse due to lack of successors. With the infusion of this new power, they stabilized once more. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan suddenly felt the heavy pressure beneath their feet lighten, as if a mountain had been lifted. Let's go! Lu Yuan uttered a low command, pulling Yun Shanshan along as they stepped forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step taken, countless dragon soul light points were ignited beneath their feet. They transformed into a sky full of fireflies, emitting soulful sounds of gratitude like dragon roars, making the entire Wanzlong Bridge once again magnificent and sacred. It's really possible again. Yun Shanshan's small face radiated with uncontrollable joy. She turned her head, looking at Lu Yuan with eyes so bright that they were astonishing, filled with admiration. But soon, she also keenly sensed something was off. The silver dragon soul phantom was dimming at a visibly rapid speed, while the surface sheen of the Chitian demon mirror next to Lu Yuan was also fading in sync. Clearly, maintaining such a phantasm with real dragon power was a huge drain on the Chitian demon mirror. Yun Shanshan instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand. She asked nothing, merely conveying this small gesture to him. Whatever decisions he made, she was there. Useless struggle. The idea of Ling echoed again. This dragon soul summoned by the decree, though possessing the form of a giant dragon, is essentially just energy simulation, not true dragon bloodline. It can temporarily share the burden but cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Under the laws of this bridge, it cannot support for long. I know. Lu Yuan's response was calm and unwavering. He even had the spare energy to smile at Yun Shanshan. This is just an appetizer. He aimed to show this Ling, who prides itself on being the embodiment of rules, that his methods have never been limited to just one. Sure enough, Ling's judgment was spot on. After supporting the two for hundreds of meters, when they reached the 35% mark of the total length of the Wanzlong Bridge, the silver dragon soul phantom let out a reluctant low roar. Finally, during yet another energy extraction from its bloodline, it reached its limit and exploded into countless light points, dissipating into nothingness. A huge energy gap appeared once again. And this time, the backlash was even stronger than before. The entire Wanzlong Bridge shook violently, with the countless dragon soul light points forming the bridge surface flickering unpredictably, as if it were about to collapse completely in the next moment. The thought of Ling fell into silence. In its view, this rescue of dragon souls on the Wanzlong Bridge was finally over. However, amidst this turmoil, two bright beams exploded from Lu Yuan's eyes. Qitian Demon Mirror, now! His gaze suddenly swept over the three nearly dimmed, shape-maintaining holy dragons behind. Wanshang True Shadow. Targets: Dark Prison Dragon Emperor Ninhog. Dragon Frost Queen Ephraia. Dragon Radiance Queen Axia. Boom! As soon as these words came out, not only did Ling, but even the three holy dragons on the brink of their limits jerked their heads up. The surface of the Qitian Demon Mirror began to swirl wildly in silver. The silver dragon with its head and tail joined on the mirror frame suddenly lit up. The world inside the mirror turned upside down. Three gigantic forms, identical to the external bodies, were rapidly taking shape in the mirror. On the left was the Dark Prison Dragon Emperor, surrounded by abyssal black gas and platinum battle flames. On the right was the Dragon Radiance Queen, encircled by holy light and time dust. In the center was the Dragon Frost Queen, standing on ice with her eyes reflecting threads of destiny. No! It couldn't even be said to be identical. At this moment, Ling's idea suddenly appeared for the first time with a feeling of shock. It could clearly sense that what was being born in the mirror was not a false energy illusion. That was three immensely pure, overwhelmingly powerful holy dragon bloodlines that even perfectly replicated the recently acquired royal authority mark. How is this possible? This mirror, it not only copied forms and skills, it actually snatched away the most original concept of bloodline. Roar! Aang! In the mirror, three completely formed holy dragon phantoms simultaneously let out roars unique to the holy dragon's aura. The vast and mighty bloodline energy of the holy dragon seemed ready to break through the mirror, causing the entire 10,000 dragon bridge to tremble. Lu Yuan raised his hand, aiming at the three phantoms poised to strike. 3 holy dragons are not enough. What about 6? Before the words left his mouth, Lu Yuan suddenly waved his hand fiercely. Come out! Boom! The mirror of the deceiving sky transformed into a portal from another dimension, and the three figures roared as they charged out, landing on the 10,000 dragon bridge. Image of the Dark Prison Dragon Emperor. Image of the Dragon Frost Queen. Image of the Dragon Radiance Queen. 3 realities and 3 illusions, 6 supreme beings representing the pinnacle of dragon authority, appeared all at once in this moment. Chapter 167, The Path of the Holy Dragon. 6 dragon roars overlapped. The moment the 3 image-based holy dragon phantoms appeared, they resonated perfectly with their true forms. Without the slightest hesitation, the newly born powers of the 3 realms shone in concert, instantly unfolding. The bloodline energy torrent, which was on the verge of collapse due to lack of support, not only steadied but surged forward in an even more violent manner with the infusion of this new power. The heavy pressure that Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian felt underfoot vanished in an instant. Yun Shanxian stared blankly at the scene before her, looking at the 3 holy dragon phantoms that looked exactly like Nidhogg and the others, even sharing the royal mark aura they had just obtained. Her mind completely crashed. The glimpse mirror could already replicate platinum at a golden level. In just one day, Yun Shanxian was utterly stunned by the glimpse mirror's abilities. Go! Lu Yuan pulled her back from her shock. He took Yun Shanxian's soft little hand, exerted force beneath his feet, and charged forward. This time, it was not the previous arduous steps, but a true sprint. With 6 dragons guarding, they broke through like a bamboo. Their speed reached an unprecedented level. Underfoot, the bridge surface made of dull dragon souls ignited with unprecedented efficiency under the onslaught of 6 overwhelming bloodline energies. No longer a trickle but in vast swathes. Looking back, behind them was a magnificent galaxy formed by brilliant will-o'-the-wisps. Countless dragon souls, at the moment of liberation, exploded in brightness, then turned into light rain dissipating with satisfaction and joy. The sounds of heartfelt grateful dragon roars, no longer tragic cries, but converged into a grand and sacred requiem symphony echoing through the starry sea. The entire sorrowful 10,000 dragon bridge seemed to come alive in this moment. A Yuan! A Yuan, look! They are all smiling. Yun Shanxian, being pulled by Lu Yuan, flew across the bridge. Her long hair and garments flew back in the current of energy, her small face flushed with excitement, and her pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled as they reflected the countless flickering points of liberated light behind them. She turned her head, looking at Lu Yuan's calm and resolute profile, her voice brimmed with pride and admiration. I knew! I knew you would have a way. Her Lu Yuan always created the most incredible miracles in the most desperate times. Lu Yuan didn't look back, but he tightened his grip on her little hand. His gaze was always locked on the endless bridge ahead. This trial, from the moment Ling proposed that sacrificial question, had ceased to be a mere test. This was a game between him and the laws of this dragon tomb. What he wanted was not just to pass. What he wanted was to win. In a way that left the designer speechless, win thoroughly. Time flowed swiftly as they raced onward. 55%. 60%. 80%. Under the extravagant energy infusion from the 6 holy dragons, they crossed a distance that once seemed unreachable. The entire dragon bridge had over 90% of the dragon souls find peace. However, when their progress reached that last 1%, even the power of the 6 dragons felt the pressure anew. The bridge ahead was worlds apart from before. The final section of the bridge was no longer made up of ordinary dragon soul sparks, but rather, crystallized dragon souls radiating a faint oppressive force. Though their light was equally dim, each crystal contained the primal breath of the holy dragons. Sleeping there were the truly great holy dragons who had walked the peak in the history of the dragon god Star. The required bloodline power surged exponentially at this moment. The glow of the 6 holy dragons once again began to dim at a visible pace. The platinum battle flames burning on the Nidhogg clone nearly extinguished, the light wings behind the Axia avatar turned transparent, and even the cold air surrounding the real Ivrea grew thin. The road ahead seemed to transform into an insurmountable chasm. Just then, the long silent voice of Ling finally echoed once more. This time, there was no hint of previous doubt, but rather heartfelt gratitude and comfort. Stop, inheritors. The last stretch of the Holy Dragon Road is transformed by the holy dragons of my lineage. To awaken them requires not only mighty bloodline power but also a will and awareness worthy of a king. Forcing your way through will lead to permanent damage to your 3 holy dragons' essence and might even result in a fall from rank, a loss greater than gain. You have done enough. The future of the dragon race should not come at the cost of your sacrifice. Ling's words tightened Yun Shanshan's heart. She could clearly feel the aura of Axia behind her rapidly weakening. Instinctively, she wanted to speak. However, before she could voice her thoughts, 3 roars resonated across the starry sea. Roar! It was Nidhogg, Ivrea, and Axia. The 3 holy dragon bodies stepped forward, shielding the 3 already dimmed replica holy dragons behind them. An unyielding will surged through the soul link, flooding into Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's minds. Within that will, there were no words, only an image. In the image, they burned their own dragon souls, illuminating the last dark stretch of the bridge ahead, paving a way home for the final holy dragon. For the revival of the dragon race, even if their essence was damaged, even if their royal power fell, they would not hesitate. This was their resolve. As beings at the pinnacle of the dragon race, as the new generation of dragon kings, this was the responsibility they had to bear. Lu Yuan watched the scene unfold. Their spirit remains as strong as ever. A sigh emanated from Ling's consciousness. She was moved by the resolve of these 3 descendants. Perhaps, this was what she truly wished to see, a true royal power belonging to the dragon race. However, just as the 3 holy dragons were prepared to burn their essence for one last effort, Lu Yuan raised his hand, gently placing it on them to halt their actions. He looked up, his gaze crossing over the final road constructed by the holy dragons, his voice calm. I said, I need no sacrifices. Neither from memories nor from reality. Chapter 168, Seal. At the end of the dragon bridge, the atmosphere was weighty to the freezing point. Nidhogg, Ivrea, and Axia stood side by side. The royal seal just gifted from their ancestors was burning fiercely, that was their final decision. To illuminate this last holy dragon road, they were prepared to damage their bloodline. The fall of royalty comes at a price, consuming its own source. This is the awakening of the new king, and also a helpless tragedy. Yun Shanshan's heart twisted into a knot, she could clearly feel the resolute will coming from Axia. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound to stop it. She knew, this was their glory. Just as this tragic atmosphere was about to reach its peak, a warm hand gently pressed on her head and rubbed it. I told you, I do not need any sacrifice. Lu Yuan's calm voice, like a blade piercing through thick fog, instantly broke this dead silence. He raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the end of the road built by the holy dragon ancestors. He looked straight into the deep silence of the void, word by word, clear and decisive. The glory of the holy dragon ancestors should not be continued by the blood of the younger generation. My path as a Beastmaster is not built on the ashes of my companions. As his words fell, Lu Yuan slowly opened his right hand. Buzz. A force of the laws erupted violently from his palm. 2 completely different yet equally profound and vast invisible seals slowly rotated in his palm. One pulsed with the rhythm of everlasting life, as if it encompassed the beginning of all things. It was the all-beast seal restoring and amplifying life. The other was sharp and glaring, a fierce aura soaring to the sky, as if it condensed the ultimate attack in the world. It was the battle soul seal. The will of the spirit suddenly shook at this moment. It could not understand what that was, but it could clearly sense that within these two small seals contained a supreme force of laws it had never encountered. Lu Yuan did not give it any time to think. His mental power surged wildly, the light from his palm shone brightly. Without any hesitation, he instantly condensed 5 all-beast seals. As these 5 seals appeared, they emanated a majestic life force that made the entire dragon bridge tremble. He flicked his fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 all-beast seals transformed into 2 streams of emerald green light, ignoring space and laws, instantly merging into the bodies of Nidhogg and Ivrea. In an instant, these 2 holy dragons, whose bloodline power was nearing its limit, felt as if the long-drought earth welcomed life-giving rain after billions of years. Their once dwindling aura was instantly filled with an unreasonable and overwhelming life energy. The dim dragon bodies regained their brilliance, the platinum battle flame of the war holy dragon and the threads of fate of the time holy dragon shone brightly once again. Their power forcibly pushed back to its peak, even stronger than before. However, this was just the beginning. What made the spirit feel utterly baffled, even causing a slight disorder in its will, was about to happen. Lu Yuan did not even glance at the 2 restored holy dragons, but directly shot the remaining 3 all-beast seals at those 3 holy dragon phantoms that had been copied by the deceptive mirror, which were now so illusory they were nearly transparent, only a silhouette remaining. Buzz! The 3 phantoms did not collapse under the pressure of this power, but instead, at the moment the seals merged, their illusory bodies began to rapidly solidify. The energy particles that made up their bodies frantically restructured, the light of the holy dragon copied by the deceptive mirror surged, as if transforming from illusion to true immortality. What kind of talent is this? The spirit's thought was laced with an unmistakable shock for the first time. Why can even the copies of the laws be regarded as true forms for restoration and enhancement? This goes against the laws of origin. In its understanding, a copy is ultimately fake, a rootless floating weed. It could never endure such pure and overwhelming source power. But everything happening before its eyes completely overturned its understanding. I knew it. I knew it. My Yuan is the best. Yun Shanxian looked at this miraculous scene and instantly broke into a smile. She gazed at Lu Yuan's back. Worry, sadness, despair, all negative emotions were swept away. Roar! Nidhogg and Ivrea, along with the 3 majestic holy dragon phantoms, roared together into the sky, 5 giant dragons simultaneously unleashing their roars. Axia belonged to Yun Shanxian's beast and could not be empowered by Lu Yuan's seal. 5 powerful forces returned to their peak, even surpassing it as they wildly intertwined. Platinum battle flames, threads of fate, sacred light of time, all top-tier dragon laws converged into a bloodline tide. Lu Yuan faced the energy storm, his black hair blown wildly, issuing a simple command to the 5 awe-inspiring holy dragons. Crush through. Boom, boom, boom. Unstoppable. The bloodline tide formed from the combined power of 5 dragons fiercely surged forward towards the last holy dragon road. There was no resistance, no stalemate. Those sleeping dragon race holy dragons, under this overwhelming power, couldn't even hold on for a second before being instantly awakened. 1, 10, dozens. All the slumbering holy dragon souls were awakened at that moment, letting out voices of comfort and praise. Lu Yuan held Yun Shanxian's hand, walking smoothly on this road paved with holy light, crossing the last distance in a single step, and standing firmly at the bridge's end. The resting place of 10,000 dragons, tens of thousands of dragon souls were all liberated. However, just when Lu Yuan thought the trial of the dragon bridge was over, the beast-taming illustrated book before him quietly revealed a line of message. Warning, target dragon bridge purification progress, 99.99%. Chapter 169, The Ancestral Holy Dragon. At the end of the dragon bridge, Lu Yuan held Yun Shanxian firmly in place. Behind them was the dazzling river of light formed from the liberation of countless dragon souls, and in their ears, the symphony of souls resonated through the starry sea. Though the 6 holy dragons' lights had dimmed, they still majestically floated beside them, exuding the aura of victors. Yun Shanxian's lips had already split into a grin, her peach blossom eyes curving into beautiful crescents filled with admiration and pride for Lu Yuan. She knew, her Yuan was capable of anything. However, just as joy and triumph were about to overflow, a line of message quietly appeared in Lu Yuan's mind from the Phantom Beast Taming Illustrated Book. Warning, target dragon bridge purification progress, 99.99%. The smile on Lu Yuan's face instantly froze. The grand ambition that had just ignited seemed to be doused in ice-cold water in an instant. He abruptly looked up, staring ahead. The bridge had reached its end, and in the vast starry sea, apart from them, there was not another dragon soul's light. Where was that last 0.01%? What's wrong, Yuan? Yun Shanxian keenly noticed the change in Lu Yuan's expression and retracted her smile. At this moment, that familiar thought echoed again across the starry sea. This time, its voice was no longer as ethereal and lofty, but carried a weariness of having shed burdens of countless ages, and a liberation from the depths of the soul. My name is the ancestral Holy Dragon. As the voice fell, the entire silent starry sea seemed to be infused with life. Lu Yuan and Yun Shanqian's hearts jumped. They could feel an indescribable vastness and ancientness awakening from the void. The true form of spirit, the first holy dragon ever born in the history of the dragon god Star, the ancestor of all dragon races. Its soul had long merged with this dragon's tomb, being both the guardian and the last, and the most lonely prisoner in this endless sorrow. I set up a trial, and over countless ages, I have seen many extraordinarily talented heirs. Some were powerful, some were wise, but no one has ever crossed even 5% of this dragon bridge. The voice of the beginning dragon carried a distant nostalgia. My greatest wish is merely to find a successor who can liberate 1% of the dragon souls resting here. Let the mournful wails of this dragon tomb be somewhat pacified. And you all have given me an ending that I dared not even dream of, the true revival of the dragon clan. Its intent slowly swept over Lu Yuan, gliding past the still shimmering, otherworldly demon mirror beside him. Especially you, the young human. When you said, my path of kingship is not built on the ashes of my companions, I knew that the future of the dragon clan had finally found real hope. The ancestor dragon's thoughts were filled with undeniable praise and satisfaction. The power's strength will eventually have its limits. But the will to protect, and that kindness rooted in the soul, are the true cornerstones of royal authority. You have proven that the new generation of holy dragons possesses something more precious than power. Yun Shanqian felt a bit dazed, yet she could sense that this ancient ancestor of the dragon clan was genuinely complimenting Lu Yuan. Her small chest instinctively puffed up higher. Lu Yuan remained silent, vaguely guessing what that final 0.01% could be. Now, it's time to draw a perfect conclusion to this trial. The ancestor dragon's voice became incredibly gentle, filled with a kind of love that an elder has for a younger one. As the ancestor, this is my final gift, paving the way for you. As the words fell, a huge, yet incredibly ethereal dragon shadow slowly emerged in the void before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanqian. It was a sacred dragon that could not be defined by any known dragon species. Its body seemed to be made of the purest starlight, its scales were swirling nebulae, and its eyes were burning stars, each gesture causing fragments of time and ripples of space to rise and fall. It was the ancestor sacred dragon, the source of all dragons. And it was that last 0.01% of the dragon bridge. It slowly lowered its noble head towards Lu Yuan and Yun Shanqian, its dragon eyes filled with a satisfied smile. Then, its massive body made of starlight began to gradually dissipate from the tail, transforming into the most primal golden light particles, merging into this void. This was not sacrifice, but completeness. Nidhogg, Evelia, and Akshia simultaneously let out deep roars, sensing the sadness and reluctance that came from the depths of their bloodline. However, the ancestor dragon's dissolution was irreversible. It was its own will, its final blessing offered as an ancestor to the younger generation. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He knew he couldn't stop it. But he also never considered accepting this gift. At the moment when the ancestor dragon's form was about to dissipate beyond half, a sharp glimmer flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and a powerful mental force surged wildly into the demon mirror. A new seal appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. He merged this seal into the demon mirror, and the mirror's surface gleamed with silver light. A command that could be called madly was clearly uttered from his mouth. All impressions true shadows. Buzz. The mirror surface of the demon mirror radiated resplendent light, and a silver beam containing the laws of stealing and replicating shot straight towards the dissipating shadow of the ancestor dragon, ignoring the distance of space. He wanted to replicate this ancestor of the dragon clan, along with its will and soul, into the mirror. Even just a trace of this ancestor's unique soul would be enough. He wanted this ancestor to one day see the future of the dragon clan reclaiming the peak. As the sudden silver beam approached, the soon-to-dissolve dragon soul shadow of the ancestor dragon noticeably stalled. Its dragon eyes, made of stars, gazed at Lu Yuan. There was no shock or anger in its gaze, but rather an unexpected smile. That smile soon transformed into an immensely satisfying laughter, coming from the depths of its soul. It did not resist. Instead, it voluntarily opened its origin, allowing the silver beam to take everything of itself, from form to soul, from memory to will. All reflections, all replicas. This human descendant is truly interesting. Even its final slumber, must it snatch back from the hands of fate? Good. Very good. The deceitful mirror of heaven has reached an unprecedented height in power due to its imprinting effect. As the will of the primordial dragon was completely released, the replication process of the deceitful mirror of heaven proceeded unprecedentedly smoothly. A phantom identical to the primordial dragon slowly took shape in the mirror world, and was then permanently stored in one of the 5 true shadows. At the moment the replication was completed, the massive body of the ancestor sacred dragon finally turned into a sky full of golden light rain, dissipating among the starseed. Ding! Target bridge of 10,000 dragons purification progress, 100%. The number on the Beastmaster illustrated finally jumped to perfection. Boom. 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 The entire sorrowful bridge made up of billions of dragon souls completely lost its form at this moment. All the glowing points gathered together, transforming into a dazzling golden river of light that spanned the entire secret realm, with no visible end. The river flowed silently, and every splash reflected the smiling face of a giant dragon freed from its shackles. They no longer lamented or cried, but instead sang ancient dragon songs, flowing along this long river home toward the eternal resting place. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian stood in the void, quietly watching this magnificent and holy scene. The 6 sacred dragons also gathered all their auras, bowing their proud heads to the golden river of light, offering the highest respect to their kin and ancestors. After a long time, the river of light gradually faded, and the entire land of 10,000 dragons became empty and silent. Lu Yuan raised his hand, gently caressing the cold mirror surface of the deceitful mirror of heaven beside him. In the mirror, the true shadow of the primordial dragon, made of starlight, lay quietly sleeping. In the end, he still chose to keep this ancestor. Chapter 170, Dragon God Mark. The Star Sea returned to dead silence. The river of light, formed from billions of dragon souls, gradually faded. The only thing left was a purity and peace that washed away all extravagance in this space. Beside Lu Yuan, the 3 sacred dragon true shadows, replicated from the deceitful mirror of heaven, began to turn transparent, their solid bodies swirling with platinum battle flames, threads of fate, and the holy brightness of time flickering unpredictably. The 3 massive figures silently transformed into countless silver light points, completely dissipating. The brilliance on the mirror then receded, returning to its ancient and calm appearance, except for the silver divine dragon at the edge of the frame, whose dragon eyes seemed to glow with a newfound spirit. It's over. Yun Qianqian whispered, looking at the empty surroundings. The excitement and joy on her small face had not fully faded, yet her eyes showed a hint of emptiness. The impact from this thrilling trial was truly enormous for her. She turned to look at Lu Yuan's calm profile. Ah Yuan, we really did it. Yes, we did it, Lu Yuan replied, retracting his hand from the mirror's surface and smiling at her. It seemed he had never doubted this outcome from the very beginning. Yun Qianqian looked at his smile, and the void in her heart was instantly filled. She took a step forward and naturally linked her arm with Lu Yuan's. Come out, all of you, take a breath of fresh air. Lu Yuan gently said. With a thought, figures appeared beside him. The glorious sacred spirit transformed into a pure light, intimately swirling around Lu Yuan. The void phantom silently merged into the shadows, curiously surveying this brand new space. Yun Qianqian also sweetly smiled, summoning all her beast companions. The radiant saintess, the dark dragon descendant, the holy flame fire sparrow, and the void-masked cat, once they appeared, were instantly captivated by this empty star sea. Chirp! The holy flame fire sparrow tilted its head, curiously pecking at the void, yet pecked nothing, confusedly preening its bright feathers, not understanding why its master summoned it to this empty place. The void-masked cat seemed a bit uneasy. It was used to lurking in the shadows and cracks of dimensions. This pure space without any cover, or even the light seemed to stand still, made it feel uncomfortable. It anxiously circled around Yun Qianqian's feet, its tail's fur standing on end. All right, it's very safe here. Yun Qianqian bent down and picked up the void-masked cat. The little cat rubbed against her in her arms and finally relaxed a bit. At that moment, a change occurred again. The golden river of light that had just faded, unexpectedly reappeared beneath their feet. But this time, it was no longer a flowing form, but transformed into a star road paved with countless golden light dots. A gentle thought came from the star road, inviting them to step onto the way home. This is the last gift from the origin dragon, Lu Yuan said softly. He took Yun Qianqian's hand and stepped onto the star road first. The 3 holy dragons, Nidhogg, Evelia, and Axia, silently followed behind them. The other beast tamers also curiously followed along. As their claws touched the star road, all the beasts let out a comfortable sound. Streams of pure original dragon energy flowed into their bodies along the star road. Though this energy was not enough for them to break through immediately, it silently nourished their bloodlines, cleansing the hidden injuries and impurities accumulated from past battles, and subtly enhancing their life levels. The sacred flame fire sparrow was the first to call out, spreading its wings and joyfully flapping along the star road. Each flap sent up a shower of golden light. The dark dragon descendant walked quietly, its shadow scales gleaming under the golden light dots, achieving a strange harmony between darkness and holiness. The radiant saintess's glow became even softer. She closed her eyes, feeling the gratitude and blessings coming from the countless dragons. Even the most restless void-masked cat quieted down at this moment, lying in Yun Qianqian's arms and comfortably purring. Yun Qianqian felt the warm current flowing within her, and a look of contentment filled her little face. She looked at the beasts frolicking on the star road and then at Lu Yuan beside her, her eyes squinting into a line of happiness. Ah Yuan, it seems they all really like it here. Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over his own beasts. This journey to the dragon's lullaby had yielded far more than he had imagined. The star road wasn't long, they soon reached the edge of the void. In front of them was a chaotic emptiness. And the star road composed of golden light dots began to gather all its brilliance towards the center. The gratitude of thousands of dragon souls, the final blessings of the origin dragon, and the recognition of the entire dragon's lullaby essence condensed at this moment. Finally, they transformed into two dark golden tokens, each engraved with a vividly depicted dragon totem. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the moment the two tokens took shape, they turned into two streaks of light, shooting directly towards the center of Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan's foreheads. Yun Shanshan felt a coolness at her brow and instinctively closed her eyes. Lu Yuan remained still, quietly feeling the token merging into his soul. Dragon God Mark. When Yun Shanshan opened her eyes again, she saw Lu Yuan looking at her with a hint of a smile. Ah Yuan, do I have something new on my forehead? She uncertainly touched her brow. It was still as smooth as ever, with nothing there. It's in your soul, Lu Yuan explained. This is a farewell gift from the origin dragon and thousands of dragon souls, called the Dragon God Mark. Dragon God Mark? Yun Shanshan blinked curiously, what's it for? It's very useful. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and a dark golden dragon-shaped energy swirled at his fingertips. First, with this mark, we forever carry a trace of the purest holy dragon aura. From now on, when we encounter dragon beasts or other spirit beasts, whether good or evil, as long as they are not blind, they must think twice. This was a bit too straightforward, but Yun Shanshan instantly understood. Isn't this just a fox assuming the tiger's power, no, a dragon's skin? In the future, if we face something we can't beat, just show the mark and say, I have a dragon above me. A sly smile immediately appeared on her small face. Secondly, Lu Yuan continued, with this mark, we can return to the dragon sleeping land anytime, and our spirit beasts can also move in this realm. Yun Shanshan's eyes suddenly brightened. Any time? Yes, any time. Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Although the dragon souls are no longer here, as the core fragment of the dragon god star, the spatial laws are stable, and the energy is pure. It is an excellent place for cultivation and refuge. Yun Shanshan's small head was already spinning fast. This means they have an absolutely safe private garden. If they can't win, they can hide here, and no one will find them. Or they can cultivate in seclusion here, no longer worrying about being disturbed. So what's the third? Yun Shanshan couldn't wait, the first two were so amazing, the third must be even more powerful. Lu Yuan looked at her bright, expectant eyes. He didn't answer directly but asked back, Shanshan, you are now at the golden middle level. How many contract slots do you have? 5. Yun Shanshan answered without hesitation. Dark Dragon Descendant, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Dawn Holy Maiden, Void Mask Cat, and Akia, exactly 5. From now on, you have a 6th contract slot. You have a 6th contract slot. Lu Yuan's voice was soft. But Yun Shanshan's whole body stiffened. Her little hand holding Lu Yuan's arm unconsciously tightened. The 6th? The contract slots of Beastmasters changed again on them. The rank determines the quantity, the golden rank was originally 4, and the 5th appeared because Yun Shanshan used a Beastmaster elixir. Yun Shanshan closed her eyes, her mind completely sinking into her sea of consciousness. 5 stars surrounded her soul source, representing Akia, Dark Dragon Descendant, Dawn Holy Maiden, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, and Void Mask Cat. They shone brightly and were closely connected to her. But outside those 5 stars, a new contract slot was quietly floating. Really, there was an extra one. Yun Shanshan suddenly opened her eyes. Her mouth agape, she stared blankly at Lu Yuan, unable to say a word for a long time. Ah! The next second, a scream loud enough to overturn the entire star sea erupted. Yun Shanshan jumped up like a koala and directly clung to Lu Yuan, squealing with excitement. A Yuan! A Yuan! It's real! I really have a 6th contract slot. My goodness! I didn't expect this mark would have such an effect. Lu Yuan stumbled from her impact and helplessly reached out to support her, letting her have her fun on him. Nearby, several spirit beasts were dumbfounded. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow tilted its head, not understanding why its master suddenly went crazy. The Dark Dragon Descendant silently took a half step back, feeling a bit embarrassed. Only Akia, looking at Yun Shanshan so close to Lu Yuan, had a smile revealing in her holy eyes. All right, come down. Lu Yuan patted her back. No. Let me hold on for a while longer. Yun Shanshan buried her face deeper, her voice muffled. Lu Yuan let her be for a while, and when her excitement calmed down a bit, he spoke, although a contract slot has appeared, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. This sentence instantly sobered Yun Shanshan, who was still in a state of joy. She froze for a moment. She slid down from Lu Yuan, and the smile on her small face gradually faded. Yes. They came here to awaken the dragon soul through trials and to complete the revival of the dragon race. But now. Yun Shanqian looked around, the empty starry sea was deathly silent. That river of light carrying billions of dragon souls, along with the revered ancestral holy dragon, had already vanished. Here, there was nothing left. A Yuan. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes. The dragon souls are all gone. How can we revive the dragon race now? No matter how precious the gift of the dragon sleeping land, it was merely a reward for them personally. Yet they promised Ivelia to help her bring the dragon race back to the world. The promise has not yet been fulfilled. Lu Yuan did not answer, only gazed at Ivelia beside him. It seemed that she felt his gaze. The ever-still Ice Queen stepped forward, transforming into human form. Her ice-blue palace gown swayed without wind, and her ice-blue eyes swept over Yun Shanqian, finally landing on Lu Yuan's face. A voice echoed in their ears at the same time. Who says that the revival of the dragon race has not yet been completed? Yun Shanqian was taken aback. Ivelia raised her hand, pointing to the Nidhogg and Akshia beside her. Revival is not merely bringing the deceased back to life, that is but the whispering of the undead. True revival is inheritance. Her voice resonated in the silent starry sea. The primal dragon and countless dragon souls did not dissipate, instead, they entrusted their final will, final glory, and final hope to us. The Dark Abyss Dragon King Nidhogg inherited the killing and conquering of the War Holy Dragon. His royal path is to clear all thorns for the dragon race. The Dragon Radiance Queen Akshia inherited the guarding and healing of the Time Holy Dragon. Her royal path is to bring eternal hope and prosperity to the dragon race. And Ivelia's gaze fell on her hand, where the threads of fate shimmered. I inherited the authority of the Destiny Holy Dragon. I guard the fate of the dragon race, and my royal path is to ensure that our path never ends. One holds the power of killing, one governs hope, and one protects fate. We three are the new fulcrum of the dragon race, the three flames of the dragon godstar that will never extinguish. She turned around, her ice-blue eyes showing a softness that could melt ancient ice for the first time. So, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanqian. We have already completed the revival of the dragon race. At the moment the words fell, the entire dead starry sea seemed to hear some command and began to tremble violently. Boom! The darkness beside them began to fade like a torn curtain, inch by inch. The void beneath their feet transformed into solid, heavy ground. Tender green grass sprouted from the earth at a visible speed, spreading wildly. The starry sky above was replaced by a warm dawn, and a gentle sun hung high in the sky. In the distance, mountains rose from the ground, and rivers surged forth. In the air, the fragrance of soil and the sweetness of grass began to pervade. This land of sleeping dragon souls for countless ages, this final place that witnessed their trials, finally shed its silence after completing its last mission. With the final blessings of thousands of dragon souls, it transformed into a vibrant paradise. When the light faded, and all dust settled, Lu Yuan and Yun Shanqian, along with all their beasts, found themselves standing on a vast meadow soft as a carpet. Warm sunlight shone upon them, bringing a hint of lazy warmth. A fresh breeze brushed against their cheeks, mixed with the fragrance of unknown flowers coming from afar. Chirp! The holy flame fire sparrow was the first to react. It cheered, flapping its wings, spiraling in the air above the meadow. The void facade cat jumped down from Yun Shanqian's arms, testing the softness of the grass with its paws. She comfortably lay down on the ground, exposing her belly, rolling back and forth. The luminous orb transformed from the divine spirit soared into the sky, scattering tiny golden specks under the sunlight. Even the usually cold Nidhogg stood quietly at that moment, allowing the sunlight to cascade over his black royal robe, and there seemed to be a hint of warmth in his pitch-black eyes. Yun Shanqian stared blankly at the dreamlike scene before her for a long time before turning to look at Lu Yuan beside her. Lu Yuan, I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Yuan looked at her silly expression and smiled, reaching out to pinch her small face. Does it hurt? It hurts. Yun Shanqian covered her face but smiled radiantly. Chapter 172, The Cradle of Dragons. Yun Shanqian jumped off Lu Yuan and spun around, her long skirt fluttering. Great! This will be our secret base from now on. She ran to the void masked cat rolling on the grass and scooped it up high. Masked cat, do you like it here? I'll bring you to play every day from now on. The void masked cat comfortably meowed, rubbing its cheek against her palm. On the other side, the holy flame firebird was playfully chasing the luminous orb of the divine spirit, while the dark dragon descendant stood quietly under a newly grown tree, feeling the pulse of this land. Nidhogg, Ifreya, and Axia transformed into human forms, standing quietly aside. They watched this world transform from silence to vitality, their expressions varying. Nidhogg remained austere, though the lingering hostility between his brows diminished considerably. Axia wore a gentle smile, with pure joy reflected in her eyes. Ifreya was the calmest, simply extending her hand to catch a petal drifting by in the wind. Her ice-blue eyes mirrored this brand new world. Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan. Yun Shanqian ran back again. I have one more contract slot. The sixth one. What kind of beast should I contract? Her little head leaned closer, whispering, shouldn't we get a dragon too? Pair it with your Nidhogg and Euphraya, then we'll be a pair of dragon heroes. Lu Yuan was amused by her spontaneous title and flicked her forehead with his finger. What are you thinking? Contracting a beast depends on fate, there's no rush. I don't care, anyway, my sixth beast must be the strongest. Yun Qianqian huffed and began to daydream again. It must be both cute and powerful, cuddly usually, but capable of one-punching opponents when it fights. As the two were laughing and chatting, this peaceful and comfortable world began to change without warning. The soft green grass underfoot started to glow with a faint golden aura. The light was soft, like moonlight, yet it carried a weight and holiness from ancient times. Cheap? The holy flame fire bird circling in the air was the first to sense something was wrong. It stopped flapping its wings and tilted its head, curiously looking at the ground. The void-masked cat, which had been rolling, suddenly jumped up and dashed behind Yun Qianqian, peeking out with a small head, vigilantly watching its surroundings. The golden light became stronger. It didn't come from a single source but rather seeped from every inch of the soil of this land. Those specks of light gathered together, tracing out countless intricate and ancient patterns on the grass, resembling intertwining dragon-shaped totems. The entire earth transformed into a gigantic golden canvas. What is this? Yun Qianqian's smile faded. Lu Yuan pulled her behind him, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The expressions of Nidhogg, Euphraya, and Axia also turned serious. They could distinctly feel an immensely powerful source of dragon aura waking deep within the land. That aura was of the same origin as theirs. Euphraya's ice-blue eyes flashed with surprise. She thought the gifts from the primordial dragon had ended, but the scene before her clearly exceeded her expectations. Buzz. The earth began to tremble slightly. Those dragon-shaped totems made of golden specks shone brightly, as if they had come to life. They wandered on the grass, eventually gathering into huge spots of light. At the center of these spots, the soil began to slowly rise. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a number of smooth, jade-like dragon eggs slowly rose from that golden light. 1, 2, 10, 100. In an instant, the entire vast grassy field turned into an ocean of dragon eggs. These dragon eggs varied in size and shape. Some were bright red all over, with patterns of flames etched on their surface. Some were deep blue like the sea, with a shining, wave-like luster on their shells. Some were as black as ink, exuding a heavy, earthy scent, and others were crystal clear, as if carved from pure gems. Thousands upon thousands of dragon eggs scattered throughout this world, bathed in golden light. Each egg contained a sleeping life. The entire world fell silent. The wind stopped, the birds no longer chirped, even the liveliest holy flame firebird was frozen in mid-air, forgetting to flap its wings. Yun Qianqian opened her mouth slightly, looking at the fiery red dragon eggs on her left, then at the emerald green dragon eggs on her right, her mind blank. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's sleeve, her voice slightly floating. Ah, Yuan, these are all dragon eggs? Not just her, even Nidhogg, Euphraya, and Axia, the three newly crowned holy dragons who thought they were the anchor for the revival of the dragon race, fell into a long silence at this moment. The sight before them completely overturned their understanding. Revival? Is this the revival? Euphraya looked at the tens of thousands of dragon eggs before her, revealing an emotion called shock. She mumbled to herself, as if asking herself, or perhaps questioning the heavens. Ancestor, was this what you wanted? She thought the birth of the three holy dragons represented the entirety of the dragon race's revival. It was the inheritance of will, the continuation of kingship. But now she understood, that was just the beginning. The will of the primordial dragon and the tens of thousands of dragon souls did not just choose a new king, they used their last strength to transform this silent land of sleeping dragons into a cradle capable of nurturing new life. Lu Yuan looked at this miraculous scene before him, feeling the shock in his heart matched that of Yun Qianqian and the three holy dragons. His Beastmaster handbook gave no hints, but the answer was already written on this land. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, turning to look at Yun Qianqian, who was completely stunned beside him, and gently explained. Euphraya is right, they are the inheritance, the will, the spark ignited for the revival of the dragon race. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the endless sea of dragon eggs before him, his voice carrying a sense of unprecedented emotion. But what the primordial holy dragon wants has never been just a continuation of spirit. What it desires is the true rekindling of bloodlines. Lu Yuan reached out his hand, pointing to this vibrant world, pointing to the thousands of dragon eggs. This land is the new starting point for the dragon race. And we are the witnesses of all this. His voice resonated among Yun Qianqian and the three holy dragons. We are also the guardians. Chapter 173, Guardians. The words guardians exploded in the hearts of the three holy dragons. Euphraya was the first to react. She looked at this vast ocean of dragon eggs, each egg containing a new hope for the dragon race. New flames ignited in her eyes, representing responsibility, mission, and the burden of being a ruler. A resolute idea spread from her, resonating throughout the entire newborn world. This time, I will ensure that the dragon race. Once again, greatness. This is no longer an empty slogan, but the heaviest vow made in front of countless new life forces. Nidhogg said nothing, he simply raised his hand slowly, and a swirl of abyssal black energy intertwined with platinum battle flames danced in his palm. He looked at those dragon eggs, and a glimmer of light flashed deep within his pitch-black eyes. Conquest and slaughter are his instincts, but at this moment, he seemed to have found something more important than conquest, protecting the roots of a race. Axia stepped forward and gently touched the nearest dragon egg, which radiated a soft glow. She could feel the faint energy fluctuations beneath the shell, and a tender smile appeared on her face. Her path is to guard and heal, the scene before her is the perfect interpretation of her royal way. Lu Yuan watched their reactions and nodded. From now on, let this place be called Cradle of Dragons. He said. Ivelia, Nidhogg, Axia, this land needs order and guidance. Just right, you can freely move here, looking after this newborn world. Look after? Yun Shanshan's eyes suddenly lit up, and an amazing image flashed in her mind, unable to restrain a chuckle. She leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and whispered, Yuan, do you mean, let the three of them be kindergarten principals? Lu Yuan glanced at her without saying a word, but the smile in his eyes had already given him away. Yun Shanshan's imagination completely ran wild. She pictured that when these dragon eggs hatch, thousands of hungry little baby dragons would scatter across the ground. At that time, Ivelia would wear an icy expression, giving a morality lesson to a group of little fire dragons about the fate and future of the dragon clan, only to have the little fire dragons impatiently spray little flames at her, burning her skirt. Nidhogg, the Dark Abyss Dragon King, would try to teach a group of little water dragons how to unleash dragon might, but the little water dragons could only spit bubbles, soaking his majestic black and gold dragon robe. The most unfortunate might be Axia, with a group of mischievous little earth dragons digging holes and rolling on the lawn she had carefully maintained, turning it into a gopher paradise. She could only follow behind, sighing and using holy light to repair it. Ha ha ha. The more Yun Shanshan thought about it, the funnier it became, and eventually, she couldn't hold back, laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. I can't take it anymore, this image is too beautiful for me to bear. The three holy dragons, the new kings of the dragon clan, actually have to become babysitters. Her laughter was clear and especially resonant in this quiet world. Ivelia and Nidhogg both shot her a cold glare. Yun Shanshan's laughter abruptly stopped, and she quickly hid behind Lu Yuan, poking out only half of her little head and making a face at them. Axia shook her head helplessly, she had no way to handle this lively master. Ahem. Lu Yuan lightly coughed, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Shanshan, come here. He walked over to a patch of dragon eggs of various colors, crouching down to observe carefully. Yun Shanshan curiously leaned over as well, pointing at a completely black dragon egg with golden lightning patterns swirling across it, excitedly saying, Yuan, look at this. So cool. It looks like a strong fighter. Should I contract with it? As she spoke, she reached out to touch it. Don't touch. Lu Yuan reached out to stop her. These dragon eggs are the final gift from the origin dragons and countless dragon souls. They contain the purest essence and cannot be contracted in the usual way. Then what should we do? Yun Shanshan felt somewhat disappointed. Wait. Lu Yuan stood up, his gaze sweeping over the sea of dragon eggs. Wait for them to hatch naturally, wait for them to choose their future paths themselves. Forcibly intervening will only ruin this gift. He looked at Ivelia and the others. Your task is to. It's about guarding them, guiding them, until the day they can soar in the sky. I understand. Ivelia nodded solemnly. She had completely accepted this warden identity. Hoof. Nidhogg merely snorted coldly, as if to acknowledge it. Letting him take care of the children made him uneasy, but guarding the future of the dragon race was his duty. Leave it to us. Axia smiled, behind her, holy light gathered, as if ready with countless healing spells, prepared for all sorts of chaos that might arise in the future. With everything arranged, Lu Yuan took Yun Shanshan and prepared to temporarily leave this cradle of dragons. Yuan, are we leaving now? Yun Shanshan felt a bit reluctant, she wanted to see more of these lovely dragon eggs. This is our backyard, we can come back anytime. Lu Yuan ruffled her hair. But outside, we still have things to do. Yun Shanshan nodded, she knew Lu Yuan was right. The two of them concentrated, used the dragon god mark, and communicated the path to leave. Before they left, Yun Shanshan took a glance back. In the sunlight, three newly born dragon kings were guarding that cradle, which represented the future of the dragon race, in a way never seen before. And their beast partners also found their own fun in this land of new life. The light transformed from the Holy Spirit curiously circled around a bright attribute dragon egg, as if communicating with the little life inside. The void shadow found a new toy, constantly darting through the shadow cast by the dragon egg, having a great time. Even the usually quiet dark dragon descendant approached a shadow attribute dragon egg. It hesitated for a moment, then gently tapped the eggshell, as if conveying some kind of encouragement that belonged to its kin. Chapter 174, In the Name of the Dragon Lord. Yuan, are we really going to leave them here? Yun Shanshan felt a bit sad. This place is safer than anywhere, and the energy is purer, which is good for their growth, Lu Yuan explained. And with Evelia and the others here, nothing will go wrong. Through their soul link, he could clearly sense the joyful emotions coming from the Holy Spirit in the Void Shadow. They seemed to really like this new home. Yun Shanshan nodded and said no more. The space slightly twisted, and their figures slowly faded from the spot, eventually disappearing. At the entrance of the Beast God Mountain, Dragon Tomb Secret Realm. The space shook like a broken mirror, and Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan stepped out from it. The Sky Comet Dragon Lord, Kirk, who had been guarding the entrance, suddenly trembled. His golden dragon eyes instantly locked onto the two people who appeared. He did not step forward immediately but froze in place. The two humans before him looked the same as before, but the feeling they gave him had undergone a tremendous change. They were no longer merely foreign Beastmasters, a supreme dragon totem was imprinted deep within their souls. That aura was pure and majestic, even more noble than his own Sky Comet dragon bloodline. That was the aura of the Holy Dragon. Just as Kirk was violently shaken, two rays of light flew from afar. It was Su Yuli and Lan Luli. You guys came out. Su Yuli quickly approached, sizing the two up, and relieved when she saw they were safe. Lan Luli lazily followed behind, but even her half-closed eyes showed some concern. How was it inside? Before she could finish her question, she noticed the unusualness about them, just like Su Yuli. It was an indescribable momentum, as if a dragon beast stood behind them, exuding an invisible pressure with every move. Lu Yuan, Shanshan, you. Su Yuli's face showed astonishment. Mother, we're fine. Yun Shanshan smiled and laughed, rushing into Su Yuli's arms and rubbing against her, then ran to Lan Liuli's side, lifting her little face as if offering a treasure. Aunt Lan, do you see anything different about me? Lan Liuli raised an eyebrow and pinched her little face. It seems like your skin got a bit thicker? Oh. Just as the few were talking, Kirk finally came to his senses. He walked in front of Lu Yuan, carefully examining Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan, awe and excitement filling his golden eyes. Lord Lu Yuan, Lady Yun Shanshan, you succeeded? His voice was deep, yet trembled with uncontainable emotion. Lu Yuan nodded, not hiding anything, and briefly recounted the events that occurred in the Dragon Tomb. From the choice of the Echoing Garden to the recognition of the Path of Royalty, then to the purification of the Bridge of 10,000 Dragons. He omitted the shocking details of the heavenly deceiving demon mirror, saying only that with the power of 3 sacred dragons and some special means, they ultimately passed all trials. As he heard that tens of thousands of dragon souls had found peace and the will of the first dragon finally manifested, Kirk's body began to tremble slightly. His obsession, guarded for thousands of years, finally had a result. The ancestral sacred dragon can finally rest. He murmured. Yun Shanshan, however, thought to herself, don't think about it, your ancestral sacred dragon is still sleeping in a Yuan's mirror. Su Yuli and Lan Liuli listened from the side, their hearts also surging. Though Lu Yuan spoke lightly, they could imagine that the so-called trials must have been perilous. In the end, the ancestral sacred dragon and tens of thousands of dragon souls merged their last blessings and powers into that space. Lu Yuan's voice paused as he threw out the last piece of news. That place of the 10,000 dragons' slumber has transformed into a world that can nurture the rebirth of the dragon clan. We have named it, the Cradle of Dragons. Cradle of Dragons? Kirk suddenly lifted his head. Yes. Lu Yuan affirmed. Those released dragon souls have turned into brand new dragon eggs, they are nurturing on that land. Evelia, Nidhogg, and Axia, along with my and Shanshan's beast, will act as guardians to guide this new clan. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Kirk was completely frozen, he seemed to be in shock. Thousands upon thousands of dragon eggs? Did he hear it wrong? He thought the return of the 3 sacred dragons was already the only hope for the revival of the dragon clan. But now, Lu Yuan was telling him that what they brought back was an entirely new dragon clan? Su Yuli and Lan Liuli were also stunned. They exchanged glances, both seeing extreme shock in each other's eyes. A secret realm that could continuously give birth to pure-blood giant dragons? What does this signify? They knew better than anyone. This meant that as long as Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were given enough time, they would possess a true giant dragon army. This was no longer the realm of genius, this was a miracle. Mother! Aunt Lan! Yun Shanshan saw they were all stunned, and could not help but tug at Su Yuli's sleeve, speaking softly yet proudly, the gains from this secret realm are not just these. Yuan and I also obtained the Dragon God mark, so we can enter and exit Cradle of Dragons at any time. She puffed up her little chest, lowered her voice, and said in a boastful tone, moreover. I have an additional contract slot. The sixth one. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli's pupils suddenly constricted. What did you say? You have an additional contract slot? The two spoke in unison, their voices changed. The contract slot for Beastmasters is an iron law of the world. The rank determines the quantity, the golden rank limits to 4. Absolutely true. Yun Shanxian proudly raised her chin. Lan Lioli suddenly appeared in front of Yun Shanxian, grabbing her wrist, a pure mental force probing into her spiritual sea. After a moment, Lan Lioli released her hand. Staggering back a step, that always lazy face once again displayed an expression as if it had seen a ghost. Really, added one more. Su Yueli looked at her daughter's proud appearance and then at the calm Lu Yuan beside her, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. These two children had only entered a secret realm, yet it seemed that every time they came out, they brought back some different adventure? Thud. A dull sound interrupted their thoughts. Everyone turned to look, only to see the heavenly comet dragon lord, Kirk, actually taking 2 steps back and then kneeling on one knee before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian. Last commander of the heavenly comet war corps, the heavenly wisdom giant dragon, Kirk. Salute to the dragon lord. From today on, I and the mountain of 10,000 beasts will forever be the most loyal guardians of the dragon's cradle. Chapter 175, The 6 Kings' Present Treasures. Kings kneel, the dragon lord blesses. This sudden scene left Su Yueli and Lan Lioli somewhat stunned. Lu Yuan stepped forward, wanting to help Kirk up. Senior Kirk, you must not do this. We cannot bear the title of Dragon Lord. However, the kneeling knee of the heavenly comet Dragon Lord seemed to have taken root in the bluestone ground, unmoving. You can bear it. Kirk raised his dragon head, his golden eyes filled with unprecedented fervor and devotion. You and Miss Yun Shanxian carry the will of the ancestor sacred dragon and bring the hope of the dragon race's revival. This title of Dragon Lord is the ancestor sacred dragon's recognition of you too. His voice transformed into a rolling wave of sound, echoing across the entire altar. I, subordinate Kirk, will only fight for the dragon race in this life. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kirk made a move that made everyone's pupils contract. Kirk transformed into a golden giant dragon. Raising one dragon claw, the tip glimmered with a metallic cold light, unhesitatingly grasping the hardest reverse scale beneath his neck. Sizzle. Accompanied by a tearing sound, 3 palm-sized golden dragon scales were forcibly stripped from his body. Dragon blood seeped from the wound and dripped to the ground but was instantly absorbed by the earth, turning into the purest energy. Kirk seemed oblivious to the pain, using his dragon power to lift the 3 scales, stained with his original breath, and respectfully presented them to Lu Yuan. These are my origin reverse scales, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a king, for a total of 3 times. His voice was slightly hoarse from pain, yet his respect remained undiminished. Upon meeting the Dragon Lord, a small token of respect, though lacking in formality, I hope the Dragon Lord will accept it. Yun Shanxian's little mouth formed an O shape. She quietly tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes, lowering her voice, her excitement barely hidden. Yuan, we struck gold. These are dragon scales at the peak of kings, capable of blocking a king's strike. 3 pieces. That's 3 lives. Lu Yuan ignored the small treasure hunter beside him, already starting to calculate how to use them. He looked at the 3 heavy dragon scales before him, then at Kirk's bleeding wound, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. This was no longer a gift, but a loyalty forged from flesh and blood. He did not refuse further, reaching out to accept the 3 dragon scales. Thank you. Seeing Lu Yuan accept them, a look of relief appeared on Kirk's massive dragon face. He slowly stood up, his moblin-like body turning to face behind him, his gaze sweeping over the 6 king beasts that had remained silent since earlier. As the Dragon Lord has just arrived, do you, as the spirits of the sacred mountain, not have any sign of respect? Kirk's tone was very calm, revealing no joy or anger, but the pressure contained within made the breaths of the 6 king beasts pause for a moment. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This was asking for benefits for Lu Yuan? The atmosphere at the altar suddenly became somewhat delicate. Though the 6 kings respected Kirk as the mountain master, they were more like equals among themselves. Now, however, Kirk spoke in an almost commanding tone. Let them show to the 2 young humans. The southern 9 Hell Chilan was the first to react, spraying 2 beams of 9-color flames from its nostrils and letting out a displeased low grunt. The divine fire around its body surged sharply, clearly disagreeing with Kirk's actions. However, Kirk merely shot it a cold glance. With just one glance, the flames around the 9 Hell Chilan instantly retracted, and the furious aura vanished without a trace. Kirk said nothing more, simply watching them quietly. Silence. Finally, it was the most peaceful Kunlun spirit deer that broke the deadlock first. It took elegant steps and walked up to Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, its antlers adorned with blossoming flowers gently swaying. A budding 7-colored lotus flower slowly floated down from its antlers, hovering before the 2 of them. This is the seed of the 7 treasures spiritual lotus, which takes 100 years to bear one. The ethereal voice of the Kunlun spirit deer echoed. Worn on the body, it nurtures the soul, resisting all evils. If planted, once it blooms, the lotus platform can provide a spirit reward no less than that of a platinum peak beast tamer. Yun Shanshan's eyes shone bright like 2 stars in an instant. A spirit reward of a platinum peak beast. If taken to the outside world, it would surely drive all platinum-level beast tamers crazy. Thank you, senior. Yun Shanshan joyfully reached out, wanting to grab the lotus seed. But Lu Yuan held her back, slightly bowing to the Kunlun spirit deer. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. With the Kunlun spirit deer taking the lead, the other kings no longer remained silent. The western Biming mountain turtle, with a shell as massive as mountains, had the lines resembling mountain ranges on its shell faintly glowing. A small palm-sized, earth-colored shard of its shell fell from its back and flew in front of Lu Yuan. Old turtle has nothing good. This item is called Earth Vein Armor, made from my shed old shell. The giant turtle's voice was ancient and heavy. Once activated, it can form an absolute barrier, capable of blocking any attack below the king level, lasting for 10 breaths. Another life-saving treasure. Yun Shanshan secretly gave Lu Yuan a yay gesture behind her back. Following that, the Northern Annihilation Judge moved. The huge judgment scale in its hand tilted slightly, and a completely black token inscribed with the character law flew out. Judgment Order can establish a fair contract with any target. Those who betray the contract will suffer backlash from the laws, permanently lowering their strength by 1 level and weakening for several days. Its voice carried no emotion. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. This item's utility was much greater than mere defensive treasures. The southeastern celestial dreamweaver flapped its butterfly wings, which reflected the stars of all heavens. A bit of starry light fell from its wings, transforming in midair into a diamond-shaped transparent crystal. Nightmare Prism can completely reflect a mental attack back to the caster, ignoring level differences. Its voice was dreamlike, as if coming from another dimension. Yun Shanshan was almost fainting. The happiness came too suddenly. Had they just stumbled into a treasure trove today? Now, only the 9-Hell Qilin and the Void-Eating Python were left. The 9-Hell Qilin watched its companions take out their collections, its expression a bit displeased. It was a dignified Qilin, the revered divine beast. How could it be weaker than them? It snorted coldly and opened its mouth to spew forth a ball of 9-color divine fire. The flames condensed in the air, eventually transforming into a burning feather of 9-color flames. Qilin True Feather contains a trace of my original divine fire. Its voice carried a hint of arrogance. It can instantly purify all curses and negative states below king level. If fused into a fire attribute beast, it can help purify its bloodline and has a certain chance to comprehend the divine ability 9-color divine fire. Yun Shanshan unconsciously glanced at her holy flame fire sparrow. At last, everyone's gaze fell on the pitch-black giant python that was only half revealed. In the vertical pupils of the void-eating python, a chaotic light flickered, and it seemed very reluctant. Kirk's gaze also fell upon it. Finally, the void-eating python opened its giant mouth, and a jet-black, ever-twisting orb was spat out. Little Leap Pearl, a one-time consumable. Its voice was hoarse and cold. Can ignore any spatial blockade and perform a short-distance random space leap. A top-notch escape tool. Thus, 6 great kings, and 6 priceless treasures. Each one was enough to stir up a storm of bloodshed in the outside world. And now, they quietly floated before Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. Chapter 176, Returning with a Full Load. Faced with the 6 priceless treasures floating before him, even Lu Yuan was startled. Yun Shanshan's eyes sparkled, her little hands rubbing behind her back, looking like a little hamster preparing for winter, almost writing "I want it all" on her face. Lu Yuan was not polite. With a thought, he stored all 6 treasures in his storage space. He slightly bowed to the 6 kings. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your generous gifts. The 6 kings' auras stirred slightly, as a response. They had also bled greatly this time, especially the 9 nether Qilin and the void-eating python, whose auras still carried a hint of pain. Kirk was very pleased with this. The massive dragon head turned toward the 6 kings. The arrival of the Dragon Lord is the highest secret of the Divine Mountain. You must swear an oath of rules, not to leak a word. The 6 kings had no objections, each swearing by their origin. They understood well that once the existence of the dragon's cradle was exposed, not just Blue Star but the entire beast world would go mad. All right, you may withdraw. Kirk waved his dragon claw. The 6 overwhelming auras retreated like a tide, their massive figures disappearing one by one into the depths of the jungle, and silence returned to the altar. Kirk then turned back to Lu Yuan, his golden dragon eyes filled with seriousness. Dragon Lord, I will personally guard the entrance of the secret realm. From today, the Beast God Mountain will be the first line of defense of the dragon's cradle. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yuan nodded. With matters here concluded, the group no longer lingered and turned to walk back along the path they came. Yun Shanshan was in a state of extreme excitement all the way. She linked her arm with Lu Yuan, almost hanging onto him, murmuring non-stop. Yuan, can I have the 7 treasures lotus? It can nourish the soul, I bet I'll sleep even better. And the earth vein shield. Wow, invincible for 10 seconds against kings. In the future, if anyone provokes me, I'll just stand there and let them hit me until they're exhausted. The judgment order is so cool. In the future, if anyone dares to owe me money and not return it, they'll lose a level of strength. Suyuli listened to her daughter's unpromising words, helplessly holding her forehead. Lan Luli curled her lips and lazily commented, promising. She 11 silently walked at the back, not saying a word. In her mind, she kept replaying everything that happened today. The 6 kings summoned their beasts, the mountain lord kneeling, the dragon clan's secret, the new world. Any one of these things was enough to overturn the worldview she established for more than 20 years. She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian walking ahead, for the first time feeling a kind of unreachable sensation in her heart. Turns out, this is the true genius. And she, perhaps, was just standing at the foot of the mountain, fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of a ray of light from the mountaintop. Passing through the long path, the entrance to the divine mountain was right ahead. Boom! The ground ahead trembled again, and the hill giant made of ancient wood and rock slowly stood up. But this time, the breath of suffocating pressure was completely gone. It lowered its massive head, clearing the road for the group. A grand voice echoed in the mountain, filled with reverence. Sending off the dragon lord with respect. Yun Shanxian proudly puffed out her little chest, waving at the giant beast as if inspecting her soldiers. Suyuli moved her thoughts, and the figure of the cloud-howling sky falcon appeared once more. Everyone leaped onto the back of the giant falcon, which let out a clear cry, flapping its wings, stirring up a whirlwind, and instantly soared into the clouds. On the ground, Kirk stood side by side with the stone behemoth, gazing at the black dot that had vanished into the sky, unmoving for a long time. High in the sky, the clouds rushed past beneath them. This journey to the mountain of 10,000 beasts had come to a perfect end. Suyueli and Lan Liuli both received their beloved spirit beasts, the Stormwing Elf and the Thunder Panda, both epic-level beasts with pinnacle potential at 2 stars. With just a little adjustment to help the two advance, their returned energy could break through the kingly threshold that had troubled them for a long time. Yun Shanxian was like a little wealthy girl who had just looted a treasure vault. She sat cross-legged on the falcon's back, placing 6 treasures beside her, fondling each one in her hands, unable to let go of them. Mom, Aunt Lan, look. She raised the fiery 9-colored feather of the Qilin. How about this for my holy flame fire sparrow? Maybe it can spit 9-colored divine fire in the future. Suyueli looked at her daughter, her eyes full of affection but also seriousness. Shanxian, these things, and your extra contract slots, cannot be mentioned to anyone, understand? I know, Yun Shanxian waved her hand nonchalantly. We cannot show off our wealth, I get it. Lan Liuli leaned to the side, half closing her eyes, looking like she was about to fall asleep, yet she floated out a profound sentence, not just not showing off wealth, but you two are like walking nuclear bombs, and without insurance. She opened one eye and looked at Lu Yuan. Kid, that dragon's cradle of yours, does it really produce dragon eggs endlessly? Lu Yuan nodded. Hiss. Lan Liuli inhaled sharply, instantly losing her drowsiness. She sat up straight, and the lazy expression on her face was replaced by one called headache. A dragon base that can produce infinite troops. Wow, if this gets out, not just the dragon kingdom, the whole world will go crazy. She rubbed her temples. No way, when we go back, I need to train more. This statement calmed the previously excited Yun Shanxian. Only then did she realize what kind of opportunity she and Lu Yuan had truly obtained. The previously silent She 11 finally spoke up. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but extremely firm. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian. The two looked towards her upon hearing the voice. She 11 bowed to him. Thank you. Yun Shanxian hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Senior, what are you doing? She 11 looked up, and in her usually cold eyes, flames seemed to be burning at this moment. I used to think I was already outstanding among my peers, with the goal of catching up to my teacher. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Today I only realized I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. She looked at Lu Yuan and Yun Shanxian, her gaze filled not with jealousy, but with pure shock and yearning. Thank you for showing me the sky beyond the mouth of the well. I will no longer set my sights on epic, I want to see the scenery above the throne. After saying this, she sat back down, closed her eyes, and entered a state of transcendental meditation. An invisible force began to gather around her. In this journey to the mountain of 10,000 beasts, despite not obtaining any substantial treasures, the cleansing of her spirit and the widening of her horizons were more precious to her than any rare materials. Yun Shanxian looked at She 11 entering a state of enlightenment, a look of admiration appearing on her small face. Suyueli nodded with satisfaction, saying to Lan Liuli, this child has a truly good temperament. Of course, just look at whose student she is. Lan Liuli's mouth curled slightly, but soon returned to her lazy demeanor. The cloud-howling sky falcon flew steadily, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Lu Yuan stood at the front of the falcon, gazing at the distant skyline, where he could already faintly see the outline of Beiming Academy. In his heart, it was far from being as calm as it appeared on the surface. The name Dragon Master is glory, but also responsibility. The Cradle of Dragons is a trump card, but also a shackle. He knew that from today onward, he was carrying not just his own fate, but the future of a lost race. Yuan. Yun Shanxian didn't know when she had come to his side, gently leaning against him. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about when our kindergarten will open. Lu Yuan pulled back his thoughts, turned his head to look at her, and smiled as he said. Yun Shanxian let out a laugh, and the heavy atmosphere was swept away. Don't worry. With Iceberg Principal of Rhea, Violent Security Nidhogg, and Gentle Nurse Axia, our dragon kindergarten will definitely be the best in the world. She clenched her little fist, swearing fiercely. Whoever dares to cause trouble, I'll let Nidhogg bite them. In the distance, the silhouette of North Sea Academy became clearer. Chapter 177, The Mutated Dragon Egg. The Yun Shao Tian falcon landed steadily on the wide lawn of the half-mountain villa, folding its wings, letting out a low call. A group of people jumped off the falcon's back, and the feeling of their feet on solid ground finally relaxed the tense strings of their hearts. Ansu, teacher, I'm heading back to my room now. Chi 11 nodded slightly at everyone. Go ahead, get some good rest. Su Yueli responded gently. Chi 11 said no more, turning to walk towards the guest room of the villa. Her back was straight as a pine, each step incredibly steady, the faint aura around her more solid than when she was on the falcon's back. Lan Liuli watched her, lazily yawning, but her lips unconsciously curved into a smile. This girl has really been shaken hard this time. It's good, if we don't break that little pride of hers, she'll really think that epic tales are everything. Yun Shanxian stuck out her tongue, murmuring softly, what kind of teacher says that about their student? As she finished her sentence, she saw Lu Yuan walk to the center of the lawn, looking around as if searching for a suitable spot. Yuan, aren't you going to rest for a bit? Yun Shanxian hopped over. Nope. Lu Yuan shook his head. I want to contract that dragon egg right now. As soon as he said this, the air suddenly became quiet. Blue Lily, who was ready to go back to take a bath, stumbled, almost tripping herself. She turned around sharply, her beautiful phoenix eyes wide, her tone filled with absurdity. No way, kid. We just got back, and you want to contract the sixth beast without even catching your breath? She looked Lu Yuan up and down, as if examining some rare monster. Is your spiritual power a bottomless pit? Just came out from the dragon's slumber, don't you feel tired? For Beastmasters, each contract is a huge test of the Sea of Spirit. But Lu Yuan was different, he had just experienced a world-altering journey in the secret realm and immediately wanted to contract a dragon beast that he had never even heard of. This wasn't just bold, it was ridiculous. I'm fine. Lu Yuan's answer was concise. His Sea of Spirit, after being tempered by the primal dragon imprint, not only did not suffer damage, but was even more vast and solid than before. Alright, you monster. Blue Lily was completely speechless, resignedly walking to a nearby lounge chair and slumping down. A look of let me see what else you can come up with on her face. Su Yueli appeared much calmer, walking to Lu Yuan's side, her eyes containing a hint of scrutiny, but more was trust and support. Have you thought it through? Yeah. Lu Yuan nodded. Good. Su Yueli asked no further questions, gently clapping her hands. A fiery red figure quietly appeared beside her. It was the elegantly shaped fox, its fur burning like flames, with 9 fluffy tails gently swaying behind it. This was one of Su Yueli's trump card beasts, the 9-tailed rose flame fox. Little Rose, isolate this realm. Ooh. The 9-tailed rose fox let out a soft murmur, its 9 tails swaying gently, moving as if there were no wind. Buzz. A layer of invisible crimson barrier, like an upside-down bowl, instantly enveloped the entire backyard lawn. Outside the barrier, everything remained normal. Yet inside the barrier, it felt as if they had been stripped to another dimension, silence reigning supreme. After doing all this, Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's gazes converged on Lu Yuan, as if by agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts, and a completely black, fist-sized dragon egg appeared in the palm of his hand. It was the one and only distorted dragon soul seed that Lu Yuan had personally created in the dragon's slumberland. The moment this dragon egg appeared, the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees in temperature. It lay quietly in Lu Yuan's palm, with twisted black patterns on its surface flowing slowly like living creatures, exuding a chilling aura of death and termination. Yet beneath this extreme silence, a faint heartbeat of life could be felt emanating from deep within the eggshell. Streams of black mist entwined with golden rays, intertwining, chasing, and devouring each other within the patterns of the eggshell. Sacred and fallen, creation and destruction. Two entirely opposite laws of aura manifested in this small dragon egg in a highly contradictory yet perfectly balanced way. Hiss. Even Lan Lioli, who had seen much, couldn't help but gasp in surprise upon sensing this aura. She straightened up from her reclining chair, the laziness gone, her face carrying an unprecedented seriousness. What exactly is this thing, she muttered to herself. It possesses the majesty of a dragon beast, yet mixes in a concept of filth. How could these two entities coexist? Su Yueli's brow furrowed tightly. She could clearly sense that the power contained in this egg exceeded her understanding. Yuan, can this really be contracted? Yun Shanshan leaned over, her little face filled with curiosity but her eyes hiding worry. She could feel her own dragon queen, Axia, rejecting this egg. At the same time, inside Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dragon Frost Queen Evrea and Dark Prison Dragon King Nidhogg transmitted a sense of vigilance and hostility. They instinctively despised something that mixed light and dark, life and death, a boundary devourer. It's okay. Lu Yuan soothed his two beast companions, while also calming Yin Shanshan beside him. He could sense the emotions of the holy dragon, but he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness toward the dragon egg in his palm. Because this egg was born because of him. It was him who, using the heavily deceiving mirror, deceived the laws of the dragon's slumberland. It was him who forcibly injected the concept of boundary devourer into this dragon soul seed that should have been pure. In a sense, he was the father of this unknown dragon beast. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, he sat cross-legged and gently placed the dragon egg on the grass in front of him. He let his mental energy flow into the dragon egg. Chapter 178, Fury of the Twin Dragons. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, a pure stream of mental energy reached out from his brow and slowly touched the dragon egg, which was filled with both death and life. There was no expected rejection or repulsion. The moment Lu Yuan's mental energy touched the eggshell, he felt a joy and longing from deep within his soul. It was as if a lost child, after a long journey, had finally caught the scent of home. The distorted dragon egg seemed to be activated, crazily devouring Lu Yuan's mental energy. The surface of the eggshell, with its twisted black patterns and sacred golden light, began to flow, intertwine, and collide with unprecedented speed. Finally, it transformed into a slowly rotating energy vortex of black and gold. This. Lan Lioli suddenly stood up. She had never seen such a strange contract process. This was not like a contract, it was more like a return. Suyuli held her breath, and the nine-tailed rose fox beside her bristled its fur. A threatening sound rumbled in its throat, and the crimson barrier glowed intensely, clearly sensing some kind of terrifying power forming. Yun Xianshan nervously clenched her small fists, her eyes fixed tightly on the dragon egg. Crack! A light sound came. But it was not the sound of the eggshell breaking. The black and gold intertwined dragon egg started to peel away at its surface, like weathered stone turning into the smallest particles of light and dark, dissipating into the air. It was not broken, instead, it was self-deconstructing, self-melting. When the last bit of shell turned to nothingness, a ball of chaotic energy floated in midair. At the center of that ball was an extreme pure darkness, as if it could swallow all light and hope. Yet the outer edge of the ball burned with radiant holy golden flames, emitting the will to create and protect. In this moment, two completely opposite forces reached a strange balance. The next second, the light ball suddenly shrank inward, collapsing into an infinitely small singularity. No sound, no explosion. Then, that singularity silently blossomed. A circle of black ripples spread out along the ground. Wherever it passed, the lush green grass withered instantly, turning to ashes as if drained of all life concepts. Suyuli's face changed, and the nine-tailed rose fox immediately strengthened the barrier, keeping that strange ripple inside the courtyard. In the center of that ripple, a petite figure slowly began to take shape. It was a little girl who looked only about 5 or 6 years old. She wore a simple black dress, the hem was without any decoration, but its darkness was haunting. That was not the color of fabric but a materialized void, as if a corner of the universe's coldest depths had been cut out to make a garment. Any light that touched the dress was completely swallowed, with no reflection at all. The girl had bare, tender white feet standing on the grass that had turned to ashes, looking a bit dazed, like a child just awakening, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. She slowly raised her head to look at Lu Yuan. And this let everyone present see her eyes clearly. One was pure gold, like the dragon's eyes of the ancestral holy dragon, containing supreme dragon might. The other was pure black, like the abyss of the world-devouring mother, reflecting the extinction of all things. One holy, one evil, one light, one dark, these contradictory yet harmonious elements appeared on the same face. Yun Shenxian opened her mouth, wanting to say so cute, but the words were scared back by that pitch-black eye. Lan Luli felt that her Beastmaster worldview was crushed repeatedly today, then forcibly pieced together, and now shattered again into pieces. In this dead silence, a chilling killing intent and a fury of obliteration exploded behind Lu Yuan without warning. Get out of the Master's world, things of the abyss. Obliterate, or be purified by me. Accompanying the two voices filled with disgust and murderous intent, the space behind Lu Yuan was forcibly ripped open. Dressed in an ice-blue palace gown, with an unparalleled beauty and cold grace, Euphoria appeared, along with Nidhogg, who wore a dark golden dragon-patterned black robe, handsome and cold, exuding prison-like authority. They didn't even give anyone time to react. Euphoria raised her delicate hand, and a long spear made of ultimate ice instantly formed, its tip aimed at the little girl in the black dress, as the surrounding air crystallized into countless ice shards. Nidhogg was even more direct. Black flames exploded in his eyes as a void claw made of abyssal power surged suddenly from the shadow under the little girl's feet, ready to strike. Grasping at her ankle. Two Dragon Kings, two beings who once stood at the pinnacle of their respective realms, at this moment, showed no hesitation in launching a lethal attack against a seemingly defenseless little girl. In their eyes, the world-devouring aura radiating from this girl, even if it was just a trace, was more detestable than the most vicious curse in the world. Stop! Lu Yuan spoke with undeniable authority. His figure flickered and instantly stood in front of the little girl. The icy spear, capable of freezing souls, and the magical claw, able to tear apart space, halted abruptly just half a meter away from Lu Yuan. Ivelia and Nidhogg froze in place. They could strike at anyone, but they could never harm the one connected to their soul, their master. Lu Yuan? Nidhogg's pitch-black eyes were filled with rage. Are you protecting a world-devouring youngling? It will corrupt your soul. She is not an enemy. Lu Yuan turned around and looked at the little girl behind him, her eyes still somewhat dazed. He could feel the hostility emanating from Ivelia and Nidhogg, stemming from the depths of their bloodline. But he could also feel the unconditional dependence and closeness this little girl had toward him. That feeling was like that of a parent for their child. Lu Yuan reached out and gently placed his hand on the little girl's head. The girl did not flinch. Instead, she comfortably squinted her mismatched eyes, like a cat being stroked, even nudging her small face against Lu Yuan's palm. This scene caused the killing intent in Ivelia and Nidhogg's eyes to solidify into shock. Yin Shanxian, Su Yueli, and Lan Liuli also stared in awe. From today on, she is your new companion. Lu Yuan announced to his two Dragon Kings. Chapter 179, World-Devouring Dragon Princess, Mortis. The Master's command is above all. Ivelia's icy spear, capable of freezing souls, and Nidhogg's magical claw, under Lu Yuan's command, slowly dissipated into nothingness. The two Dragon Kings remained standing, but the aura around them felt like a volcano being forcibly suppressed, full of contradictions and unwillingness. They could ignore everything, could destroy a planet, but they could not defy their soul-connected Beastmaster. Master. Nidhogg's voice was tinged with suppressed rage. You shouldn't. This is an order. Lu Yuan did not turn around, cutting off all of Nidhogg's unfinished words. Lu Yuan no longer paid attention to them, instead focusing his gaze back on the little girl in front of him. She seemed to have been frightened by the earlier commotion, her small body shrinking back behind Lu Yuan's leg. The little girl peeked out only halfway, using her mismatched golden and black eyes to observe Ivelia and Nidhogg. Lu Yuan squatted down to meet her gaze. He extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the little girl placed her icy small hand into Lu Yuan's palm. It lacked warmth, but there was a strange sense of security connected to the soul. Ah, Yuan, she's so cute. Yin Shanxian finally snapped out of her shock, gazing at the little girl's delicate face, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, those eyes are so special. Lan Liuli crossed her arms, clicking her tongue in amazement. Not just special, it's like forcibly combining two powers together. Kid, where did you get this stitched monster from? Su Yueli said nothing, but her gaze never left the little girl, filled with curiosity. At that moment, the Beastmaster's handbook in front of Lu Yuan finally stirred. A golden light flashed by, and the pages opened to a brand new page. A torrent of magnificent data surged forth, ultimately converging into clear lines of text. Name, World-Devouring Dragon Princess, Mortis. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Golden Peak. Attribute, Dragon Slash. Racial skills. 1. Nullify, passive. Mortis's existence itself is a reset of a certain rule. She is immune to all energy damage below the epic level from elements such as light, darkness, time, and space, and she can absorb this energy to restore herself. 2. Chaotic Singularity. Create a miniature chaotic singularity in a specified area, which distorts skills within the range, randomly giving enemies one or more effects such as weakened, confused, no healing, and delayed. 3. World-Devouring Dragon Breath. Breathe out a dragon breath of intertwined black and gold. The dragon breath possesses both holy purification and concept corruption dual characteristics, dealing devastating damage to any single attribute defense. 4. Concept Devour. Forcefully devour an energy-type skill or buff that is not more than 2 levels higher than oneself, transforming it into energy for personal growth. The higher the level, the slower the digestion. 5. Current tier cannot be unlocked. Evolution Route, Route 1, Unique Legend World Devouring Dragon Princess Annihilation Dragon God, potential increase to 5 stars, Lord of Rule Annihilation, potential increase to 5 stars, Final Devour, Dragon Queen, potential increase to 5 stars. Note, she was born at the intersection of the Holy Dragon and the Fallen, a symbol of hope and also of the end. She is a paradox walking in the world, the only existence that can understand World Devour and walk with it. Lu Yuan's breath had a momentary pause. Zeroing, immune to all energy damage under the rules, and can still absorb it? This is no longer just a simple defensive skill, this is an unreasonable rule characteristic. This means that almost no energy attack below the epic level can harm her. Chaotic singularity, distorting rules, randomly adding negative effects, a perfect crowd control divine skill. World devouring dragon breath, with both the holy and the corrupted, two entirely opposing properties make any single defense system pointless. What shocked Lu Yuan the most was concept devour. Forcefully devouring skills and buffs. This is even more overbearing than the world reversal of the sky deceiving mirror. World reversal is analysis and return, while concept devour directly eats and transforms it into energy for personal use. In the end, his gaze fell upon that unique legendary evolution route. World devouring dragon princess, annihilation dragon god, lord of rule annihilation, final devour, dragon queen, every name exudes a terrifying aura that devours all things, surpassing the rules. She is a paradox walking in the world. Lu Yuan muttered, finally understanding the meaning of the note in the illustrated guide. What he created was not just a simple powerful familiar, but a monster capable of overturning the existing system. Multus. Lu Yuan softly read the name displayed in the illustration. The little girl in his arms seemed to understand. She looked up, her mismatched eyes gazing at Lu Yuan. In the black pupil, there was no longer emptiness, in the golden pupil, there was no longer confusion, but both reflected Lu Yuan's figure. She opened her small mouth and emitted the first syllable since her birth. Yuan. This call softened Lu Yuan's heart. He couldn't help but reach out with his other hand to rub her soft black hair. Yun Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she hugged Lu Yuan's other arm. Wow. Ah, Yuan. She calls you Yuan. So intimate. Is her name Multus? That's such a nice name. She completely ignored the terror and strangeness of this familiar, her heart filled with, this is a Yuan's child, so cute, so powerful. Su Yueli watched the natural closeness between Lu Yuan and Multus, then looked at the cold-breathing Eve and Nidhogg standing not far away, her face showing a complex smile. She suddenly felt that Lu Yuan's familiar teen was developing in a very strange direction. I have a bit of a headache. Lan Liuli supported her forehead and stumbled back to the lounge chair, collapsing directly. I can't take it anymore, there's too much information. I need to take a nap to recover. You all can play by yourselves, don't call me until the world is destroyed. Everything that happened today. It has already far exceeded her understanding limit as an epic-level Beastmaster. What Dragon Master in possession, what 6 kings presenting treasures, none compared to this little girl, who was born calling for her father, a fusion monster of light and darkness, in front of me. Chapter 180, Devouring Dragon God. World Devouring Dragon Princess Mort's Evolution Route Planning. Planning complete. First evolution, no consumption. The first free upgrade of the Beastmaster's pictorial, though late, has arrived. Lu Yuan did not hesitate at all and quietly thought in his heart. Confirm. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no intertwining of light and darkness. A pure darkness spread from the little girl's black dress, completely enveloping her tiny body. That darkness carried no energy fluctuations, yet it seemed able to devour everything, swallowing light, sound, and even human perception together. Again? Lan Liuli had just sat back in her recliner, and upon seeing this scene, she stumbled and almost could not stand firm. She held her forehead, her face written with I have given up resisting expression. Alright, just hatched and already at Golden Peak, and just took a breath before starting to mutate again. Little Yuan, don't you have to do something every time you contract a beast? Tell me in advance next time. I'm afraid my little heart can't take it. Lan Liuli sat back down in the recliner, pulling down her sunglasses, looking like she preferred not to see. Yun Shanshan, on the other hand, excitedly clenched her little fists, softly cheering for Lu Yuan, Yuan, go for it. Mort go for it. On the other side, Nidhogg's expression was quite wonderful. Evelyn was not surprised, after all, she had witnessed the evolution of beasts 3 times before. They were still considering whether to accept the existence of this little girl. In the next second, this aberrant thing they found extremely repulsive began to evolve before their eyes. The air around Evelyn dropped sharply in temperature, and a few snowflakes quietly fell. Nidhogg's eye corner twitched imperceptibly, and the shadow beneath him rippled with danger. 10 minutes passed quietly amidst everyone's various emotions. That mass of devouring darkness, just like when it appeared, silently contracted inward, finally completely converging into the little girl's black dress. On the lawn, the silhouette of the little girl in the black dress reappeared. She still looked like a 5 or 6-year-old, still wore that simple black dress, still had those tender white little feet. Everything seemed unchanged from before evolution. If it weren't for the information on the Beastmaster pictorial refreshing, Lu Yuan would almost think the previous evolution had failed. Name, Devouring Dragon God Mortis. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Low Platinum. Attribute, Dragon / Racial skills. 1. Nullification God Domain, passive, Morthus's very existence is the singularity of rules. She is immune to all energy damage below the king level and can absorb that energy to restore herself. A devouring god domain naturally forms around her body, where all skill effects of enemies within have a chance to randomly fail or become distorted. For example, healing spells turn into damaging spells. 2. Chaos Singularity Stack. Create a micro-chaos singularity in a specified area. The singularity will distort skill releases within the area, randomly assigning one or more effects of weakened, chaotic, healing lock, slowed, etc. to enemies. Every few seconds, there is a chance to refresh and add new negative states. 3. World Devouring Dragon Breath Decompose. Spew out a dragon breath intertwined with black and gold. The dragon breath possesses both holy purification and concept corruption dual characteristics, which will deal devastating blows to any single attribute defense. Enemies that are continuously burned over a certain period will be directly decomposed into chaotic energy. 4. Concept Devour Seas. Can forcefully devour an energy type skill or buff state that is no more than 2 major ranks above itself, transforming it into energy for growth. The higher the devouring rank, the slower the digestion. After successfully engulfing energy, before the digestion is complete, the original owner will temporarily lose the right to use that power. Once digestion is complete, Mortis can permanently gain part of that power. 5. Devour Realm. Descent. Mortis's black dress releases corrupting power, creating a dark corruption field that spreads continuously from its center for a period of time. Enemies within the field will continuously suffer shadow damage and be slowed down. At the same time, they will accumulate corruption value, unrelated to ranks. When a single enemy unit's corruption value is fully stacked, that unit will be completely corrupted, its body turned into a specimen, interrupting all current actions and transforming into a permanently existing corrupted creature, fighting for Mortis. When the duration of the field ends or Mortis actively closes it, the field will dissipate. When Mortis reopens Devour Realm, Descent, these corrupted creatures will reappear, continuing to fight until they are destroyed. 6. The current rank cannot unlock this. Lu Yuan was stunned the moment he looked at the panel. Platinum Low Rank. In one evolution, it directly crossed the threshold of the peak of gold and stepped into the Platinum realm. And those skills made his heart shake intensely. Return to 0, Divine Realm, immune to energy damage below the king rank. This means that without the king's present, Mortis is almost a nightmare for all magical beast tamers. Not to mention that passive Divine Realm that can nullify or even distort enemy skills, it is simply the ultimate disruptor on the battlefield. Devour World, Dragon Breath, Decompose. The final description is no longer devastating blow, but directly decompose into chaotic energy. This is not damage, this is erasure. What truly made Lu Yuan's scalp tingle were the 4th and 5th skills. Concept Devour, Seize. This is no longer in the realm of reversal or return like the trickster's mirror. This is blatant plunder. Enforcing the consumption of enemy skills and buffs not only allows them to be used for oneself but also makes the opponent temporarily lose this ability before digestion is complete. What does this mean? In a crucial battle, Mortis can directly devour the healing skills of the opposing core support or devour the strongest burst skills of the opposing main damage dealer, instantly tilting the scales of battle. A support magical beast without healing, an attack magical beast lacking powerful attacks, what use do they have left? Lu Yuan can also let the trickster's mirror replicate a devouring dragon god, and with just 1 skill each, these 2 devouring dragon gods can make the opponent waste 2 magical beasts. Even more terrifying is that after digestion is complete, she can permanently gain part of that power. This is truly a war weapon that can endlessly plunder and endlessly grow. The final Devour Realm, Descent perfectly embodies the meaning of unreasonableness. Corrupting enemies into permanently existing servants and being able to resummon them when the field disappears next time is not just fighting, it's clearly expanding one's own army. Turning enemies into one's eternal trophies and specimens. Lu Yuan slowly exhaled, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He looked at the little girl in front of him, who was still a bit dazed, curiously tilting her head and studying him. Who could have imagined that beneath such a harmless appearance hides a terrifying power capable of overturning the entire battlefield? Yuan. Mortis seemed to sense Lu Yuan's complex emotions. She reached out her small hand, gently tugged at his clothing, and her 2 different colored eyes were filled with pure dependence. This soft call brought Lu Yuan back from his thoughts. He looked at Mortis, then turned to see the 2 dragon kings in the distance whose expressions could no longer be described as ugly. Chapter 181, New Era. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 dragon kings in front of him, whose expressions could no longer be described as ugly. From today on, she is your sister. The air seemed to freeze at the moment these words fell. Ivelia, with ice-blue dragon eyes, was filled with shock. Nidhogg's handsome face darkened, and the dark aura around him became chaotic for a moment. Sister? This little girl, mixed with the aura they hated the most, was their sister? This was 1,000 times harder to accept than acknowledging each other as partners. Lu Yuan. Nidhogg's voice suppressed his rage. For the first time, he did not refer to Lu Yuan as master but called him by name directly. The honor of the dragon race must not be tarnished. He took a step forward, his dark golden dragon-embroidered royal robe billowing without wind, and a pressure emanating from the dragon emperor exploded outward. The filth of devouring world flows in her veins. This is the most complete betrayal of all the dragons who sacrificed themselves in the fight against devouring world. Although Ivelia did not speak, she quietly stood there, and the grass beneath her feet visibly frosted over, the cold air silently spreading, already indicating her stance. Yun Shanshan watched in shock from the side and quietly tugged at Lu Yuan's shirt, whispering, Yuan, they really seem angry. However, faced with the almost tangible anger and killing intent from the two dragon kings, Lu Yuan remained unmoved. He simply looked down at Mortis, who was hiding behind him, tightly clutching the hem of his pants, and then raised his head again, calmly meeting the eyes of his two beast companions. Look into her eyes. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two dragon kings. Do not perceive the aura she carries with your senses, instead, use your eyes to see the expression in her eyes. Tell me, what do you see? Nidhogg's brows were tightly knit, the raging black flames burning in his eyes. He looked down on that filthy eye with contempt. But Ivelia fell silent. Her gaze crossed over Lu Yuan's shoulder, landing on the little girl peeking out with half a small head, timidly watching them. That pair of eyes, one golden and the other pitch black, was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. For a long time, Ivelia's cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of hesitation she herself was unaware of. Confusion and dependence on you. Exactly. Lu Yuan took over the conversation. A child who has existed for less than an hour, what does she understand about devouring world, or what dragons are? She knows nothing. All she knows is that the first person she saw when she opened her eyes was me, and the only one who can give her a sense of security is me. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the two dragon kings, and his tone suddenly became sharp. What you truly despise is not that so-called devouring world aura she carries, is it? No. He enunciated each word, striking hard at the hearts of Ivelia and Nidhogg. What you despise is your own past of being unable to conquer devouring world. It is your powerlessness and cowardice for not being able to protect your clan as dragon kings. Because you cannot fight against it, you fear. Because of fear, you see everything related to devouring world as an enemy that must be erased, even if she is just a child who has just been born, knowing nothing about the world. Boom! These words exploded in the minds of the two dragon kings. Ivelia's body trembled, and the cold ice in her eyes seemed to show panic. Nidhogg's cold, handsome face, for the first time, showed a complex expression mixed with anger, shame, and pain. Lu Yuan's words were like a blade, slicing open the wounds they had wrapped in pride and authority. Yes, they were the holy dragons, once standing atop the dragon race. But in the face of devouring world, they lost, completely defeated, unable to even protect their own clan. This shame and unwillingness had long been etched into their souls. So when they sensed the similar aura on Mortis, the killing intent erupted uncontrollably. It was not just hatred, it was also an outburst of fury at one's own powerlessness. Looking at the two silent dragon kings, Lu Yuan's tone softened. In the land of 10,000 dragons, what did the spirit say? Have you forgotten? To walk with light and darkness, to use poison to fight poison, is the only hope for the survival of our dragon race. He gently pulled Morotis in front of him, making her face Ivrea and Nidhogg directly. The little girl was a bit scared but still gathered her courage to look up at the two handsome figures emitting a terrifying aura. She is the embodiment of that hope, Lu Yuan's voice carried a guiding tone. A new existence that perfectly merges the essence of the sacred dragon with the concept of devouring the world. She is not filth, nor a betrayal, but rather a path beneath our feet that no one has ever walked before. Do you not wish to witness with your own eyes where this path will ultimately lead? Will it lead to destruction, or will it create an entirely new era of dragons that can even devour the devouring the world? These words stirred a wave in the hearts of Ivrea and Nidhogg. A completely new era of dragons? Devouring the world? This was a future they had not even dared to imagine. All along, they had been thinking about how to resist, how to eliminate. But Lu Yuan proposed a revolutionary possibility, understanding it, then surpassing it, even making it one's own. And this little girl before them, this abnormal being in their eyes, was the only vessel for this possibility. After a long time, the violent dark aura around Nidhogg gradually retracted into his body. He looked deeply at Morotis. His gaze was still complicated, but the killing intent had completely disappeared. He slightly bowed to Lu Yuan. "Forgive my rudeness, master." On the other side, the cold aura surrounding Ivrea quietly dissipated, the condensed frost melted, and the grass regained its faded appearance. She looked at Morotus's still somewhat timid, differently colored eyes, and after a moment of silence, finally took out from her space a crystal-clear, softly glowing ice-blue pearl. That was the dragon heart ice soul, condensed from her original power, which had the miraculous effect of calming the mind and nourishing the soul. She handed the pearl to Morotus, her voice still icy. "A gift for our meeting." Morotus blinked, looking at the pearl, then at Lu Yuan. After receiving Lu Yuan's encouraging nod, she stretched out her small hand, carefully taking the pearl that was a bit large for her, and seriously said 2 words in a mumble. "Thank you." A conflict that could have torn an ordinary Beastmaster team apart was thus resolved. Not far away, on a lounge chair, Lan Liuli pulled down her sunglasses, capturing everything in her eyes. "Tisk really can talk a good game," she muttered to herself, then lay back down, pretending to be dead again. Yun Shanxian let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Yuan with starry eyes. Her own Yuan was too amazing, even the Dragon Kings could be persuaded by him. She hopped over to Morotus, squatted down, and cheerfully teased the newcomer. "Little Morotus, I'm Sister Chanxian." On the lawn, a little girl in a black dress held an ice-blue pearl, being made to giggle by an energetic young girl. Not far away, an Ice Mountain Queen and a Deep Abyss Dragon King stood quietly, their expressions complex. Chapter 182, The Final Barrier. A storm that could overturn an ordinary Beastmaster team. Under Lu Yuan's almost forceful guidance, it returned to calm. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Shanxian and said, "Shanxian, also call out Akshia." Yun Shanxian, who was pinching Morotus's little face, paused for a moment, then understood. As the light brightened, a figure in a pure white palace dress appeared, elegant in appearance. A gentle woman with a compassionate air quietly appeared. It was Queen Akshia of Dragon Radiance. After Akshia appeared, she first habitually glanced at Lu Yuan, then her gaze was drawn to Mortis not far away. In her holy eyes, a look of rejection flashed, just like when she first met Eve and Nidhogg. "All right, everyone come here." Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance to ask questions, turning to walk toward the other side of the lawn, where a large, leafy tree stood. Eve, Nidhogg, and the just-arrived Akshia, 3 Dragon Kings with differing yet equally regal temperaments, silently followed behind Lu Yuan. "Little Mortis, come. Sister will take you to play with Aunt Blue." Yun Shanxian wisely didn't follow, instead taking Mortis's small hand and happily running toward Su Yueli and Lan Liuli. Lan Liuli, lounging in a chair, pulled down her sunglasses to watch Lu Yuan leave, yawned lazily and said, "TSK, a family should be together." "Are you having a family meeting? Remember to keep it quiet, so you don't disturb my sleep." "Wait, Yun Shanxian, stay away from me." Under the big tree, Lu Yuan casually sat down, with 3 figures behind him. Extreme winter, the abyss of eternal night, the sacred radiance. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lu Yuan looked toward the distant sky, his voice casually sounding, "Eve, do you remember when I first met you in the Dragon Nest secret realm, what we talked about?" Eve's figure stirred slightly, memories rising in her ice-blue eyes. She certainly remembered. That time, she spoke of the destruction of the Dragon God Star, the cruelty of the Devourer, telling how it turned dragonkind into specimens. And it was that time, the boy before her lost his composure for the first time. Because the black-robed person from the Devourer left a sentence for him. On Blue Star, the human race, 18 years ago, had obtained specimens. A thought instantly cut through all the fog in Eve's heart. She suddenly understood. Lu Yuan's hatred for the Devourer was as deep and rooted as any dragon whose home had been destroyed by the Devourer. She finally realized why Lu Yuan, under the pressure of both their Dragon Kings, would still protect Mortis, who was born from conflict. Because Lu Yuan, like them, was once a victim of shattered homes and lost loved ones. But the difference was, she had only learned to hate and seek revenge over endless years. Yet Lu Yuan saw a brand new path from the same pain. This heart and vision were far beyond what a boy under 20 should possess. Seeing the enlightenment flicker in Eve's eyes, Lu Yuan knew she had come to terms with it. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Nidhogg and Akshia, sharing the buried past completely with the 2 Dragon Kings. 18 years ago, my parents went missing. They were both powerful beast tamers. During an exploration task of a spatial rift, they vanished without a trace, leaving no distress signals or signs of battle. Until in the Dragon Nest secret realm, I met people from the Devourer. They told me that 18 years ago, they obtained human specimens on Blue Star. A look of astonishment appeared on Nidhogg's handsome and cold face. He had always thought Lu Yuan's understanding of the Devourer came solely from Eve's narrative. He never considered that this master, connected to his soul, also bore a deep-seated grudge. Akshia's compassionate eyes were filled with shock and sympathy. She finally understood why Lu Yuan always had an air of calm beyond his years. It was because he had carried burdens unimaginable to ordinary people on his shoulders alone. After Lu Yuan finished, he didn't dwell on any sorrowful emotions. The aura on her is even more disgusting to me than to you. But as the ancestral holy dragon said, to conquer the abyss, sometimes, you must first have your own abyss. Mortis is not the enemy, she is our weapon, the sword most likely to pierce the devouring world. He stood up, turned to face his 3 dragon kings. So, please trust me. And please trust Mortis. Nidhogg fell silent. Axiaya slightly bowed to Lu Yuan, performing a sacred gesture in response. Ephraia looked at Lu Yuan. I will always believe in you. All barriers towards Mortis, at this moment, truly vanished. Lu Yuan smiled as well, turning and walking towards the lively crowd on the other side. The 3 dragon kings followed him. Little Mortis, look, this is a little butterfly. Yun Shanxian was using energy to conjure a colorful butterfly, fluttering at her fingertips, amusing Mortis so that she reached out her little hand, curious to catch it. Lu Yuan walked over, naturally crouching down, and gently tousled Mortis's soft black hair. The little girl felt the familiar touch and instantly abandoned the butterfly, turning to hug Lu Yuan's hand, rubbing her little face against him and making indistinct calls. Yuan. At this moment, 2 figures, one on the left and the other on the right, came to Mortis's side. Ephraia contained the cold air around her, her usually icy face showing unprecedented softness. Axiaya released the brilliance by her side, her eyes filled with gentle smiles. They simultaneously reached out their hands, each taking one of Mortis's little hands. One cold, one warm. Mortis was stunned, looking up at them with her little face. She looked at the Ice Queen on the left, then at the Holy Goddess on the right. In her differently colored eyes, the emotion of closeness appeared for the first time. Nidhogg did not step forward, he just quietly stood beside Lu Yuan, watching the harmonious scene on the lawn. He looked at his master, at the little girl being held by the 2 queens, at Yun Shanxian's bright smile not far away. For a long time, he spoke in a low voice, only Lu Yuan could hear. Master, I will do my utmost to protect this scene before me. Nidhogg's voice faded into the gentle breeze. Lu Yuan did not respond, only quietly watched the scene before him. Chapter 183, Golden Pinnacle. Nidhogg's low voice faded into the gentle breeze. Lu Yuan did not respond, only quietly watched the scene before him. On the lawn, Yun Shanxian was excitedly taking Mortis's small hand from Axiaya, trying to teach her new vocabulary. Come, repeat after me, Xian, Xian, Jia, Jia. Mortis tilted her little head, her differently colored eyes full of pure confusion. She looked at Yun Shanxian, then at the hand that was holding hers, finally opening her little mouth to utter a clear syllable. Yuan. Yun Shanxian's smile froze, puffing up her cheeks. Not Yuan. It's Qianqian. Mortis blinked, her little hand pointing at a nameless wildflower not far away on the grass. Flower. Yes. That's a flower. Yun Shanxian was instantly revitalized, as if her child had finally learned a new word. Yun Shanxian pulled Mortis down to squat. This is a flower, I am Sister Qianqian, he is a Yuan. Standing aside, Axiaya watched this scene, her holy face revealing a gentle smile. Her fingertips glimmered slightly, and a butterfly made of light appeared out of nowhere, flapping its wings, gently flying toward Mortis. The little girl's attention was immediately captivated. She released Yun Shanxian's hand, taking small wobbly steps to chase after the light butterfly. She did not run fast, and her small body tipped, it seemed she was about to fall. Ephraya's eyes moved slightly, the patch of grass where Mortis was about to fall instantly formed a soft and thick frost blanket. Just happened to support her. Mortis plopped down on the frost blanket. Not only did it not hurt, but it felt cool and comfortable. She turned back in confusion and saw the 2 sisters not far away, one radiant and holy, the other surrounded by a chill. It seemed she understood something, no longer chasing butterflies, but instead, she took her short legs and ran with a patter to the middle of the 2. Once again, she stretched out her small hands, grabbing one from each side. Nidhogg stood beside Lu Yuan, his cold, handsome face expressionless. However, when a flying insect buzzed towards Mortis, he glanced at it, and that flying insect instantly turned into powder in midair. Tisk. Lan Liuli had finally ended her caregiving career, wearing an expression of disdain. Alright, the family ethics drama should come to an end. If it goes on any longer, I'm going to throw up my dinner. She complained to Su Yuli beside her. Yuli, look at your daughter, it's one thing that she's always clinging to that kid Lu Yuan, but now she's even starting to rehearse the parenting scenes. Does this even make sense? She can take care of the child herself, why hand it over to me? Su Yuli covered her mouth and chuckled but did not respond. The afternoon sunlight was just right, playing and chasing would always exhaust a child's energy. After chasing the light butterfly for a while, and being held high and spun around by Yun Shanxian, Mortis's eyelids began to droop. Finally, she let out a small yawn, found a comfortable position in Axia's warm embrace, and fell into a deep sleep. She slept peacefully, her small face no longer perplexed, her black and gold lashes slightly trembling, her breathing soft and barely audible. Axia held her gently, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure. The holy light around her dimmed significantly, fearing it would disturb the little life in her arms. At that moment, Lu Yuan, who had been standing silently, suddenly trembled slightly. A vast and pure energy surged from the depths of the soul's contract, flooding into his limbs and bones from Moltus. This was the advancement feedback from Moltus. In Lu Yuan's spiritual sea, a tremendous wave arose. The golden ocean, which had already expanded to its limits, began to visibly expand outward at the infusion of this new power, making his mental strength even more solid and resilient. He closed his eyes, silently guiding this power, washing away his mental barriers. Those around him sensed the energy fluctuations. Lan Liuli put away her lazy demeanor, her gaze sweeping around, her aura spreading and enveloping the entire backyard with her mental strength, further isolating the possibility of prying eyes. Suyuli also stood up, walking to Lu Yuan's side, her expression focused. Evelyn and Nidhogg positioned themselves to the left and right, respectively, shielding Lu Yuan in the middle. Anyone daring to disturb their master at this moment would face the thunderous wrath of the two Dragon Kings. Time passed second by second. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, his strength had once again increased. Golden Peak. This time, the Platinum Beastmaster advancement solidly placed him at the Golden Peak. Moving on, he would need the glorious Holy Spirit, the deceptive Demon Mirror, or the Void Illusion to advance to Platinum. Seeing he had completed his promotion, Lan Liuli withdrew her aura and spoke. "I say, little Chanshan." Her gaze crossed Lu Yuan and landed on Yun Shanshan, who was looking at Lu Yuan with admiration. "At such a young age, you've experienced the feeling of being an effortless mother. Not bad. I see you won't need to give birth yourself in the future. Just let Lu Yuan sign contracts with a few more, and you'll help take care of them." "Aunt Lan." Yun Shanshan's face flushed instantly, spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. She stomped her foot, shyly upset, and retorted. "What does it mean to be an effortless mother? It sounds like she and Yuan have already." Suyuli looked at her daughter's embarrassed expression, shook her head, walked over, took her hand, and softly asked, "All right, Luli just likes to tease you. Shen, let's get to the point. You now have the 6th contract slot, the 6th beast to contract. Have you thought about what to contract?" This question successfully shifted Yun Xianshan's attention. Her 5 beasts now, the Dark Dragon lineage, the Holy Flame Firebird, the Dawn Holy Maiden, the Void Masked Cat, and the strongest, the Dragon Radiance Queen, Axia, were already quite luxurious. Especially Axia, as a Platinum-tier Bright Dragon King, both offensive and defensive, and a healer, she was the absolute core of the entire team. But an extra contract slot was equally important. Before Yun Xianshan could respond, Lan Luli's voice floated over again. "What else could it be? You can tell just by thinking with your toes." She yawned, and her tone was filled with teasing. "It must be a dragon. Just look at your Yuan, Eve, Leia, Nidhogg, and now there's a little dragon girl stitched together. Look at you, Axia, Dark Dragon lineage, are you two trying to compete with dragons? If you get another one, not counting that little baby just born, you two's dragon-type beasts can already form a mahjong table. East Wind is an ice dragon, West Wind is a dark dragon, South Wind is a light dragon, and what about North Wind? Should we get a Wind Holy Dragon too?" Lan Luli's metaphor, though crude, was remarkably fitting. Whether it was Lu Yuan or Yun Xianshan, the core of their teams was inseparable from the word dragon. Moreover, the two of them now had permission to enter the cradle of dragons, where dragon eggs were everywhere, and contracting a dragon beast was as easy as pie. Suyuli also looked at her daughter curiously. She too felt that with Chen Xian's character and team configuration, contracting another powerful dragon-type beast was the most stable and strong choice. However, to everyone's surprise, Yun Xianshan did not immediately nod, instead revealing a mysterious and clever smile on her face. "Hee, Aunt Lan, you guessed wrong this time." She hugged Suyuli's arm, shaking it proudly, selling a suspense. "My 6th beast, I've already chosen." "Lan Luli raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lu Yuan also cast a curious glance. Yun Xianshan smiled even more brilliantly in the face of everyone's gaze. "And, the beast I'm contracting, all of you have seen it before." Chapter 184, Yun Xianshan's Choice. Everyone has seen it? Suyuli and Lan Luli exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. The beasts they knew that fit Yun Xianshan's contracting standards were few. The kings of the 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain were present, but they were already revered kings and couldn't possibly contract with a golden-tier human junior. Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly, a nearly forgotten figure surfaced from the depths of memory. He unconsciously looked at Suyuli and Lan Luli. Sure enough, the expressions on the faces of the two epic-tier powerhouses almost simultaneously turned to realization. A figure, entirely golden, looking harmless, like a little fluff ball, coincided with Yun Xianshan's words. The Valley of Falling Stars, that star-hunting dog sealed by the ancient altar who had seen its rank drop, the Star Chaser Hound. Qian, you. Su Yuli's brows furrowed. You want to contract that Star Chaser Hound? That's right. Yun Qian nodded vigorously, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's the big dog. Upon receiving a definite answer, the smile on Su Yuli's face diminished slightly. Nonsense. Lan Luli was even more direct. She took off her sunglasses and scrutinized Yun Qian, her tone sharp. Little Qian, has your head been pinched by a door, or have you been infected by that stitched monster just now? Why let go of the thousands of pure-blood dragon eggs in the cradle of dragons to contract a sealed beast with an uncertain future? She extended a finger. Without any hesitation, she pointed directly at Yun Qian's forehead. Let me calculate this for you. Dragon eggs, with guaranteed potential of 5 stars, will hatch into your shape and have a clear growth path, promising a bright future. What about that dog? That's right, it used to be platinum grade, and its potential is sufficient. But what is on it? It's an ancient seal. A curse that it can't even deal with itself. Who knows when that seal will be broken? Although you have 2 more contract slots than a normal golden Beastmaster, every contract slot is precious. What if it gets stuck at silver grade for its whole life? You've essentially wasted a battle strength. This is a gamble. Lan Liuli's words, though not polite, were spot on. Every contract slot for a Beastmaster relates to the future, especially at Yun Qian's level, where any choice might affect her future potential. Choosing a powerful dragon is a clearly visible broad road. But choosing a starhound is undoubtedly walking a foggy path, where no one knows if there is a cliff or a smooth way ahead. Su Yueli also gently advised, Qian, Liuli is right. I know you like that little dog, but a beast contract is no joke. You currently have access to the dragon's cradle. What powerful dragon beasts can't you find? There's no need to take this risk. Yun Qian understood her mother and Aunt Lan's worries. If it were any rational Beastmaster, they would make the same choice. But she is not any Beastmaster. She is Yun Qian. She puffed out her small lips, gently tugging on Su Yueli's arm and shaking it, her tone a bit spoiled, but her gaze unwavering. Mother, Aunt Lan, I understand the logic you both share. But... She paused, glanced back at Lu Yuan beside her, and gathered her courage again. But, in the Valley of Falling Stars, when we were blocked in the crack by the bone-throat digger dragon, it blocked in front with its small body. Moreover, it chose me actively right in front of us. It is a high-potential beast of platinum grade, even normal platinum or diamond Beastmasters would be envious of it. At that time, I had no Axia, nor any rights to the dragon's cradle. Yun Qian's voice grew louder, her small face filled with seriousness. It trusts me, and I must trust it. Shouldn't the relationship between beast and Beastmaster be like this? If I abandon my partner out of fear of risk, what kind of Beastmaster would I be? I believe in it, it will surely break the seal and return to be that majestic starhound. Her words hit the ground with a thud. Su Yueli and Lan Liuli fell silent. They looked at the girl before them, arguing her point. Suddenly, they realized that the little princess, who always spoiled and followed Lu Yuan, had unknowingly developed her own persistence and morals. This sincerity, perhaps a bit naive, is incredibly precious. Lan Liuli opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, just swallowed it back, slumping back into her lounge chair and pulling down her sunglasses. Alright, you've got your wings now, I can't argue with you. Do as you wish, just don't come crying to me later. Su Yueli smiled helplessly, gently pinching her daughter's cheek. You really are hard to deal with. Since you've made your decision, then go ahead. She turned to look at Lu Yuan. Yuan, what do you think? All eyes turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled, walked up to Yun Qian, and naturally ruffled her hair. I support her. His answer was simple and direct. The path of a Beastmaster is filled with the unknown. Sometimes, believing in your intuition and bonds, rather than sticking to routine choices, can reveal a different landscape. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's support, Yun Qian's eyes instantly turned into 2 crescent moons, and she tightly hugged Lu Yuan's arm. Still my Yuan understands me best. Su Yuli looked at the 2 little guys stuck together, completely losing her temper. Alright, since we've made the decision, let's start. Yun Qian nodded, calming her excited mood. She thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted towards the villa, Shaoxing. In the next second, a golden light flashed. A completely golden, fluffy little dog rushed out of the villa and appeared on the lawn. It was the sealed Starry hunting dog. Shaoxing, get ready, I'm going to break your seal. The Starry hunting dog's ears twitched. It stuck out its tongue, licked Yun Qian's cheek, and made a whining, spoiled sound from its throat. Yun Qian hesitated no more. She sat down cross-legged and gently placed the Starry hunting dog on the grass in front of her. She closed her eyes, and a thread of her spiritual power slowly extended from her forehead, touching the starry hunting dog's forehead. There, a diamond-shaped blue crystal had once been embedded. But now, that area was covered by fine black runes. These runes were the seal that bound the ruler of the fallen Star Valley. Chapter 185, The Seal Breaks. Yun Xianxian sat cross-legged and gently placed the completely golden little furball on the grass in front of her. She closed her eyes, and a thread of solidified spiritual power slowly extended from her forehead. The spiritual power turned into an invisible thread, reaching towards the starry hunting dog's forehead. There, a blue diamond-shaped crystal had once been, but now it was covered by fine, ink-black runes. These runes seemed alive. When Yun Xianxian's spiritual power approached, they slightly wriggled and emitted a decaying aura. This is it. Blue Lioli, who had been standing, straightened her body at some point. She took off her sunglasses, and her eyes, usually lazy, were now sharp like an eagle's. It looks like an ancient curse mark, specifically used to imprison the power of high-level magical beasts. The method is extremely vicious. Once engraved, unless the caster removes it personally, the power will, over time, cause the soul to wither and die. Her words added a hint of worry to Su Yuli's face. Yun Xianxian, however, paid no attention. Her spiritual power did not retreat in the slightest, directly pressing onto the dense black runes. Buzz. A cold, obscure force suddenly backlashed from the spiritual link, fiercely striking back. This force carried endless resentment, as if it wanted to pollute Yun Xianxian's sea of consciousness. Yun Xianxian's small face instantly turned pale, cold sweat seeped from her forehead, and her body uncontrollably trembled. Qian Qian! Su Yuli exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wanting to step forward. Don't move! Blue Lioli stopped her with one hand. The contract has already started. Forcibly interrupting it would severely injure both her and that dog. This is her choice. She has to bear it herself. On the other side of the lawn, Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Yun Xianxian. He too felt the maliciousness of the backlash force, but he did not move. He trusted Yun Xianxian. He understood this girl. Though she seemed stubborn and willful, in reality, her heart was more resilient than anyone else's. Yun Xianxian clenched her lower lip, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Within her sea of consciousness, the black resentment force turned into clawed and fanged demonic shadows, violently assaulting her mental defenses. Give up, little girl. You can't bear it. Your soul will be dragged into the abyss with me. Become my nourishment. The cold whispers echoed in her mind, tempting her, terrifying her. Get lost. Yun Xianxian shouted angrily in her heart. In her sea of consciousness, the dark dragon descendant, the holy flame firebird, the radiant saintess, and the void-masked cat, the four beasts' virtual images emerged, emitting powerful auras to resist the black invasion. And behind them, the most solid figure was that of the dragon queen, Axia. She wore a sacred palace gown, and divine light spread from her, purifying the demonic shadows one by one. My companions? I will protect myself. Yun Xianxian's mental strength surged forward fiercely, piercing into the core of the seal. The star hunter in front of her let out a low cry of pain. It could feel Yun Xianxian's determination, as well as the pain from the sealing. Its small body curled up under its golden fur, shaking with fear. Don't be afraid, I will bring you out. Yun Xianxian conveyed her thoughts through the mental link. It was a kind of trust. The star hunter stopped shaking. It slowly lifted its head, its eyes reflecting Yun Xianxian's pale and resolute face. In the next moment, it willingly let go of all defenses, completely opening its most fragile soul source to Yun Xianxian. Boom! Like a light opening the heavens. The contract array roared open under the feet of one person and one beast, complex patterns instantly spreading across the entire lawn. The majestic mental strength intertwined with the power of the stars. It worked! A look of surprise flashed in Lan Liuli's eyes. She did not expect that Yun Xianxian could really rely on sheer force to break the seal and complete the contract. And just as the contract array lit up, a sudden change occurred. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering rang out. The black runes covering the star hunter's forehead began to crumble bit by bit. Brilliant starlight burst forth from the cracks. Bang! All the black runes exploded in an instant. A wave of stellar energy erupted, centered around the star hunter. That was no longer the power of silver rank. The star hunter's strength was continuously rising. Peak silver, mid-gold, peak gold. The pressure belonging to a platinum-tier Beastmaster suddenly erupted. The violent energy transformed into shockwaves, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the lawn was instantly lifted away. Humph! With a cold snort, Nidhogg stepped forward. The shadow beneath him expanded infinitely, transforming into a dark sky that stably blocked the violent energy shockwave. On the other side, Euphraia waved her delicate hand, and a massive arc-shaped ice wall rose from the ground, protecting Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian behind it, isolating the remaining energy shockwave. Oxia held the sleeping Mortis in her arms, holy light circulating around her, forming a gentle shield. The little girl's sleeping face was not affected at all. Yun Xianxian was closest to this power, and she was pushed back by the force. She stared blankly at the scene before her. In the center of the energy storm, the previously small, fluffy golden puppy was visibly expanding at a rapid speed. 1 meter, 2 meters, 4 meters. Finally, its size stabilized at nearly 5 meters tall. It was no longer an harmless little puppy. Its entire body was covered in shimmering golden fur, each hair seemingly woven from fragments of golden stars, shining with a dreamlike luster. The most striking feature was its head. The previously adorable dog face became sharp and filled with majesty. In the middle of its forehead, where the cursed mark once resided, a diamond-shaped starseal appeared. It opened its eyes. The left eye was dazzling gold, as if containing the burning of an entire cluster of stars. The right eye was deep blue, like a reflection of an infinite cosmic galaxy. With just a glance, it exuded an aura of aloofness that patrolled the stars of the universe. The Star Hunter, unsealed and back in place. Chapter 186, Xianxian Advances. Before Lu Yuan, the pages of the Beastmaster compendium flipped automatically, golden data refreshing wildly, finally stopping. Name, Star Hunter. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, mid-platinum. Attributes, star/space. 1. Starry dimension travel, can mark any spatial coordinates, ignoring most spatial barriers to travel. During travel, enter the star dimension, immune to all damage. 2. Starlight shattering claw, condenses star power at the claw tip, the attack can tear apart space, causing real damage, and adding the space rupture effect. 3. Star roar, emit a roar containing the weight of stars, causing a mental shock and intimidation to enemies in the area, with a chance to invoke a fear state. 4. Starshine guard, passive, a layer of starshine shield remains on the surface, capable of blocking damage. When the shield shatters, the stored energy is transformed into star fragments to counterattack surrounding enemies. 5. Starfall, summon a huge star meteorite, descending from the sky and striking the designated area, causing devastating damage. 6. Star map domain, unfold a realm of star maps. Within this domain, all attributes are enhanced, space abilities are greatly strengthened, allowing the alteration of the space structure within the domain. Allied units will receive starshine protection, continuously restoring health and increasing movement speed. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the luxurious skill list of the Starry Hound, and his mouth unconsciously curled into a slight smile. The Dragon King's skills are indeed earth-shattering, but the skill combination of this Starry Hound showcases a kind of flexibility and tactical value. His gaze finally fixed on Star Map Domain. Changing the space structure within the domain, allies gaining protection and speed, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Xianxian's team leans towards positional warfare and frontal assaults, and the addition of this Starry Hound perfectly complements the shortcomings in mobility and control. It's simply a match made in heaven. Lu Yuan's gaze ultimately settled on the rank section. Platinum Intermediate. Not only breaking the seal, the Starry Hound that should have slowly regained its strength, successfully returned to its peak period, but at the moment the contract was completed, stepping into the Platinum Intermediate with the energy that broke the seal. This wave is a big win. Woof. A tender whimper interrupted everyone's shock. That majestic Starry Hound walked up to Yun Xianxian. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it slowly lowered its head, gently rubbing its furry, starry face against Yun Xianxian's shoulder. The action was exactly the same as when it was a little puppy. Yun Xianxian was stunned as she reached out, incredulously touching the smooth golden starry fur. Little star? Oh, whoa! The Starry Hound let out a joyful howl, its voice filled with the exhilaration of being free again. And at that moment, a surge of energy flowed through the soul contract, pouring into Yun Xianxian's body from the Starry Hound. That was the feedback from the Platinum Beast Tamer after the advancement. Buzz. A golden light instantly enveloped Yun Xianxian completely, forming a huge golden cocoon. A wave of mental power surged within the cocoon. The golden cocoon quietly floated in midair. This was feedback from the Platinum Intermediate Beast Tamer, and the vastness of its energy far surpassed any previous feedback Yun Xianxian had received. Within her sea of consciousness, true waves of turmoil erupted. The spiritual sea, which had already reached the golden intermediate, broke through the barrier with this new influx of power. The boundaries of the spiritual sea expanded wildly, and the seawater of mental power became increasingly solid. Golden high rank. Just the initial stage of feedback, her beast tamer rank smoothly broke through. TSK Tisk, truly a lucky girl, truly lucky. Lan Liuli crossed her arms, although her mouth was grumbling, the satisfaction in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Su Yueli covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of pride. She looked at her daughter in the cocoon of light, then glanced at Lu Yuan standing quietly beside her, feeling a surge of emotion inside. Once upon a time, she worried that her daughter, who had a bit of a love brain, would delay her training by throwing herself into Lu Yuan's side. Now it seems, her worries were unnecessary. These two kids are clearly achieving each other, rushing toward heights that ordinary people can hardly reach. On the other side, the expressions of the three Dragon Kings were all different. Axia held Mortis in her arms, looking at the majestic Starhound with kindness in her eyes. As fellow beast tamers of Yun Shanshan, the other party's strength also meant an enhancement of team power. Evelia still maintained her cold demeanor, but occasionally her gaze lingered half a second longer on the Starhound. She was assessing the strength of this big dog, particularly the spatial power that surrounded it, which made her feel a hint of threat. Nidhogg's gaze met the Starhounds in the air. One was the Dragon King who commanded the Abyss and Eternal Night, with eyes filled with scrutiny and disdain. The other was the hound that roamed the myriad worlds and starseas, with eyes filled with pride and indifference. It felt as if invisible sparks were bursting in the air. A low growl emanated from the Starhound's throat, causing ripples in the surrounding space. The shadows beneath Nidhogg's feet writhed like living creatures, ready to transform into deadly claws at any moment. The two beasts seemed to be competing over who was the strongest weapon in the team. Settle down. Lu Yuan's calm voice broke the tense atmosphere in an instant. Nidhogg silently retracted its presence, transforming back into a quiet handsome man. The Starhound also withdrew its gaze, turning its huge head towards the golden cocoon, its blue and gold eyes filled with anticipation and admiration. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Soon after, the cracks rapidly spread like a spider web. The golden cocoon shattered with a loud boom, turning into countless glowing specks that scattered across the sky. Yun Shanshan's figure reappeared among the glowing specks. Her aura had firmly settled at the golden high level, with no trace of emptiness left. Awah! The Starhound let out a joyful sound, its giant head affectionately nuzzling closer. So itchy, little star. Yun Shanshan laughed happily, stretching out her arms to clumsily hug the Starhound's neck, burying her face in its warm fur. Blue Blaze curled her lips, putting her sunglasses back on, hiding the sense of relief in her eyes. A silly girl, a silly dog, now they're together. Su Yueli walked over gently, stroking Yun Shanshan's head, then patting the Starhound's massive head, her eyes filled with smiles. She knew her daughter had made the best choice. Not far away, Nidhogg looked at the dog that was intimately interacting with Yun Shanshan, snorting coldly. Chapter 187, Pre-Competition Training. After a storm of contract beasts, the lawn finally returned to peace. Lu Yuan looked at the lineup of beasts before him and said, "The space of the dragon's cradle is large enough and more suitable for their growth. Evelia, you guys take little Mortis back first." Evelia and the others naturally had no objections. The dragon's cradle is a sacred place for the dragon clan, where the environment is far more suitable for them to cultivate and recover than Blue Star. Axia, holding the sleeping Mortis, left the place. The Starhound looked back at Yun Shanshan, and in the end, its unique colored eyes fell on Nidhogg. That was not a provocation, but a kind of scrutiny and domain declaration between equals. Nidhogg's eyes narrowed slightly. What he felt was not hostility, but a kind of aloofness originating from spatial authority. As the Abyssal Dragon King, he could not tolerate the emergence of another existence capable of challenging the team's hierarchy beside his master. The dark aura surrounding him was not murderous intent but the silent response of a ruler's pressure. "Here, I am the strongest weapon. Little star, be good, go." Yun Shanshan patted its head, soothingly said. "Make sure to get along well with everyone and protect little Mortis well." Only then did the Starhound relent, transforming into several streams of starlight, leaving the place. Finally, Evelia and Nidhogg also returned to the dragon's cradle in succession. As the beast companions left, the empty space was left with a tattered lawn, telling the story of everything that had just happened. Who? Yun Shanshan let out a long breath, sitting down on the ground, her face glowing with a bright smile. Finally done. Now I have 6 beast companions too. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yuan with expectation. Yuan, isn't my Starhound super cool? Very strong. Lu Yuan nodded and sat down beside her. Of course. Yun Shanshan proudly puffed out her small chest. It's Platinum Intermediate. When I reach Platinum rank, I can contract another beast. Then I'll have the same number of beasts as Dad. By the way, if Dad knew that we became Golden Rank Beast Masters just half a year after leaving North City, and have 6 beasts, would he be very shocked? Su Yueli looked at the 2 small creatures stuck together and shook her head helplessly. A tree appeared behind her, and with a flash of green light, the grass quickly returned to its original state. Alright, after a day of excitement, let's go inside and rest. Su Yueli called out. I will go prepare your favorite dishes. Hearing about food, Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up, pulling Lu Yuan and running towards the villa. On the lounge chair, Lan Liuli stretched lazily, yawning as she followed, muttering to herself, I'm exhausted. Every time I see them contract beasts, it's like a brain bomb. I must eat 2 extra bowls of rice today to make up for it. Su Yueli watched her back, chuckling and shaking her head. A night passed without a word. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight peeked through the curtain cracks and illuminated the room, Lu Yuan had already opened his eyes. A night of rest had fully steadied his slightly turbulent sea of spirit due to the contract and breakthrough. Golden Peak. He was just one step away from platinum. And this step needed one of his beast companions to first step into the platinum realm. Whether it was the Radiant Holy Spirit, the Deceiving Demon Mirror, or the Void Phantom, as long as one of them completed the breakthrough, he could smoothly promote to platinum. After a simple wash, Lu Yuan walked downstairs to find Yun Shanshan and Qi Shuri already seated at the dining table. Ah Yuan, Yun Shanshan swung her little legs, her eyes unusually bright. Little Star is back too. Shouldn't our trio get some good practice? I feel like the power in me is about to overflow. Beside her, Qi Shuri, upon hearing this, also put down his utensils. The college Beastmaster competition is coming soon, our opponents won't be standing still. Lu Yuan nodded, about to speak when a lazy voice drifted down from the staircase. Oh? Finally a bit of awareness? Lan Liuli strolled down in her loose pajamas. She walked straight over to the dining table, grabbed a slice of bread, and stuffed it into her mouth while yawning. I thought you guys were planning to lie flat like salted fish. Since you want to practice on your own, finish eating, and gather at the training ground. After saying that, she turned and wandered back upstairs, seemingly preparing to catch some more sleep. Yun Shanshan stuck out her tongue and whispered to Lu Yuan, Auntie Lan has really become lazier since contracting that panda. Qi Shuri quickly finished the food in front of him and stood up. I'm done eating, I'll wait for you at the training ground. Half an hour later, the three appeared on the training ground on time. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Lan Liuli had already changed into a form-fitting black instructor's uniform that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure. But at this moment, she was lying in a beach chair without any regard for her image, wearing sunglasses and holding a glass of frosty juice, leisurely enjoying herself. She didn't even glance at the three of them, just lazily spoke. In a month, it'll be the college Beastmaster competition. From today, you three will practice hard here for me. How to train, what to train, you'll figure it out yourselves. Don't come bother me, and don't expect me to be your sparring partner. I am very busy. After speaking, she adjusted the angle of the recliner, finding a more comfortable position, as if she really intended to sleep like this. Yun Shanshan and Qi Shi were both a bit stunned. This is the training camp before the competition? This is too careless. Yun Shanshan couldn't help but speak up, Aunt Lan, at least give us a training plan? Something like tactical drills, team cohesion. Plan? Lan Liuli snorted lightly, you three, one stranger than the other, what do you need a plan for? Just charge in directly, right? Lu Yuan is responsible for demolitions, Xiao Shi is responsible for takedowns, and you shout 666 from the back, conveniently healing them, perfect. These words made Yun Shanshan's face darken. What does shouting 666 mean? Is her beast just a decoration? Even Qi Shi, who was usually calm, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Only Lu Yuan remained calm. He knew that while Lan Liuli seemed unreliable, this might actually be the best way for them. Their three beasts were not a conventional team anyway. Instead of rigidly applying fixed tactics, it was better to seek their own rhythm in actual combat. I understand. Lu Yuan spoke. He looked at Qi Shi and Yun Shanshan, let's get started. Qi Shi took a deep breath and nodded. She also understood Lan Liuli's meaning. Trust and freedom. This was the greatest support their teacher had given them. Although Yun Shanshan was still a bit unhappy, seeing Lu Yuan and Qi Shi getting into the zone, she had to puff her cheeks and stand in her own position. How do we start? Qi Shi looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with combat spirit. 1-on-1, or 2-on-1. She really wanted to know how strong the two had become after their training in the Beast God Mountain. Lu Yuan smiled. Since it's team cohesion, then let's use all our strength. As his voice fell, the space behind him was simultaneously torn apart. Ice blue palace dresses and dark golden dragon-patterned black robes descended at the same time. Ivrea and Nidhogg, the two dragon kings, stood on either side of Lu Yuan. Those two completely opposite yet equally terrifying pressures instantly enveloped the entire backyard. Furthermore, the glorious Holy Spirit, the deceitful demon mirror, and the void phantom cat also appeared behind Lu Yuan. As soon as Mortis appeared, she ran to Lu Yuan's side, and he picked her up. Qi Shi watched the little girl in the black dress that appeared in front of her, suddenly shrunken. Was there an additional beast after just one day? On the other side, Yun Shanshan also felt a shift in her thoughts. The sacred brilliance and brilliant starlight complemented each other. The dragon queen, Axia, and the celestial huntress appeared by her side. The dark dragon descendant, the holy flame fire sparrow, the dawn holy maiden, and the void mask cat also appeared from different directions. In an instant, aside from Mortis still nestled in Lu Yuan's arms, 4 powerful platinum-level beasts gathered together. The remaining beasts were exuding terrifying auras. The air in the entire backyard seemed to freeze. On the recliner, Lan Liuli's lips curved into a smile. Finally, this is getting interesting. Chapter 188, Simulated Confrontation. On the training ground, the atmosphere was oppressive. 4 platinum-level beasts, Ivrea, Nidhogg, Axia, and the Celestial Huntress stood tall. Shi's breath became somewhat heavy at this moment. She knew Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan were strong, but when she saw these 4 platinum-level beasts appearing at the same time, the visual and spiritual impact still exceeded her imagination. Especially those 2 behind Lu Yuan. One was the queen who ruled the harsh winter, just standing there, the ground underneath her feet crystallized with visible frost. The other was the Dragon King reigning over the abyss, under the dark golden dragon-patterned royal robe, concealed a night that could devour all. Their aura was even more terrifying than her soon-to-be platinum peak Moonlight Owl. How much more dangerous this could be. Is this what the teacher called a genius? Shi murmured in her heart. She finally understood why the teacher would say things like, "You might only be on par with them." This was not an exaggeration, but a fact. Senior. Lu Yuan's calm voice pulled her back from her shock. Please. Shi took a deep breath. She was second on the Tianchuan ranking, the proudest elite of Beiming Academy. No matter how strong her opponent was, she had her own confidence and dignity. Okay. She no longer hesitated, a thought crossed her mind. A silver glow flashed, and 3 figures appeared before her. At the front was the extraordinary giant owl, covered completely in silver-white feathers like moonlight, with golden pupils sharp as knives. Moonwheel Owl, Platinum High Tier. To the left of the Moonwheel Owl was a leopard over 6 meters long, jet black in color, its shape strong and agile. On its fur, crescent-shaped silver patterns dotted its body. Moon Shadow Black Panther, Platinum High Tier, the ultimate assassin of shadows and speed. On the right was a relatively small, half-man-high, spider-like beast. It had 8 long limbs like blades, and its purple-black shell bore the imprint of a strange crying human face. Nightmare Weaver, Platinum Mid-Tier, the master of spirit and illusion. 3 Platinum-Tier beasts. Plus the 2 other Golden Peak beasts she had yet to summon, this was the true strength of being second on the Tianchuan ranking. 3 powerful auras surged into the sky, colliding fiercely with the 4 oppressive forces from Lu Yuan and Yun Shanshan. The entire training ground was instantly stirred to chaos by these 7 terrifying energies. TCH, finally showing some real skill. Lan Liuli in the lounge chair changed her position, her tone casual yet indifferent. In the arena, the battle was about to erupt. Let's test your defense first. Shi's voice was cold and decisive, she showed no hesitation and launched the most direct offense right away. Moonwheel, Moonblade Storm. Moon Shadow, Shadow Strike. Nightmare, Spirit Shriek. 3 commands were issued almost simultaneously. The Moonwheel Owl flapped its wings, summoning a terrifying tornado made of countless moonlight blades, howling towards Lu Yuan. The Moon Shadow Black Panther instantly blended into the shadows, disappearing from its original position. The next second, a deadly claw shadow silently appeared behind Lu Yuan, aiming for his vital point. The crying human face on the Nightmare Weaver's abdomen suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a soul-piercing mental shock. Physical, assassination, and mental attacks came together in a saturated assault, instantly sealing off all of Lu Yuan's chances to evade. This combination technique was enough to make any Beastmaster of the same tier fall in an instant. However, faced with this thunderous offensive, Lu Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids. NHGGR. Standing silently behind Lu Yuan, NHGGR stepped forward without any unnecessary movements. Dragon Emperor's Domain Annihilation Field. Boom! A circle of black ripples surged out from his center, violently expanding. The howling Moonblade Storm, upon touching the force field, emitted a hum, countless sharp moonblades twisted and tore violently. At a distance of several meters away from Lu Yuan, they exploded into shimmering light pieces but still created sharp sounds of breaking air, proving the Moonwheel Owl's power. The deadly claw shadow that shot out from the shadows, just as it was about to touch Lu Yuan's clothing, was forcibly pulled from the shadows. It discovered in terror that its once proud speed was suppressed to its limits in the force field. And that invisible spirit shriek, upon entering the force field, did not stir the slightest ripple and was completely annihilated. Just a single passive domain. It dissolved Shi's triple offense into nothingness. Shi's pupils constricted. What kind of domain skill was this? How can he simultaneously suppress energy, physical, and mental attacks? This has exceeded her understanding of domain-type skills. However, this is not over. Nidhogg raised his hand and gently grasped at the Moon Shadow Black Panther in the force field. Void Grip, Imperial Pull. The shadow beneath the Moon Shadow Black Panther suddenly surged, transforming into a void demon claw that firmly grasped its body and dragged it towards Nidhogg. Not good. Chi-11's face changed, and he immediately ordered. Moonshadow, phase out. The Moonshadow Black Panther, a beast of the Shadow system, has the ability to phase out its body and be immune to most physical attacks. However, just as its body was about to become an illusion, a mocking flash appeared in Nidhogg's eyes. Within my force field, all rules are defined by me. The effect of the obliteration force field ignores armor. This also includes special defensive forms like phasing and elementalization. Whoa. The Moonshadow Black Panther let out a roar as its body was tightly held by the Void Demon Claw, which could tear through steel, leaving not a single mark under the grip. In just one encounter, one of her 3 Platinum-class main forces was easily taken down by the opponent with no ability to fight back. Chi-11 finally realized the gap between him and Lu Yuan. This was not a contest of equals at all. Stop. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Nidhogg quickly released his hand, the Void Demon Claw dissipated, and the Moonshadow Black Panther returned to Chi-11's side. Senior. Lu Yuan looked at Chi-11, whose face was not looking good. The warm-up is over. A single sentence made Chi-11's body tremble slightly. Warm-up? To him, that kind of offense and defense was merely a warm-up? Yun Shanshan watched with sparkling eyes, her little fists clenched tightly. Yuan is so cool. Nidhogg is so cool. Beside her, Akshaya and the Star Hunter had not moved at all from beginning to end. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over Chi-11's remaining 2 beasts. Ivelia stepped forward, and the air around her turned cold. Chi-11 looked at the icy blue figure, and alarm bells rang in her heart. She did not order the Moonshadow Black Panther to attack again, knowing that if it were a real battle, the Moonshadow Black Panther would already be heavily injured. Moonwheel, Nightmare, go all out. She could accept losing, but at least, she could not lose so disgracefully. The Moonwheel Owl let out a loud cry, and the silver moonlight shone brightly on its wings, a huge silver crescent moon formed behind it. The 8 limbs of the Nightmare Weaver plunged into the ground, and the crying human face on its abdomen shed 2 lines of blood tears, while invisible mental threads spread out from its center, attempting to construct a huge illusion domain. However, just at that moment, a lazy voice came from the direction of the lounge chair. Alright, stop fighting. Lan Lioli had sat up at some point and took off her sunglasses. Little 11, you've already lost. From the moment Lu Yuan only used 1 beast to cripple one of your main forces, you had already lost. If you continue fighting, your remaining 2 won't last a minute either. Lan Lioli's words extinguished the last fighting spirit in Chi-11's heart. She understood, but was unwilling to admit it. Your coordination is not about making you fight each other. Lan Lioli stood up and walked to the center of the field. But about learning how to combine the power of these monsters into a single force. Her gaze swept over Ivelia and Nidhogg behind Lu Yuan, then looked at Akshaya and the Star Hunter beside Yun Shanshan, and finally landed on Chi-11's Moonwheel Owl and Nightmare Weaver. In competitions filled with experts, beasts below platinum rank mostly will only show miraculous effects, so your platinum beasts are the main combat force. Lu Yuan's Dark Prison Dragon King is responsible for strong control and suppression in the front line, while his Dragon Frost Queen is responsible for absolute control and execution in the rear. The Dragon Queen Yun Shanshan is the absolute core of the team, providing endless endurance, purification, and defense. Her Starhound is a ghost hovering outside the battlefield, responsible for pinpoint teleportation and lethal ambush. And you, Shi. Lan Lioli looked at her. Your Moonwheel Owl is a reconnaissance aircraft and bomber in the sky, responsible for providing vision suppression and long-range fire support. Your Nightmare Weaver is a supplement to this great net, using mental interference and illusions to create opportunities for others. A frontline invincible warrior, a freezing and fatal mage, an unkillable healer, a ghostly assassin, plus an aerial artillery and illusionist. Lan Lioli's mouth could no longer hold back a smile. This lineup really doesn't need any complicated tactics. All you have to do is one thing. She stretched out a finger, pointing to the sky. From the very first second of the match, use your strongest power to crush all the enemies in front of you. Let them feel the fear of being dominated by monsters in despair. These words made the 3 present feel their blood boil. I understand, teacher. Shi ordered her beasts to stop attacking. At this moment, all her unwillingness and confusion transformed into a fighting spirit. Yun Shanshan was also excited, her little face flushed. Crush everything. This is much more exhilarating than just shouting 666 from behind. Lu Yuan looked at Lan Lioli, a smile flashing in his eyes. This seemingly unreliable mentor is truly the one who understands them the most. Alright, now that you understand the reasoning, for the next month, practice hard like your life depends on it. Lan Lioli put her sunglasses back on and waved her hand. When you can understand what the other is about to do with just a glance, that will be considered qualified. After saying this, she lay back on her beach chair to continue enjoying her sunbath. Chapter 189, Goodbye, Xiaoran. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. At Beiming Academy, in the villa on the back mountain. On the lawn, three figures stood. Lu Yuan, Yun Xianxian, Shi Shi. Compared to a month ago, their aura had become more solid and restrained. Especially Qi Shi, her moon will owl and moon shadow leopard finally broke through under Lu Yuan's inhuman pressure and massive resources, stepping into the pinnacle of platinum level. This also gave her power a significant leap. Though Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian hadn't changed levels, their control over their respective beasts and their teamwork had reached a brand new height. Just as Lan Liuli had said, they now perhaps only needed a glance to understand each other's intentions. Are you all ready? Lan Liuli's figure appeared behind the three. Today, she wasn't in her lazy pajamas or tight instructor's uniform, but wore a blue long dress, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a mature charm behind a pair of sunglasses. Lu Yuan recognized this image as the same one when Lan Liuli came to recruit him and Yun Xianxian. At that time, he thought she was such a quiet mentor. Ready. Yun Xianxian was the first to reply, her voice crisp and full of confidence. Lu Yuan and Qi Shi nodded as well. Then let's go. Lan Liuli waved her hand gently. The mysterious beast on her shoulder named Xiaobai yawned and stretched its paw, lightly slicing through the air in front of it. Rip. A space gate, emitting a gentle white light, appeared out of thin air. In the Dragon Kingdom, the imperial capital. On the outskirts, an absurdly large complex of buildings sat here. This is where the annual event, which entire Dragon Kingdom and even all Beastmasters of Blue Star look forward to, takes place, the Heavenly Dome Arena. At this moment, the area outside the Heavenly Dome Arena was already a sea of people. The participating teams from top academies. Under the guidance of their respective mentors, they gathered here. Each team is made up of 5 elite third-year students, the best warriors from their colleges, the cream of the crop among the proudest. On their faces were written confidence and pride, their eyes burning with the desire for victory. When Lan Liuli walked out from the space gate with Lu Yuan and the others, countless eyes instantly turned toward them. There was no way around it, their combination was simply too eye-catching. One was a stunning woman, exuding charm and an aura so powerful that people dared not look directly at her. The other three, 2 girls and a boy, were incredibly good-looking, yet they seemed exceptionally young, unlike battle-hardened third-year students. What's more important was, there were only 3 of them. In a sea of teams filled with 5 members each, this trio stood out like a sore thumb. Is that the team from Beiming Academy? Why are there only 3 people? The one leading is Lan Liuli. That devilish instructor. Hiss, why is she personally leading the team? I heard Beiming has always gone for an elite route, but this is a bit too elite, right? A 3-person team? Shoo, keep your voice down, if Lan Liuli hears you, you won't even know how you die. The murmurs around them, though lowered deliberately, still reached Yun Xianxian's ears intermittently. She quietly complained to Lu Yuan, I didn't expect Auntie Lan to be so famous outside, I thought she only exerted authority at home. Lu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. At that moment, several figures navigated through the crowd and walked straight towards them. Leading them was a tall, elegant middle-aged man wearing golden-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Lan Liuli, a warm smile appeared on his face. Liuli, long time no see, you still look so radiant. However, Lan Liuli merely raised her sunglasses and glanced at him, her tone indifferent. Zhou Wen, is there something? The man named Zhou Wen's smile froze for a moment but quickly returned to normal. He was one of the top mentors of the Holy Light Academy, and had been a contemporary of Lan Liuli. Yet back then, he had been overshadowed by the brilliance of Su Yueli, Lan Liuli, and others. He looked at the 3 behind Lan Liuli, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Nothing much, just saw an old friend and came over to say hello. He adjusted his glasses, shifting his tone. I heard that Beiming only brought 3 people this year? What's this? Trying to recreate your so-called 4-person glory? Ha, don't dream. Times have changed, Liuli. This year's champion is bound to be a trophy for my Holy Light Beast Academy. His voice carried an air of arrogance, clearly heard by everyone around. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The students from Holy Light Academy standing behind Zhou Wen wore smug smiles on their faces. Among them, a young man in a white combat uniform froze when he saw Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian. It was Xiaoran. He never expected to see these 2 people here, and in such a manner again. And his mentor actually dared to talk tough in front of them? A cold sweat trickled down Xiaoran's forehead. Mentor, please stop talking. Do you know who stands before you? Those are the ruthless ones who played everyone in the Dragon's Nest secret realm and ended up taking the greatest opportunity. They might even have contracted the offspring of a royal dragon beast. And now, these 2 are actually representing Beiming Academy in the competition? Xiaoran felt his legs growing weak. He wanted to rush up and cover his mentor's mouth. Mentor, if you're going to brag, don't drag me into it. I don't want to be treated like a soft persimmon. However, facing Zhou Wen's provocation, Lan Liuli nearly nonchalantly dug at her ear. Are you done? She took off her sunglasses. The beautiful phoenix eyes swept over Zhou Wen, then over the proud students from the Holy Light Academy behind him. If you're done talking, then get lost. Don't block the way. I'm afraid my kid at home might not hold back and accidentally beat your geniuses from the Holy Light Academy until they cry for their mothers, and that wouldn't look good. Lan Liuli's voice was still lazy and relaxed. But the arrogance and disdain in her words made Zhou Wen's face instantly turn a shade of pig liver color. You! He was about to erupt. The always silent Lu Yuan took a step forward. He didn't look at Zhou Wen but instead directed his gaze at Xiao Ran behind him. Xiao Ran, long time no see. Your mentor really loves to talk. I hope that the students he trains can have half the strength of his big mouth in the arena. Lu Yuan's voice was very soft. Xiao Ran's face instantly turned pale. It was over. He had been remembered with resentment. Chapter 190, The Sudden Reversal. Xiao Ran opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He wanted to explain, wanted to say he was just here to fill in the numbers for the Holy Light Academy, wanted to shout his injustice, but under Lu Yuan's calm gaze, all his ability to speak failed. That gaze, he was too familiar with. In the Dragon Nest secret realm, it was these eyes that quietly watched all the pride of the beast realm die one after another. Xiao Ran's eyelids twitched. Zhou Wen's face shifted from green to white. He didn't expect his student would be so frightened by just a few words from the opponent. It was a tremendous humiliation. He was about to scold Xiao Ran a few times to regain his dignity. Well said. No wonder you are Xiaoya's son. A bright, crisp female voice came from not far away, carrying undisguised admiration. Everyone looked in that direction, and they saw a tall, capable woman in a bright red combat uniform striding toward them. It was Qin Yan, the ace mentor from Longshao Academy. Her appearance instantly pushed the atmosphere to a new climax. Seeing Qin Yan, Zhou Wen's muscles involuntarily twitched, and complex emotions flashed in his eyes, both fear and jealousy. Oh, isn't this the top beast tamer Zhou Wen who was once hailed as the first genius of the Holy Light Beast Academy? Qin Yan walked up to Lan Liuli and naturally wrapped her arm around her shoulder, her phoenix eyes scanning Zhou Wen, a playful smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Back then, you cried like a baby after being beaten by us sisters. Now you have improved and dare to run in front of Liuli and yell? Qin Yan, you. Zhou Wen's old wounds were exposed, and his face instantly turned pig liver color. Why bring up the past? Now is the contest of the younger generation. Younger generation? Qin Yan snorted, her gaze sweeping over the obviously exotic young people behind Zhou Wen. With these few misfits? Zhou Wen, do you think that just because you brought over a few exchange students from other countries, you can stand tall? Her gaze finally landed on the leader, a young man from Cherry Blossom Country with a samurai haircut and proud demeanor. I heard that your Holy Light Academy has really invested heavily this time. Zhou Wen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and straightened his chest. Although Qin Yan's appearance embarrassed him, it also gave him something to brag about. Oomph, you're not wrong. He said proudly. Let me introduce, this is a genius exchange student from the top institution, Tachibana Institute, in Cherry Blossom Country, Miyamoto Ken and Mutatian. The two beside him are respectively Jin Zaishi from Biko Hall in Goryo and Billy from Holy Palace in Chaos Country. Our Holy Light Academy, together with our own Xiao Ran, this lineup is more than enough to deal with your Mere 3 from Beiming. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of Mere 3, seemingly wanting to regain some face by the advantage of numbers. The young man named Miyamoto Ken stepped forward. He slightly bowed to Qin Yan and Lan Liuli, his posture respectful, but the haughtiness in his eyes showed no signs of fading. Two seniors, I have long admired your names. His dragon language sounded somewhat stiff. I have always heard that the Dragon Kingdom is the birthplace of Beastmasters, with a glorious past. This time I came to witness with my own eyes whether this glory still exists in the world today. I hope to have the chance to learn a thing or two from the Beastmasters of the Dragon Kingdom on the competition stage. Oh? Lan Liuli finally showed some interest, pushing up her sunglasses and looking at Gong Benjian with great curiosity. You sure have some big words, but I wonder if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Zhou Wen showed a proud smile, thinking the moment had come. He forcefully pushed the almost petrified Xiao Ran forward. Xiao Ran, you should say a few words. Let them see the momentum of our Holy Light Academy. Xiao Ran was pushed to the front, facing Lu Yuan's half-smiling, half-mocking gaze, and he felt his legs trembling. Momentum? What kind of momentum is that? Mentor, please shut up. Do you know what kind of monster I'm facing? In that moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Xiao Ran suddenly jolted, stepped quickly to Lu Yuan, and grasped his hand, shaking it enthusiastically. Lu Yuan. Brother Lu. Lu God. What are you doing here? Oh, my goodness, it's like the Dragon King's temple being washed away, and families don't recognize each other. As he spoke, he secretly pointed at Gong Benjian and the others behind him with his other hand and hurriedly whispered, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. What these foreigners are saying has nothing to do with me. I'm just here for the ride, forced into this. If we meet on the competition stage later, please go easy on me. Look at this small body of mine, I can't withstand even one strike from your dragon beast descendants." This performance was so smooth and expressive. The whole scene fell into a deep silence in an instant. Everyone stared at Xiao Ran with their mouths agape. Zhou Wen's proud smile froze completely, then visibly changed from white to green, from green to purple, and finally turning as black as a pot bottom. Yun Shanxian burst out laughing, tightly covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking, her little face turning red. Even the normally cold Shi couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. Xinyan laughed so hard that she shook like a flower, pointing at Zhou Wen without mercy. "Ha! Zhou Wen, is this the so-called momentum you talked about? Is your Holy Light Academy really training this kind of talent? You are killing me. Xiao Ran. You traitor." Zhou Wen was trembling with rage, his finger pointing at Xiao Ran shaking. He felt that today, in front of all the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, his face had been completely thrown away. "You. From now on, you are expelled. Your qualifications to participate are cancelled." Zhou Wen roared. "Dongben, let the substitute from your Tianzhou Academy take Xiao Ran's place." Hearing this, instead of panicking, Xiao Ran felt as if he heard the sweetest sound, and his eyes lit up instantly. He turned suddenly, looking at Zhou Wen in delight, confirming, "Mentor. Are you serious? You can't go back on your word. Get lost." Zhou Wen spat the words almost through his teeth. "Okay." Xiao Ran felt like he had been granted a reprieve, and quickly ran to Lu Yuan, casually wrapping his arm around Lu Yuan's shoulder, as if they were longtime good friends. "Brother Lu, you heard that? I won't be fighting for Holy Light Academy this time." His face was filled with the excitement of relief. "Those foreign guys, please don't hold back, really go all out. If something happens, I'll cover you, I still have a bit of influence in Holy Light Academy." Lu Yuan looked at this guy next to him who had suddenly changed his tune, somewhat amused and speechless. This guy could certainly be considered a talent who knew when to bend and when to stand firm. At that moment, a voice rang out, resonating from the center of the sky, spreading across the entire square. "All competing teams, please pay attention, the Sky Dome is about to open. Preliminary round, survival hunting battle, is about to begin. Please all teams, get ready." Chapter 191, The Opening. At the moment the voice fell, countless intricate and profound runes lit up in sequence on the circular ground in the center of the square. Hundreds of giant light circles, corresponding to the participating teams from major prestigious schools in the Dragon Nation, began to emit increasingly intense spatial fluctuations. "Remember, the preliminary round is a virtual point battle." Lan Liuli continued in her lazy demeanor. "All creatures and participants in the arena are digitized virtual entities, there will be no real casualties. But the sensations of pain and mental impact will be simulated 100%, don't let your guard down." Her gaze swept over the three. "The rules are simple, hunt virtual beasts for points, or hunt other teams. Defeating a team will earn you 60% of their total points, while the defeated team will be directly eliminated from the trial, their points revoked and calculations stopped. The final points ranking of the top 16 teams will enter the next stage of the elimination round." Yun Shanxian clenched her small fists, eagerly expressing, "Should we send those from Holy Light Academy home right at the start?" "Not so fast." Lu Yuan spoke, his voice calm. "Let them accumulate more points, make them fat before we kill. Otherwise, it would be too easy to eliminate them right now." Shi's eyes also flashed with coldness upon hearing this. Clearly, Zhou Wen and that arrogant Miyamoto Ken had also ignited her anger. "Understood." Lan Liuli observed the three's expressions, the corners of her mouth slightly raising beneath her sunglasses. "Go, let those self-righteous guys see what a true monster looks like." Buzz. The light circles beneath the three flared brilliantly, wrapping them in powerful spatial force. In the next second, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanxian, and Shi, along with hundreds of other teams in the square, instantly vanished under countless gazes. Sky Dome, Viewing Hall. Here gathered the top figures from all walks of life in the Dragon Nation, major media, and all mentors and backup team members from the participating academies. In the center of the hall, there floated a massive curved light screen, like a divine mirror that could see through heaven and earth. At this moment, the divine mirror was split into 100 screens of varying sizes, live broadcasting the situation of each team on the competition field. Dear viewers, welcome to the highly anticipated 68th National College Beastmaster competition. I am the host Bing Bing. I am the host Xiao Sa. The two top hosts from the Dragon Nation enthusiastically kicked off the event. We can see that hundreds of teams have been randomly teleported to the preliminary rounds arena, Lost Isles. This is a vast ocean consisting of thousands of islands, with complex terrain and changing environments, ranging from dense primeval jungles to desolate volcanic wasteland. Everything is present. That's right. The organizers have deployed tens of thousands of virtual beasts on the islands, ranging from gold tier to diamond tier. Killing a gold tier virtual beast will earn 5 points, platinum tier 30 points, and the most powerful diamond tier, once successfully hunted, will directly grant 100 points. This will be the focus of contention for all teams. Now, let's turn our attention to a few highly favored teams. First is the Imperial Capital Academy. They have shown amazing execution right from the start, with 5 members working together to quickly clear a group of gold tier fire ape, currently leading in points. Dragon Sky Academy is also not to be outdone. Instructor Qin Yan's students chose the most direct approach, their target aimed straight at other competing teams. On the screen, Dragon Sky Academy's team, led by their captain, charged directly into the nearest team. Meanwhile, Holy Light Academy's scene also attracted considerable attention. A young man named Miyamoto Ken from the Sakura Kingdom summoned a ghost-faced warrior engulfed in purple flames, wielding a long sword, effortlessly cutting down a group of high-ranking golden wind wolves. The strength of the Holy Light Academy this year cannot be underestimated. This exchange student from the Amaterasu Institute, Miyamoto Ken, has a beast, the Purgatory Ghost Warrior, at the peak of platinum, and possesses an unmatched dominance at the same level. Joan sat in the mentor's seat, listening to the host's praise, watching the brilliant performance of his academy's team on the screen, his face filled with nearly overflowing pride. He raised a glass of red wine and toasted towards the not-so-distant Lan Lioli. Mentor Lan, it seems your Biming Academy's luck isn't great this year. You were teleported to the foggy marsh right at the start, that place is notoriously difficult to navigate, and the virtual beasts there are pitifully few. Everyone turned their gaze towards the live broadcast picture belonging to Biming Academy. In the picture, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Shi Shi were standing at the edge of a swamp shrouded in gray mist. Ha! Why aren't they making a move? And, the beasts they summoned. Buzz! 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 With the flash of several lights, 6 beasts appeared beside them. On Lu Yuan's side, there was the holy and pure radiant Holy Spirit, radiating a gentle glow, a void phantasm surrounded by strange spatial waves, and the heavenly deceiving mirror with a silver dragon frame, flowing like a mirror. On Yun Shanshan's side, there was a dark dragonborn wielding a shadow longbow, a holy flame fire sparrow burning with sacred flames, and the dawn holy maiden surrounded by blazing solar halos. 1 was golden mid-tier and 5 were silver high-tier. This was the lineup sent out by Biming Academy. The entire viewing hall fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Golden tier? Silver tier? In a competition where other teams immediately sent out 5 platinum tier main forces, Biming Academy's lineup looked like a day trip. But... ha 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 ha. Joan was the first to not hold back, bursting into laughter, nearly rolling on the floor, spilling red wine from his hand. Mentor Lan. Is this what you call a monster? 1 golden, 5 silvers? Does Biming Academy have no one else? Did you send a bunch of underclassmen to make up the numbers? Even to make up numbers, you need 5 people. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. The surrounding mentors also showed strange expressions. Some were regretful, some were mocking, and some were puzzled. What is Biming doing? Strategically giving up? Maybe there's some secret tactic? What tactic requires silver tier beasts? A free point tactic? Qin Yan's brows furrowed slightly. She looked at Lan Lioli, who had a calm expression, with questioning eyes. However, Lan Lioli seemed to have not heard the surrounding mockery. She simply picked up the juice in front of Qin Yan and took a sip, speaking lightly. A group of clueless bumpkins. What did you say? Zhou Wen's expression darkened. In the foggy marsh. Lu Yuan looked at the beasts before him and nodded. Radiant Holy Spirit, silver high tier. Heavenly Deceiving Mirror, golden mid tier. Void Phantasm, silver high tier. Dark Dragonborn, silver high tier. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, silver peak. Dawn Holy Maiden, silver high tier. In addition to these 6, Shi also summoned her other 2 peak golden beasts, one being the Mountain Giant Turtle, adept at defense, and one being the Moonlight Spirit, adept at healing. 8 beasts, not a single one reaching platinum tier. Let them move around before the second competition stage. Lu Yuan said. Let's also do some fishing. Yun Shanshan's eyes lit up. I understand. We're intentionally showing weakness to lure those clueless guys right to us. Qi Shi also understood Lu Yuan's intention. This was not only a warm-up but also a kind of selection. Void Phantasm, map. Lu Yuan commanded. The Void Phantasm, with its black body, shimmered. Under Lu Yuan's development, the void map could now manifest not just in his mind but also in reality. A map with 3 people at its center, with a radius of 5 kilometers, instantly unfolded in the air. On the map, scattered red dots represented virtual beasts, most of them of gold rank, with only one low-tier platinum red dot in a swamp a kilometer away. Let's go for that platinum one as an appetizer, Lu Yuan pointed to the largest red dot. Alright. With a command from Yun Chanqian, the dark dragon descendant behind her quickly drew a longbow. Dragon Tooth Arrow. Whoosh! An arrow wrapped in dragon power pierced through the thick fog, flying towards a target a kilometer away. A kilometer away, a massive platinum-tier swamp giant crocodile had just poked its head out of the swamp, not yet able to take a breath of fresh air when an arrow fell from the sky, precisely piercing its eye. Roar! The dual impact of pain and dragon power made it go into a rage instantly. But the next second. Dragon Tooth Barrage End of Days Holy Spear Heaven's Light Punishment. 2 light energy attacks surged toward the swamp giant crocodile at the same time. 3 dark arrows followed one after another, and the last arrow exploded as it entered its wound. Boom! The explosion of Shadow Dragon Breath blasted half of the Platinum Tier giant beast's head to pieces. Kill Platinum Tier Virtual Beast, points plus 30. A line of prompts appeared on the virtual wristbands of the 3. It also appeared on the scoreboard in the viewing hall. Beiming Academy's points jumped from 0 to 30 in an instant. The voices in the viewing hall became much quieter. Zhou Wen's face became somewhat stiff, and he scoffed, just lucky, stumbled upon a badly injured one. However, as soon as he finished speaking, on the light screen, Beiming Academy's points began to jump at a dazzling speed. Plus 5. Plus 5. Plus 5. The 3 didn't even move from their spots. The holy light of the radiant spirit, the heaven's light punishment of the dawn sanctus, and the dragon tooth arrow of the dark dragon descendant acted like 3 cannons, accurately picking off all marked gold tier virtual beasts on the void mirage map. In less than 5 minutes, the virtual beasts within a radius of 5 kilometers were wiped out. Beiming Academy's points quietly surpassed 300, rushing into the top 30 on the leaderboard. What kind of efficiency is this? They didn't even move. Clearing monsters solely with long-range skills? This skill range and enemy detection ability are just too exaggerated. Just then, on the void mirage map, 5 fast-moving green dots appeared, heading straight toward them. Yun Chanqian's eyes brightened. A Yuan, fish is coming. Chapter 192, Who is the Prey? Here they come. Finally, a team is going to confront Beiming Academy. In the viewing hall, the host Xiaosa's voice rose, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the huge light screen, a live broadcast was quickly enlarged, dominating the center of the main screen. On one side of the screen stood Lu Yuan and his 2 companions, looking somewhat shabby at the edge of the swamp. On the other side was a team of 5 dressed in matching blue combat uniforms, exuding an aggressive aura. It's Tianshui Academy. They were ranked 47th last session, and they are incredibly strong, the host Bing Bing quickly introduced. Their captain, Wang Tao, leads a beast of angry wave dragon carp which has reached high-tier platinum and specializes in large-scale water attacks, especially powerful in water or swamp terrain. Indeed. We can see that Tianshui Academy, upon discovering Beiming Academy's location, did not hesitate at all and chose to take the initiative. It seems they consider this 3-person team of Beiming as an appetizer. In the image, the 5 from Tianshui Academy had already entered the attack range. The captain Wang Tao looked at the 3 figures not far away in their beasts, which were not higher than golden rank. A smile of certainty appeared on his face. Lucky us, we encountered soft targets right from the start, he said to his teammate beside him. 3 people, and they have silver tier beast companions, it's like they came to offer us points. Quick battle, let's finish them off, we still need to hunt the platinum beasts. Yes, Captain. The 5 had no useless chatter, instantly calling forth their main beast companions. In an instant, the 5 platinum tier beasts let out their mighty presence. Leading the charge was a giant carp, over 10 meters long, covered in blue scales, with dragon horns on its head, the Raging Tide Dragon Carp. Roar! The Raging Tide Dragon Carp roared, opening its mouth to unleash a surging wave, stirring the mud from the swamp, forming a murky wave towering tens of meters high, crashing down towards Lu Yuan and the 3. A watery battlefield is our home turf. Wang Tao said proudly. Under the raging tide, everything will be submerged. In the observation hall, Zhou Wen saw the scene and once again wore a smile. It's over. Wang Tao from Tianshui Academy may be a bit arrogant, but he has the strength. This raging tide paired with the swamp terrain doubles its power, and below the peak of platinum, there's simply no way to resist. He held his wineglass, looking at Lan Liuli, and said leisurely. Liuli, it seems your students will be knocked out in the first round. Lan Liuli didn't even lift her eyelids. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yuan and his team would be swallowed by the giant wave, Lu Yuan's mind shifted. Heavenly Deception Mirror. The heavenly deception mirror, always floating beside him, shimmered with light on its surface. Reverse all laws. That murky wave, powerful enough to destroy a small mountain, seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly came to a standstill just 5 meters away from the three. In the next second, under the astonished gazes of Wang Tao and his team, that gigantic wave rolled back at 3 times the speed it came. Boom! The 5 from Tianshui Academy, along with their 5 platinum-tier beasts, didn't even have time to scream before being slammed deep into the swamp by this triple-powered raging tide. The entire swamp shook violently. Water splashed, mud flew, and several bodies, disoriented and covered in water plants, soared upwards before crashing down heavily. The world was quiet. A one-hit kill. A complete, utter one-hit kill. From Tianshui Academy launching their attack to being taken away by their own skills rebound, the whole process lasted no more than 3 seconds. Over here, Lu Yuan's side didn't even move an inch. The observation hall fell into a deadly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, staring blankly at the 3 figures on the screen. The smile on Zhou Wen's face froze. He held his wine glass, his hands suspended in midair, wine spilling over the rim and dripping onto his pants, completely unaware. Xinyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she couldn't help but murmur, "What a reverse all laws. It's that mirror, but it seems a bit unchanging, huh?" Lan Liuli took off her sunglasses. "What's wrong, Zhou Wen? Didn't you say it was over?" Zhou Wen opened his mouth, unable to say a word. His mind was blank. A rebound skill? Or a 3-fold power rebound? What kind of crazy skill is this? Can a golden tier beast even have this capability? What a joke. Host Xiao Sa, after a brief moment of distraction, suddenly snapped back to reality. My god. My god. What just happened? Tianshui Academy was one hit killed. By their own skill. Is this the secret weapon of Beiming Academy? That mirror. It can even triple the rebound of a full power strike from a platinum high-tier beast. This is simply unheard of. Beiming Academy. In just one move. Elimination of Tianshui Academy. Their points skyrocketed to nearly 400 because they absorbed Tianshui Academy's points. Rushed straight up to 5th place on the rankings. Boom. The entire spectator hall exploded with excitement. If the long-range monster-clearing ability displayed by Beiming Academy earlier only surprised them, then this scene, akin to a dimensional strike, brought them complete shock. Monster. This is a real monster. That mirror is definitely not gold tier. It surely hides its strength. Beiming Academy is aiming for the championship this year. The glory of the 4 Beast Masters from Beiming is about to reappear? Amid countless discussions, Zhou Wen's face turned extremely grim. Misty Swamp. Yun Xianxian looked at the opponent who was cleared out with one move and curled her lip. Is that it? Too easy to beat, right? They didn't even qualify to let me stretch my muscles. Shi was already used to it. She had lost to Lu Yuan more than once due to the strange capabilities of his mirror. Chapter 193 Eyes Beneath the Swamp. All methods reversed, triple rebound. This ability, in team battles, is a nightmare for all energy-type attacks. Lu Yuan's voice was calm. Teams that rely on single bursts are best dealt with. He glanced at the scoreboard on his wristband. Beiming Academy's points had surged to 5th, but the gap between them and the top 4 was still considerable. This small fish here has been almost cleaned out. Let's switch places. Lu Yuan said. Void Phantom, find a place dense with platinum tier virtual beasts. As the Void Phantom gently swayed, the map within a 5-kilometer radius rapidly changed, ultimately locking onto a region deep in the swamp. That area was filled with dense red light spots, including many representing mid to high tier platinum beasts. Here it is. Lu Yuan pointed to the coordinates on the map. Let's go, it's time for the other little guys to stretch their legs. The 3 said no more, quickly following along, heading deeper into the swamp. In the main hall of the competition, the atmosphere had shifted from initial mockery and confusion to seriousness and suspicion. The little live stream from Beiming Academy was now attracting nearly half of the audience's attention. They're moving. The direction is towards the rotting forest. That's a gathering place for platinum tier plague tree spirits, with a large number, and their natural drain aura is very effective against energy attacks. What is Beiming Academy trying to do? That mirror can rebound skills, but against that kind of continuous aura effect, it'll probably be helpless, right? Look, they're summoning their Beast Masters again. Everyone's gaze was firmly locked on the screen. Wait. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. He looked at the map projected by the Void Phantom. Everything seemed normal, but he felt an ambiguous sense of unease. What's wrong, Yuan? Yun Xianxian asked. It's nothing. Lu Yuan stared into the depths of the swamp for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Maybe the energy field in this area is a bit chaotic. The perception range of the void phantom seems to be slightly compressed. Keep moving, stay alert. In the rotting forest, the air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay. Towering trees, dozens of meters high, twisted branches resembling ghostly claws, were slowly standing up from the soil. On their rough trunks, faces of tortured whales emerged. Plague tree spirits, ranging from low to mid-tier platinum, numbered in the dozens. Beneath their feet, circles of dark green auras spread out, rapidly draining and weakening both energy and life force. Lu Yuan, these tree spirits' auras are troublesome, continually weakening us. Shi reminded, her Moonlight elf already had a healing barrier up. Lu Yuan's gaze was already locked onto those plague tree spirits, with a golden data stream flashing through his eyes that ordinary people couldn't perceive. The analysis of the Beast Mastery illustrated guide flashed before his eyes. Plague tree demon weakness, fierce high-intensity light properties and flame purification. The nature absorption halo core draws power from the undead plague and can be suppressed by an equal strength of holy or blazing domains. He looked at Yun Qianqian beside him and spoke, Qianqian, it's your turn to perform as the Dawn Holy Maiden. Use the blazing sun circle, combined with holy light radiance, to directly cover this forest, turning their home ground into ours. Received. Yun Qianqian's eyes brightened. I've been waiting for you to give the order. Watch me. It's my moment to shine. As her voice fell, the Dawn Holy Maiden stepped forward, and the blazing sun circle erupted around her, the golden flame halo colliding with the dark green plague halo. At the same time, the Dawn Holy Maiden raised her hands high. Holy light radiance. A dazzling miniature sun gathered in her palm, then slowly ascended, hovering over the decayed forest. Pure light poured down, causing the dark green plague halos to rapidly dissolve under the holy light. All the actions of the plague tree demons became sluggish at that moment. Now is the time. Yun Qianqian shouted. Roar! The dark dragon descendant, who had been following her, suddenly erupted with a powerful dragon might. Dark dragon soul. Meteor fire rain. Dragon tooth barrage. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and the Dark Dragon Descendant launched their attacks at the same time, weaving a web of death with countless fireballs and shadow arrows, covering the largest area ahead. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang out, and the few plague tree demons rushing at the front were instantly heavily injured. Well done! Shi exclaimed, then issued her command. Her golden pinnacle, mountain giant turtle, which had not shown much, let out a roar, with a yellowish light igniting on its massive body. The mountain giant turtle stomped its limbs, and sharp earth spikes erupted from beneath the feet of the plague tree demons, piercing and binding them en masse. It's my turn now. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Before him, the glorious spirit flashed a blessed light. Holy Spirit Servant. 3 Holy Spirit servants holding light spears and at the mid-silver rank appeared out of thin air, transforming into 3 streams of light and charging into the densest formation of plague tree demons. Self-destruct. Lu Yuan spoke 2 faint words. Boom. 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 3 violent explosions created 3 waves of light energy storms among the tree demon group. The pure holy light attribute damage dealt a devastating blow to these undead and plague attribute monsters. In an instant, 2 plague tree demons were purified into ash. This seamless cooperation left everyone in the observation hall dumbfounded. Control, suppression, AoE explosion, targeted clearing. The level of synergy was as if they had collaborated for years. What amazed them even more was that all of this was accomplished by just a group of golden and silver tier beast tamers. That Dawn Holy Maiden, is she really high silver? A single, holy light radiance, can suppress the collective halo of over 100 platinum tier plague tree demons? And that glorious spirit, the summoned servants, are actually mid-silver tier? They can be used as direct bombs? Beiming Academy, how on earth do they train their beast tamers? Zhou Wen's face was beyond difficult to describe. These guys simply could not be judged by common sense. Every beast they displayed had combat power far beyond their rank, and every skill carried the taste of supermodel. At that moment, the Void Shadow, which had been monitoring the battlefield, suddenly shook violently like mercury. The clear map in midair began to flicker at that moment. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. This was an unprecedented situation. Yuan, what's wrong? Yun Qianqian also noticed the anomaly. The map is being interfered with. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Something is blocking the Void Shadow's probe. As soon as the words fell. Boom! The marshland beneath the 3 suddenly made a huge sound. Massive cracks, centered on them, crazily spread out. As if some terrifying giant creature was about to burst out from this decaying ground. On the Void Shadow's map, right at the spot where they stood, a large dark red dot suddenly appeared in a place that was once empty. It had been, right beneath them. In the main viewing hall, the director seemed to sense something and instantly switched the main camera to the footage of Beiming Academy. Everyone saw the ground that was about to crumble. Underneath the crumbling ground, 1 eye, 2 eyes, 10 eyes, hundreds of, countless red eyes were slowly opening from the dark abyss. Chapter 194, Hunt. Beneath the marsh, those hundreds of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. It's the marsh thousand-eyed worm. Oh my god, Platinum Peak. In a marsh environment, this thing is as tough as a newly promoted diamond beast. A knowledgeable mentor in the viewing hall spoke up. A Platinum Peak virtual beast isn't scary, but what's terrifying is that it appeared right under Beiming Academy. A sneak attack from the least defensible underground. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up instantly. The humiliation of being slapped in the face by the 10,000 laws reversal wheel was swept away, replaced by sickly excitement. It's over. This time, it should end. This marsh thousand-eyed worm is famous for its mental pollution and toxic corrosion. That strange mirror can rebound energy attacks, surely it can't bounce back mental shocks and continuous toxic mist? Moreover, this is a surprise attack from beneath their feet. He could almost foresee that those 3 young people, along with their supermodel lower-tier beasts, would be dragged into the mire. However, in the picture, Lu Yuan's face showed no sign of panic at all. Just before a mental attack was about to reach the 3. Buzz. The body of the radiant Holy Spirit shone with holy light, an invisible protective barrier instantly unfolded, enveloping the 3. Holy Spirit protection. Immunity to mental attacks, lasting 8 seconds. That mental attack struck this barrier, and it dissipated into nothing. What the hell? A range-wide mental immunity? I would believe that skill model on an epic tier beast. Where did Beiming Academy dig out this radiant Holy Spirit's egg from some ancient ruin? A silver tier beast, effortlessly casting a range-wide immunity to mental attacks? Is that reasonable? On the surface of the marsh, the monstrous creature fully revealed its body. It had no fixed form, like a giant mass made up of mud, rotting flesh, and countless eyeballs, with hundreds of eyes of varying sizes haphazardly embedded in its surface. With the mental shock ineffective, it immediately changed its attack method. Dozens of limbs made of mud and tentacles stabbed toward the 3 from all directions. The limbs dripped with dark green liquid. Guard! Chi-Chi shouted sweetly. Her golden peak, mountain giant turtle, which had been idle, finally showcased its worth. The giant turtle let out a roar, enveloped in a yellow-brown light. Its massive body was fully covered, its forelimbs firmly planted on the ground. A thick rock barrier rose up from the earth, accurately blocking all the attacking paths of the limbs. Bang bang bang! The fierce sounds of collisions echoed nonstop. The rock barrier was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, but it ultimately held strong. Qian. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Coming. Yun Qian's small face was filled with excitement. There was no need for Lu Yuan to elaborate, their long-standing tacit understanding allowed her to instantly know what to do. The holy flame fire sparrow let out a clear cry, flapping its wings. Ascend to the half-sky. Brilliant heaven falling. Its flames instantly compressed into its wings. Then, a firebird phantom entirely made of holy flames detached from its body, tracing a path in the air at an incredible speed, with flames burning brightly along its trail. The target of the phantom was not the massive body of the worm, but a seemingly empty swamp area to its right. Boom! The holy flame smashed down, triggering a violent explosion, and the terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated a large area of the swamp. In that area, a giant tentacle attempting a sneak attack from underground was accurately blasted out. At the same time, the Saintess of Radiance also moved. Sunlight restraint. 3 chains made of flames appeared, wrapping around the hill turtle's front defenses, precisely binding the 3 largest tentacles of the swamp thousand-eyed worm, firmly restraining them in place. Roar! The swamp thousand-eyed worm let out an angry roar, and the bound tentacles struggled wildly, while flames burned on the chains, inflicting continuous damage. Its weakness is the largest main eye, hiding in the left side, 3rd row, 7th position. Lu Yuan's voice rang out beside the other 2. It controls the regeneration ability. This was the result instantly analyzed by the Beastmaster's handbook. Got it. Yun Qian's eyes brightened, and the dark dragon descendant behind her instantly drew a longbow. Dragon Tooth Arrow. An arrow infused with dragon might shot through the air. Everyone in the observation hall thought this arrow would shoot at the part of the worm already bound by the sunlight restraint, taking the opportunity to strike. However, the arrow flew towards a nondescript pile of eyeballs on the left side of the worm. PFF. With a soft sound, the arrow accurately embedded itself into a blood-red eyeball slightly larger than the surrounding ones. Roar! The swamp thousand-eyed worm let out a piercing scream of pain. All its eyeballs instantly filled with blood vessels, and its huge body trembled violently. Waves of dark green life energy surged madly toward the pierced main eye, trying to heal the wound. At the same time the main eye was struck, the sky-skimming demon mirror floating beside Lu Yuan flashed with an almost imperceptible light. Bloodline rewrite. Target, swamp thousand-eyed worm. Effect, temporarily deprive bloodline enhancement. The worm's proud, nearly infinite swamp regeneration ability was forcibly interrupted at this moment. The life energy surging toward the main eye halted instantly. This is impossible. In the observation hall, the mentor who recognized the worm stood up again. The swamp thousand-eyed worm's regeneration ability is suppressed? Why? What special effect does that shadow arrow have? No one could answer him. The movements of the sky-skimming demon mirror were too discreet, too fast. 99% of the people present, including the host and most mentors, only noticed the Dark Dragon Descendant's stunning shot, without realizing the small actions of the sky-skimming demon mirror. They thought it was the Dark Dragon Descendant's skill that carried effects like healban or serious injury. Only a few top experts like Qin Yan and Lan Lioli vaguely caught the ripple of rules in that moment. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with an amazing light. It's not the arrow's credit, it's that mirror, it's deprivation. It can actually temporarily deprive the opponent's bloodline talent. She glanced at the calm-faced Lan Lioli beside her, uncontrollably twitching her lips. Well done. She immediately seized the opportunity. Hill turtle, gravity suppression. The giant turtle roared, and a yellowish light ring spread out from it, instantly increasing the gravity of the entire rotting forest by several times. The swamp thousand-eyed worm, already hindered by the injury to its main eye, found its huge body suddenly sinking, completely trapped in the mire, unable to move. It's over. Lu Yuan uttered 3 words. In front of him, the radiant spirit gathered all its light energy in its hands. Then, it suddenly thrust forward. A holy spear, 100 meters long, completely composed of pure light energy, took shape. N's holy spear. Inflicting extra damage to dark targets. Go. With a command from Lu Yuan, the holy spear turned into a beam of light, carrying the supreme power to purify all evil, instantly piercing through the worm's enormous and bloated body. Sizzle. Where the holy light passed, whether it was mud, rotten flesh, or those strange eyeballs, they quickly turned to ashes. Kill Platinum Virtual Beast, points plus 50. After the N's holy spear hit the target, 2 smaller light spears split off, taking away nearby 2 groups of just refreshed golden poison frogs. Kill Golden Virtual Beast, points plus 5. Kill Golden Virtual Beast, points plus 5. The points of Beiming Academy jumped again, climbing up to the 4th place on the leaderboard. In the entire main spectator hall, silence prevailed. From long-range sniping, to countering with lethal strikes, to perfect coordination, weak-point attacks, direct kills. This team seemed to have no weaknesses. Chapter 195, Heading to Volcano Island. Gulps. The sound of someone swallowing was especially clear in the silent mentor seats. Zhou Wan, who was previously boasting, now had a pale face, staring at the light screen, his lips moving but unable to utter a word. Next to him, an experienced mentor from the Imperial Academy adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining under the lenses, breaking the silence with his voice. It's not a level of energy issue. That silver tier radiant spirit spear had a strong purifying effect. It is naturally a nemesis of dark beings. This has gone beyond the usual level suppression. Another person added, and that mirror. Watch the replay. When the worm attempted to regenerate, the mirror flashed. I'm sure it temporarily restricted the worm's bloodline talent. And that Dark Dragonborn, silver high tier, accurately hit the weak point, did you see? That was just one among hundreds of eyes. Is such target hunting ability even real? The most outrageous is that mirror. It made the Beastmaster's talent disappear. Just now, the thousand-eyed worm's regeneration ability was forcibly interrupted by it. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted in an uproar. Previously, most people thought it was just the Dark Dragonborn's arrow that had a severe injury effect. Now, when pointed out, they recalled the dissonance they felt at that moment. In an instant, countless gazes gathered on the mentor's seat, on that woman who had remained calm from beginning to end. Lan Lioli. She finally made a move, leisurely pushing up her sunglasses, picking up the juice in front of Qin Yan, and taking a sip. As if the shot to the top academies of the Dragon Kingdom was just an ordinary pastime for her student. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled, leaning closer to Lan Lioli, lowering her voice. Lioli, this kid Lu Yuan, after only 2 months, has become this amazing? Others can't see it, but as beast masters like us, we can easily tell that mirror can even strip away bloodline talents. This has already touched the threshold of rules. Did he really cultivate this himself? Lan Lioli spoke lazily. What else? Have you forgotten how Xiaoya played back then? Her chrono butterfly dared to meddle with the fate lines of diamond tier beasts even at the golden level. This kid is just playing crazier than his mother did back then. Qin Yan was taken aback, then shook her head with a wry smile. In the decayed forest. Yun Shanshan excitedly waved her little fists, running to Lu Yuan's side, looking up with bright eyes. A Yuan. We are 4th. That move from the radiant spirit was so cool. Lu Yuan smiled and ruffled her hair. Kishiai looked at the deep pit purified by the holy spear, her heart filled with overwhelming shock. She originally thought that the gap between her and Lu Yuan was only in the quality and potential of their beast control. But now she understood that the real gap was in tactical execution, absolute control of the battle situation, and the ultimate use of each beast's abilities. Control, weaken, position, break defense, kill. One step leads to another, flowing smoothly without any unnecessary movements. Faced with the surprise attack from the Platinum Peak, he didn't even disrupt the formation. The points here are nearly maxed out. Lu Yuan opened the map of the Void Shadow. After the recent cleanup, the area within 5 kilometers was already clear. The map shows that 30 kilometers to the east, there is a volcano island. The virtual beasts there are mainly fire and rock attributes, generally at platinum level, and the points are very valuable. Yay! A change of place. Let my Holy Flame Fire Sparrow and Dawn Holy Maiden show off. Yun Chanxian immediately responded. Let's go. The three did not stay any longer and quickly moved towards Volcano Island. At the same time they set off, the director in the spectator hall finally came back to his senses from the shock. The host, Xiao Sa, spoke with excitement after the ordeal. Dear audience. Dear audience. Did you see that? This is Beiming Academy. They demonstrated to us what a real team beast control looks like with a textbook perfect team battle. They did not have a single platinum beast, yet they directly hunted down a platinum peak area overlord. Now, their points have already risen to 4th place. Just behind the Imperial Capital Academy, Longshao Academy, and Qingfeng Academy. Host Bing Bing added. Moreover, we can see that they show no signs of resting and are already heading towards a new hunting ground, Volcano Island. That is the habitat of platinum-level, lava trolls, and obsidian golems. In the hall, no one dared to voice any doubts anymore. Most people were staring at the live broadcast of Beiming Academy, wanting to see what kind of miracles this team, which had reset their limits of understanding, would create next. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Lost Islands, on an ice field covered with thick white snow, Miyamoto Ken retracted his Purgatory Demon Samurai. The demon-faced warrior engulfed in purple flames knelt on one knee, a drop of boiling blood slowly dripping from the samurai sword, scorching a deep pit on the ice surface. In front of it lay a platinum peak, frost giant elephant, its massive head and body severed, lying in a pool of blood. Miyamoto-kun, our points have been surpassed. A member of the Holy Light Academy looked at the leaderboard on his wrist, his expression turning somewhat grim. Originally comfortably in 4th place, they had been pushed to 5th by Beiming Academy. That mere 3-people team was ahead of them. Billy, the blonde youth from Chaoyang country, pouted, it's just luck, they hunted a big guy. As long as we take down a few more platinum beasts, we'll catch up quickly. No, Miyamoto Ken's voice was cold. Those 3 have potential, finally not a bunch of reckless fools relying only on beast ranks. Once I clear this ice field, I must take the chance to get to know them properly. The real hunting is just beginning. Chapter 196, The Flame Prison Dragon King Lizard. Volcano Island is completely different from the cold and damp misty swamp. The air is filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and each breath feels like swallowing flames. Wow, it's so hot here. Yin Shanshan stuck out her tongue, her small hands fanning her face repeatedly. Next to her, the Dawn Holy Maiden emanated a gentle glow, forming a small force field that kept the scorching air out, making the 3 feel much more comfortable. Kishii looked around with a serious expression. Here, the rugged rocks and occasional bursts of lava flows make the entire terrain extremely complicated, and it is very easy to be ambushed. This environment greatly enhances the abilities of fire-type and rock-type Beastmasters, she said in a deep voice. It's okay, it benefits us too, Lu Yuan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Shanshan excitedly waved her hand, my Fire Sparrow and Saint Maiden can't wait anymore. The Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow let out a clear cry. It seemed particularly fond of this environment, with its flames burning more vigorously than usual. The blazing ring surrounding the Saint Maiden was shining brighter and brighter. Roar! Accompanied by a dull sound, not far ahead, a nearly 10-meter-high black giant rock slowly stood up. It was not a rock but a giant troll made entirely of lava, with magma flowing all over its body, and 2 burning eyes locked onto them. Lava Giant, Platinum Low Level. Almost at the same time, several shadows swept across the sky above them. Those were a few gargoyles made of obsidian, flapping their rock wings and letting out piercing shrieks. Obsidian Gargoyle, Golden Peak. Void Phantom, mark all targets, Lu Yuan ordered. In midair, a translucent map unfolded again, and red dots representing enemies instantly filled the entire edge of the volcanic island, dense and numerous, at least over 200. Fight swiftly and decisively. Shanshan, your Fire Sparrow will focus on the Lava Giant, the Saint Maiden will suppress the gargoyles. Sister Chi, your Mountain Giant Turtle will be in charge of defense, blocking their lava sprays. Radiant Holy Spirit, may the holy light shine, weaken them. A series of commands were issued in an instant. All right. Yun Shanshan was the first to respond. The sacred flame fire sparrow flapped its wings once and soared into the air, launching a fully charged holy flame explosion at the heavy lava giants below. Boom! The orange-red fireball exploded among the giant trolls, and the violent fire energy instantly splashed lava all over the place, creating a chaotic scene. At the same time, the Saint Maiden raised her hands high, and a miniature sun slowly rose, showering down its sacred light. The obsidian gargoyles that were hit by the holy light immediately emitted dark smoke, their flying speed significantly reduced. Well done! Shi immediately followed the command. The mountain giant turtle roared, and a thick rock barrier rose from the ground, blocking the lava flow spewed by a lava giant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scorching lava crashed against the rock barrier, making a corrosive sound, but it could not break through even a little. In perfect coordination, it was almost flawless. In the viewing hall, everyone had already gone numb. Again, this perfect attribute restraint and tactical cooperation. Who is their commander? Is it that boy named Lu Yuan? The speed at which he gives orders is too fast, and each decision is frighteningly precise. It's ridiculous. I feel like they are not in a competition but performing a textbook demonstration. Zhou Wen's face turned dark enough to drip water. He stared intently at the light curtain, his lips tightly pressed together, saying nothing. The more flawless the performance of Binding Academy, the more his face burned with embarrassment. His only hope now was Miyamoto's sword. He believed that, in the face of absolute strength, any flashy tactics were futile. As long as Miyamoto Sword's Purgatory Demon Samurai faced them, it would surely use that unbeatable cut to shatter their cooperation. Xinyan looked at the three calm figures on the light curtain, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. She leaned close to Lan Liuli's ear and whispered with a smile, "Liuli, your three students are indeed a treasure. I wish I had kept them for myself." Lan Liuli said slowly, "Dream on. They have already been broken by me." Volcano Island Battlefield. Under the weakening of the halo of the Holy Spirit and the attribute suppression of the Holy Maiden of Dawn, the battle situation was completely one-sided slaughter. Yun Shanshan's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow poured down firepower in the air, the meteor fire rain smashed down wave after wave as if it cost nothing, making those lava giants howl incessantly. Shi's two Golden Peak beasts also played a key role. The mountain giant turtle's defense was as solid as gold, while the other Moonlight sprite continuously cast recovery and speed buffs on all beasts, greatly enhancing the endurance of the entire team. Lu Yuan never let the heavenly deceiving demon mirror take action. To handle these, even the wheel of all laws was not needed. Binding Academy's points kept growing at a steady and efficient pace. Although it was not the explosive leap scene when they instantly killed Tianshui Academy and the Swamp Thousand Eyeworm, it excelled in sustainability. Their ranking hovered between 6th and 7th place. At this moment, the competition at the top of the leaderboard had entered a fierce stage. First place, Imperial Capital Academy, with 1,300 points. Second place, Longshao Academy, with 1,250 points. Third place, Holy Light Academy, with 1,100 points. 2 hours later, the virtual beasts on the perimeter of Volcano Island had been mostly cleared. Ah, that feels great. Yun Shanshan wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, her small face full of excitement. These little monsters may not be tough, but grinding them is really relieving. Our points are now 890, ranking 7th, Shi glanced at her bracelet and reported. We are just over 100 points behind the 6th place, Qingfeng Academy, but there is still a big gap to the top 3. Just as her words fell, suddenly. Boom boom boom. The entire Volcano Island trembled violently without warning. The long silent main peak suddenly erupted with a pillar of black smoke. Following that, a roar came from the depths of the volcano's mouth. "A Yuan, what is this?" Yun Qianshan asked. Lu Yuan's expression finally became serious. On the void mirage map, right at the volcano's mouth, a red dot, larger than the previous Swamp Thousand Eyeworm, suddenly lit up. Not good. In the viewing hall, the host Xiao Su's voice suddenly changed tone. It's a Diamond Tier virtual beast. The first Diamond Tier virtual beast of this competition has appeared. It's the Flame Prison Dragon King Lizard. The regional overlord that inhabits Volcano Island. Oh my god, Binding Academy's luck is just too bad. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Zhou Wen's eyes, however, were filled with wild joy. Diamond Tier. This is an existence that completely surpasses Platinum Tier. Chapter 197, Strategic Retreat. Lu Yuan's expression was grave. In his view, the page of the beast catalog finally stopped. Beast, Flame Prison Dragon King Lizard. Tier, Diamond Low Tier. A gigantic creature slowly crawled out from the bubbling lava of the volcano. Its size was like a moving small mountain. It was covered in dark red dragon scales, seemingly formed from the lava of the Earth's core, with golden magma flowing between the scale gaps. Its lizard body possessed a fierce dragon's head, with a gleaming black obsidian horn atop it. Flame Prison Dragon King Lizard. The Diamond Tier Virtual Beast has appeared on the first day of the preliminaries, the host Xiao Sa announced loudly. Beiming Academy's luck is truly terrible, they just happened to be right at the foot of the volcano and got blocked dead. Ice's voice was filled with worry. After a brief shock, Yuan instantly erupted in sickly delight. Diamond Tier. This is crushing power. It's a qualitative difference. No matter how seamless your cooperation is in Beiming, how extraordinary your beasts are, so what? In the face of absolute tier suppression, all skills will turn to ashes. It's over. This time, it's really over. He seemed to see those three reckless young people, along with their flashy low-tier beasts, being melted into ashes by the breath of the fiery prison Dragon King Lizard. On the battlefield. The fiery prison Dragon King Lizard slowly turned its body, locking onto the three people of Lu Yuan below. It opened its gigantic mouth. From its throat, a point of extreme white light was gathering and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. A Yuan. Yun Shanshan knew that Lu Yuan still had trump cards, any of those powerful Dragon Kings could handle the situation before them. Shi also looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes questioning. Four figures flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. Yifri, Nidhogg, Axia, Mortis. Any one of them could easily defeat this so-called Dragon King Lizard. But then what? Exposing his most critical trump card during the preliminaries? For just a mere 100 points, revealing the advantage of his trump card to let all opponents prepare tactics against him in advance? In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan made his decision. Run! His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Yun Shanshan and Shi were stunned. Run? They had pushed through obstacles all the way here, never retreating from any enemy, now they were to run? Shanshan, Starry Hound. Lu Yuan did not explain but directly issued the command. Yun Shanshan's long-standing unconditional trust in Lu Yuan made her instinctively react. Come out, little star. With a charming shout, a brilliant starlight, contrasting sharply with this scorching world, suddenly lit up. A majestic giant dog, elegant and agile, appeared in front of the three. Name, Starry Hound. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, Platinum Mid-Tier. This was the first Platinum Tier beast to appear in the Beiming Academy team. The spectators' main hall was once again stirred up. Platinum Tier. They really have hidden a Platinum Tier beast. No, the focus is not on the Platinum Tier. Look at the spatial fluctuations around that beast. It's a space-type beast. I said their lineup was off. Turns out they really hid their strength. But even if there's a Platinum Tier space beast, so what? Facing Diamond Tier, it's still like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Yuan's smile froze, but then turned into deeper mockery. So there's a Platinum Tier dog hidden here, I thought there was some impressive trump card. Now you want to run? Too late. Under the breath of the fiery prison Dragon King Lizard, you won't even have a chance to escape. However, when the Starry Hound appeared, it did not assume any attack or defense posture. It simply raised its head, its starry eyes gazing at the sky. Star Realm Traversal. It lifted its front paw, gently slicing through the air before it. Rip. The space was easily torn apart like fabric. A portal, shimmering with deep starlight and edged with spatial fluctuations, appeared out of thin air. At this moment, the extreme white light in the mouth of the fiery prison Dragon King Lizard had gathered to its peak, about to erupt. Run! Lu Yuan grabbed Yun Shanshan, with Shi closely following, and the three of them stepped into the starlight portal without hesitation. In the next second after their figures disappeared. Boom! A thick beam of blazing white light shot out from the mouth of the fiery prison Dragon King Lizard, instantly engulfing the spot where they had stood before. The light beam swept across, carving out a canyon on half the volcanic island under that terrifying breath. Everything in its path, whether rock or lava, was vaporized. An energy storm swept across the entire island. Yet, that starlight portal quietly closed and vanished without a trace just before the catastrophic breath descended. In the spectator hall, everyone was stunned by the terrifying strike of the fiery prison Dragon King Lizard, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, someone finally reacted. Did they run away? In front of that kind of attack? Ran away using space skills? That star hunting dog, is it of the space type? And it has teleportation means as a space beast. The wild joy on Yuan's face completely froze. He stared blankly at the ruins flattened in the light screen, then glanced at the live stream window belonging to Beiming Academy, which had dimmed but not disappeared. The corner of Lan Liuli's mouth curled up in a smile. How could a hunter die in appetizers? On the other side. On a desolate Gobi, the space twisted, and stars flickered as Lu Yuan and the others stumbled into view. Huff. Huff. Yun Shanshan leaned on her knee, her small face pale, breathing heavily. You scared me to death. If we had been hit just now, we would have been directly eliminated. Qi-Shi's face was serious, still shaken. Only Lu Yuan remained calm. He looked at the score on his wristband, showing no changes, then glanced at the rankings. Because they wasted time on the volcanic island without earning any points, their rank had fallen from 4th to 8th. Yun Shanshan caught her breath and immediately ran to Lu Yuan's side, puffing up her small mouth in dissatisfaction, tugging at his clothing. Yuan, why did we run away? You could have summoned Nidhogg or Evrea, a single dragon breath could have turned it to dust. What a good opportunity to show those who look down on us how powerful we are. Just then, a shrill scream, accompanied by unabashed wild laughter, came from a nearby canyon, interrupting their conversation. The three exchanged glances and quietly crept to the edge of the canyon to look down. The scene below the canyon made their pupils shrink instantly to pinpoints. Chapter 198, The Other Side of the Hunting Ground. In the desolate Gobi, the wind wailed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Below the canyon, what was unfolding was not a battle, but a one-sided act of malicious torment. 5 beast tamers in yellow combat uniforms were cornered, their beasts had long collapsed in pools of blood, turning into scattered data streams. They themselves were bound by dark chains, unable to move. The attackers were the team from St. Light Academy. The youth named Miyamoto Ken from the Sakura country had a smile on his face, and his beast, the Purgatory Demon Samurai, held a long knife burning with purple flames, not giving the opponents a quick end. Instead, he sliced methodically, one cut at a time, on the virtual bodies of those restrained beast tamers. Put. A beast tamer's left arm was severed at the shoulder, dissipating into light points. The intense pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream, but in this virtual space, he could not even faint. You dog! If you have the guts, just eliminate us directly. The team captain, a rugged-looking youth, shouted angrily. What answered him was a sneer from Jin Zhaosher beside Miyamoto Ken, who came from the Goryeo country. So quick to beg for mercy? How boring. If only the spirit of you Dragon Country beast tamers was as strong as your abilities. A youth named Billy from the Grass Central country whistled and, in poor dragon language, said, Miyamoto-kun, stop playing around, end it quickly, their points are too low, not enough to fill our teeth gaps. No rush. A look of ecstasy was on Miyamoto Ken's face. Enjoying the look of prey struggling in despair is also part of the battle, isn't it? As he spoke, the demon samurai's long knife was swung down again, severing another female team member's leg. The piercing screams mixed with their indiscriminate wild laughter echoed in this canyon, sounding extremely harsh. In the main viewing hall, curses already filled the air. Bastards! What are these animals doing? This is a competition. Not a slaughterhouse. Is the organizer not concerned? St. Light Academy. Is this how you teach your students? Countless angry glances shot at Zhou Wen on the mentor's seat like sharp swords. Zhou Wen's face, at this moment, was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had thought that Miyamoto Ken and the others would be strong and arrogant, but he never expected them to demonstrate their strength in such a way. This was no longer a matter of style, it was a matter of humanity. Zhou Wen. Is this the genius you are so proud of? Xinyan's voice was as cold as ice. She suddenly stood up, and an overwhelming aura belonging to an epic-level powerhouse pressed down on Zhou Wen without disguise. Zhou Wen was nearly choked by this pressure, his face instantly turning red. He wanted to defend himself but found that any words seemed pale before the bloody scene on the screen. The competition. The competition rules didn't say that we couldn't do this. He could only force out such a statement that even he didn't believe. Bullshit. Xinyan shouted in anger. At the edge of the canyon, Yun Shanshan's body trembled slightly due to extreme anger, and her eyes were blazing with furious fire. These bastards, they are not human. She didn't even seek Lu Yuan's opinion, and with a fierce shout, the figures of the Dark Dragon Descendant and the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow appeared instantly beside her, the bow drawn full and the fire condensed. Xinshi's face was also shrouded in frost. Her beast was summoned out at the first moment, displaying its killing intent. In their eyes, this had already crossed the bottom line. Lu Yuan, let's go. Save them and then chop this bunch of scum into pieces. Yun Shanshan's voice trembled with anger. However, just when Yun Shanshan was about to take action, a hand blocked her in front. It was Lu Yuan. Wait. His voice was as calm as always. Yun Shanshan turned her head sharply, incredulously looking at Lu Yuan. Wait? Wait for what? Lu Yuan, can't you see what they are doing? They are torturing people. I know. Lu Yuan's gaze did not look at the tragic scene below but fell on the scoreboard of the virtual wristband. The Holy Light Academy was in third place, and their points were slowly devouring those of the yellow-clothed team. Lu Yuan's silence, in Yun Shanshan's eyes, was just an acknowledgement. Her heart sank little by little. Could it be that in Lu Yuan's eyes, there was only score, only victory or defeat, and even the inhumane atrocities before them could be ignored? She looked at the compatriots facing slaughter, who still stared angrily and bit their teeth, unwilling to utter a plea, and then looked at Lu Yuan, who was indifferent in front of her. An unprecedented sense of grievance and disappointment surged in her heart. Lu Yuan. Yun Qianqian called out his full name. Get out of the way. Qin Shi also frowned, looking at the side profile of Lu Yuan. She had always believed that although Lu Yuan was decisive in killing, he had his own principles inside. But this scene in front of her made her a bit shaken. At this moment, the abuse at the bottom of the canyon finally came to an end. The 5 members of the yellow-clothed team, after enduring torment, turned into light spots and were forcibly teleported out of the arena. Miyamoto-kan withdrew the ghost samurai, a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just tasted a delicious meal. Let's go find the next interesting prey. He led the team, turning to leave, never realizing that 3 pairs of eyes at the edge of the canyon had witnessed the entire process. Seeing that the Holy Light Academy team was about to leave, Lu Yuan finally moved. But he didn't rush down, he simply took one last look at the 5 who were leaving. Turning, he walked in the opposite direction. Go. He only said one word. You. Yun Qianqian's body trembled with rage. She looked at Lu Yuan's resolute back. He not only ignored death but now was leaving as if nothing had happened? In the main auditorium for watching the competition, this dramatic scene gave everyone's anger a new outlet. They ran away? They ran again? I really misjudged them. Facing the Diamond-tier virtual beasts, it was already bad enough that they ran away, but now, facing our own being tortured and killed, they actually hide like turtles. Beiming Academy, you have truly let me down. You bully the weak and fear the strong. You have no backbone. People like this are fit to compete? Just go back. The curse words flooded the air, almost drowning the entire spectator stand. Zhou Wen was stunned, and then, a wave of ecstatic joy surged in his heart. He thought the reputation of his academy was going to be completely ruined, but unexpectedly, Beiming Academy took the initiative to help him draw all the fire. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Liuli, it seems your students not only lack strength, but even the most basic morality and courage as a person. Xin Yan was also stunned. She looked at the image of Lu Yuan leaving, her face full of disbelief. She looked towards Lan Liuli, but found that Lan Liuli was still in that lazy posture, even letting out a soft yawn. She wasn't angry, she wasn't disappointed, her phoenix eyes just quietly watched the figure of Lu Yuan leaving on the screen, and deep within her eyes, there was a flash of approval? Even Qin Yan couldn't understand it. At the edge of the canyon, Qi Shi held back Yun Qianqian, who was about to explode. Qi Shi forced herself to calm down, looking at the back of Lu Yuan, and asked in a low voice, Lu Yuan, you owe us an explanation. Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks. He did not turn around, only turning his face slightly. In the preliminary round, no one can die. What does this mean? Because no one can die, does that mean we can just watch our own people being humiliated? Do the simulated agonies and humiliations mean nothing just because there's no real death? Lu Yuan. Her voice was trembling. How can you say such a thing? Disappointment overwhelmed her. Qi Shi's brows also furrowed deeply, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She could accept Lu Yuan's decisive actions, and even understand his patience for the final victory, but she could not accept this cold-blooded response. Below in the canyon, the 5 figures had disappeared, leaving behind only the lingering resentment in the air. Lu Yuan finally turned around. He looked at Yun Qianqian, whose face was filled with disappointment, and then glanced at Qi Shi, whose face was like water. In the second round, the elimination match, it's allowed. He slowly spoke the second half of his words. Yun Qianqian and Qi Shi were both stunned. Lu Yuan's gaze contained no anger, no sympathy, yet it sent a chill down their spines. Eliminating them now would only cost them some points and send them back to reflect for a few days. That's too cheap. I want them to carry the strongest confidence, the greatest arrogance, and win all the way. Then, on that highly anticipated stage, where real harm is allowed to happen, I want them to know what true despair is. As the words fell, the entire desert seemed to quiet down. The wind stopped, the sand ceased. Yun Qianqian stared blankly at Lu Yuan, the eyes that had just been filled with disappointment now trembling violently. She remembered countless moments from the past. Lu Yuan always did this, making the most insane plans with the calmest expression. She ached for his endurance, felt proud of his strength, and was even more captivated by his unique, chilling tenderness and madness. This was the Lu Yuan she knew. The one who never showed his emotions on his face, but buried hatred deep inside. He wasn't cold-blooded, he simply sharpened his knife, ready to strike it into the enemy's most vulnerable heart at the most opportune moment. Qi Shi's pupils contracted sharply. She looked at the calm young man in front of her, and the flicker of disappointment in her heart was instantly replaced by awe. This man's heart is harder than she imagined. Their thoughts are simply not on the same level. What they see is the violence before them, while he sees a perfect feast of revenge. In the viewing hall, the curses against Binding Academy have reached their peak. Coward. The shame of the beast-taming realm of Dragon Country. I suggest disqualifying Binding Academy from the competition. They are not worthy. Lan Lioli. What a good student you taught. Xu Wen listened to these voices, with a bright smile in his heart. He felt as if he had returned from hell to heaven, as if all the humiliation of today had been washed away by Lu Yuan's cowardice. He raised his glass and glanced at Lan Lioli from a distance. His expression of pride and mockery was unmistakable. Xinyan's face turned pale with anger. She couldn't understand why Lan Lioli could still sit still. Lioli. Aren't you going to say something? Little Yuan. Say what? Lan Lioli finally spoke. She turned to look at Xinyan, and her beautiful phoenix eyes, for the first time without sunglasses, showed no sign of laziness. Xinyan, tell me, what is a hunter? Xinyan was taken aback. Lan Lioli didn't wait for her to answer and continued, an excellent hunter never reveals his position just because the prey taunts near the trap. He will patiently wait, watching the prey grow fat and proud, becoming more and more careless. Only at the moment when the prey is at its peak and most relaxed will he tighten the noose he has prepared for so long. Lan Lioli's gaze returned to the light screen, watching the calm figure leading the team forward, her lips slightly curling up. Right now, the Holy Light Academy is that prey. And my students are the hunters. Xinyan's heart trembled violently. She followed Lan Lioli's gaze, looking at Lu Yuan, then at the Holy Light Academy, and reflecting on Lan Lioli's words. A chill instantly surged up her spine. She understood. From the very beginning, everyone was mistaken. Lu Yuan was not weak, he was patient. At that moment, when Xinyan looked at the figure being pointed at by everyone on the light screen, her gaze completely changed. He was no longer an ordinary contestant, he was a true top predator who could manipulate the entire competition arena. In the following time, the preliminary competition venue showed an eerie situation. The team from the Holy Light Academy, led by Miyamoto Ken, was like mad dogs, searching everywhere for other teams to butcher, their points skyrocketing as they quickly overtook Longshao Academy and sat firmly in second place, their reputation for ferocity spreading throughout the venue. On the other side, the team from Binding Academy had completely fallen silent. They no longer approached any hotspots where teams gathered. Instead, they moved between remote islands, hunting the high-level virtual beasts that had hidden away with an efficiency that others could not understand. Their points steadily increased, always remaining within the top 10 on the leaderboard, neither overly aggressive nor falling behind. Time passed second by second. The preliminary competition was nearing its end. Time remaining in the preliminary, 10 seconds. The sound echoed in the virtual trial ground. The final rankings on the leaderboard had nearly settled. A ranking appeared above the virtual trial ground. First place, Imperial Capital Academy. Second place, Holy Light Academy. Third place, Longshao Academy. Ninth place, Binding Academy. In the viewing hall, the light screen instantly switched, focusing on the avatars of the top 16 teams. The resting area of the Holy Light Academy erupted into enthusiastic cheers, and in the live broadcast screen of the Holy Light Academy, Miyamoto Ken's face was filled with arrogance. And in another corner, in the live broadcast of Binding Academy, Lu Yuan and his companions had just joined forces to slay the last platinum-level dungeon lord. Lu Yuan lifted his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the ranks, locking onto the arrogant presence of Miyamoto Ken. The first round, the survival hunting battle, has officially ended. Chapter 200 on the chessboard. The voice announcing the end of the preliminary round rang out. All the teams still on the field returned to the square. In the Holy Light Academy area, Zhou Wen's face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He could barely contain himself, wanting to rush over and give Lan Lioli a friendly hug. Lioli, oh Lioli, I really must thank you this time. If it weren't for your students' noble character, actively drawing all the fire towards them, our Holy Light Academy's reputation would have been ruined by these clueless kids, he thought to himself. Countless gazes, complex and disdainful, all turned towards the corner of Binding Academy. There, Lan Lioli still lazily leaned in her seat, as if sensing the eyes around her, she merely poured herself a glass of juice. Xinyan was so angry that her chest heaved, she lowered her voice, Lioli. Are you just going to let him say that? Lu Yuan and the others. What's the rush? Lan Lioli didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. If a dog bit you, would you bite back? With that one sentence, Xinyan was instantly silenced. Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Shi were surrounded by hostile gazes coming from all directions. Cowards! You've embarrassed the Beastmasters of the Dragon Kingdom. A turtle that hides when danger comes, I really don't know how Binding Academy teaches. These harsh curses went unheard by Yun Shanshan. Her small face was tense, and in her eyes burned two clusters of flames, pushed to the utmost limits. She was not indifferent, she was waiting. Chi stood on the other side, silently wiping her dagger. Her mindset, after experiencing the initial shock and confusion, had completely settled down. She looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes only held trust. The person before her was the true hunter. And she was willing to become the sharpest knife in his hands. Although public opinion was surging against Beiming Academy, Zhou felt uneasy in his heart. Miyamoto Ken's brutal tactics in the competition had far exceeded the scope of being hard-edged, it was a pure and wicked enjoyment of slaughter. This had already harmed his and Holy Light Academy's reputation. After thinking it over, he decided to confront this unruly genius. Miyamoto-kun, do you have a moment? I would like to talk to you, Zhou said with a self-assured smile as he walked to the lounge door of the Holy Light Academy. The door opened, and it was Miyamoto Ken who answered. Mentor Zhou, is there something? His tone showed impatience. It's about the style of the competition, I feel that. Zhou had only spoken half of his words when his gaze casually swept across the room, and he instantly froze. In the room, there was not just Miyamoto Ken alone. On the tatami mat in the room sat an old man dressed in traditional samurai clothing. The old man had his eyes closed, a quaint katana resting across his knees. He merely sat there quietly, yet emanated a terrifying aura. Zhou pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. That face, that aura. He could never be mistaken. Miyamoto Buhai. One of the 3 king-level Beastmasters of Sakura country, famous for his demon-style, the true anchor of the Miyamoto family. Cold sweat suddenly seeped from Zhou forehead and slid down his cheek. A king-level Beastmaster had quietly appeared here. What did he want to say? To remind Miyamoto Ken to tone it down? In front of a king, what was he, a platinum-level mentor, worth? Miyamoto Buhai seemed to sense his gaze, slowly opening a crack in his tightly shut eyes to look at Zhou. Just one glance. Zhou felt his breath becoming difficult. He finally understood that he was not a leader, he was merely a pawn pushed to the front by the Miyamoto family. And no. It's fine, I just want to see how Miyamoto was resting. Zhou's voice was extremely dry as he forced a smile, then clumsily turned around and fled in a panic. Miyamoto Ken watched his flustered back with a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth and gently closed the door. Just a clown, Grandpa Wuhai, why bother caring? Miyamoto Wuhai closed his eyes again, his voice calm and unwavering. Remember, Ken, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Before you completely crush that Beastmaster called Longhua, hold back your unnecessary arrogance. Yes. Miyamoto Ken respectfully lowered his head. Crush? Do those people even deserve to use the word crush? A night passed in silence. The next day, all 16 advancing teams were once again transported to a vast white space. In the center of this space, the figures of the hosts Xiao Sa and Bing Bing appeared out of thin air. Xiao Sa looked around with a solemn expression on his face. Students, congratulations on standing out from thousands of teams and advancing successfully. But I must remind you, the survival hunt in the preliminary round is just an appetizer. The upcoming second round is called Chessboard Struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, the white ground beneath everyone's feet instantly began to change. Golden lines intersected and materialized out of nowhere, dividing the entire space into a giant chessboard of 16 by 10, totaling 160 squares. This competition will no longer be a virtual battle. You will enter the battlefield with your real bodies. This means that all injuries sustained during the match will be real. The students in the audience erupted in astonishment. Xiao Sa raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. The 16 teams will be randomly assigned to the 16 corners of the chessboard, with each team starting from 2 squares of territory. The squares on the chessboard are divided into 2 kinds. One is unclaimed land, which you need to conquer by defeating a platinum pinnacle beast guarding it. The other kind is territory already occupied by other teams. To conquer it, you must initiate an assault. The rules of the assault are simple. The challenger and the defending party can freely decide how many team members will participate. The victor will gain ownership of that square. Of course, the defending party can also choose to forfeit and give up the square directly. Finally, and most importantly, once the assault begins, Xiao Sa's gaze sharpened. Unless one side actively shouts "I concede," the battle will not stop for any reason. Now, the chessboard struggle officially begins. With Xiao Sa's command, 16 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the 16 teams. As the light faded, Lu Yuan and the others found themselves on a barren red wasteland. Beneath their feet, 2 squares of land emitted a blue glow belonging to Beiming Academy. Finally here. Yun Shanxian looked at the electronic chessboard displayed on her wrist, her gaze instantly locking onto the 2 glaring white lights representing Holy Light Academy. In her eyes, anger and fighting spirit intertwined. Ah, Yuan. Lu Yuan lifted his head, his expression still calm, but in his tranquil eyes was an unyielding cold killing intent. Chapter 201, Prelude to Hunting. Lu Yuan did not say anything unnecessary. He raised his wrist, and the virtual chessboard map unfolded before the three of them. The giant chessboard was divided into 160 squares, and their position was in the lower left corner, in two striking blue areas. In the upper right corner of the chessboard was the two white squares belonging to Holy Light Academy. Between the 2 points, there was a distance of over 30 squares. Target, Holy Light Academy. Lu Yuan's finger traced a straight red line on the map from their blue area, pointing directly to the white territory of Holy Light Academy. We move in a straight line. All unclaimed lands along the way. Clean it all up. This is not a competition for dominance, this is a declaration of war. With the entire chessboard as the battlefield and all teams as spectators, an expedition has been launched. Good. Yun Shanshan nodded heavily, her mind stirring. The cold starlight poured down, and a golden giant dog, covered in dazzling stardust, quietly appeared. It was the platinum middle-tier Starry hunt dog. Shi also acted without hesitation. Silver light flashed, and 3 powerful auras crashed down. The extraordinary beast, the moonwheel owl, spread its silver-white wings, its sharp golden eyes gazing down at the surroundings. The agile moon shadow panther blended into the shadows, leaving only a pair of eyes glittering with cold light. The nightmare weaver, with its 8 legs lightly tapping the ground, emitted eerie mental waves from its crying human-faced abdomen. 3 platinum-tier summoned beasts. 2 of them were even high-tier platinum. Yet, this was just the beginning. Lu Yuan lifted his hand, and a simple bronze mirror floated in his palm. It was the golden middle-tier illusionary demon mirror. Thousands of true shadows. As Lu Yuan whispered, the surface of the illusionary demon mirror shone with light. In the mirror, 3 silhouettes shifted from illusion to reality, clearly reflecting the Starry hunt dog, the moonwheel owl, and the moon shadow panther. In the next moment, 3 beams of light shot out from the mirror, landing on the ground. As the light faded, 3 summoned beasts identical to the originals suddenly appeared before everyone. Identical starry powers, identical moonlight wings, identical shadow fluctuations. 1, 2, 3, 7. A total of 7 platinum-tier summoned beasts stood quietly in this space. In the main hall of the audience. When 3 platinum-tier summoned beasts appeared out of nowhere in the North Ming Academy team, the entire hall fell into dead silence. All mentors, all contestants, and all spectators had expressions that went from shock to astonishment to horror. Am I seeing things? What is that? It's a copy. That mirror copied 3 platinum-tier summoned beasts. Are you kidding me? The Starry hunt dog is a platinum middle tier, and the moonwheel owl and moon shadow panther are platinum high tier. How could a mere golden tier mirror perfectly copy beasts of a higher tier? My heavens, this team finally revealed their trump card, 7 platinum-tier summoned beasts. The voices that had mocked the North Ming Academy as cowards turned into gasps of cold air. They realized that the North Ming Academy had not fled or hidden during the preliminary round. They had been concealing their strength. In the resting area of the Holy Light Academy, Zhou Wen's expression changed. He looked at the 7 platinum summoned beasts on the screen, feeling it was unbelievable. After meeting Gong Ben Wuhai yesterday, Zhou Wen had only one thought for the Holy Light Academy to lose, but if North Ming only had this level of strength, it would still be too difficult. Beside Lan Liuli, Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise, Liuli, is this the trump card of North Ming? Lan Liuli's lazy voice reached the entire mentor seat. Trump card? No. This is just a routine operation. Routine operation? Could there still be a trump card? In this moment, the entire arena truly realized that the beast which had disguised itself as a sheep in the preliminary round had finally revealed its fangs. On the chessboard. Lu Yuan's gaze settled on the first unoccupied square ahead. Let's go. At his command, the army formed by the 7 platinum summoned beasts stepped into that unclaimed territory. Boom! The ground shook, and a giant 20 meters tall, made of unknown metal, slowly rose from underground. Its body was engraved with intricate magical runes, and it wielded a gigantic axe capable of splitting mountains. The Titan Forge Golem, Platinum Peak. In the audience hall, everyone wanted to see how this temporarily assembled platinum army would respond to a true platinum peak. Lu Yuan's expression showed no change. Quick battle, quick decision. He said only 4 words. Moonwheel, high-altitude suppression. Moon shadow, search for the core. Qian Shi's voice was cold and decisive as she instantly entered command mode. 2 moonwheel owls flapped their wings simultaneously, soaring into the sky, countless sharp beams of moonlight pouring down like a torrential rain, striking the Titan golem and creating a series of sparks, effectively limiting its movement. At the same time, the 2 moon shadow black panthers instantly vanished into the shadows. The next second, they appeared at the back of the golem, their claws gathering shadow energy, precisely aiming at the core at the back of its neck, the only spot radiating with energy light. Roar! The Titan Golem let out an angry roar, sharply turning around, swinging its giant axe, trying to swat down these two annoying flies. But the two Starhounds moved. They did not attack, only let out a low growl aimed at the space beneath the Titan Golem's feet. Star roar. Waves of spatial power rippled out, and the Titan Golem's heavy strike momentarily faltered in its motion. It was this brief hesitation of less than 1/10 of a second that decided its fate. The claws of the Moon Shadow Black Panther pierced straight into its core without any obstruction. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The Titan Golem's movements came to a sudden halt, and the magical runes flickering on its body quickly dimmed, its massive form crashing to the ground and transforming into streams of data light. From the start of the battle to its end, it lasted less than 10 seconds. Like flowing clouds and rushing water, overwhelming and uprooting. In the observation hall, there was silence. Everyone was stunned by this extreme efficiency and perfect cooperation. 2 high-altitude bombers, 2 shadow assassins, 2 space disruptors, plus a nightmarish weaver that could impose mental control at any time. This lineup was simply born for efficient clearing. On the chessboard, Lu Yuan did not even glance at the vanishing golem, his gaze had already fallen on the next territory. Next one. The team did not pause at all and continued to move forward. Under everyone's watch, the blue territory representing North Ming Academy surged forward fiercely on the chessboard. The extending blue line was sharp and dazzling. Its goal was only one. At the other end of the chessboard, that patch of white. Chapter 202, Blue Blade. On the second day of the chessboard competition, the entire arena, as well as the main observation hall, fell into a strange atmosphere. Everyone's gaze was focused on the same light screen. That screen belonged to North Ming Academy's live broadcast. In the image, the team made up of 7 platinum-ranked beast tamers, the demolition team, was advancing in an almost unreasonable manner. Second square, Guardian, Platinum Peak Storm Hydra. 2 moon will owls directly created 2 gigantic silver crescent moons at an altitude of 10,000 meters and decisively smashed down. The 9 proud heads of the Storm Hydra were instantly smashed down to 6. Then, 2 Starhounds tore through space, precisely teleporting the 2 Moon Shadow Black Panthers to the Hydra's vital spot. The battle ended in 15 seconds. Third square, Guardian, Platinum Peak Earth Tyrant Bear. This giant beast, known for its defense, didn't even get close to the North Ming team. The nightmarish weaver's mental shriek hit first, plunging it into brief chaos. Immediately after, the 2 Moon will owls Moonblade Storm and the 2 Starhounds Starlight Shattering Claw simultaneously covered the area it occupied. When the energy dissipated, a bottomless pit remained in place. The battle ended in 12 seconds. Fourth square, fifth square, sixth square. North Ming Academy's advance was like a precise war machine. Moon will owls were responsible for long-range fire support and vision suppression. Moon Shadow Black Panthers were tasked with precise assassination and targeting weaknesses. The Starhounds are responsible for spatial interference and tactical teleportation. The Nightmare Weaver is in charge of mental control and creating opportunities. 7 Platinum-class beasts, under Lu Yuan's command, are perfectly twisted together into a single force. Their power is not just a simple addition, but has led to a qualitative change. In the main viewing hall, the atmosphere is already numb. Crazy, really crazy. How did they manage to do this? That guy named Lu Yuan, his command ability is terrifying. Every order is just right, with not a single extra action, as if these 7 beasts are a part of his body. I feel like they are not competing, they are conducting a teaching, a lesson on Team Beast dimensional strikes. The teams from the Imperial Academy and Longshao Academy can't move this fast, right? Their beasts are stronger, but to capture each square, they need to rest and arrange tactics. This team from Beiming doesn't need to rest at all. On the board, Yun Shanshan's excited little face is flushed, her big eyes sparkling with light. Ah, so exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Just push forward. Give those who dare to mock us a swollen face. As she spoke, she waved her little fists to cheer for the 2 Starhounds. Little Star 1, Little Star 2, charge. The 2 Starhounds howled and ran even faster. Beside her, Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. She was originally a cool person, someone who valued planning before acting. But at this moment, she was also infected by this unstoppable momentum. She found that her commands were becoming more and more effortless, even able to predict Lu Yuan's next order, preparing her beasts in advance. This kind of tacit understanding made her intoxicated. Crushing, it turns out, is such a delightful thing. At the same time, on the other side of the board. In the white territory of the Holy Light Academy. Miyamoto-kan is admiring his masterpiece with great delight. Before them, a Platinum Peak Radiant Unicorn is being nailed to the ground by his Hell Demon Samurai and several Platinum-class beasts with a long knife burning with purple flames. The Demon Samurai did not kill it directly but is enjoying its painful struggles. Miyamoto-kun, you are getting stronger and stronger. Jin Zaishi from Goryo is flattering him from the side. The impatient Billy from Chao Chao Wangua urged, Miyamoto-kun, hurry up and finish it, we still need to attack the next square, the points from the Imperial and Longshao academies are already much higher than ours. Miyamoto-kan snorted coldly, just about to give the order to end the unicorn's life. In the team, the member responsible for observing the map suddenly let out a shout. Miyamoto-kun. Look at the map. Miyamoto-kan frowned displeased and opened the virtual map on his wrist. After just one glance, the laziness and impatience on his face disappeared without a trace. On the board, a glaring blue light, starting from the lower left corner of the board, extends wildly towards their upper right corner with an unstoppable momentum. That speed is shockingly fast. This is Beiming Academy? Billy also sees it, rubbing his eyes, a bit in disbelief. Have they gone mad? How dare they charge towards us? Humph, a bunch of oblivious little bugs. Jin Zaishi scoffed. They were hiding like turtles in the preliminary round, now they think they can do it? Perfect, they're delivering themselves right to our doorstep, saving us the trouble of finding them. Miyamoto-kan did not speak, he was intently staring at that continuously extending blue line. He could clearly see the time it took for that line to advance one square. On average, not exceeding 20 seconds. His pupils shrank slightly. This speed has already exceeded his expectations. But so what? In his eyes, this is just a bunch of cowards, using a foolish way to vent the grievances accumulated during the preliminary round. Interesting. The corners of Miyamoto Jian's mouth lifted in a cruel arc. Since they have come to our feet on their own, let's entertain them well. We should also clear the grids along their route, I want to meet them at the midpoint. Hi. The advance of Beiming Academy continued. The number of their grids was growing at a terrifying speed, soon surpassing Qingfeng, Xinguang, and other strong schools, firmly sitting on the throne of third place, while continuously closing in on the second place, Longshao Academy. At this, everyone could no longer sit still. Lu Yuan, the captain of the Imperial Capital Academy, recognized as the number one among the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, looked at the color on the virtual map and was taken aback. The team from Longshao Academy also halted their attack on the next blue grid, as all team members gazed at the relentless blue blade on the map. Lu Yuan said to his teammates, let's wait, Beiming's route is heading towards Xinguang. Although we don't have any grudges against Xinguang, Tianzhao's little devil must be taught a lesson. It seems some are more eager to find trouble with Xinguang than we are, let them go, and we will clear the grids along a different route. When Beiming is defeated, we will go. After saying this, the red grid representing the Imperial capital stopped in front of the blue grid and changed direction. Just as Beiming Academy was about to conquer the 15th grid territory, an unexpected event occurred. As they stepped into that territory, no virtual beasts rose from the ground, instead, two massive lava cracks appeared out of nowhere. Following that, two identical, 30-meter-tall, two-headed lava hydras roared out from the cracks. Two of them, Platinum Peak. It's the Twin-born Guardians. The voice of the host, Xiao Sa, rang out in the viewing hall. On the chessboard, there is a very small probability of encountering Twin-born Guardians. The difficulty has doubled. Will Beiming Academy's winning streak come to an end? However, despite this sudden change, the three had no intention of stopping. Lu Yuan looked at Yun Qianqian beside him. Qianqian, Euraxia should come out for a breath of fresh air. Yun Qianqian had been waiting for the sentence. Her clear voice echoed throughout the space. Finally. Descend, Axia. As soon as the words fell, a holy beam of light descended from the sky. Within the beam, a figure clad in a holy palace gown, with elegant features and a face that embodied compassion and unassailable divinity slowly descended. Queen of Dragon Radiance Axia, low-tier platinum. At the moment she appeared, the number of platinum-tier beasts in Beiming Academy's team reached 8. The two lava hydras let out a deafening roar, their scorching magma breath sweeping towards the crowd like two fire dragons. Axia simply floated quietly in the air, she raised her hand, gently waving it forward. Holy Radiance Royal Power Light of Hope. An invisible wave instantly enveloped all friendly units. Just before that world-destroying magma breath was about to engulf everyone. A golden light shield illuminated all beasts, including Lu Yuan and the others. Divine Protection. Invincible, for 1 second. Boom. The magma breath slammed hard against the light shield, but did not cause any harm. Chapter 203, directly aiming at Xinguang. 1 second of divine protection, in the ever-changing battlefield, was enough to change everything. When that magma breath, capable of melting steel, silently vanished in front of the golden shield, not only the two lava hydras, but even everyone in the viewing hall fell into a brief daze. Invincible. That recently appeared, goddess-like Holy Queen, actually possessed a skill of group invincibility. This is no longer a strong tactic, this is a dimensional strike at the level of rules. What kind of skill is this? Group invincibility? What an outrageous joke. My goodness, the little princess of the Yun family has actually contracted such a heaven-defying support beast. An unkillable healer, and also with group invincibility, how can others even play? Zhou Wen's face was beyond hard to describe. If before, the copying ability of the Qitian demon mirror had shocked him, now it felt like a nightmare. His pride, the Miyamoto sword, was strongest because of its indestructible slash. But if he couldn't even touch the opponent's body, what use was even the strongest attack? Lan Liuli raised her juice, watching the light screen with interest through her sunglasses. Her smile deepened. On the chessboard, the battle had only just begun. The second of invincibility passed in the blink of an eye, but for Lu Yuan and the others, it was enough. Akia, domain. Lu Yuan's voice rang out. Akia gently raised her hand, her gorgeous palace dress moving without wind. Queen's domain, law of light. A visible golden halo erupted from her as the center, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Within the domain, all friendly units shone with a faint golden light, all attributes were boosted, and even the three beasts copied by the Qitian demon mirror felt stronger. While the two lava hydras seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, their movements slowed, black smoke being purged away by light attributes. With each side gaining and losing strength, the balance of victory and defeat began to tilt. Attack quickly. Lu Yuan issued his final command. No additional words were needed. With the blessing of the Queen's domain, the attack desire of all beasts was raised to the peak. Moon wheel. Moon shadow. Qi Shi's voice was filled with battle intent. The two moon wheel owls took to the air once more, but this time, they shot not moon blades, but two extremely condensed silver beams of light, moonlight punishment. The beams accurately hit the hydra's eyes, causing them to fall into a brief blindness. The two moon shadow black panthers took advantage of the shadows, moving across the battlefield, their claws slicing, spilling large amounts of lava and flesh. The two star hounds pushed their spatial abilities to the extreme. One focused on casting star map domain, overlapping with Akia's Queen's domain, further strengthening allies and weakening enemies. The other constantly used astral shuttling, creating spatial rifts, disturbing the Hydra's energy operations, even redirecting their breaths to the other Hydra. Self-inflicted wounds. The scene had become both comical and bloody. Yin Shanshan looked up at the holy Akia floating in midair, her eyes filled with pride and trust, and she waved her little fist vigorously. Akia, give it the most magnificent strike. Akia smiled, then she extended her delicate finger and gently pointed at one of the Hydras. Heaven's Punishment Aurora King's Sword. A giant sword made purely of light energy gathered shape in the sky, then fell with the might of judging all things. Boom! The lava hydra didn't even have time to let out a cry before being split in half by the descending sword, the wound being burned by holy flames, preventing its healing. The other hydra, witnessing this, let out a terrified roar and turned to escape back into the lava crevice. But it was already too late. Queen's decree, holy light judgment. Akia's voice was cold and majestic. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared behind her, which then spewed out a decree of holy light. The fleeing hydra suddenly froze, entirely immobilized in place. Welcoming it was the 7 platinum-tier beasts, preparing for the most ferocious concentrated attack. The brilliance of energy submerged everything. When the light faded, only 2 massive, broken corpses remained, along with the Aurora King sword buried in the ground. From the start of the battle to the end, it took less than a minute. Facing 2 Platinum Peak Twin Guardians, Beiming Academy once again achieved victory with an overwhelming stance. In the viewing hall, nobody was talking anymore. One provided invincibility, purification, healing, and buffs as an absolute core god-level support. One controlled space, responsible for ambush and tactical movement as a top scout. Plus, a bug-like trickster mirror that could replicate any of the above roles at any time. And G11's versatile battle system, combining aerial bombardment, shadow assassination, and mental control. In the following moments, Beiming Academy's advance turned into a storm sweeping across the entire arena. In the 20th square, the Guardian Illusion Light Butterfly couldn't even open its illusionary domain before being accurately taken down by 2 lunar owls descending from the sky. In the viewing hall, a mentor skilled in psychic beast control murmured in a daze, "This is absolute power suppression. Any tactics have lost their meaning in front of them." 25th square, 30th square. That blue blade, under everyone's gaze, pierced through the entire chessboard in an unmatched manner. As they stepped onto the 32nd square, the atmosphere in the arena became extremely tense. Because next to this square was the white territory of Holy Light Academy. The two teams were only one last line apart. At the other end of the chessboard, Miyamoto Ken's team had also stopped their assault. On Miyamoto Ken's face was an expression of offense and challenge, filled with anger. He drew his katana from his waist, and the Purgatory Demon Samurai, burning with purple flames, appeared beside him, radiating a chilling killing intent. Finally, Beiming Academy's team stepped onto that last unclaimed square. This time, the Guardian didn't even have a chance to appear before being instantly killed in the summoning space by the focused fire of 7 summoned beasts. At this point, on the chessboard, blue and white finally touched. Lu Yuan, Yun Chanqian, and Shi 11 stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the blue territory. Facing them, Miyamoto-ken and his 4 teammates, each with differing expressions, were already on high alert. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone knew that the grudges buried during the preliminaries had finally come to a moment of reckoning. The 3 summoned beasts replicated by the trickster mirror gradually faded after the battle, turning into light spots, returning to the mirror. Their duration was over. Beside Lu Yuan, the original 4 platinum tier summoned beasts returned. But no one dared to underestimate this team anymore. Lu Yuan's gaze calmly crossed that line, landing on Miyamoto-ken's face. He didn't say a single word of trash talk. He simply raised his hand and gently tapped on his virtual wristband. The next second, a system notification appeared in front of Miyamoto-ken and all the viewers. Binding Academy challenges Holy Light Academy to a siege. Chapter 204, The Fatal Moment. Binding Academy challenges Holy Light Academy to a siege. They've launched it. They really took the initiative to challenge. Oh my gosh, I thought they would clear the surrounding squares first. I didn't expect them to be so bold and go for it directly. This is the spirit our top academy of Dragon Country should have. Let's take down those scoundrels. The frustrations and anger built up during the preliminaries found an outlet at this moment. Countless gazes focused on the live broadcast of Binding Academy, previous disdain and curses turned into fervent anticipation. On the chessboard, the siege rules were triggered. A semi-transparent energy barrier rose at the boundary between the blue and white territories, completely separating the 2 teams from the entire chessboard. A separate arena formed. Miyamoto-ken looked at the alert on his wrist, a sickly grin appearing on his face. Interesting, really interesting. He looked up, his gaze crossing the energy barrier and fixating on Lu Yuan. I thought you would be turtles for a lifetime, but unexpectedly, you actually have the guts to come to us. Beside him, Kim Jae-shik from Goryo scoffed, Miyamoto-kun, why waste words with these dying people? Since they are eager to reincarnate, let's fulfill their wish. Well said. Miyamoto-ken stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Holy Light Academy, everyone fight. His 4 teammates responded and lined up, all wearing the same arrogant expression. In the siege battle, both sides could freely choose the number of fighters. And Miyamoto-ken chose to go all out with 5 without holding back. He aimed to use an absolute numerical advantage to crush these 3 ignorant fools from Binding Academy along with their flashy beasts, right in front of everyone. Kid. Miyamoto-ken's gaze brazenly swept over Yun Chanqian and Chi-Shi, finally resting on Yun Chanqian's delicate face. That girl behind you looks good. I'll leave her for last, so she can enjoy watching how you get shredded like a dead dog by my demon samurai. Yun Chanqian's expression instantly turned cold. But Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply turned his head and softly said to Yun Chanqian, Chanqian, let your void mask cat out. Without a hint of hesitation, Yun Chanqian focused her mind, and a palm-sized black cat, wearing what looked like a mask, silently appeared on her shoulder. Activate absolute silence. Lu Yuan's voice was calm and steady. Range, cover the entire arena. Yun Chanqian nodded. She knew what this meant. Within absolute silence, all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probes would be thoroughly blocked. This also included the phrase that could end the match, I concede. This was a fight to the death with no mercy. Meow the void mask cat let out a soft call. Buzz. An invisible, unseen spherical domain silently expanded from it, instantly enveloping the entire arena. The individuals summoning their beasts, including Miyamoto-ken, suddenly felt something strange in their surroundings. The sound of the wind disappeared. The sound of energy surging vanished. They opened their mouths, wanting to give commands to their companions, but were horrified to find they could make no sound. The main hall for spectators erupted in chaos. No sound? The live broadcast from Binding Academy and Holy Light Academy is all muted. It's that cat. The masked cat. Its skills have silenced the entire battlefield. My goodness, this is preventing the opponent from conceding. Binding Academy is going for a kill. Luli paused holding her juice, a cold smile visible beneath her sunglasses. The hunt began. Within the arena. Though Miyamoto-ken and others were panicked, their long-held combat instincts kicked in. They quickly communicated through eye contact and executed commands. Buzz. 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 25 summoning magic circles lit up almost simultaneously. The wild energy surged like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the entire battlefield. 10 platinum tier beasts, and 15 gold tier beasts. Among them, Miyamoto-ken alone had 3 platinum high tier beasts. Besides the purple-flamed demon samurai, there was also a massive, bone-spiked bone tyrant, as well as a hovering, ominous wailing specter. A legion of 25 high tier beasts appeared on the arena. The terrifying pressure was enough to make any team lose their fighting spirit before the battle even began. However, Lu Yuan's face remained expressionless. He simply slowly raised his hand. Accompanying his movement, 3 distinctly different auras thunderously descended. One was the ultimate cold. A woman in an ice blue palace dress quietly appeared, her appearance dignified, with an innate authority between her brows, her ice blue eyes coldly sweeping across the entire scene, making the air seem as if it might freeze. Queen of Dragon Frost, Ivelia. The second was the ultimate darkness. A man in a dark gold dragon-patterned black robe then emerged, his face handsome and cold, his ink-black hair moving of its own accord. He simply stood there quietly, his eyes as black as an abyss seemed ready to drag everything in the world into eternal silence. Dragon Lord of the Dark Abyss, Nidhogg. The last aura was the most strange. It was a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. She wore a simple black dress, her small white feet bare, suspended in midair. She tilted her head, her black gold eyes, devoid of any emotion, curiously examining the toys in front of her, her mouth stretching into an innocent yet cruel smile. Dragon God of Annihilation, Mortis. 3 divine, dragon-like humanoid beasts stood side by side with the previously appearing Dragon Queen, Axia. 4 figures, 4 distinctly different supreme auras, perfectly intertwined at this moment. All the beast tamers of Beiming Academy, for the first time, unreservedly showcased themselves before the audience. The army formed by the 25 beasts on the other side, in the face of these 7 figures, felt as fragile as a piece of thin paper, easily torn apart. The pupils of Miyamoto-kan and his companions violently shrank to the size of needle-tips. They finally realized what kind of monsters they had provoked. Lu Yuan's gaze finally shifted from his own beasts to the restless tide of beasts opposite him. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A chilling command was given to all his beasts. Not a single one shall escape. Nidhogg's face showed a very excited smile. His dark eyes instantly locked onto the most powerful hellish demon samurai in the opposing beast tide. His void summoning was finally about to have its first weighty trophy. Chapter 205, The Slaughterhouse. Silence was the perfect accompaniment to this arena. In the domain of absolute silence, there were no deafening roars, no earth-shattering explosions, only the purest collision of body and energy. When Miyamoto-kan came back to his senses from his initial shock, fierce determination flashed in his eyes. What if they were monsters? They had 25 beasts. A full 25. They could even wear down the enemy. He transmitted the order for a full-on charge to his teammates through his eyes. However, someone was quicker than him. The first to take action was the Dragon Queen, Ivelia. She simply raised her hand slightly, her ice blue eyes revealing no ripple of emotion. Queen's domain, winter is coming. Biting cold spread out from her as the center. The entire arena's ground instantly crystallized with a layer of sparkling frost, and fine snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The 25 beasts charging like a tide suddenly slowed down drastically. Each snowflake that landed on them took away a bit of heat, making their movements even more rigid. And that was not all. Ivelia's gaze locked onto the auxiliary beasts in the enemy camp responsible for providing group buffs and tactical commands. Eternal Frost, King's Gaze. An invisible force of extreme cold transcended the distance of space. In the Holy Light Academy camp, a gale bird that was chanting an acceleration aura, a siren preparing to release a chaotic soundwave, and a battle horn commanding the beast swarm. Their bodies were rapidly frozen from bottom to top, transforming into 3 lifelike ice sculptures halfway through the charge. Suddenly, 3 massive gaps appeared in the charging formation of the beast tide, chaos ensued. Gong Benjian's heart sank sharply. Before he could devise a countermeasure, the second act began. The dark prison dragon emperor, Nidhogg, wore a cruel smile on his cold face. He didn't even glance at the miscellaneous soldiers, his target had been singular from the start. But he didn't mind cleaning the table before enjoying the main course. Grip of the Void Royal Command. Nidhogg reached out with a grip towards the most densely packed area of the enemy line. In the next moment, countless thick void demon claws erupted violently from the shadows beneath the feet of several summoned beasts. These demon claws ignored their struggles and, with unreasonable brute force, bound them tightly, then yanked them forcefully towards the center. Boom! A few massive summoned beasts were dragged and crushed together like a heap of broken toys, unable to move. A perfect living target was formed just like that. Nidhogg raised his hand and pointed at the chaotic mass. The dragon-shaped shadow behind him opened its huge mouth. Dragon Emperor's Edict Abyssal Torrent. A jet-black, ink-like torrent of destruction silently spewed forth, instantaneously engulfing the pile of crushed summoned beasts. No explosion, no roar. Under the cleansing of that abyssal torrent, the proud scales, shields, and even the bodies of those golden-rank summoned beasts began to disintegrate at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, the seemingly harmless little girl, Mortis, merely let out a tiny yawn. Her passive skill returned to zero domain of the gods had already enveloped the entire area. A member of the Holy Light Academy, seeing his main battle summoned beast, the lava giant, caught in the abyssal torrent, urgently commanded another auxiliary summoned beast to cast the platinum rank powerful healing spell, Life Springs. A gentle green light precisely fell upon the lava giant. However, the anticipated healing did not occur. The lava giant's body suddenly trembled. Instead of recovering, it erupted with several massive wounds, magma spewing forth, and its injuries worsened in an instant. Healing turned into harm. The team member's eyes widened in disbelief, confusion written all over his face. This bizarre scene froze all the Holy Light team members preparing to cast spells. They stared at their brewing enhancement spells and healing spells in their hands, suddenly hesitant to release them. Chaos spread silently. Yun Shanshan's small face glowed, but her commands did not pause for a moment. Through the contract link, she shouted, Axia, use God's grace to shield Xiaoxing, prepare to charge. Starhound, use astral shifting in combination with Nidhogg's grip of the void, and pull out those who slipped through. On the other side, Shi's gaze was as sharp as a knife. She had long since returned from her initial shock, calmly seizing every opportunity on the battlefield. The moment Ivrea froze the enemy's auxiliary summoned beasts, she decisively ordered, Moonshadow, utilize the damage doubling effect from Eternal Frost King's prison to prioritize assassinating those ice sculptures. The three newly emerged summoned beasts, merely a starting move, had thrown the opposing army of 25 summoned beasts into disarray, breaking their formation. This absolute control over the battlefield exceeded her understanding of combat. Axia, maintain the domain, purify the enemy's buffs. Radiant Holy Spirit servants, attack freely. Lu Yuan systematically mobilized all summoned beast powers. Axia's Queen's domain provided a solid backing for their allies. The three silver rank peak Holy Spirit servants summoned by Radiant Holy Spirit, charging fearlessly into the enemy ranks, specifically looking for those injured Beastmasters to self-destruct. Qin Shi's Moon Will and Moonshadow Black Panther, already empowered by the Queen's domain, transformed into reapers on the battlefield, efficiently harvesting those controlled and weakened prey. The situation had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Miyamoto Jian's eyes were blood-red as he watched his beast army being harvested like wheat, row by row, in conjunction with the enemy. The rage in his heart nearly burned away his sanity. Bastard! Bastard! He let out a silent roar, knowing that conventional tactics had completely failed. The only way to turn the tide was to kill that commander. Capture the thief, first capture the king. Demon Samurai, he issued the command through the contract link. Give up everything, kill him. Kill that man. The Purgatory Demon Samurai received the order, its eyes burning with purple flames instantly locking onto Lu Yuan standing at the rear. Purple fire surged around it, ignoring all attacks surrounding it, as its body transformed into a purple afterimage, breaking through the icy domain of Ivrea and the force field suppression of Nidhogg at an astonishing speed, charging towards Lu Yuan. The long knife, burning with hellish fire, was raised high, gathering all its strength, aimed right at Lu Yuan's head, and fiercely slashed down. Ah Yuan! Yun Qian and Qin Shi felt a tightness in their hearts at the same time. Almost simultaneously, the Royal Protection Radiant Divine Armor of Axia flashed, attempting to instantaneously reach Lu Yuan, while the Star Hunting Hound began to tear space apart, wanting to teleport Lu Yuan away, and the Moon Shadow Black Panther also quickly rushed towards Lu Yuan. But the speed of the Demon Samurai was simply too fast, its blade even surpassed the speed of skills taking effect. The Demon King's long knife, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, rapidly enlarged in Lu Yuan's pupils. Yet, there was not a trace of disturbance on Lu Yuan's face. Just as the blade, burning with purple flames, was about to touch the hairs on his forehead, a figure dressed in a dark gold dragon-patterned black robe appeared in front of him as if teleporting. A long, even somewhat pale hand casually raised to meet the descending vicious blade. Ding! The unstoppable full-power slash of the Purgatory Demon Samurai was pinched by that hand with just 2 fingers. The blade was less than 3 inches away from Lu Yuan's brow. But it had become an eternal chasm. Nidhogg turned its head, its abyss-like black eyes meeting the Demon Samurai's eyes filled with brutality and shock. Your opponent is me. Chapter 206, It now belongs to me. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Miyamoto Jian's expression froze at its most ferocious moment. He stared blankly at the opposite side, watching his strongest beast, a strike infused with all its power capable of severing mountains, being so easily pinched by that black-robed humanoid beast. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Purgatory Demon Samurai was a peak platinum, 2-star potential beast. It was the top demon path beast passed down by the Miyamoto family for hundreds of years. Its Purgatory Slash could break even diamond-level defenses. How could it be blocked so easily? In the arena, Nidhogg applied slight pressure with the fingers holding the blade. Silent cracks appeared. The Hellfire-crafted Demon King's long knife suddenly revealed a web-like fissure on its blade. The Purgatory Demon Samurai let out a silent roar of pain. It wanted to retract its knife but found those two fingers secured its weapon like two immovable mountains. Too weak, but just right as a slave. Nidhogg raised its other hand and struck the Demon Samurai's chest with a punch. The chest armor of the Purgatory Demon Samurai instantly caved in. Shattering piece by piece, the entire beast transformed into a purple cannonball, flying backward and crashing fiercely against the distant energy barrier. One strike. Just one strike, a complete defeat in full view. Miyamoto-kan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He sensed the mental connection with the ghost warrior. A surge of intense pain hit him, and a mouthful of blood silently spewed from his mouth, staining his chest. And this was just the beginning. As Nidhogg effortlessly dealt with the ghost warrior, the battlefields on the other sides were also entering their final stages. Queen Frost Dragon, Ifreya, looked at the remaining beasts still stubbornly resisting on the battlefield, impatience flashing in her ice-blue eyes. She gently stomped her foot. Royal Ice Shatter Blooming Flower. Centered around her, a gigantic frost rose made entirely of pure ice silently bloomed on the ground. Each of its blooming petals was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet sharp on the edges like divine weapons. At the moment the frost rose reached its peak bloom, it suddenly shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless sharp ice blade petals transformed into a deathstorm that swept across the entire battlefield, cutting the beasts caught within to shreds. Then, Ifreya's gaze locked onto the two remaining auxiliary beasts in the Holy Light Academy's team, still providing shields for their companions. She raised her hand, the power of cold ice concentrating at her fingertips into a long frost spear. Endpoint piercing Queen's execution. Whoosh! The frost spear tore through the space, instantly piercing the head of a Holy Light Guardian without regard to distance. Absolute damage, killed with one strike. After killing the target, the skill's side effects were cleared, and Ifreya didn't pause for a moment as a second frost spear instantly formed and was thrown again. Whoosh! Another rock giant tortoise that was panic-stricken and retreating was also blasted in the head by a spear. With that, the auxiliary system of the Holy Light Academy completely collapsed. On the other side, devouring dragon god, Mortis, finally found her first snack. It was a platinum mid-level shadow magic wolf. After the blessing of the frost rose, one of its legs had been severed and it was lying on the ground, barely hanging on. Mortis's small figure appeared in front of it in an instant. She stretched out her delicate little hand and placed it on the forehead of the shadow magic wolf. Concept Devour Seize. The shadow magic wolf's body jolted suddenly as it felt its talent skill, Shadow Stealth, which allowed it to merge into shadows and be immune to physical damage, forcefully pulled away from its soul by a powerful force. Woo! It let out a silent wail. The taste is quite average. Mortis smacked her lips, seeming a bit dissatisfied. Then, she opened her little mouth. Devouring World Dragon Breath Decompose. A dragon breath, interwoven with black and gold, erupted from her mouth, completely enveloping the shadow magic wolf. Under the dual characteristics of divine purification and concept corruption, the shadow magic wolf's body was decomposed directly from the most basic particle level, turning into the purest energy, which was absorbed by Mortis. Not even a trace of breath was left behind. Truly, body and spirit annihilated. The members of the Holy Light Academy watched helplessly as their partners were frozen, pierced, decomposed. That fear, rising from the depths of their souls, shattered them completely. They wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, to surrender. But in the realm of absolute silence, they could only let out silent cries, watching death approach them step by step. Ah! Miyamoto-kan went mad. He watched helplessly as his beasts were slaughtered one by one, his team feeling as fragile as ants before the other side. He could not accept it. With my blood, feed my demon. Miyamoto family's secret art, night parade of 100 demons. He bit his tongue, his hands forming a strange seal in front of his chest. The life force and mental energy within him were being frantically extracted. Transformed into streaks of blood-colored energy, flowing into the distant struggling body of the hellish warrior. Upon receiving the infusion of its master's life force, the hellish warrior let out a silent roar, its shattered armor rapidly reassembling, its body swelling in size, and the broken blade in its hand reforming, though the burning purple flames had turned into an ominous dark red. At this moment, its aura approached the diamond level. This was the forbidden technique of the Miyamoto family, trading the master's life force for a temporary ultimate explosion of the beast. Die. Die for me. Miyamoto-kan's 7 orifices bled, but his face wore a manic smile as he poured all his remaining strength into this strike. The hellish warrior transformed into a beam of bloodlight, once again charging toward Nidhogg. However, on Nidhogg's face remained the expression of one watching a clown's performance. Just as the bloodlight was about to close in, he gently raised his hand. Void King authority silence of all. 1 second. The whole world seemed to have pressed the energy delete key. All energy, all rules, all existence, were forcibly stripped away in that second, turning into absolute nothing. The hellish warrior's ultimate strike, fueled by life and fury, extinguished in an instant. Its surging aura, condensed power, boiling battle intent, all of its state returned to oblivion in that second. It turned into a hollow shell with no substance. And Nidhogg became the sole ruler within this nothingness. His hand had, at some point, transformed into a claw covered in dark dragon scales, easily piercing through the chest of the hellish warrior. From now on, you belong to me. Nidhogg's voice echoed in the hellish warrior's mind. Void summon king authority. The hellish warrior's body, under the endless fear and despair in Miyamoto Ken's eyes, dissolved inch by inch, transforming into the purest shadow energy, completely absorbed by Nidhogg's palm. Put. Miyamoto Ken spewed out another mouthful of fresh blood. This time, his eyes completely lost their light. The soul link with his destined beast was violently severed. No, not severed. Rather, it was forcibly taken away by an even stronger, more tyrannical will. Thus, all of the beasts of the Holy Light Academy, the 5 strongest, became Nidhogg's slaves, while the remaining beasts with intact bodies were integrated into the devouring realm as corrupted creatures by Mortis. All 5 team members collapsed to the ground, incapacitated, their spirits shattered after their destined beasts were killed or taken. Lu Yuan glanced at the 5 fallen members and then at his own beast. Around Freya, a cold aura surrounded her. Akshaya radiated a sacred glow. Mortis was licking his fingers, seemingly savoring the taste from earlier. And Nidhogg, with closed eyes, seemed to be inspecting his newly acquired 5 servants. A smile finally appeared on Lu Yuan's face. During the preliminary match, Lu Yuan had said he wanted them to know what true despair was. And now, this was just the beginning. As the void faceless cat retracted absolute silence. A scream, sharp enough to tear apart souls, finally erupted from Miyamoto Ken's throat, echoing throughout heaven and earth. The true torment was just beginning. Chapter 207, King Confrontation. A piercing scream, so unnatural it hardly resembled human sound, tore from Miyamoto Ken's throat, resonating throughout the entire chessboard space. The pain, fear, and despair contained in that voice caused countless spectators in the main hall to instinctively cover their ears. The sound returned, but for the 5 from the Holy Light Academy, it was of no use. Because they could finally make sounds, but could only wail, their linguistic ability had long been insufficient to utter a complete sentence. On the stage, the battle had long ended, but the torment was just beginning. Miyamoto's sword lay limp on the ground, his eyes wide open, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. He stared blankly at the man in the black robe ahead, Nidhogg. Under his gaze, a shadowy vortex appeared at Nidhogg's feet. A familiar figure slowly rose from the vortex. That armor burning with purple flames, that long knife that once cleaved mountains, that chilling ghostly aura. It was the Purgatory Demon Samurai. Miyamoto's sword's pupils shrank violently to the size of pinpricks. No, that's not right. The eye sockets of this demon samurai no longer burned with purple purgatory fire, but with the same dark golden glow as Nidhogg. There was no longer any resonance connected to his bloodline, only the pure mark of servitude to its new master. This was his beast. Now, it had become the enemy's puppet. Ah! Ah! Miyamoto's sword made a sound, struggling to get up, but the intense pain from the mental link made him unable to do anything. A playful smile appeared on Nidhogg's face. He said to Miyamoto's sword, "I told you, your opponent is me." Now, the game continues. He gave orders to the enslaved demon samurai. The dark golden demon samurai turned around, raised the long knife in its hand, and slowly walked toward its former master. This scene was clearly presented to the audience through the live broadcast. Using the enemy's beast to torment its master. What cruelty, what a heart-wrenching tactic. So ruthless, this is 100 times more unbearable than just killing them. In the spectator hall, gasps of astonishment arose one after another. But strangely, no one spoke the word cruel with a tone of condemnation. They recalled the Dragon Nation students who had been cruelly slaughtered by the Holy Light Academy using the same, even more brutal methods in the preliminary round. Though they were just virtual bodies, that pain and humiliation were real. Now, Lu Yuan was merely returning this pain and humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Well done. This is how to deal with these scoundrels. Ha ha ha, did you see that? That little brat's face turned green. So satisfying. So satisfying. The long-repressed anger transformed into a wild celebration at that moment. On the board, the other 4 members of the Holy Light Academy were not forgotten. Queen Longzhuang, Evrea, merely cast them a cold glance and waved her slender hand. 4 exquisite ice prisons rose from the ground, trapping them inside respectively. This was not to kill them. The biting cold seeped from the ice walls. This was not ordinary low temperature, but the eternal frost curse containing the power of rules. Their blood seemed to be solidifying, their souls seemed to be frozen piece by piece. They wanted to scream, wanted to beg for mercy, but their teeth chattered violently in the extreme cold, unable to utter a complete sentence. They could only watch helplessly as, not far away, Miyamoto's sword was slowly stabbed by his former beast, one slash at a time. And that seemingly innocent little girl, the devouring dragon god, Mortis, tilted her head and curiously examined her new toy. Those were several creatures corrupted by her devouring realm, atonement, retaining their former shapes but covered in eerie black and gold patterns. Mortis clapped her hands, and those corrupted beings began a silly yet terrifying performance like puppets in front of their former master. Lu Yuan calmly watched all of this. There was no expression on his face, only issuing precise commands to his beast through the mental link. Controlling the degree of pain, extending their lives, ensuring they could taste the most extreme despair while fully conscious. This was not venting anger, this was an execution. So satisfying. Yun Chanshan's small face flushed red with excitement. Beside her, Shi remained silent. She looked at that calm profile, and a storm surged in her heart. She believed that Lu Yuan's calmness and rationality, his talent for planning, were all for victory. But from the very beginning, Lu Yuan had transcended victory itself. What he wanted was for the enemy to repent for their actions in the dual destruction of body and soul. Time flowed by second. Finally, with the last blow of the infernal ghost samurai, Miyamoto Ken's body jolted violently, and the light in his eyes went completely out. Almost at the same time, the wails from the other 4 ice prisons abruptly ceased. The complete collapse of their spirits welcomed them into true death amid endless pain. Ding! Holy Light Academy, all eliminated. All chess spaces belonging to Holy Light Academy, all returned to Beiming Academy. The cold system prompt echoed throughout the arena. On the chessboard, the white area representing Holy Light Academy was instantly consumed by blue under everyone's gaze. In the viewing hall, the area where Holy Light Academy was located fell into a deathly silence. The next second. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded from that area. An elder, dressed in traditional samurai clothing, with gray-white hair and eagle-like sharp eyes, slowly stood up from his seat. He did not fly but walked step by step into the air towards the judging panel in the center of the arena. With each step he took, the void groaned under the unbearable weight. Miyamoto Wuhai. It's the Sword Saint of Cherry Blossom Country. A king-level Beastmaster. Someone recognized the elder's identity and shouted loudly. Miyamoto Wuhai's gaze was like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing directly at the judging panel. Is this how the rules are meant to be played? A sense of pressure surged towards the judging panel. At that moment, a figure appeared before Miyamoto Wuhai, completely blocking the pressure. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, and what stood out most was his empty right sleeve. One of the 12 kings of Dragon Country, the one-armed king, LV Mingyang. LV Mingyang was the chief judge of this competition. He calmly looked at Miyamoto Wuhai and said, "The rules are like this. On the arena, as long as the words I concede are not spoken, anything that happens is reasonable." The killing intent in Miyamoto Wuhai's eyes was almost tangible. He stared at LV Mingyang's empty sleeve and sneered, 10 years ago, I was able to cut off one of your arms. Today, do you want me to help you cut off the other? The grudge from 10 years ago was publicly revealed. The whole venue was in an uproar. However, LV Mingyang's face showed no fluctuation. He simply said blandly, "You can try using your 100 Ghosts Night Walk one more time." The top warriors from 2 different nations were locked in a confrontation under the watchful eyes of thousands. In the resting area of Beiming Academy, Lan Liuli coldly watched the scene through her sunglasses. She took out her phone and quickly sent a message. Is it over? If it's over, reply. After doing all this, she turned her head and said to Qing Yan, who looked serious beside her, "Qing Yan, I have a feeling that this matter is not simple. Please invite the old man from your Longshao Academy over." Qing Yan understood and nodded, immediately getting up to leave. Lan Liuli knew that Miyamoto Ken's death was just the beginning. Lu Yuan was unaware of what was happening outside the arena. He looked at the chess grid that was stained blue on the map. The game was still ongoing. Chapter 208, Sweeping the Chessboard. The terrifying aura before the judging panel eventually slowly dissipated. Miyamoto Wuhai stared at LV Mingyang for a long time, and a flicker of apprehension crossed his sharp eyes. He reined in his aura and cast one last cold glance at LV Mingyang. This matter is not over. Leaving this statement, Miyamoto Wuhai turned and returned to the dead silence of the Holy Light Academy area. A storm that could spark a war between the 2 nations was temporarily suppressed. But the tense atmosphere in the viewing hall. Yet there was not the slightest relief felt. Everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Within the chessboard space, the other teams received the news almost simultaneously. The Holy Light Academy has been eliminated. In the territory of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lu Yuan stopped his gestures of command. He looked at the map, where white was suddenly engulfed by blue, falling into silence. "Captain, the Holy Light is gone?" A team member's voice held disbelief. "How long did it take from the start of the battle to the end?" Lu Yuan asked. Less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Long Yuan's eyelids twitched. He asked himself, even his team would find it nearly impossible to defeat Miyamoto Ken's team in just 10 minutes. That Lu Yuan, Long Yuan murmured. We all underestimated him. On the other side, the team from Longshao Academy also halted their advance. They too were shocked by this result. The team that Mentor Qin Yan had her eye on was hiding so deeply? What do we do now? They've already occupied nearly 1/3 of the chessboard. Should we continue according to the original plan? At this moment, all the leaders of the strong teams began to reassess the situation on the chessboard. That patch of blue had transformed from an inconspicuous corner into a giant beast looming over the board, impossible for anyone to ignore. At this time, in the eye of the storm, within the territory of the North Ming Academy, there was a sense of relaxation and comfort. Ah Yuan, did you just see that? When that Miyamoto Ken was finally killed by his own beast, his expression was worse than eating shit. What a relief, absolutely relieving. Yun Shanxian was still dancing with joy over their recent victory. Lu Yuan ignored her enthusiastic outburst. He was calming his beasts. He walked in front of Euphilia, the Frost Queen, who still wore an icy expression, but when Lu Yuan nodded to her, a gentle flicker passed through her icy blue eyes. He turned to Nidhogg, the Dark Prison Dragon King, who had just unleashed a massacre, and for the first time in a long while, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Finally, Lu Yuan pulled out a small crystal emitting pure energy from his pocket and handed it to Mortis, who was hovering in midair. Snack! Mortis's black golden eyes lit up. He took the crystal, jumped onto Lu Yuan's shoulder, and began to crunch on it. Crunch crunch. This pet-like manner was entirely different from the cold commander who had just strategized and decisively led them to victory. After a brief rest, the North Ming's demolition team was activated once more. Their next target was the Qingfeng Academy. When Lu Yuan and his team stepped into the territory of Qingfeng Academy, the enemy had already prepared themselves well. And on Lu Yuan's side, the same lineup as before was in the fray: 2 Lunar Owls, 2 Star Hunters, 1 Moonshadow Black Panther, and 1 Nightmare Weaver. The only difference was that the center of the team had an extra Dragon Radiance Queen, Axia, wearing a sacred palace gown. Beside Lu Yuan, the deceptive mirror shone brightly, replicating another identical Dragon Radiance Queen, Axia. Double support, double enhancement, double purification. The battle began. Queen's Domain, Law of Light. 2 golden rings of light spread out simultaneously, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. On the North Ming Academy side, the 7 beasts illuminated in dazzling golden light, their power surging. Meanwhile, the beasts of Qingfeng Academy seemed to be carrying 2 heavy mountains, their movements sluggish, every attack weak and feeble. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. A high-altitude bombardment of the Lunar Owls was precise and deadly. The spatial shifting of the Star Hunters was ghostly, continuously slicing through their formation. The assassinations of the Moonshadow Black Panther were like the scythe of death, each flash resulting in the fall of a beast. Even more desperate, the little damage they inflicted on the beast of Biming was instantly restored under the divine grace illuminating of the 2 Dragon Queen. We can't hit them. We can't hit them at all. Their healing power is terrifying. Also, that domain is suppressing our attack power by at least 30%. In less than 3 minutes after the battle began, the line of Qingfeng Academy had already collapsed. Qingfeng Academy side, we admit defeat. The moment the words fell, the 5 members of Qingfeng Academy instantly turned into white light and were teleported out of the arena. This scene made all the spectators understand. Lu Yuan was not a madman who kills indiscriminately. In the following time, the chessboard championship became a monologue of Biming Academy. They swept across the entire chessboard. Every team they encountered, after seeing that double healer shameless lineup, almost instantly chose to surrender without hesitation. The blue squares occupied by Biming Academy spread wildly on the map. 50 squares. 70 squares. 100 squares. Finally, when the countdown of the competition time reached 0, the final layout of the entire chessboard was fixed before everyone. First place, Biming Academy, 104 squares. Second place, Capital Academy, 21 squares. Third place, Longshao Academy, 19 squares. The massive blue occupying half of the chessboard formed a striking contrast with the scattered other colors around it. Chapter 209, the winner is crowned. The chessboard's face collapsed, transforming into countless light points that dispersed. The figures of Lu Yuan and the others reappeared in the center of the viewing hall. What greeted them was a long silence lasting several seconds. Soon after, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the area where the audience of the Dragon Kingdom was located. We won! We won! Champion! Biming Academy is the champion. Lu Yuan is amazing. The repressed frustration throughout the initial competition, after witnessing that exhilarating revenge and crushing victory, completely transformed into fervent admiration and shouts. Countless people stood up excitedly, waving their arms, their gazes towards Lu Yuan filled with awe and joy. In stark contrast was the area where Xinguang Academy was located. Miyamoto Wuhai sat still, his sharp eyes fixed intently on the calm young man in the center of the arena. Although his aura was retracted, the nearly tangible murderous intent made the surrounding space turn cold. 10 minutes, annihilated Xinguang Academy. Then, with a might that swept everything away, he wiped out the entire chessboard. This man named Lu Yuan declared his arrival to everyone in the most direct way. A Yuan. Yun Shanshan did not care about the surrounding gazes and pounced over, wrapping herself directly around Lu Yuan. We are the first place. First place. Did you hear that? Her little face flushed with excitement. Lu Yuan helplessly patted her back, lifting her off him. Got it, calm down. On the platform, the host of the competition steadied his emotions and began to announce the final results with somewhat excited voice. Now, I announce. The final champion of this World College Beast Taming League is Beiming Beast Taming Academy. The spotlight converged, enveloping Lu Yuan and the others. Next, please welcome the representatives of Beiming Academy, Lu Yuan, Yun Shanshan, and Qi Shi to the stage to receive the award. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Yuan led the two of them and walked slowly onto the podium. However, just as the host was about to hand the trophy representing the championship to Lu Yuan, a cold voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Wait a minute. Miyamoto Wuhai stood up from his seat. Before the award ceremony, I, representing Xinguang Academy, would like to pose a question to Lu Yuan from Beiming Academy. The entire audience instantly fell silent, and everyone felt an oppressive sense of an impending storm. The host's expression changed slightly, but facing a king-level beast tamer, he did not dare to show any negligence. I can only bluntly say, Lord Miyamoto, please speak. Within the rules, life and death have no words, I have nothing to say. Miyamoto Takai's voice was slow. However, taking away another's beast, turning it into your own slave, and using it to torment its original master, has this already surpassed the realm of competition and entered the territory of the evil way? Is a Beastmaster so young, yet with such vicious means, really qualified to stand on this champion throne representing honor? Words that pierce the heart. He wants to deny Lu Yuan's victory from the moral high ground, tarnishing his honor. Many spectators from other countries showed thoughtful expressions on their faces. Indeed, recalling Lu Yuan's methods was truly chilling. Yun Shanshan was about to speak in rebuttal, but was stopped by Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan looked at Miyamoto Takai below the stage, a smile appeared on his face, but that smile had no warmth at all. First, let me correct one point. He picked up the microphone beside the host, his calm voice spread throughout the venue. That is not evil way, that is, void summoning, royal authority, the racial skill of my beast. Secondly. His gaze swept across the venue, finally landing back on Miyamoto Takai's gloomy face. During the preliminaries, over 100 students from Dragon Country were tortured to death in various ways by you, their spirits collapsed, and now they still carry trauma. At that time, why didn't you stand up and ask whether this exceeds the realm of competition? My methods may not be glorious, but they are just right for dealing with you. As for qualification. Lu Yuan's mouth curled up again, he picked up the champion trophy, weighing it in his hand. I stand here, that is qualification. His words were forceful. The audience area of Dragon Country erupted again with thunderous cheers. Well said. To deal with this group of scum, one should use such means. Miyamoto Takai's face turned instantly as dark as a storm cloud. He did not expect that this young man not only felt no guilt but was actually so arrogant. Good, what a glib-tongued kid. He laughed with anger. Since you think your methods are reasonable, then do you dare to accept my grandson, Miyamoto Saya's challenge? He is also at the platinum level, the same age as you. 3 months later, under Mount Fuji in Sakura Country, a life and death duel. Do you dare or not? The hidden knife is revealed. This is his true purpose. In the name of his grandson, forcing Lu Yuan into a life and death duel without rules. Miyamoto Takai, you have gone too far. A mighty voice rang out, the one-armed king Lu Mingyang stood in front of the podium. He looked coldly at Miyamoto Takai, the match just ended, and you, with your kingly dignity, force a junior into a life and death duel, do you still have no shame? I'm just arranging a fair duel for my worthless grandson. Miyamoto Takai sneered. What, do you Dragon Country geniuses only dare to bully others under the protection of rules, but lack the courage to engage in a real duel that belongs to warriors? For a moment, everyone's gaze focused on Lu Yuan. This was no longer a simple challenge, but had escalated into a struggle for dignity between the young generations of two countries. If he agrees, in 3 months, he will face the life and death strike of Sakura Country's top genius. If he does not agree, then the undefeated might he just established will instantly cast a shadow of fear of battle. But Lu Yuan just smiled. He looked at Miyamoto Takai's self-satisfied face and slowly spoke. First, your grandson is not yet qualified to challenge me. Second, he shifted the topic. If you want revenge, you don't have to wait 3 months, nor do you need to go to Mount Fuji. I can give you a chance right now. Let your grandson come up here, right now, immediately. I stand here unmoving. As long as he can touch the corner of my clothes, I will consider myself defeated. My life, you can take. If he cannot touch. Lu Yuan's gaze turned sharp as a knife. Your old dog's life. I want it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Madness. In everyone's mind, only these 2 words remained. A platinum tier dared to place such a bet in front of the whole world, against a peak powerhouse. Miyamoto Buhai's pupils shrank violently. This was not bluster, nor youthful arrogance. This was absolute confidence. He was actually stunned by the momentum of a junior. All right. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a voice rang out from the center of the judges' table. It was the chief judge of this competition, a strong figure from a neutral nation. Personal grudges end here. This is the stage of the World League, not your gladiatorial arena. In front of the judges' table, Miyamoto Buhai stared at Lu Mingyang for a long while. This was Dragon Country's territory, he couldn't act just yet. He restrained his aura, casting one last cold glance at Lu Yuan. Then, Miyamoto Buhai turned and walked step by step back to the area of St. Light Academy. Now, we will present the championship rewards. Staff immediately pushed up a platform covered with red cloth. The chief judge unveiled the red cloth, revealing 2 items radiating different lights before everyone's eyes. The rewards for this event. The first item, a diamond-level summoning stone, guarantees a 100% summoning of a platinum-tier beast, with a low probability of summoning a beast with epic potential. The second item, a qualification for soaking in the Dragon Spirit Sacred Spring, can greatly enhance the physique of the Beastmaster and all their beasts. Chapter 210, Miyamoto's Sheath. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Yuan received the 2 rewards from the staff. One was a diamond-level summoning stone, chaotic in color, with what seemed to be rivers of stars flowing inside. The other was a golden certificate radiating a faint dragon pressure, qualification for the Dragon Spirit Sacred Spring Soak. He casually put away the 2 treasures. After the award ceremony, Lu Yuan and the others descended from the high platform. Yuan, you were simply amazing. That old ghost's face turned liver red. Ha ha ha. Yun Qianqian rushed over first, chattering non-stop. Lu Yuan led the 2 back to the resting area of Beiming Academy, only to find that Lan Liuli had already disappeared, leaving behind a note with her artistic handwriting. Well done, arrange it yourself. I'm off to have fun. Yun Qianqian read it and pouted in dissatisfaction. Teacher Lan is just too unreliable. We won the championship, and she didn't even say she would celebrate. Now she's vanished. Lu Yuan smiled, folded the note, and glanced at Yun Qianqian, still excited, and she 11, who couldn't hide her emotions. He said nothing, only took out the diamond-level summoning stone from his storage. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding light seemed to be drawn in, and a faint yet immense energy radiated out. Senior Sister Qi, this is for you. A simple sentence made Qi 11's body stiffen suddenly. She looked at the summoning stone, momentarily at a loss for words. This is too precious, I can't. She instinctively wanted to refuse. This was a diamond-level summoning stone, even though she was a genius Beastmaster, it was not something she could easily obtain. Senior Sister Qi, with your 2 beasts rising to Platinum Peak, your own strength will also reach Platinum Peak, and you will soon advance to Diamond. Lu Yuan interrupted her. And, I have a way to contract high-tier beasts with Qianqian. The last sentence was the truth, but also just an excuse. A wave of complex emotions surged in Qi 11's heart, there was gratitude, shock, and even a drive to catch up. She stopped being pretentious, took the summoning stone, and its hard texture gave her boundless strength. Thank you, she said softly. I will not let you down. I must summon powerful beasts, even if I cannot fight alongside you, at least I want to see your back. However, the tranquility of the resting area did not last long. The warmth of the awards ceremony had not yet fully dissipated when a figure. Suddenly, he leaped out from the area of the Holy Light Academy, heavily landing in the center of the contest hall that had just calmed down. The newcomer wore a black warrior's outfit, his face resembling Miyamoto Ken by 70%, but his gaze was even more sinister. He was the grandson of Miyamoto Wuhai, the first genius recognized by the younger generation of Sakura country, Miyamoto Yao. Lu Yuan. You coward who only hides behind rules, come up here. As soon as Miyamoto Yao took the stage, he roared in Sakura language, his piercing voice echoing across the venue through simultaneous translation. Using despicable means to steal my brother's beast, cruelly killing his companions, is this what you Dragon Nation people call Bushido? His filthy words were unbearable to hear, directly attacking Lu Yuan, and insulting the entire Dragon Nation in the process. Today, I, Miyamoto Yao, hereby challenge you to a battle to the death, no matter what. If you dare not, then kneel down and lick clean the blood my brother spilled here. The entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone's gaze instantly focused back on Lu Yuan. This little brat is seeking death. The Dragon Nation spectator area was filled with furious shouts, countless people cursing loudly. Yun Shanshan rolled up her sleeves directly, another one here to die. Ah Yuan, let me go. My dark dragon descendant just happens to need a live target. Shi frowned but showed no sign of worry in her eyes, as if looking at a clown. After witnessing Lu Yuan's crushing strength, she firmly believed that within the same rank or even one above, Lu Yuan was absolutely an invincible existence. Under the angry stares of the crowd, Lu Yuan slowly stood up. He casually handed the trophy to Yun Shanshan. Then, step by step, he walked back to the stage. Upon reaching the center, he didn't even glance at Miyamoto Yao but looked past him, toward the expressionless Miyamoto Wuhai in the audience. Seeing Lu Yuan take the stage, Miyamoto Yao revealed a cruel smile and stopped wasting words. He suddenly pressed his palms together fiercely. Come forth, my servants. Let this ignorant Dragon Nation person see what true power looks like. Buzz. 5 rays of light lit up simultaneously behind him. As the silhouettes of 5 beasts were outlined and fully revealed, the air in the entire contest hall turned wild. 2 of the beasts were larger than Miyamoto Ken's, their armored bodies igniting with dark red flames, exuding an extremely violent aura, the Hell Demon Warriors. 1 was coiled on the ground, with 8 heads, each bearing eyes flashing with different negative lights, the Yamata no Orochi Shadow Snake. 1 towering 10 meters high, made entirely of diamond rock, holding a staff, and exuding a solemn presence, the Fudo Mayo statue. And finally, the smallest one, yet radiating the most bizarre fluctuations, the Voidwalker. Heavens! 2 platinum pinnacles of Hell Demon Warriors. Plus the high-grade platinum Yamata no Orochi Shadow Snake and Fudo Maya statue. That Voidwalker is also at the Golden Peak. Gasps of shock filled the air. For platinum-tier beasts, with 2 being top-tier Hell Demon Warriors. This was beyond what the word genius could describe. This was a monster created by the combined strength of the entire Miyamoto family and even Sakura country. In the audience, a slight smile of certain victory appeared on Miyamoto Wuhai's face. This was the foundation of their Miyamoto family. But Lu Yuan only smiled. He looked at the 2 powerful Hell Demon Warriors as if admiring 2 fine works of art. He didn't even use a contract link, he simply whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Nidhogg, do you see? The quality of this collection is much better than last time. Congratulations, your army of servants has just been gathered and is ready for an upgrade. Though his voice was very soft, everyone understood his meaning from the curve of his lips and the gaze like that of a hunter looking at prey. The cruel smile on Miyamoto Sayo's face instantly turned pale. That bastard. Facing death, he still covets his beast. Tear him to shreds for me. Miyamoto Sayo howled in anger, and the eyes of the 2 platinum pinnacle hellish samurais ignited with raging blood flames, sweeping toward Lu Yuan. Chapter 211, Triple Return. Just as the 2 hellish samurais were about to unleash their thunderous strike, Lu Yuan raised one hand, making a pause gesture. On his face, he still wore a calm and relaxed expression. Don't rush to your death. Ignoring Miyamoto Sayo's eyes, which were almost spewing fire, he shifted his gaze to the judging panel, where Miyamoto Buhai sat high above, his voice echoing clearly throughout the arena via the loudspeakers. Since this is a life and death duel, why don't we raise the stakes a little more? In this fight, I will use only one of my beasts. If I summon a second one, or if I can't defeat him within 10 minutes. Lu Yuan paused. My life, along with all my beasts, will belong to you, the Miyamoto family. Conversely, his life and his beasts will belong to me. Immediately, the arena fell silent. Crazy. He's too crazy. 1 beast? Facing 2 platinum pinnacles, a perfect army made of 2 platinum level? Who does he think he is? A diamond beast master? Is he insane? Must be insane. Why not use those 3 dragon beasts? Any one of them would make this duel a no-brainer. What is he thinking? Using 1 beast? Is this arrogance or disdain for Miyamoto Sayo? But this bet is his own life. Does he have an even more terrifying trump card than those 3 dragon kings? Everyone thought Lu Yuan had lost his mind, blinded by the victory. In the audience, Miyamoto Buhai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed in rage, his laughter echoing throughout the venue. Good. 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 He repeated the word good 3 times, his eyes full of cruel delight. I, Miyamoto Buhai, agree to your bet in the name of a king. The judging panel witnesses, and all the audience witnesses. In his eyes, Lu Yuan was preserving his dignity in the most foolish way. He couldn't wait to see this arrogant kid torn apart, then collect all his infinitely promising beasts into his own hands. Sayo. Have you heard? Miyamoto Buhai ordered his grandson. He has given you a chance, don't let him die too easily. Yes, Grandpa. Miyamoto Sayo grinned viciously. This ultimate humiliation had completely enraged him, bursting forth with his spirit power without reservation. Miyamoto family's secret technique, dual deity slash. He commanded the two platinum pinnacle hellish samurais to attack simultaneously. Two enormous long knives, burning with hellfire, drew eerie blood-red arcs in the air. The blades crossed in mid-air, surprisingly merging as one, forming a gigantic blood-red cross slash over 10 meters long. The power of this strike far surpassed that of an ordinary platinum pinnacle, infinitely approaching, or even reaching the threshold of diamond level. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Lu Yuan. They all thought Lu Yuan would summon the dark-robed Dark Abyss Dragon King or the Ice Blue Frost Queen to withstand this strike. However, under everyone's gaze, a flash of light appeared in front of Lu Yuan. What emerged was neither a dragon nor a humanoid beast. It was a beast framed by silver dragon motifs, the deceptive mirror. Using a mirror? What does he want to do? Is this giving up resistance? As everyone was puzzled, facing the space-rending blood-red cross slash, ripples of silver began to spread across the surface of the deceptive mirror. Lu Yuan looked at that earth-shattering strike and simply uttered two words. Absorb. The moment the words fell, the deceptive mirror flew toward the huge slash on its own. Reverse all laws. In the next second, that terrifying blood-red cross slash. At the moment of touching the mirror, he dove headfirst into that small mirror, swallowed completely, disappearing without a trace. The entire world seemed to be pressed on mute. Miyamoto Saya and Miyamoto Wuhai in the audience both froze in their expressions. Lu Yuan once again showed a smile. He looked at the dumbfounded Miyamoto Saya and asked, "Have you heard of the term triple return?" Before Miyamoto Saya could react, the surface of the deceitful mirror suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. A gigantic blood-red cross slash, 3 times larger than before, with deeper colors and more sinister, even mixed with strands of purplish golden lightning, shot out from the mirror with a bang. This attack, enhanced threefold by the Wheel of All Laws, was faster, more oppressive, and its power reached an outrageous level. Not good. Immovable King. Defense. The cruel smile on Miyamoto Saya's face finally turned into terror. He screamed madly, commanding the towering statue of Immovable King to move forward in block. The Immovable King statue gleamed with golden light, placing its staff across its chest, assuming the strongest defensive stance. However, it was useless. That body of adamantine rock, said to be able to withstand the full force of a platinum-tier peak attack, was as fragile as tofu in front of that terrifying purplish-red cross slash. Boom! A deafening sound finally came. The Immovable King statue couldn't hold for even a second. It started cracking from the staff and shattered completely into powder. The terrifying cross slash, after smashing the statue, still retained its momentum, directly sweeping over the entire beast-taming army of Miyamoto Saya. The first to suffer were 2 hell demon warriors, who let out mournful screams as they were blasted away, plowing 2 deep trenches in the ground, their armor shattered, and the dark red flames on them extinguished. The one responsible for control, the Yata no Kagami snake, was merely grazed by the edge of the strike, and 5 of its 8 heads instantly turned to blood mist. The most tragic was the Voidwalker, which tried to escape into the void but was directly shaken out by the slash, half of its body vaporized and crashing heavily to the ground, clearly unable to survive. In just one move. In one exchange. Miyamoto Saya's proud beast-taming army, a genius Beastmaster entrusted with high hopes by the entire Sakura nation, collapsed in an instant. The whole place was dead silent. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the severely injured beasts lying on the ground, as if evaluating the quality of goods, eventually landing on Miyamoto Saya's ash-gray face, shaking his head regretfully. The quality is okay, but it's a pity, they are all damaged. He sighed softly, as if lamenting that several perfect treasures about to be acquired appeared flawed, and then shifted the conversation. But it's alright, they can still be repaired and used. Now, the second round officially begins. Chapter 212, New Servants. Miyamoto Saya slumped to the ground, his face as white as paper. Everything he took pride in, his beasts, his dignity, was crushed under that light just now. No, it's impossible, this absolutely can't be happening. He mumbled in a daze, unable to accept this reality. In the audience, Miyamoto Wuhai's old face was now as stiff as a block of ice. He stared fixedly at the mirror floating in front of Lu Yuan. What is that thing? Absorbing skills, and returning triple? How could such an unheard-of ability appear on a golden-tier beast? I said, only using one beast. Lu Yuan's voice shattered the silence. He walked slowly towards the battered Miyamoto Saya, the deceitful mirror in front of him glowing once more. But this time, the silver surface of the mirror slowly rotated. But a single beast can be used in more than one way. Under everyone's gaze, the surface of the deceitful mirror did not reflect the enemy opposite. But instead, a shadow that had long been stored emerged. In the next second, a figure almost identical to the Hell Demon Samurai of Miyamoto Show stepped out of the mirror, one step at a time. You. Miyamoto Show's pupils shook violently. He recognized it. The aura of this demon samurai was strikingly similar to that of his brother, Miyamoto Jien. Wandering True Shadow. This perfectly duplicated Hell Demon Samurai not only possessed 100% of the original strength, but its aura was even stronger than the original. You. Miyamoto Show pointed at Lu Yuan, struggling to say a complete sentence after a long time. Cheating. This was blatant cheating. But Miyamoto Wuhai could not utter a single word. Because Lu Yuan had indeed kept his promise, he had only summoned the tempting mirror from beginning to end. Copying was the mirror's ability. Everyone was once again shocked beyond measure by Lu Yuan's methods. He was not fighting, he was toying. He was using the rules to the extreme, manipulating his opponent as if it were a game. Kill him. Kill him for me. Miyamoto Show was in a frenzy, desperately commanding those two heavily injured Hell Demon Samurais to struggle to their feet and charge at Lu Yuan. However, welcoming them was their own kind. The Hell Demon Samurai that stepped out from the mirror had no emotions in its eyes. It raised its sword and faced the two heavily injured originals charging at it. A ridiculous civil war began to unfold. The duplicates possessed full power, while the originals had long been severely wounded. The outcome was predictable. It was a one-sided slaughter. Every swing of the long sword in the hands of the duplicate left a deep, visible wound on the two injured demon samurais. The piercing howls echoed above the arena. Miyamoto Show watched helplessly as his beloved beasts were tortured and brought down by Miyamoto Jien's duplicate. Lu Yuan paid no attention to the battle. He walked in front of the barely conscious Yamada no Orochi, looking down at it. Then, a black figure appeared behind him. It was the Abyss Dragon King, Nidhogg. Wait. You used a second beast. You broke the agreement. Miyamoto Wuhai stood up sharply, yelling sharply as Nidhogg appeared. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at him, smiling. Who told you he was here to fight? He is just here, to clean up the battlefield. As his voice fell, excitement flashed in Nidhogg's eyes. The shadows beneath his feet appeared like chains, manifesting next to the two barely breathing Hell Demon Samurais. From now on, you belong to me. The cold voice exploded directly in Miyamoto Show's ears. Void summoning royal authority. The massive bodies of the two platinum-rank beasts dissolved inch by inch in the fearful gaze of Miyamoto Show, transforming into shadow energy absorbed by Nidhogg. Pooh. Miyamoto Show spit out a mouthful of blood. This time, his eyes completely lost all their shine. The two soul links tightly connected to him were forcibly severed, taken away. Under the eyes of everyone, three shadow whirlpools appeared beneath Nidhogg's feet. Three burly figures slowly rose from the whirlpools. They were the three beasts he had enslaved. Miyamoto Jien's Hell Demon Samurai. And the two Hell Demon Samurais of Miyamoto Show. Three identical Hell Demon Samurai stood side by side behind Nidhogg. Their bodies only bore the mark of subservience to their new master. This scene fell into the eyes of Miyamoto Wuhai. He watched those three standing side by side, emitting an aura of slavery, the proud symbol of the Miyamoto family's glory, the crystallization of 2 generations of genius. Now, they had become the most loyal servants of the enemy, about to use the strongest demon beasts of the Miyamoto family to slaughter the bloodline of the Miyamoto family. This inheritance is broken. Miyamoto Wuhai's straight back slowly sagged, and his sharp eyes completely lost all brilliance, leaving only a hollow grayness. His body still sat there, but his soul had already died. Lu Yuan slowly walked in front of Miyamoto. 10 minutes, not yet. He raised his head, his gaze passing over everyone, finally landing on Miyamoto Wuhai's old and desperate face. A life and death duel, right? Now, the execution begins. As soon as his words fell, Nidhogg gave the final command to the three enslaved ghost warriors. The three ghost warriors lifted their once familiar long swords, step by step, approaching one of their former masters, Miyamoto. One of the ghost warriors, belonging to Miyamoto Ken, slightly tilted its head. Its hollow dark golden eye sockets looked at Miyamoto Wuhai in the audience. Then, it raised its sword. The torment and execution were just beginning. Using the enemy's most proud power to destroy everything he has. Chapter 213, The King's Descent. They were once the pride of the Miyamoto family, the capital on which Miyamoto relied to rampage. And now, they would personally mutilate their once master, carrying out a slow death. Watching the three figures draw closer, Miyamoto's body trembled like a sieve. In the audience, Miyamoto Wuhai stared intensely at the scene on the stage, his chest rising and falling violently. The string of reason finally snapped completely at this moment. Little bastard, you dare! A roar erupted from Miyamoto Wuhai's throat. Before the words fell, a terrifying aura exploded. The king's pressure no longer held back, instantly enveloping the entire arena. In the next moment, Miyamoto Wuhai's figure ghosted and crossed hundreds of meters, directly appearing on the stage. A dry palm, carrying the power to suppress everything, fiercely struck towards the three dark golden ghost warriors about to execute. He would rather personally destroy the three beasts that bore his family's glory than let them slaughter his own grandson under the world's gaze. Under this palm, let alone 3 platinum-level beasts, even a mountain would be instantly crushed to powder. However, there was not the slightest hint of surprise on Lu Yuan's face. At the moment the violent wind of the palm was about to fall, his gaze turned cold. "Old dog, if you can't play, don't play." The cold voice rang out, and the command delivered through the contract link was faster than Miyamoto Buhai's movement. The 3 dark golden ghost warriors instantly became ethereal, abandoning their attack, transforming into 3 pure shadow energies and melding into Nidhogg's body. Miyamoto Buhai's furious strike missed, and the violent energy smashed onto the stage, creating a huge palm print in the entire stage made of special alloy. With a missed strike, Miyamoto Buhai's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Yuan. "Today, you and your evil spirits must die." He could no longer care about rules or face, power gathered in his palm as he prepared to render a deadly blow to Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan only quietly looked at him, the corners of his mouth even curving with mockery. "Evil spirits?" He softly questioned, then with a thought, he held nothing back anymore. "Then let you witness the full extent of my evil spirit army." Buzz. In an instant, behind Lu Yuan, 2 massive gates of light burst open simultaneously. From the first gate, boundless cold air surged forth, freezing the surrounding air into ice crystals. A figure dressed in an ice-blue palace gown stepped out slowly. She was dignified, with an innate authority between her brows, and a glance from her ice-blue eyes made Miyamoto Buhai's kingly aura falter. Dragon Frost Queen Evelia. From the second gate, there was neither light nor sound, only pure, heart-pounding darkness and void. A little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. Dressed in a simple black dress, with bare feet, she floated out. Her black and gold eyes quietly looked at Miyamoto Takumi, as if looking at an object decomposed into chaotic energy. Devouring Dragon God Mortis. Next to Lu Yuan, shadows and dragon might intertwined, as the dark prison dragon Emperor Nidhogg, wearing a black royal robe embroidered with dark gold dragon patterns, stood shoulder to shoulder with the others. Dark prison dragon Emperor Nidhogg, Dragon Frost Queen Ivalea, devouring Dragon God Mortis. 3 mighty dragon kings stood together. No longer just a confrontation of breaths. Queen's domain winter is coming, Dragon Emperor's domain annihilation field, zeroing divine domain. The 3 domain prototypes unfolded simultaneously, unreservedly, in this moment. The extreme cold frost froze the killing intent from Miyamoto Takumi's pressure, the abyssal shadows twisted the incoming mental oppression, and that most bizarre chaotic divine domain caused signs of disorder in the king's pressure. Boom! Centered around Lu Yuan, a 3-colored absolute domain formed, forcefully blocking Miyamoto Takumi's king-level Beastmaster's pressure 3 steps away, unable to advance a single inch. Boom! Invisible energy collided, crazily expanding outwards from the stage towards all directions. All was dead silent. All the spectators, including top powerhouses from around the world, looked horrified. Previously, during the second round, the 3 dragon beasts emitted powerful strength far exceeding their level, but no one had expected this power could resist a king-level Beastmaster. Everyone's mind was filled with only one thought. How did one person contract so many potential beasts, each with such extraordinary forms? Good, good, good. You hid deep enough. Truly deep enough. Miyamoto Takumi was pushed back half a step by the aura of the 3 dragons, first shocked, then completely crazy, his face revealing a twisted grin of greed and malice. Today, none of you will leave. He completely tore off his disguise, and behind him, a shadow towering 100 meters, holding a giant pestle, with a fierce face of prison suppression king slowly emerged. The terrifying aura that truly belonged to a king-level beast enveloped the entire arena. However, just as he was about to act, a figure was faster than him. Old dog Miyamoto, do you think I don't exist? The one-armed king, Lu Mingyang. He stepped out, instantly standing in front of Lu Yuan and the 3 dragons. His empty right sleeve moved in the wind, yet he stood like an immovable mountain, firmly taking on the ferocious pressure of Miyamoto Takumi. Death duel, all in the audience bear witness. If you intervene now, will you, Sakura Nation, throw away your last shred of face? Lu Mingyang's voice was cold to the bone, showing no fear at all. Stop the nonsense! Miyamoto Takumi roared. Lu Mingyang, 10 years ago I could sever your arm, today I can take your life. You can try. Lu Mingyang stood his ground. Behind him, a similarly terrifying king's aura rose. A heaven-rending golden pang, with its whole body seemingly cast from metal, grew wings on its back, its eyes sharp like a heavenly sword, let out a cry that tore through clouds and rocks, its aura not at all weaker than that of the prison suppression king. In the arena of the viewing hall, 2 massive king-level beasts confronted each other across the air. The horrific energy waves made all beast masters below platinum rank feel difficulty breathing, their souls trembling. An astonishing king-level showdown seemed poised to explode. Just when everyone thought this would be a fateful battle between 2 top kings, a strange grin suddenly appeared on Miyamoto Takumi's face. He looked at Lu Mingyang and said ominously, "Lu Mingyang, do you really think I came here today just for revenge for my two useless grandsons?" Lu Mingyang's heart alarm bells rang loudly. He suddenly looked up dramatically. Facing several directions of the audience, a thunderous shout erupted. "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" The moment the voice fell, a sudden change occurred. 7 terrifying auras, no less than those of Miyamoto Bihai and LV Mingyang, erupted simultaneously from different corners of the audience. 7 figures, ignoring the distance, appeared beside Miyamoto Bihai as if they had teleported. These 7 people, without exception, carried unfathomable auras, overwhelming and earth-shattering. All were kings. A long-planned conspiracy against the Dragon Kingdom finally revealed its fangs at this moment. Chapter 214, 8 Kings Surround and Kill. The 7 figures stood shoulder to shoulder with Miyamoto Bihai. 8 kings. 8 terrifying auras no longer stood independently but instantly merged into one, pressing down as if the sky itself was collapsing, ruthlessly targeting the lone LV Mingyang and Lu Yuan behind him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire defensive array of the Tiandu sky let out a mournful cry under this united pressure, with cracks appearing on the dome above. The once clamorous audience of the Dragon Kingdom instantly fell into a deathly silence. Then came screams of utmost terror and uproar. "Oh my goodness! That is..." An old man trembled as he pointed, identifying each of the suddenly appearing figures. "That one dressed in a samurai outfit is the Sword Saint Chiba Keiichi from Sakura Country. That one next to him, shrouded in black mist, is Demon King Fujiwara Kei. The one surrounded by lightning is the main King Thorson from Lighthouse Country among the 6 Round Table Knights. The woman with the hooked nose beside him is Eagle Eye Jessica. And over there, wearing a golden robe, is the divine envoy Rama from Chaoyang Country. That one dressed as a one-eyed pirate is Navigator Kapoor. The last one is the Marquis Park Sungwoo from Goryeo Country. Every name represents the peak combat power of a nation. Every title has once left a significant reputation in the history of Beastmasters on Blue Star. The 8 famous top kings unexpectedly teamed up to appear here, on the highest standard arena of the Dragon Kingdom. Their target was obvious. Miyamoto Old Dog. Are you trying to start a national war? LV Mingyang's face turned extremely solemn. His surrounding metal aura surged, and the golden rock behind him let out a cry, spreading its wings to firmly protect him and Lu Yuan. But even so, his tall figure was slightly bent under the combined pressure of the 8 kings. National war? No. Miyamoto Bihai let out a cold laugh, the madness on his face faded away, replaced by a self-satisfied confidence. We just think that this generation of the Dragon Kingdom has produced an abnormal that should not exist. Miyamoto Bihai's gaze pierced through everything, locking onto Lu Yuan. Devouring skills, enslaving souls, distorting rules. LV Mingyang, ask yourself, once this power grows to the level of a king, does the so-called balance still exist? We are not trimming branches, we are uprooting a tumor that is destined to poison the entire world. His gaze, like a snake locking onto its prey, passed through LV Mingyang and firmly nailed on Lu Yuan. Originally, I thought the team of Miyamoto Ken could easily crush you so-called geniuses in their cradle. I didn't expect such an interesting variable in Lu Yuan. But that's fine, this way, we have all the more reason to uproot this most dangerous seedling. The king of Lighthouse Country, Main King Thorson, stepped forward. His stout figure was surrounded by glaring electric light, and as he spoke, there was no pretense of arrogance and dominance. LV Mingyang, hand over that kid named Lu Yuan, and we can allow you and the other Dragon Kingdom people to leave safely. His voice was like thunder. Otherwise, today, this Tiandu sky will be the burial place for all you Dragon Kingdom people. 8 against 1. No, this is not a simple 8-on-1. This is a 10-sided ambush laid out by several top powers of the Blue Star against the most outstanding representatives of the younger generation from the Dragon Kingdom. This is a shocking murder plot that has been planned for a long time. Everyone, hurry and leave. A resolute look flashed in Lu Mingyang's eyes as he roared at the other school mentors in the audience who were stunned into silence. Activate the highest level space transfer. If one can escape, then let it be. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-splitting golden falcon behind him let out a deafening cry, and flames erupted fiercely from its golden wings. That was a sign of a Beastmaster burning their mental power. He was prepared to use his life to buy a chance for his juniors to escape. A sense of despair spread in the hearts of all Dragon Kingdom people. Facing the joint siege of 8 kings, they saw no hope of victory. However, at this most desperate moment, a figure no one expected stepped forward. The mentor from the Holy Light Academy, Zhou Wen. His face, always showing some jealousy and unwillingness, was now as pale as paper, his legs trembling like they had springs, nearly making him unstable. But as he looked at the figure before him, who supported the sky with one arm, watched the sky-splitting golden falcon preparing to burn its mental power, and saw the 8 foreign faces filled with arrogance and killing intent, he finally gritted his teeth hard. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a diamond peak lion king, engulfed in sacred flames, appeared beside him. He trembled as he took a step, walked to Lu Mingyang's side, his voice shaking yet incredibly firm. Lu King I Zhou Wen may not be a good person, and I often envy others from different academies, but I also know that I am still a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Today, I'll fight them. As a diamond tier Beastmaster facing 8 kings, his power was as insignificant as dust. But his action was like a stone thrown into a still pond, instantly stirring 1,000 waves. Zhou Wen is right. Damn it, let's fight them. Xiaoyu from the Imperial Capital Academy had already summoned his beast and stood beside Zhou Wen, slapping his shoulder without hesitation. Look at you, kid. You have some backbone. Not a disgrace. Then, the mentors from Tianshui Academy, Qingfeng Academy, all the top academies of the Dragon Kingdom, at that moment, seemed to put aside their competition and grudges against each other. One by one, they stood up, summoned their beasts, and stood shoulder to shoulder behind Lu Mingyang, forming a defense line that, while weak, shone with indomitable spirit. Anyone who dares to touch Lu Yuan, I'll take you down with me. Yin Shanqian had already summoned all 6 of her beasts, the Dark Dragon Descendants' arrows were knocked, and the Sacred Flame Firebird was burning in the air. She stood in front of Lu Yuan, glaring angrily at the 8 kings. Qi Shi stood silently by Lu Yuan's side, her Moon Will Owl and Moon Shadow Black Panther were poised to pounce. Though she said nothing, her tightly clenched fist already revealed her resolve. Looking at this scene, the 8 kings revealed mocking smiles, as if playing with mice. How touching. Ghost King Fujiwara K let out a strange laugh. A bunch of ants, thinking they can shake the divine? Since you all want to die, then let's go together. Lord King Tolson slowly raised his hand, and violent thunder began to gather in his palm. A devastating attack was about to fall. The future of the Dragon Kingdom seemed destined to be crushed at this moment. However, just then, a playful and disdainful female voice rang from the entrance of the main hall, clearly echoing throughout the venue. Oh, I wondered who it could be, making such a big show. Turns out it's 8 old dogs having a meeting here? Attention! In an instant, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the main viewing hall. There, 2 figures stood side by side. The leading woman had long blue hair, a pair of large sunglasses covering most of her face, revealing only her delicate jawline and a teasing red lip. She wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her hands in her pockets, her posture so relaxed as if she were not facing 8 royal beastmasters. It was Lan Yuli, a mentor from Beiming Academy. Beside her was Qin Yan from Longshao Academy, still in her efficient battle uniform, but her face lacked the usual gentleness. Lan Yuli. Qin Yan. In the resting area of the Imperial Capital Academy, Long Yuan saw the newcomers, and his eyes shifted. He knew these 2 were epic-level warriors, but facing 8 royal beastmasters, 2 epic-level warriors were as useless as a drop in the bucket. The Lord King of Lighthouse Country, Torson, with eyes surrounded by electric light, glanced at the 2 and lost interest. 2 epic level? Torson's gaze flashed with electricity. Lu Mingyang, is this your aid from Dragon Country? It seems you indeed have no one left to use. Do you expect them to protect you from us 8? Get lost or die. Lan Yuli seemed not to hear his words as she took off her sunglasses. She didn't even look at Torson, her gaze directly landing on the figure propping up half the arena with one arm. I say, King Lu, can you do it? Carrying 8 on your own, your waist is about to break, and if someone didn't know better, they'd think you were practicing some evil skill. Lu Mingyang smiled bitterly as he turned back. Why are you here? Hurry and go. This isn't a place for you to meddle. Go. Lan Yuli seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke as she took long strides towards the arena. My student is being bullied in a corner. As their teacher, if I run with my tail between my legs, how will I mix in on the streets in the future? She stood beside Lu Mingyang, side by side, with Qin Yan following closely behind. Ha ha ha, such a touching teacher-student bond. The Ghost King from Sakura Country, Fujiwara K, cackled. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, no matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. Is that so? Lan Yuli finally turned her gaze to him. Absolute power? With just a bunch of mixed mutts gathered together? Her words infuriated the 8 lofty royals thoroughly. Seeking death. The War Master from Korea, Park Sung-woo, was particularly hot-tempered. He growled, and king-level spiritual power transformed into a large hand, grabbing fiercely at Lan Yuli. However, that hand was blocked by Lu Mingyang when it was still 3 meters away from Lan Yuli. At the same time, Lan Yuli's phone let out a crisp notification sound. I'm almost there, have your little white answer. Lan Yuli glanced at her phone screen and then put the phone back in her pocket. She raised her head, facing the 8 royals' murderous gazes, her smile growing even brighter. I forgot to tell you something just now. Before I came over, I happened to shake someone. As her words fell, the dome of the sky above trembled violently. Next. Boom. A crimson lava battle axe, burning fiercely, ripped through space and fell down powerfully. Northern Realm, War King Xiao Pajun is here. Who dares to touch my dragon country's juniors? The rough and majestic roar rolled like thunder, making the entire space hum. A sturdy middle-aged man, as tall as a tower, muscles bulging, carrying the giant battle axe on his shoulder, stepped out from the crack, his feet landing heavily on the ground, shaking the entire dome. And that's not all. Swish! Before his voice faded, a sword light, fast to the extreme, sliced through the void, lightly making a mark on the pressure field set by the 8 foreign royals. That combined pressure was actually torn open. At this moment, a figure in a blue long robe. The middle-aged man, bearing an ancient sword, just flew over on his sword, hovering in midair. The sword saint of Sakura country, Shen Yigui, changed his expression and shouted, Donghai Li Jingfei. You actually came. Amitabha, Shaolin, little Buddha Dui, came to subdue demons and eliminate evil. With the sound of a Buddha chant, dazzling golden light burst forth, and a giant golden Buddha apparition coalesced in the air, holding a pagoda in its hands, the suppressive power spreading, causing the aura of the 8 kings to momentarily stagnate. Right after that, Nanling, which King Lan Kai Xia, brought my treasures to see the world. Zhongqing, Formation King Si Kong Xian, laid out a heavenly net, waiting for all of you for a long time. Dragon Kingdom Beast Tamer Association, Fist King Wu Tian, with a pair of iron fists, specializes in smashing dog heads. 6 gates of light open simultaneously in 6 directions of the sky. 6 figures, with a terrifying kingly aura no weaker than LV Mingyang's, soared into the sky. Battle King Xiao Pajun. Sword Master Li Jingfei. Little Buddha Dui. Witch King Lan Kai Xie. Formation King Si Kong Xian. Fist King Wu Tian. Adding to them was the one-armed king, LV Mingyang, who was already there. 7. Exactly 7 top kings of the Dragon Kingdom, well known for a long time, gathered here at this moment. From all directions, they surrounded the 8 foreign kings, along with their kingly beasts behind them, trapping them completely. 6 kingly auras combined with LV Mingyang's golden aura, pushing back the united pressure of the 8 foreign kings. The entire main hall of the audience, the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom, after a moment of shock, erupted in the most fervent shout of their lives. They're here. They all came. Our Dragon Kingdom's kings and beast tamers are all here. Ha ha ha. 8 against 1 is nothing. Now it's 7 against 8. Come on. Keep going crazy. The despair that was suppressed to the limit at this moment transformed into wild joy. On the stage, Zhou Wan and others looked at the 7 kingly figures, trembling with excitement. And on the faces of the 8 foreign kings, the cat and mouse mockery had long since vanished without a trace. They never expected that the Dragon Kingdom's response would be so quick. Quick to the point of completely surpassing their expectations. Oof, what about 7? After a brief shock, Gong Ben Wuhai forced his composure and laughed. We have already investigated, you Dragon Kingdom's 12 kings can mobilize at most these 7 within the last decade. His gaze swept over the 7 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, and the sneer on his face grew more intense. 8 against 7. Moreover, we have plotted for a long time while you rushed to respond. LV Mingyang, do you really think that these 7 people you hastily gathered can protect him? Is that so? Lan Luli crossed her arms, leisurely watching him, her eyes were like looking at a jumping clown. Who told you that we have no one left? Who told you that we have no one left? Lan Luli's voice struck hard at the face of Gong Ben Wuhai, who thought he had victory in hand. Gong Ben Wuhai's sneer froze. Not just him, all foreign kings, including the main King Tolson, felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, giving rise to an ominous premonition. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom still has a trump card? Impossible. They used the top intelligence agencies of various countries for this operation, spending years clearly understanding the high-end combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. The 7 king beast tamers that could be mobilized at any time were already the extreme power that the Dragon Kingdom could present without affecting the border defenses. Bluffing. The Lighthouse Nation's Hawkeye Jessica snorted coldly, her eagle-like gaze locked onto Lan Luli, trying to see even a trace of flaw on her face. But she was disappointed. Lan Luli's face only showed pure, unabashed mockery. A group of fools in a well really think that just by looking at a few outdated intelligence reports, they can understand the full depth of our Dragon Kingdom? Lan Luli curled her lips. Then, she gently patted her shoulder. A small creature, completely snow-white, peeked out from her collar with its fluffy little head. It yawned, its sapphire-like eyes curiously surveying the tense environment around it, seemingly unaware of the urgent situation. Little White, it's time to work. Lan Luli stretched out her finger and scratched it. The creature called Little White comfortably squinted its eyes and let out a soft, sweet sound. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, it raised its little paw and gently swiped at the empty space before it. Whoosh! A rift in space appeared. Unlike the violent tearing of space exhibited by the previous kings, the edges of this rift were smooth as a mirror, stable without a hint of energy leaking, as if this space had an invisible zipper that the little beast simply pulled gently. Its control over the laws of space had reached an astonishing level. This is a space-type Beastmaster? Lan Liuli is already famous in the Dragon Kingdom for her space Beastmaster, the sea white whale. It's indeed powerful to see it today. Hawkeye Jessica's pupils suddenly contracted. This seemingly harmless little beast exhibited such terrifying affinity for space. What shocked them even more was the oppressive presence of a king-level Beastmaster slowly emanating from the pure white rift in space. Under the gaze of billions of eyes, a jade foot, dressed in white high heels, first stepped out from the doorway. Following that, a stunning figure dressed in a moon-white cheapao slowly emerged. She was tall and slender, her curves exquisite, with long hair as black as a waterfall, held up by a simple hairpin. Her appearance was the ultimate beauty, blending the gentleness of Jiangnan women and the grace of a noble lady. The moment they saw the face of the newcomer, Yun Chanshan, who had been tense and standing in front of Lu Yuan, was suddenly filled with joy, her voice carrying excitement. "Mom! What brings you here?" This shout didn't carry the previous firmness, but instead was filled with a sense of reassurance of finding a strong anchor. "Mom?" The entire place fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone's gaze darted back and forth between the stunning woman and Yun Chanshan, their faces filled with disbelief. This mysterious powerhouse, who had just appeared and held a presence not weaker than a king, was actually Yun Chanshan's mother? Su Yueli, the top Beastmaster family in Dragon Kingdom, the matriarch of the Yun family. Wasn't she an epic-level Beastmaster? When did she? Lan Liuli walked to Su Yueli's side, affectionately linking her arm, but pouted towards Miyamoto Buhai, complaining. "Yueli, you finally came. If you were even a moment later, your Chanshan and that precious son-in-law would have probably been packaged for some country's specialty masters to make into top-notch sashimi. I wouldn't know how to explain it to you then." Su Yueli raised her hand, gently stroking her daughter, her eyes filled with heartache. Then, she lifted her gaze. The pair of formerly gentle phoenix eyes instantly turned icy as they swept over the 8 kings across from her. "Just broke through, my aura is still a bit unstable, arrived late." Her seemingly casual words hit Miyamoto Buhai and the others like a thunderbolt. Just broke through? In other words, just at that moment, when they thought victory was certain, the Dragon Kingdom had given birth to a new king. 8 against 8. The situation was completely leveled at this moment. No, even if it's 8 against 8, Miyamoto Buhai opened his mouth in a desperate attempt to sound tough. However, his words were ruthlessly interrupted by a booming voice. "Who said it's 8 against 8? Accompanied by this voice, an imposing pressure greater than when all previous kings descended filled the air. The expressions of the 8 foreign kings changed drastically. They felt their king domain. In the face of that overwhelming pressure that had just descended, it felt as fragile as paper. This is... The voice of Master King Tolson trembled with shock. Behind Xing Yan, the space silently twisted, and a figure in a simple Zhongshan suit slowly emerged. He had no entrance effects, not even a trace of energy fluctuation was leaked. But with his appearance, all the kings present felt their domains beginning to buzz and contract uncontrollably. The 8 kings from Dragon Country immediately restrained all their auras and respectfully bowed slightly. "Qin. Old Qin. You came personally." War King Xiao Pajun had an excited expression on his rugged face. The person who came was none other than Qin Yan's grandfather, the anchor of Longshao Academy, celebrated as the strongest Beastmaster in the history of Dragon Country, a legendary figure, Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao first glanced at Su Yuli. "I didn't expect, Su girl, you entered the king-rank Beastmaster so quickly." Su Yuli hurriedly replied, "Recently, I was lucky enough to encounter some opportunities and broke through. Thank you for your concern, old Qin." Qin Tianxiao waved his hand. "You 4, each of you are potential kings, just don't know when this little girl of mine will break through." "Grandpa, you don't know, Yuli's opportunities are rare, I don't have such a son-in-law," Xing Yan said to the old man. Qin Tianxiao ignored the crowd, his seemingly murky eyes swept across the 8 kings opposite, and finally fell on Miyamoto Takeo. "You little brat from the Miyamoto family," Qin Tianxiao's voice was calm and steady. 100 years ago, in the seas of Sakura country, your so-called ghost ancestor, grandfather Miyamoto Geniki had no courage to even draw his sword in front of me, and in the end, he had to beg for mercy to keep his life. Qin Tianxiao's gaze suddenly became sharp. "He didn't dare make a move on his own territory. Who gave you the courage to harm my people on the land of Dragon Country?" Miyamoto Takeo trembled at the mention of Miyamoto Geniki, and his blood-red eyes finally revealed bone-deep fear. You are Xiao Master Qin Tianxiao. Xiao Master." At the mention of this title, the faces of all kings from Lighthouse Country, Grass Central Country, and others instantly turned pale as paper. This title, 100 years ago, had been the nightmare of all kings and beast masters outside Dragon Country. Because the man with this title was the only one in history proven to possess 3, possibly more, king-ranked beasts, a monster. 9 against 8. No. This is not a simple comparison of numbers. This is a dimensionality reduction strike from a king Beastmaster against 8 ordinary kings. The last trace of color drained from the faces of Miyamoto Takeo and the others. They finally understood what kind of terrifying existence they had offended. Their so-called foolproof killing scheme was perhaps just a ridiculous farce in the eyes of the opponent from the very beginning. Chapter 217, Reckoning. Dead silence. A kind of deathly silence more suffocating than any time before. Xiaomaster Qin Tianxiao, this title that only existed in textbooks, heavily weighed on the hearts of the 8 foreign kings, crushing their last hopes and fighting spirit to dust. Miyamoto Takeo's lips trembled, and he could no longer utter a complete sentence. The king of hell behind him dimmed under the pressure of this legendary Xiaomaster. Tulsun, the master king from Lighthouse Country, known for his dominance, also put away all his arrogance at this moment. The raging lightning surrounding him became much more subdued as he looked at the old man, his eyes filled with apprehension. The intelligence was wrong. Severely wrong. The information they received was that Qin Tianxiao had long been in semi-retirement due to old injuries, his strength greatly reduced, and would not easily make a move. But the Qin Tianxiao before them, his aura was profound and unfathomable, showing no signs of decline whatsoever. Is this a trap? A huge trap that the Dragon Kingdom has long prepared for them, inviting guests into the urn? Why is everyone silent? Lan Liuli crossed her arms, breaking the quiet atmosphere. She walked to Qin Tianxiao's side and casually waved at this legendary king, just to greet him. Old man Qin, if you come any later, the sky above would be torn apart by these mongrel dogs. Qin Tianxiao didn't even look at her, he slowly shifted his gaze from the 8 pale faces and finally landed on Lu Yuan. His eyes scanned Lu Yuan up and down, as if inspecting a peerless gem. Not bad. After a while, he uttered 2 words. His voice was not loud, yet it shocked all the kings of the Dragon Kingdom present, such as Xiao Pejun and Li Jingfei. They knew Qin Tianxiao's character all too well. This old man was high and mighty, never complimenting any junior, even his own granddaughter, Qin Yan, was often criticized more than praised. A simple not bad was the highest praise the legendary Dragon Emperor could give. Kid, did they hurt you? Qin Tianxiao asked. Lu Yuan met the gaze of this legend, his expression still calm. He shook his head and then glanced at his 4 Dragon Clan Beastmasters who were already standing by his side. They're not qualified yet. A simple sentence, but full of confidence. This confidence was not arrogance facing peers, but the calm assurance in the face of 8 top kings hunting him down. Ha ha ha, good. Qin Tianxiao laughed heartily upon hearing this. You have guts. You have strength. Just like when I was young. Beside him, Qin Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. Her grandpa was great in many ways, but he was just too narcissistic. After the laughter, Qin Tianxiao's expression instantly turned cold. He looked again at Ganbu Wuhai and the others, his voice as cold as ice. Alright, we've laughed enough, it's time to settle the score. Gentlemen, your uninvited arrival at our Dragon Kingdom's arena, using King Beastmasters to plan a hunt against the talented juniors of our Dragon Kingdom. How do you intend to resolve this matter? The 8 kings exchanged glances, their faces paling to the extreme. Resolve it? Now it was me on the chopping block, how could I resolve this? Senior Qin Tianxiao. Finally, it was the main king Torsen who stood up bravely. He dismissed the king Beastmasters behind him, bowed slightly, and presented a relatively respectful posture. We received intelligence that an anomaly force appeared in the Dragon Kingdom that could threaten the balance of Blue Star. Today's actions were just a risk assessment exercise conducted by several countries, without any ill intent. It seems now this force is still within a controllable range, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Exercise? Before Qin Tianxiao could speak, Lan Liuli burst out laughing. Torsen, is your face made of Edelman alloy? 8 kings surrounding and beating down a student who's not even graduated, and you call this friendly exercise? Your Lighthouse Country's friendliness is truly unique. Torsen's face turned from green to white but didn't dare to refute. We are willing to make compensation for this matter. He took a deep breath and spoke seriously. As long as the senior allows us to leave, the Lighthouse Country is willing to offer a 10-year usage right of an A-level secret realm as an apology. A-level secret realm. 10 years usage right. When this price came out, countless people in the audience hall gasped in cold air. This is definitely a big deal that could tempt any country. However, Qin Tianxiao merely sneered. A-level secret realm? You think you can bribe a beggar with that? He extended a finger pointing at Lu Yuan. He, alone, is worth more than all the secret realms your Lighthouse Country will have in 100 years combined. You wanted to kill him, and now with a simple misunderstanding. A bit of compensation, and you think it's all over? Qin Tianxiao's voice suddenly turned extremely cold. Today, you 8, none of you will leave. He stretched out his finger, pointing remotely at the 8 people across from him. Daring to act against the future of Long Country on its own territory, be prepared to pay the price. I give you 2 choices. First, leave your strongest contracted beast behind, sever one arm, and roll out of Long Country, never to step in again. Second, the 9 of us will here send you and your beasts back to your hometown. Dominance. Unreasonable dominance. This is the legendary Hawk Lord. Gong Ben Wuhai and the others were completely desperate. Leave behind the strongest contracted beast and an arm? What's the difference from killing them? Beast tamers losing their strongest beasts means they have lost more than half. Chapter 218, King's Bloodshed. Second, the 9 of us will here send you and your beasts back to your hometown. Qin Tianxiao's words, every single one carried a cold chill. The faces of the 8 foreign kings lost all color, leaving only ashen gray. Leaving behind the strongest beast and an arm? For them, this was no different from death. You're going too far. I'll fight you to the end. The main king of Lighthouse Nation, Tolson, his eyes, surrounded by electric light, was ultimately replaced by anger from despair. He stood up abruptly, the violent thunder power around him erupting suddenly. Behind him the gigantic thunder titan let out a silent roar to the sky. Qin Tianxiao. Do you really think you have us locked down? Even if we die, we will rip a piece of flesh from your Long Country. With his roar, the other 7 kings also took action. At this point, there was no way out. Kill. Kongben Wuhai of Sakura Country let out a roar. Behind him the dim guardian king began to shine brighter. For the honor of the empire. Rama, the divine envoy of Chaoyan Country, raised his scepter. Bring these Long Nation people down with us. Park Xingwu, the military lord of Goryeo, looked fierce. The 8 auras belonging to kings at this moment were no longer just simple pressures, but turned into 8 torrents of energy, completely detonating. They understood very well that facing 9 opponents of the same rank, especially with one being a Hawk Lord, dispersed attacks would be akin to suicide. The only glimmer of hope was to concentrate all their strength at one point, tear open a gap. Even if only one could escape, it was still a victory. Their target, unanimously, locked onto the one who appeared the youngest, Su Yueli. However, just as these 8 forces were about to converge, the chaos of kings was about to begin. An unexpected change. Among the 8 kings, the one cloaked in black mist, Fujiwara Kei of Sakura Country, flashed a venomous light in his eyes. His target was not Su Yueli, nor one of the 9 kings. But the boy who had always stood behind the kings of Long Country, Lu Yuan. He wanted to take down the genius of Long Country, even in death. Moreover, as long as he killed this source of everything, the kings of Long Country would surely fall into rage, and at that time, it would be his best chance to escape. Yellow Spring's reversing journey. Fujiwara Kei's figure, along with his contracted beast, vanished without warning into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the shadows beneath him. Ignoring the distance in space, ignoring all the locked beasts of the kings present. In the next instant, that wisp of black smoke abruptly condensed behind Lu Yuan. The shadow demon held a short blade filled with ghostly green poison, aiming directly at Lu Yuan's back heart, Fujiwara Kei's face already showing a triumphant, ferocious smile. So close. This distance, let alone a student, even a king, in an unprepared state, had no chance of survival. A Yuan, be careful. Yin Shanshan screamed, but was trapped in place by the might of the kings. LV Mingyang and others' expressions changed drastically. Yet it was already beyond reach. However, in the face of this venomous fatal blow, Lu Yuan's eyes remained calm. Just as the poisoned short blade was about to touch his back, the space behind him rippled. Return to Zero Divine Realm. The passive divine realm of the devouring dragon god, Mortis, was triggered passively when its master faced a lethal threat. The rules subtly twisted at that moment. Fujiwara Keisuke's confident smile instantly froze, and he horrifiedly discovered that the short blade thrusting from the shadow demon seemed to sink into a quagmire. That power to distort space bizarrely failed for a second at that moment. It was this 1 second. In front of me, you dared to attack my junior? Humph. With just a light huff. A king-level void emperor whale descended in an instant, and a force of stars erupted violently. The poisoned short blade in the shadow demon's hand stopped, giving rise to a galaxy of stars where it had once been, unable to advance an inch toward Lu Yuan's back. Even the king-level shadow demon was confined in mid-air by the force of the stars. Why did the assassination technique he prided himself on, which was capable of killing at the same level, easily fail like this? To sneak attack in front of me? Qin Tianxiao turned his head, his eyes angrily fixed on Fujiwara Keisuke, who was frozen in the shadows. You're still too young. As his words fell, the Void Emperor whale gathered several small stars around it and hurled them towards Fujiwara Keisuke. With a series of explosive sounds, the dust settled. Under everyone's gaze, the king of Sakura country, the demon king Fujiwara Keisuke, along with his king-level beast shadow demon, was instantly obliterated from body to soul, turning into nothingness. Not even a hint of blood mist was left behind. In an instant, a king fell. This unbelievable scene poured fuel on the burning anger of the remaining 7 foreign kings. The craziness on their faces was instantly replaced by bone-chilling fear. What kind of power is this? Is this the strength of the Eagle Master? Alright, the warm-up is over. Qin Tianxiao clapped his hands, and the Void Emperor wail came before everyone. He looked at the remaining 7, a kind smile appearing on his face. Now, it's your turn. Ha ha ha. Old Qin is mighty. Today, let this group of scum witness what Dragon Country's wrath looks like. War King Xiao Pajun was the first to charge out, his earth-shattered demon ape roaring in sync behind him, its giant axe whipping up a fierce wind, colliding violently with Master King Thorsen's Thunder Titan, the explosion of thunder and fire illuminating half the sky. Donghai, Li Jingfei, please teach me. The green-clothed sword master rode on his sword intent soaring to the sky, while the celestial sword spirit unleashed thousands of swords, completely drowning the sword Saint Chibagichi of Sakura country. Amit Ba. Little Buddha Doer appeared solemn, slamming down with a massive golden vajra, directly suppressing the divine envoy Rama of Chaoyang country's sun god bird, smashing it underground. Gu King Lan Saiche of Nanling chuckled softly, an endless wave of soul erosion worms formed, instantly devouring the navigator Kapoor along with his ghost ship until only the skeleton remained. From the very beginning, the battle had shown a completely one-sided situation. This was not a battle, this was a long-planned execution of the invaders. Blue Lily yawned, feeling a bit bored. She leaned close to Qin Yan and whispered, "Sai, fighting and killing is really uninteresting. Qin Yan, let's go to Dragonshao Academy for free meals later." Qin Yan's gaze fell on Lu Yuan not far away, her lips curling up slightly. "Sure, but we have to bring along the precious son-in-law of the Yuli family, the old man probably wants to see him more." "That won't do," Blue Lioli immediately shook her head, pointing towards Su Yueli. "Yuli treats her daughter and son-in-law like treasures, I can't just randomly take him, otherwise, she'd kick me out of the mountain villa." Under the arena, it had long turned into a chaotic battlefield. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. When War King Xiao Pajun's beast, the Earth-Shatter Demon Ape, split Thorsen's head along with his Thunder Titan in half with a single axe. The so-called Battle of Kings has come to an end. The vast sky of Tiandu is in ruins. 7 incomplete king corpses, along with their equally large beasts, lay sprawled in the wreckage, declaring the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. Chapter 219, Dividing the Spoils. On the ruins of Tiandu. Only a few dozen people remained in the audience, immersed in the shock, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Really ing thrilling. Finally, it was the rough laughter of War King Xiao Pajun that broke the frozen atmosphere. He kicked away a half-submerged arm of the Thunder Titan at his feet, his ruggedly built face filled with unabashed delight. How many years has it been? These scum have been secretly scheming, and today, they finally paid back everything in one fell swoop. Amit Ba. Xiao Fo Dui joined his hands, a rare smile appearing on his dignified face. This is destiny, and also retribution. A group of clowns dared to covet our Dragon Kingdom's fortune, their deaths are not regrettable. Jian Zhuli Jingfei spoke concisely as he wiped his ancient long sword. The 9 new and old kings of the Dragon Kingdom stood amid the ruins, their auras varied, but the pride emanating from their hearts was shared. After this battle, the world's pattern will be completely overturned. And they are the witnesses of this change. Alright, stop just enjoying yourselves. The voice of Qin Tianxiao resounded as he slowly walked to the corpses of the kings. With a casual gesture, 8 storage rings of different designs, all shimmering with spatial fluctuations, flew up from the dismembered limbs, hovering before him. Someone needs to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the 8 rings representing the lifelong savings of the 8 kings, even Xiao Pajun and Li Chungang, those powerful kings, couldn't help but show fiery glints in their eyes. These are 8 kings. The value of their lifelong collections is simply immeasurable. Qin Tianxiao's gaze didn't linger on these rings but slowly turned towards Lu Yuan not far away. "Little guy, come here." Hearing the words, Lu Yuan stepped forward. "Today's events started because of you. This group of guys came after you." Qin Tianxiao looked at Lu Yuan. "Although it was us old fellows who took action in the end, the credit belongs to you." He paused, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "So, you choose from the spoils first." As soon as this was said, the expressions of Xiao Pajun and the others were not one of dissent, instead, they showed that it was only natural. They all understood that if Lu Yuan hadn't shown the potential that shook Blue Star, causing these 8 foreign kings to tear their faces and expose themselves early, the Dragon Kingdom would have been plotted against by these wolves in the dark for a long time. Moreover, if it weren't to protect Lu Yuan, the future pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, how could Qin Tianxiao have easily revealed himself? Lu Yuan deserved this honor. Old man, you are too polite, how can I take this lawn? Luli chimed in playfully, trying to smooth things over. Shut your mouth. Qin Tianxiao raised his eyelids. You don't have a say here, talk when you also break through to king. Lan Luli suddenly fell silent, shrinking his neck retreating behind Su Yuli. Lu Yuan didn't put on too much pretense, he knew that refusing at this moment would seem hypocritical. He slightly bowed to Qin Tianxiao, then, I humbly accept. Qin Tianxiao nodded in satisfaction. You may choose any 5 items from the 8 rings. 5 items. This number was just right. It not only recognized Lu Yuan's contributions but also took into account the emotions of the other kings who had contributed. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, reaching out as his mental energy entered the first storage ring belonging to Gong Ben Wu Hai. Buzz. A vast amount of information surged into his mind in an instant. All kinds of rare treasures, precious minerals, strong beast eggs, summoning stones, and various scrolls of secrets piled up like a mountain, dazzling to behold. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. But Lu Yuan's expression remained calm. Deep in his pupils, a golden stream of data, invisible to ordinary people, flickered rapidly. Name, Inheritor's Manual of Yin-Yang Masters, Fragment. Level, Epic Level. Description, records some core secret techniques and familiar summoning methods of the Yin-Yang Master lineage from Sakura country, holding some value in studying the soul and contracts. Name, Blood of the 8-Headed Serpent, Diluted. Level, King Level Material. Description, contains a trace of the original power of the 8-Headed Serpent's blood, usable to enhance shadow-type or poison-type beasts. Lu Yuan's thoughts acted like the most efficient search engine, quickly sifting through the vast array of treasures for useful information. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a crystal that shone with pure gold, as if holy light flowed within it. Name, Divine Crystal. Level, King Level Material. Description, formed from the core of a fallen divine beast, containing pure light and sacred laws. One of the evolution materials for Radiant Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. Previously, in the secret realm of the Starfall Valley, he had already found the required core of the stars for the evolution of the Radiant Holy Spirit, and now with this divine crystal in hand, he had gathered all the core materials for evolving Eternal Light Envoy. As long as the Radiant Holy Spirit's level was raised to the peak of Platinum, he could immediately proceed with this third evolution. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan locked this divine crystal as his first trophy. He suppressed his excitement and continued searching through the storage rings of the other kings. In the ring of Demon King Fujiwara K, he discovered a mirror core, black as ink, that seemed to reflect the myriad of living beings. Name, Core of All Beings. Level, Epic Level Material. Description, a special treasure born from the convergence of countless beings' beliefs, possessing the power to reflect the real and distort the unreal. One of the evolution materials for Deceiving Mirror of Heaven. In the ring of Hawkeye Jessica from Lighthouse Country, he found a peculiar pearl emitting a hazy glow. Name, Eternal Mirage Pearl. Level, King Level Material. Description, the inner core of the ancient phantom beast Eternal Mirage, containing ultimate illusions and spatial laws. One of the evolution materials for Deceiving Mirror of Heaven. Lu Yuan's breathing grew slightly hurried. The Deceiving Mirror of Heaven needed 3 materials to evolve from Deceiving Demon Mirror to Formless Mirror Master, namely Core of All Beings, Eternal Mirage Pearl, and Heart of the Mirror Realm. Now, with both Core of All Beings and Eternal Mirage Pearl obtained, only the Heart of the Mirror Realm was missing. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan chose these 2 treasures as his second and third trophies. For the last 2 slots, Lu Yuan had a clear goal. If there were any materials for beast evolution, he would choose them first. If not, he would look for spatial treasures suitable for the void illusion to absorb. The void illusion couldn't evolve, but it could gain new skills and enhance its potential by devouring various rare spatial treasures. Lu Yuan searched through the rings of 8 King Beast Masters but found no materials for beast evolution, then began looking for absorption materials for the void illusion. Quickly, he found an epic-level spatial treasure named Dimensional Crystal in Navigator Kapoor's ring and a void beacon in Commander Park Sung-woo's ring. These 2 items were sufficient to elevate the void illusion's strength to the next level. All 5 treasures were selected. Chapter 220, each taking what they need. From start to finish, Lu Yuan took less than 3 minutes. He nodded at Qin Tianxiao. Old Qin, I have made my choice. Qin Tianxiao looked at the 5 items Lu Yuan selected. A glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. This kid has sharp insight, clear goals, and was not blinded by the seemingly glamorous equipment or techniques. What he chose were all the core materials best suited for his beast's growth. This character far exceeds that of his peers. Good. Qin Tianxiao waved his hand, and the 5 treasures flew automatically in front of Lu Yuan. Next, it's your turn. His gaze swept over Xiao Pujuan and the other 7 kings. The old rule, pick in order of merit. Although Lan Girl and Qin Girl didn't take action, they were responsible for calling people, so they have merit too. The last person will pick 2 items, and those mentors who fought against the kings will each select one at the end. Ha ha ha, alright. Xiao Pujuan couldn't wait any longer. Rubbing his hands, he stepped up first, his mental energy eagerly rushing into the 8 rings. An unprecedented trophy-sharing conference officially began in this king's graveyard. Yun Shanxian leaned close to Lu Yuan, looking at the 5 treasures in his hands, her big eyes full of stars. Ah Yuan, you're amazing. You found the things you need at a glance. Lu Yuan smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. The sharing conference was in full swing. Ha ha ha. The treasures that old dog Miyamoto collected his whole life are now a steal for me. Xiao Pujuan's mental energy stirred in Miyamoto Wohai's ring and suddenly pulled out a giant axe burning with dark red flames. With a casual swing, even the air was scorched and twisted. Infernal flame war axe, with soul burning attached, not bad. It's mine. Xiao Pujuan carried the war axe, feeling the raging power surging within, and laughed happily. It's still Lu Yuan who knows how to pick all treasures that don't look powerful now, but will break through the heavens in the future. Unlike me, who only cares about handy tools. Once I get this earth-shaking demon ape, a new toy, next time there's someone blind, I can split them in 2 with 1 axe. Xiao brother makes a good point. The sword master Li Jingfei nodded slightly. Unlike Xiao Pujuan's rough searching, he directly locked onto a golden mineral. Thorson is domineering, didn't expect there would be a dung metal sword soul, such a heavenly spirit material. My sword spirit beast is precisely lacking this to refine its sword heart. Young friend Lu Yuan, thank you for leaving this item. Hee the South Ridge Poison King Lan Kaiqian let out a soft laugh, pulling out a pitch-black sea chart from Navigator Kapoor's ring. This, deep-sea grievance map, is a good thing, just right to change the taste of my treasures. Her voice was charming, yet it inexplicably sent a chill down everyone's spine. Xiao Buddha Dui, Formation King Sikong Xian, Fist King Wu Zhentian. One by one, top kings of the Dragon Nation picked the treasures best suited for them from this rich haul, their faces full of joy, reaping abundant rewards. When it was Lan Liuli and Qinyan's turn, the remaining treasures, although not as elite as those before, were still of great quality. Lan Liuli yawned and casually picked a lightning-flashing, thunder pearl, and a piece of ice-cold, eternal ice essence. Qinyan looked at the thunder pearl in Lan Liuli's hand, pondering, Liuli, this pearl is your iron-eating beast about to break through? Lan Liuli yawned, playing with the lightning pearl with her fingertips, lazily replying, my lazy panda is finally willing to move a bit. Since Moonlight is already a king, if I don't catch up, I'll be left behind when we go out for drinks. How embarrassing. I reckon it will be a matter of a month or 2. Upon hearing this, Qinyan's eyes flashed with surprise and joy, then she chuckled, I didn't expect, that Blue Sister's youngest record of breaking through as a king would be surpassed so quickly by you and Moonlight. Do you think she'll poison you to death? After the distribution ended, everyone was in high spirits. The atmosphere inside the Tiandu's dome shifted from one of slaughter to a relaxed one.